To achieve the title of master, he completely destroyed all the established traditions that had been created by his ancestors for many years. Because of his mastery of the sword, he has been called the greatest spearman of all time. A great hero who was able to put an end to the long civil war of the most powerful empire of Avalon. On the vast continent of Igrant, this guy was known as a hero, and his name was Joshua Sanders. But the strength was not eternal, and the very day came when he had to admit his weakness, and this end looked too pathetic for such a great spearman. One of those who was present at the time of his fall added to him that it was impossible to combine combat skills with divine power, because this was essentially a deadly combination. After all, having united in one body, these two forces cause confrontation, and he is lucky that he is not an ordinary person, otherwise he would have died long ago because of this. The guy didn't understand why they were doing this, because in fact he never even had the thought of usurping the throne. Such a thing didn't even interest him. All he was interested in, and what he really wanted, was to show the world the greatness of a weapon called a spear and ultimately get rid of the sorrow of a vicious circle. He wanted to be a shield that defended his empire for the rest of his life. He just wanted to help his emperor, his only close friend, put an end to the empire's long civil war. A man in a white outfit approached him and told him that there are people in the world whose existence in itself poses a great threat. The Lord of the Magic Tower Evergrande added to him that now that the civil war was over, the emperor had risen to the highest position, where he could achieve whatever he wanted without any threat. And the only problem at the moment is that the emperor is afraid of only one person, and that was that same Joshua. All this was based on the fact that even warriors who spent their entire lives training to master mana, it takes decades to apply mana to even a tiny dagger. But Joshua could wield a spear that was strong enough for at least two people combined, because the guy managed to perfectly control energy and his strength. The Lord knew very well that the guy still had energy inside his body, because he had passed another wall. After which he raised his magic ball and said that he saw it falling to the floor of the ruins of Aman, which made the guy's insides clench, and the pain was incredibly strong and unbearable. Another man intervened in the dialogue and said that he, too, was terribly afraid that this guy would just look at him and stab him with that damned spear. Now they continued to speak almost in one voice and thanked Joshua for his help, because without him they probably would not be where they are now. The ruler was sincerely grateful to him for everything he did for him and for their empire, but now it was time to say goodbye and move on to the next stage. After all these words, Joshua still could not stand it and died from such pain and from the spells that were cast on him. The emperor could not look at all this, no matter what kind of person he was, yet this was his old friend and it was hard to watch his death. The guy shouted with all his strength so that Caesar Ben Britain would not think that this was the end, because soon they would all regret it. But each of them seemed not to hear this scream, and they all walked together and smiled, because finally they had lost their last problem. Joshua was surrounded by a magic circle of explosion, and the guy was well aware that, given its scale and area, he had approximately 5 minutes before the explosion. He was so offended that all his life he had been the greatest knight of all time, who was ultimately betrayed by his faithful friend and who would have to end his life in a nameless wilderness. The ritual began to take effect and he didn't even have hope for a miracle. He looked at his legendary spear, which was called the Reaper of the Battlefield, and thought that he might never use it again. Joshua decided to enjoy his weapon for the last time and reached for it using all his strength. He always thought that a special power was hidden in it. But he could not even imagine that the spear would reveal it at that very moment, and give him a little hope for success. A few seconds after he finally reached for his drink, an explosion thundered, which could only mean one thing. Joshua Sanders met a futile end that belied his reputation as an invincible knight of the lance. Suddenly the little boy came to his senses again, and found himself in some stable, in which he did not understand how he ended up. Joshua's consciousness clearly remembers how he died in the explosion, but now he has turned into a child who looks at his hands and does not understand how this could happen. The thought occurred to the guy that what seemed simply impossible to him was that he could really become younger and return to his small body. The boy looked around him and realized that this was the place where he lived before, and he essentially returned to the past. But how did this happen? But this did not worry the guy too much, because he only thought that he had received another chance, and now he was sure that with Caesar Ben Britain everything would be completely different. But suddenly he was interrupted by several guys who looked like knights and immediately attacked the little boy, because they did not understand what he was doing here when they told him to clean up horse poop. Joshua knew that these guys were most likely the personal army of the Duchy of Agnes. One of them rudely began to shout at him, because he wanted to hear at least a word from him, but his colleague interrupted him and said that the boy was deaf and there was no hope that he would be able to somehow answer. The boy was not stupid and deliberately pretended that he could not speak, because if he had opened his mouth, he would obviously have gotten a lot more. At one point they stopped paying attention to this boy, because one of them suddenly realized that he had not seen Lucia for a very long time, and the second asked him to be quieter, because the Duke visits this maid from time to time. Lucia was the name of the Duke's personal maid, who was also the mother of little Joshua, so they decided to speak more quietly so that she could not hear. As it turns out, he is the illegitimate son of a maid who was raped by Duke Agnes many years ago. Since the corpse's personal knew this, they viciously tortured him because he had noble blood, which gave them great pleasure. Especially these three who stood right in front of him, and one day the little boy swore to take revenge on them at all costs. Lloyd decided to make a joke about the fact that he wanted to see Lucia today for some reason. Rolls kicked him and said that he would like to look at him if anyone heard it. But Lloyd told him that he was worrying in vain, because in this provincial stable no one could hear them, well, except of course little Joshua, with which his friend could not but agree. Besides, Duchess Vanessa said that even if they get rid of Lucia and this bastard without anyone's knowledge, she will take responsibility. They thought that now was just the perfect time for this, but unfortunately Lucia is not here, so they will not be able to do this. But in any case, they believed that they had a backup option in the form of little Joshua, so they decided to have fun with him until she returned. The boy was already at the peak of his anger, and could not just listen to how these guys were going to leave somewhere after they insulted his mother. He understood that he was now in a body that was not capable of fighting such opponents, so he was not sure that this could work. The way in which he uses the mana technique he learned is different from the normal methods that were used before his return. The mana technique he discovered in the ancient ruins with his favorite spear, which he called Rugia. It was capable of reaching its peak in an instant, due to the earth-shattering impact that could shake the world. But what was also equally important was that the mana technique he had learned had a completely different method of operation. This is done not by storing mana in the core, which is located under the stomach, but by using mana from the environment. It is not limited to a small plate called the mana core. It also concentrates mana where it is needed to release it instantly, but it did not go through the mana core formation process that everyone who uses mana needs. Thanks to which he skipped the process that takes others years, so nothing can be done about his quick start as a mana user. While Joshua was thinking about whether he could use mana, one of those guys suggested surrounding this guy and just kicking him, because he was filled with anger just by looking at him. Lloyd joked with him that Gort seemed to be in a bad mood, because he was rejected by the very lady he had been missing for so long, which the guy really didn't like, so he asked him to shut his mouth. Gort came closer to Joshua and warned him that today he was not going to hold back, so he might not count on mercy. The little boy just stood silently with his eyes closed, so they started joking that he fainted because of fear. They thought it was very funny. Joshua at that moment only thought that he only needed a handful of mana. Before his return, it took him 10 years to figure out how to move at least such a handful of mana. But today everything will be different, because now he knows perfectly well how to do it, and the most important thing is that he was perfectly prepared for it. As soon as the boy opened his eyes, this action immediately enraged Gort, who immediately took the stick in his hands and ran to beat him. Joshua gathered all his strength into a fist and struck with all the strength he had. But Gort could not even imagine such a thing, so he did not block. After such a blow, he will have to lie on the ground for a while and move away, because the concentration of mana that Joshua collected was quite large and therefore the blow turned out to be quite strong. The friends of this robber could not believe their eyes that this little brat was able to deliver such a blow, and such a force. After such a blow, Joshua felt something sticky and disturbing under his stomach. It was a very strange feeling that he had not noticed before. Lloyd decided that the guy was crazy to do this to his friend, so he pulled out his sword and decided to punish him in this way. Joshua knew very well that it was too dangerous to go against a trained soldier with this child's body, but if he could take down Lloyd, then Roll was unlikely to attack, because he was the most cautious of the three. Therefore, the kid decided that he would try to do it again, so that it would not happen to him, and he was almost sure that everything would work out for him. Lloyd did not wait long and immediately went on the attack, threatening the guy that this would be his last day, because he was going to simply destroy him. But what was the guy's surprise when this little guy was able to dodge his blow, because before, they hadn't noticed this behind him, but in any case, it didn't change anything. It didn't change exactly until he saw how the little boy was accumulating mana in his right hand and simply could not believe his eyes. He didn't have to watch for long, because Joshua decided not to wait, and immediately dealt a serious blow to this guy as soon as he had enough mana in his hands. Rose looked at all this and realized that no one could even guess that this little one, who doesn't even speak, hides such power within himself. The first time it could have been an accident, but the second time this is already an indicator of strength. Joshua at that moment did not think about how strong his blow was, because he felt incredible pain throughout his body due to the fact that mana was accumulating in it. The little boy understood that Rawls is the one who rose to the rank of centurion thanks to his wit, not skill. He is no better than Lloyd and Gort, but in any case he is much more dangerous. Therefore, Joshua firmly decided that he could not show weakness in front of him, and decided to ask this brat to convey a message. Rose was not only surprised that the guy was so strong, but in addition to all this, he was surprised that the kid could talk. Joshua did not pay attention to his fits and continued to say that from now on, anyone who insults his mother, including the centurions, will not survive. Rose looked straight into his eyes and an incredible amount of fear ran through his entire body, which made it very creepy. Therefore, he didn't find a better solution than just running away, and shouting that it was a little monster. Rose simply disappeared. Joshua looked into the distance as this idiot ran away, and realized that his strength was leaving him in the same way, because for such a body this was too much mana consumption. Therefore, he still could not withstand such a load and fainted from powerlessness. Several men were discussing that apparently Joshua, the mute kid from the stables, had beaten the crap out of 3 centurions. One of them even heard that there was a rumor that he was only pretending to be mute all this time. The man thought about the fact that young Master Joshua beat 3 centurions, although he was more than 5 years younger than young Master Babylon, and there was clearly something strange about it. The last one who intervened in the dialogue between this troika did not believe in all this nonsense at all, because how can one believe that a mute child whose family abandoned him a couple of days ago is capable of beating 3 centurions with his bare hands? They agreed with him on the one hand, but on the other, each of them perfectly understood that the position of the children of Duke Agnes by inheritance could change. Although even if Joshua's skills are recognized, he will not be able to defeat young Master Babylon, so all this talk is still a waste of time. The guy supported him, because the young Master of Babylon had already begun to use mana, which only indicated that his strength would grow every day. In that case, even Grand Duke Agnes, who is a master now, only became a mana user at 16, and young Master Babylon is only 14 and is already a mana user, so he must be an outstanding genius. They even assumed that one day he would displace even Duke Agnes himself, but the man categorically disagreed with them, because who could compete with him for the inheritance is simply impossible. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Master Joshua himself, who appeared too unexpectedly, and they did not even have time to react to his appearance. The little boy did not listen to this man and ordered him to immediately go and tell the Duke that Joshua had arrived. Meanwhile, Rolls was at a reception with Caesar, who knew perfectly well who Rolls was, but did not quite remember which detachment he belonged to. Rolls was very worried when he spoke with such a person, because for him it was an incredible honor, so he immediately answered him that he was in the 29th Battalion. My lord knew very well that the 29th Battalion was Grim Chiffon's unit, which Rolls himself confirmed. After which they brought armor to my lord, which was all tattered and damaged, so the man could not believe that little Joshua had done it. He was also approached by a guy who served my lord and asked Rolls to tell only the truth, because if he said even one wrong word or lied somewhere, then his life would hang by a thread. Rolls, of course, was nervous and understood that this was too serious, but still found confidence in himself and said that everything he said was the purest truth and not a single word was exaggerated. As it turned out, the guy who was standing next to him was the same Chiffon who led the 299th Battalion, and he added that in this case there was no reason to doubt Rolls' words, but it was still hard to believe. My lord absolutely agreed with him, because now the boy is only 9 years old, which is very young to have such power. The man understood that it was quite impossible for a boy to destroy orc leather armor at that age with his bare hands, only if he did not use mana. Chiffon interrupted my lord and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness, but he believed that using mana was a very complex process, and at that age completely impossible. The guy also added that there was not a single case in the history of the continent in which someone could use mana in a real fight at the age of 9, of course, unless this boy later turns out to be a genius unprecedented in history. The man was well aware of the fact that you would need to be at least a talented B-rank knight to cover your hands with mana, so both he and Chiffon simply could not believe that 9-year-old Joshua could do it. After which Chiffon turned to Rolls and told the guy that it seemed more like to him that people were afraid that others would find out about his abuse, and therefore came up with a meaningless excuse with their useless brains. So the guy asked the Lord for permission so that he could teach Rolls a lesson and drag him out to correct the deteriorating discipline of their army in front of everyone, but even now Rolls proved to them that he was telling the truth. Chiffon was seriously angry and told him not to even think about raising his voice in the presence of the Duke, and he also forced him to immediately tell him the truth, which he was hiding so ardently. Rolls tried to tell him again that he was telling only the truth and nothing but it, but the captain did not believe him and was already reaching for his sword to teach the guy a real lesson that he was unlikely to forget. But he was stopped in time by the Lord himself, who did not want to see this, and Chiffon tried to tell him that they could not leave everything like that after the rumor that he had spread. The Lord stood up from his table and told the captain that the time had come to find out the truth, which would come to them, after they met Joshua. It was time to meet him for the first time. The Lord wanted to look at him for himself. Chiffon could not believe that the Duke would go himself just to see the son of the concubine, because the man did not show such interest even in the young Master Babylon, who is called the greatest genius of the empire. But his thoughts were interrupted by the Lord, who wanted to know where they could find Joshua, to which Chiffon answered him that he had just received news that the guy had arrived, so he should be on the first floor. In the corridor of the Agnes mansion, a little boy saw Joshua standing and waiting for the Lord to come out to him, which made him very angry. Joshua at that moment was looking at the portrait of the current Emperor of Avalon, Marcus von Britain, from which the anger inside him begins to tear and rush, so he had no doubt that he would take revenge on him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice from which he turned and saw a blow flying at him, which it seemed would be very difficult to dodge. But Joshua coped with this task and caught the little master's fist, which was quite unexpected for him. The little master looked into his eyes carefully, and could not believe that the rumor that everyone was talking about was really true. But in any case, whether it was true or not, he was taught not to give up without a fight, so he immediately began to form mana in his hand. It would seem that the battle was inevitable, but in time the Lord and Chiffon came out of his office and stopped this madness. The little master immediately knelt down and thus greeted the Duke. The Duke was not too interested in these greetings of his, because the guy did not answer him what he was going to do here, to which the boy answered him that they exchanged cordial greetings. After which he decided to find out the opinion of the second boy, who in turn simply nodded back to him, which was quite disrespectful and bold of him. Even Captain Chiffon noticed the fact that this guy dares to answer Agnes' question with only a nod. Has he really gone crazy? Still, he could not stand it and ordered the boy, who did not kneel down, to do this and greet Mr. Agnes properly. But all that Agnes noticed at that moment was that the young guy's gaze was filled with malice, which was the purest truth, because the guy looked at him so much that it became scary what was going on in his head. Joshua at that moment was still only thinking about the fact that he looked at that portrait, and it reminded him of the face of that scumbag, and now anger is boiling inside him, which is tearing him apart from the inside, so he cannot control his emotions properly. The boy understood perfectly well that showing his emotions in such a place is not the best idea, because Agnes does not allow people who show their hostility to leave so easily, but suddenly Agnes called the guy to him. At the moment, the man only wanted to know one thing: was this young guy able to use mana at such a young age or not? The little master could not believe his ears that Joshua could use mana. It was out of the realm of science fiction for him. He always thought of him as a petty degenerate who was always just a stable boy and cleaned up shit all day, and now they want to test him for his use of mana? Chiffon tried to dissuade my lord from doing such pointless tests, but the man did not even want to listen to him, and continued to ask the boy to come closer to him. Joshua thought about the fact that Duke Agnes is one of the 5 masters of a huge empire. He is much more sensitive to mana than anyone. The boy understood that if he discovered something anomalous, his plans would come to an end. The guy didn't have time to notice how Agnes approached him, and already took his hand to conduct a test. As soon as Agnes took the little boy's hand, he immediately felt an incredible energy that he had never seen before. What could it be? Joshua looked him straight in the eyes and was well aware of the fact that the only person who could detect whether he was using mana or not was Agnes. But suddenly, for the guy and for the others, my lord let go of his hand and said out loud that he didn't see any mana, but still his facial expression changed. The little master was delighted when he heard this. He was already sure that this bastard could not fill his hand with mana, but hearing it from my lord was even more pleasant. Chiffon told him that he wouldn't find anything there. In principle there shouldn't have been a trace of mana there, but as it turned out, Agnes wasn't talking about the core. He told him that a person should initially have at least a little mana. Even ordinary civilians and simple monsters have mana, but Joshua does not have it at all. Chiffon knew very well that when a person lacks mana, it can only mean one thing: that he is no different from the dead who move thanks to demonic forces. But after his thoughts, he still added that perhaps there were cases when someone was initially born without mana. He had heard such stories more than once. Perhaps they are true? Agnes understood that all this was too unnatural, because in the place where the mana core should be there was some kind of sticky mass that emitted negative energy. From that moment on, the Duke decided that he would keep an eye on the guy and how he behaved, because he did not like this whole situation too much. But he was interrupted by Chiffon, who believed that if the guy has no mana, then all the rumors and stories that are told about him are simply not true, because if this is so, then they cannot leave the Centurion for spreading rumors. Agnes told him that the Centurion also belonged to the duchy, and punishing him for information that they were not entirely sure of was a very bad idea. But as for Joshua, Agnes decided that from now on he will live in this palace for some time, especially since there are a lot of empty rooms here. The little master was shocked when he heard everything that Agnes was saying, because he didn't want it so much, because he doesn't like this guy. My lord looked at him with just one look, which could only mean one thing, and it seems Babylon understood everything. After which he turned to Chiffon and asked him, starting tomorrow, to teach Joshua knighthood, If he is talented, then my lord also asked him to teach him the method of using the mana of the Crimson Knight. Chiffon did not quite understand this request, because young Master Joshua had no mana at all, but my lord believed that they had plenty of time. They would definitely find out everything if they were patient, because on the one hand, it was even better that he had unnaturally little mana. After which Agnes went back to his office, and he told little Joshua that he would look forward to meeting him again after training. A few minutes later, Chiffon led young Master Joshua to his room, where he would stay during the training process, which was quite unusual for a guy. Chiffon looked at this boy and thought only that the rumors that he was mute were true, because it seemed that he could not even express happiness after being given such an honor. Joshua noticed that Chiffon changed too much once the Duke left. Now his behavior is rude. But in any case, the guy didn't care much about this now. He just wanted to lie down on this bed and fall asleep soundly, because he had a really difficult day. The guy recalled the phrase that the Duke told him before leaving, that he would be waiting for him in a year, and the little master was very pleased to hear this, but at the same time, it was somehow strange. Joshua had some knowledge that Duke Agnes spends most of the year in the Golden Palace of Acadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire. Most likely he returned to his possessions to get some rest. The boy was most worried about the fact that the Duke could feel something that the boy himself does not know about himself, and it doesn't matter what it is, because in any case it is very dangerous. In any case, the guy understood that now all these details are not really important. The only thing he needs to achieve now is to regain his former strength. That same night, the boy decided that he could no longer sit in his room and wait for something, so he decided to take a short walk. As soon as the guy decided that now he could use such an amount of mana much easier, and he even had thoughts that he could regain his previous strength much earlier, but suddenly he was interrupted by unbearable pain. He understood that the negative energy in his mana core was mixed. It was most likely the same demonic and holy energies that mixed with each other, and thereby fought in his body. And then it dawned on him that the force that was holding back this confrontation was Rugia, but he couldn't figure out how it got into his body and was holding back this force. There was no time left to think, because several court guards heard some strange sounds and immediately moved out to check what happened there, and Joshua had to immediately hide. What he did successfully. As soon as the guards went around the corner of the palace from where the sound was coming, they saw nothing there, which was very strange for them, because they were sure that they had heard something. Joshua ran with all his strength, but he didn't notice it, because he was only thinking about how he could combine all three forces in his body, and Rugia should somehow help him with this. From one of the hangars came the screams of a woman who had been captured by the same trio that Joshua didn't like so much. They were angry with her, that because of her son their reputation was at rock bottom. The woman was not a simpleton and decided that she would not tolerate such a mocking attitude towards herself, so she bit the guy who was holding her with all the force of her bite. But in any case, the male power was still stronger, so he pushed her to the floor for this, and it seems that in this way she worsened her situation even more. One of them took her by the hair and told her that he wanted to do the best he could, but apparently a woman couldn't just stand there, so they decided that they would act completely differently. But suddenly the guy asked Gord if it was worth doing this, because if Joshua finds out about this, then it won't be sweet for them and most likely they will suffer. Gord was not the type to give back, so he immediately said that he absolutely didn't care whether he knew or not. He remembered why he was here and they wanted to destroy it. But still his friend continued to stand his ground and tried to persuade him not to do this. Gort had already started shouting at him, and told him that if he was so afraid, he could pack his things and leave, and he would do this, especially since the Duchess said that she would take full responsibility upon herself. They came closer to the woman, who had lost consciousness from the blow, and decided not to waste so much time, and if someone was scared, they could run away like a cowardly girl. As soon as they gradually began to bring the sword closer to her body, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice that stopped them. It was Joshua, who, in their opinion, came slightly at the wrong time, because if he had come to them a little later, they would have shown him a funny picture. Rolls understood the seriousness of this situation and asked him to calm down and not say too much. But little Master Joshua, it seemed, could no longer be stopped, because his anger crossed all boundaries and he promised the guys that they would not even think that they could get out of this place alive. The woman recovered from the blow and saw through the pain her little son Joshua. Rolls, unlike them, was the smartest, although he was a coward, so he immediately told them that they needed to run, because Joshua would kill them all. But the guys asked him not to talk nonsense. They considered him just a coward. Joshua did not wait long and told these guys to immediately leave this hangar, to which the guys responded with laughter and told him that this time he would not get off easy and they would send him straight to hell. The boy continued to speak in his own language and asked him to come out of the shadows and show himself. The guys did not understand what he was talking about. Had he really gone crazy? But suddenly, just out of nowhere, a guy appeared who came down right from above and was quite surprised at how the boy was able to see him. This young man's name was Knight Cain, and the first thing he asked Joshua was how did he manage to sense his presence? Joshua at that moment drew attention to his cross, which could only mean one thing: this is one of the 3 knightly orders of Duke Agnes, and this one belonged to the Order of the Crimson Knights, and it was logical to assume why such a knight would follow Joshua. The Troika, who had just threatened the boy, suddenly changed their faces and now greeted him as an honored guest. Knight Cain approached the boy and thought that he was the hero of the rumors about the concubine's son, but Joshua did not behave like a courtier and immediately asked him to answer one question. Joshua started by saying that the soldier tried to harm the lady of the Duke's house. According to the military regulations of the Duke's house, what would happen to the soldier in such a case? The knight looked straight into his eyes and realized that someone was controlling his consciousness, and he could not resist. The force was too overwhelming. After which he still could not stand it, and at one moment turned around and took out his sword, and this was the answer to the little boy's question, namely immediate punishment. Without thinking for a long time, the knight took out his sword and went to attack one of the guys, who simply did not expect such a turn of events. Because of the surprise, the guy didn't even have time to block, so the knight dealt him a fatal blow. One of the trio decided that it was necessary to launch a counterattack, because it was possible to get hit just as well. But he forgot that he was fighting against an experienced knight who knew all these tricks better than him, so it turned out that Cain dodged the blow and still delivered his own. They asked him to stop this senseless battle, but the man did not seem to hear them and continued to go into battle. The guy asked with all his might to spare him, but all the knight answered was that he had better shut his mouth if he wanted to live even a second longer. He was suddenly interrupted by Joshua, who was a little unhappy that even after he said to stop, the knight did not stop and continued the attack. Cain answered him that he wanted to punish them for harming the Duke's wife. This guy was one of the 3 generations of knights that are known in the duchy, but he belongs to the Crimson Knights, who are considered the weakest. Also, most likely, he is one of the youngest, if he could not resist Joshua, but after seeing how he defeated the centurions with one swing of the sword, he was sure that even among the knights of his rank, he was the strongest. The boy interrupted what the knight wanted to do so badly and asked him who he served. Knight Cain turned around with confidence and answered the young master that he served only Duke Agnes. This answer was not enough for Joshua, and he decided to ask the knight who he was to him then. Cain at this moment was almost sure that he was in the right direction, and the way he thought it was in reality. He looked like him. Joshua did not wait for an answer and asked Cain to lower his sword, which the knight did. As soon as the sword was in the case, Rolls immediately fell to his knees and began to thank the Count for such great kindness. Now he will serve only him, because he essentially saved his life. But Joshua made it clear to him that he did not need his devotion. He would never allow anyone who dared to raise a hand against him or a person close to him to live and continue to breathe. But he was convinced that he was smart enough to understand this, and he also ordered to tell this story to other soldiers. While the guy was crying from such words, Joshua continued to tell him that if anyone dared to do something like that again, he would cut their throats with his own hands. After everything Joshua had just said, he advised the guy to disappear as quickly as possible. The guy, without thinking for a long time, ran out of the hangar. He was overwhelmed with fear, so without thinking for a long time he ran. The only thing Joshua was worried about at that moment was his mother, who was lying almost unconscious and did not fully understand what was happening. Knight Cain approached the guy and decided to check with him whether he was the count that everyone was talking about, to which Joshua answered him that the knight was a fairly straightforward person. Cain was surprised that he had changed so much, because the count he remembers was, and then he was interrupted by Joshua, who continued, the illegitimate son of a duke, who does nothing but shovel shit. The knight suddenly turned to the count and said that all the soldiers allocated to the Duchy of Agnes carried out the orders of Duke Agnes, but the boy did not quite understand why he said this. After which he added that they could independently choose their master, whom they would serve until the end of their days, upon reaching the age of 23, and in a year the Knight Cain would also be faced with this choice. A man trusts his instincts. Throughout the next year, in addition to fulfilling his duties, he will watch him so that he can then make the right decision. Joshua believed that a good decision would be to choose the treasure of the Duchy of Babylon von Agnes, but not him, if you look into the future, but in any case it made the boy smile. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Joshua's mother, who had recovered and now felt much better and was warmed by the fact that her little son was safe. Joshua ran to hug her and from that moment made a promise to himself that he would definitely protect his mother. He was truly grateful to heaven for giving him a second chance to correct the past, which was filled with regrets. He was sure that this time everything would be different, because from now on he would not be so timid, not like Joshua von Agnes, the humble illegitimate child from the stable, but like Joshua Sanders, nicknamed the strongest spearman in history. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Duchy of Agnes, my lord asked Chiffon whether Count Rebrica had visited them, to which Chiffon answered him that yes, and he took him to the reception room. But there was one nuance that the captain announced to him. This time he did not come alone, this time Miss Iseline was with him. The unwanted visitor that came so unexpectedly to Count Agnes, Count Rebrica, despite the fact that he has a lower status than the Duke, he is someone who cannot be ignored due to his influence in the Empire. And his daughter Iseline Jean Rebrica, one of the most talented people, she in Babylon are carefully watched. She is a magic genius who reached 2nd grade at only 9 years old. There are people who cannot use mana because of the curse, but there are those who are able to use mana better than anyone because they have received the blessings of mana. Iseline was one of those who was blessed with mana, which allows the user to sense and use mana without having to learn it. Also, some people call this skill the greatest gift of the gods among mages. And Agnes perfectly understood the reason why Count Rebrica came with such a treasure. He just wants to bother the man all day long, that's all. Chiffon decided to say that Count Babylon will turn 15 next year. One can say that the throne is already his, because there are not even 3 years left before his coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, Babylon already has Lady Charlie, who is ready to become his bride and queen at any moment. The 5 duchies of the Avalon Empire have enormous power and influence. Lady Charlie is the daughter of the Font family, who received their title of dukes for their wealth. Chiffon reminded the man that he himself said that it was better to choose Lady Charlie if we consider the Duchy of Font. Of course, Agnes is of the same opinion, but this is unfortunate for him at the moment. After all, Agnes's greed for talent is immeasurable, just as immeasurable as his greed for military power. He is the man who judged others only by their skills. Chiffon saw perfectly well that something was clearly tormenting the Duke and not giving him peace, so he decided to clarify what was wrong, to which Agnes answered him with his own question, namely, he wanted to know how Joshua was doing? The captain didn't quite understand why the Duke was asking such a question, because they had just been talking about something completely different. After which Agnes added that he told him that he would give Iseline to him, so he needed to prepare properly. Chiffon did not expect such an answer and was shocked when he heard this. after which he still added that Lady Easeline has the blessing of mana. She is clearly not suitable for the young Master Joshua, who does not have this skill. Joshua knew that north of the garden of the Duchy of Agnes there was an old rock that the boy wanted to climb. Before his return, he often climbed it to be closer to his late mother, but in this body she seemed too tall for him. And on one of these frequent trips to this mountain, the little boy found a hidden passage, in which he later discovered Rugia. With the help of a small spell in which he used his blood, Joshua opened a kind of portal that opened up a completely different world for him, which he entered without hesitation. He was not at all scared, because he had already been to this place and knew perfectly well what it was like. This place looked like a huge castle that was destroyed due to some explosion or war. Joshua was a little shocked when he saw what happened to this castle and wondered a little whether this was the castle at all. When he first got here, it looked less like ruins, and the Rugia was on the altar in the center of the temple, all in chains. But now, instead of a sword, there was some kind of rod, which Joshua took up without thinking about the consequences this might have. Suddenly the rod began to glow with an incredible light that you couldn't just look at, so you had to close your eyes. At one point, Joshua found himself in some incomprehensible place, in which there was absolute emptiness, but all this was only at first glance. But his thoughts and guesses were suddenly interrupted by a very strange voice, and it was the voice of the very rod that was calling the guy to him. Joshua was slightly surprised by this, although he had seen a lot in his past life, but for an iron rod to speak to him, this was the first time. But the rod itself interrupted him and said that he was not who the guy took him for. As his interlocutor told him, he is an artifact of the demonic god Rugia, which the boy simply could not expect. He immediately thought that Rugia, the spear with which he fought, was an artifact of a demonic god. But he was worried not only about this question, but also why her appearance had changed so much. Was it because she went with him to the past? But suddenly his thoughts and guesses were interrupted by an artifact, which made it clear to him that in fact the guy had no time division. After which he added that the two energies in his body will destroy him over time, and there is only one way in the world to pacify them, and then even use them. He advised Joshua to regain his strength as quickly as possible, because in his condition he would have to reach the 4th stage of magical spear handling. The boy understood perfectly well that the ancient spear technique that he studied, the magical handling of the spear, gave him unprecedented power and strength in all his battles. All the knights of the Igrant continent used only swords and nothing more, and each of them at that time believed that spears were a weak and useless weapon. However, before Joshua returned, he managed to prove to them all that they were deeply mistaken, and before he returned to the body of a little boy, he was at the 5th stage of development. If we talk about ranks, then at that time only a rank knights could create swords using mana. Masters were the absolute and strongest warriors. Although back then the magical skill of the spear was divided into 8 stages, at the 5th stage he was already considered the greatest knight of all time. So Joshua knew very well that if he reached the 4th stage, he would not be inferior in strength to the strongest B-rank knights. In theory, of course, this shouldn't be too difficult for him, considering that he had already done it, but he had very little time. The boy understood that in the state he was in now, it would be extremely difficult to train mana. But this demonic artifact seemed to read his thoughts and told him not to worry, because as long as he was around, he could use mana to some extent without consequences. He added to him that the boy needs to constantly study and improve his skills, and when he reaches his peak, he will thereby return strength to Rugia. But before the boy had time to ask a few questions, Rugia began to disappear and finally said that he would definitely fulfill his dream, which he had been pursuing for so long. A moment later, the bright light again began to fill the entire space, and it was not completely clear what was happening. But as soon as the light disappeared and the guy returned to his consciousness, he saw that Rugia was in his hands, and now he felt all the power that he could receive. Joshua remembers very well what Rugia told him, that as long as he has this rod, he will be able to use mana to some extent indefinitely. a mana cultivation technique that no one else on this continent can master, the ability to absorb at least a handful of mana from the environment. All this is called the first stage of spear mastery. Joshua hadn't been this happy for a long time, but now his mood was much better. He finally did it. The first stage of magical spear handling, the first style, is to concentrate mana at one point and direct it forward to hit the target with an explosion. Joshua struck the wall with incredible force and mentally only thought that this was only the beginning of his journey, and Caesar von Britain would soon feel uneasy because the guy would sooner or later take everything from him. Meanwhile, Duke Agnes himself and his assistant Chiffon arrived in the reception room of the Duchy of Agnes, each of whom thought that there were actually many more guests than they thought. The first guest to greet the Duke was young Cheryl Defont. Agnes was surprised that she was here at such a late hour. After these words, a man intervened in the dialogue and asked to accept his apology, because Lady Cheryl's advances did not stop, so they were forced to pay him a visit. The Duke gave him an immediate answer that there was really no need for an apology. Even though they live in the same city, they rarely get to see each other, so this is a great opportunity, which the distinguished vassal of the House of Font completely agreed with. All Font House products are checked by him. Agnes decided not to waste the opportunity, and suggested that the man work in his house if he apologizes so much and really wants to make amends. Lady Cheryl decided to answer this question, who told the Lord that despite the fact that they had not seen each other for a long time, the Lord still went too far. How could he so shamelessly try to steal someone's treasure? The Duke could only respond with laughter, because he finally recognized the same Cheryl he knew. Her respectful greeting made him wonder if he was really talking to Cheryl Defont. Cheryl continued the conversation and added that she heard that Babylon has already reached C rank, so she is thinking about becoming a famous genius too. Cox immediately began to ask for forgiveness from the Duke, but he reacted to all this quite calmly, and said that at her age it was normal to react like that, so everything was fine. During this small conversation, Agnes completely forgot about his main guests, so he apologized to Fonsel for this. Fonsel Jean Rubrica and his daughter Iseline stood calmly and waited for the Duke to finish and give them his attention. Iseline Rubrica, after the Duke finally turned his attention to them, greeted him no less respectfully than Cheryl. Lady Cheryl was quite unpleasant to see that Iseline was also present here, so she held back her emotions. Cox tried to calm her down, but it didn't work out well for him. After which she added that information had reached her that the Duke's illegitimate son had beaten 3 centurions, and she was very interested to know if this was true. Cox couldn't stand it and literally started shouting at her, because her behavior was too unbearable. You can't say that in the presence of the Duke. Cheryl turned to him and was surprised by his reaction, because it seemed to her that she had not actually asked anything like that. She was just curious to know about it. Chiffon decided not to wait for the Duke's answer and told her himself that it was just a rumor. Young Master Joshua is not only weak in body, but also has a mana curse, so such a person could not physically beat the 3 centurions. Fonsel Jean Rebrec, without listening to the end, was shocked by the information that the second count has a mana curse, so he wanted to know how true it is. The Duke decided to answer this question rather unexpectedly, saying that now there was an opportunity to look at this kid, if he was so interested, which made Fonsel even more surprised. Agnes added that it seems Fonsel is one of the few magicians of the 5th level of the Empire. A magician like him is more susceptible to magic than a knight like the Duke, so he would like the man to look at Joshua. Fonsel understood that it was absolutely not necessary to do this, but on the other hand, he perfectly understood that he could use this opportunity to improve his position in the eyes of the Duke, so he agreed without further ado. Chiffon interrupted their conversation and suggested that the Duke first look at the condition of the young Master Joshua, but the Duke did not quite understand what the captain was talking about. After which Chiffon added to him that it would be better to confirm if Joshua has a mana curse before sending him to the capital, so they can also find out how true the rumors are. The Duke did not quite understand how Chiffon was going to do this. to which the captain answered him that if he could call a suitable knight from his banner so that they could have a duel. Agnes was quite surprised when he heard this proposal, because in essence he was proposing to summon a knight of the Crimson Order just to fight the 9-year-old. Chiffon explained his proposal by saying that if the rumors were really true, then someone of exactly this level was needed, and it so happened that the captain already had a suitable person in mind. He was 100% sure that if the Duke saw this with his own eyes, he would definitely be satisfied. The next day, in Chiffon's office, he discussed with Kane his report, in which the knight described the situation in which he had an altercation with the centurions. Captain Chiffon agreed with Kane that, in accordance with military regulations, he had the right to subject someone to immediate punishment, but still the guy believed that it was a hasty decision. But as soon as Kane said that these centurions wanted to endanger the lady of the Duke's house, Chiffon immediately stood up from the table and now understood why Kane reacted that way. Chiffon could not believe that these scumbags dared to do this to Lady Vanessa. But Kane corrected him in time when he said that they did it not with Lady Vanessa, but with Lady Lucia. Chiffon at that moment calmed down his ardor a little and repeated the name Lucia again in his voice. After which he sat down at the table and asked the guy again, "Does he want to say that he put 2 centurions out of action for the sake of a concubine?" Kane explained to him that he considered Lady Lucia to be a respectable lady of the Duke's house. She was not someone who could be harmed by ordinary soldiers. Moreover, their actions were both an insult and a challenge to the Duke. If his captain believes that he did something wrong, then the guy is ready to be punished. Chiffon was silent for a while and thought about Kane's words and decided to say that they would not pay much attention to this. Besides, the knight had a new task. The captain looked him straight in the eyes and said that today he would have a sparring match with young Master Joshua. Kane did not expect such a turn of events, so he visibly began to get nervous and asked again what he had just heard. Chiffon confirmed this information and explained to him that they would do all this only to find out whether Master Joshua had a mana curse or not. True, the captain believed that without a doubt the result would still be a natural mana deficiency, but the Duke still cannot believe it and thinks that this will become a big problem for the young Master of Babylon. Kane decided to clarify whether the captain thought that the young Master of Babylon could be removed. Chiffon's reaction was immediate, and he asked the knight not to talk nonsense, because Master Babylon is a genius that cannot be found on the entire continent. Chiffon believed that such a prodigy could not descend to such a level as to kick all sorts of pebbles again. At this time, Kane thought that the pebble that Chiffon was talking about was actually a meteor that opened the endless sky to destroy everything on Earth. Therefore, Chiffon believed that all he needed to do was inject mana into Joshua during sparring and no one should notice it, because if he had a mana curse, then his body would reject this mana and everything would be clear. Kane listened as Chiffon talked about how when mana enters the body of a person with a mana curse, it acts like poison, so the person dies after 10 days, and thought about the fact that Chiffon had always been on the side of Babylon, but he did not even suspect that the captain will show his face in a similar way. In the end, the captain summed up the results, and if the knight understood everything, he ordered him to wait near the small field for sparring. Soon the Duke and Chiffon would be there. Kane was already on the small sparring field and thought that even if this was an order from his superiors, he still would not harm Master Joshua as long as he was keeping an eye on him. At that very moment, Master Joshua came into this hall, walking here purposefully. After all, he knew very well that they would have sparring, and the boy seemed to be 100% ready for this. Kane confirmed this information and said that they organized all this only to test the Count's abilities. Joshua, on the one hand, was surprised, but on the other hand, it even made him happy, because it seems the Duke found out about his abilities and wants to look at them, and the guy didn't mind demonstrating them. His thoughts were interrupted by Kane, who said that there was no need to worry, because he was not going to fight the Count at full strength. To which Joshua replied that the knight was really going to test him. The knight did not mean this at all, so he tried to explain everything to the little lord. But he interrupted him in time, saying that he knew that they had the right to choose their lord, exclusive power was given to the knights, but Joshua knew very well that, on the other hand, he had the right to choose his subordinates. Therefore, Joshua added to him that he does not plan to trust his back to someone so insignificant and weak, and if the knight wants to see his true strength, then he should try, and besides, his sword is needed for this. Their dialogue was interrupted by the Duke, who came in with the guests, and was pleasantly surprised that the guys were already in the hall and began to get to know each other. Cain, as befits every knight, greeted the Duke and ducked away. Chiffon at this time watched as Joshua again did not show any respect towards Duke Agnes, and was now 100% sure that he simply did not have it. But suddenly Joshua bowed to the Duke and greeted him no worse than Cain, which was quite good. The Duke did not remember being taught etiquette, but he praised him for doing a good job. Joshua told him that he is constantly learning by watching everything that happens here. Agnes praised him again and asked if he knew what would happen here now? To which Joshua, with a calm face, answered him that information had reached him that the Duke wanted to test him. Chiffon could not stand such words and still explained to the young Master Joshua that there was a misunderstanding. This is not a test of the Duke, but his attention to the boy. He wants to better study Joshua's illness, which is possible in the future to cure him. Joshua mentally didn't quite understand what this man was talking about, but then he remembered that this was Chiffon and he had always been on the side of Babylon, so you shouldn't be surprised by this. But time passed and it was necessary to start, so the Duke asked the guys to get ready and they would start the fight. The Duke saw how Cain was ready for battle, so he explained to him that he had misunderstood. Today Joshua's opponent would not be him. This role will be taken over by the elder brother Babylon, who was also there and was fully prepared to teach his brother a lesson. Duke Agnes warned them that this was primarily a training fight, so they would use wooden swords. Babylon already understood this perfectly well, because he was not even going to fight at full strength with his brother. Joshua understood that Chiffon and Babylon were conspiring to put on a show in which they would destroy him, but for the guy this only caused a smile. While he walked to his wooden sword, he thought that he also wouldn't mind putting on a show and showing them how it's really done. Joshua stepped on this wooden sword with all his strength to break it, and clearly did it on purpose. After which he picked up everything that was left, and added that this was enough for him to fight. This made Lady Cheryl laugh a lot, and she noticed that he was a very funny kid, which was hard to disagree with. Chiffon turned to Joshua and explained to him that this was not a joke, but a real fight, in which this stick would not help him in any way. As soon as the captain wanted to take it from Joshua, he was stopped by the Duke, who asked him to wait and asked the guy if he was sure that this stick would help him. Joshua turned to him with a confident face and said that this is what he needs so much in this fight. After these words, all that remained for the Duke was to ask all the guests to take their places, because the duel would soon begin. But before that, the Duke turned to Babylon and told him that he had no right to use mana. Babylon asked his father not to worry in response, because in his mind he was sure that using mana on this bastard would be a waste of energy. Master Babylon immediately began to speak aggressively to Joshua, saying that he would never be able to handle him with this stick, although on the other hand he believed that it was very suitable for him, because it looked like the shovel from his stable, which he used to remove shit. As soon as the boy finished with his fiery speech, the Duke ordered them to begin the duel. Babylon immediately rushed into battle, not giving Joshua time to even think, but he was slightly surprised that his opponent knew several techniques, but in any case this would not help him. At this moment, Joshua only thought about the fact that his opponent is a C rank knight, but he is quite ordinary, the only thing he has is speed. Therefore, Joshua did a great job of landing a blow on one of the guy's arms, which began to surprise Babylon, because how dare he even touch him? His anger went beyond all bounds, so he began to say things that should not have been said, such as the fact that Joshua is an illegitimate child who cannot even be a soldier. But before he could finish speaking, Master Joshua dealt him another blow, only this time it was on his stomach. Joshua was extremely concentrated on the fight and thought that, after all, Babylon talks a lot, but he knows how to fight. But his thoughts and fair fight were suddenly interrupted by Babylon himself, who decided to strike, but not simply, but using mana, which was very dangerous at such a distance. The Duke could no longer look at this fight calmly, so he ordered Babylon to stop this madness immediately. But it seems it was already too late, because after these words there was an explosion, which was very dangerous for the lives of the guys. Everyone who was at this fight was sure that there was nothing left of Joshua, but when the fog cleared, everyone was shocked that the little boy was using mana in his wand. Fonsel couldn't believe his eyes that this guy was using mana. Is that possible? Babylon, who watched Joshua use mana, could not believe it either. But at one point it didn't matter to him again, because he couldn't accept the fact that the heir to the dukedom would not be him, but some foundling. Joshua knew very well that this duchy would disappear in 10 years during the Civil War, but if he had a place where he would be supported, it would be much easier for him to realize his plans. Therefore, he was not against responding in battle and also trying to get this dukedom. But Agnes doesn't repeat it twice, so he stopped the fight immediately, and it was difficult to resist such a force. The man made it clear to them that none of them would be forgiven if they continued to fight. Chiffon was no less evil than his favorite Babylon, because Joshua is only 9 years old, and he is already using mana. This is the first time in history. In other words, this is an amazing miracle. Suddenly Fonsel spoke up, who interrupted Chiffon, who so wanted the fight to continue. The man said that judging by what he saw, it was definitely mana at such a young age. True, he believed that it was not as much as the Count of Babylon, but it was different from any other mana that they knew, especially judging by its concentration. Cheryl was so shocked, because this means that this child can really use mana. Kane supported Lady Cheryl and added that no one could have thought that Joshua was such an amazing person. It was also surprising for Duke Agnes to see that Joshua could use mana at such a young age. Chiffon still couldn't believe it, and tried to somehow resist it, but the Duke made it clear to him that it was enough to try to change something. After which the Duke approached Joshua and said that he would need to sort out several things, so he asked the boy to come to him in the evening. Babylon couldn't believe that he was really hearing this, because everyone who was in that room knew perfectly well that the Duke didn't invite anyone to his room. How did this little farmer manage to come to this? Joshua was pleased with this invitation and replied to the Duke that he would definitely come. After such a performance in one of the rooms of the Duchy of Agnes, Lady Cheryl jumped with happiness on the bed and told Coke that these were simply amazing things and it was simply impossible to calm her down, no matter how hard the man tried. She also couldn't believe the fact that a 9-year-old child was able to use mana. Considering this fact, isn't he the best? After which she added that now she had decided, before that she was worried that he was illegitimate, but now she knew that his name was Joshua and Lady Cheryl would make him hers. Vanessa von Agnes was too angry when she heard how her son Babylon was fighting with some illegitimate child and therefore decided to take it out on Chiffon, who just told her this news. But these were still flowers compared to the fact that Chiffon added the fact that Master Babylon eventually lost to Joshua. What almost blew Lady Vanessa's mind, she was so angry that she was ready to kill someone. She couldn't stand it, and still hit Chiffon for what he just said. She couldn't believe the fact that Babylon used mana and still lost the fight to some farmer. When the lady calmed down a little, she asked the captain what the Duke thought about this, to which Chiffon told her that the Duke had decided to take Joshua to the city. Even after such a slap, Chiffon could not hold back his words and continued to talk about how from the moment Agnes saw Joshua's talent, he decided to keep the boy close to him to observe. In any case, Chiffon believed that they would be in a difficult position if they allowed this to happen, but Vanessa believed that it was primarily Chiffon who was to blame for this, because he did his job poorly. He immediately decided to justify his actions and told the woman not to worry, because he would fix everything and return everything to its place, but she did not quite understand what he meant, so she asked him to explain. After which he added that this was just his assumption, but he was sure that Duke Agnes would want to let the entire empire know that Joshua was a mana user of rank, but the queen believed that all this was complete nonsense. Chiffon explained to her that not only the Duke, but also 2 counts saw Joshua's abilities with their own eyes, and even if it was not mana, the Duke would want to test him anyway. And in order to do this, and the fighter is officially recognized as a knight of C rank, they must demonstrate their skills in a real battle against a royal knight. After such words, Vanessa immediately changed her face and repeated to herself that the little boy would have to fight with the royal knight, and this made her very happy, so she decided that it would be a long time before she contacted her uncle. Joshua did not wait long and immediately came to the Duke's office, as he asked him to do. The boy became much more well-mannered and immediately got down on his knee in order to greet the Duke, to which he immediately received a question from the man. "Who is he?" The guy thought a little about what to say to him, and still decided to say that his name was Joshua von Agnes. The Duke looked at him a little and noticed the fact that the boy had changed too much since the last time Agnes saw him, and immediately wondered how much the boy hated him. Joshua told him that he didn't hate him. He was just afraid of the royal palace and hid his abilities, so he couldn't expect much from the guy. But still the guy has some requests that he would like to convey to the Duke. The Duke did not expect such words from his illegitimate son, but still asked what he wanted. Joshua explained to him that this request was directly related to their trip to the city, because he was 100% sure that the Duke was going to take him with him. The Duke was slightly surprised by these words, but he was still very interested in asking the guy why he thought so. Master Joshua explained to him that he had 2 reasons. Firstly, until that moment Babylon was his heir, but then Joshua intervened in this idol, so he would have to be taken out of here to avoid trouble. The Duke was slightly angry, but not at the boy, but at himself, because now he understood that Joshua was very talented not only in fighting, and if only he had noticed it earlier. The second reason why the Duke will take the boy to the city is because the Duke himself will let the boy go. After all, if Joshua could become strong enough to surpass Duke Agnes himself, then the Duchy of Agnes could rise again, perhaps so much so that they wouldn't even have to worry about the royal palace. Agnes answered him that while he listened to all this, he got the impression that the guy had enough strength for this. Joshua was confident that he would at least do everything so as not to disappoint his father and his family. The Duke thought that this young man was clearly unique, because not everyone can be so confident when standing in front of the Duke, so the man decided to ask him if he knew an option that satisfies these requirements. Joshua completely agreed with him, and added to him that the Duke must be thinking about sending the boy to the Acadia Academy. All children of noble blood must study at the academy for 6 years, from 10 to 15 years old, and there is also the opportunity to graduate earlier for those who have the same abilities as Babylon. The reason the royal palace created this system was to keep children in the academy to maintain the loyalty of the nobility and recruit outstanding talents. Agnes confirmed Joshua's words that he boy would indeed go with him to the city. In addition, the Duke would be able to personally teach him if he was next to him. Joshua was quite happy to hear this, because this was an excellent opportunity to learn the art of the sword from one of the 5 masters of the empire, but the boy had one caveat. Instead of a sword, he would like to use a spear as a weapon, because with it he feels much more comfortable. The Duke, of course, was surprised by this choice and desire, but now he clearly began to understand the fact why the guy fought with a stick in the battle with Babylon. Agnes released a huge amount of mana from his body and once again asked Joshua if he really wanted to use the spear. It was difficult for Joshua to give a clear answer in such a situation, because a huge amount of mana was released directly at him, and it was difficult to resist it. It was hard for the guy to stand on his feet, but as much as Agnes is proud of his sword, how proud Joshua is of his spear. Therefore, he firmly told the Duke that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way with a spear, even if that someone was one of the 9 stars like Duke Agnes. The man found it very funny to hear such things, so if he was so confident in himself, he asked Joshua to show everything he could do with his spear. One of the 9 stars of the Empire decided to test the boy's strength, which was quite good for Joshua, because such a good opportunity might not present itself again. After these words, the Duke asked the guy if he could cope with such a task, to which the guy answered positively, but he would have one condition. He asked the Duke that if he could pass his test, Agnes must promise him that he would listen to his request. Agnes did not mind fulfilling such a promise and promised him that if he passed the test, he would be able to use the spear and he would listen to his request. However, the Duke himself had a condition: if the guy fails this test, he will be obliged to listen to the Duke. Joshua understood perfectly well what request the Duke would have. Most likely he would need to go to the academy and study the art of using a sword, but this would not happen, because the boy was not going to hide his abilities. After a lot of time, Vanessa again talks to her beloved uncle about how he is doing and how he is doing, to which he confidently replied that everything is fine, because he still lives in the palace. Vanessa listened to him for a while and decided to still say that something actually happened in the duchy, so she wants to ask him for a favor. Joshua left the Duke's office and, as he expected, the man was a very amazing person. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, and it turned out to be Babylon, who was serious about talking to Joshua. Joshua didn't want to talk to his older brother, so he turned around and told him that they had nothing to talk about. Babylon didn't like the way this pompous guy was behaving, so he invited him to fight again right now. Babylon's look was significantly different from how he was in the training battle. Joshua knew full well that this need for victory, passion for battle and desire to never lose would destroy Babylon, so he asked his brother if he was sure of his desires. In the great Imperial castle of Kaltika Palace, the Emperor of the Avalon Empire, Marcus von Britain, laughed at the fact that another talented child had appeared, who was now rumored to be from the Duchy of Agnes. His courtier confirmed this information, and the Emperor could not believe that Vanessa could hide someone like such a guy. As the courtier explained to the Emperor, this guy was not her son, and it seemed that was why she was silent. Now the story for the Emperor was even more interesting: an illegitimate child, who, according to rumors, was also born from the Duke's maid. Marcus was very interested to hear that Babylon alone is already a treasure, the like of which cannot be found in the entire empire, but Duke Agnes already has 2 treasures, which even the Emperor could envy. The courtier tried to tell the Emperor that the princes were also quite talented and would one day shake the world, but these were empty words, because the Emperor did not believe in it. Marcus understood that some could become emperor, but he was embarrassed by the fact that in terms of combat power they were too weak. The Emperor has not thought highly of them for a long time, but the princes are also talented, all because the Emperor himself is so strong that he is a master, so his standards are extremely high. Maybe that's why his desire to have talents is so excessive. Marcus decided that if Duke Agnes was no longer going to hide this child, it might mean that he was at least as powerful as Babylon. The courtier added to the Emperor that there were rumors that Babylon lost to this boy in a one-on-one battle, and Marcus was shocked by this. The servant told him that the boy was actually 9 years old, which did not fit into the Emperor's head. A child who had recently turned 9 years old had defeated the miracle of the continent. Marcus was very interested in listening to this. He believed that people would soon begin to arrive in the capital to see with their own eyes the skills of this child, which the courtier could not disagree with, who said that it was so, and he also heard that an order would be sent knights at the request of Duke Agnes. Summing up, the guy decided to say that this child is already very close in strength to a C-rank knight. The Emperor really liked to hear this formulation, because C rank at the age of 9 is very lucky for the Empire. For him this situation became more and more curious. The Emperor's courtier listened to his master and understood that perhaps Marcus would want to personally test the mana of this child. The Emperor is an empire. His influence goes beyond the bounds of human imagination. As soon as the guy decided to ask whether the Emperor would go, suddenly Marcus himself interrupted him and said that he would really like to go, but he couldn't because of the jackals, who were eager for any opportunity to get the Emperor. The man had another more interesting idea about this. He asked the courtier to send one of the princes to this matter. Because this matter was very important to him, the emperor must have a keen eye for talent. Joshua delivered such a powerful blow to Babylon that he had to block and was still thrown aside. Babylon cut his hand on his own sword, but he was not thinking about that first, but about the fact that Joshua used mana on his bare fists and gives him so much strength. Joshua distracted the guy from his thoughts, because it seemed to the boy that his brother had everything written on his face. After which he changed his stance to a non-combat one and slowly approached his brother with the words that he would help him realize how scary the martial arts that he looked down on could be. Babylon was very offended by these words, so he went into battle shouting that underestimating him was the worst mistake Joshua could make. Joshua looked at the blow that his brother was throwing, and all he did at that moment was accumulate mana in his hand. After which he pushed out all the energy that he could accumulate during this period of time, and after that an explosion of aura thundered, which was able to throw Babylon several meters back. The guy couldn't believe that he collected mana in a certain part of his body and used it against him. Babylon didn't want to admit, but it seems he'll have to do it. Joshua is much stronger than him. Joshua immediately approached the guy, in whose eyes he saw fear, and told him that he would never forget what he felt when Babylon fell from the hands of the one whom he had looked down on for so long. The boy added that if he could do what he wanted, he would tear Babylon apart for everything he did, the one who insulted his mother and Joshua himself. But this will not happen, and for the first time in a long time, Joshua finally saw the desire to gain power in his brother's eyes, so this time he will let him go. But before leaving, Joshua warned him that if he did not change his attitude, the guy would make it so that he would never be able to hold a sword with his hands again. After these words, Joshua decided that it was time to leave and finally added Babylon so that he would always remember that there is a colossal difference between them. The next morning, Joshua woke up with the thought that he was physically very tired. He was using too much mana without a break. Since he absorbed Rugia's personality, controlling mana has become much easier, but with such consequences, does that mean that his body is not capable of withstanding such an amount of mana? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and it seemed that it was Cain, whom the guy had recently called, who had come. But as soon as he opened the doors, instead of Cain, there stood a girl whom he saw for the first time in his life. This was the same Cheryl Defont who came to visit the guy, because she heard that he was 3 years younger than her, so she could calmly communicate with him. She did not wait until Joshua himself invited her to enter the room and came in with the words that he could call her big sister, if it was more convenient for him, especially since they had something to talk about. But Joshua didn't think he needed guests that much at this time, so he put his hand in front of her face and let her know that he wasn't very happy with her here. Then he leaned a little closer to her and whispered for her to get away. The guy closed the doors right in front of her nose, so that it was so unexpected for the girl, because no one had ever done this to her. Cheryl stood like a statue and didn't know how to react to this, leave or perhaps try to enter his room again? Joshua didn't understand what kind of jokes this early in the morning, and it seemed the girl wasn't going to give up, so she continued to knock on the doors, which made the guy think about just ignoring her. But his nerves didn't last long and the guy couldn't stand it any longer. He was embarrassed by the fact that the girl didn't understand the first time. Joshua decided to open the doors and tell her to get the hell out of the way, but he didn't expect that the Night King was standing behind the door, who was frightened by such threats and invited Joshua to come back later. But the guy immediately apologized to him and said that there was a slight misunderstanding. He didn't want to shout, he just confused him with someone else. Joshua got distracted from the main thing, so he decided to ask Cain how things were going with what he asked him to do, to which he received a positive answer, because the Knight Cain did everything in the best possible way. But the knight, of course, did not fully understand why the young master needed this. Joshua didn't explain everything to him, but simply asked him to trust and listen to him, and then everything would be fine. In the large sparring field of the Duchy of Agnes, Rawls stood and did not touch anyone, when suddenly several of his colleagues decided to make fun of him that Joshua could beat him and his two friends. They thought it was very funny. Rawls continued to ignore them, and the guys decided that recently he was somehow strange. He stopped talking altogether. They even thought that he had tormented Joshua so much that the boy's illness had been passed on to him. In any case, their only concern was who called all the centurions to this place, to which one of them answered quite simply. He was told that this was a knight of the Order of the Crimson Knights and today's training would be difficult. Suddenly a loud voice shouted and warned that now it was necessary to greet the knight Cain, who came out to the centurions not alone, but together with Joshua. Rawls immediately began to get nervous, because he perfectly remembers the words that Joshua said before letting him go, but on the other hand, he could not know this. Suddenly, the thoughts of each of them were interrupted by Cain, who notified them that it was Joshua who would conduct today's training. The guy did not wait for his introduction, and he himself said that for today he would be responsible for their training, and his name was Joshua von Agnes. First of all, the guy said that they are centurions who will fight in the vanguard during the war, so their individual skills are most important. And Joshua himself came here in order to evaluate the skills of each of them, so he asked them to come closer to him. Several centurions, who had no idea what the Count was capable of, began to laugh at him and decided that the boy had simply decided to play around here. Cain also asked Joshua again if he was sure of this decision, because he was still a count. The centurions warned the boy that even if he was a count, they would not spare him and most likely he would suffer greatly, so they asked him to think about it again. Joshua grabbed the staff from Cain and walked up to one of the centurions, after which he pointed his weapon at him and asked what he thought about this. Rawls immediately began to panic and tried to explain to Joshua that he would never have thought that. But the boy did not listen to him and asked him to close his mouth, because based on the reaction of the centurions, we can conclude that he did not keep his word and did not say what he should have said. Rawls immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize for his mistake and promised Joshua that this would not happen again. But it was already very late, and the guy told him that he would not be forgiven twice, because after he tried to harm his mother, the boy could have simply destroyed him, but still Joshua gave him a chance, which he did not take advantage of and seems to want to repeat the fate of Lloyd and Gort. The centurions who were laughing the most suddenly fell silent, and couldn't believe that the reason why Lloyd and Gort weren't here was because they were beaten by Count Joshua. Rawls still tried his best to beg Joshua's forgiveness, but the guy gave him a clear understanding that there would be no second chance. But since he was a centurion of the Duchy of Agnes, he would allow him to preserve his honor. After which Joshua immediately asked Rawls to take out his sword, and if he could defeat the Count, he would pretend that nothing happened and let him go. Rawls understood that he essentially had no choice and he had to give it his all, perhaps then he would have a chance. He immediately took out his sword and went on the attack, because he perfectly understood that his opponent was still a child and if he did everything in his power, then he could succeed. But it seemed that this was all Joshua was after, so as soon as the centurion approached him, the guy used one of his signature stances and used a blow that was called a lightning slash, which helped to deal a rather strong blow to Rawls. It would be almost impossible to recover after such a blow, and looking at Rawls, one got the impression that this was the case, because he didn't even show signs of life. While the other centurions tried to understand how this could happen, Joshua asked each of them to listen carefully, and said that judging an opponent based on his appearance would result in death for them on the battlefield. He also added that if any of them still had doubts about his abilities, he offered to approach him and check them again. Suddenly one of the centurions began to approach the boy and Joshua was already thinking that he would still have to continue the battle. But suddenly to everyone who was there, this guy introduced himself as the 23rd leader of the centurions, and he greets Count Joshua. After this act, all the other centurions, or rather their leaders, knelt before Count Joshua and waited for his orders. Cain did not doubt for a second about his lord, and it seems he made the right choice, because Joshua met all his expectations, so from now on he will do everything possible to support his lord. Cheryl was sitting in the living room and was very worried about all the words that Joshua said to her, and how he essentially drove her away. She was very offended. Suddenly, Cox decided to dispel her sadness, who literally flew into her room with the words that he had good news, the essence of which was that the order of Imperial Knights would soon arrive in the duchy. But for the young lady, not only did this not help, it also seemed to make the situation worse, so she collapsed exhausted on her bed and asked her not to disturb her anymore. Cox began to worry a little about her, because it seemed to him that something was hurting her, but he was very busy in the morning and did not notice. The girl was already tired of repeating the same thing 1,000 times, so she had to shout to Cox to leave the room and not bother her. Besides, he was here on a completely different matter. Cox immediately realized that he had completely forgotten about his lord's order, and that he first needed to carry out his lord's orders. The man realized that he needed to run away immediately and left the girl alone, and she fell on the bed and thought only about how Joshua had behaved with her. Almost immediately after the incident with the centurion, Agnes called the boy to him to find out personally from him why he executed the centurion. Joshua was not going to hide it or make excuses in any way, so he spoke without further ado. He was sure that the Duke probably knew how this centurion had behaved with his mother, so, following the military regulations, he immediately executed the offender. The Duke mentally understood Joshua's decision, because if he himself had been there, he probably would not have resisted and would have cut them in half with his blade, but the boy answered that it was a rather hasty decision. Joshua could not stand it at that moment, and answered his father that if he believed that these were the actions of a little boy who simply could not restrain his emotions, then this was not true at all. The guy explained to him that a few days ago he was the son of a concubine, and it was quite difficult for him to gain their trust, even considering the fact that he had gained strength. Even after these words, the Duke did not quite understand why the guy did this, so he again had to explain that he wanted to sow fear in them. In this way he wanted to make sure that they would no longer dare to speak ill of him, or his mother, also to show that he also had the blood of the Duke in him, so he had to demonstrate this to all the centurions. From that moment on, everything became clear to Agnes, but he decided not to focus on this, so he asked the guy to go and prepare for the trip, so that they could evaluate the power of his mana. Agnes also added that the order of Imperial Knights had been expelled, which Joshua already knew very well, and added that as soon as he was ready, he would immediately leave. The first leader of the Order of the Golden Mane, Armstrong, could not believe that 2 high-ranking knights, who were also minors, would come from their duchy. Chiffon was very angry when he heard such statements, so he added that even if this was so, then one of them is still the son of a concubine. Armstrong understood perfectly well that Chiffon was angry only because his position was at stake due to the fact that young Master Babylon lost to Junior Master Joshua. These words hurt Chiffon too much, and he asked him not to talk nonsense. Their conversation was interrupted by the Duke himself, who reminded them that the Knights of the Imperial Order would soon arrive and that it was advisable not to quarrel. They immediately calmed down and greeted the Duke according to all the rules, which showed exceptional respect. Armstrong at that moment was looking not at the Duke, but at the one who was next to him, and could not believe his eyes that he was looking at that same Master Joshua, because he did not look too strong and all the legends about him were clearly exaggerated. As expected, the Knights of the Imperial family arrived on time and Joshua froze in anticipation. Chiffon at that moment understood that a whole battalion was approaching them right now, and it was unclear who the Emperor had sent there, since the whole battalion had arrived. The 4th Prince of the Emperor came out of the carriage, who was delighted with the Duchy of Agnes and was delighted with the beauty. The Duke himself could not believe that he was seeing the 4th Prince here, it was so exciting for him. But not for Joshua, who knew very well that this prince's name was Caesar von Britain, and the guy was not ready for this moment to come so quickly. The knight begged Sir Joker to spare him and stop, but the man did not want to hear anything and simply walked forward. He struck this guy with a smile and was glad without an iota of regret that he had done just that. This man's name was Joker, and he was the captain of the first army of Imperial Knights, and most of all in his life he did not like to be told what to do. He was with his friend, who did not understand who would want to join the Imperial Order of Knights if the Joker mocked newcomers like that, to which the man replied that he could not stand them, because they showed off only because they could use a little mana. By the way, the man himself wanted to ask his friend why he came to him at such a time. The knight who stood in the fog slowly and leisurely said that Madame Vanessa had a job for the Joker, and she really wanted the Joker to do it. All he had to do was make sure that little Joshua couldn't pick up a sword again. As soon as Caesar got out of the carriage, he immediately turned his attention to Joshua, about whom there were rumors throughout the empire. Joshua was very angry inside, because he was so irritated and angry by this Caesar, who was too pompous. One of the prince's servants politely asked to show respect, because he was still facing the prince. Joshua was so funny to hear this, because for him there are no two sons in the empire, except for the lord they serve. There is only one emperor who deserves the respect of all the knights of the Avalon Empire. After which the boy added that it seemed to him that there was no reason why he should show respect to the self-proclaimed fourth prince, so he was not going to do it. One of the prince's guards immediately ordered the Order of Knights to get ready, and he also added that little Joshua must be crazy to say such things. The man added that he heard that until recently he was only the son of a concubine who had to clean up horse shit. This man's name was Valmont Down Brown, and he was the deputy captain of the Ninth Order. One of the courtiers of the house came to the defense of Count Joshua, which was quite unexpected for Valmont. Therefore, the man decided to remind him that it is not Duke Agnes who is standing in front of him. Does he really want to protect this petty bastard? But Duke Agnes himself intervened in this skirmish, reminding them all that they were standing in front of the prince, and if they were not tired of living, they would immediately stop this madness. Valmont immediately recognized Duke Aidan Pawn Agnes, who was one of the 9 stars of the empire. Even his presence created incredible pressure. Agnes immediately stated the fact that this all happened because of Joshua, so he forced the guy to apologize to the prince. But the prince decided to answer this. He believed that everything was fine, and in some ways this guy was right, so no hard feelings. The young prince's assistant explained to him that many people were now looking at him and such actions could undermine the authority of the imperial family. But the prince explained to him that he was very weak and if he defended his honor, he would most likely make himself a laughing stock. Moreover, Caesar believed that Joshua was absolutely right. The only one who is worthy of the respect of all the knights of the empire is His Majesty the Emperor, so he did not see anything wrong with this and asked the knights to calm down. He also added that knights must be prepared to answer for their words. He was sure that Count Joshua was aware of how useless the empty words of a knight who has no skills are. Joshua carefully looked at how the prince behaved and smiled. Because he had not changed a bit, he was still trying to solve all his problems with just his tongue. But this time the guy would not forgive him for this. The count only thought that when the prince had everything, he would take it away, and then cut his throat, and that would be the end of it. One of the knights of the order asked the prince for forgiveness, but he has a great desire to personally test Count Joshua and test his mana. He would like to personally make sure that the count has enough skills to speak such words. Caesar told him that he was taking into account the count's safety, and he thought it would be better if the evaluator was Sir Joker, who had surpassed the level of AB rank expert, due to their difference in strength. The Joker was very happy to hear this and thanked the prince for such a generous gift. He would gladly appreciate Count Joshua's mana. Sir Joker decided that the guy was mocking him, because he took only an iron rod with him to the battle. The man asked to take his normal weapon, because they are not playing games here. After which the man asked Joshua if everything seemed so easy to him only because people around him praised him for his talent, that even a little boy allowed himself to insult the prince. Joshua did not answer such questions, although in response he asked the man why he loved to wag his tongue so much. Was it really possible that they were chosen as imperial knights only because of their talent for speaking? Joker immediately promised him that he would regret his words, because here it would be decided whether the Count knew how to use mana only based on the battle with him. But before Sir Joker could finish speaking, Joshua had already gone on the attack and delivered his first blow, which was very difficult for the knight to block. Joker couldn't understand how this was even possible. It's such a strong mana that it's difficult even for him to restrain it. It looks like this kid can do something after all. But in the end he didn't care, because his main task was to close the distance and strike, which he began to do. Joshua did not stop smiling, because he liked it so much that those who fight with him think only that they will only have to close the distance to defeat him, but this weakness was minimized by long and hard training. He immediately responded to Sir Joker with a strong blow using his wand. Again, it was quite difficult for the man to block such a blow. But at one point Joshua got tired of these games, so he decided to use his signature stance and blow, which he usually called a lightning slash. The Joker was not as simple as the Centurions, but still he is an experienced knight, so he was able to easily repulse this blow, and it seems that now he will go on a counterattack. The prince really liked this battle, because it is so incredible to fight on equal terms with a B-rank knight at that age. But his guard noticed the fact that it only seems so at first glance, because in fact, Sir Joker does not show all his skills. But in any case, even he had to admit that, in addition to mana, Joshua has excellent command of a spear, and his technique is quite unusual. The guy has seen such a thing for the first time. The Joker fought back blow after blow and thought that if everything continued like this, the testing would end, and if this happened, he would lose his head, so he decided to take a risk. Joshua was also thinking about his opponent at that moment, and no matter how much he wanted to, he still had to admit the fact that the B-rank knight is much stronger than Babylon with whom he fought. Controlling mana is becoming more and more difficult. The Joker understood that the only one who could stop him was Agnes, so he decided to try anyway and dealt a completely different level of blow, which Joshua seemed unable to block. The Duke's knight suddenly jumped up from his seat as soon as he saw that Joker had struck much harder than necessary. His mana was now above B rank. Count Joshua was in danger. Duke Agnes saw what was happening even without his prompting, so he asked the man to sit down and calmly watch what was happening. Joker was pleasantly surprised when he realized that the kid had blocked his blow by concentrating mana in one place, but in any case it wouldn't work a second time. Joshua tried to hold on until the last, and it was getting harder and harder to block the blow. He had to come up with something immediately. Joker felt that he could right now carry out the order that was in his head, and at the same time he told Joshua that there was no point in collecting the rest of his mana, because the battle was already over. The Knight of the Order shouted to Sir Joker to immediately stop this madness, because at this rate the boy could be harmed. But the man did not listen to anyone but himself, so he continued to go into battle no matter what, and in the end he delivered such a strong blow that it created a small explosion. Joker didn't understand what was happening here, because after such a blow the fight should have been over, but by some miracle he was thrown back. What's going on here? But as soon as he raised his eyes upward, he saw an incredibly incomprehensible picture for himself. Joshua was standing in absolutely excellent condition, and was now holding a rod of some incredible power in his hands. Joshua was only thinking about this sword aura. It seems to be around the level of a rank B expert, and this is very bad news for the guy, because if things continue like this, he will most likely lose. The Joker was not going to stop there, so he went into battle with the words that the boy was simply wasting energy, collecting the remnants of his mana. The knight went into battle and only thought that when the C-rank mana of this short man collided with his B-rank sword's aura, even a simple recoil from such a thing could cause serious damage, and so he could fulfill his duty. Joshua had no other choice, so he decided to use a different plan and asked Rygia for help. The knight who was near the prince suggested stopping the test, which had already gone too far, to which the prince replied to his friend that even if Joshua lacks experience in battle, he still thinks that Count Joshua is amazing. The Joker still stood in a stupor, realizing that a 9-year-old boy had just been able to parry his attack and there was no understanding of how he was able to do this. In any case, the man gathered all his strength into a fist and assured Master Joshua that this was the end for him. And just as he wanted to go on the attack, he was stopped just in time by Sir Valmont, who thanked the Joker for his efforts, but the testing was over. Sir Valmont himself could not believe the fact that Joshua was able to block the attack of a rank B Joker in a simple mana test. The man could not even imagine that this genius would be stronger than Valmont himself, but this little boy is truly worthy. Therefore, he had no other choice than to read that, according to the order of His Majesty, the second son of the Duchy of Agnes, Joshua von Agnes, was awarded the title of Knight C rank. Joshua wasn't going to play along with this knight or anything like that, but on the other hand, he understood that any more and he would faint. The guy really didn't want to show his weaknesses in front of the prince, but on the other hand, he perfectly understood that there was no particular difference. In any case, he would take revenge and take everything from him. His thoughts were interrupted by Agnes, who approached his son with questions about how he was feeling, because the battle was indeed difficult. For the first time in his life, Joshua sees such an expression on his father's face. He has never seen such a face in his previous life. It turns out that he can still look like that. Joshua took the sword in his hands and told his father that everything was fine, and raised the sword above his head, and on that day the youngest mana user in the history of the Avalon Empire was born. That same night, a meeting was held in the Duchy of Agnes, at which the most important persons of the duchy gathered. One of these respected people asked everyone to report only on important things. This man's name was Count Angel. He was the main vassal of the duchy. One of the knights reported that all the summoned knights suddenly returned due to the fact that the number of monsters that appeared from the forest seemed to have increased greatly. To be precise, the main reason why the knights returned was the appearance of the Black Ogre. The Black Ogre is the strongest creature of the Dark Forest, also called the Monster's Hideout, a strong troll that tears bodies into pieces like paper. Its strength is equal to a 4th-level magician or higher. The council that gathered at this meeting suddenly began to panic when they heard about the Black Ogre, because for them it was so terrible, and if this monster gets to the property, will they be able to defeat it? But suddenly their panic was interrupted by Agnes, who said that he would take care of this issue himself and should not worry so much, so he asked them to move on to the next topic. The council was not against it, and, as it turned out, the second concerned the 5 duchies, which was also worth discussing. Agnes didn't quite understand why they were raising this topic. Was there really another reason why Cheryl and Cox came here? Still, the Duke did not really want to discuss such issues in front of the entire council, so he asked his assistant to tell him about it personally after the preparations. The person who controlled order at these gatherings asked everyone who still had any questions to report, and suddenly a hand was raised. Chiffon endured almost the entire meeting, but still decided to ask his question, which directly concerned Count Joshua. As soon as the council heard this name, they immediately became active, because Joshua became the youngest C-rank knight, surpassing the Count of Babylon. This is a great event for the Agnes Duchy, but they were asked to calm down and listen to what Commander Chiffon was about to say. Chiffon said that until recently no one remembered Count Joshua, and besides he was weak due to the curse of mana. Therefore, the commander was primarily interested in the question of how someone like that could suddenly become a knight of C rank, because it is very difficult to explain all this with one talent. He said all this to lead to the fact that he suspects that Count Joshua takes power from demons or monsters, otherwise he cannot explain this situation. Armstrong believed that these were all stupid guesses, but Chiffon stood his ground and added that he was not the only one who saw the weapon that the Count used during the battle, which was able to change its shape. Is it possible that anything other than artifacts filled with magic can change its shape? Moreover, in addition to everything, the weapon that Count Joshua used was similar to a spear. Such power cannot be found in a simple spear. The aura that he felt when he attacked Sir Joker was close to demonic magic. Now the council switched to little Joshua, and now they thought that the Count could use the power of demons, which was prohibited in the duchy. Agnes sat in silence and listened to what everyone said about how their dukedom was in danger, and they had to find out the truth. Almost everyone agreed with this, and they believed that this needed to be done before it was too late. Chiffon completed his task and ensured that the council is now far from being on the side of Joshua and his forces, and it seems they even want to take the count away to avoid problems. But suddenly there was complete silence in the council chamber, and all because Joshua came in and abruptly opened the doors. He passed by Chiffon and laughed at him and his guesses about monsters, and also invited him to personally test his strength if he so suspects him. Chiffon was outraged by such impudence, and he asked the guy to repeat what he just said. Joshua turned to him and told him that he should be able to determine if he had truly borrowed the monster's power if he chose to blame him for it, and Joshua believed that he was right. Chiffon thought that Joshua is too cunning, because he forces him to turn the sword against someone in whose body the blood of his master flows, and one wrong move and the master's anger will be directed at him. But on the other hand, he also understood that if this baby's power was truly his, then serious consequences awaited him. Chiffon was already very angry inside, so Joshua also decided to add fuel to the fire, saying that the commander is a very indecisive person. Was he really scared and lacking courage? Isn't Chiffon one of the 4 pillars of the duchy? The commander jumped up from his seat and in a rude voice told Count Joshua that he was already going too far beyond the limits of what was available. The council tried to reassure Commander Chiffon, because he was not alone here and, moreover, was in the presence of Duke Agnes. Agnes agreed with them and asked them to immediately stop the quarrel and move on to more important matters. After which the Duke added that there is one thing that they all cannot understand, including Chiffon. Don't they know who was present at the mana testing? Armstrong answered this question by saying that the Imperial Order of Knights and the chief magician of the Evergrande Imperial Palace, so if Joshua used the powers of monsters, then someone would definitely notice it. After these words, Agnes looked at the council and believed that all possible issues that concern Joshua can be considered resolved. However, the Duke told Joshua that this did not mean that they had everything figured out. There were still things they were not sure about and questions they would like answers to. Moreover, the reasons for his sudden acquisition of power are of interest not only to the vassals, but also to the Duke. Therefore, in order to finally understand his strength, the Duke decided to take the boy with him into the dark forest. The council was surprised that Agnes was going to go into the dark forest, because it seemed to them that it would be better to leave this task to experienced knights. There was no need to expose themselves to such danger. Armstrong agreed with the counts, because soon you need to go to Acadia, so you should be careful with your health and if the Duke gets hurt. But before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by Agnes, who informed them that as soon as he dealt with the dark forest, he next planned to send Joshua to the Imperial Capital Academy. The Duke looked at his son and added to each of them that he absolutely did not care what they thought of him. His talent was undeniable, and according to the rules of the Agnes family, he would give him a chance. Chiffon was too unhappy with this, because even now Joshua looks promising, but the Imperial Academy is out of their reach. And if he returns from there much stronger, then the Earl of Babylon will be embroiled in a war of succession, so Chiffon decided that he needs to make sure that he stays there forever. Suddenly Joshua himself spoke, who came to this hall to ask for one of his requests to be fulfilled. His main request and desire was that he wanted to go to the capital with his mother. Chiffon immediately intervened in their conversation and said that this was impossible. If only Lady Lucia went to the capital, Lady Vanessa would not just stand by. Joshua asked him in response, did he really think that the Duke needed permission to do something like that? There was silence in the hall, and Chiffon understood that if he had said that, it would probably have been taken as advice to listen to the Duchess more, then the wrath of all the gods would have fallen upon him. He felt as if this child was playing with him, so he decided to say that he was a little worried about the possibility that he was praising Lady Lucia. But the Duke did not give the commander the opportunity to finish. He turned to Joshua and said that he would allow Lucia to go with him, for which the boy was very grateful to him. At that moment, Agnes thought about the fact that he knew very well that he was an unusual child. He himself did not understand, since when he began to notice this, even Babylon was not like that. The Duke decided everything and added to Armstrong that as soon as he dealt with the reports of the Font family, he asked him to come to his room with the sent knight. Agnes was also about to leave and added to Joshua that he should also go into his room. As soon as everyone thought that the preparations were over, Babylon entered the council room, asking everyone to stay here for a while, because he had something to say. Babylon immediately approached the Duke and greeted him. Agnes was glad to see him, but today he was late, because their training had long been over. The guy immediately asked for forgiveness. He explained all this by saying that he needed to put his thoughts in order, so he could not come on time. Agnes looked at his eldest son and also noticed that Babylon had changed. Even the air around him had become different. This was very good. The Duke understood that he had come here to say something important, so he asked him not to hesitate and speak. Babylon did not wait long and began to fulfill the Duke's request, so he immediately turned to Joshua. Joshua understood that there might now be another provocation, so he treated it with a smile and asked what he needed from him. Chiffon at this time was boiling over the behavior of Count Joshua, because Babylon has a higher position in society, and this is a public place, so you should watch your manners. Joshua in response asked Chiffon, or is he not by chance a representative of Babylon? Then he added that he always behaves like an obedient dog of a count. He became an honorary nobleman only thanks to Duke Agnes, so he asked the man to remember who his owner is. Chiffon knew full well that he had a line that he shouldn't cross when it came to the dukedom. If he looked like he was too involved, he would be expelled, so he decided to say that he was just correcting him because he believed that Count Joshua was not in course about such norms of behavior. The guy believed that anyone could climb the career ladder as long as his skills were with him, and if you want to be listened to, you first need to prove that you are worthy. The commander had already begun to boil with anger, when suddenly he was interrupted by Babylon himself, who told him that everything was fine and that Joshua was right after all. Agnes looked at Babylon and thought that not so long ago a child full of vanity turned into someone with a look in his eyes reminiscent of the look of a real knight. Once Chiffon calmed down, Babylon finally said what he wanted so badly. He repeated the words that Joshua told him, that he must prove himself with his own skills, so he will become stronger and will not simply give in to his brother. Joshua was glad that from their second duel his look became completely different, so he could not answer his brother with anything other than agreement. After which Babylon turned to the Duke and asked him something that no one expected. The guy decided to refuse the place of heir to Agnes. The council and everyone who was inside this room were shocked by this decision. Could the guy just give up? Agnes asked him a question in which he wanted to know if he had lost confidence in himself due to the appearance of a more talented opponent. Babylon answered him in a confident voice that of course not, but according to the rules of the Agnes family house, he wants to observe a fair fight. The Duke was surprised that the guy had changed so much that he even came to such a conclusion, so he promised him that he would definitely consider his appeal. After Babylon thanked the Duke for his kindness, Agnes announced that the meeting was now officially over. Agnes left the hall with the thought that this place had begun to change significantly and he liked it. He wanted to see what it would become in the end, but he had a good feeling. Vanessa in her room simply could not believe what Chiffon was telling her. How could Babylon give up her position? Still, she couldn't stand it and started breaking everything, because for her it was like a terrible dream that turned into reality. Ever since those centurions screwed up, she's been trying to control her anger, but it's getting harder and harder every day. She tried to explain to Chiffon that Babylon meant absolutely everything to her, but the commander already understood this perfectly well, so he tried to tell her that he should have done everything in his power to convince the Count. But the woman didn't think so, because she, like no one, knows how stubborn Babylon can be, just like his father, so she believed that Chiffon could not do anything. She was also sure that this would not have happened if it were not for this Joshua who would want to take over the position of her Babylon, so she believed that she would have to tell this man about their circumstances. Chiffon promised her that this would not happen and that he would take care of everything. She had no doubt that everything would be fine, but she was interested to know what the man was going to do next. The commander reported to her that tomorrow the Duke would go with him to the Forbidden Territory. Vanessa knows very well that this is a barren northern territory where it takes at least 2 days to get there. As Chiffon explained to her, this was again connected with the dark forest, and the Duke said that he wanted to figure everything out himself. Vanessa understood perfectly well that as soon as they returned to the estate, he would go with Lucia to the capital. Chiffon confirmed this information, and then the lady asked him to tell him that before he leaves, she would like to have lunch with him. This will be their first and last meeting. One of the warriors of the duchy was surprised that the Imperial Knights who came to assess the manor were already leaving. But they immediately put his brains in place, because one of the main ones at this point shouted at him and, to put it mildly, asked him not to cool off, because they were leaving soon. As soon as the meeting came to an end, Joshua went into the Duke's office, in which the man told him that as soon as everything calmed down with the dark forests, they would immediately go to Acadia, and until that moment he should forget that he was Agnes. So Agnes decided to give Joshua something to keep him relatively safe. He said that he once helped the guardian of a magic tower, and this Ring of Dawn was his reward for his help. If this is the Ring of Dawn of the guardian of a magic tower, then this is one of the artifacts created by the guardian personally. When mana is poured into this ring, it immediately equips the wearer with armor. Agnes did not explain to the guy how to use this ring. All he told him was to just pour in mana and then he would understand how to use it. Joshua was so glad to hear this, but not because this ring is so strong, but because he knew very well that this ring was intended for the heir. The Duke asked him not to take everything in that light. He just couldn't watch it gather dust without use, and it was just a waste of the power of this item. So he just decided to lend it to Joshua, although that's not all. Joshua was surprised when he heard the fact that there is another reason, so Agnes added that when using this ring, he will be wearing enhanced armor, and this armor has the distinctive marks of each family. And as Agnes said, this is necessary in order to hide his identity from the insects that will be nearby, because he hates sacrificing something for the benefit of others. After which he added that Joshua was now the heir of an unknown viscount, so he advised him to come up with a good name. Joshua understood that there must be a reason why he needed to hide his identity, the same as the reason why he lent him the ring. It was so that there would be no consequences in the future. The guy thought that this ring would be quite useful in situations where big shots like the prince would come after him, but suddenly Agnes interrupted his thoughts. He suddenly asked the guy if he was angry with him. Joshua himself didn't fully know whether he was offended or not, because he himself had never thought about it. Even Duke Agnes could not expect that he would die in vain in the war between empires that would happen 10 years later. Probably, if you choose the reason why Joshua is offended, it is that he left him and his mother without protection, which is why Joshua's mother eventually died. The guy rarely saw the Duke in his past life, so he slowly forgot about this insult. They say time heals wounds. Has it really formed some kind of attachment between father and son? Caesar noticed that Joshua looked like something good had happened, so he decided to ask what happened to him. But without waiting for an answer from the guy, the prince told him that he had heard that after the dark summer Joshua would go to Acadia, so he decided to ask the guy to come visit him, because the prince believed that it would be quite useful for him. Joshua didn't fully understand what the prince meant. Why should it be useful? Caesar explained to him that the Imperial family could assign the knight who would protect them to the order of the Imperial Knights, then he could serve as an Imperial Knight without passing the annual exam, and it would not be necessary to undergo 10 years of service. In other words, Caesar added that if Sir Joshua wanted, then after using the privileges he could leave the order at any time. After which the prince smiled and told him that he wanted Joshua to know that the guy was usually stingy with such generous offers. Joshua looked into his face and thought only that this laughter mixed with pretense and hypocrisy was truly disgusting, and if it weren't for those guys behind him, he would have already thrust his sword right into the prince's mouth. However, he needs to join the Imperial Knights to obtain another favorite weapon from his past life, all because his weapons are kept in a secret warehouse inside the Imperial Palace, which can only be accessed once a year. And this is only if you join the Imperial Knights and become a battalion commander. But now Joshua decided that he needed to focus on the task first, so he replied that he would think about his proposal, and now it was time for him to go. One of the courtiers noted that if Joshua's humility had matched his skills, he would have made steady progress. But Sir Valmont was interrupted by Prince Caesar, who asked him not to be like that, especially since it was time for them to return home. They separated and each had different thoughts in his head. The prince thought that in any case Joshua would be his, and the guy himself at that moment was sure that this time he would not become Caesar's puppy. Joshua was sure that this time the one who would suffer would be only one person, and it would be the prince. An expedition to the Black Forest led by Duke Agnes was soon formed and his men were ready to leave. First of all, the expedition consisted of a rather small group led by the Duke. It was just a group from the Order of the Crimson Knights and Armand, the only fourth-class magician in the Duchy of Agnes. In addition to Armand, who was the best fourth-class magician of the Duchy of Agnes, Babylon also went on this expedition, and of course, Joshua, who did not like the fact that Babylon was shooting at him like that. Their first stop was a castle in a forbidden area near a dark forest, where everyone knew perfectly well who Duke Agnes was, so they immediately showed their respect for him. The Duke himself was very glad to see his old friend Robin, who, like everyone else, bowed his head before the Duke. Robin was also pleased to see his Duke. He was formerly the senior knight of the Duchy of Agnes, and had served House Agnes for decades. Agnes always felt guilty towards Robin, because even after retirement he had to languish in this barren place. But the man reassured the Duke, because for him it was actually a great honor to help the Duke, even in this way. Moreover, he always wanted a life that he would live next to his family, which made Agnes very happy, even though he did not have a smile on his face. Suddenly 2 people came out of the castle, who were so glad that the Duke had finally arrived. This man's name was Vigo. He was the lord of the Forbidden Territory, and also a relative of Vanessa, and next to him stood his daughter Ina. Agnes didn't like this man too much, because he constantly gave him headaches, so he regretted a little that he didn't immediately go to the forest. Vigo immediately yelled at Robin for not informing him first when the Duke appeared. The man didn't understand how he could be so inexperienced after so many years of service. How could he be responsible for guarding this place with such a mentality? This scene was decided to be interrupted by the Duke, who noticed that Vigo had quickly adapted to the Forbidden Territory, because with each meeting he was gaining weight. Vigo apparently did not fully understand the full meaning of what the Duke said and thanked him. It was a great honor for him to hear such pleasant words, considering that all this became possible only thanks to the help of the Duke. Joshua looked at this whole circus and didn't fully understand. Does this man really not understand the hints, or is he just unscrupulous? After which all Vigo's attention was focused on Count Babylon, because in the man's opinion he had become so much prettier that his spirit could be heard even by a person who did not understand it. He believed that at this rate a new master would appear in the duchy, after which he turned his attention to Joshua and asked who he was. Chiffon intervened in the dialogue and introduced this guy to Vigo as Count Joshua, whom the man had never heard of before. After which the commander added to him that this was the Duke's second son, which made Vigo a little surprised, because this was the first time he had heard about it. Vigo decided that this was the second son of her beloved sister Vanessa, and she did not even tell him about it. But Chiffon informed him that this child was not Vanessa's, which plunged Vigo into deep shock. This would be so unexpected for him, he could not even imagine such a turn of events, so he carefully asked whose descendant he was. Chiffon tried to tell the man in a whisper that this boy was not of noble blood. Vigo immediately looked at the boy, and the only thing he could tell him was that he was a dirty brat. The Duke did not tolerate this and asked Vigo to stop saying such things, especially since he clearly had more important things to do. Vigo said that he had already prepared everything and set the table. Of course, there was not much food, but still at least something. He believed that they should rest a little. But the Duke did not think so, because his knights were not so weak, especially since they had enough rest on the way. Each of the Duke's knights absolutely supported him, because none of them needed rest. Therefore, Agnes did not wait and said that they would immediately set off. But suddenly Vigo said a few unexpected words, namely that he would also like to go on a hike with them. With all due respect, he is not competent and will not be able to provide much manpower, but he is the lord of these lands and he cannot just stand and watch, especially since his knights completely agree with him. They confirmed these words 100%, because they also wanted to fight together with the Duke. Agnes was not delighted with this proposal, because his army was enough for him, but still he asked what he would do with Ina. Would he leave her alone? Vigo said that there is no need to worry about this, his daughter will definitely be able to help, even if only a little. Agnes couldn't believe his ears that he was hearing this. Was this man really going to take a child to such a dangerous place? The girl decided to answer this question and said that she herself really wanted to go, because she had already learned something and decided to show how she perfectly concentrates mana. Her skill was at a good level, since she was able to use mana to create a small figurine on her shoulder. As Vigo explained, they had recently learned the fact that his daughter was capable of using spiritual arts. As with magic, only those who were predisposed from birth can use spiritual arts. In fact, sages are even rarer than magicians. In most kingdoms there are not even 100, counting the weakest. Joshua was also surprised by this fact, because he did not expect that he could meet someone like that here. The guy has never heard of a sage named Ina, but she looks so familiar, as if Joshua had already seen her somewhere. Agnes nevertheless decided not to refuse Vigo and told him that his knights would be in the vanguard, and Vigo's knights behind the main one, which completely suited the man. The Duke suddenly changed his mind, only because he understood that getting the sage was very good, so it was worth taking this girl with him, and with her the Vigo knights. Joshua understood that they would live together for some time, so he would have time to think that if she was really important, then he would definitely remember who she was. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Vigo, who reminded the guy that he was watching him and would not take his eyes off Joshua. In the Avalon Empire in the throne room, the Emperor did not expect Joshua to be able to stop Joker's attack twice, despite the fact that he is a B-rank expert, and was even able to succeed in a counterattack. The Emperor wanted to hear Evergrant's opinion. He wanted to hear his opinion not as an Imperial Knight, but as the best magician of the Empire. The man decided to start by saying that he had already told the Emperor that it was very difficult for him as a magician to judge, because knights and magicians use mana completely differently. Marcus didn't like this answer and once again asked the guy to say only what he felt. How far could this boy go? Instead of giving an abstract answer, the magician decided to try to explain with the help of the Imperial Knights. The Emperor liked this idea, so he asked the guy to continue. For example, he would take Sir Valmont. He had not yet fought with him, but if there was a one-on-one battle, then Evergrant was 100% sure that he would not lose it. The Emperor agreed with him, because even if he was able to become a battalion captain at such a young age and is one of the most prominent people in the Empire, he is still no match for Evergrant. But as Evergrant believed Count Joshua was too different from Sir Valmont, the Emperor was already thinking about the fact that he thought he could lose to this kid. As Evergrant explained to him, it was only that he felt something. Right now he couldn't defeat him, but in 10 years or even less he would be able to do it. The Emperor smiled listening to all this and decided to ask a rather unexpected question. He was interested in what Evergrant thought about their one-on-one fight. What would be the outcome then? The man stood silently, because he simply did not know how to answer such a question. But the Emperor was just joking, after which he added that it was a mistake to send the prince there. He should see Joshua in person. Marcus did not wait long and decided to call Jakin, whom he asked to make sure that the boy lived in this castle for a while and the emperor would look at him at the same time. The man answered him that, as far as he knows, the fourth prince is already preparing for this. The emperor was surprised when he heard the fact that his son had already taken care of this. But when did he have time? Jakin also added that not long ago, a letter of recommendation from the fourth prince was delivered to the Imperial Knights, and it was for Count Joshua von Agnes. The emperor believed that they would fulfill such a recommendation, but he was not happy with the fact that this task came to the 11th and 12th battalions, because they were always unpleasant. This is a collection of motley people who united because of imperial recommendations. In any case, he asked Jakin to report on everything related to this matter. The emperor found it so funny to listen to this, and he repeated Joshua's name several times and thought that maybe if this guy is so talented, he might be suitable for this. Joshua was surrounded by a bunch of monsters in the dark forest, and he was well aware of the fact that he seemed incredibly stuck. After several hours of exploring the forest, the Duke decided to suddenly set up camp and work out a plan of action. As soon as they set up a point to explore the area, when Vigo suddenly began to interfere with them, who was very interested in finding out why they had set up camp so suddenly? In his opinion, the dark forest was right in front of them, and if they were in such an open area, then the monsters could attack at the most inopportune moment. Robin looked at his lord and realized that he was the only one who did not understand what was happening here, because the only thing that bothered him was his own desires. The Duke couldn't understand whether his wife's brother didn't listen to what they were saying at all, because you can tell how this forest works just by looking at it. Agnes was just talking about how monsters start attacking, usually as soon as night falls. Monsters crawl out of the forest like water. They are also especially merciless under the red moon. But in fact there is a more serious problem. The intervals between their attacks are becoming less and less, and this greatly frightens the townspeople. Therefore, taking into account all of the above, when it gets dark, and this will happen quite soon, they will not be able to see well, so they will definitely appear, so there is no need to go into the forest. Vigo, as usual, was delighted with the Duke, because he would never have thought that the man was so insightful and intelligent. Agnes didn't really want this man to be with them at the training camp, so he asked him to help set up the camp, unless of course he still had questions. One of the knights, together with Count Joshua, went to collect firewood in order to light a fire. At one point, the knight said that he had already collected a fairly large amount of firewood, and he believed that this should be enough. But Joshua did not think so, so he asked him to go without him. They were not against it, but asked the Count not to linger, because it was quite dangerous in these parts. As soon as they left, Joshua took out his staff and thought to himself that he simply couldn't have another chance, so he moved towards the thick of the forest. Vigo noticed this, but it seems the man was not going to tell Agnes or anyone else about it. The Genesis Stone is a magically enhanced artifact that contains the power of creation, which is why magicians called it the Genesis Stone. It is believed that there is a Genesis Stone for each of the elements: water, fire, wind, lightning, ice, and others, but only 5 of them have been discovered. But at the moment, all 5 have still not been found. The Genesis Stone can strengthen the first level magic circle to the 3rd level magic circle. Not only magicians, but also knights want to have it. As far as Joshua remembers correctly, one of the Genesis stones was in the deepest part of the dark forest, but no matter how strange it was really dark in this part. Joshua understood that if he found it, he would be able to control his excess strength, which is what he lacks most now. At one point, the boy realized that a whole hour had already passed, and he wondered whether he should continue walking to get to the center. On the one hand, he felt that he could find him if it was easy, but before he could finish speaking, something so terrible appeared in front of him that he screamed. It was a huge monster, 10 times larger in size than Joshua, and it was scary to watch him pass by the guy. Joshua was lucky that he was so short, because it was a black ogre who did not notice him, but on the other hand, Joshua understood that he would not let him through to the center of the forest. But they won't be able to do anything with him, because as everyone knows, low-level magic doesn't work on them. To defeat him, you need to be at least a B rank knight. But on the other hand, Joshua knew one interesting fact, which he believed was that black ogres walk alone, so he decided that if he filled Rugia with the same energy as in the test, then he could destroy the ogre in a matter of seconds. Joshua was well aware of the fact that he would notice him if the boy approached him at a distance of less than 10 meters, so he decided that he would lunge and cut off the ogre's head, but his thoughts were interrupted by the ogre himself, who suddenly began to scream. The Count didn't understand what it was just a roar. Then where did this pressure come from? Joshua began to understand that it was necessary to end it as quickly as possible. But it seems it was too late, because the monster saw Joshua and was already preparing to strike. Joshua understood that if he did not have time to dodge such a blow, he would most likely die, so he urgently needed to come up with something. Org struck, but Joshua was able to successfully dodge, but this is far from the end, because at this rate the ogre will still get him. Plus, the guy noticed that the red moon began to be visible in the sky, and he understood perfectly well that if he had to fight face to face with the black ogre, he would most likely lose, so he had to immediately hide. Joshua understood that the only way for the stupid ogre to lose him was to cover all his tracks, and then he would have a chance of salvation. The boy decided that he needed to use the technique that his old friend the King of Assassins taught him. Of course he lacks practice in this matter, but still it is still better than nothing. The essence of this technique was that instead of concentrating mana on the target, the warrior must maneuver the mana as if it were covering the body and become one with everything that surrounded the guy. He even had to stop breathing and forget about his surroundings. It is very difficult to perform such a technique under normal conditions, but to do it when a huge ogre is looking at you is almost impossible. But still, Joshua was a very talented person, and he still managed to do it, and the ogre stopped paying attention to him. The guy understood that it was difficult for his body, but he had to get to the center of this forest while his mana was in this state. But at one moment he thought too much and did not notice that he was jumping onto an unstable branch, and, as a result, he simply fell to the floor. It was very difficult for Joshua to recover from such a fall. He did not understand how this happened, and on top of everything, his back hurt very badly. But as it turned out a minute later, this was not the main problem, because literally a small army of ogres appeared in front of him, who were ready to tear the guy into pieces. It would seem that in this case you need to run away, but Joshua didn't think so. He thought that maybe it was even for the best. He just wanted to test it. There were too many monsters, and Joshua perfectly understood the fact that they needed to be destroyed with one blow, otherwise his chances of success were quite small, so he used magical handling with a spear, and called this blow a gust of wind. The battle had been going on for a long time, and Joshua's strength began to fade very quickly, because in fact it is quite difficult. He thought that he was already strong enough for the second stage of magical handling of a spear, but it seems not. He cannot release even half of his power, as he thought this body has its limit. But he can't just chill out here, because judging by the direction in which the monsters are going, they will soon encounter knights from the camp. He understood that if everything was really like that, then he couldn't waste a minute. He needed to find the Genesis Stone as quickly as possible and join the knights. The Knight of the Duchy was conducting his evening rounds, and suddenly, out of nowhere, an ogre appeared, running towards him with his sword and clearly wanting not to hug. Behind the first ogre, a second and a third immediately appeared, and behind them a whole army, so the knights had to fight back as best they could, but it turned out badly. The ogres were too strong for them. Everyone without exception went into battle, and even Count Babylon was not against joining in the battle, in which he did very well. Suddenly a knight came to his aid and managed to deal with several ogres at the same time. Babylon did not understand who this knight was, because it was the first time he had seen him. Is there anyone so skilled among the Crimson Knights? Because just by looking at his handling of the sword, one can already say that he is C rank, or even higher. But no matter how well they dealt with the ogres, more and more came to their aid. there was a feeling that the ogres would simply never end. The knights understood that there were at least 1,000 of them there, and a reasonable decision would be to let them go in order to lose as few people as possible. But Chiffon did not think so. He said that anyone who leaves the camp will be severely punished, so he ordered the Knights of the Crimson Road to immediately line up and prepare for battle. After which the commander shouted and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. They never retreat. But it was worth considering that their opponent was not people, but ogres, who were also not going to stop at anything. No matter how hard Chiffon and his knights tried, even he had to admit the fact that there is no end to the ogres. This is not at all what they could have expected. And the main problem that haunted them was the red moon, which was supposed to rise the next midnight, but you can't order nature and it rose now, which made the ogres even stronger. As soon as Chiffon realized this, he saw a huge ogre run out of the forest and run straight towards him, simultaneously destroying the knights. The commander understood that he was the only B-rank knight here, so he had no choice but to destroy him. He decided that he could cut the monster in half, but the ogre didn't think so he dodged the blow and struck Chiffon back, from which he was thrown back several meters. The other knights were well aware of the fact that if their commander could not cope with these monsters, then they all the more needed to retreat. They shouted that if they didn't run away right now, they would all be torn to shreds. Chiffon at that moment was trying to move away from the blow and at the same time did not understand what was really happening. Had this monster become more maneuverable because of the red moon? The commander's thoughts were interrupted by the Duke, who reminded Chiffon that knights should not lose self-control, no matter what the situation, but he decided to take this monster completely upon himself. As soon as Agnes took out his sword, a bunch of these ogres immediately flew at him, who did not spare anyone on their way. But none of them even suspected who Duke Agnes was and how strong he was, so the man decided to demonstrate it to them. With just one blow, he knocked the ogres back several meters, making them doubt that they could defeat him. Even Chiffon, who has known who Duke Agnes is for many years, was shocked that he had just destroyed just 100 monsters with one blow. He looked at the Duke and thought only that he was now looking at the true power of one of the 9 stars of this continent. Before reaching his goal, Joshua had to kill a bunch of monsters and his strength was on the brink, but he still managed. He approached some cliff in the middle of the forest and uttered only one word, which was Bronto. Babylon looked at his father and was suddenly interrupted by Vigo, who noted that he was sure that someday Babylon would become the same, because his blood flows in it. In his mind, the man thought that he was still a child, no matter how talented he was. This was his first real battle, no wonder he was confused. Anyway, now that he thought about it, he remembered that he forgot to tell him about the baby that wasn't Vanessa's. Therefore, he pretended to have forgotten and immediately ran to Commander Chiffon to ask where that child was, but Chiffon did not fully understand what Vigo was talking about. Vigo had to play his best role in life, so he even shouted that he meant Joshua. Where is he? Chiffon was too busy fighting, so he didn't see where the boy had gone. They both thought that he could simply run away. The other knights heard about this very well, and each of them made his own conclusion that Count Joshua fled in the midst of the battle, which could not be said about Babylon, who stayed and fought with them until the last. While they were standing and discussing how coward Joshua was, they did not notice how the Duke was already quite angry with them, because the battle was in full swing, and they decided to stand and talk. They immediately cheered up and went into battle, because they feared the Duke much more than any orcs. And along with them, Babylon went into battle with words of help. May the power of Agnes be with them. The orcs realized that they had most likely already lost in this battle and there was no point in continuing the battle, so they decided that the best option for them would be to simply run away. It was funny for the knights to watch this, because they made it so that they would never be able to get out of the forest again. But after a few seconds it became clear that the orcs were running not from the knights, but from those who were much more terrible, after which huge monsters came out of the forest, not even sparing their own. These huge monsters were called black orcs, who were famous for their strength and cruelty, for which every living thing was a victim, and a battle with them almost always turned into a tragedy. The knights understood that they could not do anything in a battle with them, so they decided to run away wherever they could, but even so they were caught. The black orcs delivered incredibly strong blows that were incredibly difficult to dodge. Chiffon looked at all this and thought that they could quickly get rid of them, but the horde of black ogres did not think so, so they only went on the offensive. But suddenly his disappointment was replaced by the realization that he felt an incredibly strong aura that appeared simply out of nowhere. But when he raised his eyes upward, he immediately understood where such mana and aura came from. It was Joshua, who was flying from a great height straight onto the head of one of the black ogres. He dealt an incredibly strong blow with his staff, from which lightning even sparkled, and it was obvious that after such a blow, the ogre was unlikely to continue the fight. Vigo and Chiffon were shocked, to put it mildly, because each of them only thought that the guy had long fled from the battlefield. Moreover, the Duke was also in a state of surprise, who did not understand where his youngest son had such strength. Although Joshua was all beaten up and his appearance left much to be desired, his strength was now completely restored and he was ready to continue the fight. At that moment, Chiffon only thought that he would destroy the black ogre, who was also twice as strong because of the red moon. How is this even possible? Vigo was sure that this was all some kind of trick and the little brat just appeared at the right moment. The man was so sure that of course it was not Joshua who dealt with the monster that he began to shout about this, because it was the Duke who killed him with one blow, and it was so obvious to him. After which Vigo turned to his knights and ordered them to immediately help the Duke. The knights at that moment tried to believe his words that Joshua was only a C-rank knight, and clearly could not destroy the ogre, so this was clearly a staged act. So they decided to go into battle and help the Duke deal with these monsters. Joshua was watching them at that moment, and it was funny enough for him, so he said out loud that he would no longer tolerate being looked down upon, because it hurt his pride too much. He believed that he would surprise them a little, even if he fainted, because his body could not stand it. That monster would definitely protect him. The ogres at that moment did not stand still and also went into battle. The knights were already thinking about the fact that defeating one ogre is incredibly difficult, but when there is a whole horde of them, it is almost impossible. But suddenly Count Joshua appeared in front of their faces, who asked them to run away before they fell into their hands, which was quite unexpected for them. Joshua at that moment thought that due to his high compatibility, he could to some extent use Bronto's power, but the only drawback was his body. It was difficult to say how long it could last. In any case, it will not work to stand still and he needs to continue the battle that he has already started, so he used several lightning strikes on the orcs, which most likely they will not like. From such blows, several of them still could not withstand such force and were defeated, while the rest of the orcs began to think about whether they should continue the battle. Vigo couldn't believe that this was even possible, because he was just a little boy who couldn't even talk. The knights no longer had such a bad opinion of Count Joshua, because they saw that he really killed the black ogre, but the skin of a black ogre cannot even be scratched unless you use the aura of a rank B sword. They looked at Count Joshua and began to assume that perhaps he was a magical swordsman. Agnes understood that it was so energy-consuming and therefore could not understand how this boy was still standing on his feet, but on the other hand, it was very commendable that he did not want to show his weaknesses. One of the knights who was near Agnes noticed that it was something. Now it became clear to him why the Duke was watching him. Armand was not sure about the guy in relation to the knight, but as a magician, since he uses a double spell that requires a higher class than a master, then we can consider that he is a monster who can change the course of the country's history. As soon as the guy finished speaking and managed to say that perhaps this was the one the Duke had been waiting for, when suddenly Agnes simply disappeared in 1 second. Joshua was slowly beginning to lose consciousness and become aware of the fact that he had reached his limit in this body. Unfortunately for the guy, this was not the last ogre that was in that forest, but he practically no longer had the strength to continue fighting, so he just watched as a huge monster attacked him. He was very lucky that his father, Duke Agnes, intervened in time, who managed to deal a crushing blow to the monster and thereby save the boy. Joshua did not fully understand what was happening, but his smile did not leave his face, because even through his loss of strength he understood that his father had just saved him and had not left him in trouble. The boy looked at his father and thought that not everything was as bad as it seemed, and in the end he passed out. When Joshua's consciousness returned to normal, he began to hear cries for help and at some point began to see the Duchy of Agnes burning, which looked very terrible. It dawned on the boy that this was not reality, but some kind of vision in which he was like a spirit who had no contact with the outside world, but could watch his house burn. He understood that this was all too realistic for a dream and could not continue there for long. Suddenly he saw someone come out of the castle, which was on fire, and the sword that this person was holding was very similar to the sword of Duke Agnes. But when this man completely came out of the fire, it became clear that this was not Agnes, but Babylon. Joshua couldn't understand what was happening. Was the Duchy of Agnes really collapsing? But on the other hand, this would only happen in 10 years. The boy simply could not understand what kind of strange dream this was. Why was he dreaming about it? Joshua began to understand the fact that he seemed to be having this dream because of Bronto's power. If this is a Genesis stone, then it is quite possible that it seemed to him that even the magicians of the Magic Tower had not fully revealed the full power of Genesis. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some kind of wind that literally blew him away from his place. But after a few seconds, Joshua realized where this wind was coming from, because he saw Ina Velgrace, who was standing next to a high-class spirit called the Sea Lion. The guy understood that when he saw her in real life, he didn't remember anything about her, but after what he saw, he was sure something similar was definitely happening. Suddenly he realized the fact that if the girl was here, then her teacher must also be nearby. Joshua clearly saw them shouting at each other, or rather Babylon was very dissatisfied with something, but unfortunately Joshua did not hear or could not hear what they were talking about. He felt as if the magic of silence had been cast on him. This irritated the guy very much. But suddenly he saw Ina calling a man, but Joshua could not see him. He decided that it would be right to fly as close as possible and try to make out this man. Perhaps he would even be able to hear what was happening there. Suddenly his flight was interrupted by Babylon, who began to scream with all his might and asked the man to close his mouth, because, as he believed, Agnes never kneels, especially because of some bald organization. All that the man who was behind the curtain of fog did was smile and laugh at the guy. After which he ordered Ina to attack Babylon along with her huge lion. The spirit dealt several critical blows to the knight's body, after which it would be difficult to recover, if it was possible to do so at all. The fog cleared and Joshua saw a painfully familiar face. It seemed it was him. But before the guy could finish speaking, he was suddenly covered by a huge stream of light, which was impossible to look at. Joshua woke up screaming, and the first thing he said was the name Draxiel Edgrace. It seems that was the name of the guy who recently came out of the fog. The boy understood that this was not an ordinary dream, it was more like a dream, because this had happened to him before, just not on such a scale. He tried to get out of bed and understand first of all how much time had passed, but it would be extremely difficult to do this. After all, as soon as he moved, he was enveloped in pain, which clearly would not go away, and these were all the consequences after a difficult battle in a dark forest. Joshua was a little surprised that his body was still unable to withstand such a load, even though he actually trained so much. He thought that he had reached the second stage in magical spear handling. This stage was comparable in strength to the skills of the best C-rank knights, but the strength he showed against monsters was much stronger. Perhaps with it he could withstand even B-rank knights. Most likely this is because of Bronto, who owns the element of lightning, but he was more interested in a prophetic dream, which apparently is also the power of Bronto. Then he will have to study the Genesis stone even more. The guy was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice how the Duke was sitting next to his blood, who at one point spoke and asked the guy if this was surprising for him. After which he said that the red moon, which seemed to swallow the whole world just a few hours ago, was emitting such a beautiful light right now. Joshua didn't quite understand what Agnes was talking about, so he decided to just keep quiet and see what he would tell him next. The next thing Agnes said was that they would head to the academy as soon as they returned to the duchy. As he already said, the guy will not be Joshua von Agnes. From now on he is the only son of the fallen Frederick Viscount, who desperately wants to revive the abandoned county. That's who Joshua is now. The guy liked these games and he didn't mind being a completely different person, so he agreed with such a legend. Joshua understood that if this was the case, he would have to adapt to new conditions. In any case, nothing good would come of it if he was the center of attention. From now on, the most important thing was to restore his former strength. But Agnes was not finished yet. He decided to ask the guy about the interesting name that Joshua said when he was in a dream. The Duke was referring to the name Draxia Velgrace. The man was curious to know how Joshua knew that damn name. But Agnes did not wait for an answer and abruptly stood up from his seat and asked the boy to rest as best as possible, because tomorrow they were returning to the duchy. In the secret room of Castle Lock, at this time a conversation began between Chiffon and Vigo. The second was interested in whether Vanessa knew about this, because the man was worried because he knew very well that someone who could displace Babylon had appeared. Chiffon decided to somehow justify himself, because they simply did not have time for this. Until recently Joshua was a child who cleaned shit in the stable and no one could even imagine or think that he was such a talented and strong warrior. Vigo added that if everything is as the commander said, then it turns out that he achieved all this himself, and he would never believe it. Even the Count of Babylon, who is called the greatest talent of the empire, needed help. He was only able to achieve such results with the help of the Duke's harsh training and the strict system in which he was kept since birth. And this brat, as Vigo called Joshua, did not even study with the Duke and did not undergo any training, but was still able to defeat the Black Ogre with the help of the skills of a knight above C rank, and besides, it was not just a C rank warrior. Not everyone has such skills the knight can show. Chiffon confirmed this information and added that for AC rank this is impossible. The knights also know about this, so they began to call him a magic swordsman. Vigo said that in his life he would not believe that this boy was a magical swordsman. If we take other circumstances into account, the other option would be more convincing, but Chiffon did not quite understand what the Count was talking about. The man said that the enormous power that was obtained in one day, it is quite possible that he received it thanks to a contract with a high-ranking demon. Chiffon was sure that this could not be. Joshua was tested in the presence of all the royal knights, including even the Duke himself, and Chiffon was also there and did not feel any demonic magic. Vigo answered him that the commander was slightly upsetting him, because it was completely unimportant whether he had really entered into a contract with the demon or not. After these words it became even more incomprehensible to Chiffon what the man was talking about. But after a few seconds the commander seemed to guess what the man had and what plan he was proposing. Therefore, Vigo added to him that fortunately, due to his desire to show off, his age does not match his skills, he is still a child, so the man decided that he would take advantage of this and show him that his own immaturity could destroy him. Chiffon decided to clarify with the Count what exactly he was going to do, to which the man answered him that first his task was not to take his eyes off the boy and how everything coincided perfectly, because his daughter was also going to enter the academy this year. Captain Chiffon, of course, did not fully understand what the man was talking about, but he understood that it would be much easier to get information. Vigo, in turn, added to him that he would like Chiffon to take this seriously, because if Joshua wants the title of heir, then the situation will be very difficult. Chiffon understood that he would need to take care of this before the boy had such a desire, and Vigo hoped that the captain would cope with this task. In the Duchy of Agnes, in the large guest room on the balcony, Miss Cheryl stood calmly until he was disturbed by Cox, who burst into the room shouting that he had an urgent message for her. She didn't understand why he was so excited, to which the man replied that Count Joshua's journey into the dark forest was over, so today he was returning to the duchy and a major holiday was planned. Cheryl was not too happy to hear this, because on the one hand she absolutely did not care about everything connected with Joshua, because he treated her like a scoundrel. Cox couldn't believe the fact that this news didn't cheer up Miss in any way, because he thought it would make her happy, but she answered the opposite and even asked why Cox suddenly spoke so well of Joshua, because he didn't like him very much. The man explained to her that he was an ordinary bastard, but now he has become the first 10-year-old child in the history of the entire continent who can use mana. The Font House has more than enough wealth and reputation, but with this alone they cannot achieve much. Cheryl didn't quite understand what all this meant, to which Cox answered her with a question: why did she think the Duke of Font sent him here? She believed that it was because of the mercenary king. The Duke wanted Babylon to become her fiancé. Who would have thought that the mercenary king would side with Cromwell County? Mercenary King Bavarian, he was the first swordsman to reach a rank. He was simply an outstanding personality who reached the peak in handling an axe. Bavarian was one of the 12 superhumans, capable of competing for a place in the 9 stars, if only he wanted. Among the mercenaries he was considered a legend, and having gathered all the mercenaries, he became called the king. But his main problem was that there were rumors that he was secretly collaborating with the County of Cromwell, which had enormous influence in the empire. They were second only to the House of Font, so a clash between the two families was impossible to avoid. Now they were on the brink of a battle for land. Cheryl understood perfectly well that if everything was really like this, then they would not be able to do anything. In such a situation, they could not ask for help from others. Cox was surprised that the lady was so well informed. Since both families are quite close to the merchants, they treat rumors with caution. A man could already imagine how families who want to get more territories into their possessions will behave. Although the Imperial Palace prohibits fighting for land without reason, they still wage an endless war. Cheryl understood that such superhumans, as the mercenary king, cannot be controlled by money, which is why her family is trying to get help from Mr. Agnes through his marriage with Babylon. Cox was not surprised by such intelligence. She also likes strong people, but now that she knows the truth, she can't do anything about the burning feeling inside. Cox thought that something was wrong with Cheryl, because usually she would say that she would play a key role in this plan, but now, on the contrary, she is sad. Cheryl understood deep down that they couldn't just ask the Duke for help, which Cox, to put it mildly, confirmed. He explained to Cheryl that the nobles have nothing more important than their honor, especially if it is one of the 5 duchies. Agnes believes that they do not need to ask for help until they find themselves in an emergency situation. Cheryl decided to clarify what Cox thought, to which he replied that if it were up to him, he would not have tried to preserve the dignity of the family during a crisis, which was quite expected for a girl. Cox also added that he perfectly understands that she acts as if she doesn't care, but to be honest, he clearly sees that she does not like the Count of Babylon, and he would not want his lady to sacrifice her name to protect the county. However, he could not close his eyes to the crisis that the Font family faced. It was only for a moment, but it seemed that they were not pretending in front of Count Joshua, as in the case of the Count of Babylon, and he hoped that he and Count Joshua could at least once have a heart-to-heart talk. After such words, she almost burst into tears with happiness. She was very pleased to hear this. The man scratched his head and admitted that he must have said a little too much. He spoke carelessly because he really wanted Earl Joshua for the county, so he asked the girl not to pay attention to what he said. The girl was not at all offended by him. On the contrary, she asked Cox for one favor, namely to arrange dinner with Count Joshua upon his arrival. The man was very happy and assured her that she could rely on him. He decided not to distract Cheryl anymore and decided to leave, but promised that he would return only with good news. That night, the day the Order of the Crimson Knights returned from the Forbidden Lands, was the first time in a long time that such a celebration was held in the Duchy of Agnes. Cain was surprised that the hero of that evening, Lord Joshua, would just leave, to which the guy answered him that it was too natural for him to call him Lord. If anyone heard, they would probably make a fuss. The knight was sure that he was not just saying this, because thanks to today, he can already say with confidence that he will serve Joshua as his lord. The guy made fun of him that he didn't even ask him, what if he renounces this knightly duty? Cain was sure that his lord was not such a fool as to refuse a subordinate who would become a master in the future. Joshua didn't even think that Cain was so shameless, to which the knight replied that he was very pleased to hear such compliments in his direction. Suddenly the guy added that Cain could be free today, because Joshua wanted to go to the room and rest. Cain was not against it, and had no objections, so he wished the guy a good rest and added that what he said earlier was the absolute truth. Apart from his monstrous skills, he really thinks that he is someone from whom he can learn a lot, and it will be a great honor for him to serve Lord Joshua. As soon as he said everything he wanted, he took his leave and before leaving said that if you need him, he is always there. Joshua thought about the fact that in his past life there were also many people who wanted to serve him, but he politely refused everyone. All his life he wanted to be his sword, so it seemed to him that if he had submissives, he would trust him less. That's why the guy refused those people, but the pain that he experienced at that moment made him remember everything. He remembered how the Duke asked him how he knew the name Draxia. This was a bastard whom he had long considered his friend, but he also betrayed Joshua and was also there that evening. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some old man, who noticed that the Count was feeling quite bad, so he offered to call the doctor, but Joshua immediately refused. Everything was fine with them and he asked him to mind his own business. After which the old man added that food had been prepared for him and everyone was waiting for the Count at the table. But the guy was sure that he had already said that he would not appear because he was very tired from the road. But as it turned out, this does not apply to the holiday. The dinner was prepared on the orders of Duchess Vanessa, and Joshua's mother, Lucia, will also be present at this dinner. The guy couldn't believe he was hearing such things. How is this even possible? As soon as Joshua entered the place where the dinner was to take place, he immediately turned his attention to his mother, who was already sitting at the table. Lucia was very happy to see her beloved son no less than Joshua himself. Vanessa invited the guy to come in and not stand at the aisle, because she wanted to get to know him better. They were seeing each other for the first time today. Chiffon immediately decided to teach Joshua and remind him that he must first of all watch his manners, because this woman is a duchess who demands respect. Joshua was not in the mood to endure all these manners lessons today, so it was clear from his look that he was very angry. Chiffon, in turn, did not understand what he said that made this guy so angry with him. Lucia intervened in their conversation and asked Joshua to introduce himself properly. Joshua loved his mother too much, so he did not contradict her and immediately introduced himself as Joshua von Agnes. What bothered the Duchess was not the fact that the boy was unable to do this himself, without the requests of others, but the fact that he attached the word Agnes to his pathetic name. She mentally understood that she needed to first of all control herself and be calm. In any case, soon she would never see him, so she decided to play her main acting role and said that she was very embarrassed that they had not met before, but only now when Joshua travels to the capital. Lucia did not expect such a turn, because this is the first time she hears the fact that Joshua is going to the capital. Chiffon decided to explain to the woman that Count Joshua was recognized as a knight of C rank, so the Duke said that he would take Count Joshua with him to the Acadia Academy. She was so glad to hear this, because her son became a knight. She was so proud of it that she could not contain her emotions. Vanessa decided to add that that was why she had gathered them here, to celebrate and set a wonderful table in his honor. She was also very sorry that she could not take care of them in any way earlier, but she hoped that from this day on they would forget all the insults. Lucia decided to calm her down, saying that she did not hold any grudges against Vanessa and everything was fine. The woman pretended that she was very glad to hear this and decided that it was time to start the meal, so she took her bell and rang it. As soon as the food was brought in and placed on the table, Joshua began to smile even more, and it was not because he was hungry, but because he understood something. He carefully took his place next to his mother and listened to Vanessa talk about how all this was organized especially for her and Joshua, and she hoped that they did not feel discomfort. Lucia told her that in no case, everything is fine, which made Vanessa laugh and say that she always thought that they didn't like her. She also added that she hopes that thanks to this opportunity they will become closer to each other. Lucia was so grateful to the Duchess that she took such care of them. She was very pleased. After they exchanged compliments, Vanessa suggested starting the meal and wished everyone a bon appetit. Lucia began to cut the meat, and when a small piece of meat approached her mouth, Vanessa's smile became wider and more evil. But suddenly she was distracted by Joshua, who decided to jump up from the table, because before they started eating, he would like to apologize. Apologize for not greeting her earlier, despite the fact that she cares so much about him and his mother. Vanessa did not expect this from him, so she said that everything was fine and asked them to finally start eating. Joshua told her that he couldn't do that, even if it was prepared especially for them. Lucia didn't fully understand what her son was talking about. The guy explained to his mother that it seemed to him that Vanessa cared too much about them, because she had almost no food, while they had delicacies on the table for every taste. Joshua assured Vanessa and the others that this was his last dinner before he left, so he wanted to share it with Vanessa. Mentally, the guy understood that his life was threatened hundreds of times in every possible way. He didn't think it was worth mentioning that the poison was among them, because Joshua was sure that she only added it to their food. After which he added to Vanessa that this was their first time eating together. Shouldn't she enjoy the meal with them? Vanessa got a little nervous because she didn't know what to say, so she decided to add that she wanted to be nice to them, but she couldn't join because she has problems with being overweight, so she has to watch what she eats. Joshua believed that his aunt did not need to worry about being overweight, because she was already all attractive, to which he smiled, although not sincerely. Behind her smile hid the thoughts that she could not believe that this child was able to notice the poison in the food. This cunning man had hidden his skills for so long and carefully. She understood perfectly well that he would definitely suspect something if she didn't eat anything, and suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Joshua, who jokingly asked if she had sent them food. Chiffon did not tolerate such a bad attitude towards the Duchess. He did not understand how this guy dares to say such a thing. But Joshua was already tired of pretending to be a good-natured person, and he decided to answer rudely. So he said that the only one here who shows disrespect is Chiffon. Chiffon began to get a little nervous, because he remembered that from the very beginning, Joshua looked at him with this deadly look only at him. After which Joshua decided to ask again. He was just joking, but looking at Sir Chiffon's reaction, he gets the impression that this is not just a joke. She immediately changed her sweet face to a very angry one, and it was absolutely clear that Joshua was absolutely right. In addition, Chiffon took out his sword and said that insulting a nobleman is punishable by immediate execution, according to the laws of the Empire, so he can no longer look at this, even if the blood of his lord flows in him. Joshua didn't just look at him, he summoned his staff and shouted back at him. How dare he even raise his sword at him? The guy added that now he can't turn a blind eye to either the poison or what just happened here. Chiffon noticed that this aura was much stronger than that of AC rank knight. This is at least AB rank. It was perfectly clear that Joshua was progressing at a monstrous speed, and besides, he owned an artifact that had built-in magic. But on the other hand, he perfectly understood that he had already taken out the sword and could not retreat. Chiffon thought that no one could know how strong he could become if everything was left like this, so he needed to take care of it right now. Prince Caesar went out to the park to enjoy reading a book when he was disturbed by Evergrande, who wanted something from the guy. The man said that a letter had arrived from the Duchy of Agnes, and reached into his pocket to take it out. Caesar understood that it seemed Joshua had finally made his decision, so he couldn't wait to quickly open and read it. The prince opened this letter with a huge smile and at the same time asked Evergrande about what he thought. Joshua answered. The man believed that he had accepted his offer. The Royal Order of Knights is, after all, an order that all the knights in the country dream of joining, and this guy is unlikely to be so stupid as to miss such an opportunity. As soon as the guy opened this letter and began to read it, then suddenly he began to laugh with a laugh that was not his own, and Evergrande did not understand what was happening, and why did he suddenly feel funny. But his laughter was suddenly interrupted by an ordinary smile, after which he tore up this letter and said out loud how interested he was now in dealing with Joshua, no matter what that meant. Right before they were about to engage in battle, they were interrupted by a very familiar voice, and it was the Duke, who was very interested to know what they were doing here. Chiffon tried to somehow justify himself, but Agnes was not going to listen to it, and repeated his question again, but now in a ruder manner. The captain could not say anything to his lord, because he had no words, but Vanessa found the right words and said that she called Lucia and this child here because she thought it would be nice to eat together before they left. She decided to do this after she heard that he was taking them with him to the capital. Agnes had no words and decided that he would not respond to this provocation, because he knew very well that it was a provocation. The Duke looked around, looked at the food, at Joshua, at Lucia, and still decided to turn to Chiffon, asking him how long the guy plans to stand like this. The captain immediately laid down his weapon, followed by Joshua, who calmed down a little from the moment the Duke entered the room. Agnes asked Joshua to go to his room, because they were leaving early in the morning and it wouldn't hurt to rest. The boy didn't mind, but he wanted to take his mother with him, so he asked her to go with him immediately. They left this place and Vanessa followed them with her gaze for some time. After which she decided to transfer her ardor to the Duke, asking why he suddenly began to behave this way. Had he really decided to become a loving daddy? Agnes decided not to answer this question, but thought it would be nice to ask in return, so he wanted to ask his wife if she hated him. She did not hold back her emotions and directly stated that she hated him with all her heart for what he had done and what he was doing now. The Duke didn't fully understand what the problem was, just because he became interested in Joshua. She started screaming even more, because she didn't even want to hear the name of this degenerate in her presence. She believed that she was never important to him, the dukedom always comes first for him. Vanessa decided that she wouldn't waste time talking about it because she was from the royal family, and was forced into marriage with him, and never really loved Agnes. However, she is not going to stand aside if this child has any influence on Babylon, because her son means as much to her as the dukedom does to him. After which she added that if he has the strongest nobleman, he has even a drop of dignity, then he will do the right thing. Agnes asked her again, is this what worthy people do in her opinion? Vanessa suddenly became nervous and asked him what he meant. The Duke suddenly went from a calm state to a very angry one, and asked her that did she really think that he would never know about it. Chiffon looked at the Duke and realized that most likely he already knew about everything. As soon as Joshua entered his room, he was able to sigh a little, and he thought that Vanessa was most likely very upset after this. Lucia at that time did not understand at all what it all meant, and was somewhat embarrassed. She was worried that her son did not tell her anything. Joshua suddenly became so upset, because even in this life he makes his mother worry, and it was actually very sad. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Cain's voice was heard from behind the door. As soon as Joshua opened the doors, he actually saw Cain there, who had come specifically to find out how the dinner went, to which he immediately received a question about whether he knew. Cain said that he asked the butler because he was not in the room, and he replied that Joshua had left to taste the fine dishes. Joshua began to understand that the butler was also involved in this. Well, now the guy thought that they had carefully prepared everything to poison them. This is a serious matter. There are now no places in the duchy where Vanessa has not taken root. Cain heard that Joshua was leaving for the capital tomorrow. He thought this was a good decision, because the academy is a great place to hone his fighting skills, and there will also be more opportunities to see him. Joshua doubted that Cain came here only for this reason, and he was right. Cain added that he had one request for the guy. Suddenly for Joshua, he said that everything he had said before was sincere, so he decided to ask again if Count Joshua would do him the honor of allowing Cain to serve him. Joshua had different thoughts in his head. On the one hand, he understood that with strong subordinates it would be easier for him to achieve his goals, but first he needed to make sure of something, so he asked Cain a question about whether he had heard which path Joshua had chosen. The guy believed that if he came just to be a cool knight, then he came to the wrong place, because the path he would follow would be washed with blood, people would despise and criticize him. So Joshua asked Cain again whether he wanted to serve him or not. Cain did not doubt for a second and replied that he completely trusted his Lord and would follow him everywhere, even if his path was full of blood and evil. His choice, which he will have only once in his life, he will devote himself to serving the guy like a knight. The knight was ready for such tests, so now the choice was only up to Joshua. The guy no longer doubted Cain and with a smile accepted him into his team as a loyal friend. The next morning, Duke Agnes and his son Joshua set out for the capital as promised. Agnes suddenly decided to ask Joshua if everything would be fine with him, to which the guy replied that his father should not worry, because everything would be fine. The Duke understood that even though he looked like a fallen nobleman on the outside, he still needed servants. With just one knight he would have a lot of problems. But Joshua was confident that he could cope even with such a set, it would be quite enough. The Duke did not argue with him, and asked him to follow him and, if possible, not to lag behind. As soon as they decided to hit the road, they were suddenly stopped by the beautiful voice of Cheryl, who appeared out of nowhere and asked them to stay a little, because she had something to tell them. She asked for forgiveness for such an unreasonable visit at such a time, but it seemed to her that it would be very rude not to say goodbye to them. Agnes noticed the fact that she did not show up when Fonsel and Iseline were leaving, but now she seems better, which the girl herself confirmed, and also added that her apologies for making them worry. The Duke could not understand in any way whether their tombish girl had changed, or it seemed to him he liked the way she behaved before, because it made him cheer up, because he never had a daughter and this is quite annoying. She told him that she could behave as before without any problems, but it seems Cox was hinting to the Duke that this was not a very good idea. Now she reminded him more of the same Cheryl. He also decided to invite her to go with them to the capital, because as far as Agnes knows, her father is also there, but the girl refused for the reason that she promised Cox to visit his family. Her friend assured her that if she wanted, she could go with the Duke, he would not be offended, but Cheryl believed that if she had already promised, she would definitely keep her promise. That the main reason why she decided to come was Count Joshua, who did not even expect that she could turn to him again. Joshua didn't understand why she was so pestering and what did she want from him this time. She saw his surprised and somewhat frightened look and asked him not to worry, because she just wanted to give him something. After which she immediately took out that very thing and began to tell him that this was their family's medallion. She wanted to give it to him, and asked him to come to their duchy when he got to Acadia. As soon as Cox saw this, he almost went crazy. He couldn't believe that Messrs. Shiro wanted to just give away this treasure. He didn't quite understand what she meant and what she wanted to show, to which she replied that this was a kind of invitation that she so wanted the guy to accept and come to their dukedom. The knights nearby weren't shy at all, and even their whisper was heard by Joshua. They also didn't understand why she was giving this item to him. Was she really interested in him? One of them even began to argue that this could not be, because she was already with Babylon, but this did not stop them and they continued to develop the topic. It seemed to them that they were not even engaged to Babylon, and she could easily be with Joshua. Joshua was not too keen on accepting such gifts, but he knew very well that if he refused the presence of all the knights who praised her, then rumors about it would quickly spread and then all his efforts to hide his identity would go down the drain. Suddenly Shiro began to cry and asked him not to embarrass her so much. She just wanted to give him something in return for being so rude to him, Joshua at that moment simply could not believe that she was really crying. He understood perfectly well that after this, he simply had no choice and he was obliged to take this decoration, otherwise rumors would spread and then everything would be sad. After that, they immediately moved out and Shiro was very glad that the guy still took her jewelry, which she so wanted to give to him. The Duke decided to ask the girl if he could come to visit, to which she was even more happy, because Lord Agnes is always a welcome guest in their house. He said goodbye to Cox and Cheryl and also set out on the road with Joshua and the others, hoping that they would see each other again soon. Agnes looked at Joshua, who was in front of him, and thought that the boy most likely didn't even know what the medallion from the daughter of a noble family meant. His courtier came to the emperor to report that he had received news that Duke Agnes and his second son Joshua von Agnes would arrive in the capital within 3 days. He also added that it was reported that Joshua von Agnes's recommendation to join the Order of Imperial Knights as the fourth Caesar was rejected. And then the emperor was truly surprised, because how could this fool refuse a place in the strongest order of the empire? Marcus thought about the fact that he was only the second son of a nobleman, and even this did not stop him from refusing the opportunity to increase his status. Does this little guy by any chance think that he can crush the entire Duchy of Agnes under his own power? The emperor's courtier did not think so, judging by the letter he sent to Prince Caesar, in which it was written that Joshua did not need a recommendation from someone like a prince. He wanted to follow the strict orders of His Majesty in accordance with the laws of the empire. That's what the reply letter said. The emperor felt incredibly funny. Will he really only listen to his orders? Won't he defeat himself in this way? 4 days later, the Duke and his subjects arrived directly at the very dwelling where they would live during their stay in the capital. This place was called the residence of the Agnes of the capital of Acadia. Lucia saw such a luxurious castle for the first time and even doubted that she could live there, but Joshua was nearby and assured her that everything was fine. Cain noticed that after so much time this place had not changed at all. Joshua was surprised that Cain knew this place, after which he added that he had lived in Acadia from an early age. He remembered being here with the Duke. Joshua was surprised when he heard the fact that he was so close to the Duke that he would take Cain with him. He had no doubt that Cain was a talented guy, but this was too much. After all, despite his outstanding talent, he had never heard of the knight Cain before his return, so Joshua understood that he either became an ordinary knight, since he had reached the limit, or disappeared with the fall of the Duchy of Agnes. In any case, he was not going to leave him as an ordinary knight. Cain suddenly interrupted the boy's thoughts, and said that the Duke only brought him here once, saying that he wanted to test his abilities. He also added that Joshua most likely noticed that many eyes were fixed on the Duke's place of residence, so it is much easier to train here. The guy was pleased with the thought that he could train here and no one would distract him, but first he and his mother decided to walk a little. The only thing that didn't suit Joshua was that there's no security here due to the fact that there's almost no one in the area. But even so, if you don't take Cain into account, then there are only maids who will take care of him, mother. He understood that it would be impractical if Cain had to defend his mother alone in the event of an attack. Besides, he could not always be here and there was no other option in his head. Joshua decided to leave for a while, so he told Cain not to worry and to be aware. But Cain was a little worried, because it seemed that Joshua was in the capital for the first time and if he was not careful, he would quickly get lost. But the boy assured him that everything was fine, other than that, for now he would leave his mother to him. The knight didn't mind, of course, but still mentally hoped that the guy would just look around and come back. Joshua took a little walk and came to the very center of the capital, where he looked at the places that brought him so much nostalgia. So he was near his favorite bar, which he liked to visit in a past life, so now he became very interested in what the people inside this bar would think about him. As soon as he decided to enter this bar, he was interrupted by a man who thought that the boy was lost, and he urgently needed help. If he told where he came from, he would help take him there. Joshua turned with a confident look, and said that he had come for the red coin buried deep at the bottom of Lake Rolf, which shocked the man. He didn't understand how this guy could know this, but still offered to take him to that very place. As he thought, he came to the right place. He needs information. He definitely needs an informant who can look at the past that he experienced. He understood that an informant needed to quietly gather a lot of verified information, being able to deceive others. In this sense, the person in front of him was the most suitable for this, because most people would trust someone with a similar appearance. They entered the bar, and the first thing this mysterious man said was that Ryan is registered. Joshua understood that this guy was clearly very curious to know why such a kid had come here, but even a low-ranking informant carefully follows the rules. The guy called Joshua to follow him, and the Count thought that it was following the rules that made these people the best in their business. They entered a room in which there was only one person and a strange entrance to the basement, which was not guarded by anyone. Joshua began to worry a little because the security here was so impregnable. Should he really be worried, or is everything under control? But then he remembered the words that a similar person once told him: "Trust is the basis of this business, and it seems that there will be no leakage, even if he says that he will give them the heart of a dragon." The man asked him to follow him down and be extremely careful, because it was dark there. They approached the door, near which a guy was sitting and just reading a newspaper. As soon as he saw Joshua and his boss approach him, he immediately bowed to them and heard the boss tell him that they had a new customer. Now Joshua realized that this guy occupies a higher position than he thought. Even if there is a charter here, the people inside the secret are so polite to him. As expected, you can't judge a book just by its cover. The man announced that they had finally arrived, and Joshua, to be honest, was already a little tired, because they had already opened so many doors. He said that this was the last one, so he kindly asked him to go with him to the third room. As soon as Joshua entered the room, he saw a hole there, through which they most likely transmit information. It's time for the main question that Joshua came here for: what exactly does he want to know? The boy didn't expect that he was also selling information. It was funny to him that the branch manager was involved in providing third-rate information. Was he really that low in position? The man was shocked that the boy was so knowledgeable about their organization, but why was he so sure that he was the leader? Joshua told him that the basis of news organizations is to maintain security by maintaining standards. They also hide the identities of informants from each other. Even if they work in the same office, the informants will not know about him. The guy also knew very well that the distinctive feature of such organizations is that the main department 100% controls and services each department, and the informants themselves do not know the identity of the leadership, or its existence in general. And as Joshua assured him, he had decided all this along the way, while he was being led here, based only on what he saw. The man responded unexpectedly to Joshua, saying that he thought that the rumors were being exaggerated too much, but now he sees that they are even being understated. After this, he also added that he knows perfectly well who the guy is: Count Joshua, the second son of Duke Agnes. Joshua understood that he seemed to be a legend here, and this informant had heard a lot about him, so he decided to ask him a little. The informant answered him that he was the person on whom all the eyes of the Empire were fixed. If he did not know so much, he would not be able to work in this field. Such is the work. Joshua thought that even taking into account the fact that the Duke of Angus tried to hide his identity, this informant almost immediately realized who he was. Of course, on the one hand, it's good that he has such information, but on the other hand, this does not mean that he will be able to sell information about him. But his thoughts were interrupted by an informant who told him that from his eyes and facial expression it was immediately clear what the guy was worried about, but he calmed him down, saying that the only people who know the Count's identity are himself and several of his people, so there is no need to worry. By the way, this guy's name is Zero. Before, Joshua wanted to know the reason why he took him to the 3RD room. The guy guessed that the reason was only that he only had access to a rank 3 informant, but he wanted to hear an answer from Zero, who told him that this was a normal procedure, and he himself can provide rank 1 information. The guy also added that providing information to a person like Count Joshua would be an excellent investment in the future, especially if this way he could rise in the Count's eyes. Joshua thought about the fact that Zero was saying that this was a contribution to the future. But in this world nothing is done for free, and it was perfectly clear that if he wanted to give information of the first rank, he would definitely demand something in return. The Count decided to share his thoughts and said that since the guy uses the name Zero, he believes that he has access to Zero-level information, but it seems he was mistaken. But it was clear from Zero's face that he did not expect to hear this from Joshua. From that moment on, Zero understood perfectly well that he was talking with a difficult person, so he was kindly ready to provide any information. Joshua told him that he was looking for one thing and he would like to find out where the family heirloom of Count Orbis is now. Zero began to think about it, and remembered that most of their assets were sent to the black market. In theory, if they focused on surveillance, I could find information about it. Joshua was interested in how long it would take, and Zero told him that a week would be enough for them. The boy realized that enough time would pass before someone knew about him, but he could not be sure of this. He would be in a difficult situation if someone found out about his interest in the affairs of others. Then he decided that he should set up bait that would attract the attention of others, and if it worked, then he could catch two birds with one stone. He told Zero that whoever finds the red coin, which is buried deep at the bottom of Lake Rolf, will receive the blessing of the moon, and whoever finds the symbol will receive the door of the moon. At this moment, Zero was finally convinced that Count Joshua was too difficult a person, because he had information that only a few members of the organization knew. Joshua added that if they listened to his request, he could find this symbol in 3 years, and he thought it was a pretty good investment. The man thought about the fact that the symbol is no longer needed since the battle for the moon door ended a year ago, but there is still a symbolic thing that their organization has been searching for decades. But in any case, before agreeing, Zero would like to know the demands of the Count, whose conditions were quite simple. Joshua asked not to provide information about him to anyone. And he also asked to tell him everything he knows about Draxia Belgrace. Zero knew only one Draxia Belgrace, and he was also called the God of War. Does the guy really want to hear information about this particular person? His thoughts were interrupted by Joshua, who asked the same question again. 2 months after meeting Zero, while Joshua was trying to regain his former powers, he was also trying to get Lucia to move to another estate, which belonged to Duke Agnes. It was much easier to protect her from intruders there than in this wilderness, but of course Lucia did not want to part with Joshua. But there is no mother capable of defeating her son, so after Joshua stubbornly persuaded her, Lucia finally agreed and moved. A week before entering the academy, Cain and Joshua decided to have lunch at a good restaurant and discuss the Count's admission. Cain, during this dinner, noticed that his lord looked a little worried lately and wanted to know what happened to the guy. Joshua at that moment thought that although they said that a week would be enough, 2 months have already passed since then. He will soon have to go to the academy, and if everything continues like this, it will seriously affect his plans. But suddenly his meal was interrupted by the same Zero, who was glad to see Count Joshua, no less than the boy himself. He looked at the Knight Cain and simultaneously said that they were a little behind on the deadline because problems arose, namely the people involved, which complicated the matter a little. Although Cain didn't know this guy, he was already angry and not very inclined to believe him. Joshua also noticed this look and decided to introduce his friend to Knight Cain so that this awkward atmosphere would evaporate. After this, the Count decided to continue the conversation and still wanted to know how everything went, to which Zero gave him a positive answer, namely that they did everything perfectly as always. He gave Joshua a small object, which, as Zero himself said, had passed through many hands, so he had to devote a lot more time to it. But the task was completed and Joshua decided to ask the man questions regarding payment for this work. Zero told the guy that he could consider that it was a free service, because in comparison with his other order it was nothing, even though it was a family heirloom. For them it was nothing more than a simple thing without any special features. Unless there is a hidden power inside that they do not know about, Joshua with a smile asked him to do his job and not poke his nose into matters that do not concern him. The guy had no intention of doing so and only added that he would inform Joshua as information became available. Zero told him that he would write off the fee for another request immediately, because they have another rule: their organization works only on prepayments. Joshua was thoughtful when the informant told him about the rules. It seemed like he was planning to ask for something big once it was time to pay. Zero finished there and had nothing more to add, so he decided to take his leave. Joshua immediately took out the note that Zero had brought him and began to read it carefully. It said that the family of Count Orbis, literally 10 years ago, was one of the most prestigious magical families of the Avalon Empire, along with the Rebrek family. A long time ago, even in an era when magicians were treated with great respect, the Orbis family went beyond the limits. This happened because the head of the Orbis family completely defeated a knight who was close to the title of master only with his skills. And from that moment on, for the first time in the history of the continent, he created the concept of a battle mage. Thus he attracted the attention of the Kingdom of Magicians, Terra, and everything came to the point that the King of Terra personally visited the Orbis family to take them to his own kingdom. Thus, the brilliant Orbis family, after a couple of decades, met its complete collapse, not from anyone else, but from the Imperial family of their kingdom. Now Joshua thought that the Imperial family deliberately got rid of the nobles in their kingdom. Suddenly Joshua discovered a mention of some Baron accent, but the Count did not know anyone with a similar name. But suddenly Kane said that he knew this man a little. He is also called a Knight Traitor. This man is a well-known person in the lower strata. There is a point of view that all things sold on the black market pass through him, and he is also the free brother of Viscount Vigo, whom they have already met. With every second, Joshua became more and more interested in listening to Kane, because Vigo was already suspicious to him, and now everything became even more confusing. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Count Rebrika and his daughter, who said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting and they were very glad to meet Count Joshua again. The higher the rank of a noble, the closer his estate is to the Imperial Palace, so the location of the estate corresponds to the position of the noble. However, on the outskirts of the capital there is a very large and luxurious estate, which is owned by one very successful man, who does not care about the thought of his status and the price of land that is set in Avalon, because this man's name is Baron Probabylum. He is one of the most important figures in the lower strata. Baron Probabylum met Count Varen and was surprised that he came to him. The Count was not in a very good mood, because the deadline for fulfilling his promise had long expired. Probabylum tried to explain to him that, as he already knows, elves are extremely rare, so it is also difficult for them to get them, so he asked the Count for a little more time to complete this task. Varen was dissatisfied with such a request, because he entrusted this matter to Probabylum, precisely because he did not want to hear such excuses and wait forever. Probabylum tried to ask for his forgiveness, but the Count was not so interested and he asked the Baron if 1 week would be enough for him to complete this task. The man already lit up with joy, because he was well aware that with such a reserve of time he would definitely deliver the elf to the Count. Varen warned him that if he failed again, then he could forget about all the luxury that he enjoyed in the city. Probabylum politely shook his head and replied that he would definitely take these words into account. As soon as the Count left, the smile from the Baron's face immediately disappeared, because due to the fact that the Count is always like this, he cannot turn around to the fullest. The butler who served Baron Probabylum was excited, because he understood that a week would hardly be enough for him to find the elves. But Probabylum didn't care about this, because he was going to do everything in his power to get these elves, even if it was impossible, because otherwise he risked losing everything he had been working towards for so long. After all, the Count was the only son of Villas Marquis, one of the most authoritative people in the army. Moreover, even the Emperor himself trusts him. Varen Villas is capable of more, so you should beware of him. Count Verona's assistant was quite curious whether the Count really believed that Baron Probabylum would really be able to find the elves in just 1 week. The guy thought that it would be difficult to do. In fact, There was another reason why he gave him 1 more week, after which he asked the assistant what he thought was the most important thing for a king in managing his subordinates. The assistant believed that the best method was carrot and stick. The guy agreed with him. But would listening to someone who had grown fat from carrots be satisfied with 1 more? Therefore, the count decided to use a whip, and the most important thing for the king when controlling his subordinates is the whip. This is magic that can make people full of anger from hunger, and even those whose stomachs are about to burst, being completely filled in an instant, submissive. Now the courtier understood what was being said and what fate awaited the baron when he delivered the elves. And this was confirmed by the count himself, who was going to trample him, after which he believed that the man would become even more devoted as soon as he extended his hand to him, behaving as if he was showing mercy. As the assistant expected from his lord, he sees right through Balaam, but time will tell, so Varen suggested having a little snack, because they had not eaten for a long time since they left. Cain immediately bowed to Count Rebrek, who did not expect that they could meet in such a place. Joshua didn't mind talking to Count Rebreka, because as far as he remembers, Jean Rebreka was not an ordinary nobleman, of course, in the good sense of the word. Count Rebreka, born with a weak body, did not make much of an impression, had the same gentle character as he seemed on the outside. He could not complain about anything and spoke formally to everyone, even if they were commoners. It is rare to find a high-ranking nobleman who is also a count who will speak formally even to commoners. This made him the center of ridicule from other nobles, but Count Rebreka was adamant. Despite this, he always cared about his family first, and although the rest of the nobles were not aware, Count Rebrek was the one whom the commoners admired the most. While Joshua was remembering everything he knew about Rebreka, his thoughts were interrupted by his daughter, who suddenly talked too much to herself. But before Joshua had time to answer, Count Varen entered the restaurant, who was extremely surprised that there were still people in this restaurant at such a late time. But then he saw Lady Rebreka, who was standing next to her father and was embarrassed, because she had never been paid so much attention to. He decided to talk to her and first of all asked who she was and what family she came from. She stood silently until his assistant began to shout that this was the son of Villa's Marquis, Count Varen, so he demanded to show respect to him. Cain knew very well that the eldest son of the Marquis has enormous influence even among 12 families. What did he forget in this restaurant? Count Rebreka decided to defend his daughter and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness, after which he said that it was a great honor for them to meet the son of the famous Villa's Marquis. After which he himself introduced himself as the owner of the county of Rebreka, Fonsel Jean Rebreka. Varen told him that he did not expect an apology from him. He was not at all sure how he raised his children, but it seems that his daughter has absolutely no manners. And he cannot help but pay attention to such an offense, and wants to receive an apology from her, immediately. Cain did not understand how anyone could expect politeness from someone at an informal meeting with someone they were meeting for the first time. He believed that such behavior was rather more insulting towards Count Rebreka, since he uses his surname to appear more powerful. The girl continued to remain silent, and the count could not restrain himself and decided to teach her a lesson because she did not ask him for forgiveness. She began to worry too much, because even if she wanted to ask for forgiveness, she could not, because she worried too much. He gave her one last chance to ask for forgiveness, and she needs to hurry up and show her respect. Joshua couldn't help but intervene in this circus, who was laughing at everything that Varen had done here. After which he added with a confident face that Marquis Villas also has something to worry about, because his only son is such a reckless asshole. Such words only angered the young count even more, who did not understand how this kid opposite him dared to even say such things. The knight who was with the Count of Verona immediately took out his sword and threatened him with violence if he did not introduce himself immediately. Joshua did not stop making fun of him, and even continued to say that a man should know how serious the consequences of his actions could be if he was a knight who studied the way of the sword, and this angered him even more. As soon as the knight wanted to answer him, he immediately felt an overly strong aura that covered his entire body. He couldn't believe that this aura was coming from this child, because he was still so small. How could he be so strong? Varen didn't understand what his knight was doing. Shouldn't he teach this child a lesson right now, given the words he was saying? But the knight couldn't explain to him that that's not the point at all. After which Joshua introduced himself as Asher von Frederick, but Count Varen did not know anyone with that name. But Joshua told him that he didn't have to worry, because soon he would remember this name properly. In Castle Loch, Vigo, his daughter and some unfamiliar man, whom the man's daughter knew very well, gathered at one table, because this man was glad to see Anna again. She reciprocated and added that she was quite surprised that he arrived much faster than she expected. He was glad to receive this, but still asked her to tell her what happened and why he was called here. Anna told him that a kind of variable had arisen, a monster had appeared in the duchies. A man whose name was Zhuang immediately thought of Babylon. But as she expected, the rumors had not yet reached, because she was not talking about Babylon. There is another son of Agnes, who is far superior to Babylon in strength. He was shocked when he heard such things, because it was so surprising to hear someone could be more powerful than Babylon. Why did she decide to tell about it only now? She asked him to calm down. The Duchy of Agnes was still going to spread rumors about this in order to raise its status. Then everyone would know for sure. In times of peace, such rumors quickly gather and gain a certain force. Zhuang compared it in his head as all countries are more like volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment, and she calls it peacetime. Most countries have been building up their military power for a long time, but now it is already quite large. From the point of view of ordinary people, everything is fine, because they are happy because their country is stronger than others. But in reality, everything is different. If energy is stored for a long time, then it needs to be released. Seeing their powerful soldiers, people in power only think about how this can be done, and the only option is war. Anna added that the importance of masters in war cannot be overestimated. No country that has no chance of victory will want to start this war. Therefore, countries can only rely on information and, as the man added, in other words, information prevents war. Now he understood her line of reasoning, but if he is the second son of the Agnes Duchy, then this is definitely bad news for them. One wrong step and dozens of years of preparation will go down the drain. But the girl reassured him, because as it turned out, she didn't have a plan for every case. She was going to enter the academy in Acadia. As long as everything goes well, they will trust her, and then Anna Velgrace will perpetuate her name forever and lure Joshua to their side. It was the first time Count Varen had heard about such a house for Frederick. He was interested in which village did this family come from. Joshua answered him with a smile that this should not be important to him now. Varen agreed with him. It really doesn't matter, because soon this house will no longer exist at all. And in his mind Varen thought that this kid doesn't even realize who he is and what family he comes from, so he was going to show him this. He decided to give Joshua another chance, so he told him that if he bowed down now and begged for forgiveness, then he would certainly save him from death. Joshua seemed to really enjoy watching what Varen was saying to him, and it was very funny for him. These words angered the young count even more, so he could not resist and immediately began shouting to his knight to immediately put this guy in his place for disrespect. The knight immediately decided to carry out this order, and he thought that he was actually very surprised by his thirst for blood, but he was just a child who looked only 10 years old. Of course it's a shame, but if the Vilas family has already laid eyes on you, then you're considered a corpse. So the knight decided that he would strike with all his might and finish him off with one blow, so that it wouldn't hurt him so much. Joshua didn't fully engage in the fight, but when he kept swinging his sword, he had to block the blow and concentrate a small amount of mana in his hand. The knight and his lord could not believe their eyes that they were seeing something like this with their own eyes. How did he do it? But he didn't have to think long, because Joshua struck back, which turned out to be too strong and the knight simply could not block it. What a disappointment! It only took one blow to bring this knight to his knees in front of Joshua. Varen simply could not believe it, because Mukukbi is a rank knight and at the same time he fell from a blow with his bare hands. Is it possible to defeat a knight using mana with just his bare hands? Now Joshua turned to Varen directly and did not know what to do with him. He is not going to forgive him, even if he begs him about it. Children like him only learn a lesson after punishment. Varen was not going to do this and asked again what the name of this brat was. But Joshua had already told him that his name was Ashur von Frederick. The Count began to shout at him and asked him not to joke with him, because he had not even heard of the Frederick family, or maybe he didn't know how the punishment for impersonating members of the royal family was. But before he could finish saying that he represented one of the most powerful families in the entire empire, he received a good blow to the face from Joshua, who was tired of listening to all this nonsense. Joshua began to slowly approach him and say that this is not the end and for him everything is just beginning. He picked him up by his clothes and asked where His Majesty had gone now. It would be problematic if he passed out like that, so the guy asked him to wake up. But suddenly he was interrupted by a knight who lowered his sword and knelt down. He apologized to Joshua and perfectly agreed that they showed disrespect to him, but now he asks for mercy and mercy. The knight said this not of his own free will, because he was well aware that this guy was at least a rank A knight, and he was still so young. It could be some kind of special family that was hidden from the whole world. He understood that if everything continued like this, then something might happen to the Count. Joshua did not agree with him, especially since he warned them that if a knight draws his sword then he must be held accountable. The guy gave them a clear understanding that he was not so generous as to be nice to his enemies. The knight couldn't believe that this guy was going to see this through to the end, but still there was simply no other choice but to beg for mercy. He even told him that if Joshua wants, he will give him his hand, because a knight who is not able to protect his lord is simply a disgrace. He asked with all his might to forgive Sir Varen. Joshua was surprised by such devotion. This knight was ready to sacrifice absolutely everything for the sake of his lord. He remembers how in a past life there were also people like this, and then he was almost touched by how he sacrificed everything. Therefore, the guy repeated once again that he had already told him that he was not so generous as to show mercy towards his enemies. Joshua tore the ring right from the guy's neck and told the knight to tell his lord that if he wanted to take the family ring, then let him come and take it. And if this does not happen, then Joshua will sell it on the black market in any case, and will still win. Cain told Joshua that he was learning a lot of new things about him, and today he found out that Joshua is very hot-tempered, but the guy asked him not to think about it, and keep only good things about him in his head. But Cain didn't understand what was wrong with that. Doesn't he think that a knight should be just as charismatic? Count Rebrika said in a quiet whisper to himself that this is truly incredible. The more he looks at this guy, the more surprised he is. Suddenly he noticed that Iseline wanted to tell him something and asked her not to remain silent if she really had something to say. She was silent for a while, and as soon as she decided to say a few words, she immediately changed her mind and simply turned around and followed Joshua. Rebrek still felt a little sorry for this guy and his knight, so he offered to take them to the nearest doctor so that his condition could be examined. Count Varen entered the room of his castle and began to shout so that everyone would pay attention to what they had done to him. He again turned to his knight, Sir Muku, who ordered to immediately drag this guy here, no matter what happens. The knight tried to explain to his lord that with his strength it was impossible to do this, but Varen seemed not to hear him and even tried to hit him. He called the knight useless, because he cannot even defeat a 10-year-old child, after which he said that as soon as they return to the estate, he will face a serious punishment. Now he ordered him to return to the estate and find out about the Frederick family. He wanted to find his parents, his brothers and sisters, all his servants, and swore to God that he would cut their throats right before his eyes. The knight added to him that, unfortunately, this was impossible, because they would therefore not be able to justify themselves, but the Count seemed not to understand why they should justify themselves at all. After all, he is the heir to the family of Villas Marquis. He was humiliated to such an extent, and he also said that they could not justify themselves, for him it was too much. The knight meant that no one would believe them that they were beaten by a child who was barely 10 years old, and if they did, the family's reputation would sink to the bottom, perhaps so much so that society's opinion on them would change greatly. Varen didn't give a damn about everything the knight told him. He asked him to shut up and just do as he said. At one point, the man could not stand it and yelled at the guy, because he is young and does not quite understand how important this is for the family. He tried to explain to him that for nobles, honor is sometimes even more important than their own lives. Honor is no different from the whole family. After which he also added that even if his vassal does not care, then if Marquis Villas hears about this incident, then punishments alone for several people will not do. The Count was too angry at all these words, because they could simply get rid of the evidence before any rumors spread. As they always did, they would simply destroy everyone who was there. Varen suspected that the knight was simply afraid of Rebek's family, but the man was clearly smarter than this Count and added that, in fact, there was still evidence. He said that Ashraf and Frederick took his family ring, after which the Count fell silent, because now he was well aware of the fact that it simply wouldn't happen anymore. But still, he couldn't fully believe it, so he started checking it, because it seemed to him that it was there. His anger began to reach its peak, because now he truly realized that there was no ring. The knight told him that the guy who attacked them said that if he wanted his ring back, he would have to come to him. The man understood that they could not be hostile towards him, so he told the Count that at present they were not in the same position, and asked him to moderate his ardor and observe the situation. Varen was not so stupid and understood perfectly well what the man was leading to. He essentially offered to go and apologize to him. The knight understood that it was useless to offer such a thing, so he suggested that he send a messenger, and if this did not work, then they would come up with a new plan. Cain was not entirely sure that the young lord would come to Joshua, but the guy thought that most likely he would not do it in person. Since he has his jewel, he cannot simply ignore him. Joshua believed that most likely he would send someone he could, someone with a fairly high status, but without the risk of information leakage. And Count Joshua even guessed who this person would be, because he knew that there was a rumor in Acadia that Probalum ruled the night in Acadia, but in fact it was ruled by the young Count of the Villas family. Cain could not even imagine that Joshua had thought this through so much. He thought that the guy simply made an enemy from the Villas family, one of the 12 families, simply because of a surge of emotions, but who would have thought that this was part of his plan to achieve greater goal? Suddenly a girl joined their dialogue, and it was the daughter of Count Rebek, who first of all thanked Joshua for his help. But Joshua answered her quite sharply and said that there was no need to thank him, because he did not do it to help her. However, the girl believed that only thanks to him, not only she, but her entire family could have found themselves in a difficult situation, but thanks to his help they were able to avoid this, so she would like to thank him again. Joshua noticed that this girl is too different, considering that this is the future main sorceress of the continent. How did such a person become a fighter who did not shed any tears or blood? The guy remembered the end of the narrow abyss. She was like a snow flower that would exude beauty even in extreme cold, the great ice sorceress, Iseline. Then he thought that this name suited her very well. She added that even if the young lord gets into trouble because of this incident, they will be the ones to lend him a helping hand. The girl also offered to testify, but Joshua interrupted her, saying that this was not at all necessary. But the guy added to her that if she wanted to thank him so much, then he would like her to do him a favor in the future. She broke into a smile and was ready to do anything, even if he only asked. Someone was watching all this, but suddenly Joshua noticed him and looked this man straight in the eyes. The guy noticed that someone disappeared very abruptly as soon as Joshua looked at the roof of a nearby building. It was the same Zero who tried to follow the boy, but he noticed him and the man did not understand how he even knew about it. Zero was sure that even the master could not notice him, but judging by his skills, one could say that he was not lying, so the man decided from that moment on to change his plan, because before that he thought that he was just trying to use them for information. But now Zero understood that the guy really knew about the lunar doors, and he became very interested in what the master would say about it. Probabylum was right next to the restaurant where everything happened, and the first thing he noticed was Count Rubrica and his daughter coming out of this place, whose mood left much to be desired. But the man decided not to linger on the street for long and immediately went inside, where Joshua and Cain were already waiting for him. The guys did not expect that he would come to them so quickly. Probabylum introduced himself and showed respect for Joshua, but in his head he could not believe that this was the same child about whom there were rumors. Cain knew that although Probabylum was a baron of the lowest rank, his strength was close to that of a high-ranking baron, and apparently he was in a big hurry to show such courtesy to the son of a noble family in the village. The baron did not wait long and said that he was a messenger from Lord Varen, and he had a message for Lord Ashur. The thing that Joshua had was a precious treasure of the Vilas family, and he asked for it back. But Joshua was sure that he told him to come in person if he wanted to take him, so he asked the baron to go and tell him this again. If he did not show up, he would simply melt him. Probabylum could no longer tolerate this brat, but still tried to ask again. Perhaps they could somehow resolve this issue differently, because Lord Varen now needs rest. Joshua answered him that he didn't think that Varen was such a weak person, so he asked to bring that knight Makuk, who was with Varen. Joshua wants to talk again. The man began to gradually boil with anger, and Joshua noticed that he had quite expensive rings on his hand that could be sold. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Joshua asked the man to give him these rings. After this meeting, Cain was sure that his lord was just a devil, because he did not understand how he was able to extort such treasures without a doubt. But Joshua assured him that it was not extortion, but a fair deal. Isn't it right to get something equal in return for a chance for Probabylum? Cain completely agreed with him, but still did not fully understand why he asked for the ring. Joshua showed him the ring and said that it was not a simple ring, but the treasure of the Orvis family, the tears of the elf. Elves with their beautiful appearance were interesting to people, and only for this reason people began to hunt them. Because of this, many elves lost their homes and lives. From that moment on, the elves were hostile to people. Eventually, to protect themselves and their homes, all the elves gathered in a forest on the southernmost side of the continent, which eventually became known as the Forest of the Elves. Then, in order to never allow humans to find them again, the High Elves worked together to erect a barrier throughout the forest. However, even for the High Elves with extreme talent for magic, it was difficult to maintain the barrier at the entrance to the forest. This led to the deaths of all the High Elves except one. All the elves gathered around the last High Elf and began to consider him the king of the elves and named him Elembas. Several centuries later, the only person who knew the location of the elven forest and was friends with Elembas disappeared after the fall of his family decades ago. This was the last head of the Orvis family, Zerath Dick Orvis. People say that he was missing, but Joshua was sure that someone would simply destroy him, trying to force information about the elven forest out of him. Considering that the location of the forest has not yet been revealed, Zerath Orvis said nothing about the forest of the elves until his last breath. Having learned about this too late, Elembas showed herself to the continent to see for herself. She found the last descendant of Zerath Orvis, who became a maid for another family of nobles, and cried holding her hands and apologized, and drops of tears fell directly on the family heirloom, which later became known to the world as the Tears of the Elf, about which legends were later written. However, unfortunately, the last descendant of Orvis was said to have passed away due to illness, truly the vile and merciless fate of one family. Now it is said that this ring, which appeared as a result of fate, has special powers. Behind all these stories, they did not notice how they arrived at the estate, but Joshua was in no hurry to enter, because he was thinking too much about something. He was silent for a while and suddenly asked Cain to fulfill one of his requests, which the knight was always ready for. Joshua told him that this was not only for him, but also for Cain. He needed subordinates who he could trust with his back. He did not need people who would die in front of him on the battlefield. He would soon enter the academy, so he asked Cain to leave here and go to where the Duke was. Cain could not believe that the guy wanted him to become Lady Lucia's bodyguard, because if he did this, it would be very difficult for him. Then he will essentially become the son of a noble family without a single knight, a low-class village noble family that no one knows anything about. He will be looked upon with contempt, and given Joshua's character, things will happen to him that he will not tolerate, so he needs Cain to prevent such things from happening. In addition, he believed that Varen Vilas was also a student at the academy, and Cain was confident that he would again try to do something to Joshua. Joshua told him not to worry, he was really thinking about living quietly. In fact, Joshua considered himself an expert in tolerating loneliness. Also, besides all this, Joshua wanted to ask Cain to learn the way of the sword from the Duke for him. This is not an order as from a lord, but a request. A request that Joshua so badly wanted Cain to fulfill. Cain was even a little scared because he did not expect his lord to bow his head without the slightest embarrassment for such a request. The knight decided to immediately ask him to raise his head, because he did not want to see how the man he served bowed his head in front of someone, even in front of him. Cain will gladly fulfill this request for him. However, quid pro quo, the knight also wanted to ask him for something. Joshua did not expect such a turn of events, and he became interested in finding out what Cain would ask of him. Suddenly Cain asked him to make sure that he would never have to bow his head to anyone but him. Joshua didn't even think about the answer, and told him not to worry about it. He would make sure that he never had to bow his head to anyone but him. Cain liked this answer, so he added that now it was completely at his disposal. In the center of the vast continent of Igrant, surrounded by 3 superpowers, stands an ivory tower so tall that it pierces the clouds. This is the sanctuary and pride of the magicians, which they nicknamed the Magic Tower. Inside which they held meetings, at which important issues were resolved, and the head of this organization, Jan de Pere, asked the others why the other 3 magicians were missing. Earth Master Marcus answered him, as they know, the Red Flame and Void Masters do not want to stay in one place. As for the Lightning Master, he is absent for a really important reason related to what he is currently working on. Jan Parai decided not to wait for these irresponsible masters and to start the 27th meeting without them, because the reason was serious and they cannot simply postpone the meeting. As it turned out, the main topic at these gatherings will be Primordial Stone. Storm Master Tata said that he was surprised that the old man got straight to the point, because it was so unlike him. The Master of the Earth did not tolerate such treatment, and asked him to watch his language when they were at the meeting, but the storm continued to play tricks. The head added that he, in turn, was generally surprised that the storm had come, because usually he doesn't even see a trace of it. But today there was a really important reason to come to the meeting, and besides, the Storm Master was interested in whether it was true that someone stole the magma. Although the Master of the Earth did not want to, he agreed with the storm, adding that not only the magma was missing, but also the Bronto. Storm and the head of the magicians were shocked, because for the first time they heard that Bronto had also disappeared. This had never happened before. The Ice Master, who had not said a word before, added that only the Magic Tower did not know about the stones used. They were most likely taken without even knowing what they really were. But she also did not exclude the fact that if she is mistaken and a person knows what to do with these stones, then they have serious problems. The head confirmed every word of the woman, and he had an idea about who took the magma, but he has no idea where Bronto could be. Master Storm suddenly began to laugh and said out loud that now it dawned on him why Mr. Lightning dropped everything and left. The Earth Master added that it's not that there is absolutely no information about this, but he is not sure about Bronto or not, but there are strange rumors in the area. Near the place where Bronto appeared, he heard that some kind of magical swordsman had appeared. Everyone who was in this room could not believe their ears, because this is impossible even in theory. The Ice Master immediately decided to clarify whether it was possible that he had appeared again. Unfortunately for them, the Master of the Earth said that most likely not. This time a magical swordsman appeared, as he heard a child who had recently turned 9 years old. But this information shocked them even more, because now it is on the verge of the impossible. The head decided to calm them down a little and decided to clarify that the Master of the Earth said that Bronto was found in the Avalon Empire, to which he received a positive response. After which he asked Marcus to keep an eye on who took the magma, and if this is really true, then they will have very few options left. Alicia decided to assume that this was the successor of that person, because she could not imagine anyone else in this situation other than a magical swordsman. But the head asked her to calm down. He understood how she was feeling now, but in any case, she needed to behave soberly. After such words, she jumped up from her seat and began shouting that this was not something that he could so casually ignore. The Earth Master intervened in this conversation and added that given the possibility, most likely they are not connected in any way, because he heard that the object of these rumors is the son of Arden von Agnes. The Storm Master was very angry that Marcus was hiding everything so secretly and asked him not to drink his tea, but to tell him everything he knew. The head could not stand it and hit the table, saying that there was nothing concrete. He asked them not to act at their own discretion, but simply to observe the situation. If everything is clear to them, then that's it for today and they can leave. After the meeting, the head noticed that the world was changing at such a speed, but he could not understand for himself whether it was for the better or for the worse. Cain watched Joshua perform some kind of ritual, but it was difficult to explain what he was doing for sure. But he knew for sure that right now his lord was using the language of runes, and he was surprised by the fact that Joshua spoke this language, which is accessible only to high-level magicians. The knight had already begun to think that his lord was really a magical swordsman. At that moment, the ritual was completed and Cain began to worry very much about his lord, so he immediately ran to him, but according to Joshua, everything was in order. Cain decided to ask Joshua a question, in which he was interested to know which high elf blessed him, that there is even a rune language here. Joshua explained to him that it is a high-ranking Class 7 barrier that protects the user in dangerous situations. He also heard that it greatly increases the affinity with spirits. Cain listened carefully to everything that the guy told him and suddenly, even for himself, asked Joshua to give him the tears of the elf. Joshua told him that this ring was made by a high elf for the only daughter of the head of the Orvis family, so men cannot use it. The guy got this ring especially for his mother, and she will be the one who will look after him and keep an eye on him along the way. Zero decided that he needed help in this matter, because he could not cope with such a person on his own, even considering the fact that he was a child. Therefore, he did not decide to call the master, who did not expect that Zero would call him. Is it all because of the child? Which Zero confirmed and added that nothing important has happened yet, but he has a feeling that Joshua is hiding something more than he expects. The master added that he already knows that this child is special, but Zero added that simply calling him special is not enough. In any case, the master asked Zero if he knew that the magic tower had already started looking for the boy. Although Zero was an informant who had the latest information, he did not even possess such data. The master added that apparently one of the family of magicians began to look for Joshua, believing that he is a descendant of the magical swordsman Ainslot, so the magic tower has been looking for him for quite a long time. The magic tower, according to the master, uses the primordial stone as an excuse, but in reality she believed that it does not matter whether the primordial stone or Ainslot. Part of the forces of the Imperial Order of the Avalon Empire, the magic tower, the secret of their secret organization, all of this was concentrated around Joshua, and the master thought that this was strange and clearly worth paying attention to. The master would like to go to Acadia personally, but due to enmity within the organization, he cannot, although everything will change if this child really brings him a red coin. Zero was faithful to his master and promised that he would get this red coin and bring it so that it would not happen to him. The master trusted the man and disappeared. Now all hope was in Zero. Vigo screamed in fear, and the man who was with him at that moment asked him to close his mouth and just watch. Suddenly, out of nowhere, orcs began to appear, who had not just been here, and it seemed that this was far from an illusion. The man said a prayer and performed some kind of ritual, which he called the rain of lightning. All the orcs who were there were suddenly struck by lightning, and now could no longer continue the fight. Vigo, looking at all this, could not believe that this was really possible, but it was true. After a few minutes all the orcs that miraculously appeared here were destroyed. Now the man turned around and began to walk towards Vigo, whom he forced to speak. He was interested to know how strong his magic was in comparison with Joshua's abilities. He tore the rag over the man's mouth and repeated his question again. Vigo, instead of giving an answer to this question, began to shout that he was a nobleman of the Avalon Empire and asked this man, did he really think that the Empire would simply leave him aside? But as soon as the lightning man came closer to Vigo and simply looked at him, the man immediately stopped screaming at the top of his voice. The man told him that if he was afraid of the Empire, he obviously would not have even come here, so he asked him to hurry up and answer the question of how his strength compares with the strength of Joshua, who is rumored to be a magical swordsman. Vigo, no longer shouting, answered him that in terms of power, the man's magic is definitely stronger than Joshua's. Even a person like him can say this for sure. But these words did not calm the man at all, because Ainslot's feature was not the lightning attribute. As he expected, Joshua took Bronto. He realized that now he needed to meet him in person, but the Duchy of Agnes was not a place where it would be easy for him to get to. His thoughts and guesses were interrupted by Vigo, who shouted to him that if he was going to meet with Joshua, then he was thinking in the wrong direction. He explained what he meant. Joshua followed Duke Agnes to the capital, and now he should have entered the academy. The Lightning Master was not too happy about this information, because getting into the Duke of Agnes is difficult, and getting into the capital is even more difficult, because it is on a completely different level. In addition to the Duke of Agnes, there are several more monsters there. But Vigo, as it turned out, was not finished yet and added that he would help the man, although his first impression of him was not so pleasant. After all, if the Lightning Master is going to trample Joshua, then Vigo will gladly help him. Joshua's arrogance from not knowing his place greatly irritates him, and he can no longer tolerate it. The master was glad to hear this, and it was quite entertaining, but still he did not fully understand how Vigo could help him. The man began to shout that he had a Stairpiece symbol under his eye and that he was a 6th-class magician, namely the Master of Lightning from the 7 Magicians, Jack Stairpiece. The master was quite surprised that an ordinary viscount knew him. This is commendable. Vigo also added that as everyone in the area knows, information is the main force in Avalon. If he cooperates with him, he will definitely help him, because he has many connections in Avalon. Jack answered him that even if so, no matter how urgent this work was, he in any case could not cooperate with a simple nameless viscount. Although he said that he doesn't care at all, it will be extremely unpleasant for him if they find out a little more about him. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds began to narrow and Vigo realized that Jack was going to destroy him. Therefore, he began to shout that if a noble of the Empire like him disappeared, then Duke Agnes would go looking for him. But all these words and threats were unnecessary, because the Lightning Master absolutely did not care about it, and he simply launched a lightning bolt at the man. Jack was sure that it was unlikely that anyone would look for someone like Vigo, so this was not a terrible loss. Time passed quickly, and after his 10th birthday, Joshua entered the academy, where about 1,000 other children of nobles entered with him. Students were divided into 6 classes, and were promoted to the next class through an annual examination, after which they graduated from the academy by passing a final examination. Joshua is confident that the 6 years he will spend here will be enough to reach the 5th stage of spear mastery, which he achieved in a previous life, if, of course, everything goes according to plan. He held a letter and a suitcase with things in his hands and confidently walked to look for his room. Joshua watched over the children of the nobles, and as expected, each of them had a personal servant, which could not be said about Joshua. In any case, he didn't care, because he had already found his room, which pleasantly surprised him, because it was so spacious, considering that it was only for 3 people. He hoped that he wouldn't have to share this place with someone like Verona. He wanted to live a quiet life for a little while. Suddenly a guy burst into this room, who immediately said that he was his friend and asked Joshua to help him with his luggage. The guy helped him with this without any problems and received gratitude for this, because his new neighbor thought that he would not be able to carry them because they were too heavy. During all this, he forgot to introduce himself. His name was Aegon's Coon Douglas, and at the same time asked the name of his new neighbor. Joshua looked at him and thought that this guy was clearly better than dealing with kids who wanted to show everyone their strength. He shook his hand and introduced himself as Asher von Frederick and added that he was very pleased to meet you. Aegon's was a little surprised because it was the first time he had heard about this family, but in any case he hoped that they would become friends. Suddenly they were interrupted by another guy who seemed to be living in the same room with them. His name was Icarus, and he would be the third neighbor of Joshua and Aegon's, and he looked like an absolutely adequate person. But it seemed so only at first glance, because Aegon's immediately called him a scumbag, and this did not mean anything good. Joshua remembered this name, because Icarus was the same genius of this era. He was called the Divine Brain. While the Avalon Empire was weakened by wars between empires and Emperor Marcus disappeared, the worst power struggle in history took place between the first and second princes, which would be called bloody in the future. Under the pretext of stabilizing the situation in the country, there were tens of thousands of victims in this struggle for power that lasted 10 years. And in the end it ended with the victory of the first prince, after which the administration and army of the second prince passed to the first. In this war there were 2 people who made a huge contribution. One of the 4 princes of the empire, who became a hero who put an end to the struggle for power, Caesar von Britain. And another genius of strategy and tactics with a mind sent by heaven itself, the servant who led the first prince to victory, the divine brain Icarus. Icarus didn't understand why they were staring at him like that. Did he really have something on his face, since they were looking at him like that? Aegon's could no longer stand it, and still ran to immediately hug this guy and say that how could he not be surprised when their paths crossed again. Icarus himself was a little shocked, because he never could have thought that he would live in the same room with Agar's. Agar's was always so optimistic and cheerful. Now he is looking forward to the start of this school year. Joshua was surprised that they knew each other, and was well aware that the first years could not meet at the academy, which means they met in some other place. In any case, from everything Joshua knows about Icarus, this is the first time he has heard that Icarus has a friend. Since the couple did not have children for a long time, they decided to adopt Icarus, who was their servant at that moment, noticing his talent. After this, they were ridiculed by the nobles due to the unusual nature of what was happening. Icarus could not get rid of the image of a commoner at the academy, despite his talent, and was constantly treated with contempt, so he spent his days alone. The only one who extended his hand to him at that time was the first prince of the Avalon Empire, Caesar von Britain. He was the first who treated Icarus as a person and gave him the opportunity to spread his wings as widely as he wanted. After this story, Joshua thought that they were similar to him, because of his youth filled with nothing but contempt. Because of a life full of failures taken away by Caesar von Britain, whom he trusted so much. Joshua decided to also introduce himself and extended his hand to Icarus, saying that his name was Asher von Frederick. Icarus was very pleased, and he also introduced himself, with the hope that they would get along and be friends. Joshua understood perfectly well that this was a fateful meeting at which he must do everything to win Icarus over to his side, no matter what the cost. At Duke Agnes's residence, Lucia was very worried that she never saw Joshua enter the academy. She was very upset that she was not there. Cain reassured Lady Lucia, because he understood perfectly well that if young Lord Joshua called her, she could reveal his identity. She understood this and was so happy for him, even considering the fact that she was not with him now. She also thanked Sir Cain for looking after her. Cain told her that there was nothing wrong with that, on the contrary, it would always be an honor for him to serve Joshua as his lord. After which he added that Lady Lucia has a wonderful son, which made the woman laugh even more. She was very pleased to hear such things. When suddenly their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Duke Agnes, who asked them what they were doing. Without waiting for an answer, he asked Lucia how she was doing, to which she replied that she was very grateful to him for his generosity, because only thanks to him she could receive much more than she deserved. Walking past her, he added that if something was wrong, she could tell him about it at any time, and there was nothing wrong with that. After the Duke and his assistant passed by Lucia, his subject decided to ask the Duke why he left Lucia in this residence, because after learning about this, Lady Vanessa might do something. The Duke was a little unprepared for such a question, so the assistant added that he knew very well that young Lord Joshua had extraordinary talent. But the talent of young Babylon, in which imperial blood flows, cannot be ignored, and this raises the main question: who will be the head of the family? Agnes understood that he was concerned about the imperial blood, which the assistant did not argue with, because the authenticity of an illegitimate son cannot be ignored. He believed that if young Lord Joshua inherited the name Agnes, then there would be no end to the hype about the family. It was very interesting for Agnes to listen to such things, because if only blood affects authenticity, then in that case it is nothing. He did not listen to his servant, and decided that he would continue to observe everything. During his first lesson at the academy, Joshua learned a lot about Agars and Icarus. Because they were both quite famous in the academy and, of course, not in a good sense of the word. When they walked to their room after class, other students of the academy stood in their way, to whom it seemed that Count Douglas was illegitimate, and Icarus was generally a commoner. One of them added that losers are attracted to each other, and for them this was not at all surprising. Joshua stood aside and watched all this. He guessed that the one who spoke most was none other than Amaru Branch 10. His father is one of the 5 masters of Avalon, Count Arya Branch 10, recognized as a master of the rapier, and he exactly resembles his father, with his gray hair and sharp eyes. They believed that they could easily get good grades if they studied with these losers in the same class. How pathetic they were for them, the illegitimate and commoner who stayed in the second year. Joshua noticed that they were wearing yellow ties, which symbolized that they were second years, because the tie changes with the transition to the next year. In addition, Agars is illegitimate, like Joshua. Amaru seemed to scold Agans for staying for the second year, and added that he was very ashamed that he was once his friend. Akara could no longer tolerate this, and still raised his voice, asking Amaru if he was too cruel with such statements. Duncan Paul was a friend of Amaru and decided that Akara should not dare to interfere in the conversation, especially since he is a commoner. Icarus didn't understand what he meant, but Duncan continued to shout and say that the guy should mind his own business. He would regard any mockery of his friend Amaru as a mockery of himself. Ikaru tried to prove to them that he didn't say anything that they could regard as disrespect, but these guys did not tolerate this and decided to teach him manners. Duncan hit Icarus right in the face, causing the guy to immediately fall to the ground. After he did this, he began to scream even more and say that if Icarus thinks that he became a nobleman only because he was adopted, then this is not so. Agans tried to calm them down, because they were clearly going too far and going too far. But for such words, all he could get was a kick from his leg, which made these guys laugh a lot. They considered it fun. Joshua couldn't just stand by, so he decided to intervene in this situation, but it became even funnier for them, because they didn't even know who he was. At that moment, the guy thought that it seemed he couldn't live in peace as he wanted. These guys treat people like cattle, so he decided that he needed to knock this desire out of them. Amaru suddenly stopped laughing and asked Joshua what he was doing here. It felt like he recognized him. But as it turned out, he was not talking to Joshua, but to Prince Caesar, who quietly crept up behind him. He was immediately glad that he saw Joshua in front of him, but from the expression on Joshua's face it was clear that he could not reciprocate. Varen was very angry because he had already repeated his question twice and his knight still had not given an answer, so he had to repeat it again. He asked if it was true that the fourth prince acted as if he knew that guy. This time the knight was able to give an answer, and now Varen understood that his enemy was not as simple as he thought. No matter how hard he searched, he still could not find anything about the Frederick family, and now it also turned out that he knew the 4th prince. He decided that there was no other choice, so he ordered Maker to go to the moon door and ask around about a sheriff and Frederick. The Count wanted to know everything about his weakness, no matter what the cost. Joshua said that he would return the ring to Varen, but he asked the knight to apologize to the Rebreck family on behalf of the stupid young Lord Varen and promise him something. Joshua asked to swear on his family and honor that he would stop Varen if he tried to do something like that again, to which the knight agreed without any problems. Therefore, the knight decided to tell the lord that perhaps he was overstepping the line, but if he broke his promise, then the whole world would mock him and the entire Marquis family. But Varen categorically disagreed with him. He threw a glass at him with the words that he should not keep a promise that he himself did not give. He once again asked him to stop objecting to his words and do only what he said. The knight understood that it was useless to talk with such a person, so he said that he would carry out the order. Joshua sat in class and thought that he did not plan to attract attention to himself, but if he wants to lure Icarus to his side, then he will have to change his plans. He understood that most people must have already become interested in him because of Caesar. While everyone else bowed their heads to the fourth prince, Joshua listened as Caesar told him that he had his answer, but was not going to give up. The guy thought that he also asked to visit his palace before he graduated. In any case, Joshua was going to do it, even if he didn't ask, because he needed to take something from the Imperial storage. Suddenly, all of Joshua's thoughts were interrupted by Douglas, who suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted that it was time for lunch. Everyone in the class started laughing at him, and again, this was the reason why they remembered that he was illegitimate. The teacher asked everyone to calm down, and Agars to behave more attentively in class, unless of course he wanted to go back home. After which the man continued teaching the lesson and decided to finish his sentence, in which he said that the sword is considered the greatest weapon and there is a reason why the greatest knights use the sword as a weapon. Even the current emperor, who rules the Avalon Empire and has reached the master level, and Duke Agnes, who is one of the 9 stars, the strongest in the entire continent, both of them use the sword. Therefore, based on all this, the teacher decided to clarify with the class why the sword is the greatest weapon. Amaru immediately raised his hand and decided to answer this question. He said that all other weapons against the background of the sword are nothing more than garbage, that's all. Joshua listened to the guy talk about how someone who doesn't use a sword can never defeat someone who does. The teacher did not entirely agree with him and added that, however, in war almost no one uses swords, but rather spears. Based on the guy's words, shouldn't all soldiers be trained to use a sword rather than a spear? Amaru was talking about people with the same skills, and not about consumables like warriors in war. But he was interrupted by Joshua, who felt too funny at all his words. Judging by what he knows, a sword is the worst of weapons, especially a rapier, which is useless even like a toothpick. Amar got angry when he heard what this new guy was saying, because the guy believed that the rapier was the best weapon. The teacher immediately yelled at them and asked them to calm down, because fights between students are prohibited, but Amar believed that he could not simply stand aside, as a member of the Sten family, who used the rapier as their main weapon. For Joshua it was even funnier, because in essence the guy believed that insulting their weapon is an insult to the family, but belittling other weapons by you is just an opinion. The guy only shouted in response, because he believed that this was simply the truth and nothing more, and if this was not so, then Amar invited him to fight and let him prove it with deeds. Joshua was just waiting for this offer, but unfortunately, according to the rules, students are not allowed to fight each other. As soon as Amar heard this, he immediately began to be sarcastic, because now he considered Joshua a coward who was afraid of a fight and was hiding behind the rules. Joshua told him that he just didn't want to break the rules, and if he really wanted to fight, the guy suggested that he go to the spring room and fight there. It wouldn't break the rules. Amar completely agreed with him. Besides, sword practice lessons are due tomorrow. After which Amar decided to beg the professor to allow this sparring, and then he promises that he will never argue about this again. The professor understood that this was complete nonsense, and especially to face the Stern family. He believed that this year would be very difficult considering all this. He thought that since things had gone too far, he could only watch, so he said that he approved. But this was only sparring, so he forbade the use of real swords. They would only be allowed to use wooden swords. As soon as Amar heard this, he thought it was simply wonderful, because there was nothing better than a wooden sword to break his bones. He didn't know what connected this guy with the 4th prince, but he was sure that he would destroy him. In the land of death located in the northern part of Avalon, 2 families were able to repel the endless invasion of demonic beasts. Amaru's father is recognized as the commander of the north, and is also now the head of the Sten family, and Agar's father is the head of the Douglas family, who was always on his side, covered him and helped. The great friendship that emerged from the countless life and death situations they found themselves in was known even among nobles. Aegon said that in this way they met Amaru, but he, as a concubine's son, could not become his friend. However, due to the fact that they had something in common, because they were both far from inheritance, they became friends who could rely on each other. That's why he now knows Amara better than anyone else, and that's why Aegon's asked Joshua to go and ask for his forgiveness, because he doesn't want to see his new friend get beaten. All Joshua did at that moment was smile, after which he added that he was not going to apologize just because he was weak, because all he would do was laugh and bow at everyone's feet. Icarus also joined the conversation and also tried to explain to Joshua that Aegon's meant that they were telling him all this only to protect him. Joshua told him that the only thing excuses can do is deteriorate your skills, because if you want to experience the fate for which you were born, then you need to work tirelessly, even if it is dangerous. Unless, of course, they want to live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. After these words he finished and simply left the room, leaving the guys alone with their thoughts. They stood in silence for some time, and tried to rethink everything they had just heard from their friend. A man came to Zero who would like to know more information about a sheriff and Frederick. And Sir Macker came to visit him, who once again confirmed this request and added that all they knew about him was that he arrived in Avalon this year. As soon as the guy said that perhaps he had a guess about who it could be, the Sir immediately jumped up from the table and asked him to tell him everything he knew. He would pay any money. The guy said that it would be expensive, but Sir Macker interrupted him by saying that, as he said, money was not a problem, but Zero added that it was especially expensive. He explained that this is especially valuable information if it concerns a person who is treated specially in their organization. The knight did not expect such a turn of events. If he is someone to whom even the Moon Door has a special relationship, then there is something more behind him. But in any case, the man continued to beg to tell him everything they know and he will get as much money as he wants. Zero didn't mind telling this information for 1 million gold coins, as he said, especially expensive information. Sir Macker was not ready to hear such a sum, and now it became clear to him that this was too much of an ordinary person, because even some entire cities do not earn that much from taxes in a year. Zero saw his surprised look, so he decided to give him time to think a little and asked him to come when he decided. Zero thought that young Lord Joshua was expected to be a great investment, even though someone like Varen would find a way to find out about him from other sources, since the Moon Door asked for 1 million gold for it. They will think that they are much more dangerous than they thought. If this is so, then he is sure that Varen will stop at petty revenge, afraid of the possible consequences, because the young Lord Varen, whom Zero knows, is weak in front of the strong and strong in front of the weak, nothing more. Zero mentally begged Joshua not to worry about such little things and to find a red coin for them to end this long war, and until then he would not spare anything for the sake of young Lord Joshua. According to the strict rules of the academy, They allow students to go wherever they want after the end of classes. Thanks to this, Joshua can concentrate on regaining the power in the mansion Duke Agnes prepared for him. The divine and demonic energies in his body are like water and oil, which are constantly in turmoil and simply cannot be mixed. He believed that he needed to stabilize their power with Brontos, but it was much more difficult than he thought. Every time his concentration reached its peak, the blow was too strong and he was literally thrown back. Almost every time, he lost consciousness and woke up a few hours later realizing that he again could not control his strength. He knew that if he could control a little more divine and demonic energy using Bronto, he would soon be able to advance to the 3rd stage of spear wielding. As soon as he decided that he urgently needed to repeat it again, he realized that Rugia had disappeared and he immediately tried with all his might to find her. But suddenly he raised his eyes and saw a huge dark spot from which a voice was coming, and Joshua simply froze at that moment. A silhouette of a man appeared in front of the guy, who called the guy names and asked him how he could sleep for 3 whole days in a place where enemies could attack at any time. Joshua did not understand what or who it was, but suddenly this silhouette spoke again and explained to him that he was Rugia Nim, who ordered him to bow, because he had protected him for 3 days. The guy couldn't believe that this time he passed out for 3 whole days. There must have been a big fuss at the academy because of this. In any case, the guy thought that when he reached stage 3 in his past life, he also saw that Rugia had intelligence. But he never thought that he would appear in front of him in the form of a child, which could mean that he was not the only one reborn. Rugia interrupted his thoughts, saying that he was actually not a child, and Joshua did not expect that this creature could read thoughts. Rugia added that he didn't even think that he could do something like that in his first state of awakening, but that's not about that now, because there are more important things to do, but Joshua didn't understand what he was talking about. Rugia asked him to know himself before knowing the enemy. He doesn't think that his body is in perfect condition now. After which, in a calm voice, Rugia asked the guy if he wanted some information. Rugia leaned lower towards the guy and whispered that the primordial stone that he received has much greater power than the guy can imagine. Rugia doesn't know how much people know about the primordial stone with their insignificant minds, but its true power lies far away. He asked him to think about it. Even if each primordial stone has unique powers like extinction, regeneration, and harmony, then even this is not the most important thing. Rugia was tired of just telling the story, so she decided to ask the guy, if this is so, then what unique power does Bronto have, which Joshua already had? Joshua wondered that since he has the lightning attribute, which is good at destruction, shouldn't he have something related to it? But then it dawned on him that then it would sort of overlap with the red primordial magma stone. Rugia added that he needs to think about this issue very carefully, because this is what will help him achieve his goals in the fastest way. At first Joshua was a little confused about what exactly Rugia was talking about. But after this creature approached him even closer, it showed its face and said that its main goal is revenge. Aguns was telling another funny story, which Icarus liked so much that he was ready to listen to them around the clock. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Douglas, who again began to pester them and again allowed himself to hit Icarus on the head. After which he added to them that if he were in their place, he would have run away with that guy long ago. Aguns also could not stand it, and began to shout at them so that they would finally leave them behind, because they had not done anything to be pestered like that. But the guys who were behind them told him that he had no right to open his mouth at all, because his neighbor said a bunch of things and then just ran away, and they weren't going to leave something like that just like that. They assured them that they wanted to get rid of weeds like them and the world would be a much better place. Today the guys were lucky, because a professor came out into the corridor and heard a strange noise. He once again repeated to them that fights between students are strictly prohibited, and if they do not calm down and continue, then the professor will take action. The professor thought that this was actually his mistake, yet he suspected that everything could end like this, but did not take action, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that someone entered the room. It was Joshua, who immediately asked for an apology for being late, because he had to leave for personal reasons. The professor became even more angry, but not because the guy was late, but on the contrary that he came here at all, because in this way he was only digging his own grave. All the attention of the students was focused on him. They also did not understand why he had returned at all. Did he really think that he had been forgiven and everything was fine? The professor was tired of all this farce, so he asked everyone to calm down, because the lesson would start soon. After which the man asked Ashur to take his place in the class, because it was time to continue the lesson. The man only thought that if all this had gone so far and this guy still returned, then he should stop everything that was coming. He would have to postpone the practice lesson, because who knows what could happen there. As soon as Joshua went to his place, he caught the eye of Amaru, who was looking down on him and thinking only about how he would deal with him. The guy sat down in his place and immediately began to listen to criticism from Aguns, who was unhappy that Joshua had returned, because he didn't understand why he couldn't just run away, and besides, there are now a lot of rumors around the academy that his family is destroyed. After which Amaru added that it was still not too late to ask for forgiveness. He took into account everything that Joshua had already told him before. But in any case, he believed that it was much safer, so sometimes it needs to be done. Joshua was amused that the guy was repeating the same thing again, so he repeated to them once again that he was not going to do this. He would still show them how to defend their own beliefs. But suddenly Joshua turned his gaze to Icarus, who was looking at him with such a sad look. The guy perfectly understood from one glance what he was worried about, but he did not have time for childish quarrels, because he had more important things to do. Joshua was very interested to know how Rugia found out that his main goal was revenge. The guy couldn't believe the fact that Rugia really moved into the past with him, and what other ability did Bronto have? But all that Rugia could say was that he must still have a lot of questions, but he can't tell him everything like that. As long as he fulfills his conditions, he doesn't mind giving him hints. Joshua's answer was clearly not suitable, so he started screaming and asked him to stop playing with him. Rugia's face changed and asked him to think again. He shouldn't tell him anything at all. He can just shut up and fall asleep and that'll be the end of it, because only Joshua is in a hurry. The guy stood silently and then finally decided to ask what the conditions of Rugia were. The creature liked this development of events. Rugia said that his conditions are actually simple. This is the restoration of the connection that he had in a past life, and he also asked the guy to take care of himself more. Joshua didn't expect this. In what sense was it said? What does it mean to take care of yourself? Rugia was not going to answer a single question until Joshua promised that he would fulfill his conditions. Besides, time was quickly running out, and he was already starting to fall asleep. Joshua understood that the conditions were actually very simple, and so that Rugia would not fall asleep now, he decided to agree. Rugia was very happy about this, and he hoped that he would fulfill them, because a promise with a divine artifact like him has special power. So as he promised, he would give him a hint. The power of Bronto, which he thinks about is not foresight, it has a completely different power. Joshua could not believe that Bronto's strength was not a prediction, because he saw the fall of the Agnes Duchy, which happened in the future. It was not a simple dream. Rugia added to him that if he thought seriously about something, it would definitely appear in his dreams. In his case, he appeared as the target of his revenge in his dreams. If in short his prophetic dream was due to one of two forces that slumbers in it. Joshua was well aware of the fact that Rugia was talking about the divine power that sits within him. To be precise, the divine power of God. It is said that a connection is established between high-ranking priests and deities in the coming days before danger, and the prophetic dream that Joshua had is somewhat similar to this contact. Moreover, the second force raging in his body, if he cannot completely absorb both of these forces into himself, will give him the opportunity to become invincible. Well, and most importantly, the primordial stone, Bronto's true strength, which boasts the power of lightning, the fastest force, with powerful destructive abilities is growth. Suddenly the lesson was interrupted by the screams of Amar, who began to ask the professor not to remain silent about what happened. The professor did not fully understand what he was talking about, so he had to remind him that he approved the sparring between him and Ashur. This is not a simple sparring, but a battle for honor. The guy began to threaten that if he changed his mind, then his entire family would be insulted, and in this case he would have no choice but to take other measures. The professor at that moment thought that from the point of view of the relationship between teacher and student, he could not escape the principle that is the strength of the family, and he did not understand how he could stop this. While the professor was thinking, Amar was now shouting towards Joshua, telling him that he wouldn't just let it get away with it. He wanted to take this opportunity and show how insignificant the weapon he was praising was. Joshua answered him quite directly that he was pleased that they were thinking about the same thing. The guy also didn't plan to leave everything like that, and would show him how useless his rapier was. From these words, Amar began to boil even more, and it seemed that he was about to burst from anger. After the lesson, all the students gathered in a small training hall, because no one wanted to miss this fight between Ashur and Amar. Icarus, even at that moment, tried to persuade Joshua to simply apologize to Amar, but the guy was already tired of listening to this proposal. His friend added to him that he was not sure what Ashur was going to do, but he could not defeat Amara, even if he won him in this fight, because his family would not just leave it, especially after insulting the rapier. But he could not have expected the answer that Joshua gave him, who said that if they pestered him, then he would beat them all. But Joshua noticed from Icarus's face that he didn't really believe in him, so he suggested making a bet. If he wins against Amaru Branch Sten to defend his beliefs and deals with the Sten family without problems, then he has won, and the punishment will be one wish of the winner. Icarus did not understand why he was even offering him this, because his main task was to stop this duel. Moreover, he believed that his friend did not even know what he would ask if he won. For Joshua, these were obviously unnecessary thoughts, because he was sure that he would not lose. Even the professor had to intervene in their dialogue, because it was time to start the duel and there was no point in distracting Ashur. Icarus got tired of persuading him, so he turned around and the last thing he said to him was that he advised him to value himself more, because he would never be able to change this place alone. Joshua thought about these words and turned them over in his head several times, after which he realized that something had clearly happened to Icarus. But there wasn't much time to figure this out, because the duel between Amaru Brandsten and Ashur von Frederick begins right now. Amar looked at his opponent and simply did not understand what he was doing, because he had so many chances to give up. Even now he just stands there with his eyes closed and does nothing. Was this guy really doing all this just for attention? Joshua closed his eyes and thought that most likely it would be better for him not to use mana and defeat this guy with just one spear. Until now he was chasing the pinnacle of wielding a magic spear, but he never saw the end of the road. He forgot that there is nothing more important than the basics. Now he sees the path to which he is accustomed and feels that he can achieve more in this life, and at that moment Amar has already gone into battle. But the guy had no idea that he had fallen into a trap with Joshua, who was just waiting for this. As soon as he approached with his wooden sword, he immediately received a blow from which his sword simply fell into small pieces. And the guy himself lay on the floor from one blow and screamed in pain, not understanding how this was even possible. Everyone who was in the hall, including the professor, was shocked by this development of events, because none of them expected that the legendary Amar would fall from one blow. Suddenly the girl who was sitting next to Icarus said that she knew it. This guy is not going in the direction in which she so wants. Joshua von Agnes is doing everything his own way. Icarus didn't understand what she was talking about, but he clearly heard the name Joshua von Agnes. Joshua looked at his opponent and thought that he had finally mastered the extreme speed that the opponent could never foresee, the speed that surpasses all speed limits. Until today, he could only dream of this in his past life, because he had opened the enlightenment of the 6th stage of magical spear wielding. In the female student dormitory of the Avalon Academy, Anna looked at her magic ball, talked about Joshua, and did not believe her eyes, because she completely thought that he would live a quiet life. But instead, he made some kind of fuss, and she told all this to her father, whom she had not seen for so long. She asked him to answer his calls more often, because she was worried about him and thought that there were problems in the kingdom, but her father tried to calm her down, saying that in fact everything was fine. He told her that lightning from the 7 magicians Jack's therapies destroyed Vigo, who was quite useful for their disguise, such a misfortune. The girl didn't understand why the 7 magicians did this. Did they really find out everything about their plan? Her father explained to her that although the actions of the tower are not aimed directly at them, it seems that Joshua Vaughan Agnes has acquired a valuable thing that the magic tower is looking for. She suggested that he take this thing away, but he told her that it was quite useless for them, because only a magic tower could use this thing, and besides, if they pay attention to them, their plans could be thwarted. The girl decided to return to the original topic of conversation and said that Joshua was creating problems. Only when he came to the academy, he was challenged to a duel because he called the rapier trash in the presence of the Sten family, and then defeated the son of the Sten family with one blow. For her father, this was quite surprising, and he wanted to see the face of Duke Agnes when he heard about this. Perhaps the heir would be changed in the duchy. The girl could not believe her ears that the illegitimate Joshua would take the place of Babylon, despite heredity. Joshua stood in the professor's office and listened to him tell him that a lot of time had passed since the head of the family, Frederick, went missing. And they were not known for their military merits. Moreover, he had never seen wielding a spear of such a level in his life, so he wanted to know who he really was. Joshua understood that it was impossible to reveal his identity, so he said to the end that his name was Asher von Frederick. The professor had to add that there were cases when high-ranking nobles or members of royal families of other countries entered the academy, hiding their identity, and frankly the professor did not care at all what he was up to. However, such changes were undesirable for him. Even if he was from the Sten family, it was a simple duel between 2 students. The professor believed that what the guy said to him could be regarded as an ordinary children's quarrel, but things took a completely different turn when he defeated the Sten family swordsman right in front of the children of the nobles. Joshua believed that he had done everything right, so he answered the professor that he was ready to take full responsibility upon himself. The professor felt funny when he heard this and told him that around this time last year, someone also thought so, a child named Simais Kun Douglas. The man added to him, more importantly, this problem cannot be solved simply by taking responsibility. Even the students of the academy, who seem to be on equal terms, have their own hierarchy in accordance with the strength of the family. The professor believed that the division of the hierarchy and groups had long been done. Amaru, of course, is also included in this group. And this only meant one thing: from now on, these children would endlessly harm children from weaker families, including him. Joshua asked the man to ask one question, namely, to divide the students by rank and, for the reason of preventing even greater harm, to do nothing while all this violence and extortion continues inside the academy. Is this what someone who supposedly calls himself a teacher does? The guy believed that such a person would not teach him anything. If he was stopped by fear of consequences, then bad habits would not go away. The professor believed that there are things in this world that will never change, but Joshua immediately asked him not to say the word never, because only cowards do not try to do something out of fear. The man could not say anything about this, so he advised the guy to go to the Imperial Order of Knights. He would be able to graduate from there, especially since he believed that a person like the guy could easily pass the entrance exams there. Joshua at this moment was thinking that he had already rejected Caesar's offer to allow the Imperial family. Moreover, since he learned about Bronto's power, he now cannot waste time either on the academy or on the Imperial Order of Knights. The professor once again asked the guy what he thought about it, because he would be able to arrange this exam. But Joshua gave him a negative answer, because the guy didn't want to waste his precious time on the academy. The man was delighted and was about to go resolve this issue, when Joshua suddenly stopped him and asked him to wait with this for a while. After which he added that he was not going to run away with his tail between his legs, he was still not a coward. Therefore, he asked the professor for forgiveness and decided to take his leave and left the office. The professor stood silently for a little longer and thought about what the guy was telling him, and then asked Simais for his opinion. Joshua stood on the roof of the academy and thought that although he was going to leave the academy, but now, in order to fulfill his goal, he would have to leave only after he had dealt with all this. His thoughts were interrupted by Amar, who quietly crept up from behind. He wanted to talk to Asher personally, so he asked him to listen. But Joshua didn't really want to communicate with him, so he immediately rudely answered him that they had nothing to talk about. Suddenly, Amar, instead of shouting and calling the guy names, bowed down in front of him and made it clear that he had specifically changed his mind. He admitted that he had laughed at the spear as a weapon before he knew anything about it, and he thought about it, and came to the conclusion that he needed to ask for an apology. Joshua looked at this guy and couldn't believe that he was the kind of person who could forget about his pride and just apologize. How unexpected it was. The guy decided that in this case it was not worth treating him so harshly, so he also added that everything was fine and he was also wrong in belittling his opponent. Amar was very glad that Joshua responded so well and was no longer offended, so he immediately decided to ask him to teach him something. After which his view changed and he added, teach, for example, this extreme speed of his. Joshua was very surprised when the guy told him about this, because he couldn't even imagine how he found out about it. Amar saw from his face that he was surprised, so he added that although speed is defined as the shortest path from one point to another, in reality everything is not so simple. It is very difficult to achieve, and during their duel, when Joshua attacked, Amar definitely felt this as before I lost consciousness. He was sure that his attack was far from direct, rather it felt like his whole body was being twisted. The guy was shocked that Amar understood the principle of rotation in such a short time. He is so attentive that he was able to understand the reason for his defeat even with such severe pain that he lost consciousness. And the best thing about this situation is that he is not ashamed to ask to teach him something. Joshua couldn't even remember anyone like him from his past life. Amar saw that Joshua was silent and did not answer him, so he decided to ask again if the guy could teach him something. The guy answered him that this is not so difficult to teach, but he has one condition. Amar no longer heard anything, except that he was not refused, and Joshua agreed that he just needed to provide him with some information. For example, about circles in the academy, he would also like to know about Simais Kun Douglas. In the Imperial Palace of Avalon, a courtier came to the Emperor with an urgent letter from the Swello Empire. The Emperor did not expect this a little, because it had to come from Draxia. The assistant confirmed that the letter was from Swello, and in it was that they were going to speed up the plan they were talking about. They were asking His Majesty to adapt to a faster schedule and provide support. The Emperor said out loud that there must be opposition from Tran more violent than he expected. Unfortunately, there was a chance that Avalon's involvement in this would be revealed, so the Emperor decided to send 2 masters, and thus Draxia would not have any complaints. His assistant completely agreed with him, and said that he would immediately convey this information, but this is not all that he would like to report. He then added that, as expected, Joshua entered the academy, hiding his identity. Moreover, although this is a rumor, it seems that he recently defeated Amara Sten with just one blow. To the Emperor, surprisingly, this looked very funny, because it seemed absolutely true, considering that even Babylon did not become a threat to him. Marcus thought a little here and ordered his assistant to do one very important job, namely, to ensure that this child joined the Order of the Imperial Knights. No matter what, he was even ready to write a recommendation personally. The assistant at this moment was shocked, because despite the fact that the requirements for joining the Imperial Order are very honest, the Emperor is ready to write him a letter of recommendation. Joshua lay in his room and thought that the Araxia Academy Circle is a social division, just a child's game. However, what Amaru said, the truth is that this is not the case. the children of powerful nobles have formed a force in the face of the circle as a means to accumulate power in the future. He was also needed to establish connections with other children of nobles and control the children of less powerful nobles, who indiscriminately try to drive away all children who do not belong to the circle. Even the professors have no choice but to turn a blind eye to this, and Joshua understands Professor Kane's concern a little. But only by succumbing to injustice will it be pointless to expect change, and only a new vicious circle will begin. Moreover, Joshua already knows the biggest victim of the circle, and if he manages to solve this problem, then most likely it will be much easier to drag Icarus to his side. As soon as Joshua remembered Icarus, he immediately entered the room, and the guy was even a little scared, because he only remembered him. Icarus was very worried about his friend, because lately he had heard a lot that there were rumors that the Sten family would soon send someone to the academy, but Joshua made him happy, saying that he had already solved this problem with the person concerned. His friend understood perfectly well who he was talking about, and still added that even if he decided everything with Amaru, there is no guarantee that the Sten family itself will not join. Ekara also added that the circle of the Araxia Academy will deal with him even earlier, which brings with it huge problems. As it turned out, Joshua didn't care at all, because he has a way to solve both problems that Icarus mentioned at once. In his head, everything was quite simple: you just need to demonstrate enough strength to force anyone to submit. Icarus would like to say that this is impossible, but with the strength that he showed in the duel with Amaru, such a possibility apparently exists. But Joshua at that moment was interested in another very important question, namely what he and Icarus argued about before the duel began. And the guy suddenly grabbed Icarus by his clothes and told him that he already had a desire. Joshua knew very well what skills Icarus had, so he asked him to use his skills only for him. Icarus didn't fully understand what Joshua was asking him to do, but if his friend accomplished what he was talking about, he would definitely think about it. But he still couldn't withstand such pressure, and decided that he urgently needed to leave. As soon as Icarus left, he only thought that in this way he should have become closer to Icarus thanks to this. Kane fought with all his might, but still did not understand what he should do to defeat his opponent. His rival was not just a knight, but Duke Agnes, who said that Kane did not have enough abilities to protect his lord. These words only gave the guy motivation, so he went into battle and dreamed that he would one day become stronger than even Duke Agnes himself. Agnes dodged all the knight's blows and simultaneously asked him what was the reason for such a desperate desire to become stronger that he even changed his main weapon. Kane kept it in his head that his lord promised him that he would make sure that he would not worship anyone other than him, and he believed it with all his heart, and he would become stronger to protect his lord. Agnes praised him for his desire to become stronger and protect his lord, but this was still not enough, and Agnes struck another blow at Kane without even moving. After such a fight, Agnes ordered the doctors to treat the guy, because they fought with real weapons and he received real injuries. The man looked at Kane and thought that Joshua had already acquired someone so loyal and so much time, someone who would go with him to the end. Baron Head ran out to the training ground and informed Agnes that he had received information that the Empire would begin to progress with this matter, but the Duke was interested in knowing who the source of such information was. Hen answered him that the Sten family had sent a letter which he could read for himself. Agnes read this letter, and at one moment it dawned on him that what they were so afraid of had finally begun. The Swell Empire is a great nation that owns as much of the continent's land as the Avalon Empire. Due to their territories being mostly vast plains, they have become the continent's greatest in horsemanship. The Swell Empire faced one problem, and that problem was the independence of the Principality of Tran. In the capital of the empire, the emperor sat on his throne and listened to his advisors tell him that if they just continued to watch the neighboring kingdoms, there was a huge chance that the situation would tilt in their favor. Duke Altsma was a general of the empire, and as he said, he only needs to hear a word from the emperor, and he will crush their millions of forces that stand in his way, even if he has to fight against the so-called Titan 9 Stars Duke Agnes. But the sage Ganar reminded the general that His Excellency Lucifer is also part of the 9 stars of their empire, and it would be foolish to simply attack them, because their power is too great for them. The general did not think so and thought that they were omnipotent. The sage was upset that the duke did not understand anything. The emperor was tired of listening to all this quarrel and he asked them to calm down, because he knows about the magnificence of Duke Altsma better than anyone else. However, the emperor did not understand how he could be so confident that he would win, even if he was stronger, because if he lost, he would become a big problem for the entire empire. The entire Swell Empire will be at a loss, which will create an even greater danger for the nation, as Varin Belgrace believed. After such words, Duke Altsman admitted that he was thinking quite drunkenly and he should have thought about his words better. The emperor wanted to hear the thoughts of the sage. He was interested in what he thought, what was the best way to act in this situation. The sage, in turn, believed that the longer the empire of Avalon and Hubalt do nothing, the longer other kingdoms will be unable to make their move and the most they can do is show dissatisfaction, but they can easily ignore this. He especially believed that this applies to the Hubalt Empire, which is currently holding elections for the next pope, so they will not be able to pay attention to anything now. Thanks to this they can pay attention to Tran. The emperor completely agreed with him and prohibited any reckless actions, but he also ordered that troops be prepared to move onto the battlefield at any time. As soon as the emperor wanted to finish the meeting and preparations, Marco entered the room, who clearly wanted to say something important. The emperor did not listen and immediately asked him about Tran's support. Marco confirmed that although they do not show themselves, everyone knows that he is Tran's moral support. The emperor believed that the main thing was to wish happiness and peace to the townspeople. But Marco thought a little differently, saying that only the strong can have happiness and peace. It was funny for Joshua to watch how first Icarus and now Aegon's, who would most likely say similar things, entered the room in turn. Before he had time to say a word, Aegon's immediately began to beg Ashur to stay away from Araxia, because if he stood in their way, his life and even his family would be in danger. He said this for his own safety, but Joshua did not listen to him and at one point interrupted him, asking him how much he was afraid of this. The guy didn't understand the question, so Joshua decided to clarify whether he was afraid that the same thing would happen to Ashur as to his brother. Aegon's froze, because he had no idea how Ashur knew about this. Joshua continued to put moral pressure on the guy and told him that if he wanted, he could run and no one would say a word to him, but if he continued to run, then in the end he would lose himself. After which he came closer to him and whispered in his ear the question, does he really want to run for the rest of his life? Aegon thought a little about his words, but still could not stand it, and shouted at him that he knew nothing about how everything worked. He began to talk about how Araxia is led by Varantian villas from one of the 12 families. They are an insurmountable wall for less powerful families like his family. But from all this, Joshua only heard that their leader Varin, how convenient, so he thanked his friend for the information. Aegon didn't understand his friend's reaction, because he was talking to him about completely different things, but he didn't care. But Joshua didn't even listen to him, and simply closed the doors right in front of his nose and left. Only after his friend left did he begin to understand what he had just said and why it was suddenly convenient for Ashur. The academy had a private room so that Araxia could organize her training camps, one of which was on that day. One of them asked Natasha to take her time and speak a little slower, because they did not have time to catch the information that she wanted to convey. She told him that he was simply too carefree. She believed that the Marquis of Cromwell should be worried that Joag was like this, although on the other hand she thought that he must not have enough time to even worry about his son. But Gavag lived by a slightly different principle. He believed that there was already a lot of stress in life, and if he stressed over every little thing, then he would only get angry and nervous. This quarrel was stopped by Varin, who sat in the very center and asked them to behave appropriately. After all, he heard that Amaru lost to someone named Ashur without a chance, and he would like to discuss this. Natasha couldn't believe it. If it's true, Then she's very interested in what kind of child this is and what he even looks like. Varen asked them to leave jokes for later. The one whose name is Ashur should not be taken lightly. They were surprised that Varen was so nervous about an ordinary fallen family. This is not like him at all. But to the surprise of everyone, Varen told everyone who was in this room that this Ashur they were talking about beat him. This was too much for them, and now they also wanted to know who this guy was. Could he be a member of the royal family? After all, Natasha added that if this is so, then they can try to recruit him and use this guy only as a plus. Gavag surprisingly agreed with the girl, because he himself communicated well with Amaru, only because he is part of the Shten family. But hasn't the situation changed? Won't this Ashur be more useful for them? Varen didn't think so, because he wouldn't be able to watch this bastard Ashur walk around here. He had already made him realize who he stood in the way of, just like Shimizuku and Douglas. Joshua stood in front of the doors of the director's office and thought that most likely he was called because of the incident with Amaru. The quiet days at the academy flew out the window. But as soon as Joshua entered the office, he saw in front of him not the director, but some completely unfamiliar man. This man immediately said that by order of His Majesty the Emperor, he came to convey a message. Joshua was surprised that, firstly, he knew his real name, and secondly, he wanted to know what kind of order this was and who this man was. The man did not hide the fact that he is a member of an intelligence organization directly subordinate to the Emperor, called the Black Wind. Joshua knew very well from his past life what kind of organization this was. It was an elite squad that obeyed only the Emperor and could die for him without hesitation. This was a squad that included his old friend, nicknamed the King of Murders. The man immediately asked the guy to listen carefully to what he would tell him now. Did the Emperor convey a question that he wanted to find out? Or did he reject the offer of the 4th Prince and wants to obey only his will? Then the will of the Emperor is that tomorrow he joins the Order of the Imperial Knights, and if necessary, he will even write him a letter of recommendation. But if he still refuses, then he will go to extremes and raise the question of his enrollment in the academy because of what he will be expelled for joining the order. Also, the man himself has already added that His Majesty's order is absolute, and the guy should visit the Imperial Palace as soon as possible, and the man will deal with the academy. Joshua walked along the corridor and thought that he had heard that the Emperor was a rather energetic person, but now that he had experienced it for himself, he could say that he expected something a little different. Aegon's tried to stop the beating of his friend, but he wasn't really very good at it. The guy turned to him and told him that it seemed to him that Aegon's was a little misunderstanding what was happening. After all, so that he does not do this, it concerns him, and after Icarus they will begin to attack him. Aegon's really didn't understand why they pestered them so much, because they didn't do anything like that. But the answer was unexpected, because the guy asked him in response, why did he think that they should do something to be treated like this? Gavag answered him that his past sin was that he had the wrong brother, and today he has the wrong friend. Aegon's told them that they had known him for only a few days. In their opinion, this could be considered friendship. Varen was not sure about this, but he knows for sure that Ashur likes to get involved in such situations. Aegon's did not quite understand why he was saying this. The Count believed that he did not need to know the details. His role was simple. They would be hostages whom he would come to save. Varen added to him that all he needs to do is repeat the same thing that happened with his brother Simais. Aegon's remembered his brother only with a smile. Although they were not from the same mother, his older brother was always ready to listen to him and help. But one day, Varen and his friends decided to show the place to this guy and also made him be grateful that instead of destroying his family, they punished only his brother. He only kicked Simais out of the academy, even though the poor guy would no longer be able to walk, and Varen advised Aegon's to keep quiet. The guy was tired of listening to how Varen insulted his family and himself, so without thinking for a long time he decided to teach this scoundrel a lesson. But he slightly miscalculated his strength, and received an instant blow, after which he is unlikely to try to go into battle again. After which Varen added that if Ashur does something wrong, he will destroy the boys' families. Suddenly Icarus, who had moved away a little from the pile of blows, said that they were all just pathetic. After all they can really do is take hostages to defeat one single person. They have no dignity at all. But Varen and his associates could only laugh at this, because throwing such words at his position is quite stupid. He came closer to him, and looked down on him as if he were an unnecessary creature. But after that he still did another bad thing. He simply kicked Icarus in the face, which could have caused quite severe damage to the guy. After which he added that this world is built on the survival of the strongest, and its only goal is to trample others, and it is obvious that the weak will always be prey for the strong. It was painful even for the other students to watch how Varen continued to beat the guy and say that if they just silently ate their malnutrition, then everything would be fine. He believed that all this was happening only because trash like them was trying to change this, and how should the nobles react to this? Aegon's was already begging them to stop, because at this rate he might die, but they continued to do this and wanted to find out what their friend Ashur would say to all this. But suddenly they all fell silent and looked at only one person who was coming to them not with the best intentions, saying that Varen had broken his promise. And all Joshua can do is make each of them regret it. Varen tried to answer him that Ashur had done much worse than him and deserved punishment. But Joshua answered him that he laid hands on his friends, and this is a much more serious sin than he thinks. Aegon suddenly felt very ashamed, because he heard that Joshua considered them his friends. Joshua continued to walk straight at him and threatened him that right now he will be punished for everything he just did. Varen tried to shout to him that if he didn't stop now, he would destroy the families of his friends and throw it all on Ashur, as a result of which he would be expelled from the academy. Joshua actually stopped and thought about the guy's words. Varen immediately began to be sarcastic and say that the guy finally understood the situation and he was interested in finding out what the child of a fallen family would do now. Natasha was looking at Joshua at that moment and told herself that he was much better than she could have imagined. Gavag began to laugh at this, because is Ashur really so stupid that he thinks that he can withstand everyone who has gathered here? Natasha agreed with him, because 3 of the 12 families are gathered here. Even the children from the 5 ducal families cannot do anything here, unless one of the families of Duke Agnes or Tremblin. But Varen didn't care who this guy was or what he was, because he was going to put an end to this here and now, but first he wanted to ask only one question. He was interested to know if the guy knew what kind of ring it was and why he even returned it to him, because he could use it. But Joshua just smiled back at him and said that he doesn't act as dirty as he does. Varen was very happy with his words, because if the guy changed his mind now, he would be very upset, and now he has many reasons to teach the guy a lesson. This ring, which was called Dawn, is more amazing than he thinks, because if he pours a certain amount of mana into it, then he will be able to gain power that will surpass the power of Maker, which is more than enough to defeat some Ashur. The guy turned into a knight and added to him that here, where the strength of his family decides everything, he will not be able to change anything on his own, and right now Varen was going to show him how stupid he was. Gavag liked this ring that Varen had so much, because it is always so ostentatious, and he even wanted to ask his father to buy him something similar. Natasha told him that he could only dream, because his father would never buy him a new ring when he knew that he already had a ring, and it was in excellent condition. In any case, she was very sorry that this happened, because this time Ashur was just her type. She thought it would be great to talk to him, but Varen found him earlier. Varen answered her that with her nature this guy would bore her in one day, and besides he annoys him so much that he wants to destroy him more and more every day. After all, he reminds him of that idiot Simais, who rebelled against them to change this place, but in the end everything turned out completely differently. He remained bedridden for the rest of his days, and it was very funny for them while his brother was in pain. Joshua stopped standing still and continued walking towards the guy who until that moment had been too confident in himself. Varen once again decided to remind him not to come, unless of course he is ready to sacrifice his family for these guys. But Joshua was not going to stop, so he decided to get the ring that Varen boasted about. Varen couldn't believe his eyes, because where could such a commoner as Ashura get such a ring? Joshua decided to answer him not with words, but with actions and show the strength that Varen was so proud of, after which an explosion occurred. Gavag and Natasha could not believe what was happening. Does he really have the ability to use such a ring, and also so much mana? As soon as the smoke cleared a little after the explosion, Varen could not believe what he saw in front of him. How could someone like Ashur wear such armor, and with such a coat of arms? Joshua was wearing the armor of the Duke Agnes family, and thus he could reveal his identity. But he didn't care anymore. The guys couldn't believe it. It was really the coat of arms of the Agnes family. But each of them understood perfectly well that Babylon had graduated from this academy a long time ago, and it couldn't be him. Is this the rumored child who became a mana user at age 9 from the Duchy of Agnes? Joshua looked straight into his eyes and once again repeated the question that Varen asked him. Didn't he say that in this academy everything depends on the strength of the family? The guy couldn't resist and still told everyone that his real name was Joshua von Agnes, and asked them how high he had risen in their eyes now. Natasha decided to start making excuses and saying that there was some kind of misunderstanding, because if only they knew that he was someone from the Agnes family. But Joshua didn't let her finish and started yelling at her to shut her mouth. The guy was already too angry and ordinary words would not stop him. Do they really think that he will forgive everyone who believes that other people's lives are trash just because of the strength of their family, and then throws them into the depths of despair without batting an eye? Gavag tried to stop him by saying that they are all the successors of 12 families. He doesn't want to become the enemy of all these families, does he? Joshua found it very funny to watch this, so he decided not to answer this question, but to ask in response, would he like to make an enemy out of the Agnes family? The guy understood perfectly well that at the moment, when his family is occupied by the Ponier family, and if he and the Agnes family become enemies, then he risks not only losing his place as a successor, but also putting his family at risk. Joshua told each of them that he now only needs those who beat his friends. He gives everyone who was not involved in this a chance to leave. Some students who were standing behind Gavag suddenly began to think about leaving, because they suddenly had homework that they had not completed. Varen tried to stop them and threatened them that they wouldn't just get away with it, because he punishes betrayal very seriously. But he was interrupted by Joshua, who was already near him and asked him to worry about himself, because today is the last day that Araxia exists. Varen saw a sword that was literally glowing from the amount of mana that Joshua poured into it, and the guy realized that he needed to beg for forgiveness. Joshua was not the type to repeat himself several times, especially since he already gave Varen a chance, which he unfortunately did not justify. Therefore, it was time to teach him real manners, after which he struck him with a blow that threw this count several meters away. His defense, which he boasted so much about, simply disappeared at one point, because it could not withstand such a strong blow. Joshua continued to walk towards them, and at one point turned to his friends, and ordered them to take him and leave. Jawag at this time was still trying with all his might to insult Joshua. They say that the only heir of the Agnes family will be Babylon, despite how strong Joshua is. He even tried to threaten him, saying that the day would come when he would regret everything he had done today. But other than smiling, Joshua did not react in any other way and simply answered him that he would look forward to this day. Natasha interrupted their conversation and shouted that they needed to take Varen to the infirmary as soon as possible, and she asked him for help. The guy didn't wait any longer and immediately ran to help her, despite the fact that they hadn't finished the conversation. And at that moment Aegons and Icarus approached Joshua, who were surprised that he was from the Agnes family, but the guy answered them that everyone has their own secrets. He also added that he was very sorry that they had to go through all this because of him. Icarus answered him that everything was fine with them, and Joshua asked him a counter question about whether it seemed to him that Icarus was not at all surprised that he was from the Agnes family. As it turned out, the guy from the very beginning thought that it was strange. Why would someone from a fallen family suddenly enter the academy? The Imperial family wouldn't even lay an eye on someone from a fallen family, so why come here? And in order to simply act for the sake of personal connections, like Araxia, there is no point, because children here will not pay attention to someone from a broken family. But most importantly, in this case everything was quite clear. He may not know it, but out of thousands of students in this academy, he was the only one from the fallen family of mongrels. Based on the past, it can be said that 9 out of 10 such people hid their personality. As Joshua expected, only by having the courage to express your opinion, even knowing the status of another person, can you call yourself a first-class strategist. Most likely this is what allowed him to think that he could resist a 1,000,000-strong army with only 10,000 soldiers. Icarus didn't understand why Joshua was looking at him like that, so he decided to clarify this question. Joshua told him that he just had beautiful eyes and he admired them. A small country under the yoke of the Swallow Empire for quite a long time, the king of which was Anthony, who dedicated his whole life to the liberation of Tran, sadly died at the age of 72. The princess couldn't believe that this really happened, but the knight who protected her tried to convince her to let him go. She listened to him and still let him go on his final journey, which had been waiting for him for a long time. The knight drew his arrow and thought about the last time he spoke with his mentor. Anthony, even in his last days of life, said that he was very sorry, because there was still a lot of unfinished business, and he was the only one here who was chilling. In the last seconds of his life, Anthony entrusted his daughter and the Tran Empire to him, a knight who would never forget these words. Uravis, that's the guy's name, promised himself that he would ensure Tran's independence, no matter the cost, so his mentor could sleep peacefully. After which he still fired a fiery arrow and sent the man on his final journey. After standing for a while in silence, the princess finally made up her mind and said that, by the will of her father, she would leave Tran to Sir Uravis. For Uravis it was a great honor to which he was going to devote his whole life. Now that his king Anthony has died, he can no longer hesitate, because he has to fight not only with the empires of Swell and Avalon, but also with the magic tower, and at all costs he needs to completely master the primordial magma stone. Joshua looked at the academy from afar and thought that apparently it was time for him to prepare to leave the academy. He could not even imagine that he would leave so quickly when he first came here. He believed that he needed to get to the Imperial Palace as soon as possible, and get something from the Imperial's secret vault. Cain will definitely be surprised when he finds out about this. He must be training hard with Duke Agnes right now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Master of Lightning appeared, who was so happy to see Joshua, whom he had been looking for so long. The guy immediately stood up and asked to introduce this man, unfamiliar to him. The man began to say that he was a member of the Magic Tower of 7 Magicians, the Lightning Master Jax Therapes, who came here to return Bronto, which the guy stole from the Dark Forest. Joshua believed that this place was not very suitable for such conversations, so he suggested that this gentleman change the location. The Lightning Master didn't think that the guy was so smart, so he invited him to choose the place where he wanted to talk to him. But after some time, his smile disappeared from his face and he was already very angry, because they had already walked quite far, but this was still not enough for the guy. Joshua pretended that he did not understand what was going to happen and asked the man if he really thought about this. Then the guy decided that since they had already gone far enough, no one would bother them here, then they could start the fight. It was naive to believe that Joshua would just give up Bronto. The Lightning Master was surprised that the guy lured him all the way here just to have a one-on-one fight. Joshua wasted no time and immediately went into battle, because he was sure that he could not lose to some magician. He dealt a very powerful blow, from which all the mana he had accumulated hit one place, it seems the battle may end after the first blow. But as soon as the smoke from the blow cleared, Joshua saw a man holding his hand and praising him for his skills. He must be the strongest of his generation. However, as the man thought, it was too little, after which he put the guy to the ground with a light move. The master believed that he was not from his generation, and apparently, he did not intend to behave obediently, so he would start with his hand. But Joshua is not as simple an opponent as the man thought, and he added that the man talks too much, and behind all this chatter you can weaken your defense, and miss a few good blows. What actually happened was that Rugia appeared out of nowhere just in time and dealt a counterattack to this scoundrel. It seems that from this moment on, the Lightning Master will no longer play games with him, but will enter into a real battle. He had to use his abilities to dodge Rugia's blow, but he still succeeded. He looked at Joshua and thought that it would not be as easy as he thought, so this spear was an ancient artifact that he had heard about. The master tried to find out from Joshua whether he was able to destroy that black orc in the dark forest with this spear, but the guy was in no hurry to answer him. Joshua looked at the man with a smile and realized that he was much stronger than it seemed at first glance, but in any case, he did not know that the guy had already completely absorbed Bronto's power. The man realized that no one would tell him anything just like that, and everything would have to be done the old-fashioned way. Joshua answered him that it seemed to him that he had understood something wrong. Did he really think that Joshua would say a word to him? But the master assured him that the only one who doesn't understand something here is Joshua, because we are talking about mental magic. After which he immediately uses an incredible blow called a lightning blade, and Joshua will have to try to repel this blow. Joshua, although he smiled, still had no idea how this man could use Class 4 magic just by uttering words. The man at that moment continued his attack and told him not to worry, because he would leave him alive to talk a little more. After which he immediately launched a new attack, which was almost twice as strong. Joshua thought about his words and clearly understood that such an attack would throw anyone off their skates, so he needed to dodge all his attacks. But it was not as easy to do as it seemed to the young lord, because these attacks were not only powerful, but also very accurate. They continued the fight, and the Lightning Master already liked the way Joshua fought. He is not an easy opponent, and the main thing is that he is not boring at all. Joshua was quite pleased to hear such compliments in his direction, but they are still fighting and there is no point in being distracted. The man was already tired of fighting off these cheap childish tricks, so he asked Joshua to finally show what he was capable of. Because if this is all that the one about whom there are rumors is capable of, then the master will be clearly disappointed. Joshua understood that he needed to show tension, but keep his cool and move as simply as possible. But with such an opponent it will be much more difficult to do all this, because these are not academy students. This is a really strong opponent. The man at that moment was thinking that, given all the conversations, Joshua still has good control of mana and it is too dense for his age. Finally, Joshua waited for the moment when he was able to deliver a powerful blow with the help of Rugia, which would be difficult to dodge, even for such a master. It seemed to Joshua that he had succeeded, but as soon as the explosion occurred, he began to hear the voice of a man who noticed the fact that, for a schoolboy, he had quite a lot of strong techniques. But all this talk only distracted the man, and he didn't notice how Joshua came up from behind and shouted that he didn't want to hear that from the magician. The blow was quite strong, but the man again managed to escape and dodge the blow. Moreover, he was able to launch a counterattack that Joshua should have avoided. Joshua held his own well in the fight with such an opponent, because at one moment it seemed that the man was head and shoulders stronger than him. The Lightning Master himself was already starting to get angry, because this cockroach was holding on for too long, but he was sure that it would end soon. He began to deliver several attacks at once, and all Joshua could do was run and dodge all his attacks at the same time. Joshua dodged the attacks and realized that he could not hold out for long. Sooner or later the man would hit him, so he decided to shorten the distance in order to strike. The man seemed to read the guy's thoughts and shouted to him that he knew very well that there was nothing more shameful than losing to a magician in close combat. Therefore, he decided to arrange this shame for Joshua and strike such a blow after which even his staff would not help him. Joshua understood that this was inevitable, and he also needed to respond with a blow, so he decided to choose one of his strongest combinations, namely the first stance and lightning strike. From such a powerful blast wave, the guy was thrown back, which could only mean that the battle would continue. Joshua understood that this was too difficult a fight, because taking such blows on oneself is extremely difficult. The master was extremely surprised that the boy was able to withstand Class 4 magic. Even a B rank knight could not withstand this. But all this does not matter, because with this he will end the fight and take what he came for. The man decided to give him one last chance to give Bronto back before he struck, because he wouldn't want to cripple such a talented child. He would be very ashamed later. Joshua really underestimated this magician. He set up lightning spheres while he was attacking. The man advised the guy better not to move, because as soon as he squeezes his hand, all these spheres will go straight at him and destroy him with one discharge. It was funny for Joshua to listen to this, because does the man really think that he will just give up? Well, then the man had no other options but to clench his fist and deliver the blow he had just threatened. Joshua understood that he had to deal a massive blow in order to somehow evade, so he decided to use a blow that he called a furious storm. The master was quite surprised by this decision. This time he was really going to destroy him, but the guy was again able to fight back. The guy fought with all his strength, because in this body he has a certain limitation, which is not enough to defeat this guy by force. But no matter how hard Joshua tried, these spheres would not simply disappear until they fulfilled their task, namely, destroy the target, so the man advised the guy to come up with something better than his attacks. The master saw the ridiculous expression on Joshua's face and assumed that this was his limit, in which case he was upset. Because they had just begun the fun, it would be a pity to interrupt it. He began to concentrate mana in his hand, and before finally destroying Joshua, he asked the guy to show at least something that would not disappoint him. Joshua looked this man straight in the eyes and simply didn't know what to do, because this master was really too strong. The lightning master was very glad that he finally drove the guy, and from his face he saw that Joshua lacked confidence. But unfortunately for Joshua, he was not going to stop and would strike until the boy evaporated. After which he nevertheless delivered the blow that he promised, and he called it a flash of runes, upon contact with which few managed to survive. Suddenly, the emptiness in Joshua's head was overcome by his friend, who did not understand what the guy was doing. Had he really given up? Suddenly he realized that the blow and, in general, time in general had slowed down very much. Was it really all the work of Regia? She began to ask him if he was just going to stand there and remain pathetic without even using his new power, but Joshua understood that his opponent was too strong to use it. But Regia reminded him that the guy never cared, because no matter what situation he found himself in and no matter how strong the opponent, he always chose the path of destruction. Joshua understood that nothing had changed since then and remembered why he was doing all this and his path that he so wanted to go through. The guy survived in any battle, even once destroying a castle that was considered impregnable. From that moment on, the guy realized that it didn't matter who his enemy was. The main thing was that his name was Joshua Sanders and no one would defeat him. Joshua decided to use Stage 3 magical spearmanship, which was a very rare occurrence for him, because such power is difficult to control. The guy got up from his knees and used all the strength he had to continue the fight. He threw the spear with maximum force, the impact of which created a storm of fire. The lightning master was incredibly surprised by such power, because it seemed to him that the guy had just been dying, and now he was delivering such powerful blows. He was barely able to dodge the first blow, but Joshua did not stop there and immediately flew to deliver a second blow, no less powerful. Joshua finally caught up with the man and was already touching his body with Regia, this could be the beginning of the end for the Lightning Master. He felt incredible pain, but he didn't think about it, because in his head there was only that misunderstanding of how this guy could do this. Joshua used demonic and divine powers at the same time, which allowed him to continue the fight without any problems. But suddenly Joshua became very ill again. After he used this power, his stomach hurt too much, and his hands were all covered in blood. He understood that if the man had not let his guard down, Joshua would most likely have died. Today he was very lucky. His thoughts were distracted by a man who suddenly began to make loud sounds and a very bright light. An instant later, an explosion occurred, from which the guy was simply thrown far away. While he was falling, he only thought that now he could finally close his eyes and rest a little. But just when he decided that he could close his eyes now, Rugia turned to him again, who asked him to hurry up and start moving his mana and do it before Bronto absorbs Jack's therapy's mana circle and enters berserk mode. Joshua's consciousness was on the verge of shutting down, but still some non-negotiable process began inside him that could destroy him. In the meeting room of the Academy's faculty, the issue of concealing one's identity was being decided, which was not new to them, but in the case of Joshua von Agnes, everything was different. Baron Segerdam added that before this, no one had revealed their true origin, much less caused problems among the students. But his colleague added that this is the son of Duke Agnes and there is no need to make a big fuss out of this. But Segerdam explained to him that it seems that he does not quite understand the whole story. The students demand to know the truth, no matter what it costs them, and no matter what they have got in the way. He also believed that if they did not stop keeping silent about these personal discoveries, then the reputation of their academy would come to an end. After which he personally turned to the director of Stenine Albert, from whom he clarified that in this way families can simply accept children who have absolutely nothing to do with them. The director thought that although Professor Segerdram was right, he didn't think at all that everything would end with a couple of complaints. But he thought the main problem was that the children of 12 families were involved in this whole mess. The professor believed that in order to nip this in the bud, it was necessary to expel Joshua von Agnes using this as an illustrative example. But the class teacher was against this. This can only be decided by the academic service at special meetings. But the professor believed that this was precisely the main problem. All these big problems arise due to not serious punishments. The teacher answered him that they didn't even know the reason why he did this. They had no reason to expel him for it. The professor thought exactly the opposite. He thought that there were more than enough of them, because he had wounded Varench and Villas several times and they couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. After these words, the teacher could not restrain himself and said that recently there have been rumors that Marquis Villas was going to introduce Baron Sigurdum to central politicians. Is he really going to sacrifice his child because of power? But unfortunately, except for Professor Kane, everyone else was silent, and he could not believe that they all agreed with the professor. Segerdam looked at the professor and smiled maliciously, and thought that now it would be easier for him to stand on his feet, and it seemed to him that promotion was not so far away. Professor Kane realized that there was no point in contacting the others, so he decided to ask the director what he thought about this, because even taking into account the concealment of identity, not a single academy on the continent would expel a student. Moreover, he believed that Joshua von Agnes should be rewarded for stopping the evil activities of the Araxia Circle, as well as their complete dissolution. Even the professors could not achieve this. Segerdam protested these words and asked the professor to speak only about what he could take responsibility for. This remark dishonors not only the professors, but also the academy itself. But Kane was not going to apologize and, on the contrary, became very angry and asked Segerdam to be ashamed of what he could not do, and the child decided it for him. The same thing applied to the others. They couldn't even utter a word because of the power that obscured their vision or fear. From the same power, the man believed that because of their actions the students they teach were suffering. He believed that if they had already taken responsibility, then they had no right to behave like that. Segerdam intervened again and asked the professor to stop, because he could no longer listen to all this nonsense, with which the other professors agreed. But suddenly they were interrupted by two people who entered the meeting room and added that they completely agreed with the words of Professor Kane. The director could not believe his eyes that Duke Agnes and Count Arya Brandsten were standing in front of him. Count Arya could not ignore such a mess and decided to personally come to the academy to sort everything out. Duke Agnes supported his friend's words and asked everyone present if his child had made a mistake. Shouldn't he come in person? They asked not to be so formal, but he believed that he had to be so, especially at this meeting, because isn't this a sacred place of knowledge, where children who will lead the country in the future receive an education? Moreover, at this meeting it is decided what his son's punishment will be. But Segerdam suddenly pretended that he did not understand what the Duke was talking about. Duke Sten accepted the fact that hiding one's identity was indeed wrong, no matter what the reasons. After which he turned his gaze to Professor Segerdam and asked his opinion. The man became nervous and did not know what to answer, because as soon as the two dukes entered the meeting room, his opinion suddenly changed. Agnes laughed at this and asked Arya to stop putting pressure on the professor, because they heard his opinion perfectly well. But suddenly they were interrupted by another professor who asked them if their real reason for being here was to hide the fact of a fake identity. The director immediately asked Professor Cecil to watch his language and not repeat such things in the future. Duke Agnes reassured the director, because he really came here because of problems related to Joshua. The professor once repeated Agnes's words that this is a place where children who will lead the country in the future receive an education, which the Duke once again confirmed. Professor Cecil added that due to the fact that someone of your level is here, our decisions will directly depend on him, and he has nothing to say if he is here as a parent who has come to bear responsibility for the mistakes of his child. But in fact, the man does not think that the blame for such actions lies only with the students. The director understood perfectly well what Professor Cecil wanted to say, but still tried to convey to him that such a straightforward speech could put them in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, Professor Segerdam, who had previously been silent, suddenly said that he completely agreed with Professor Cecil, because such an influential person as Duke Agnes did not have to come here. Doesn't this mean that they have only one way to solve this problem? Count Arya was a little angry that they quickly changed their shoes, because all of them, without exception, kept their mouths shut while that barbaric Araxia circle continued to bother his son, and now that the situation had changed, they suddenly started talking. They could not answer this, because each of them, deep down in their souls, understood perfectly well that Mr. Arya was absolutely right. Agnes decided to intervene and added that he does not believe that there are right-wingers here. He is not here to put pressure on the academy because of the incident. After these words, the director exhaled a little and still decided to ask the Duke why he came. Duke Agnes said that in fact everything is simple. He was told that his son had insulted the honor of the Sten family, so he came here to ask for forgiveness from Count Arya. However, he was also told that Count Arya had already left for the academy, which made him feel that Joshua would not get into trouble because of Arya's temper, so he hurried to come here. Arya allowed himself to clarify something to the Duke. He did not forgive Joshua. If he himself cannot prove the words he said with his own abilities, then they may not expect a good end. Agnes had nothing against it, and could only say that Arya would be surprised when he met him in person. The Count told him that he would look forward to the meeting. But more importantly, Agnes is here to say that the issue of special admissions this time has turned out to be a truly serious problem that is affecting the entire academy. The man wanted to make sure that Joshua received the appropriate punishment, maybe even expelled. Joshua lay unconscious for some time, and suddenly the pain that pierced his entire body woke him up. He rose to his knees and tried to understand what happened to him and what he needed to do now. Joshua would never have thought that he could defeat Jack's therapies in such a body, because meeting him on the battlefield is more terrible than a battle with any master. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an incredible pain on the back of his head, which pierced his entire body. He fell to the ground again and simply twisted in pain, because it was extremely difficult to endure this. Joshua simply could not understand why he was in so much pain and what was the cause of this pain. But suddenly that same voice of Rugia came to his aid again, telling the guy to stop whining and finally gather his strength. Joshua realized one important thing, that after this fight he became much stronger, and not only that, it seemed to him that his arms and shoulders had grown and he had become bigger physically. The guy realized that this was the same growth ability that Rugia spoke about, which was confirmed by Rugia himself. Although he himself did not expect such progress, it seems that the growth of another power of the primordial stone was accelerated. Well, just in case, Rugia added that this does not mean that Joshua will soon turn into a decrepit old man. What a relief it was for Joshua. As Rugia explained, Bronto's growth power only stimulates growth to the optimal point for the owner's body. But this was the problem, because exactly 5 years later, his body would reach its peak. From now on, Rugia advised to pay special attention to balancing his body, which had grown a lot in such a short period of time. But this was not the end, and Rugia added that at this stage there is something else that the guy should know. It was just a guess, but Joshua's staff believed that Bronto had awakened, absorbing the power that had lost its owner. And most likely it was for this reason that Joshua began to grow so sharply, but the guy was interested to know where the pearl was stuck. Was it really right inside? Rugia confirmed this information and added that he can call it crystallized Bronto. In general, it is considered almost impossible for the primordial stone, which is the thing of the gods, to be stored in an ordinary human body. But thanks to this, Joshua's curse is lifted only by reaching the level of the so-called master. Joshua was a little enraged by this information, so he immediately decided to find out who Rugia really is. She asked again if he was sure of his words, but Joshua did not understand what she was talking about. What Rugia meant was, is he ready to bear the knowledge of who he really is? The guy was already so angry that it didn't matter to him whether he could or not. If Rugia didn't say right now what it really was, then he would never use her again. He was not going to use an unknown magical object for purposes unknown to him. It believed that this is what a person who pays for good with evil looks like, but in any case, Rugia was not against enlightening the guy about who she really was. Rugia flew into the sky and announced that she was the greatest creature that had ever existed. After that, Joshua immediately turned around and began to leave, but Rugia begged him to stop. She also added that it absolutely doesn't matter whether he uses her or not, because there is a contract between them. Joshua didn't understand what she was talking about, but Rugia was sure that he himself knew, because without his will it would have been impossible to conclude a contract. And then the guy realized that she wanted to say that he, of his own free will, entered into a contract with her. That's right, Rugia added that when he returned to the past, that's when their contract was concluded. Amar again tried to talk to Aegon's, but he did not want to talk to him, and asked him to leave him alone and not come to him anymore. The guy continued to shout after him, saying that even though he was a member of the Agnes family, Joshua would be expelled just like his brother. He asked him to do at least something so as not to regret it later. Didn't Joshua reveal himself from him, and especially since the circle of Araxia no longer exists? Aegon's turned to him and asked the guy what he could possibly know to say such a thing. His brother was crippled and then expelled. How dare Amaru even talk about his feelings? The guy started crying and saying that Amar doesn't even know what it's like when you're faced with absolute power. But suddenly, Amaru said that in fact he had always been jealous of Aegon's when they were little, which surprised the guy very much. He told him that this was due to the fact that his older brother never stood out in the family. He was the most ordinary. Just because Amaru had talent, his older brother tried to forcefully keep him from becoming the heir. What could not be said about Brother Aegon's, who was a true friend to his brother? There are not many people in the world who show their love for someone just because they are brothers, and the reason he left after that incident was because that he did not want to disturb him and create problems. Amar was jealous that he had such a brother to be proud of, so he believed that now it was his turn to protect someone and do as his brother once did. The guy offered to protect his friend Joshua Vaughn Agnes, and Amaru would definitely help him with this. Agans thought about the words that Amaru had just said to him, and remembered that Joshua was really his friend, who really needs help, so he immediately shook Amaru's hand and agreed. After which he suddenly took off and ran somewhere, saying that thanks to him, a great idea appeared in his head. Arya would never have thought that Agnes would say that he was ready to expel Joshua. He entertained him well. Now he will never forget the faces of those blockheads. But the man was still curious to know what he would do if they really expelled his son, because he heard that Joshua was illegitimate, so if he returned to the estate, he would not have many options. Agnes was not worried about this, because he knew very well that the guy had another choice, because he received an imperial decree to enter the Imperial Order of Knights. Now it became even more interesting for Arya if the Emperor himself invited him, but Agnes believed that this was not only because of his talent. Agnes started talking and forgot to ask the man how he found the time to travel here, because as he heard, Arya received a personal order from the Emperor to go to the Swallow Empire. As expected, Arya came all this way, expanding his schedule, for the sake of the honor of his family, because someone's son disgraced the sword art of the Sten family, and this is no less important to him than the order of the Emperor. But looking at Agnes's face, he decided that he would leave this matter for now, because now he has more important things to do, and asked the Duke if he had heard about the latest news from Tran. After all, as soon as the Swallows heard about the death of King Tran, they immediately, under the leadership of Duke Altsma, of whom they are so proud, attacked Tran with their army. But despite their belief that Tran was nothing without a king, they were crushed to smithereens. Even Duke Altsma, the general of their army, was seriously wounded. Agnes didn't understand this at all, because Tran's army numbers about 50,000 soldiers, and besides, they don't have anyone equal to Duke Altsma. What happened there? Arya knew very well that only one person could rise to the rank of master in the Tran kingdom. Agnes could not believe what Arya was telling him about that same night. Arya confirmed this information and added that he was the only reason why Tran was able to crush the huge army of Swallow, the outstanding knight Uravis. No matter how hard young Lord Joshua tried, no matter what young Lord Joshua did, Rugia would not come out. He didn't understand what was going on. Had he really gone to sleep after his ridiculous monologue? Suddenly Joshua thought that the weapon of the demon god is Rugia. As the name says, it is one of the weapons of the demon god. The demon god is at the top of the hierarchy of demon kings. He is worshipped as something great and intangible. In terms of personal combat ability, he is superior to any other race, and is also one of the few who can be compared in strength to the Dragon Lord. And Joshua didn't understand how else this miracle could be explained, if not by the power of God. Suddenly he noticed that a whole crowd was running behind him, and it seemed they were running straight towards him. Agons and Ikaru ran up first and began to ask him where he was and what happened to him, because they were so worried about him. Joshua was so happy to see his friends, especially after he almost died. They didn't understand what he meant when he said that he almost died, but in any case, they told him that because of him the whole school was now on edge. They also added to him that they were no longer going to run away and had all gathered here together for a common goal. Joshua didn't quite understand what they were talking about and for what purpose they had gathered there. They explained to him that they were here to oppose his punishment. They were going to file a petition against his punishment. Icarus added that although there are students who insist on punishment, there were only 100 people in the Araxia Circle, which means that they do not have the slightest chance against them. Joshua was so pleasantly surprised that they all gathered here for him. It was so nice for him. The guy was so touched that he was ready to cry, and this was noticed by Agons, who joked with him that it was okay to cry, because there were reasons. But Icarus approached him in time, who told him that crying is normal and he is always ready to wipe his tears. Joshua had never felt so warm and pleasant in his soul. At that moment, he was truly happy. The professor did not understand why the director was trying to keep Joshua at the academy, even if he is from the Agnes family, then 3 children from 12 families are still studying at their academy, especially since he was promised a high position if they settle everything properly. The man did not forget about the director, saying that he would recommend him for the position of the next chancellor, and the Villas family and the Cromwell family are providing all possible support. The director did not quite understand what the Cromwell family had to do with it, so the professor had to explain to him that in the struggle for the land rights of the Cromwell and Pontier families, the mercenary king joined the Cromwells and their victory is now more likely. And as far as the professor knows, it was because of this that Count Pontier sent his daughter, Lady Cheryl, to the Agnes estate. The director understood that this was all done in order to request help, and the professor added that this is the only reason they should control the Agnes family. The director sat silently and was clearly unsure of what he should do. The professor saw this look and told him that if he doubts, then just let him leave everything to him, he will take care of everything. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by one of the teachers, who burst into the office without warning, and from his appearance it was clear that something clearly serious had happened. The teacher told the director in a panic that all the students had gathered to protest. The professor immediately began to smile, because he believed that he was right, because who can resist the 12 families? Most of the students are from the families of low-ranking aristocrats, so they will make the obvious choice in order to survive. Segerdam was confident that the justice of the academy would be restored after the exclusion of such an evil as Joshua von Agnes. But the teacher stopped Segerdam, saying that everything is just the opposite. They are protesting not for the punishment of Joshua, but for his pardon and the punishment of the Araxia Circle. Almost all the students of the academy gathered together and chanted for the Araxia Circle to be dissolved. Natasha looked out the window and watched all this and thought only that she would destroy them all if she only knew how to use magic. She and Gavard came to the director and tried to clarify with them what they were going to do with all of them, because they needed to somehow calm them down. Professor Segerdam tried to somehow calm the guys down, but suddenly he was interrupted by a voice that told him that it was too late to try to fix something, because everything was already over. It was Professor Kane and Joshua who came together to the director to make sure that all those responsible were held accountable. Segerdam began to shout at him in response, because what right does he have to disband Araxia and generally talk such nonsense? Professor Kane told him that one of the students lost any future because of the Araxia Circle, and this only happened because they did not perceive them as a problem. But Segerdam believed that he did not have enough relevant evidence for such statements, and added a question in which he wanted to know whether Professor Kane was ashamed of his words. Professor Kane's answer was shocking. He shouted that he was a witness who knew very well that something similar happened to Simais, whose future they destroyed. Gavag and Natasha were the only ones who smiled at this, because they perfectly understood that it was all true and were proud of it. Segerdam asked Professor Kane to calm down and not act like a saint after so many years of inaction. This hypocrisy was disgusting for a man. Joshua could not help but intervene in the dialogue, who found it funny to hear such words and asked the professor if he really thought that he was in a position to say such things. Joshua knew full well that, according to his wishes, he would take full responsibility for the special clearance. However, before he left, Joshua wanted to cleanse this academy of all the rubbish that had been turned a blind eye. Gavag interrupted Joshua and said that he heard that the guy was illegitimate. Wouldn't he be treated like trash in his own family if he was expelled? Therefore, the guy decided to give advice to Joshua, in which he believed that it would be better for him to stop doing what he was planning, because it would only drag his family into the mud. But Joshua could only smile back at him and say that this had nothing to do with the Agnes family. He meant what he said. Despite the surname Agnes, he will bring everyone involved in this case to justice. Natasha from the family of the Marquises of Briere, Gavag from the family of the Marquises of Cromwell, and of course Varen from the family of the Marquises of Villaz. To each of these 3 people, Joshua will show that every action has its reaction. Gavag was cowardly with fear, but still managed to squeeze out a few more words, saying that their families simply would not leave this alone. At that moment, Semigran turned to the director and tried to explain to him that he couldn't just stand there and look at it. But suddenly, to his surprise, the director supported Professor Kane and Joshua, adding that in the sacred place where children study, something happened that should never have happened. Although they were late, they must restore order. Segerdam didn't understand what he was talking about. He could lose his position as director if he decided to do this. Because of some ordinary children's fight, he was going to give up the position of chancellor. But the director did not understand what was so important in this position, because he believed that it was much more important to do everything possible here and now, no matter what. Gavag intervened in their dialogue, supporting Professor Segerdam, and saying that the director was mistaken and the most important thing was the position. He believed that even in the case of Joshua, everyone says that he is more talented than Babylon, but Joshua will never become the heir. Even Duke Agnes will not quarrel with them for the sake of such rabble. But as Duke Agnes himself added, he would leave the question of inheritance, because it is troublesome, because at any moment everything can change. The Duke, who had just entered the room, added that those who have strength can reach the top. This is an unbreakable rule of the Agnes family. Anyone who wants to take a place in the family is obliged to show their strength. Gavag truly did not understand what Duke Agnes was doing here, nor did Count Arya. Agnes believed that children themselves should settle matters among themselves. This is all a rule of the Academy. Unless they decided to antagonize the Agnes family over this matter. Gavag understood perfectly well that everything he said was perfectly heard by the Duke. Count Arya intervened in the conversation, who was not going to support the statements of Duke Agnes, but wanted to give one piece of advice, not to create any more unnecessary problems for his families. He was sure that they were quite perceptive children and would definitely understand everything, and it was clear from their faces that they did understand something. Well, before he completely leaves this academy, he asked not to get close to Amaru. After they came to a complete understanding, Agnes asked Joshua to follow him. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Swallow Empire, in the Svenja Palace, the Emperor was discussing the last battle of Duke Altsma, and he was interested in how badly he was wounded. The advisor told him that the Duke was not physically injured, but it seemed that he had a serious psychological shock that would not just go away. The Emperor understood that this was all quite serious, and most likely he would have to personally visit the Duke. But one of his courtiers turned to the Emperor with the words that Duke Altman was just a damaged general who not only brought defeat to their empire in the battle against Tran, but also returned alive. The author of these words was Albert van Mask, and he added that such a person does not deserve the attention of the Emperor. The council hall completely agreed with Musk, because at such moments he needs to strictly maintain discipline and punish everyone who was involved in the defeat. Besides, if it weren't for Duke Altsma's arrogance, they would not have suffered such serious losses. Musk told how it all happened. The general of the Altsma Empire challenged the enemy general to a one-on-one fight. He did this in a situation where they had all the advantages, both in quality and in number of soldiers, but he lost that senseless battle and completely destroyed the morale of his own soldiers. And Musk believed that for such a pathetic defeat he was obliged to be punished, and absolutely everyone in that room agreed with them and asked the Emperor to impose an appropriate punishment. The Emperor could not believe that even after such a crushing defeat they were trying to benefit from crushing their competitor. Therefore, he decided to answer them directly that Duke Altsma was not the only one to blame for this defeat, because who could even expect to see among the enemies a master who surpassed Duke Altsma? The man added that the main reason for the defeat was the lack of collected information, so instead of looking for the culprits and punishing them, the priority now is to draw up a strategic action plan. Duke Mask decided in this case to offer to send even more soldiers and at least 2 masters to definitely wipe Tran off the face of the earth, and he only asked for an order, after which he would move into battle. The advisor immediately intervened and said that Duke Mask's plan was extremely bad. Due to the failure of their surprise preemptive attack, all the eyes of the continent were now fixed on them, so they could no longer afford to act recklessly. The Emperor completely agreed with him, because now it would be much better to just observe the situation and keep an eye on Tran. The advisor added to him that Tran is now waging an information war, making them aggressors who have destroyed the world. But before the advisor had time to finish, a knight suddenly burst into the hall, shouting that they had big problems. The emperor did not understand that this had already happened there, and the knight told him that the principality of Tran had announced its next king. The council was shocked by such a decision, because Tran is under their power. How dare they do something like this without their permission? Are they really trying to take advantage of the chance to become independent? The emperor did not think for a long time and asked the knight who was their new king. The knight immediately gave him the answer that the 17th king of Tran, who will succeed Anthony, is an outstanding knight who will soon marry the daughter of the previous king. And this person will be Uravis, who promised that he would return Tran to its former glory. Agnes said that he heard that Joshua received a royal decree from the emperor himself. Is this true? Joshua confirmed this information and added that initially he planned to live quietly at the academy, but it didn't work out, and he understood that he could not be forgiven for this. But Agnes believed that his face said otherwise. Judging by his answer, he was going to join the order of Imperial Knights at the behest of the emperor. Joshua smiled and replied that he was just an ordinary helpless citizen. This answer completely satisfied the Duke, so he stood up and asked Joshua to take care of himself. Arya was surprised that Agnes was about to leave so quickly, but the Duke told him that this was not surprising, because he only wanted to find out about the guy's intentions and he did so. But Arya still didn't understand why the dialogue between father and son was so dull. Shouldn't it be like that? In any case, it was not so important, so if they had finished with their business, then Arya finally offered to move on to his business. He stood up and walked closer to Joshua, after which he told him that he was very glad to see him and asked if the guy knew who he was. Joshua knew this man very well, because he was known as the proud knight of Avalon, Count Arya Brandsten. Arya was surprised that the guy, knowing this, still remained so calm, but Joshua believed that sooner or later they would have met him anyway, so he believed that there was no point in being afraid or running away. Well, since the guy is so sure, Arya decided not to wait and asked the guy to answer for his words and confirm his words if he really considers the rapier to be trash. Joshua looked at him with an equally menacing gaze, and it seemed that he was not at all worried about the fact that he was now speaking with the great warrior, whose weapon he called garbage. After which he carefully exhaled and answered him that the rapier is not trash, but he believes that it is not a weapon that could surpass the spear. This answer was noticed not only by Count Arya, but also by Joshua's father, who did not expect the guy to talk like that. Arya still couldn't stand it, because he didn't understand how much courage one must have to say something like that in his presence. Joshua was suddenly overcome with fear that came from Arya, who seemed to be in his body and controlling his thoughts. But the guy was not going to just give up, because right now he felt the thirst for the master's blood, but he was able to cope with this. The guy began to overcome this fear that Count Arya had inspired on him, and gradually approached him. He walked with small steps and simultaneously said that it doesn't matter to him whether he admits it or not. In any case, he will prove that there is no weapon better than a spear. Arya couldn't believe that this was even possible. He was walking directly towards him, piercing his spirit. This child just turned 10 years old. How is this even possible? The man began to feel incredibly strong pain, which at times was very difficult to control. But suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked at Joshua with demonic eyes, and it became clear that he was just playing with the boy. Joshua began to realize that he had lost control, and with him, it seemed, Count Sten, who began to turn into a real monster. The man at this moment was thinking that it is not surprising that he is called the greatest possessor of mana. How much Joshua can be a tasty fruit. He wanted the boy to know despair as early as possible, and then he could absorb him, but he needed to wait a little. Agnes did not tolerate this. He saw enough and stopped this madness. Arya got so carried away that he even forgot that the Duke was still here. The Duke turned to Joshua and told him that if he really wanted to leave the academy, he would allow him, and if he intended to enter the Order of Imperial Knights, then Agnes asked him to rise to at least the 3rd Battalion. Joshua did not expect such a decision from his father, because he always believed that he didn't care about him, but in any case he was very pleased. The guy answered him that if this is all the Duke wants, then he will do it without any problems and bowed to them as a sign of respect. In the Duchy of Agnes, Vanessa felt very bad. Her condition left much to be desired, but most of all she wanted to see Babylon. But instead of her son, standing in front of her was Chiffon, who, of course, could not replace her son. She was still able to remember that Babylon was summoned to the Imperial Palace, and of course she would worry about him. First the words of her husband, and now this unexpected call from her son. Everything was not going according to her plan. The woman was so nervous that she couldn't even sleep a wink due to anxiety, and all because of this brat who doesn't even deserve to be eaten by dogs. Suddenly the woman was interrupted by Chiffon, who suddenly told her that he was going to Arcadia. Vanessa couldn't believe that he was going to leave without the Duke's permission. He explained to her that at this rate, along with her fear, her entire plan would burn in the fire, and Duke Agnes would personally cut off his head. It was better for him to go straight there, let him pay for it, but in any case it was better than waiting for his inevitable death. Vanessa thought this was great stupidity, because it was too dangerous in the Imperial Palace. Even he could lose his life in the blink of an eye. But the woman seems to have forgotten that in the past he was also a member of the Order of Imperial Knights, so she needn't worry about him. He promised her that even if he had to give his life, he would gladly do it for her. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't afford it, so the only thing she did was ask him to come back safe. Chiffon promised her that he would carry out this order so that it would not cost him. Joshua went to train that evening and tore through the training machines one after another. All he had in his head was Count Arya. Joshua couldn't believe that Count Sten was such a sleepwalker. He even got goosebumps. But he was more interested in the reason why Agnes told him to raise to the 3rd Battalion. He believed that this was due to the fact that members from the 1st to the 3rd Battalion of the Order of the Imperial Knights received a ring from the Emperor himself. He must want Joshua to receive a new title, which will allow him to leave the Duchy of Agnes and finally make Babylon his heir. Suddenly Joshua felt that someone else had entered the house, so he immediately ran to see what had happened there. But after a second he stopped, because now it seemed to him that he had heard and there was no one there. The voice that came out a moment later made the guy nervous again, but then he saw a rather familiar person. It was Zero, who told Joshua that if the guy had thrown this staff a little to the left, he would have clearly gotten hurt. The guy handed him the staff, and in return received a question from Joshua, because he was interested in why Zero came here. The man explained to him that there was a problem, and he also needed to find Joshua to convey information regarding the order, but now the guy was more interested in what kind of problem arose. Zero said that he would have to leave Arcadia for a while, so the information he requested would have to wait a little. It's just that the only one in Arcadia who can have information regarding the god of war is Zero. Joshua asked him not to say that he was leaving because of the situation that occurred in the Tran Principality. Zero was surprised that the guy was able to understand this after a couple of words. The guy told him that this was a wonderful coincidence, because he, too, would need more time to find the red coin. It was about 3 years. But he received an imperial decree to enter the knightly order, so he would have to leave his estate. Zero did not expect such a turn of events, because to receive invitations personally from the emperor is very honorable. It looks like he really has something to do. Well, then Zero told Joshua that he didn't have to worry about the time to look for the red coin. Their entire organization was desperately working on this matter, so he would have as much as he needed. But lastly, Zero decided that it was time to tell the guy new information. Joshua was interested. Zero decided to add even more intrigue by saying that he was sure Joshua would be surprised. After which the man nevertheless said that they found out that Draxii Velgrace has a certain relationship with the Avalon Imperial family. Joshua could have expected anything, but not such a turn of events, because he already knew it very well. Zero was surprised that the guy had such a meager reaction, but Joshua decided to remind him that he came to him for exclusive information, and now he is telling him about what the guy already knows very well. The man was surprised that the guy was aware of his connection with Emperor Marcus, but then Joshua realized that his information was a little out of date. After all, the guy believed that Draxia was on excellent terms with the 4th Prince Caesar, but it turns out he is with Emperor Marcus. Count Joshua understood that this information might not be accurate, so he asked Zero again, to which the man answered him that they were convinced that this information had a fairly high level of reliability. Zero added that all this is due to the relationship between Draxia's father, Demiro Velgrace, and the Imperial family, the Swallow Empire. Joshua knew it. Emperor Marcus is trying to interfere in the affairs of the Swallow Empire. He wants to remove the current Emperor Varin Velgrace and put Draxia on the throne. The invincible god of war, a man whose skills are practically not inferior to the master, all this speaks of only one person, and this is Draxia Velgrace. Count Arya didn't understand why he had to do something so annoying for the pathetic family. But the warriors who ran straight at him shouted at him to shut his mouth, because it was unforgivable to talk about the Emperor of Verona like that. Arya understood that it seemed that now he would have to shed some blood, but of course not his own. At that same moment, he simply disappeared in front of the warriors' noses and after literally the same moment dealt them several blows, and thereby killed dozens of warriors. The warriors of the Empire decided that the best tactic against such a strong fighter would be to build a magical shield with mana, which would give them the opportunity to catch their breath. Arya really liked this technique, he even praised them for it, but in any case, it could work with another, weaker knight, but not with him. Just when the man decided that it was time to deal with these guys, he heard a voice that came straight from the sky, which told him that it was time to finish, and not have fun with them. It was the Duke of Tremblin, who destroyed this shield with one blow, and with it the warriors who were inside. Arya couldn't thank him enough for intervening, but he was always impressed by his sudden movements. Duke Tremblin was unhappy that Arya was taking everything too lightly. They are now in the border zone, but that doesn't change the fact that they are in the middle of enemy territory. Isn't Arya too calm for that? But Arya didn't understand why he was so excited. They weren't ordered to enter the Imperial Palace of Swallow and bring the head of Emperor Verona. This is an ordinary job for which it's a pity to even waste mana. Duke Tremblin thought completely differently. He was sure that a real knight should always give his best. Arya is already tired of this old grump, who, despite his abilities, is so gloomy and meticulous. He has much more fun with Duke Agnes. Especially when he thought about how he almost made Joshua taste despair. In any case, Tremblin wanted to know why he mentioned Draxia. Had he already forgotten the Emperor's order to watch what you say? Arya didn't understand how this old man even heard this. But he only did it because he doesn't like the situation they are in, and he simply cannot understand what the Avalon Empire is losing. Besides, he didn't think that something like that would deceive them, and why were they playing these games of the brat Draxia? The Duke answered him that it didn't matter at all whether they believed it or not, they just had to follow His Majesty's orders and that was all. But Arya was not going to listen to him and simply began to leave, saying that he was completely right. But still he thought that if you dance to the tune of a brat who just wants to become Emperor Swallow, then this did not seem to be an order from the Emperor. The Duke looked at Arya and caught himself thinking that he finally began to understand Evergrande. Regarding the fact that you can't take your eyes off him, because you never know what will come into his head. Meanwhile at the academy, Joshua was just trying to hand in his resignation and say goodbye to everyone, but Icarus seemed to have completely different thoughts. His friend asked Joshua to become his servant and follow him wherever he went, but Joshua asked him several times if Icarus understood what this even meant. Joshua told him that although he is a commoner by birth, right now he is undoubtedly a nobleman, and even now he wants to become a servant? Icarus, without a doubt, told him yes again, because if Joshua is going to the Imperial Palace, then he will go there too. Joshua specifically said out loud that it would be very interesting for him to watch Icarus grow, so that the guy would want to go with him even more. After which the guy turned to Icarus again and asked him to be as honest with him as possible and tell him why he should go with him, because Joshua would never believe that Icarus really wants to become an ordinary servant again. Icarus told him that first of all he wanted to prove his worth by being on Joshua's side. Joshua didn't quite understand what Icarus meant. Why would he need to prove his worth? Icarus explained to him that he is confident that the young Lord Joshua, leaving his family, will reach the top and surpass the name Agnes, and he, in turn, is obliged to prove to the whole world that his skills are at their best, and to do this, he needs to be with someone similar level. And when he shows his worth, he hopes that Joshua will use him in the most appropriate way. Joshua already understood perfectly well that Icarus was truly an exceptional person for him, because the guy had already proven that there is no more reliable person than Icarus. As soon as Joshua agreed with Icarus, the guy immediately broke into a smile, which couldn't help but please the guy. But Joshua asked him not to rejoice prematurely, because he refused. Icarus' face immediately changed, because he didn't understand what the problem was. Did Joshua really think that he wouldn't be of any use as a servant? The guy tried to convince him, because even if there is no point, he won't lose anything. Icarus in any case is not doing this for the sake of a reward, he just wants to prove that he is worth something. Joshua looked with a smile at how his friend was trying to convince him and still stopped him, saying that everything was exactly the opposite, which Icarus did not understand a little. The guy explained to Icarus that he was too special to waste such talent on Joshua. The Count advised him that if he really wanted to prove to him what he was worth, then he should try to change the academy that he had to leave, and if Icarus needed it, Joshua allowed him to use his name. Joshua also added that instead of becoming his servant, it would be better for him to stay in this academy, where extensive knowledge is concentrated. Icarus listened to all this in silence, and did not understand how to react to these words. But Joshua had not yet said the most important thing, after which he came closer to Joshua and added to him that he did not want his people to become his servants. Icarus was so pleased to hear such words, so he agreed with Joshua without any problems and promised him that he would prove his worth in this academy. The third princess of the Swallow Empire, Erona Velgrace, admired the flowers that bloomed so beautifully. For the emperor this was not at all surprising, because flowers are supposed to behave this way. The emperor's daughter saw how bad her father was, and she suspected that he was thinking about Uncle Demiro. The emperor sighed heavily and said that he was interested to know what would have happened if he had given up the throne to his brother Demiro. Would the people of the Swallow Empire be happier? He looked directly at his daughter, and said that it seemed to him that in this case the relationship between Swallow and Tran would be better. His daughter, without hesitation, answered him that although he did not understand everything in the world, if Uncle Demiro had inherited the throne, she believed that people would have suffered even more than now. She added that she will never forget the sincere smiles of people that were given to them by the emperor, who is also her father. She was amazed by the faces of the people who expressed pure joy for the emperor. On the day when they first left the palace together, they were everywhere then, and it couldn't help but make her happy. She took his hands and said that until then he had worked as hard as he could. She believed that he was the son of this empire, and, most importantly, a father whom she could rightfully be proud of. Erona believed that this was far from his limit. She believed that he would become even better, so she asked him not to reproach himself. She and in general all the people of Swallow did not want to see him like this. He was very pleased to hear this, and he was very grateful. But even at such moments he can't help himself, because he understands perfectly well that there was no more reliable person than Demiro. The girl categorically disagreed with him, because Demiro had not appeared for more than 10 years. Although it was not known whether he was alive or dead, it was absolutely clear that the empire was no longer important to him. The Emperor looked at how the birds played together and remembered how close the Swallow Empire and the Principality of Tran had never been. The man wanted only one thing, so that no more blood would be shed on these lands. But their calm situation was interrupted by a knight who ran to the Emperor and shouted that they had received an urgent message from the guards at the border. The knight took out the message itself, in which he said that the Tran Principality attacked the Baker estate and slaughtered about 1,000 people. At the residence of the first magician of the Imperial Palace, the master came at the first call of the owner of the magic tower, who was already waiting for him. The owner of the tower was glad to see Evergrande as a guest, because they were with recent friends, but the magician himself was very worried, because he did not understand why the man had called him to his place. But the old man calmed him down, saying that if you don't take into account the lack of hands due to his departure, then there are no problems. Evergrande had no excuses about this, so in a calm voice he asked the owner for forgiveness, if it was necessary. The old man asked him not to worry about this, because he did not contact him for the sake of accusations. The man told him that it seemed to him that he was becoming an eccentric because of his age, and he was interested in the question of how the Emperor treated him. Evergrande answered him without a doubt that everything was fine, and he liked serving the Emperor. The old man was happy about this. Although he accepted the Emperor's offer for the sake of his own ambitions, Emperor Avalon must not allow him to spread his wings because of his dictatorial nature. The man was also sure that Evergrande supported the fourth prince, whom he spoke of as the most promising, but Evergrande interrupted him, because if the old man called him to a conversation only for the sake of lecturing, then he leaves. But the old man, as it turned out, slowly led to the point of saying that it seemed to him that Evergrande had chosen the wrong one, and that the fourth prince was unlikely to be able to inherit the throne. The magician did not expect this, and now he became even more interested, because he wanted to know why the old man thought so. He explained to him that if a man had supported the first or second prince, he would not have said a word, so he asked Evergrande to think about it before it was too late. Evergrande thought about it, but then remembered the first feelings he felt when he first met the fourth prince, Caesar. The man felt something very inexplicable, a feeling that filled his entire soul and still has this effect. The old man noticed the fact that this conversation was taking a strange turn, but in fact, he called him to suggest something. But before he announced this, the old man told the magician that the master of lightning from the 7 magicians, Jack Sterapes, was destroyed, which made Evergrande want to scream, because it was very difficult to believe in this, because Jack was stronger than any master of the empire. Therefore, based on this, the old man decided to offer Evergrande to take his place. He also added that this offer would be more useful for his ambitions than standing behind the back of the fourth prince. The magician was of course grateful to the old man for such an unexpected and pleasant offer, but unfortunately he was forced to refuse this invitation. The old man was not surprised when he heard such an answer, because he understood that Evergrande had another goal that he was striving for, but the man did not understand what the old man was talking about. The master asked him not to pretend that he did not understand what he was talking about, because the old man knew perfectly well that his goal was the treasury of the Avalon Empire, not that fake that everyone gets access to every year, but a real treasury, so beautiful that even the gods envy it. Evergrande was shocked, because he had no idea how the master could know about this treasury. But the old man added to him that most magicians would like to know whether it really exists, no matter what the cost, and he was well aware that all magicians are like that, infinitely greedy for the truth. Still, he decided that it was time to stop talking about these things, so he decided to tell the man that his offer always stood, so he could always hold a place for him. But before they finished, of course, he was a little ashamed to entrust Evergrande with this, but the old man would like the man to listen to him, after which the man's attention was at the maximum level. After which the old man said that the destination of the Lightning Master Jack was the teleportation gate in the capital of the Avalon Empire, Arcadia, so he would like to ask for an investigation and find out who killed Jack. Joshua stood near the huge gates in the capital and joy overwhelmed him, because he had not been in this place for so long. But as soon as he got closer and wanted to go inside, he was immediately stopped by a pair of knights, who stopped him and added that this was an imperial palace and entry without permission was prohibited. So they asked Joshua to provide a pass or coat of arms to prove his identity. The guy did not have such documents with him, so he decided to simply tell them that he had come to take part in the bloody battle of the Birchers. But in response, Joshua received only laughter and misunderstanding from the knights, because he is still a child and there is no talk of a bloody battle. After which one of them calmed down a little and through laughter told him that they didn't have time for him, so they would forgive him this time, so they advised him to go home if he didn't want to get his ass kicked. Joshua smiled back at them, because if they find it so funny, then it will be even more interesting. Therefore, the guy decided to enter these gates using a slightly unique method and used his armor, and at the same time asked the knights to immediately report that Joshua von Agnes had arrived at the palace by order of the emperor. The bloody battle of the Birchers is one of the privileges that gives the townspeople and ordinary knights of Avalon the opportunity to join the Order of Imperial Knights. You can join if you take the place of a defeated Imperial Knight. By defeating a person belonging to the 1st or 3rd battalions, which are the most prestigious, you can receive the rank of peerage. Because of this, the Imperial Knights who are challenged do not leave their opponent alive, because they are well aware that otherwise they will be challenged more and more. But Joshua wasn't just aiming for the rank of Imperial Knight, he was planning to rise to the 10th place of the 1st Battalion as quickly as possible. After which he will receive the position of Battalion Commander, and take this from the Imperial Treasury, but his title will be a simple bonus. He approached the Palace of the Beautiful Flower, and thought that he had walked the same path as in his previous life and again found himself near this palace. Joshua looked at this palace and thought only about whether she was still imprisoned there or not. But he immediately pulled himself together and realized that now was not the time to think about it, because first he had to do what he had in mind, so he would leave it for later. Joshua suddenly heard someone addressing him, but as he didn't turn around or look around, he was never able to see. But the voice did not stop and even imagine that his name was Cercerin van Britten, and he asked to talk to him a little. Joshua was distracted at that moment, and remembered how he first came to the Imperial Palace of Avalon as a mercenary, and she treated him warmly, neglecting his status. The guy didn't feel love or longing for her then, but he was very grateful to her for everything she did for him. The guy decided to answer that same voice and introduced himself as Joshua Sanders. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of Swallow, Duke Mask assured the Emperor that this could not be done, because the rest of the nations would think of them as a laughing stock if they did this, and he was very worried that this could become a precedent. But the Emperor did not talk about forgetting about this issue, he suggests leaving it until they find out the true face of the enemy. Musk did not give up and tried to convey to the Emperor the idea that they had discovered the Tran coat of arms at the scene. He did not understand what other evidence was needed. But the man was unable to finish, because he was interrupted by a man who burst into the council room and said that this is precisely why there are no advancements. They all have only muscles instead of brains, they just know how to fight. He asked them to see what they had brought the nation to by taking positions because they considered themselves the greatest. All this was told to them by Prince Lucifer, who held the position of the first Prince of Swallow. Lucifer immediately approached the Emperor to greet him, and the Emperor was very glad to see the prince. They had not seen each other for a long time. However, he added that the reason he was in such a hurry to get to the palace was because of these nobles who didn't do their jobs correctly. Musk didn't understand why this pompous prince decided so, but immediately received a question about how he thinks which country will benefit more from this, to which the Duke answered Tran. Lucifer had no doubt that he would say so, so this once again confirms his words that they are all slackers here and don't think. He had to explain that Tran is now under the rule of Uravis, who is stabilizing the situation from the inside, and they absolutely do not need such primitive aggression, which could turn out to be a fatal mistake for them. Duke Mask asked a rather logical question about who else besides Tran could attack them. Lucifer asked the man to strain his brains at least a little and think, otherwise the last convolutions with hair will disappear. The emperor intervened in this dialogue and added that forcing the two nations into conflict was beneficial to everyone except Tran. Therefore, he suggested that if we exclude the Hobalt Empire, which is currently busy with elections, then there is only one option left, and that is the Avalon Empire. In the great Imperial Palace of Avalon, the imperial peace was disturbed by one of the courtiers, who conveyed to the emperor information that Duke Gershult and Count Arya had successfully completed their missions and were now returning to Acadia. This could not but please the emperor, but he was more interested in how things were going in the Swallow Empire. The advisor replied to the emperor that at the moment they had not done anything yet, it seemed that now they were just observing the situation. This was quite unexpected for him, because they are barbarians who love battles. They were able to endure this. The emperor believed that all this was because of that old man Verona Velgrace. But as soon as the emperor finished speaking, the advisor added that he still needed to tell him something. The courtier brought him information that he had heard rumors that Baron Vigo, who managed the Locke estate, with whom they asked for cooperation, had died. The emperor didn't care at all about this pig, but he was worried that Arden von Agnes might find out their plan. But the advisor convinced him that their investigation showed that this was not so. Duke Agnes was in Arcadia at the time of Baron Vigo's death, and when the main house learned of his death, they were confused. The emperor did not care about all these details, he only wanted to know who did this to Vigo. But unfortunately, the advisor did not know this information, for which he immediately received a blow, from which he hit his head on the floor. The emperor asked him to forget about it. He believed that even though he was called the Black Wind, even he would not be able to find out what really happened, because the Agnes themselves, under whose noses everything happened, were not aware. After which he added that he needed to meet with that person, since this was requested personally from the emperor, and he thought that they might know something that they did not know. Black Wind listened carefully to the emperor, and still decided to add that his daughter seemed to have entered the academy. The emperor did not expect that his daughter would enter the academy of their empire, so he reacted quite sharply. The assistant added that her name was Anna Baxten. But this is a name and a story for everyone around, but for her own people she is known as Anna Velgrace. Cain continued to attack Duke Agnes with the hope that he would still be able to land at least one blow. But every time the guy was close to striking and hitting the target, Agnes stopped him with any objects that only he saw, and each time added that Cain still had a lot to learn. Cain was not going to give up, so he continued to strike blow after blow, but Agnes repulsed each of his blows with just a branch from a tree and did it at ease. Besides, he believed that Cain's attacks were just quick and had no weight behind them. But suddenly their battle was interrupted by Baron Head, who unexpectedly came to the palace. Agnes didn't stop the fight because he didn't think that the Baron had brought any important news, but as soon as the Baron hinted that it concerned Joshua, everything changed. The Baron informed the Duke that Joshua had moved to the Imperial Palace and would soon be there. Cain did not pay attention to anything and continued the fight, but Agnes suddenly realized that they had had enough training for today, so he struck the guy back, after which he flew away. The young knight simply did not understand how this was possible, because he used only one small stick as a weapon. Agnes continued to walk towards Cain and asked out loud whether he had really done a lot of things and went to the palace as if nothing had happened. After which he turned to Cain to find out what the knight thought about his lord's actions. Cain believed that they were just sparring at the moment, but Agnes asked him to understand, because they were only doing this because Joshua asked him. The knight mentally thought about this decision, and he did not understand why his lord did this. Therefore, Agnes continued to speak and asked Cain to attack, otherwise he would go into battle. Cain decided not to waste any more time and immediately went into battle, but as the Lord expected, all his movements were too slow and he easily attacked him, which simply knocked the guy off his feet and didn't give him a chance to do anything further. The Baron stood behind and believed that the Duke should not take out his anger on this poor knight. Agnes answered him that he was probably right, and should do it on the one who started this mess. Agnes asked me to tell him what about the 20 families who received a harsh lesson from Joshua. Baron had told him that they didn't show much reaction, but the family of Marquis Villas seemed ready to send an official letter of protest at any moment. After all, their only heir was in this state. The man watched the Duke, who was silent all this time, so he became interested in knowing what Agnes thought about this. After all, had believed that although the chances of a territorial war with the family of the Marquis of Villas from the family of Duke Agnes are quite low, they should still respond accordingly to their official letter of protest if it is sent. Otherwise, there will be a high chance that the Villas family will raise this topic at the Great Congress of Nobles, and Duke Agnes will seriously think about this. The Baron didn't say anything else, but in his head he was thinking that if they did this, then Duke Agnes would personally have to make excuses to solve the problem, which could be a great humiliation for a person called one of the 9 stars. But to the Baron's surprise, Agnes didn't mind, because his father is far from the best, but he doesn't think it's right to scold his son for doing a good job. He decided that he would personally take care of the problems with the family of Marquis Villas. If he still had a conscience, then the Duke was sure that he could handle the rest himself. The Baron did not want to argue with the Duke, so he agreed and added that news had also arrived from the main house. Agnes did not expect this, but the Baron had not finished yet and added that His Majesty the Emperor wants to see how much Babylon, the treasure of the Empire, has grown, so Babylon is heading to the capital, along with the captain of the Knights Chiffon. The Duke could not understand whether this was true or not, because if this was so, then why was he not notified about this in advance and asked for permission? Meanwhile, Babylon's carriage was already halfway, and Chiffon, who was with him, conveyed to him the information that they had just left for a safe territory, which was directly led by the Imperial family, and that they would soon arrive at the Imperial palace. Babylon was so glad to see these lands again, because the last time he was here was when he was still studying at the academy, and several years had passed since then. Chiffon added to him that there was no need for concern. His Majesty the Emperor simply wanted to see with his own eyes how much Babylon, the greatest genius of the continent, had grown. The guy perceived this title as not his own, but it was difficult to tell anyone about it. Chiffon noticed this and turned to Babylon with a request that he should always remember that the countless vassals of his family, including himself, would always be on his side. Babylon guessed why Chiffon told him this, but still decided to simply thank him for such pleasant words. Chiffon was not finished yet and tried to say something else, but it was hard for him to talk about it, so he started from afar. But suddenly he was interrupted by Babylon himself, who asked the man to speak directly and to the facts, because they were not strangers to him. The knight gathered his thoughts and asked Babylon directly what he would do if his father was not his own father. Babylon could imagine anything, but not such a question, so he did not know how to answer it. They sat in silence for some time, because it was very awkward for each of them to speak now. But still, Babylon decided to ask Sir Chiffon what he meant when he asked such questions. Chiffon laughed at this and said that right now one of his knights was in a similar situation. One could say that he had recently learned the truth about his birth after decades of being kept in the dark. Babylon continued the conversation and asked if this knight was one of the Crimson Ones, because if this was true, then he must have been very shocked, so the guy offered his help, but Chiffon believed that in this case the guy would not help. Chiffon was incredibly worried at that moment, and could not understand in his head how he could make such a fatal mistake. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Babylon, who added that even though it was shocking, would everything really change that much for him? The guy believed that even if the real father is someone else, isn't it better to do everything possible in life, as always, to bring happiness to both the father who gave life and the one he raised? Chiffon suddenly fell silent and at times even forgot to breathe, because there was emptiness in his head, but still he thanked Babylon for the excellent advice he gave and noticed the fact that the young lord had grown a lot. Joshua came to that same wall again and listened as that voice tried to call him again. But this time Joshua decided to answer, and even suggested that she thought that he was a nobleman, and was confused by his lack of a middle name. The voice that came from behind the wall suddenly laughed a little and answered Joshua that he just had a very beautiful name. As it turned out, this voice was made by a girl who told the guy that she saw this name in a book, and that's the name of a flower that grows only in the Triphium region, in the east of the continent. The girl knew very well that although it has great beauty than a fully blossomed rose, there is nothing sadder than the meaning of this flower. But suddenly Joshua asked her to stop, and the girl was upset that she could have said something wrong. After which he suddenly asked her about her fate. How difficult is it for her? Emperor Marcus, nicknamed the ruler of blood, shed countless rivers of blood even before he sat on the throne, and if anyone dared to go against him, he simply destroyed the person, brothers, sisters, cousins, everyone who came across. Anyone who had even a drop of Imperial blood, he simply erased this person from the face of the earth, which ultimately helped him take the throne. By this time he no longer had anyone with the surname Britain in his relatives. The only people who could now be called members of the Imperial family were his few closest allies, and they, fearing that the pure bloodline of the Britons would be torn apart, came to a terrifying agreement. This decision would later be considered the worst in the history of the Avalon Empire, which was called the Tragedy of Britain, and so the political goal of Emperor Marcus gave birth to a princess who would fulfill his ambitions. The purebred princess, whose name was Cercerin van Britain. Perhaps it was all about strange ambitions and they could be corrected, but Cercerin was born blind. And now the only reason why the Emperor is diligently keeping an eye on her is because of her ability to see through even those who have already reached the realm of the Master. This skill is called the gaze of the mind. Joshua stood near this wall and thought only that perhaps if he had encountered such obstacles as she did, then there was a possibility that he would not have been able to cope. Suddenly she put her hand to the wall and began to cry, and Cercerin did not understand why she was doing this, so she asked Joshua, who remained silent and did not know what to answer him. But Cercerin was interrupted by her servant, who, unnoticed by the girl, crept up behind her and scared the girl a little. The girl replied that she was fine, and Helen reminded Cercerin that it was time for her to get ready for the palace. Joshua, hearing this, decided not to distract the young princess anymore, especially since he knew very well that their time would soon come when they would meet. They just needed to wait a little. At his villa, Emperor Marcus received a guest whose name was Anna, and she was the daughter of the god of war. First of all, the emperor decided to find out whether her father appreciated the gift that Marcus made for him at the border of Swallow, to which the girl responded with extreme gratitude, because her father was very pleased with it. However, that was not all, and the emperor added that he had heard that everything was not going as he wanted, but the girl did not quite understand what he was talking about. He told her that people on their continent were saying that if the Avalon Empire had Arden von Agnes, then Swallow had Prince Lucifer. Now the emperor believed that when he entered the scene, even the god of war might have problems with this, so Marcus was interested in her father's plans. The girl told him that her father was not entirely sure how to deal with this problem. Such words greatly angered the emperor, from whom mana immediately began to flow in incredible quantities. Anna literally began to go crazy from this horror, and could not do anything about it. A few minutes later, the emperor answered her that how dare she even talk about the chance of failure, when they had come so far. Before they started, they assured him that everything would work like clockwork. The emperor believed them both and showed mercy, but she dared to spy in his empire. Anna tried with all her might to ask for forgiveness from the emperor, and she begged to be given another chance so that this would not happen again in the future. But the emperor decided not to just let this situation go, so he proposed to change the conditions a little. So he promised the title of Duke instead of the previously promised title of Marquis. The girl understood that this was very bad, because it ruined all the agreements that had been agreed upon before. But Marcus added that he is sure that her father knows better than anyone that betting money on an unpredictable game is a very bad decision. The girl understood that if he planned to do this, then there was no need for a massacre on the border at all. For the emperor, is this entertainment? She looked the man straight in the eyes and realized that he was truly a crazy person. Anna decided to tell the Emperor that although his offer was certainly a unique opportunity for them, she doubted that her father would accept it. After which he began to laugh and say that soon he would become the personification of the Avalon Empire itself, and no one would dare to contradict him. He also added that she would tell the god of war that he had nothing to worry about. Now that the main plan had failed, the time had come to prepare for Plan Meteor. The Wind Master convinced his assistant that in these ruins he saw not only ordinary sand or dirt, all of this could be evidence. The guy didn't think so, because it seemed to him that everything around him looked like ordinary dirt, especially in this state. He didn't think that it could even be called ash. The man asked him to focus on business, because they are not here for fun. But Ted didn't understand why he was so nervous, because, for example, he sees evidence everywhere here. All you need to do is close your eyes and listen to how the winds collide with each other. The man thought about it, and decided to try what the guy was telling him and concentrated as much as possible to feel it for himself. How suddenly he felt everything the guy was telling him about and couldn't believe it. After which the guy added that the void of mana can only arise under two circumstances, either supernaturally at the beginning of time, or when the heart of a magician's 6 coas above receives enough damage to die. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion thundered behind him, which could be heard almost throughout the entire area, and he added that everything within a radius of 1 kilometer turns into a wasteland and emptiness appears. The man answered him that if everything is so, then given the destination of the Lightning Master, this is exactly the place. And now they both understood that there was a high probability that the Lightning Master was killed by the owner of Bronto, and now the answer was in their hands. They would catch the criminal if they followed Bronto's footsteps. Sansarine sat in one of her many gazebos in the courtyard of the palace, and could not believe that he knew everything so accurately. She decided to ask her maid what she might know about Joshua Sanders, but the girl could not answer her, but only laughed in response. But Helen remembered that she had recently heard some knights talking about him, and she heard that a small star had appeared in the Empire, whose name was Joshua. Sansarine knew very well that geniuses with outstanding talents are called small stars, which Helen confirmed and cited the example of Babylon von Agnes, who is considered exactly that. However, the girl added that according to the knights, most nobles do not really like this. Sansarine didn't quite understand what her friend was trying to convey to her, so she asked her to decipher it a little. Helen began to say that due to the fact that 2 little stars, who have the highest chances of becoming one of the 9 stars in the future, come from the same family, the nobility are very alarmed by them. Sansarine began to guess, and Helen confirmed that his full name is Joshua von Agnes, and he is the second son of the pride of the Empire of Arden von Agnes. Joshua arrived at the training ground of the 11th and 12th battalions of the Imperial Knights, and was so glad that almost nothing had changed. He immediately saw a battle between 2 knights who showed the highest level of battles, and a large number of people watched with pleasure. Joshua noticed that one of them is still a little stronger, and for this reason he speaks a little more than the others. But his opponent was also no simpleton, so at times he answered him, so the fight looked really spectacular. But still, the battle came to its logical end, in which a man from the battalion won, who thus tried to explain to his opponent the difference between their battalions. After the battle, his fellow knights who had bet a large sum of money on him gave him his share and reminded him that the loser would challenge him to battle again if he left him alive now. The guy thanked his friends for reminding him, because he really forgot, and as soon as he began to pull out his sword, his opponent suddenly spoke. He respectfully addressed Sir Langer, and told him that he was so sorry, and he promised him that if he ever dared to challenge him again, he would immediately become his servant, and now he asks him for mercy only once. The knights from the 12th battalion shouted to the guy that he was disgracing their honor and how, after this, could he even dare to call himself a knight? Suddenly they saw Joshua, who appeared near the battlefield just out of nowhere, and they did not understand who he was, and he, in turn, still repeated that this place was exactly like the Colosseum, nothing had changed. It seems Joshua realized that he missed him too much, that he was so happy to be here again. But suddenly he was interrupted by one of the knights, who asked him if this guy had accidentally gotten lost, because this is not a place for brats like him, so it's better to go where he came from. Joshua immediately decided to use his ring because he didn't have much time, so he wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. His body was again covered by the same armor of the Agnes family, and he notified everyone who was there that he had come here specifically to participate in the bloody battle of the Birchers. Each of the knights immediately noticed that the guy had a patch on the armor of the Agnes family, and each of them understood perfectly well that only a direct member of the bloodline could wear armor of this quality. Joshua did not leave them alone with his guesses, so he got ahead of each of them and said that his name was Joshua von Agnes, and he wanted anyone to fight him. But after these words, only absolute silence was heard, because each of the knights had already heard about him. This brat was a knight who was able to wield mana at the age of 10, an unprecedented genius in the entire history of the continent. One of the knights nevertheless decided to turn to him and ask the young lord if he realized why now the Birchers practically do not resort to the bloody battle. Joshua knew very well that, according to the will of the current Emperor Marcus von Britain, regardless of rank, those who defeated the Imperial Knights in the bloody battle of the Birchers receive their place, and the losing knight, in turn, loses his rank. He also added that responsibility for everything that may happen during the fight lies entirely with the participants. The result is undeniable, and revenge is strictly prohibited. Any violation of these rules will be regarded as treason. The knight confirmed that all this was exactly so, but he was more interested in finding out from the guy or, knowing all this, does he really want this? Joshua sighed slowly and yet could not stand it, and shouted that he came here to participate in the bloody battle of the Birchers on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. The 11th and 12th battalions are obliged to take part. But they all suddenly began to say that if Count Joshua suffered because they did not retain their power, then they were afraid to imagine what Arden von Agnes would do to them. One of the knights understood that he would most likely have to join this battle, but on the other hand, he also did not want to be marked by the Agnes family. Joshua looked at each of them and didn't understand how they could call themselves knights, so he decided to give them a little motivation that should make them cheer up a little. He started shouting again, only this time about how the lower battalions would never change. Joshua believed that all they did was chat among themselves like a ragtag bunch of mercenaries with no skills or support. Joshua believed that the only thing they know how to do is boast about their origins, although at the same time they do not even have the courage and confidence to defeat the knights of the highest battalions. He added that they are simply nobody, incapable of vagabonds. After such words, even such cowards came to their senses and plucked up the courage to go into battle and do something to oppose this brat. One of them even tried to insult him in response, saying that Joshua was just lucky to be born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and this does not give him any right to talk nonsense at them. After which this knight took out his sword and said that if Joshua so badly wants a bloody battle of the Birchers, then he will arrange it for him. Finally, Joshua saw the fuse, at least in one of them, and understood that this was exactly how it should be. The knights behind this guy started chanting his name, and cheering for him to teach this brat who talks too much a lesson. They so wanted him to shut his mouth. He took out his magic sword and began to concentrate as much as possible on the battle, simultaneously saying that he would not give him any concessions. The knight was going to fight with all his might from the very beginning. The knight did not wait long, and used all his aura that he could accumulate to deliver the most crushing blow. One of them advised Lord Joshua to stop before it was too late, because Cages, a B-rank knight and C-rank mana, could not withstand his aura, but Joshua did not doubt his abilities, especially since this was not the first time he had heard such warnings. After which Count Joshua added that they all missed one point here, that he is not a C-rank knight. But Cages, who was going into battle, did not give a damn about everything that the guy was using. because he was sure that he clearly saw that Joshua was just an amateur who was only pathetically using the power of the family, having nothing behind him except his name and him. You should be ashamed. Joshua did not argue with this guy, he just wanted the knight to check for himself whether it was a real aura or not. But the guy saw perfectly well that the knight stopped only because he thought of Joshua as a C rank knight. After which, Joshua slowly but confidently began to speak word by word and in the end called the knight a pathetic coward. The knight no longer saw or heard anything except that he had just been incredibly offended, and he would do everything to punish the guy for it. And of course, he decided that he couldn't delay this for long, so he immediately went into battle. They tried to stop him, but it seems it was already too late, because Joshua demolished the guy with a quick blow with the help of his Rugia. After which a monstrous explosion thundered, which could only mean one thing: they would not see this knight again. His colleague felt sorry for the guy, but he understood perfectly well that Cages himself was to blame for this, because he should have run away as soon as he found out about this guy's power, because it was clearly not ordinary mana. But this is how everything looked at first glance. But as soon as the fog from the explosion cleared a little, it became clear that the battle was not over yet, and the knight Cages would still fight for himself. Joshua immediately understood what was going on here. It was not the strength of the knight Cages. It seemed to him that the vice-captain was not allowed to stop the bloody battle of the Birchers. As soon as the smoke cleared, no one expected to see the bison Viper behind him, who essentially saved the life of the poor knight. Viper Bison was the vice-captain of the 12th Battalion, who added that the young lord was well informed. Joshua knew this man very well, because he had heard a lot about the bloody buffalo from the Imperial Knights, which was very nice for a man to hear that such a little star like Joshua knew him. Therefore, he decided to remind the young lord of the rule regarding the bloody battle of the Birchers, but Joshua did not quite understand what he was talking about. Bison explained to him that for a battle to become official, at least one captain or vice-captain must be present. Joshua couldn't believe the man was going to call it off when it had gotten this far. But the man added that he knew very well that this battle was the will of the great Emperor Marcus, and his will was unshakable, that he decided that he would be Joshua's opponent today. But Knight Kongs opposed this, because he believed that this duel was between him and the young Lord Joshua, and he begged Bison to let him finish what he started. The vice-captain asked him for forgiveness, but he would have to retreat, because he had already done everything he could. The captain believed that if he continued, he would simply lose his dignity. But Knight Cages was far from agreeing with this, and also added that he really wants to preserve at least the remnants of his knightly pride, because he remembered that the captain always spoke about its importance, even when he had to close his eyes to the unreasonableness of reality. Bison still could not stand it, and asked him to calm down, because besides honor there is something much more important. He explained to him that if you lose in the bloody battle of the Birchers, you will have to forget about your place in the ranks of the knights. Did the captain think that if this happened, then who would take care of his daughter? Or did he think that he could simply escape this responsibility by becoming a mercenary again? Cages was angry, but still understood that the captain was right, because he really has something to lose, and if he loses this battle, then everything will be lost and his family will suffer greatly. Joshua looked at all this with a smile, because it is so commendable when a person sacrifices himself for the sake of a comrade, because in the case of a vice-captain, he will only lose his position, and this is quite a good option for him. The captain was surprised by the guy's confidence, because he clearly spoke as if he had already won this battle. But for Joshua everything was as obvious as possible. Doesn't Sir Viper feel it? One of the knights thought that young Lord Joshua's mana was strange, but he was so sure that the blow he showed before was just a show. The other knights wanted to protect their captain so much that each of them was ready to go into battle in his place. But the captain reassured his knights, saying that he was very grateful to them for this, but he was the only one who could do this, and besides, he never thought of them as subordinates. In his eyes they were always his brothers. He also added that if he cannot protect his comrades, then his title of vice captain will become an empty phrase and he will not be able to be near them. Joshua respected Viper's decision. The guy remembered that he was always next to him in the vanguard and destroyed everything that stood in their way. He is a very strong warrior. This man was not just the most reliable person, but also an excellent commander, whom his subordinates blindly followed, including in order to walk with him on the battlefield again. Therefore, this time, the captain reminded the young lord that even if he was able to defeat him and take the place of vice captain, his skills would have to be recognized by the knights of the higher battalions, which they could not compare with, because they were considered an ordinary reserve. Joshua asked him a response question, in which he asked whether he was a reserve or not, but had the captain just denigrated their great pride? After which the guy raised his magic staff and shouted that he needed only 5 years to make the 11th and 12th battalions considered the strongest in the Avalon Empire. His aura was so strong that the captain could not believe the fact that the guy owned the aura of the blade. But Joshua didn't wait for the captain to look at him enough and asked Bison what his next move was. Would he like to join him? Meanwhile, Babylon had already arrived in the capital Avalon and greeted the emperor on one knee. The emperor was glad to see the guy, because they had not seen him since the graduation ceremony from the academy, so he decided to at least find out how old the young talent was. Babylon, with his head down, told the emperor that he had already turned 15 this year. The emperor praised Babylon, because even if you take his father, Arden, the greatest knight in the history of Avalon, who at the same age only reached C rank, and the guy was already almost B rank, the man believed that he would become the first B rank teenager in history. As soon as the guy wanted to thank the man for such pleasant words, the emperor was not finished yet and added that of course, if Babylon allows Joshua to do this. The emperor did not stop and continued to say that the option that Joshua would become the treasure of the nation was not suitable for him, because in this place he saw only Babylon. After the emperor's words, his courtier appeared near Babylon, holding a gift from the emperor for the guy on a tray. It was an elixir that increases mana. He asked Babylon to drink it, but the guy answered the emperor that of course he appreciated this gift, but he probably would not be able to accept it. Emperor Marcus reminded that he is his master, so he has every right to order the guy to do this. Babylon realized that in this case he simply could not refuse, so he began to carry out his order. The guy opened the cap of a small bottle and immediately felt a special smell, so without thinking for a long time he simply drank this drink. But he could not finish this elixir, because as soon as this substance was in his blood, his condition worsened significantly, which led to him falling to the floor. The emperor came closer to the guy and told him that perhaps Babylon did not remember, since his memories were erased, but they had already met several times and agreed on something, so the time had come to fulfill the promise. Marcus meant that he should never lose the fight for the title of heir, after which the man added to him that he was his real father, and the guy's name was actually Vavalo von Britain. Babylon did not fully understand what was happening, because the elixir he drank affected him too much, so all he could do at that moment was agree with the emperor. The untold episode that shrouds the Imperial Palace of Avalon falls into oblivion once again. The years have flown by in an instant, and the world has changed even more. 5 years passed in a flash and Joshua had already become the same commander of the 11th and 12th battalions. The guy was still able to achieve his goal. When Joshua returned, the continent of Igrant was in a relatively calm state, but the flowers of the world's hidden conspiracies began to bloom. On the continent of Igrant there are 3 empires considered superpowers. One of them is the Avalon Empire with its Emperor Marcus von Britain, who secretly teamed up with Draxia Velgrace, a Knight of Swallow, who is also one of the 3 superpowers, and together they began an open confrontation with Swallow's vassals, the Principality of Tran. Their main goal was to spark a war between other superpowers, and then completely take over, but Emperor Verona understood their plan. He not only prevented a war with Thran, but also stopped Avalon's attempts to start a continental war. And of course, opponents of the policy of Emperor Verona, which was aimed primarily at maintaining peace, began to appear and swallow. At the same time, within the third superpower of the continent of Igrant, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, there was a struggle for power between the Emperor and the Church. Cox tried to tell young Lady Cheryl that she needed to be much more confident in herself at such moments, because they should show everyone that the Duke of Pontier's family was thriving as before. Cheryl assured the man that he had nothing to worry about, because she would never give in to the family of the Marquis of Crumble. Cox incredibly liked this attitude. Now he had no doubt that they were obliged to capture the attention of the first prince. Cheryl was surprised that the man suddenly perked up. But suddenly some people stood right in front of them and spoiled their mood with just their appearance. It was Gavag and his friend Natasha, who were surprised that they managed to find time to attend receptions when their family was in such a sad situation. Cox remained silent, but thought about how unlucky they were that they met these pieces of crap right at the entrance. But suddenly he noticed that young Lady Cheryl was very angry and seething with anger. But if she couldn't control her emotions here, then it would be a sad story. But Cheryl was much smarter than these two, who couldn't hold their tongues, so she decided to avoid them and thus greet them, and also find out how they were doing. Gavag was surprised by this reaction, because it was quite atypical. He felt bored. After which the girl added that since he was not so verbose, she would probably go straight to the palace, since someone was waiting for her there. But before she left, Gavag turned to the Knight of the Imperial Order and reminded him that his father had told him to pay special attention to the safety of the palace that night. The man took the guy's hint and asked the young lady to provide a coat of arms that would provide her identity, or, if possible, an invitation letter. Cox still could not stand it, and began to shout at him, "Because they are members of one of the 5 ducal families. This is disrespect," and he allowed himself to ask, when did the Imperial Knights allow themselves to get involved in civil strife? Gavag again interfered with his own business and added that no one here is waiting for a family that is on the verge of extinction, so he suggested that they go home so as not to spoil the first prince's birthday, especially since such a holiday is only once a year. But then the guy remembered that because of his Cromwell family, only chips and ashes remained of their home, so they had nowhere to return. Or did they come here, forgetting about their own honor, to beg for salvation, using the only silk thread of hope? Cheryl was boiling with anger so much that it was too difficult to simply control her emotions. She turned and began to speak to him in a raised tone, and wanted to hear from him the reason why he dared to speak to them like that. Gavag did not have time to answer, because at one moment they were interrupted by another knight, who said that the Pontier family was officially invited by the prince, and for what purpose were they blocking their path? This prince was Joshua, who sent the knights to their posts, and from now on he will be in this place. The knights did not mind listening to his order, but on the other hand they were obliged to listen to the young Lord Gavag. Joshua made it clear that he was not going to repeat it, and the consequences of not following his order would be much sadder than those from the young Lord Gavag. In this case, they understood perfectly well that it would be best to do as Joshua said. Jev tried to shout to them, but it was useless. Joshua asked young Lady Cheryl to follow him. He would gladly guide her and her friend to the palace, which made Gavag very angry. But the guy understood that Joshua was trying to drag the family of Duke Agnes into this matter. But they still could not defeat the mercenary King Bavariant, and not only that, then he added that Joshua was now a nobody, because he was kicked out of the Agnes family. Joshua stood his ground and simply ignored this upstart, which angered Gavag even more, so he muttered under his breath that he would make this Joshua rot in hell. Cheryl calmed down a little and, in addition to gratitude, added to the guy that she recognized him. He was the same Joshua who had grown a lot since their last meeting. Joshua didn't want to talk to her, so he answered her that he had already led her far enough and from here he was sure she would find a way out on her own. Cheryl was not offended by him, because she understood perfectly well that he had always been so cold, and remained the same. But still, she tried to stop him with an invitation to dance at the ball, but the guy immediately replied that he could not afford it, because he needed to guard the castle. Besides, He no longer has anything to do with the Duke Agnes family, he is now Joshua from the Baron Sanders family. Knight Joshua left the palace and thought that Cheryl should also hurry, because if you do not defeat the mercenary King Bavarian, who joined the Cromwells, then the Duke of Pontier will lose all his property and give it to the Cromwells. However, he also understood that he could not enter into this fight now, because there were too many things that he needed to take care of first. Although he didn't want to run that far either, because he needed to survive at least this day, so he decided that he could go out and talk now, because he seemed to be alone here. But Rugia didn't think so, and she was right, because Joshua was immediately attacked by an unknown woman who so wanted to destroy him. She believed that she could defeat him with just one blow, but Joshua was not such a simpleton as she might have thought, so he easily repelled this blow. After that, the woman suddenly stopped her attacks and asked Joshua who he was and how he detected the energy of true death. But Joshua could only tell her one thing, after which he asked Aisha to stop her idiotic attempts to kill the first prince. She was extremely surprised, because before that there was not a single person on earth who could know her name, so she became even more interested in who he was. Aisha didn't wait for an answer, so she went on the attack again, and Joshua had no doubt that it would be easy to talk her out. She's not that kind of person. But her attack ended exactly when she noticed that he was using the energy of dragons. How is this even possible? She realized that she would never win a fight with such an opponent, so she decided to greet the master of great mana. She could not even imagine that he could be a black master, so she asked him to forgive him. Joshua wanted to punish her, but he can't, because she didn't know anything, but as he said earlier, she will have to give up her idiotic attempts to destroy the first prince. After she realized that the Black Dragon Lord was standing in front of her, she could not contradict him in any way, so she completely agreed with him. Joshua told her that since the Black Wind would begin to pursue her as soon as it became known that she had failed the assassination attempt, it would be best for her to leave Arcadia. She believed that he did not need to worry, but Joshua did not even listen to her and immediately interrupted her, saying that she had no right to disobey his orders, so he once again ordered her to immediately leave Arcadia as far as possible. After all, she herself must understand that if she does not do this, then the entire race of dark elves will not escape his punishment, and the girl now understood him perfectly. After which she immediately decided to leave on Joshua's orders, because the girl understood the seriousness of the situation. And Joshua himself had fun watching this, because just as he was a complete slob in his previous life, he remained the same. She really believed him that he was a black dragon. He knew very well that Aisha would soon become the queen of killers, because she took on the mission to destroy the first prince at his birthday banquet. But in the end she failed and suffered so much that she acquired a scar that would never heal. Joshua was not completely sure who gave her this mission. But in any case, he advised her to run with all her might, because their destinies would definitely intersect in this life. She ran away and could not believe that this was a real black dragon, because those who gave her this mission, most likely, could not even imagine this. They would never have believed that the Master of Mana was having a great time in the center of Avalon. Well, it was even good for her, although she would be persecuted for some time, but now she is completely free and can enjoy it. While everyone was discussing their affairs and having fun at the holiday, several men turned their attention to Lady Cheryl, who stood in modest solitude. They believed that her family was on the verge of ruin, so they did not understand what she was doing here. But the man's interlocutor added that they came here only to beg, but they both agreed that there was no family who would be ready to support them. Cheryl heard all this and was incredibly unpleasant. A voice sounded in the hall, announcing that the first prince of the great empire, Kaiser von Britain and Princess Cercerin von Britain were coming out. As soon as the prince appeared right in front of the people, he immediately thanked everyone who came to congratulate him, and also asked not to be shy and enjoy the modest reception. All the girls in the hall forgot about food and the holiday itself, because they were all delighted with the beauty of the prince. Sensorine decided to ask Helen again if Joshua Sanders was on the list of invited guests, but her assistant replied that, like last year, such a name was not on the guest list. The girl was upset again, although she herself didn't fully understand why she was so upset, because 5 whole years had passed since they talked to him, and she was still thinking about him. The prince heard his sister muttering something and asked what was bothering her, but Sensorine told him that everything was fine, and it seemed to him. He thought that she would be nervous, because she had not been outside the Palace of Brilliant Flowers for a long time, but apparently he was worrying in vain. But then the prince suddenly noticed the wonderful Lady Cheryl among the guests, and he was happy that he saw her, because last year she was absent from the holiday. But in any case it doesn't matter, because now he is very happy to see her. Cheryl realized that he was addressing her specifically, so she greeted His Highness Kaiser von Britain, but he asked not to do so. He could not get used to this greeting. In any case, the last time he saw her was at his birthday 3 years ago, and since then he has been following the circumstances of the life of the Pontier family, and from that moment they had nothing but misfortunes, and he even worried a little about her. The girl thought that she had heard it, or was it a hallucination, so she asked the prince to repeat who he was worried about. But instead he told her that he had wanted to see her for a very long time, so he wanted to ask her to dance. Everyone around, including Cheryl herself, was shocked by such proposals, because everyone around her considered her obliged, who came here to ask for help for her family. Cheryl mentally did not understand why he was doing this. He really wanted to see her, but she understood perfectly well that if she took his door, she would become the target of jealousy and wariness of all the ladies from influential families present here. She categorically could not make enemies of her family, of which there are already plenty, so after thinking, she decided that the best choice would be to say that she could not dance with him. The prince didn't understand what the reason was. Had he really done something wrong and that's why she didn't want to dance with him? He asked her to tell her what was wrong. Cheryl could not connect the two words and explain what the real reason was. But today she is definitely lucky, because Joshua came to her aid again, who said that she refused because she already had a partner who would dance with her. Prince Kaiser did not know who he was. He could only assume that he was an Imperial knight. Joshua came closer and evaded the young prince, simultaneously saying that his name was Baron Joshua Sanders. Sensorine heard this name, and immediately emotions washed over her, because she so wanted to hear this name today. The people who were in the hall knew very well that this was the same Joshua Sanders, who was able to become the commander of the Imperial Knights in just 5 years, a prodigy knight, but they heard that he was from the Agnes family. The nobles began to speculate that the Agnes family was on friendly terms with the Pontier family. Then they thought that the reason the Pontiers went out of their way to come to the holiday was because of Baron Joshua. The Kaiser replied to Joshua that he was honored to meet such a famous person. Joshua was honored to see His Highness the First Prince with his own eyes, but he and young Lady Cheryl had already agreed, so he asked him to understand. The prince smiled and decided to ask Lady Cheryl if it was true that she had already agreed with Sanders the Ram. Cheryl was a little doubtful about her answer, but still made up her mind and told him that it was indeed true. But their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Gavag, who suddenly ran out of the crowd and began shouting that Baron Joshua was truly arrogant, but the prince did not understand what he was talking about. He sincerely apologized to the prince for interfering so impolitely. He is the most important person at this ball, but the count did not like the actions of Joshua and Cheryl. Joshua immediately took him by the shoulder and said that if he knows what real politeness is, then he will immediately return to his place. Gavag didn't go anywhere, and Joshua had to continue to explain to him that if he really thought about His Highness, then he should have just left while Joshua could still let him go, but he didn't think that Gavag would want to experience what he experienced then again. The anger inside Gavag was simply seething. He was bursting with the words that Joshua was telling him, but he understood that there was little he could do. But the prince intervened in their squabble and assured them that absolutely everyone should enjoy this ball, so he asked them not to get excited. Joshua added that if only he had known that the prince wanted to invite young Lady Cheryl, he would not have done so, so he asked to forgive him for his impoliteness. The Kaiser believed that he should have apologized to the two of them, since they already have a partner, then nothing can be done about it. So he asked for forgiveness, and at the same time asked young Lady Cheryl for a chance at the next ball. She thanked him for his understanding and replied that it would be a great honor for her to dance with him. He turned around and began to leave, simultaneously saying that the best gift for him would be if everyone enjoyed this ball to the fullest. Joshua extended his hand to her so that they could dance with her, and she responded by telling him that she would owe him forever. She understood that he could also get it for helping her, but Joshua explained to her that it was because of guilt, since he forgot about their promise 5 years ago. Cheryl couldn't even imagine that he remembered everything. After all, she thought that he had forgotten about it a long time ago, but at that moment she immediately thought that he simply did not come to her. Doesn't he know what it means for a lady to give her family's coat of arms to someone? She felt very offended, because he really did not act in the best way. But she was suddenly interrupted by Joshua himself, who invited her to say this right now, because he is still an Imperial knight. The girl didn't quite understand what he was talking about, because she was just wondering how he grew up so quickly. Well, if so, then Joshua suggested we start dancing, and they started dancing. It looked very harmonious and unusual. The knight was very angry due to the fact that his lord hit him as soon as he saw him, and this after everything he went through to survive next to this demon for 5 years. While he enjoys a banquet in the Imperial Palace, the knight literally has to survive. The palace security saw that a tramp was approaching them, so they asked him to stop and leave, because there was no place for tramps like him here. But Knight Cain, who was that same dissatisfied knight, began to shout back at him so that he would open his eyes and look at the coat of arms on his armor and think again about what he had just told him. As soon as the dance was over, Joshua and Cheryl bowed to each other, and thus thanked each other for the dance. Natasha and Gavag cursed them aside and said that they were like this only today, and they would see how long they could enjoy a normal life. Cheryl thanked him for the dance and then decided to run away from the palace because she was too embarrassed. Joshua found it funny to watch her because she was always so impatient, and it amused him. But suddenly he noticed Sansarine, who approached him from behind and asked him if he was Joshua Sanders, with whom she spoke 5 years ago through the wall. Joshua understood that he couldn't talk to her, so he decided to use telepathy to tell her that he would soon visit the Palace of Brilliant Flowers and bring medicine that could cure her illness, especially since it was almost ready. After which the guy decided that he needed to leave, and at that time other nobles began to approach Sansarine and ask her for just one dance. But she did not hesitate to speak out loud and ask Mr. Sanders what medications he was talking about and what it all meant. Joshua continued to walk away and thought that this was his own way of repaying her for the warmth from his past life. Until the medicine was ready, he asked her to be healthy and take care of herself. The next day, all the students of the academy lined up in front of their boss at the academy, who at that time became Icarus, and they all gathered here just to congratulate him on his graduation. But he didn't particularly like this ritual, because he had already told them not to do this. Others might misunderstand. One of the students at the academy didn't understand how he could not do this if he was a benefactor who brought revolutionary changes to the academy, so they wanted to do at least something for him as a token of gratitude. In any case, they had all gathered here and also wanted to know where their ruler would go now, to which Icarus confidently replied that he would follow the sun. Joshua had already sneezed 5 times in a few minutes and didn't understand what was wrong with him. Had he really caught some kind of cold? But his trip to the pharmacy is cancelled because he heard some strange noise from the street in which his name appeared. It was Cain, who tried with all his might to break inside, because he was 100% sure that there was a battalion commander there, and he didn't care about their request to just wait for him on the street, because he had been waiting for 5 whole years. His scream was immediately interrupted as soon as he saw Joshua, who came out of the palace and was glad to see his old friend, the Knight Cain, for whom he was just about to return. But Cain was not at all happy to see him and began to shout at him about how he dared to enjoy all this luxury of the imperial palace when he left him, the first subordinate, in the care of the devil himself. Cain said that he waved the sword again and again until my hands didn't give up. After telling such a long story and such a strong insult, Joshua only said the word sorry, which in itself was somehow offensive. But even such a small thing was enough for Cain to say that he was not offended, and he was glad that his Lord at least understood. After which Joshua added that since he had finally arrived to him, then this could only mean one thing, that he had reached that very necessary stage. Such words immediately made Cain burst into a smile, and could say with confidence that he was so strong that he would not lose to anyone, except of course the Lord himself. Joshua looked at him and did not understand what had happened to him, since he had changed so much. Now Joshua was thinking about acting alone after all. But their dialogue was interrupted by one of the knights of the battalion, who came to announce important news. As soon as Joshua allowed him to speak, the knight said that there was another guest waiting for the guy outside, which made the Baron extremely surprised. Was it really another one? As soon as Joshua went outside, he immediately saw the familiar face of his friend from the academy. It was Icarus, who, after training, decided to immediately visit his friend. Joshua was very surprised when he saw him, because Icarus had changed too much in appearance that it was impossible to believe that it was really him. Icarus was embarrassed when he saw such a reaction from his friend, and it even saddened him a little that his friend forgot his face. Cain was simply fascinated by such unearthly beauty. How is this even possible? After which the knight added that he had heard a lot about Master Icarus, and he knew very well that Icarus graduated from the academy with the highest grades in history, as well as a prodigy strategist who refused offers from scouts from respectable families and even the Imperial palace. Cain couldn't even think that she was such a beautiful lady. That's why he wanted to accompany Lady Icarus so much, if, of course, she allowed it. Icarus did not understand what was happening and who this person was, and most importantly, why did he call him lady? At this moment, Joshua intervened, who pulled Icarus by the ear and asked him not to do that again, because in this way he scared Icarus very much. Icarus heard Joshua say his name and was very glad that the Count remembered him, and now can only hope that he remembers their agreement. The guy immediately decided to remind him that Joshua asked him to prove his worth at the academy, which he actually did. Now it's his turn to Baron Joshua. Joshua could not forget this. Moreover, he added that he was going to personally go and find him. If he himself had not appeared, the strategist's place cannot be empty. They punched each other, and Icarus noticed that Joshua, as usual, was embarrassing him and speaking so carelessly. But their idol was interrupted by Cain, who was only thinking that they had really decided to throw him overboard. Cain believed that they would not get rid of him just like that, so he also joined them and asked Icarus to take care of him in the same way. Joshua was glad that his small team was finally assembled, and he offered to discuss the future plan. Baron Sanders immediately warned them that he was very simple. He was going to see His Majesty, and then go to Reinhard, but the two of them should not go with him, but to the Pontier families. Cain was not the only one who could not believe it, but also Icarus, who could have expected anything from Joshua, but not such a plan. In the great Imperial palace of Avalon, the dukes of all famous families gathered to listen to what the Emperor wanted to convey to them. For some time he sat in silence, and they did not quite understand what was happening. Why did he even call them here? But suddenly he stood up from his throne and began to say that he had no words. How is it even possible that in the entire country, which is considered the country of knights, there is no one who would like to take part in the battle of the masters? He did not want to become a laughing stock for others, and he would never allow this, because he believed that only they, Avalon, should be the absolute nation of the continent. After he finished, he suddenly decided to get an opinion about this from the Duke of Arden Agnes himself, who was looking straight at him. The Emperor wanted to know whether he thought Avalon's status would change if they refused to participate in the Battle of the Masters being held in Reinhardt. But before the Duke had time to answer this question, the doors of the palace suddenly opened and someone interrupted this meeting. It was Baron Joshua, the pride of the Imperial Knights, who spoke with complete confidence that he wanted to take part in the Battle of the Masters. Baron Joshua Sanders greeted His Majesty the Emperor and was ready to be sent to this battle. The Emperor decided to ask him again if Joshua understood everything correctly, because this is not some kind of battle with a regular knight, but a battle in which only masters take part. Joshua did not hesitate for a second and then confirmed this information, and he once again said that he wanted to take part in this battle. This, of course, was commendable, but the Emperor still wanted to know how old Joshua was, to which the guy answered him 15. Marcus understood perfectly well that common sense did not work on this guy, and in this case, the Emperor asked Joshua to show everyone present here that he really had the necessary qualifications to participate. Arya stood aside and thought only that he personally would like to see how far his growth had reached, and perhaps this was his only chance to see it. But at the same moment he caught the eye of Duke Joshua, who understood what Arya was thinking about, and with his gaze tried to make the man understand that he should not do what he had in mind. Arya didn't understand why Arden Agnes was so concerned about this guy if he personally kicked him out of the family. At this moment, Joshua added on his own that before he proves his abilities, he has one condition, and if the Emperor fulfills it, then he will take part in the Battle of the Masters without any problems. Other nobles immediately began to shout at him, because how dare he even allow himself to do this and set conditions for the Emperor. They shouted at him to know his place. Their whining and screaming continued until the Emperor decided to close their mouths and shout at them so that there would be silence in the hall. After which they immediately felt goosebumps all over their bodies and calmed down. The Emperor wanted to hear this very condition, and he will give Joshua whatever he wants, as long as it does not concern leaving the Imperial Knights. After that, Joshua simply smiled, and the Emperor immediately understood what this guy wanted. Marcus realized that Joshua wanted to leave the Imperial Knights and immediately began to tell him that the guy was his property. But Joshua interrupted him and said that the knight who entered through the bloody battle of the Birchers could leave the order at any time. But the Emperor didn't think so. He knew only one thing: his word was law in Avalon, and no one dared to contradict it. Marcus looked carefully at Joshua, who didn't even blink an eye after releasing his mana, and realized that the guy wouldn't just give up, so he said that he also had a condition. But before Joshua could ask what this condition was, Marcus struck him with his mana. There was a powerful explosion that literally broke this palace into pieces, and only a true master could have saved himself from this. Who exactly was Joshua, who reacted in time and got Rugia, which saved him from the Emperor's blow? The Emperor let go of his sword and began to laugh at how ridiculous this all really looked. After which he turned to Arden and said that he had never envied him in his life, but looking at this guy, his opinion changes. The Duke could not answer him, so he simply stood silently and continued to listen to what the Emperor was saying. Marcus continued to say that he just wanted to check whether Joshua had achieved the aura of the sword, but it turned out that he had already even surpassed him. The Emperor understood that Joshua had already become a master. The Emperor was pleased with this and believed that he could no longer behave like a child, so he allowed Joshua to do whatever he wanted. He promised Joshua that if he returned with satisfactory results, then he swears on his name that he would listen to his request. Young Lady Cheryl was writing a letter when she was suddenly interrupted by Cox, who informed her that she had visitors. She allowed us to enter and saw two guys in the passage. It was Icarus and the knight Cain, who arrived here on behalf of Count Joshua. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Icarus immediately greeted the young Lady Cheryl, followed by Cain, who in turn thanked them for coming such a long way for her. Icarus introduced himself and added that he was a member of the Harvest Estate, which is one of the southern estates, like Pontier. Cheryl was very surprised that such a person as Icarus arrived at her modest estate, and quickly wanted to find out why they arrived. But after a few seconds she saw the very familiar coat of arms of the Agnes family, and assumed that they were sent by Duke Agnes, who learned that their affairs were very bad. Kane intervened in the dialogue and added that this is not exactly what she thinks. As the knight explained, they came to help her on behalf of Baron Joshua Sanders. It was solely the will of his master, it was he who sent them to her. Cheryl didn't know how to react to this, because she couldn't even imagine that Joshua would keep his promise, even if not as he said. Joshua left the palace and was already very glad that he had a chance to leave the Imperial palace without causing unnecessary suspicion. But suddenly Agnes stood in front of him, who was not going to just let him go, and added to him that Joshua had been gone for 5 years and he was going to just leave without saying a word. Ardent Agnes suspected that Joshua might despise him for choosing Babylon's heir instead of him. Joshua did not hide his emotions, and told him straight out that this was the truth and that he really despised him. But he also added to him that this had nothing to do with the issue of inheritance. On the contrary, the guy even agreed with him and believed that he acted quite wisely, because Joshua doubted that the man who abandoned the Agnes family could lay claim to the role of heir without a drop of doubt. Therefore, Joshua confidently answered him that he would definitely not despise Agnes on such a matter. The Duke understood the guy and was glad that he grew up so understanding, but he was still bothered by the question of what was the reason for his contempt. Joshua explained to him that he despised him because he and his mother were like ghosts to him, even when he had enough power, but the Duke believed that he did everything for the family. But the guy didn't let him finish and told him that he no longer despised him for this, because for the first time in a long time he finally saw his mother so happy. On the contrary, Joshua is now even grateful to the Duke for his kindness, for taking his knight for training and looking after his mother. He really appreciates it. The guy also wanted to thank his father for giving him the opportunity to develop and giving him a future. Duke Agnes also wanted to respond with gratitude, but suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a knight who ran up to them. And behind him there was a whole crowd of men who ran to Joshua with the question of why he wants to leave so badly. Agnes realized that he was the odd man out here now, so he decided to leave Joshua alone with his subordinates. They ran closer to him and asked him again why he wanted to leave his subordinates, the knights of the 11th and 12th battalions. Joshua laughed at this wording and told them that it seemed to him that there was a misunderstanding between them. He had never thought of them as subordinates. Which shocked the knights, because they had clearly heard these words somewhere before. The guy added that if they doubted him, he would immediately let them know that they were his people and not just his people, but truly valuable comrades whom he would never forget. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because they realized that it was just a joke that scared them very much. But after all these pleasant compliments, he added to them that the rumors about his departure were true and he was really leaving on a personal matter, and they could go back and get ready, because he would soon return for them. Bison didn't want to leave this matter just like that and ran up to Joshua to ask him, if they want to help him with this matter then he can stop them? He was so sure only because he had been watching him all these 5 years and he absolutely had a reason to leave everything and everyone, and this matter could certainly put them in danger. Joshua thought a little about the words that Bison said to him, after which he turned to him and simply thanked the man for everything he had done for him. The man was a little shocked by this turn and such words. It was extremely unexpected. The other knights were not going to just let him go, and immediately lined up on both sides, which in the circle of knights only meant that they were paying tribute and honor to their commander Joshua. Joshua was very pleased to pass this corridor of honor, and while he was doing this, he thought that he had achieved all his goals in the Imperial palace, with the exception of one. He became the commander of a battalion of Imperial Knights and in a secret vault, which the battalion commander could enter once a year. The guy was still able to get the obsidian earrings again. These were his best weapon from his previous life. He even received the highest rank of Sanders. He also managed to meet with the Queen of the Assassins and prevent her from being wounded in the past, and he also formed a squad that he is proud to call his people. But still, he failed to accomplish the most important thing. He planned to crush the plans of Kaiser van Britain, which he planned to implement while he remained in the Imperial palace. But everything was unfortunately unsuccessful. However, Joshua was still able to find out about the third force that protects the Kaiser. He did not know about its existence in a past life. It is really strange that the helpless fourth prince was able to become emperor thanks only to his ingenuity. And if you think a little, Joshua knew absolutely nothing when he made him his enemy, and since the moon door is in Reinhard, he needs to find out as soon as possible about everything that has changed. After all this time he is waiting for a threat that is hidden in the shadows and he knows absolutely nothing about it. In the temple of the Hobalt Empire, a man prayed and asked God to grant him peace and steadfastly withstand moments of loneliness, protect his path and bestow his blessings on everyone. This man's name was Christina and he was a paladin of the sacred empire of Hobalt, whose prayer was interrupted at one point. The young man's master came into the temple to talk to the guy about his imminent departure, and was not surprised to see him here. Chrysler Jean Sebastian, this particular man, was the guy's master, and he was one of the 9 almighty stars of the continent who just came to wish his student good luck. Although he was sure that no one could harm him unless it was one of the 9 stars or one of the 12 superhumans, the guy absolutely agreed with him, and he believed that this was all thanks to the master's training. However, Chrysler asked Christian to be on guard if he encountered the divine knight Uravis. The guy understood that the master by this name meant the current king of the Tran Principality. The master confirmed his guesses and added that Uravis has special power, because he is one of those monitored by the magic tower, and since the master touched on this topic, he decided to once again remind the guy that he should not become a third party in a conflict between strangers. Christian reassured his teacher and added that he had nothing to worry about, because he was not going to interfere in the affairs of the Empire and the Principality of Tran. Chrysler was glad to hear this, so he decided to look after the guy a little and prepare a carriage for him so that he could easily send him to Reinhard, where, in fact, the Battle of the Masters would take place. But Christian immediately stopped him, because as it turned out, the guy first planned to visit the border before heading to Reinhard, but the master didn't understand what he forgot in the enemy territory of Avalon. The guy knew very well that it was very dangerous, but he had to go there because of rumors that a lich had appeared there. He understood that the Battle of the Masters was very important, but he was also convinced that the duties of a knight serving God included checking these rumors. The master couldn't believe his ears that he was hearing something like this from a student. When high-ranking mages whose bodies have expired cannot give up their passion for learning magic, even when on the verge of death, they give up their souls and become immortal with the help of dark magic, which turns them into liches, so such mages are recognized as enemies of the continent, regardless of nationality. Christian told the teacher that this information is known only to the high priest, and he believes that he can be completely trusted. But the teacher was more interested in finding out where exactly this place is. The guy will immediately answer the man that this place is in the eastern part of Avalon, namely in the Trifia region. Cain once again reminded Milady that he could do such things for her. Icarus was very annoyed by the fact that Knight Cain still called him Milady, although he had already repeated hundreds of times that he was a man. But the knight found it so funny every time, because he couldn't even imagine who could believe it. Icarus no longer knew what to answer, so he assumed that Cain had been possessed by a lustful demon. But their conversation was interrupted by Lady Cheryl, who with a sad voice called Cain and told him that they had a problem, which was that Cromwell had reached the magic tower, but the guys did not quite understand what this meant. Therefore, Cheryl had to explain to them that in this case they would no longer be able to use the teleportation gate. The Duke of Ponthieu's family had to make their way through the mountains on their own. At the teleportation gate of the capital of Arcadia, Joshua talked with a local worker who said that there was no teleportation gate that directly connected Reinhard and Arcady, so he would send him to the Gibri Palace in the Duchy of Tremblin. This is the closest gate to Reinhard. And while the old man was telling all this, he looked very carefully at Joshua. Therefore, The guy still couldn't stand it and asked what the specialist saw on his face that made him stare so intently. The man immediately apologized and explained to him that when he looks at Joshua, he reminds him of a young talented magician. The old man was thinking about the same master of lightning star ops, who, in his opinion, was excellent at magic, but one misfortune happened to him. And he said that not a single clue had been found in 5 years, and that is why the magic tower decided to participate in the Battle of the Masters in Reinhardt. The old man realized that he had already started talking a little, so he decided to start the ritual immediately, so as not to delay Baron Sanders any longer. Before starting, he all added to Joshua that since the Jibri Palace is quite a long distance, during the journey he may feel nauseous during teleportation. This must be kept in mind during the flight. After which he wished Baron Sanders a good journey and performed a ritual that would help the guy teleport to the place he needed. A few seconds later, Joshua found himself in the very place that the old man had just spoken about, and all the way he thought that the magic tower was still looking for Jack Star Ops, and he understood that this was normal, because Bronto disappeared with him. As soon as the teleportation process ended, Joshua was immediately met by Count Jibri, who was very happy to see his old friend Baron Joshua. It was quite unexpected for Joshua that the Count personally came out to meet him, but as it turned out it was an order from His Majesty, so the man had no other options. Jibri also added that His Majesty accepted the Imperial decree that the families showed sufficient hospitality when he learned that the pride of the Empire, Baron Joshua Sanders, was going to Reinhardt. Joshua was dissatisfied with the actions of the Emperor, who does not believe in Joshua so much that he notified everyone in the region, and now everyone knows about his movements, which is not very good. Jibri was glad to see Joshua, but he didn't really want to stand outside, so he invited Baron Joshua to go inside. But the guy told him that he certainly appreciated his kindness, but he didn't have time because he had an urgent matter waiting for him. Jibri tried with all his might to stop him, because he understood that this was an order from His Majesty, and he was obliged to carry it out, so he tried to persuade Joshua to at least treat him as a sign of hospitality. Joshua understood everything perfectly well that he still asked to forgive him, but he needed to sort something out as soon as possible, so now was not the best time for this, but he promised that he would try to come to the Jibri Palace for dinner. Jibri tried to find out where the guy was going until he completely disappeared, to which Joshua told him that he was heading to the mercenary guild. The man could not believe that he would leave Emperor Marcus alive, despite the fact that his plan in Swellow had completely failed. He must have had a serious matter with His Majesty. Although on the other hand he could guess, without his explanation, most likely he plans to destroy the Agnes family with the help of Babylon, since the Emperor will be able to attack Swellow if he is no longer interfered with by the Duke, who is against the war. And if that was the case, then they would have another opportunity, so he asked him to let him know if he needed help with the Imperial Palace, he would do his best to help him. But Draxia answered him that even if he says so, he still will not obey him, even though he abandoned his country, but he has not yet lost his pride. The man didn't understand where he got the idea that he would have to obey something. He asked him for cooperation. Draxia thought that this sounded very strange, and at this rate his father would have a heart attack. The man answered him that he had never perceived that madman who was crazy about murders and wars. In any case, he wanted the guy to know that his offer always stands. After all, he believed that Draxia was an incredible person in many ways, and also very meticulous, especially for that trash that everyone considered the first prince of Kaiser Van Britain. In the Jibra Mercenary Guild, Joshua couldn't understand only one thing, which made him even angrier: why couldn't he get a silver badge? The man tried to explain to him that he first needed to successfully complete 100 missions with 2 stars and earn a bronze badge. Joshua knew this very well. But why did he keep telling him to get the bronze badge first when there was a way to get the silver one right away? The man believed that he was an aristocrat from Avalon, the Baron, and therefore he could not afford to give him a badge that was issued under the name of the guild if he did not even know what Joshua was going to do with it. Joshua couldn't understand since when did the guild, when issuing a badge, be interested in the intentions of its recipient? Aiden, that was the man's name, said that Joshua was a rising star, a talented genius among all the geniuses of the continent, and if all these rumors were true, then he was sure that most of the missions would be a piece of cake for him. Now Joshua didn't understand anything at all. As Aiden said earlier, he doesn't have trust in him, so he asks first to give him a reason to trust him. This can be done in any way. Joshua was already tired of listening to this, so he could no longer hold back and shouted at him that mercenaries only provide their skills to clients and receive money as a reward, so he asked not to neglect the will of the founder of the guild. Aiden didn't understand why he suddenly started talking about this, but Joshua had not yet finished speaking and continued that mercenaries are just people who carry out orders on a contract basis. They cannot be restrained by anything other than business relations with receiving a reward. The guy just wanted to offer his services to those who need them and receive the appropriate reward, so he didn't understand what other reason was needed. Aiden thought a little and finally decided and said that he would give Joshua a mission with which he could immediately get a silver coin. Joshua was very happy when he heard this. He didn't even care what kind of mission it would be. He believed that he could accomplish anything. After which the man reached for his cabinet, where people's requests for various kinds of missions were kept, and added to Joshua that he was going to give him a mission with 5 stars. The guy didn't expect such a difficult mission, especially right away, because he knew very well that such missions are often compared to reconnaissance of dragons' lairs. Aiden reassured him by saying that it was just a request to transport supplies and not much reconnaissance, but Joshua found it rather strange that a regular reconnaissance mission had 5 stars. But at the same moment he realized that he most likely had no other choice, so he decided that he would take on this and immediately asked when he needed to move out. Aiden answered him that right now he should go south to the Trifia region, which was previously occupied by the county of Rubrica. He could see the details of the mission in the scroll that he had just received. The man asked to take this task seriously and complete it as quickly and efficiently as possible. But the guy corrected him, saying that from now on he is no longer Joshua Sanders, an aristocrat from Avalon, but just a mercenary Ash. Aiden noticed that this nickname suits him very well. It's short and clear. Before proceeding, Joshua wondered if the man had thought to act so rashly, sending him on a 5-star mission without even testing his abilities. Aiden understood that the guy most likely needed some kind of specific reward for completing this task, so he decided to ask him about it directly. Joshua turned to him and said that he hoped that this would be a reward commensurate with the difficulty of this mission, so he would look at it immediately after completing the mission. Cheryl received a letter, which she immediately began to read, and it was clear from her face that there was nothing good in it. This facial expression was noticed by Cox, who immediately decided to ask the young lady what was it about him that made her so upset. Cheryl, through sadness, told him that this letter said that her father was not feeling too well, and even against this background he fainted. Cox immediately began to panic, because he loved his Duke of Pontier very much, and no less for Cheryl. He was worried about him, so it also hurt him to hear such news. As soon as they set up camp in order to rest a little, Icarus quickly upset them, saying that they needed to immediately finish the campaign and set off right now. He believed that they needed to get to the Duke as quickly as possible. Kane just sat down and was a little sad that they had just sat down to rest and were already leaving, but on the other hand, he reassured himself that this way he would at least keep in shape. But Cox categorically disagreed with this, because although he thought it was urgent, the main problem was that Cheryl was too tired and could not continue walking. His speech was stopped by Cheryl herself, who reassured him and said that she was not tired at all and was very grateful for his concern, but he added that they got to Arcadia without rest due to the fact that they could not use teleportation. That's why Cheryl didn't want to inconvenience these two who put their lives on the line to get her out of Arcadia. Kane intervened and added that she shouldn't worry so much about it, because they were really just following Lord Joshua's orders, so she shouldn't worry too much about it. Icarus interrupted their conversation and said that they no longer needed the extra cargo, so they would leave all these things here, because there was absolutely no time and they needed to move out immediately. But as soon as he said this, he saw an unidentified object in the sky that flew right over his head, and at that moment Icarus realized that things were no longer going well for them. He immediately tried to run to the others as quickly as possible and warn them, but realizing that he did not have time, he began to scream. But before Icarus had time to run, Cain had already been grabbed and pulled along, and no one had time to help him. Cheryl tried to help somehow, but as soon as she turned around, she realized that now she needed help too. And this help was provided to her by the one who hit this bandit right in the head with a precise blow. It was a wonderful throw by Icarus, who immediately took her hand and asked Cheryl to run with all her might and as quickly as possible, without looking back. They were not able to escape far, because the same bandit again jumped out right in front of them and ordered his partners to grab the rest, and he would deal with these two personally. But these guys completely underestimated the knight Cain, who freed himself from the trap and, demolishing his rivals, asked who they wanted to take with them. There was only madness in his eyes, which could only mean that he was ready to destroy his rivals one by one, because he had been waiting for this for so long. The chief among these guys realized that among these people there was an unexpectedly strong knight. However, if thoughtless handling of mana is his entire arsenal, then he may not count on victory. Cain took out his sword and answered him that such blows should have warned all the people in the area that they were under attack and Sir Cain would deal with them right now. The bandit looked at this knight, and understood that he was not an easy opponent, and most likely he would have to try very hard to defeat this guy. Therefore, the bandits decided to change their tactics, and the leader ordered them to first destroy the knight, and then proceed to the rest. Joshua, as it turned out, would not go on the mission alone, but with him there would be several other people who were no longer happy with Joshua's work, because they considered him stupid and clumsy. The guy answered him that he would try harder, but in his head he thought that he probably shouldn't have taken this request, he should have asked for a single task. Another mercenary stood up for the newcomer and asked the bear not to bully him, but the bear was sure that this newcomer was in vain to become a mercenary, because it was clear from him that he had never seen an aura in his life. In any case, he told the guy that it was clear from him that he had no friends, so he asked the newbie to stay close to him. This is of course just a 2-star task, but for a newbie like him, such an adventure will not be easy. Joshua slightly didn't understand what this guy was talking about, because he clearly heard that this was a 5-star task. But his thoughts and, in general, the conversation between them were interrupted by a cry that everyone should prepare for battle. Endin held the sword in his hands and said that everyone who owns mana should come forward and they will have to deal with them as soon as possible. None of them understood what a pack of undead could do in such a place, but in any case, they must now gather together and not shed tears, but go into battle, especially since they are easy to defeat. You just need to cut off their heads. But none of them, including Aiden, could have expected that these creatures would be so strong as to defeat even knights who control mana. Everything was so serious that a Dullahan even appeared, who was famous for the fact that he was a high-ranking monster. It was known that all his armor could not be damaged without an aura of B rank or higher. Joshua knew that this guy would appear here, and it was at this time that the bear tried to stop the newcomer, because if he does not want to die, then he should not be a hero. But before Joshua could come up to engage him in battle, some warrior just jumped out of nowhere and, as if with his light, was able to destroy them all in one gulp. This wizard used a freezing technique that helped him deal with all the monsters with one blow. The bear immediately realized that this was a 4th class mage, but he did not understand what a mage of this level was doing in a 3-star task. Joshua thought that magicians were neglected in Avalon. There were so few of those who had reached the 2ND circle and above that it would be difficult to find even one. And he was well aware that in this case, in the Triphian region, there could only be one magician who could use rank 4 magic. And Joshua knew the name of this magician very well, because it was his old friend, the Archmage of Ice, Iseline Jean Rubrica. After which Aiden entered the battle, who asked to step back and give him the opportunity to strike. It was quite a powerful blow that was able to destroy dozens of monsters at once that were temporarily frozen. The mercenaries immediately began to shout that they expected this from the head of Aiden. They knew that he would do a great job. It was incredible, because he had so much power in just one blow of his hand. Joshua also thought about this power. He heard about it, but such power is amazing, an artifact that is imbued with the magic of invisibility, which was called Abraham's brass knuckles. Even in his past life, it was the favored weapon of Valen Axler, the second in command of 1,000,000 mercenaries for decades, so valuable was this weapon. But in this case, Joshua understood perfectly well that his other favorite artifact was the life fun. Was it interesting to find out, or did he already exist? But the battle is not over yet, because one of the mercenaries ran and shouted that another large flock of undead was approaching, and he shouted that he needed to get out of here immediately. All the mercenaries who were there could not believe that they were seeing such a large number of Dullahans. There were as many as 5 of them. They understood that even the head of Aiden would not be able to cope with all of them. Each of them understood perfectly well that their only chance was to escape. Perhaps they would be lucky and be able to survive. In any case, life is more important than some kind of money. No matter how much Aiden shouted at them to come back and fight like loyal people, they continued to run and didn't even think about listening to him. His screams and hopes that they would return were interrupted by Joshua, who made him understand that they were unlikely to do so, so he should stop screaming. Moreover, he is here and now Joshua would like to earn some money for himself, so he asked Aiden to make sure that after this fight, a decent reward would await the guy. The bear again saw that the newcomer was eager to fight. He did not understand why he was behaving this way, but it was already too late, and it was time for them to get out of here. Joshua finally pulled out his Rugia and was 100% ready to show them what he could do. The guy understood that there was practically a whole army there, so he decided to use the 4th stage of mastery of a magic spear. Such a powerful force simply erased these monsters into ashes, and it was immediately clear that there was no longer any danger. Endon simply could not believe his eyes. How is this even possible? He of course heard that Lord Joshua is a very strong knight, but not that much. The bear and his friend were no less surprised by such strength, because they considered this guy just a beginner who needed to be taught everything. They looked at Joshua and told each other that they had never seen such power. There were no more Dullahans, and only an experienced master could destroy such a number. Endon came closer to Joshua and told him that among the legendary techniques of the Agnes family, he had never heard of one that could boast such wide destructive capabilities. And even more so about the technique of the spear that he used. The man was pleasantly surprised and happily examined this spear. Joshua answered him what he always said in such situations, that there is no need to try to know too much, it can do harm. After this small massacre, Joshua and Aiden went into the man's tent and Joshua asked to tell him about the task in more detail, because he understood that this was not just surveillance of the cargo, and why did the difficulty from 5 stars suddenly drop to 2? The man answered him that, to be honest, no one expected such an attack. He just thought that they could easily cope with ordinary monsters and quickly complete the task, so he lowered the difficulty. Joshua listened to him and understood that for the world of mercenaries this was nothing special, but still he decided to ask him what kind of monster they now need to deal with. Endon told him that in Reb, in the small town where Count Rubrica's castle is located, a lich had appeared with whom they would have to fight. The guy couldn't even think that the lich could be in the Rebbe. He understood that Iseline was somehow connected with this. Joshua stood with a serious face on the outside, but inside he was thinking that this task was suitable in complexity in order to get what he wanted so much, and this could not help but cause joy, but he could not show it. The guy realized that he didn't have much time to complete this task, so he asked why they set up this camp, because it was time to move forward. But the fact was that they did not have permission to enter the Rebbe, and in order to obtain it they needed a certain amount of time. But Joshua did not understand why such formalities were needed. Was it all because of some kind of lich? Endo added that this is not the case at all. There is currently a territorial war in Rubrica County, so the Imperial family regulates entry by proof of identity. This is the first time Joshua has heard about the territorial war at the Rebrek estate, so he was a little surprised. At this moment, Iseline entered the tent, who decided to answer Joshua's question, saying that it was only the Marquis Cromwell who carried out the massacre in this house. Cheryl tried to somehow help the Knight Cain repel the attacks, but Icarus grabbed her hand in time and once again reminded her that her main task now was not to be captured, so she should focus only on this and get out. She threw his hand away and said that there was a pier a little further from here. They would be at the Pontier estate as soon as they crossed the river, so she asked him to hurry up. Cheryl immediately asked Cox to prepare a boat so that they could cross, but the man didn't know how to tell her one very unpleasant news. The bad news was that Cox and the guys discovered that the pier, which was supposed to be their salvation, was destroyed and now they had no options left. On top of all the other problems, one of the mercenaries who were pursuing them had already appeared near them and he was sure that they had only one way to escape from here. After which he immediately went on the attack and simultaneously shouted to them that this way was to die right there on the spot. Icarus and Cox at least somehow tried to protect the young lady from the blow, but this guy was definitely much faster and also had a weapon in his hands. At one point, Cheryl already thought that her end had come, because it seemed there were no more options, and the Knight Cain was too far away to help. But suddenly she realized that this bandit stopped and fell to the ground, and only when he fell did the arrow that was in his back become visible. Cox, of course, was incredibly grateful to the one who managed to help them in such a timely manner, but still he was very interested in finding out whose arrow it was. When suddenly they heard a voice behind them asking them if they were okay or not. A soldier of the House of Pontier, Count Troy, came to their aid just in time, who was well aware of the moment that if he had delayed even for a second, it would have been quite sad. As soon as they entered the palace of the Pontier family, Count Troy was immediately concerned that his servants did not fulfill his request and did not call as many knights here as possible. But the courtier tried to explain to him that all the free people were called by Baron Arna. After which the man turned to Lady Cheryl and told her that he was very glad to see her again, and it was also good to see that Cox and the others arrived in good health. Cheryl understood that not everyone had arrived in full force, because Sir Cain was still missing. Icarus noticed that she was quite sad about this, so he added to her that there was no need to worry about Cain. After all, as Icarus believed, Cain is the first knight of Baron Joshua, who clearly will not give up just like that and will definitely return soon. Troy informed the young lady that he was now heading to the meeting room, so he asked Cheryl to make herself comfortable, and if they needed anything, they could contact the courtiers. But Cheryl did not agree with him and told him that she would go with him, but he was not sure of the sincerity of her desire, so he told her that if she didn't want to, then she didn't have to go. The young lady explained to him that now she could not do otherwise. When her father was unconscious, she was obliged to take his place as the lord and thus was obliged to prove to the vassals that she was the lord's confidant. The strategic meeting had already begun, and the man tried to convey that they could not refuse this post, but Baron Arna already knew this. But at the same moment he understood that they could not protect them all. Earl Troy and Lady Cheryl finally arrived in this meeting room and interrupted their discussions. As soon as the man entered there, he immediately wanted to know if it was true that the Marquis of Cromwell was back in action. Cheryl, too, without hesitation, informed everyone present that she would also participate in the meeting, so she asked them to report to her about everything that happened. Baron Arna, who was a vassal of the House of Pontier, thought that this was a bad idea. There was a military meeting going on right now, so he would report everything to her later, because she was still too young to participate in such a thing. Cheryl thought differently and asked me to report everything to her right now. The Baron's assistant told her that Cromwell began to attack not only the trade convoys controlled directly by them, but also the family's clients, too, and the biggest problem was that the route used to deliver supplies to their domain was completely captured. Cheryl understood that if food supplies ran out, then all the people in the domain would begin to die of hunger. So everything was much more serious than she expected. At this rate, they would be completely isolated and everything would be taken away from them, and they couldn't even do anything. But even so, the lady understood that they would not be able to defeat them. She had absolutely no idea what to do in such a situation, although even if there was a decision, it most likely had already been taken. She understood that she did not know at all what was needed now. She really wanted to get someone's advice. Icarus also decided to get acquainted with how bad things were with them, and after a few seconds, he offered to transport food directly to the property. Couldn't this be done? Before answering this question, Baron Arne decided to first take an interest and find out who this guy even is. Count Troy decided to answer this question and said that this guy helped Lady Cheryl escape from Arcadia and get to them safely. Baron Arne certainly understood everything, but in any case, even so, is it acceptable for an outsider to participate in such a meeting? Cheryl also decided to stand up for Icarus a little and said that he was the best in his academy, and besides he was her guest, so he would definitely be able to help the Pontier house. Baron Arne did not understand why she was seeking advice from a man who had just graduated from the academy, because he was just an outsider, so it was not convenient for him to hold a meeting at which they discussed the future of the family. And now that the Lord is not with them, they have no time for all sorts of tomfoolery, so he thought that it was better for her to leave too, because this is far from a game. Cheryl did not expect to hear such rudeness in her direction, so she asked him again, "What did he just say?" Cox could not stand it, and immediately stood up for Lady Cheryl and asked the Baron not to talk such nonsense ever again, otherwise he would not vouch for himself. He also added that didn't the Baron know that while the Lord was busy with internal affairs, Lady Cheryl was rushing about to find allies? Baron Arda began to shout back at him, saying that fruitless efforts were nothing more than a waste of time, because all she had achieved was a child of unknown gender who did not even look like an experienced warrior. Cox had a different opinion, because now it was absolutely not important, because at the moment it was not quality, but quantity that was more important. Baron Arda asked not to tell him that Cox believed that this child could turn the scales in this war. He did not understand how they could trust him and discuss family affairs in front of him when it was already on the verge of collapse. After which he again turned to Lady Cheryl and noticed the fact that she had never participated in meetings, so why did she appear only after the Lord fell ill? And finally, his lectures, he said that he was not going to receive, much less carry out, orders from such an incompetent lady like her. Icarus listened to this man and thought only that it didn't matter to him what he said now, because he could only shut him up with action. He decided not to waste any more time, because he understood perfectly well that in such matters, during conversations, you can only trust your skills. Icarus came a little closer and addressed directly Baron Arne, who said that he understood him perfectly. After all, fruitless efforts are truly a waste of time. He was absolutely right, but such a phrase is completely unacceptable during a war. After all, a loss would mean the loss of everything for them. Although the Baron didn't like this guy, it was worth noting that he was the only one who understood what Baron Arne was trying to convey. But Icarus was not finished yet, and added that this is why it is worth giving credit to Lady Cheryl, because she was able to bring an ally who is simply no more reliable. Well, the guy considered himself this precious ally. The Baron just started laughing at this, because he was actually very interested to know what the guy would say. But now he understands perfectly well that this is just the ravings of a child. Icarus decided not to react to such statements, and added that the food that the domain could produce would be enough for 70% of the inhabitants. And in this case, the guy believed that if they were not disturbed by people and they maintained their defenses, concentrating only on military provisions for the soldiers, then they would be able to hold out longer. What Icarus meant was that Cromwell doesn't want this war to last any longer than it needs to, which means their financial losses will continue to mount, so they must be thinking of a strategy that will allow them to survive for a long time. The Baron believed that the guy was essentially offering to abandon people and try to hold out as long as possible in the castle, but Icarus had slightly different things in mind, namely that he understood perfectly well that they were already preparing to make their move first, regardless of what they will do it. So now that they are completely isolated, they will most likely propose one battle to end it all, rather than drag it out too much. But the Baron believed that this was just his speculation. Even if Cromwell had an advantage, wouldn't the proposal of such a battle make the result unpredictable? Icarus did not have time to answer this question, since the conversation was interrupted by a knight who suddenly opened the doors and burst in with the words that they had big problems. He immediately said that the troops of the Cromwell family were gathering in front of Aden Canyon, and their army numbered about 30,000 soldiers. Everyone who was in the meeting room simply could not believe it, but what embarrassed them more was not the attack, but the number of troops the enemy had. Count Troy immediately noticed the fact that Sir Icarus was indeed right, that their enemy would offer an all-out battle. Icarus understood perfectly well that it didn't matter to them whether the Pontier family agreed to fight or not, in any case. If so, then they would simply easily wipe them off the face of the earth with their numbers, and if not, then they would still have to concentrate all their forces there to face such a large army. Troy listened to him carefully and still did not fully understand what they would get from the fact that Pontier forces would be there, but he knew for sure that they were in a castle that was ideal for defense, and also if they focused on military provisions and if they hold back their onslaught, they will do what the enemy wanted. Icarus completely agreed with him. It would be so if their main goal was really a direct assault, but there is something else that they want so much. After which he took one of the figures and put it on the map, then added that their main goal was there. The figure was on the border with the Dennis River, and it was now clear that they wanted to cause sabotage. Baron Akar could not believe that such a young guy could foresee such complex military combinations. After which one of them said that if everything is as Lord Icarus said, then they have a chance, and he was interested to know how Lord Icarus came up with such an idea. Now they can't waste a minute, so they had to hurry up and prepare the troops, but for now the man decided to go to his platoon in order to prepare properly. Cox saw Baron Arne just standing there, and couldn't say anything, so he decided to add that if he had nothing to say, then Cox concluded that he completely agreed with Lord Icarus's plan. Although this incredibly angered the Baron, he understood perfectly well that Icarus was not an ordinary child, but a truly gifted boy, so he understood everything and replied that he was waiting for orders from Lady Cheryl. Troy walked towards the exit and before leaving, he asked them all to gather in this place again as soon as all preparations were completed. As soon as the man left, Lady Cheryl turned to Icarus and said that he was truly an amazing person. She could never even think that he would be able to outshine these stubborn aristocrats. Now she was sure that the rumors were really true, because thanks to him, everything would go well. Icarus believed that she should rather thank his master for everything. Cheryl agreed with him, but in any case, she believed that this in no way diminished his enormous contribution. But first the guy wanted to ask them a few questions that had been bothering him for a long time. He heard that at the beginning of the war both sides were equal and he would like to know if this is true, to which Cheryl did not answer him unequivocally, because she said that anyone could win exactly until the king of the mercenaries joined. Although they had heard about how important a role one Superman could play on the battlefield, whenever he appeared, they lost. And the main problem was that he always attacked points of highest strategic importance, which made them the losses were colossal. Icarus thought about this, wondering how he manages to select only the highest priority targets. After which Icarus added that according to the information from the research on the Pontier family, there was not a single factor in which the Marquis Cromwell family was weaker. The only exception was the mercenary king, and in terms of military and economic power, the Pontiers have experienced people who would win the war. Icarus believed that in this battle it was the Pontier family who had to defend themselves, and he does not understand at all how a siege, where the defenders have an advantage over the attacker, can be influenced by one single Superman. But what confused him even more was the head of the family, the fact that the head of one of the 5 ducal families was poisoned and was in danger of death. Cheryl couldn't believe that Icarus was leading to his father being poisoned on purpose. Icarus believed that this was simply impossible without help from within, so he asked to always keep this in his head. Joshua didn't quite understand what Iseline meant when she said that Cromwell carried out the massacre, but she told him that everything was exactly as she said. Iseline told him that due to Cromwell's unilateral declaration of war, passions flared up and her father went missing. It was very strange for Endon to hear that while in the Imperial court of Avalon, Joshua did not know about this. After all, the family of the Marquis Cromwell destroyed the family of Count Rubrica, and just recently began a siege on the family of the Duke of Poitiers. This is not some small battle, but a large-scale war that determines the future of families, and the Marquis Cromwell creates problems everywhere that can have a detrimental effect on the entire empire, and the man did not believe that only the Marquis Cromwell was behind this. After which Joshua continued his monologue and suggested that Emperor Marcus was in charge behind his back. Endon said that the loyal dog of the crown, the Marquis of Cromwell, a straightforward nickname, and rumors that he received orders directly from the Emperor, made a lot of sense, since he was an Imperial knight, and the man honestly thought that Joshua knew this. Joshua didn't understand why he was telling him all this. Had the man forgotten what his title was? Because from the point of view of the Imperial crown, such stories could be regarded as treason. But Endon was not afraid to tell this to Joshua, only because he was sure that if the Poitiers family fell, then the next target would be the Agnes family, and the man also added that he did not completely trust him, but he knew for sure that Joshua was not his enemy. He also needed to ask him for a personal request, which only Baron Joshua Sanders could fulfill. Joshua was a little confused about what he was talking about, but then Endon added that this request was that he wanted Joshua to look after Lady Iseline. Christian, of course, knew about the rumors, but he couldn't even imagine that it would be in such ruins. But suddenly a man stood in his way, who told him that he had entered a forbidden territory and asked Christian where he was going. The knight confidently answered him that he had heard that peculiar remains had been discovered here and therefore was sent for investigation by the Hubalt Empire. But a woman entered the dialogue and asked him to drop all his meaningless excuses, since this territory is under the close control of the Avalon Empire, so she asked him to leave this territory for now. Christian cursed the whole place. He thought Avalon was a damn place. He didn't understand what they were thinking about, because he couldn't even imagine that they would watch the ruins like that. It was quite suspicious for him to watch the royal mages and the mages from the magic tower working together. How can they be connected with each other? The lich who appeared here in the Avalon Empire, he stood in front of Reba's castle and did not understand what Emperor Marcus wanted to achieve. Christian entered the castle and looked around. It seemed like there was no one there, but the thought flashed through his head that this was a rather old building and he hoped that the floor wouldn't fall under it. But its sound, which suddenly began to come from behind him, made him concentrate and prepare for a possible fight. And not in vain, because a few seconds later a huge monster jumped out at him, which appeared quite unexpectedly. Christian was well aware that this was one of the many varieties of ghouls that were quite fast, but in any case he knew how to deal with them. But not under such conditions, because his worst fears still happened and the floor simply collapsed under him and he and the monster fell down. Christian was able to cope with the flight and still joined his feet, which could not be said about the monster, but it seems that this animal did not care at all. The ghoul immediately stood up and went on the attack, but standing on a strong floor, Christian was still able to strike a blow that would destroy this monster. But as soon as the guy dealt with one monster, his gaze fell on a dark room from which only the eyes of the monsters could be seen, who were just waiting to attack the guy. What they subsequently did, their number was so huge that the knight was already thinking that it seemed to him that the end had come. Christian still decided that he would at least try to fight for his life and went into battle, and it seemed that he was even doing a good job, considering that he dealt blow after blow. The knight began to feel the power, and that he could defeat them, so he decided to use the lightning spear to deal a massive blow to all these monsters. But even such a powerful blow was too little, and the monsters still continued to run towards him and tried to attack. He had no choice but to use the holy sword of Durlindon, with which he delivered the most powerful blow that he had in his arsenal. After such a blow, he still managed to defeat them, but he thought about how strong the lich is, that ghouls are drawn to holy energy. He hoped to come and quickly and quietly deal with everything, but it seems it will be much harder than he thought. He understood that with such actions he would cause a scandal, so he was well aware of the moment that he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. Therefore, he decided not to hesitate and use a spell that could help him find the source of evil, after which he would destroy it. With the help of this skill, he was able to find two people unfamiliar to him who were standing in a dark tunnel and carefully observing something. Suddenly one of them simply pierced the night with his gaze, and it became creepy just looking at this monster. Christian didn't even suspect that he could see such a thing, so he completely doubted what he was seeing with his own eyes. He was so mired in these thoughts that he didn't even notice how his body was completely shrouded in magical chains that held his body and was practically unable to move. And some incredibly terrible monster was coming towards him, who was going to end the night right there. Christian guessed whose hands it might be, so he started shouting to them that if they did something like that, they could start a continental war. But that creature, which was called the Death Knight, did not pay attention to this and continued to walk towards Christian. Endin informed the local magicians that he would return to Reb Castle for a short time, and then immediately leave, since he had already reported the order of the undead to the guild and Avalon should respond soon. The girl told him that despite this, a follower of Hubalt had infiltrated Reb Castle and disappeared about 3 days ago. She was sure that Hubalt would do something soon, so she asked him to try to do everything he needed before everyone becomes more complicated. Endin answered her that he was sure that everything would be sorted out, and he would try to do everything possible so that nothing would interfere with them. But in his head he only thought that he needed to leave this country as quickly as possible with the guild as a mercenary. Too much problems. After such a fairly short conversation, Endin and his mercenaries set off on their journey, and the magicians could only wish them good luck. Iseline and Joshua, who were in Endin's carriage, did not utter a single word the entire journey, and Iseline noticed this, to which Joshua answered quite simply, he simply had nothing to say. The girl didn't understand how this was possible, because as far as she was concerned, she had a couple of questions that popped into her head, the first of which was why he asked for an artifact that was now just being developed to protect her. Joshua, in turn, could not say anything to her, so he continued to scream, so she had to add that there was a fairly high reward for her head, and he was asking for so little for what he was doing. He had to tell her that after he saw Captain Endin in action, he decided that he could be useful, and that was all. Iseline didn't quite understand what Joshua was talking about. What did it mean? But suddenly she started laughing and saying that if he gives them a little time, they will give him one. She will personally control everything as soon as this is over. Joshua decided to interrupt this laughter by asking the girl about how her father disappeared, which greatly changed her laughter to sadness. The guy immediately saw that she was upset, so he decided to ask her forgiveness if it was difficult for her to talk about it, so she might not answer. But the girl decided to tell him everything. It happened so suddenly that she still doesn't understand how this could happen. She said that their family palace was simply set on fire and everyone, including knights and servants, could simply be burned alive. Iseline remembers those moments with great sadness on her face, because she had to leave her father, who asked her to leave, because it was too dangerous there. She looked at him for the last time and cried at the thought that she might never see him again. Iseline and her father's assistant ran away from there as best they could, and the girl, in the hope that her father could hear her, shouted to him that she would always be waiting for him. But all she heard that evening in response was only an explosion, after which she no longer remembers anything. Iseline added that her father sacrificed himself to buy them time to escape, and all she had left was a half-burnt estate. and when time passed and people began to forget about it, she decided to return to help the survivors. Then rumors began to appear about a lich that had appeared in the Rebbe, and most of all she wanted to look at this lich with her own eyes. Joshua listened to her carefully, but still could not say that he understood everything, but still added to her that he did not know what she expected from the lich, but he could not continue from what he had just said. Instead he simply jumped out of the carriage, because he felt a very strange feeling. The guy was sure that he felt his presence, the damn dog Caesar, who was called Velvel. Joshua immediately ran to the palace, and the first thing he did was knock down the doors there, and went inside, followed by Endon, who ran after him and started shouting to him that he couldn't do whatever came into his head. But the guy didn't listen to him and suddenly started running away. Because he really needed to check something, Endon tried to stop him, but it was almost impossible, because Joshua had already run far enough. He ran until he stopped at a huge symbol on the floor, which had clearly been drawn recently. And he definitely felt the presence of Barubaru. Besides, the aura from the battle of a rank or even higher is clearly visible here. But then why does everything except the runes look so normal? When suddenly his earring began to spontaneously emit current from his ear, which was quite unusual. Joshua realized that it was an anti-magic field, the charge from which he transferred to where there was the most concentration, after which he saw the face of the knight, who was unconscious. The guide discovered the same knight Christian, who was from Habalt, and it was about him that the magician spoke at the entrance, that this guy disappeared 3 days ago. Joshua guessed, and so it turned out. It was an ordinary illusion spell, and after Christian moved away a little and came to his senses, Joshua immediately asked him if he had drawn these runes. Christian was too weak and practically could not speak, but he was still able to say one word, and this word was a warning that Joshua was being attacked from behind. The guy didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Maybe he was delusional or something like that. But when he received a blow on the back from the deadly knight, he realized that this was not nonsense, but everything was for real. Joshua quickly came to his senses and was already preparing to attack, but in any case, it bothered him that he did not sense this dark knight earlier. Sanders looked at him and couldn't believe that he was seeing such a huge dark knight. Even in his previous life he had never met anything like this. But the surprises did not end there for Joshua, because when Rugia appeared, who immediately began to say that it was she who wanted to end this dark night, Joshua was even more surprised. After which, a lot of mana simply began to be released around him, and his head seemed to begin to explode from the inside. The Dark Knight did not wait for Joshua to feel better, and immediately went into battle in order to finish what he had already started. But Joshua, even without controlling his actions, was able to block his blow with just one movement. Christian couldn't understand who the hell he was, why he felt holy and demonic energies at the same time. Is this even possible? Meanwhile, in Joshua's eyes, one could only observe some kind of madness that Rugia caused in him. He fought with the Dark Knight, and endlessly repeated to him that he was his victim and his monster. Joshua cut off one of his hands and asked him to give up and not continue anymore. His only option now is to die here once and for all. But the knight still tried to fight with him, and even shouted at him not to play with him. This could only make Joshua smile, because he also wanted to continue this fight. The Dark Knight still had several techniques in his arsenal, so even with one hand he was able to concentrate enough mana in his blade in order to transform it. Joshua calmed down his ardor, because he could not believe that he was seeing in front of him the blade of a wolf's fang and the skill that was called the howl of a wolf. Meanwhile, in Swallow, in the Imperial Palace, a real war began, only between our own people. Lucifer decided that Emperor Varen is too weak. If all his capabilities end with statements and protecting the world, then he has no right to be an emperor. He added that even his subjects believe that it is no longer possible to remain in this small country. He also added that everyone wants to expand in all directions to other lands, and Lucifer wanted to help them with this. The emperor could not believe that this was happening, but he asked Lucifer in response, Does he really believe that this war will be for the sake of the people of this country? Varen believed that as soon as the war began, fathers and mothers would begin to lose their children and then the whole world would burn to the ground. Lucifer did not answer him to this, he only told him that he knew that they would not come to a compromise, after which he added that in Varen's place he would like to see his brother, Demiro, who completely agreed with him. The Emperor ignored him and asked him how long the man had been planning this, since Duke Alsma was expelled from the capital, because if the news spread, a civil war would begin and all his plans would be disrupted. Lucifer asked the Emperor not to worry, because Prime Minister Gondar would take care of everything, and Duke Alsma would never know about it, because he had already died. Varen was not ready to hear this, he believed that it was simply impossible. Lucifer believed that he truly deserves the title of sage, because he understands where everything is going. Even after he leaves this world, Gandra will remain the prime minister of these lands. The Emperor was not going to kneel before him and ask him for mercy, and only added that he would never get away with it. Lucifer was very amused by this, after which he stood right above the Emperor and asked him who and what would do to him for this. Joshua pierced the dark night right through, and this creature did not understand how this could happen and who his opponent was, since he had such power. The guy, of course, did not know how he became a Death Knight, but he was sure of one thing for sure: the souls of people, especially the souls of masters who are superior to ordinary people, cannot be forced to follow this path. It must be everyone's personal decision. Joshua didn't know if he had any regrets, if there was a reason why he decided to choose this path, but the guy still asked him if he would mind if the guy went with him. Uravis, the man, lost to him and as a result, lost the title of master and was exiled to the village, although thinking now, he understands that this was just an excuse to keep him away from Emperor Verona. He became a convenient scapegoat, and it was all the work of Emperor Verona's brother, the first monarch he served, Demiro Velgrace. The man did not understand. If he wanted power so badly, then why not just take it by force, especially since for him, as one of the 9 stars, this would not pose any problems. Demiro answered him that his greed is not so strong as to desire the throne, but the world in which they now live is too boring and it would be better if Lucifer takes the place of Verona. The man understood that he had been so stupid all this time, he needed to stay near Emperor Verona at all costs. How stupid he had acted, and because of this he would die right now. Demiro turned to Sir Evergrant and told him that if he was going to create demonic beasts, then this was his chance. The knight's soul, full of anger and regret, should be easy to handle. Evergrant told him that he would let him know when he was finished, and he also guaranteed that the result would interest him. Joshua knew very well that his real name was not the Black Knight, but the Wild King, Duke Alsma. The Duke immediately asked him to kill him because he had made the wrong decision and had to pay for it with his life. He also added that now he is not free, he is forced to play by someone else's rules, so in order to prevent him from dishonoring himself even more, he asked to destroy him. But Joshua believed that he had a better offer. Whoever did this to him, he offered him to control him. In exchange, he asked Alsman to ask him to borrow his strength, in which case he would accept his choice to become a Death Knight. This was his proposal and a way to show respect to the Wild King Alsma, who ruled these lands, to which the Duke could not answer. But after a few seconds, he began to laugh at him and say that he knew that Joshua was as interesting to him as they said about him. Anyone would say that for him it was pure gain, so why should he choose something else? So he decided that instead of being a slave to a black magician, it was better to be on the side of the continent's greatest genius, so that Joshua Sanders, the greatest spearman, could do whatever he wanted with him. Joshua was glad to hear this, and especially that the man accepted his offer, and he then decided not to hesitate and start right away. He asked Rugia for help and immediately began performing a ritual that would allow him to subsequently control Duke Alsma. Endin ordered everyone to be on alert, because there is a high probability that in the area, in addition to the Lich, there are also demons, so do not forget why they are here and do everything to save the mercenary Ash. But in his mind, all he could think about was that he felt an incredible amount of demonic energy after Baron Joshua entered. He could only hope that everything was okay with him. Suddenly several knights appeared in front of them, who clearly did not wish them well, and so it happened, as soon as they came closer, they asked all the mercenaries to get out of here, because they were no longer welcome. Endin did not understand who they were, and the man who stood in the center answered them that they were knights and priests recently sent by the Hobalt Empire. Now they were in charge in Reb Castle, so they had to return immediately. But the man was not going to leave anywhere, because his comrade was inside the castle, so they couldn't just leave him, and in my head I didn't understand how Hubalt's troops arrived at the place so quickly. Mondran, the head of this group of knights, decided to tell them about the main threat to Reb Castle, which was that the more victims entered there, the more demons they would have to face, and their job was to stop them, so they hoped that they will leave on a good note. Endin was a little surprised that they dared to threaten the Avalon Mercenary Guild on Avalon territory. For him it looked like a serious military provocation. The Knights of Hobalt began to understand that they could not solve anything here with words, but still he once again tried to convey to the man that the whole world could be under threat. But the knight interrupted his speech as soon as he saw that a black substance appeared behind the man, which seemed to want to embrace Endin. He understood that it was coming at him from the inside and it looked quite dangerous, but it was still not clear how he could fight it. The head of the Knights of Hobalt immediately began to shout to them that they should all prepare for battle and destroy all the demons that they see. Endin and his mercenaries realized that here they must form an alliance with the knights for the duration of the battle against these monsters, because they themselves could not cope. A monster began to emerge from the palace, and the knight immediately felt an unusual energy, and realized that this lich was extraordinary. He was worried that it could be a demonic king. But a man who was quite familiar to Endin came out of the castle, and he was very surprised by his appearance. It was Joshua, who carried out the knight Christian in his arms, who dealt with everything himself and also carried out one of the holy knights of Hobalt. But the knights of Hobalt, who came to the rescue, did not believe Joshua that he had helped their friend, so one of them immediately went on the attack. Endin intervened in time and stopped the man so that he would not do anything stupid. The man tried to explain to him that this man, Baron Joshua Sanders, he is a noble of the Avalon Empire. He is not a demon, so he asked him to lower his sword and calm down. The knight didn't understand. Doesn't he feel the demonic energy emanating from him? It can't be a person. Joshua smiled and knew that this would turn out badly. That's why he asked him not to overdo it with demonic energy. Rugia answered the guy that it was not so easy, especially since he had just absorbed the Death Knight, and so wanted to show them what he was capable of. The Battle of the Knights was stopped by a girl who found this situation very strange, but they did not quite understand what she was talking about. This girl's name was Syrian, and she added that this amount of demonic energy would be enough to kill everyone around, and if this guy is really Baron Joshua, then this battle will add firewood to the furnace of conflicts between nations. Mordrain believed that they did not know what this demon could do if they just let him go, so he must do everything to stop him. Then she invited him to leave the choice to God, with the help of the holy artifact, the Tear of God from the Temple of Hermes, with the help of which they could understand whether this man was really a demon or still Baron Joshua Sanders. After which she asked permission from Joshua himself. If he is who he claims to be, then he should easily accept the decision of the Tears of God. Joshua didn't know how to react to this. He had two thoughts in his head: destroy them or fall for this provocation. Syrian added that so he wouldn't worry, she could easily perform such a ritual and help him get out of this situation calmly. Joshua suddenly realized that she was trying to talk to him using telepathy, but still supported this conversation and clarified the reason why she was helping him. She suddenly changed her face and said that this was in order to make a deal with him, because he is as handsome as they say, just like her type of guy. Rugia had never seen such an unholy saint, so he warned Joshua that he couldn't do this anymore, and if he didn't do anything, he couldn't vouch for himself. Joshua decided to refuse help, which slightly upset and generally surprised the woman. After which, Joshua immediately threw Sir Christian to the floor, who was unconscious and unfortunately could not confirm that this was indeed Baron Joshua Sanders. As soon as the knights saw this, they immediately ran into battle, because their main task was to save Sir Christian. But Joshua decided not to fight with them, because nothing good would come from it, so he asked them to stop. Syrian was shocked, because she didn't understand how suddenly this energy turned from demonic to holy. How is this even possible? Who is this person? She was so carried away by thoughts about what was happening that she completely forgot that she was holding a holy artifact, which eventually fell out of her hands. But it seemed so only at first glance, because this artifact was taken from her by Joshua, who believed that those who forgot about their duty and succumbed to greed did not deserve to use this artifact. The girl screamed at him to immediately return this artifact to her, but Joshua was not so simple, so since she doesn't believe him, he has no choice but to show it right here and right now. Joshua placed the stone at arm's length, and the light became even brighter, and it simply burned everyone in its path. The knight could not believe that this vile demon still decided to do this. He dared to desecrate the holy artifact. But he immediately changed his mind and stopped speaking as soon as he saw how Joshua's wings grew, which literally turned him into an angel. They all looked at it with their mouths open, not understanding what was happening. How could he do this? Joshua was not a paladin of Hubalt, and not a follower, so why did he have the wings of an archangel? The guy told them that everything was really simple. He is not a demon or a beast that they think he is just Joshua Sanders, that he asked them to calmly stop all disagreements and calm down. Mordrain didn't seem to listen to the guy and continued to shout at him to shut his mouth. Doesn't Joshua understand what he did? He damaged a holy artifact, and something like that cannot be ignored in their empire. Then Joshua decided to ask them a question. If someone who is neither a follower nor a paladin of the Hubalt Empire is capable of destroying what they consider a holy artifact, are they sure that it was a holy artifact? Then they thought about Joshua's words, and Syrian realized that he was most likely right, because if you think about it, the terror of God cannot be used like that. Joshua added that now is not the time to argue, because the more time they waste talking, the more their comrade's life fades away. They finally decided to pay attention to Sir Christian, who had too much demonic energy that was simply emanating from his body. Mordrain thought that the energy they felt came from Sir Christian, so this energy was only coming from him all along? Syrian interrupted his thoughts and immediately ran to Sir Christian, because she knew that for those who use sacred power, like Sir Christian, demonic energy is like poison, and if you delay treatment for even a second, his life will be in danger. The girl quickly examined him and realized that he urgently needed to be taken away from here. If Sir Christian did not return from here alive, how could they then look into the eyes of Sir Chrysler and the High Priest Harold? They realized that she was absolutely right, so several knights rushed to help her, and some knew that there was a temple nearby that they could go to. She also believed that Sir Mordain should also go with them, but the man thought otherwise, because he had not yet completed his task, namely, to find out everything that happened here. Syrian started yelling at him because he still doesn't understand anything. He saw the wings of the Archangel, who is one of the 7 archangels and the god of war. But he really understood that he had seen it with his own eyes, and, in fact, the man could not believe himself. Then Syrian was sure that he understood that since this was the will of the Lord, then doing anything here would simply be a grave sin. He realized that the girl was absolutely right, and at that moment decided that he would leave after all. As soon as she dealt with the knight, she immediately turned to Joshua and said that she did not know how he did it. But in any case, she believed that fate would definitely allow their paths to cross again, and she hoped that everything would be okay with him. Joshua believed that the world was actually not as simple as she believed, but in any case, he was pleased with the moment that he had finally learned to control his demonic energy with the help of Sir Altsma. Endin interrupted his thoughts, because he also wanted to know what happened inside and what kind of wings they were. Was this really the will of the Lord that the lady was talking about there? Joshua answered him that he would explain everything to him as soon as they returned back. In any case, they still needed to get money for the work. Ice Master Elisha did not understand why he sent the magicians from the magic tower to the Avalon Empire, when the undead were seen in that area. Because of this, the Hobalt Empire was on edge, and if something went wrong, then the magic would definitely be to blame tower. Earth Master Marcus agreed. Besides, it's hard to even imagine that they would be forced to send representatives of the magic tower to participate in the Battle of the Masters in Taith. There are too many things that he would like to ask. The head of the magic tower told them that he could guarantee that representatives for the Battle of Masters were chosen solely based on their skills, so they should not look down on Theta and their capabilities. The head of the magic tower, young Dan Perry, believed that if we talk about pure potential, this child is beyond his reach even for him. Elisha emphasized that he must believe in this child to say such things about him. After which the head of the magic tower added that they sent people to the Avalon Empire only at the request of Evergrande. Evelyn could not believe that he was talking about that traitor Evergrande, because she did not understand why he agreed to help him, because she was sure that he had enough wisdom to think first of all with his head, and not with emotions. Perry asked them in response to remember what Evergrande had said before leaving, but they could not remember, because in fact too much time had passed since that moment. The old man reminded them that he had declared that he would follow in the footsteps of the one who determined the boundaries of the battle mages. The Master of the Earth simply jumped up and began to say that this was simply impossible, because 20 years had already passed since he disappeared. The leaders of all nations were desperately trying to find him, but could not even find a strand of his hair. That's why Marcus couldn't believe that Evergrande had found some clue, even some trivia about Zerath Dick Orvis, a talented battle mage of Avalon, whom even the Kingdom of Terra was looking for. Zerath Dick Orvis was the only one who knew about the location of the elven forest, and was priceless if only because of this information, and of course, given his abilities and achievements, he could ask for everything that wanted. Perry understood that Marcus would never trust Evergrande, but as a person who knows about the relationship between Zerath and Evergrande, the old man simply cannot help but trust him. Therefore, he decided to ask him how many people would refuse the opportunity to get information about Zerath Dick Orvis, and whether the old man should have rejected Evergrande's offer. Marcus did not answer these questions, but still decided to ask his last question, in which he wanted to find out whether the old man believed that this was really the right decision. The man answered him quite confidently that he was young Dan Perry, the head of the magic tower and a 7th-class magician. Did he really think that he would really participate in a deal that would be unprofitable for him? The Ice Master and Marcus froze in surprise at what he had just said and realized that most likely he was right. The man did not understand what was happening, because he had lost contact with Duke Altsma. Could someone really defeat him and cope with the Dark Knight? He suspected that the paladin from Hobalt was to blame for all this, that he had invaded Reb's castle, and as soon as he took care of everything himself, now he realized that he had rushed too much with it. He simply couldn't believe that he had lost the master's body like that, and now he had only one option left, in which he couldn't make the same mistakes as last time. He did everything in his power to gain the favor of Emperor Marcus to touch the Dark Book of Spells, and now he cannot tolerate another fiasco like this. After which the man ran to the topic of Zerath Dick Orvis and said to himself that he would allow him to return to this world again, even though he would become an ordinary lich. But this is not as bad as it seems. But he didn't quite like this name, so he decided that he would give him a new, ideal name for the one who lived his faith more than anyone he knows, the sparkling darkness who gave his soul to the devil for his faith, and it would be Berber. As soon as the magician said this name, the eyes of the former emperor opened, and now his name was really not Zerath Dick Orvis, but Berber, who was ready to carry out all the orders of his master. Endon extended his hand towards Joshua, in which he held the same silver coin, and said that thanks to the guide they were able to find out the truth about the lich and defeat the demon, so as gratitude, he gives him this coin. Joshua was of course grateful, although she was quite strange to him. But suddenly he saw Iseline loading his things onto his horse, and he didn't understand why she was doing this. Iseline turned to him and couldn't believe that he had already forgotten, because he himself said that he wanted Leifan as a reward, but she didn't have the necessary materials, so she would have to go to Reinhardt to get them. Besides, it is Joshua who is obliged to protect her from Cromwell. Joshua laughed at this, because everything really flew out of his head. Enden suggested that they should not hesitate and go to Reinhardt as soon as possible, but Joshua was again surprised, because now the man was going with them? Enden smiled and answered him that he wants to prove to himself and others that he is still a strong person, just like Joshua wants it. The guy again stood rooted to the spot and did not understand what kind of day it was today, or they just agreed that they were saying everything except what would really be clear to him. But his thoughts were interrupted by Captain Enden himself, who used one of his abilities, which is called Leifan. Joshua knew very well that these were changes in appearance. One of Leifan's abilities, it seemed that he would finally be able to see the real appearance of the captain, which was hidden by Leifan. As soon as Captain Enden completed his transformation, they saw his real body, which was covered with muscles, and in this form they called him nothing other than the mighty Axeler. In this form, he believed that he could well take part in the battle as a master in Reinhardt, given the fact that he had already achieved the rank of master. The meeting hall of the Cromwell family listened to the head of the family shouting to the whole hall, who simply did not understand how they could not win this pathetic family when their head, the Duke of Poitiers, was now in serious condition. Jordan Cromwell was too angry, because he really didn't understand how they still managed to withstand their onslaught. One of his assistants replied to Duke Jihor that they were confident that the head of Poitiers needed urgent medical attention. However, for some reason, based on rumors, the heavenly brain Icarus is helping the Poitiers family, which is most likely why they are constantly one step ahead of them. This is especially true for their sabotage plan. They discovered their plans and they were unable to cross the Denis River. Moreover, due to the tide and the large number of thresholds, it is still not possible to cross the river, and there are no other ways to get into Aden Canyon, and the only what they can do now is cut off supplies. But Jihor did not let him finish and told him to shut his mouth, because their job was to anticipate all possible problems, and now how can he understand that all their joint work was broken by the child? So he immediately ordered them to develop a new plan. Another advisor intervened in the dialogue and fearfully suggested turning to the mercenary king, because the longer they wait, the more disadvantageous they will be, and at this rate the losses will be incalculable. But Geho understood perfectly well that due to the fact that the Poitiers family no longer had a head, they would simply ridicule them if they also asked for help, and even if they still decided to call him, he would clearly demand a huge amount of money. He already asked for more than half of the territories of the Poitiers family, which they recaptured from them. And that's not all. If he understands Emperor Marcus correctly, then he will not simply ignore the achievements of the mercenary king. Most likely he will try to recruit him into his servants, and if this happens, then the mercenary king will essentially become their enemies, so it is impossible to rely on him. The Duke believed that they needed to find another way to get to Aden Canyon, and until then, use information from inside to cut off their supplies. He thought that they would crawl out on their own as soon as they ran out of food. Their conversation and discussion of the new plan was interrupted by one of the knights, who simply tactlessly burst into the meeting room shouting that he had urgent news. He said that the soldiers who intercepted the supply lines of Poitiers were destroyed, and the Duke was even more angry from such news, because how could those soldiers lose to ordinary workers? The supplies and all the warriors were surrounded by the warriors of the Cromwell family, who were going to mercilessly destroy them all. But the Poitiers warriors were not going to just give up and were ready to protect the supplies at the cost of their lives. But the Knights of Cromwell were not going to spare them. Their commander ordered them to go only forward and destroy all the garbage from Poitiers residential and take their supplies from them. The warriors fell one after another, because in addition to the fact that there were several times fewer of them, they were also inferior in their own skill, so this battle should have been too easy for the Cromwell Knights. They didn't understand how Cromwell knew their routes along which they would transport food, but their leader shouted to them that this was absolutely not important now, because now they could all just die. All their conversation stopped at the moment when they saw a fireball in front of them that was coming straight at them, but most importantly, some unfamiliar person appeared right in front of them, who repelled this fireball with just one blow, and essentially saved the lives of many knights. The Pontier knights were shocked by this sight, because he was able to repel the fireball without using mana. Where did he even come from? But he immediately added to them that they shouldn't worry, because he was only here to help and protect them. They didn't understand who he was and why he was helping them at all. This guy carefully took off his mask and introduced himself as the first knight of Baron Joshua, his faithful servant, Knight Cain. Icarus, standing on the balcony, thought that Cain had been fiddling with all these things for too long and needed to somehow speed up. But his thoughts were interrupted by a man who believed that they were beginning to catch up with them, but Icarus did not quite understand what he was talking about. The Baron told him that given that supplies were delayed, it could be concluded that the Cromwells had learned of their supply routes and were cutting them off. Icarus was sure that he knew that the only ones who knew about the routes were the two of them, and if the Cromwells knew about them, then there could only be one reason. Baron Ida understood what this guy was getting at, so he asked him directly if he considered him a spy. But without waiting for an answer, she said that a simple peasant like him would never understand this, because the nobles would rather die than throw away their honor. They all confirmed their loyalty to the Pontier family, and after all this, does he really think that they can agree to such a betrayal? Again, he did not wait for an answer and asked Icarus what he was trying to achieve when he was trying to get closer to Lady Cheryl. He only asked not to say that he wanted to use her to become the Duke of Pontier. Icarus looked at him silently and after this did not willingly want to talk to him at all. The man held his gaze in the same way and did not take his eyes off him until they both heard shouts that the gates were opening, because supplies had finally arrived. The Baron advised the guy that he needs to better watch what he does, because there are countless people here who will never take their eyes off him. Lady Cheryl immediately ordered everyone to carry the wounded and distribute medicine and blankets to everyone who needed it. She herself decided that she couldn't just stand there, and began to help everyone she could. Icarus and the Baron were immediately lowered from the balcony, and the first thing they saw was that too many wounded had arrived, and the guy didn't understand why this happened, but Cheryl explained to him that on the way they were attacked by Cromwell's warriors. The guy understood that this sudden attack was possible only because they already knew that they were coming. He believed that it was a miracle that they were able to return after such a sudden attack. But as soon as he started talking about the miracle, Sir Cain appeared, who told him that he was the creator of this miracle, because he was not only able to defeat the Cromwell warriors, but also escort the supply convoy here in complete safety. Cheryl and Icarus immediately ran to him, because they were actually very worried about him, and what a relief it was for them to find out that he was actually alive, and everything was fine. The young lady added that they were worried because they couldn't connect in any way, but thank God he's alive. Their fun and joy was interrupted by Baron Ida, who immediately approached Cain and began to find out who he was and could he be trusted? Cheryl immediately told him that this was the man she had previously mentioned, Sir Cain, and the Baron knew very well that he was Baron Joshua's servant, and was glad that he was able to return alive. Cain didn't like this guy too much, so he leaned over to Icarus to find out why this guy was so nervous, to which Icarus told him that this was the commander of the Knights of the Pontier family, Baron Arna, and he should be welcomed. Knight Cain was not against doing this, but as soon as he wanted to greet the Baron, he was immediately interrupted by a warrior who was riding his horse at full speed and shouting that he had important news. He also added that the enemy was beginning to cross the frozen Denis River. Bavarian, who was also called the King of Mercenaries, one of those 12 supermen who shouted to his dogs to only go forward and rob Pontier along the way. In the Temple of Hermes, which was located in Reinhard, lay Sir Christian, from whom they were able to remove all the demonic energy that he had, and his condition improved significantly, not so much that he could move independently. The priest also added that it seems to him that the combination with the holy power damaged his brain, so for now they cannot predict what complications may arise. After which High Priest Harold decided that a quick recovery could not be counted on, with which his assistant absolutely agreed. The man thought that it was very bad and he hoped that he would be able to rise to his feet, because Sir Christian is a very important knight. The knight who was with them added that they might even have to abandon the group stage of the Battle of Masters, so he immediately apologized for such bad news. Harold told him that although this battle was quite important for them, in any case, the priority was still the recovery of Sir Christian. By the way, he heard that the knight saw the wings of the Archangel Michael and he wanted to know if it was true. The knight confirmed this information, although it was difficult for him to believe it, but wings actually appeared behind Baron Joshua of Avalon, and an overwhelming amount of holy energy also emanated from him. But he still doesn't believe it. How can an ordinary knight, not a follower of Hubalt and not a paladin of their nation, be capable of this? Besides, he exuded demonic energy like a real demon, but Gerald stopped him, saying that demonic and holy energy are incompatible, so this is impossible. And everything that is happening to Sir Christian now is a sad example that his words have a place. However, the man added that if he is really able to control them in his body, then his abilities are already beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The knight couldn't believe that Harold wanted to say that Baron Joshua had reached the level of a god-like being. But Harold reassured him, because he didn't quite mean it. He was saying that the source of demonic energy was not Joshua, but then the knight didn't understand what kind of energy it was. The priest didn't know this, but he was still sure of one thing: if these were really Michael's wings, then this was a great opportunity for the Order. In total there are 8 great demonic kings, reflecting 8 vices, and in heaven there are 7 archangels with their holy weapons. Among them the most powerful is Archangel Michael, who is called the God of War. Now it is impossible to understand what is happening. The world around is changing at a rapid pace. Captain Enden was very glad that they finally arrived in Reinhard, because the festival that took place there was so amazing. But his smile left his face when he saw that Iseline was too sad, so he decided to ask her what happened. Was she upset that Baron Joshua was forced to leave on urgent business? But she immediately replied that it was not the case. She was sure that this was just abnormal, that he promised to accompany her in exchange for the Leifon, and now he decided to just leave her. She thought that they had become closer from the moment they met. Was it really just her imagination? But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by people on the street, who recognized everyone as the famous and powerful Axeler, who was known for being the second mercenary. Iseline noticed the fact that he was quite a famous man, but Enden did not think that this was good now, since they were unlikely to be able to be in silence for at least some time. But suddenly all attention shifted to another, more famous knight, whose name was Uravis. This man was known not only in his empire, but also far beyond its borders. Iseline noted that this knight was also quite famous, and completely agreed with her. He is a prince after all. The man also added that they say his blade is hotter than hellfire. It seemed to him that he was the complete opposite of Lady Iseline, but she believed that it was impossible to compare like that, because she is a magician, and he is a knight, and besides, she does not even participate in competitions. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Uravis himself, who came closer to them, and the first thing he said was that he imagined the man to be a little smaller, but as it turned out he was an even bigger monster than he expected. The prince did not talk to him for a long time, so he simply asked for passage, because it was actually time for him to go. Enden and Iseline did not interfere with him. On the contrary, they let him through and bowed as a sign of respect. It was a great honor for them to meet such a famous person. This meeting made it clear to Enden that he had the wrong opinion about him, but now he has completely corrected himself, so he is waiting for the day when they can still cross blades. In the hall where the draw for the Battle of the Reinhardt Masters would take place, everyone was talking about the fact that there had never been a battle of masters on a larger scale than this one. It was indeed very exciting there. The main presenter of this event came to the center of the hall and announced that in 30 minutes the draw for the Battle of Masters would begin, and if the participants themselves were still not there, then please prepare a replacement representative as soon as possible. The princess of the magical kingdom of Terra, Sona Moon Terafos, was already looking forward to this tournament. She thought that it would be incredibly interesting. A man approached the lonely princess, who even scared the girl a little with his question that it seemed like her first time at such an event. The princess replied that she was very glad to see Lord Slacks and asked him a similar question, but the representative of the mercenary guild was one of the few participants with experience. When the girl heard this, she immediately decided to ask him who he considers a potential winner. Maybe this time it will be Prince Uravis, given his recent achievements, although Slacks also thought so, but most likely this will happen only in that case, if he has not yet had enough of the title of Master. Sana believed that he had other reasons, although this is called the greatest battle of the Masters, but Lord Uravis is on a completely different level. Even the great beast knight bowed to him. But suddenly the princess was not allowed to finish speaking and was interrupted by two guys who represented the Swallow Empire. Their names were Jessro and Esro Logan, and they believed that Terra would definitely be left to bite the dust. Besides, they did not expect that Princess Terra would support Uravis. She told them that it was very rude of them and now she did not want to hear anything from them, considering that they lost to Prince Uravis. But they believed that if he beat them once, it did not mean anything. They were sure that this gives some kind of relief, because all small countries have their own dreams. Sana had already begun to get angry and asked them to immediately stop talking like that and apologize to her, but they did not understand why they should do this, because they had not made a mistake anywhere. This conversation was starting to get out of hand, so Slacks couldn't help but intervene and ask him to stop there, because he didn't think it was a good idea to continue in front of everyone. They looked at each other and still agreed that Lord Slacks was right, because there was no need for quarrels. Lord Slacks, in order to somehow distract them from their quarrels, decided to raise the topic that there is still no representative of Avalon. It seems that the infamous Lord Joshua Sanders will not be able to appear. Apparently they decided to send Lord Joshua's brother, Lord Babylon, who heard what he was saying and immediately decided to come up so that they could repeat everything again, only this time in his presence. He was unbearably irritated by the fact that they were talking behind his back, and also by the fact that he and Joshua were brothers, who told them such nonsense. They immediately asked him for an apology, because there had been some misunderstanding and they would reconsider their thoughts and words. They were quite lucky, because at that very moment the outstanding knight Lord Uravis, as well as the representative of 10 million mercenaries, the mighty Axelar, entered the hall. Everyone who was in that hall began to applaud these two incredibly strong men, the powerful energy from whom emanated simply incredible. The brothers from Swallow were still very funny, because be that as it may, they are not even from the Empire. What a pity that they are representatives of such small states, at the mercy of public opinion. But Slacks asked them not to speak foul language about the mighty Axelar, even if they are right. Jessro immediately answered him that he would not recognize anyone until he crossed blades with Jusha or Uravis or whoever. He asked that at least someone here could confirm the rumors about these two, because he believed that this was a common deception to create hero for the masses. The brothers immediately turned to Babylon and asked his opinion. Didn't all this seem like a simple deception? Was that why Avalon decided to send him here instead of Joshua? But the guy's answer was quite unexpected for them, because he told them that that's all he hoped for. Suddenly, everyone in the hall fell silent, including the brothers who could not keep quiet, because the main organizer announced that the representative of the Avalon Empire, Lord Joshua Sanders, had arrived. Joshua appeared in the hall, silently walked inside and delighted everyone who just looked at him. Even the brothers, who were not used to reacting to people like that, were shocked by what they saw. They could not believe that it was really him. Sana was now 100% sure that the rumors were not an exaggeration. Although he is young, he is definitely not inferior to either Uravis or Axelar. But Joshua did not pay attention to anyone except his paternal brother, Babylon, who also looked straight into Joshua's eyes. Their views diverged after Joshua simply walked past Babylon and continued on his way. Babylon was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He was irritated by the mere sight of this guy, even though they had once been on normal terms, but that time had long passed. Joshua approached his friend, Captain Endon, who immediately began to scold him for the guy being late, but Joshua noted that the man himself had just arrived. The host of this event asked all the representatives and family members to look at him, after which he announced that before they draw lots, he asked them to allow him to explain the format of the battle. After his words, a girl came into the center of the hall with a box, in which, as he explained, there were 21 glass balls, on each of which was written the number of a participant in the Battle of Masters. He added that their position will depend on which number they draw from the box. In this format it turns out one will fight the second, the third will fight the fourth, and so on. However, since the number of participants is odd, the last one remaining is eliminated. Well, the most important thing was that the title of Master is not given in accordance with the results of each battle, even during the battle. If at least half of the 6 Masters consider the participant worthy, then from that moment on he will be considered a Master. Well, so that they would not doubt the fairness of the event, 3 Masters from the Empire and 3 independent Masters were invited to help, and if they have questions, they can ask them without any problems. Endon was the first to ask his question, because he was interested to know whether there would be a reward for someone who had already won this tournament last time. The organizer pleased him, because the winner of the event will have the right to challenge one of the 12 superhumans, or 9 stars. Babylon was very shocked by this information. It sounded so strange, but at the same time very tempting. But the presenter had not yet finished speaking and added that, moreover, the winner of this year's Battle of Masters would receive Nagashan's hammer as a reward. Even Uravis, who could have expected anything, was very surprised by this, because now everything is completely changing and there is a significant incentive to win. He understood that the fact that they could get Nagashan's hammer meant that, in essence, the winner of the Battle of the Masters would become the owner of Reinhardt. The neutral city of Reinhardt, which does not belong to any of the countries, its treasury can make most other countries laugh, and it also has an advantageous geographical location. In other words, due to these factors, any person who understands military affairs lives with the dream of taking over these lands. Uravis thought that if he became the owner of Reinhardt, then the Swallow Empire would cease to be a hindrance for them. From that moment on, everything became more interesting for him. And now the presenter decided to finish with the explanations and get down to business, after which he asked everyone in turn to take a glass ball out of the box and show the number that they got. The final groups will be announced as soon as there are no balls left, so he asked everyone to stand in line. Lord Joshua was the one who completed the groupings, and as soon as he pulled out the last number, all the groups were formed. The first match, which everyone considered the most interesting, would be between the powerful Axelar and the Prince of Tran, the Knight Uravis. This fight promised to leave unforgettable memories. Sana looked carefully at all the groups and understood that in Group A there would be a duel between the 4th Magician of the Kingdom and the 7th Magician of the Magic Tower, and it seemed to her that something was clearly wrong here. Well, the first match will be between Joshua and Babylon. How interesting it will be, and the 2 brothers talked about what would be something to see today. Because of all the Knights of Steel of non-empirical origin, his skills were recognized the most, but no matter how much he fought, he doesn't have a chance anyway. One of the brothers said that if a representative of Avalon, one of the 3 great nations, lost to a commoner of unknown origin, it would be a shame. They were interrupted by San, who did not understand how much they could say nasty things about empires and commoners. Besides, until the match starts, nothing can be predicted. Until the very end everything can change. But they did not agree with her, because in some cases, no matter how much you look, the apple just won't ripen. Lily Aphrodite, who was a paladin of the sacred nation of Hubalt, noted that this was a rather funny analogy, because she agreed that nothing happens in this world for nothing. It is just social constructs and the perceptions of people that have tainted their view of this world. But the brothers still found it funny, because they didn't understand what was wrong with calling a spade a spade. The woman gave them an example that, for example, apples can be both red and green, although both are ripe. That's what she means, of course. Everything ends as soon as someone starts setting boundaries for themselves. She added that here they are not able to defeat a single person, either now or ever again, so they behave this way, which made the guys very angry. But they were interrupted by the organizer, who summed up the results of the draw and added that the first fights would begin in 2 days, so he asked everyone to prepare as best as possible. In addition, he asked to inform their authorized representatives of the results of the draw and once again reminded that participants who were late would be immediately disqualified, so he asked them not to forget and come on time. After the words of the organizer, the two brothers decided to leave this meeting, because they saw no point in participating in useless dialogues. Sana was incredibly glad that someone was able to shut the mouths of these guys. Sana looked at Lily and thought that this woman is so cool, that's why she is called the Silver-Eyed Sword Demon. It can be seen that she is very confident in herself. Babylon looked at Joshua a little and still turned around and began to leave with the thought that he was admitting to himself that he would never surpass Joshua. However, in the end, he believed that Joshua would still become his puppy, who would reach out to his palm and beg for mercy. All spectators were greeted with salutes and fireworks. Because the organizers were grateful to them for the wait, they are finally starting the opening ceremony of the Battle of Masters. Almost the entire continent gathered at this stadium. Because each of them had been waiting for this day for so long, they were so interested in finding out who would win this time. The presenter introduced the first participant in this battle, the representative of the Kingdom of Heart, the Knight of Steel, Lord Babylon. This knight received enormous support from the public, who so wanted him to show the trash where it belongs. Once the Knight of Steel was ready, the organizer introduced his opponent, who was Lord Joshua, representative of the Avalon Empire, an incredible newcomer, the first representative Joshua Sanders. Joshua's support was also quite good, and the stadium seemed to be divided into 2 camps, each of which supported its own participant. Master of the United Palestinian Nations Windmill, who is present at this battle today as a judge, was quite surprised that Joshua had so much support. He even told his colleagues that Babylon is almost twice Joshua's age. It will be interesting to see how this child is going to cope with such a difference in experience. The master of the Kingdom of Drya, Yurden, believed that Babylon was a clear favorite in this battle. He took into account superior experience and skills, with which another judge, Haseki, who was the master of the Kingdom of Poldrin, agreed. Although he added that he uses a spear and he thought that by using a spear, Joshua could clearly have an ace up his sleeve. But suddenly Arya appeared among them, literally cowardly and trembling all over. The thing was that as soon as he saw Joshua, he immediately wanted to jump into the arena and challenge this guy to a duel, but still he had to restrain himself. The presenter shouted to the entire stadium that they were starting in a minute, so he asked to warmly greet the participants again. The Knight of Steel couldn't believe it. He couldn't even think that a knight of the Empire would use a spear, although he assumed that it could be some kind of trick to attract people's attention, but he immediately told Joshua that this wouldn't work with him. He decided to help the guy and allowed him to start the battle, but asked him to try with all his might, because this blow would be his last, after which the Knight of Steel would leave here victorious. Joshua didn't wait for him to finish and immediately went on the attack, which was a little unexpected for the Knight of Steel, because he didn't think that the guy would be so brave as to actually start attacking first. He miraculously managed to stop his attack, but he definitely wouldn't be able to continue for so long, because Joshua's spear was much stronger than he thought. The Knight of Steel couldn't believe that he just stretched out his hand and dealt such a strong blow. How is that even possible? He is only 15 years old. Joshua decided to tell him that he was just straightening up a little, so there was no need to strain himself so much. Besides, why let him hit first, since everything was so bad with the defense? The Knight of Steel did not like this way of addressing him, so he immediately launched a new attack to shut the scoundrel's mouth. Joshua once again extended his arm and tried to throw a similar blow, but this time the knight was able to dodge. The Knight of Steel dodged the blow and thought in his head that Joshua would never do this to him again. But he could not even think that this was an ordinary trick with the help of which Joshua managed to strike such a blow that even the knight's sword could not help him. The knight was still able to stand on his feet, but now the smile on his face disappeared and he clearly stopped underestimating his opponent. On the contrary, he began to realize that Joshua was very far away, far beyond his abilities. Suddenly Joshua spoke and told him only one phrase, in which there were 2 words, 10 movements, but the knight did not understand what he was saying. What nonsense. After which the guy added that in these duels of masters it is easiest to show all the greatness of the spear. Considering what has already happened, he will finish it off in 10 movements. The knight no longer smiled and admitted that he was stronger than anyone Babylon had met. However, he was not going to give in to his game, and from now on he would give his all, after which he decided to use the aura of the blade. The presenter did not miss the moment to comment on such an amazing amount of mana that began to accumulate on the edge of Lord Babylon's blade. It seems that he was determined to finish with Joshua on this. But Joshua didn't think so. He was thinking about something completely different. His thoughts were filled with interest about who said that those who are at the top always experience loneliness. In his past life, he had many titles: a killer on the battlefield, obsessed with blood, a loyal dog of Caesar, and an invincible spearman, but only his notoriety grew, and the reputation of the spear remained at the bottom, and what saddened him most was not loneliness, but the lack of well-deserved recognition from spears. But now everything is different, and his main goal will be to prove to the whole world that there is no weapon better than a spear. The knight easily dodged the blow and said that he was disappointed. He didn't think that Joshua would act so rashly, so he decided to show what happens when you throw your weapon. He struck a blow in which he concentrated all his strength and managed to deflect Joshua's spear, which could not harm the Knight of Steel. But he didn't stop there and immediately rushed towards Lord Joshua, who has no weapons, a very dangerous situation. Will his path really end right now at the hands of Lord Babylon? As soon as the knight began to approach Joshua and thought that this would be the end. But this was only at first glance, because Joshua seemed to teleport his spear directly into his hands, and it became clear that the fight was far from over. Now only Joshua was smiling, who made it clear that everything would not be as simple as the Knight of Steel had decided. But the man didn't care about his words anymore, because he wasn't going to stop, much less give up. He literally wanted to surpass the guy in all respects and still win this fight. Their collision caused an incredibly strong explosion that thundered throughout the entire arena, and it was an incredible spectacle for the spectators, but for the participants themselves it was another test. Even the leader of this fight was thrown out of his workplace, but he did not stop to comment and say that the entire arena was covered by an incredible explosion, and most of all it was more interesting to find out who remained the winner among these ruins. Lord Babylon, who managed to carry out his blow, or Lord Joshua, who did not allow a single attack to pass. As soon as the smoke cleared, it became clear that the winner of this pair was clearly not the Knight of Steel, because he was lying on the floor and the only option he had left was to give up. What he actually did was that he was overcome with incredible fear as he simply looked at Joshua, because his aura was so strong that he could only say 2 words that he lost. Lord Babylon surrendered and victory was Lord Joshua's, which was announced by the commentator to the entire arena, after which the guy's fans jumped out of their seats and began chanting his name. Joshua couldn't say that he didn't like this outcome of events, so for some time he just stood there and enjoyed this moment. After which the commentator added that although the match is over, in any case there is one more thing that is worth clarifying, namely the judges, who probably have something to say about the representative of the Avalon Empire. Does Lord Joshua Sanders have the right to be called a master? Most of the judges believe that it was obvious to everyone. Babylon became a knight, could not do anything and lost, so they were in favor of granting Lord Joshua the title of master. Arya was just going crazy at that moment, The only thing in his head was that he had been waiting 5 years for this degenerate Joshua to reach his peak, but he couldn't stand it anymore, and he wanted to do it right here and now, especially Agnes and Marcus isn't here. The man only thought that he was his, all of him, and the man would not give him to anyone. His face when the realization of his painful death and solitude slowly came to him made Arya get even more excited. He imagined Joshua's face when he would beg for mercy, after which he suddenly stood up and said that he fully agreed to give Baron Joshua Sanders the title of Master. After these words, Joshua had no choice but to leave the arena and listen as his name began to be chanted even more. Rugia was no less happy than him. Everyone was so happy, although essentially nothing like that happened, but Joshua replied that it was still a festival, and you should have fun here. Spear believed that Joshua was just running back and forth the entire fight. While he was doing all the main work, these naive people were simply deceived. Now people began to pay more attention to the spear with which the Knight of Steel was defeated, and some of them even wanted exactly the same one for themselves. Rugia was too glad that these pathetic people recognized him, that he played with the spear a little and made all these people kneel, and Joshua at that moment tried to calm him down with all possible methods. While he was trying to calm his magic spear, Iseline came up from behind and first of all congratulated Joshua on his victory. She also added that this side of him is all amazing, he must be in a very good mood right now. At this moment, Rugia realized that he was superfluous here and disappeared with the words that heroes are always accompanied by women, and Joshua himself answered her that she need not address him as a lord, he is still no longer part of the Agnes family. She felt a little awkward, because she didn't understand how best to address him, so she suggested another option, Baron Sanders, but the guy told her that she could just use his name Joshua. Iseline understood that because of her status, she couldn't do that, but Joshua interrupted her when he put his hand on her shoulder, and added that she could call him by his name, because they were still friends. She felt so pleased when she heard these words, it was as if her whole body came to life. Joshua decided to ask her why she was walking here alone. Where did Axeler go? The smile on the girl's face suddenly disappeared, after which she said that he could not fall asleep, since his first opponent would be Prince Uravis, and therefore he left somewhere at dawn, leaving her alone. Joshua, hearing this, thought that even before his reincarnation, Uravis not only became one of the 12 superhumans, but also one of the 9 stars. He also understood that Axeler does not know the future, but even he can be made nervous by Uravis' aura. In addition, he has another primordial magma stone. The Bronto power dormant in Joshua began to react as soon as he saw Uravis. Joshua felt something like this for the first time, but he was sure that he would experience this feeling again when he met Uravis. Iseline once again wanted to address Joshua as a lord, but she corrected herself in time and asked him to ask him a question. She was interested to know what he knew about the relationship between Axeler and Bavariant. But before Joshua could answer Iseline's question, Endon appeared out of nowhere, who was in a great mood, and it was impossible to tell from him what he was worried about before his fight. Endon asked him why Lord Joshua is so calm, because in the next round he will fight with him. Joshua in response asked him if he is too self-confident, because he has a fight with Uravis. But the captain believed that the most important thing before a battle is not to set yourself up for defeat. You only need to believe in victory, because nothing is impossible if you believe. The man was more interested in finding out what the two of them were chatting about. Was it really about Lifon? Joshua didn't know that he was already ready. Iseline told him that a little more work needed to be done, but overall it was almost ready. Endon realized that she had not told him anything yet, so the man decided to tell everything. Since this is a personal artifact, then to complete it the user's measurements are needed, so all that remains is to measure it up and down. Iseline didn't understand why he was saying this, but Joshua reacted quite calmly and said that they could come to his room today. He would wait, which made them a little shocked. They stood motionless for some time, because they were surprised that Joshua was such an open person and did not hide anything, so they promised that they would definitely come in. The man thought that being so talented at 15 years old meant that in 5 years no one in the world would be able to stop Joshua Sanders. His interlocutor added that such a child must clearly be from Avalon, although Avalon could not do anything because of the Hubalt and Swallow empires. But he also understood that the presence of Joshua changes everything radically, that warrior Mad Marcus has a powerful pawn. He must be dying of thirst to attack someone, and sooner or later the balance between the empires of Avalon, Hubalt, and Swallow will be destroyed. One of the judges completely agreed with him, and what scared him most was that they would not be content with just dreams, because if someone tries to break the balance between the 3 strongest, 7 middle, and 2 weak of the current generation, then they will be obliged to stop him at any cost. Joshua didn't expect Iseline to come so early, but anyway, since she has already arrived, he can't help but let her in. The guy was quite hospitable, and asked her to hang her coat somewhere and make herself at home. Unexpectedly, she said that it was so surprising for her to be alone with him like that. But he decided not to answer this in any way and invited her to continue where they left off. The girl understood that most likely he meant their conversation about Axelar and the mercenary king Bavariant. Joshua confirmed this information and immediately added that he did not understand why she would be in the coddle of a mercenary such as Axelar. He added that although people perceive mercenaries as free and unlimited people without rules, in reality their hierarchical system would be the envy of some empires. After which he reached for his coin, which Endon gave him, and asked her to at least look at their emblems. If they were needed only to confirm the status of a mercenary, then there would be no need to divide them into silver and gold, because it is their own system of division into ranks depending on skills. He also added that Bavariant is the leader of all mercenaries, their king. It's like being the king of a country, but Axelar went against him. The captain helps her, the last of the Rebrica family, because the mercenary king, who made a deal with Cromwell, slaughters her family. Joshua does not know what connects her with Axelar, but he knows for sure that he would not help her if he had a good relationship with the mercenary king. Iseline confirmed this information, telling him that Axelar really despises the king of mercenaries. Rather, he even believes that Bavariant is destroying other mercenaries. The girl said that rumors that the king was protecting the Marquis Cromwell had already spread throughout the continent. The Marquis Cromwell was called the faithful dog of the crown, and there were also a couple of rumors that something connected the king of mercenaries and the emperor. Therefore, based on all this, she concluded that covering it up with a request is too suspicious. Joshua understood that for greater benefit, the mercenaries should be neutral, but the actions of the mercenary king look like the position of the entire guild, and Captain Endon does not like it very much. But the guy suddenly decided to change the subject and asked the girl what she wanted to hear from him. She didn't just ask him about it. He will try to help her, no matter what happens, because they are still friends. It seemed to the girl that she would blush every time she heard this phrase from Joshua. After which she still added that Axelar was going to win this battle of masters and officially challenge the mercenary king to a duel, since he is one of the 12 superhumans. But seeing how worried he was, it seemed that it would be very difficult to win. Joshua did not wait for the moment until she figured out how to ask for help and offered her an option in which he would win this tournament, and then challenge the king of mercenaries. But Iseline began to wave her hands and say that, on the contrary, she wanted to ask him to avoid the king of mercenaries if Axelar loses and Joshua wins. She asked him very much, because she doesn't want to lose even more loved ones, she just wants to forget everything and move on. Joshua decided that this was the best time to hug her and calm her down. He began to whisper in her ear that he perfectly understood the fact that she must be very scared and he would keep this thought in his head. Joshua promised her that she would never lose anyone again, because of which the girl finally burst into tears, because this support was so needed and she finally received it. But still, he asked to let go, after which she jumped away from him and reminded him that this was a promise, and he, in turn, added that it would wait until he won the Battle of the Masters, and now he invited her to go straight to business. She calmed down a little, but still didn't understand what her friend Joshua meant. But then she started screaming again, because she saw that he had started to undress, but Joshua didn't understand why she was screaming. Didn't she herself say that she needed to take measurements for Rayfon? So he thought that the clothes would get in the way, but as it turned out it was unnecessary. This is how the first day of the Battle of Masters came to an end, and for the first time in the history of the Battle of Masters, a magician will oppose a magician. This can only be seen in continental magic battles. The battle of two great magicians will take place right here and now. Today there was a battle with Tatarian, who was from a magic tower and was a master of the storm, and he didn't really want to waste his energy and time on some old man, so he invited him to solve it all with rock, paper, scissors. But the best magician of the kingdom of Terra, who was called Estello, thought a little differently and answered him that he had no shame or conscience, so why didn't he just give up before he disgraced him? Although Tatarian looked calm outwardly, when he saw that this guy could use 4 types of magic at once, he became a little scared, because this could really be very dangerous. Joshua decided to perform a ritual, which was supposed to begin with the words, "Who gave his soul to darkness, owner of the wolf fang blade, king of people, show yourself." The Dark Knight did not take long to wait and began to crawl out of the ritual drawing. He didn't understand what was going on here, so Joshua had to explain to him that the guy needed something for the Dark Knight to do for him. The Dark Knight asked him to speak directly and not to delay, because in any case he swore allegiance to him and would carry out any of his orders. Then Joshua allowed himself to get straight to the point and told the man that he had sent his allies to the Pontier estate in Aden Canyon, and they should have already arrived, and the guy needed him to go there and help them. Tatarian could not believe that a huge stone wall had just been placed in front of him, which blocked half of the arena. Is this even possible? But in any case, this was not the worst that awaited him, because immediately after he thought about it, a powerful blow flew at him. The guy didn't have a smile on his face for a long time, because he began to suspect that the old man was simply too carried away and was going to destroy him. But this is just a competition. But the old man shouted at him to shut his mouth, because he had already seen enough of people who were not vigilant enough. In the end they all returned home with nothing. And he also didn't intend to lose here, so he began to collect the maximum amount of mana in his hands. After which he delivered a fiery blow, which was more like a fiery flash, and it seemed that this would be the end of their fight. Although Tatarian did not participate of his own free will, he is also not going to just give up and in the same way began to collect mana in his hands. The guy tried to block this fiery flash and thought that it was all because of this damn Code Zero. Iselin listened as the commentator said that the power magician of the Kingdom of Terra, Lord Estello, covered the entire field with an amazing spell, and the main question was whether Lord Theta of the 7 magicians would be able to survive this attack, and she was so interested in watching this fight. She understood that the level of these magicians was simply amazing. They were both several times superior to her skills, so she could only admire and watch their battle. But suddenly she was interrupted by Joshua, who seemed to read her thoughts and added that she would definitely surpass them in strength. It just takes time. Iselin was not ready to see Joshua here, because he said that he had some business, but as it turned out he had already finished these things and she was so glad to see him. Joshua still did not downplay the abilities of those magicians, so he added that their spells were truly amazing. Immediately after the civil war of the princes, in order to calm the nobles, Caesar ordered to erase all traces of the magic of the Kingdom of Terra. Before this they thought that he wanted the unification of the entire continent, so the order was unquestioningly carried out, and everything was burned to the ground. It was then that the best power magician Estello along with his kingdom were buried in history. However, Joshua remembers that in the end it was his explosive magic circle that killed Joshua. It seems fate decided to play a very cruel joke on him. Iselin interrupted his thoughts, because it seemed to her that something was wrong. Although Theta creates huge spells, his mana is still unstable. Tatarian stood around only one flame and still managed to say that he would never have thought that his opponent would take everything so seriously, which Estello really did not like. Estello asked him if he was still trying to appear cool, then it was not a good idea. But Tetherian answered him completely differently. He believed that it was more a reason to put in a little effort. The man did not understand how the puppy could survive at all after his attack, because from such a spell he should have received at least some damage. Tetherian said that he himself created this wall, which he calls the Wall of Winds, which helped him evade Estello's fiery flash. Estello couldn't believe the fact that this guy had just repelled his attack with a wind spell. How was that even possible? Tetherian told him that wind element spells are usually very weak in defense, but what should he do if he specializes in this? Therefore, he and our new ways of using spells, and now it was his turn, so he could only ask for forgiveness for what he was now going to do. But Estello believed that all his spells could not be blocked by such skills, so he began to collect mana in his hands in order to carry out the next attack. What he did after a short amount of time, he sent out a new wave of fire, which should have simply destroyed his barrier. Tetherian did not mind watching this. Even Joshua, who has seen so much in his life, was very surprised to see this wall of winds, and now he has an understanding of how he does it. The guy understood that, a man shrouded in winds, he became the wind, giving birth to countless legends across the continent. Estello couldn't quite believe what was happening now. How was this even possible? No one had ever parried his blows. But he didn't even suspect that in addition to the fact that the guy would parry his blow, he would also be able to strike back. This mage was not just any mage, he was called the first great mage of the ATH class of the third generation, the traitor of the magic tower, or simply Tetherian Witsocks. The commentator announced to the entire arena that after Lord Tet's attack, Lord Estello could not do anything and was sent out of the field, and thus he lost. After which he announced that the master of the Storm of Seven Magicians, Lord Theta, is the winner. It was interesting to watch him, especially the thought of whether Lord Theta, who is participating in the Battle of Masters for the first time, will be able to become the first to be awarded the title of Master of Magic? This was a direct question to the judges, four of whom voted for him to become a master, and thus, Lord Theta receives the right to become a Master of Magic. The Storm Master was glad to hear this. He even had the thought in his head that he was a little scared, because this guy turned out to be much stronger than he thought, but still he managed to defeat him. Iseline could not even imagine that the magic of the great Estello could not give any effect. It was such a strong protective spell. Joshua noticed that she was so surprised, and she confirmed this. Because she had never seen such a thing, this made her understand that she needed to develop Yuken endlessly. It was funny for Joshua to hear such words, because the thought flashed through his head that if he had not been killed and he would have lived on, then he was almost sure that the third person to become ATH grade would have been Iseline. Iseline suddenly told him to be extremely careful, because from what she saw, the power mage Estello was close to reaching 6th grade. She also added that there are a lot of rumors around him. Taking all this into account, that person from the seven magicians named Theta is at least a 6th class master. At such moments, Joshua truly feels like a martial arts master, and he can no longer wait to fight with a 6th class master. The guy could not even think that the Storm Mage, the great magician Tetherian Witsocks, would be in a place like this. Joshua was sure that he had a couple more aces hidden up his sleeve, and he already wanted to fight him, because the battle with the great magician would be a worthwhile experience. Before the fight ended, the commentator announced that they were ready to start the next fight. The man was sure that absolutely everyone was waiting for this fight. The entire continent had gathered here to watch the fight between these two and the first of the fighters, Prince Uravis. Well, his opponent, no less powerful, Lord Axelar. The fans were again divided into several groups, each of which was rooting for its favorite. Some supported Uravis, and some supported the mercenary Axelar. Iseline, oddly enough, was on Axelar's side and hoped that he wasn't too nervous, because he just needed to give his best and everything would be fine. Joshua was sure that everything would be fine, because Axelar, whom he knows, would not give up without a fight, but the girl already understood this perfectly well, but she could not do anything about her excitement. The guy was excited, although Joshua knew perfectly well how it would all end, because this fight had created a stir in his past life. Until nothing changed, he was sure he would win, but he was still interested in what would happen in this timeline. Unraveling smiled as he looked at his opponent. He was very confident in his victory, but still showed respect and wished his opponent good luck. Axelar also did not say anything unnecessary and wished him good luck, although he later changed his mind because they were on the battlefield. Therefore, he decided to skip all these formalities and went into battle, because he was tired of just standing there. Unraveling nevertheless decided not to remain silent, and told him not to think that they were on the same level with him just because they were fighting with each other. He was only second. But the prince could not expect that his opponent would be so strong, so he understood that he would have to make some efforts in order to win. Unraveling managed to carry out a good counterattack, which seemed very strong to him, and after this it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge it. But what a surprised face he had when he saw how Axelar blocked this blow with just a wave of his hand. The prince did not understand how he managed to destroy the aura of his sword, because no one had managed to do this before. Axelar was at the peak of anger, because he really wanted to win and answered his opponent that this was nothing, so he could count on an interesting fight. All these conversations distracted the prince, so he still missed a blow from the great Axelar, and it was actually very difficult to end the Unraveling. Unraveling did not fully understand how this was even possible. This man truly has incredible strength. Therefore, he told him in response that his appearance does not fit in with the number of tricks he uses. Axelar believed that knights like him would not understand this, because mercenaries like him do not live off pride, but only on money that they have to earn through hard work. Unraveling understood his pain, but still asked him not to wait for the prince to just stand there and wait for him to be defeated, so he decided to use one of his strongest blows, namely the winner of the fires, Wolfus. This was quite unexpected for Axelar, and it was especially difficult for him because the ground under his feet simply began to crumble. But this was not the end, and Unraveling dealt him another fiery blow with the words that Axelar should try to survive this too. Such a powerful blow caused a huge explosion, which was hard to look at, let alone dodge. The commentator, like all the spectators, was delighted with such a blow, because the fire created by Prince Unraveling fills the entire arena and the mighty Axelar is not guaranteed to be able to survive such an attack. Joshua thought that it was still him, the same as in the vision of the battle between the King of Beasts Altsma and Prince Unraveling. When Joshua gained control of the Death Knight, he saw his memories, where magma was everywhere and nothing could be done. Rugia didn't understand why he even made that Death Knight his ally, because even if he can support himself in his own demonic energy, still, when he moves away from his owner, he becomes very weak, and Rugia did not understand why he was doing this. And he also added that the longer he is with Joshua, he realizes more and more how stupid he is. Joshua couldn't control his emotions, so at one point he lost his temper and asked him to shut up, but Iseline was nearby, who seemed to have misunderstood everything. She thought it was because of her, because she decided that he was too hot because of the fight, so she decided to cool him down a little, but as it turned out, Joshua asked her not to worry about it. Rugia continued to say that he did not understand what was happening here. Some people were fighting tooth and nail, and others were encouraging them, but Joshua did not listen to him and asked him to get lost, and at the same time told Iseline that he had lost his temper a little very hot. Axelar still managed to block Unraveling's blow, and the fight could continue. Unraveling didn't even think about finishing yet, because he so wanted to see how long his opponent could hold out. But Axelar was not going to play any games with him, and at one moment decided to end it all. He used one of the strongest punches he had in his arsenal, which he called Earthquake and Earth Crush. But Unraveling was again one step ahead and asked his opponent to come up with something better, because he couldn't be defeated with such simple blows. It was funny for Axelar to hear this, because he was just creating a path for himself with the help of which he would get closer to Uravis. The commentator said that the mighty Axelar had made his way to Prince Uravis, which had previously been closed. Despite the magma burning through his body, he was closing the distance. The man was already close enough and suggested that he end the meaningless battle of attrition and move on to a direct confrontation like real men. Uravis did not expect such great speed from such a big man, so he hardly had time to block his blow with his sword. But this was all just a deceptive maneuver in order to deliver an equally strong kick from the foot, which simply slammed Uravis into the ground. But Axelar didn't stop there and decided to use the aura of a huge fist to finally end this fight. He dealt such a strong blow that huge pieces of earth simply fell away from them, and a huge explosion arose around them. Uravis was of course surprised by such strength, but was still able to dodge such a powerful attack, and now he was about to start a serious battle. He added that with such a final blow, Axelar can only scare his mercenaries, but not him. After which he delivered another no less powerful blow, which Axelar was able to block in time. The man thought that he was able to connect all three blows. Moreover, one of them should have been stronger than the aura of the sword of an A-class knight, so he did not understand how Uravis was still standing. Uravis stood with a wide smile and his heart seemed to come out, saying that he was now at the peak of his strength. Iselin liked this match no less than the previous one, but as a magician she could not say who would win, so she decided to ask Joshua's opinion. But Joshua at that moment felt very bad and was literally writhing in pain, which caused Iselin a little panic, but the guy calmed her down and said that everything was fine and she didn't have to worry. The guy understood that the Bronto was getting out of control and Rugia suddenly asked him whether it had started or not, but Joshua did not understand what his friend was talking about. Rugia began to tell him that Prince Uravis was actually hiding all his potential, but Joshua did not understand why he was telling him this, because he already knew about it. The guy knew that Uravis' skills were not just some kind of lights, they were hellish flames capable of burning anything and anyone, a demonic flame that even Dukalsma, who had reached the level of a master, could not approach. Rugia absolutely agreed with him. These skills come from the primordial magma stone, which has the characteristic of extinction, and the man who has the primordial stone already knows that he has it too. Joshua couldn't believe it. How was this even possible? And suddenly he saw Uravis looking right at him. Rugia added that to be precise, it seemed that the magma felt the energy of Bronto. The guy could not believe that primordial stones could react to each other, and as Rugia explained to him, primordial stones were originally considered parts of God. And based on this, there cannot be several of them, each of the stones is a single whole of one large stone.
After such a serious battle, it was obvious that the old man would have to recover for a long time. But he was quite lucky that the priests would help him with this, although after several hours of persistent treatment, it became clear that this kind of wound would not heal at all, and they decided that they needed to call more priests, and meanwhile the man endured all this pain. His girlfriend, who was most worried about him, stood at the door to his room and shouted at the guards, because she did not understand why she could enter Mr. Axelar, because the competition was already over. The guys who were on guard today asked the girl to understand the fact that in order to avoid trouble, everyone whose identity was confirmed was prohibited from entering, so she was advised to return to her room. Suddenly, their recommendations were interrupted by Joshua, who made it clear to them that she was his colleague, and they would still go to Mr. Axelar's room. The guys were persistent today and tried to contradict Joshua, saying that they insisted that no one should enter this room, and they said this until Mr. Ryan interrupted them and literally ordered them to let them in. District Geiger, that was the name of this man who held the position of ruler of Linerheart, and was one of the 12 superhumans, who at that time had some business in the temple, but now it does not matter, because he is here to report that Mr. Joshua was recognized as a master, so there is no need to worry. The guys couldn't refuse such a tall man like Ryan, and still allowed Joshua and his girlfriend into Axelar's room. She immediately ran up to him and wanted to know how he was feeling and whether he even recognized her. Axelar felt a little ashamed that they saw him in such a state, because he believed that he had shown incredible weakness, but they immediately calmed him down, because he actually fought great. It was just that the enemy was really too strong. Joshua, looking at the man, thought about the fact that he received a direct blow from the fatal flame. So treatment with ordinary sacred magic does not help. so he thought about using his sacred power. But before that, he had never used it. But apparently the same one came moment when it's worth taking a risk. He remembered that they said that this type of magic directly depends on the caster, and with its power he can help. So Joshua gathered all his strength in one hand and, after concentrating, began the recovery process. Mr. Axler's deep wounds began to gradually heal, and this happened literally before our eyes. Everyone was delighted, although they did not fully understand how this was even possible, because the priests used their magic for several hours, but nothing came of it. After which the guy came and literally in one moment was able to lift Mr. Axler to his feet. The girl immediately ran up to him and started asking him how he managed to do this. Joshua admitted to her with a smile that this was actually his first time doing this, and he wasn't even sure that he would succeed. Meanwhile, the subordinates of King Uravis congratulated him on the fact that he won the battle, also received the title of Master, and even made it to the finals, which is actually worth a lot. All that remains is to win and become the new ruler of Lionheart. Uravis himself expected to be awarded the title of Master, and reaching the finals after one victory is indeed a great success. But who could have known that the pride of Hubald, Mr. Christian, who got into the competition without a preliminary fight, would refuse to participate? Uravis wanted to fight him so bad, but apparently it wasn't fate, although it's worth noting that the last duel with Axler was also okay, because it showed that you can't ignore your opponent's reputation. Axler, after this fight, became the first loser in history to receive the title of Master. That's expensive costs. But most importantly, he believed that if the rumors about Joshua were true, then in the finals he would be a stronger opponent than the man called Seda. Uravis was extremely curious to find out as much as possible about Joshua, so at one point he decided to conduct a preliminary investigation, and for this he told his warriors that he would like to go alone. They were against this decision, because they believed that it was actually too late and wanted to accompany him. But Uravis asked them not to worry about it, and while he was gone, they could rest. A few minutes after he went for a walk, he approached the main office of the Moon Gate, where they were already waiting for him, and the king did not even think that the meeting would be so brazenly organized right next to the road. His interlocutor immediately answered him, and said that this shows that they are confident in their product, which is why they are here, on the top floor of the office. The guy he was talking to was called Zero. He was the former head of the Lunar Gate branch in Arcadia, and he hoped for understanding, because at the moment their head was missing. Uravis thought that this was actually only a plus, because he needed the information that Zero had, which surprised the guy a little. The king did not tell him anything else, and started talking about what he heard that for information about Joshua, he asked for 1,000,000 gold coins, and Uravis offered him a deal in which he right now gives him this amount of coins, and he tells him everything about Joshua. This made the guy smile, and the first thing he did was tell him that he respected him immensely. But Mr. Joshua is the only one on the entire continent who has the information that his organization needs, so he would not want to do something that could harm him. Besides, the price was set incorrectly. The current circumstances are too different. Uravis understood what the guy was getting at, so he asked him a question directly. How much does he want right now? Zero's smile only grew even bigger because according to his words, information about Joshua Sanders is worth 100,000,000 gold. After such an answer, Uravis could not stay in this office for a long time, so he left there. Because he did not understand what this ridiculous amount was, he had only one explanation, and that was that the guy was not going to tell anything from the very beginning. But this made him think that if the Lunar Gate so protects information about Joshua, then does Zero have just as valuable information? After Zero was left alone, he was approached by his interlocutor, who had actually listened to the entire dialogue with Uravis, and he asked the guy a question in which he wanted to know if Zero would be curious to know why he was ordered to name such a high price. Zero decided that it would be impudent to ask for such things, so he said that he had only carried out his order. The interlocutor answered him that everything was in order, and in his place, he would also be interested to know. The answer was actually simple. Their organization just needs finances, therefore the amount is appropriate. The guy himself understood this perfectly well, because their organization is now going through hard times, and missing out on such a chance to get 1,000,000 gold coins would be simply a crime. Over the course of 5 years, they spent a lot of money on eliminating the rotten part of the organization and further stabilizing it. Tens of millions of gold coins were spent on the ordered destruction of 3 elders alone. His thoughts were interrupted by his master, who at some point decided to ask the guy if he knew about that mercenary of a special rank who removed the elders. In response, Zero said that he had heard something, but not in detail. After such an answer, the master told him that there was information that she was going to unite all mercenary organizations on the continent. This put Zero in a state of shock, because he didn't understand how it was even possible. To gather all the mercenaries who trusted only themselves, It was even difficult for the guy to imagine how this could be done. The master also couldn't believe it, but they say that she has already earned the trust of many of her colleagues, and perhaps the unification of mercenary organizations is just around the corner. Zero immediately asked who this person could be, to which the master told him that some people call her role-playing assassins. But still, this was not the most important detail. The important thing was that she personally mentioned the name of Joshua Sanders. Zero was not stupid, and almost immediately realized that this meant that all organizations were uniting in order to remove Joshua. The master didn't know for sure. She could only assume that perhaps the red coin, the location of which only he knows, would never be found, and therefore she believed that information about Joshua Sanders should not be passed on to anyone so that it would not reach the mercenary queen. Sometime after completing rehabilitation, Axler already began training. He could, as before, deliver blow after blow, which meant that the healing was perfect, and this could not but please him. Although he did not fully understand how it happened that the sacred power used for the first time turned out to be more effective than the skills of the highest-ranking priests. Axler even suggested that Miss Islin learn this skill from Joshua, and perhaps then she would become the most powerful magician on the continent. But the girl was thinking about something, so she did not even respond to these proposals. The big man decided to come closer to her and ask what happened to her. Did she really miss Joshua already? But in response he only received a scream, because in her opinion, this is complete nonsense. In addition, he scared her very much when he got so close, so she couldn't help but scream. Axler tried to explain to her that she immediately sank as soon as Joshua disappeared, so he decided to clarify this question. Islin explained to him that she had this condition not because of Joshua, but because of the man she saw in the temple. Axler immediately decided to find out who she was talking about. What kind of person was he? The girl did not know his name, so she could only try to describe him, and began with the fact that he looked like a lion, whom people addressed with respect, and seemed to call him Mr. Ryan. Axler suddenly stopped smiling, because he knew one Ryan, who was one of the 20 superhumans of the continent. And had they really seen the king of the lions, Ryan Geiger? The girl immediately had a smile on her face, because that was the man's name, and she was glad that she was still able to remember his name correctly. For the big guy, it was actually strange, because it's difficult to see him, and here it was such a chance meeting. So Axler suggested that perhaps he specifically came to the temple in order to see Joshua, to evaluate him, because if he wins the competition, then Joshua will probably challenge him to a fight. Islin did not fully understand why the big man believed that Joshua would choose him out of all 12 people. Axler believed that the reason was actually simple, although the winners of the master competition from time to time became the rulers of Lionheart. But to gain people's recognition at the same time was a completely different matter. The old man thought that if he showed his abilities by defeating the current Lion King, then he could definitely touch the hearts of people. And most importantly, it seemed to him that he was one of the most convenient opponents for receiving the title of Superman. The man looked at his opponent with a smile and told him that this was actually too much. That's how they show up without warning and express their dissatisfaction. Joshua was the one the man addressed, and the guy answered him that he had come here to warn that the current Lord of the Magic Tower, Ian Donfore, would soon die. Joshua believed that Evergrande would soon destroy the current Lord of the Magic Tower, Foray, and then take his place. This caused incredibly strong indignation in the man, so he began to shout at Joshua and ask him to shut his mouth, because as it seemed to him, he perfectly understands that in this way, the guy wants to knock him out of himself before the competition. It seemed to him that to believe in such nonsense, you had to be stupid, because the first 7th grade magician would be destroyed by a wizard who babysits children in the palace. Joshua continued to tell him that he had recently learned that 5 years ago, a man was looking for him, following Bronto and the lightning magician, so he wanted to ask the man now if it was true. The man did not hide it, and added that he followed him, as soon as he found out. But by that time Joshua had already become a court knight, so he believed that he could only wait until he began to act alone outside of Avalon. But he did not understand. Why did Joshua even ask him this? Joshua told him that these 5 years he had been collecting information about Evergrande and accidentally heard that he was planning a coup d'etat to take over the Magic Tower, and now Joshua knows perfectly well who is behind him. But in fact, Joshua learned this from Caesar before his rebirth. In any case, it was the truth, which his interlocutor did not want to believe until the very end. So he smiled sarcastically, after which he asked Joshua to leave, because he had already lost too much time while listening to all this nonsense, and now it seemed to him that he would stop worrying about the Magic Tower and advise Joshua to worry about himself first, because he was going to give him an official punishment for his crimes. Joshua also didn't try to prove anything to him, so he added with a smile that it was his right to believe it or not, but in case it goes as he said, he has something to offer in this case. The guy was interested in this, so he still asked Joshua what he meant, To which the guy answered him that he would stop Evergrande, and in return the man would have to help him become emperor. His people, whom he sent to find out everything they could about Baron Joshua, arrived at the place where Uravis trained. But they didn't come to him with information about Joshua. They were going to tell him that Seth, one of the 7 magicians, refused to participate in the semifinals. The old man screamed at the top of his voice when he found out this, because he could not understand how the brat even dared to refuse to participate in the semifinals, and also against Code Zero, which he could have destroyed with ease. Semi was already tired of listening to this cry. He even had to close his ears at some points in order to answer that he understood everything perfectly well. But perhaps the old man would be a little quieter and listen to him. But the man didn't care, and he had already reached the point where he even has no idea what to do with Bronto. Semi still could not stand it and interrupted him with words that Bronto 5 years ago became one with Baron Joshua, and they say that Mr. King of Lightning wanted to take the crystal by force. But Joshua resisted, and everything ended sadly for the man. And this only meant that the destruction occurred in an attempt to defend itself. But the old man was not going to believe that 10-year-old Joshua could defeat the Lightning King, moreover, destroy him. It was funny for Semi to watch this, but he still continued to prove to the old man that it was true, although he himself did not fully believe in it. The guy now knew that the King of the Earth had come to warn that Evergrande was planning to capture the Magic Tower, and Semi believed that now it was much more important to go to Avalon and find out where the truth was and where the lies were. But he was not sure that this was worth telling the old man. Suddenly, the old man himself interrupted his thoughts and told him that it would be better if he forgot about everything, although he doubted that the guy learned anything more, because his laziness was always higher than him. Then he added that if the guy tells him the truth, then he orders him to return to the Magic Tower, because he now intends to gather all the magicians. But Semi immediately made him understand that this time he cannot, because he would like to finally see the world. So maybe he'll come next time. The old man yelled at him and ordered him to immediately carry out the order, because these gatherings are actually incredibly important, because a new assistant to the Tower Lord will be chosen. But Semi noticed that the position of the Lightning King is empty. How will they choose? In response to this, the old man told him that he was thinking about giving Evergrande a chance to take this place. And after these words, Semi realized that apparently Joshua was right after all. At the Lunar Gate, on the 5th floor, Joshua listened to how he was congratulated for making it to the finals, to which he replied that it was amazing for him to sit here and talk to the master of the Lunar Gate himself. In response to this, the master told him that it was a pity that their acquaintance was only now taking place. In any case, the master believed that now it would be best to get straight to the point, and she was ready to talk about what interested him so much, and this information concerned not only what was happening in the Fonte family, but also in the Imperial family of Avalon. And he was also ready to inform him about the situation on the continent, which Joshua should be aware of. The guy was not surprised that she already knew what he needed so much. But first the master told him that he must pay for all previous services and reminded him of his promise that he made 5 years ago, in which he promised to tell where the red coin was. Joshua, in response to this, told her that even if he said the Moon Gate would not be able to do anything, and he did not understand, is this so important now? The master didn't have time to say anything when Joshua called her name, the silver-eyed demon, Lilith Aphrodite, which shocked her, because she couldn't even imagine how he could know this. But still, she found the strength to answer him that this was quite amazing, because she kept wondering why Baron Joshua Sanders was called the best. But now she has an understanding. Now she was ready to take off her mask, but not before adding that he hadn't really thought through everything. In her opinion, the situation has changed, and in the current conditions the coin has become a vital item. The red coin is an attribute of the main god Hermes. In Hubald, who worships Hermes, the red coin is also called the Grail. In this state there is a party of supporters of the Emperor and a party of supporters of the Pope. The possession of the Lunar Gate, which controls all the information of the continent, gives power. Lilith knew very well that the supporters of the Pope had won in the party struggle, and therefore she was able to save this place. But the sacred artifact, called the Tear of God, was irretrievably lost. Although she believed that the word destroyed was more appropriate here. And she believed that Joshua was the criminal who destroyed the sacred artifact, to which he reacted quite sharply. The guy did not answer her, so Lils had to ask him again, because if you believe his words, now supporters of the Pope are looking for a red coin that can replace the Tear of God. Joshua realized that apparently they needed this coin incredibly badly, so he answered the girl that it was kept by the Imperial family of Avalon, which literally shocked the girl. He noticed how much she began to worry, so he asked her not to worry so much, because he gave his word, so he would have to find a way to take it back. Lilith calmed down a little when he told her these words, after which she said that she had no choice but to entrust him with this matter, and she really hoped that he could handle it. But before that, Joshua asked her to share information, which they promised to provide him with. Now she was not against this, but immediately warned him that the Grail was payment for previous information, and in order to get new information, he would have to make a deal directly with her. Joshua was not against it, and he was ready to pay any amount if, of course, we are talking about money. She immediately made it clear to him that she didn't mean money, and the guy was ready to listen to her, and added that if he could give it, then there would be no problem, and they could already conclude this deal. The terms of the deal were quite unexpected, but still the girl said it out loud. She wanted Joshua to marry her. This was the main condition. After some time, she returned to her room and said that he did not give her a clear answer when she offered him this option. After Zero was finally convinced that Joshua had left, he asked the lady to go out, to which she gave him a positive answer, because in fact he was also a great fellow, because he had worked quite well today. But still she wanted to know if he had received the news about the situation in the Fonte family. Zero was happy to tell her this information, and began by going through the only entrance to the valley. After the freezing of the Dennis River by the Cromwell family, the mercenary king led the army to the Aden Gorge. But what was most surprising for Zero was that to freeze the river they used the 7th level ice magic from the Blizzard Scroll, and this is known to be the highest rank. Lilith could not believe this information, because she had no idea how a 7th level magic scroll could exist. After all, she understood perfectly well that in order to imprint magic, it is necessary for the magician to be a class higher than the class of the spell, which means that the scroll was created by someone of at least the 8th level. Zero confirmed this assumption, and added on his own that now the most powerful magician of the continent is the Lord of the Magic Tower, Ian Donfore, but his powers are limited to the 7th level, and therefore Zero believes that one of the ancient magic scrolls was used then. Lilith was a little unclear why the family of the Marquis Cromwell decided to take such a step. Zero believed that they intended to break the Fonte family with one blow and it was only a matter of time. The girl repeated his words, but she believed that it was definitely a matter of time. But it was not clear for whom exactly and for what family. Finally, this moment has come. They began to announce the final competition, in which the main character of the Masters competition will be determined and the one who will become the new ruler of Lionheart. The battle begins between Baron Joshua Sanders, the youngest owner of Avalon Mana, and his opponents today will be essentially the very embodiment of Magma, the Knight of the Solar Flame, King Uravis, who, in turn, was going to exert all his strength in order to finish this battle with an outcome that was understandable to everyone. Joshua was also quite sharp-tongued and could only add that he was waiting for this, so he wanted to start this fight as soon as possible. King Uravis, as everyone knew, the ruler of Tran, one of the great 9 stars, a celestial warrior. He is known for using the magma source crystal and using it quite skillfully. He also uses an unusual weapon, because the parts of his sword are connected by steel wire, and on the eastern continent such a weapon is called a snake, or folding sword, which Joshua could already feel on himself. During the battle, Uravis did not hesitate to shout that his spear was not suitable for their battle, because his blow covered the entire arena. The very moment came when Joshua was no longer in the mood for jokes, and he thought that this was not in the memories of Duke Alzma, so the guy didn't think that Uravis would show here what he hid even in the battle with the Duke. Was he really that serious? In any case, it was a great honor for Joshua, and although it was difficult for him, he still enjoyed every second of this fight. After a few minutes of battle, Joshua could already notice the fact that Uravis's fighting technique was based on the unpredictable trajectory of the sword, and also this speed, which is inherent only to masters, neither in the past nor in this life. He did not want to fight with such an opponent as Uravis. Today there were not many people on Joshua's side, but Islin and Axler came to support him again, although the man came because he bet all his money on Joshua. But this did not change the fact that he came to cheer for him. Iselin was a little surprised that he placed a bet, but the man immediately explained to her that the organizers had artificially equalized the number of bets on each side, and yet Joshua's victory would give him an amount 12 times larger, and only for this reason he decided to bet almost all his money. He thought that she would understand him, but Iselin was angry, and she was no longer going to be in the company of a person like Axler. But as it turned out, she was angry because he didn't offer to bet on her either, so she kindly asked him to take him to where they accept bets so that she could bet everything on Joshua. Joshua at that moment thought that now Uravis should be much weaker than in his previous life, but it is still difficult to deal with him, which means that he has only one way to deal with him. Uravis at this moment did not forget to humiliate the guy with words, so he told him that he could not even respond to such a weak and basic attack. So he asked Joshua to do something to amuse him at least a little. But then he decided that he wouldn't play anyway, and warned Joshua that this would be the end of their fight, after which he released a flame at him, which in his opinion was simply impossible to fight off. Unraveling believed that this flame was capable of absorbing absolutely everything it touched. But Joshua did not think so and was quite easily able to repulse what seemed to the man a serious blow. After that, the smile on Unraveling's face disappeared, and he thought that the guy had just reflected his hellish flame, which evaporates even mana. This, in his opinion, simply cannot be, unless this guy has a source crystal. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that he noticed how his body was trembling, and this made him understand that the trembling that arose in the first meeting with this guy was not accidental. Apparently, Unraveling's body itself senses that Joshua is the strongest opponent whom he met. But this only made him happy, as did Joshua, who looked at Unraveling with a smile. While he was talking about the fact that the guy was the same as him, his magma excited him, sensing the crystal of Joshua's source. Unraveling was so happy, because he had never fought such an opponent before, so he was sure that this fight would not end with childish fuss with swords. From that moment on, he became interested in finding out how magma brought to its limits would manifest itself in a battle against another crystal of the source. But apparently today, he will be able to test it. Unraveling gradually began to go crazy, and only spoke about how rising to the limit and overcoming it is what he lives for. But Joshua is unlikely to understand him, but it can be fixed, so the man was going to show him this. The host of this wild show happily shouted that King Unraveling was making an even stronger impression than in the last duel, because he was covered in flames and appeared in a new image. He looked like a devil who had come out of the hell of solar flames and was about to destroy everything around him. And he also did not forget to add that he still does not control this power so well, and at times, he may not control himself. It seemed that the situation was really stalemate, but Joshua continued to smile, and could only answer him that it was quite arrogant on his part, but he would still try to adapt to this rhythm. And Joshua decided to keep up with his opponent, and also decided to show him what divine power is, of which Unraveling is so proud. He used maximum energy and changed his appearance, after which he added with a smile to Unraveling that he really should be more careful, because he still has little control over this power, especially when his blood is boiling inside, which wants to go into battle, after which Joshua went into battle. Unraveling liked it, but he also reminded Joshua that the boy might have become faster, but it's still not easy to take him and the result will still be the same. He will become the winner. While Joshua was preparing his second blow, he quite accurately noted that the only thing that reached the skies here was his arrogance. But it still gets boring sooner or later. So Joshua has already played enough and decided that it's time to show him which of them is really strong. Joshua's attack reached its target and even slightly wounded Unraveling, but the man didn't even notice it, so he couldn't dodge it. But this only made him even more angry, so he decided to use the spirit of the sun to create a wall of fire around himself. This wall was really strong, and all subsequent blows that Joshua tried to deliver were successfully blocked. So the guy decided that it was time for him to change tactics. The host of this strange event was already in an anti-fire suit and said that they were lucky, because now they were essentially watching the Battle of the Gods, which was becoming more intense every second. Unraveling went wild and asked Joshua to feel how the magma inside him yearns to absorb his crystal and become even stronger. Joshua did not hide the fact that he, in fact, also had a great desire to take all his energy from him. So he decided to offer Unraveling to make a small bet, in which the loser gives up his source crystal and becomes the winner's servant. Unraveling didn't even think about it for a second before agreeing. Apparently, he was too confident in his victory. After he added that he would get Joshua and another crystal, then the transformation of Tran into a true kingdom would no longer be just a dream. So today he fought solely for this reason. Joshua, at that moment, recalled that in a past life, people called Unraveling the Little Sun. Enemies, not having a chance to get closer to him, were torn into pieces and became a handful of ashes, and Joshua very much did not want to meet with this messenger of hell again. But nevertheless, he once pierced such Unraveling with his spear, which made him an invincible lancer. And in order to repeat this in this life, the guy decided to use the 5th level of the magical spear technique, which allowed him to use his strongest blow, which was called True Lightning, and it was probably the only blow in the whole world that could break through Unraveling's defense. Apparently, after rebirth, this blow did not lose its uniqueness, because Unraveling was seriously wounded, and in his head the only thoughts were that nothing was seen or heard, only a brief flash. It was too fast an attack which most likely could not even compare with the attack of the bloody Duke Lucifer. And about his attacks, they also said that first a person feels pain, and only then hears the sound of a blow, which apparently he had to feel today. Axler and Iselin, who were sitting in the front rows with their betting tickets, were no less shocked than the rest of the audience. Even the presenter was not prepared for such a turn of events, so he could not comment on this blow. All that could be noticed was that some kind of flash of lightning threw King Euravus far away, and if not for the wall, then most likely he would have been flying for a long time. In any case, it didn't matter anymore, because the winner of this year's Masters competition was the representative of Avalon, Mr. Joshua Sanders. While Joshua could enjoy the fact that he emerged victorious from the final fight, Euravus at that moment found himself in another space in which he did not understand what was happening, because he had literally just participated in the fight. He understood that most likely he was here for a reason, and most likely he simply lost consciousness, which means that he lost. Euravus thought that he could only envy the strength of the last Joshua, so he would not deny anything, but honestly admit that he lost. But suddenly his internal dialogue was interrupted by a voice that told him that he was a complete disappointment. The king did not understand what was happening at all, and why the magma inside him began to act on its own. What happened? She literally left him through severe pain, and Euravus could not do anything about it. He could only endure it. After a moment he was able to withstand this pain. But now he had another question. What was it all about? The magma that was inside Euravus's body literally came out of him and spoke, saying that source crystals do not accept defeat, and since King Euravus himself had just admitted this defeat, he no longer has the right to own the crystal. Listening to all this, Euravus could not say a word. He simply could not believe it. His silence was interrupted by a huge mouth, which began to literally shout to Euravus that now this is his crystal, and he will become a slave. Euravus woke up screaming and for moments still did not understand that it was a dream. It seemed to him that he was so real, even with too much. Besides, now that he woke up, he didn't feel the magma, so he wanted to find out as soon as possible what happened. Suddenly he saw a letter that was lying next to his bed, which he immediately grabbed in his hands, and it was written there that Joshua, as promised, took the magma from him. And as for the second condition of their dispute, he believed that it was too burdensome for the king to be servant, so he asked Euravus to fulfill one request. This message made Euravus laugh, and he laughed because this guy gave him a hard time and still won. And after all this, he wished a speedy recovery. And while Euravus was resting and retreating from the battle, people gathered to crown the new king Lionheart. Even Ryan Geiger himself, the current ruler of Lionheart, arrived at the site to personally look at the new king, which as promised was Joshua Sanders, who successfully defeated King Euravus in the final fight. In honor of the occasion, they knelt to greet Joshua Sanders, the winner of the Masters competition and the new ruler of Lionheart, and were glad to announce the transfer of the throne according to tradition. Joshua, in response to this, asked them for one request, since he is too busy. He would like to omit all unnecessary things and carry out only the necessary procedures. The district liked these words and liked the way the guy spoke. Plus, he also didn't like all these procedures and traditions. They were too boring. Therefore, he happily supported this idea and ordered everyone to get up quickly, because the king says that he is busy, so they should skip the formalities and go directly to the main procedure. Kinaitu, the king's assistant, believed that this was impossible, and argued that all this was due to the fact that the inhabitants of the continent reproached them anyway, that the king of Lionheart is only called that, and if they still do not conduct the ceremony according to the rules, then they will simply be laughed at. Joshua, in response to these words, could only say that this was a great disappointment for him. Kinaitu did not quite understand what he was talking about. After which the guy asked a direct question in which he wanted to know since when did Lionheart care about the opinions of the inhabitants of the continent. After all, Joshua believed that everyone here worthy, regardless of their origin, has a chance to become a king. And besides, as far as he knows, they are incredibly proud of Nagashin's radiant will, and he stands here only because he defeated all the strongest rivals thanks to his skills. Based on all this, Joshua immediately made it clear to them that if he had to worry about someone's opinion in Lionheart, then he would give up the title. After which she turned around and began to leave. Kinaitu began to panic because he did not understand what was going on here, and how can one voluntarily give up the title? The man asked him to return because he swore loyalty to the will of Nagashin and lives only to bring it to life. He realized that he would probably have to apologize for his words, after which he asked Joshua to think again. The guy stopped and answered him that even if he becomes king, he won't be able to handle things alone, and since his so-called support is mired in unnecessary formalities and only cares about other people's opinions, then he's not sure that he can lead them. And anyone can sit on the throne in royal robes. In his opinion, it doesn't have to be him. Kinaitu looked carefully into Joshua's eyes and realized that his gaze only said that he seriously intended to lead Lionheart to greatness. And the man had now shown himself not to be at his best in front of a great hero who sincerely cared about the city. The decision came to him on its own. He decided to fall to his knees and beg the new king for forgiveness, and also ask him to help Lionheart change. Joshua once again asked them not to be hostages of simple formalities, to which Kinaitu immediately swore to him not to be like before. This made the guy happy, so he turned to them and said that if they were true to their beliefs, he would be happy to help them. because he was their new king, Joshua Sanders. The residents of Lionheart have been waiting for a long time for a new king, a real king, who will really help them get out of the crisis, and they sincerely believed that with Joshua Sanders, everything would get even better for them. At that moment, Ryan was thinking that this boy was not many years old yet, but he was already so skillfully controlling these lining snakes. This is not just art, but an unsurpassed masterpiece. But at that moment, he decided that that was enough admiration for today, because it was time to move on to the main thing. Therefore, the man turned to Joshua directly and wanted to ask the new king a question. Joshua did not know what the man wanted to ask him, but decided to immediately warn him that it was better to prepare for an unexpected answer. Ryan believed that this was not important, because he believed that the guy should already know that, as the winner of the Masters competition, he could challenge 9 stars and 12 superhumans, and he told him all this so that the king would finally choose his opponent. Joshua immediately told him that he would probably be upset, but as his opponent, he was going to choose one of the 12 superhumans, the head of all the Bavarian mercenaries. The king of mercenaries, one of the 12 superhumans. These were the titles held by this big guy, whom everyone around called Bavariant, who didn't think that an ordinary knight could have such skills, so he wanted to know the name of this miracle knight. The guy responded by telling him that his name is Kane, and he's a proud knight of the Sanders family. The Bavarian responded to this by telling the guy that he would remember this name for a long time. The man also added that he recognizes the guy as a person, but it still won't help him, although he can still remember in the next world who destroyed him. Kane at that moment was thinking that he of course knew that his strength would not be enough to resist the Superman, but would it really end like this for him? But at one moment his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that he saw a ghost in front of him, controlled by Joshua, and it was he who at the last moment blocked Bavarian's blow. This didn't stop the man at all, and he didn't mind destroying this guy as well, although before that he still wanted to find out who he was. The answer surprised him a little because this strange ghost said that he was taking this little guy with him, after which he used one of his spells, which was called the Veil of Darkness, after which he and Kane disappeared out of the blue. The Bavarian still tried to strike, but it was too late, because they simply disappeared. Although he was pleased that in a few hours, he was able to meet as many as 2 characters in a day, he did not even know that such talents were hiding in the Fonti Duchy. He didn't really care that they escaped, because it would be even more interesting for him to hunt, because he believed that the Fonti family would disappear without his intervention, so he could play around with such characters a little. Suddenly his plans were interrupted after he heard that someone had signaled a retreat without his permission, which Bavariant did not like very much. But it was a messenger who brought him the news that he was asked to accept a challenge to a fight from the winner of the Masters competition. Bavarian immediately thought that this fool who challenged him would clearly be Axler, because only he could do such a thing. But this is very excellent news for him, because he will just destroy him. Mr. Icarus at that moment was thinking that Mr. Kane should have already arrived at the place, but for some reason there was no news from him, and now it seemed to him that information could leak out, and he was captured. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a lady who took his hand and began to say that he actually looked quite tired, so she suggested that he rest as soon as the meeting was over. He wanted to say that he was fine, but she apparently didn't even listen to him. I didn't want to, because I constantly interrupted and insisted on my own. Of course, after all these words and requests, he had to agree with her. On this, they agreed with her, after which she officially opened the 11th meeting, and to begin with, she turned to Count Verdot because she wanted to check with him whether he had found a communication port in her father's secret vault. The man with a smile was ready to answer her, because they still completed this task and found a port in a rather unexpected place. He also did not forget to add that if Duke Fonti had not woken up for a while and said where exactly to look, then no one would have guessed it. The girl was a little upset about this because she understood that in this situation they were really very lucky, but next time they might not be so lucky. Cox suddenly added that they had the opportunity to contact the outside world, and therefore he hurried to reassure the girl that she might not worry so much now, because the Duke's condition was improving every day, and he would wake up soon. In addition, the man believed that if he only saw her, he would be filled with a feeling of pride. Charla smiled in response to these words. She was really pleased to hear this. But Cox is not finished yet, and according to him, the good news does not end there, because there was information that the king of the mercenaries had disappeared. But on the contrary, this made the girl even more tense, because she did not understand the logic of such actions. He approached the gate and then decided to retreat. She was immediately reassured, because the reason was actually different. They reported that the winner of the Masters competition challenged him to a duel, so Bavariant left them alone. The girl immediately wanted to know who this hero was, who essentially saved them. One of the advisors hastened to answer, saying that they all knew him very well, because this is the son of Duke Agnes, Joshua Sanders, Shirla almost cried, because in the depths of her soul she hoped to hear this name, but did not think that this was really possible. Icarus's mood also noticeably rose. He thought it was simply amazing. It seemed to him that Mr. Joshua had forgotten about them, but apparently he still remembers. So the guy decided that he would help the local people hold out here until Joshua arrived, and then he would figure everything out himself. This joy was at some point interrupted by Baron Arno, who absolutely tactlessly burst into the meeting room with the words that this simply does not fit into any framework. Count Troy immediately tried to calm him down and asked him to be quieter, but Arno was not going to listen to him, and besides, he believed that as soon as they saw everything with their own eyes, they would immediately change their minds and understand why he was shouting so much. He opened his cloth, which he brought with him, inside which there were fragments of the sword of the Knight Cain, which the scout found early in the morning, and Arno believed that this only happened because of Icarus's stupid plan. The girl did not understand and pretended that she did not want to understand what this could mean, and where was Mr. Cain. Arno, in response to this, began to tell her that she must find out the truth about this boy. He tried to dissuade Icarus from implementing a reckless plan, but in the end, Knight Cain ended up in the heart of the enemy camp, and that's the only reason why the tragedy happened, and how it seemed to him only one explanation. Icarus, in Arno's opinion, wants to undermine their strength in any way and lead to defeat. The man believed that he knew very well that Icarus was Cromwell's spy and should be punished immediately. They tried to stop him and tell him that Mr. Icarus personally discussed this appointment with them, so they believed that there was simply a misunderstanding. But suddenly they were interrupted by Icarus himself, who told them that in fact, they were both right. Then he added that he gave everyone present here different information about which path Mr. Cain would take. Charlotte didn't understand why he did this, so she asked him to immediately explain himself. Icarus confidently told her that he had already said once that you can only trust yourself, and a series of events pushed him to the idea that there was really a spy among them, so he set up nets to catch him. And if you believe the guy's words, then in fact Mr. K went along the 5th food route and there is only one reason for his disappearance without a trace. This reason is the person to whom he told about the 5th way. This person is that same spy. After these words, Icarus asked Cox to stop where he was and finally tell the whole truth about his identity. Cox stopped and in response to these words began to accuse Mr. Icarus, who also knew this path and it arouses more suspicion in him, whether he himself handed over the Knight Cain into the hands of the enemy. Icarus did not answer such questions and simply told Cox that now he would ask him only one question, in which he would like to know where Count Cox went tonight. The man seemed to be expecting this question, so he immediately said that he couldn't sleep at night. So he went out for a little walk and someone probably noticed this. Cox believed that if the guy's suspicions were based on this, then they were pretty stupid. Icarus smiled and noted the fact that he did not say that the man was seen yesterday. He simply asked where he went. In addition, the guy lied about knowing something about his walk at night, and now he became even more interested in whether he really just went out to get some fresh air. Arno intervened in this conversation and began to say that Count Cox and Lady Charles had no need to listen to this nonsense, because Icarus wants to drive them all into a dead end, confuse them, and create chaos. And he thought so only because they all know perfectly well how much Count Cox has done for the Fonte house. So he decided to remind Lady Charlie that she should know better than anyone that he does not deserve such vile accusations against him. These words really made the girl think, because in her head she really couldn't find any reason for Cox to betray them. After all, for her he was a second father, who from childhood to this day has always been by her side. He was her best teacher and only friend, so she couldn't believe that he could just betray them like that. But her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the words of Cox, who suddenly began to say that he wanted to remain a good person in the eyes of Lady Cheryl until the end. But it seems that in his opinion this is not destined to happen. He was tired of hiding, so he decided to still admit that Icarus was right, and he was really a spy, and it was he who tried to poison Duke Fonte, and it was he who conveyed information to Cromwell, only he did all this. Cheryl did not want to believe it until the very end, and her tears, which were accompanied by words of denial, were proof of this. At one point she couldn't stand it, so she started screaming at the man and asking him why he decided to do this. What was it connected with? In response to this, he began to smile and say that they had all forgotten his nickname. He is the Spirit of Gold, which meant that he is essentially a monster that feeds on wealth, and it turned out that at one point he was on the verge of poverty, so he believed that this is a great reason. At this moment, only Icarus could think soberly, who believed that everything was actually not so simple. It seemed to the guy that the relationship with the house of the Marquis of Cromwell was not so familiar, although he understood that you did not have to be one of them to spy. In any case, Icarus was extremely interested in finding out how influential the man was behind Count Cox, and he doubted that it was the Marquis Cromwell. Cox, in response to this, said that Fonty's house for him is like a creation on which he invested his youth, and for him it is actually an expensive place. Arno couldn't stand it and immediately started shouting at him, because he wanted to know why he betrayed the Duke then. In response to this, Cox told him that duty, honor, and even the name always go to the winners. Arno did not quite understand what the man was getting at, so Cox had to say directly that the Avalon Empire is the country of the winners, for which he is ready to play to the end. He believed that today Fonty's house would disappear and there would be nothing left, honor and duty. Absolutely everything would disappear. Arno continued to shout at him and say that he couldn't just get away with this and he wouldn't leave here alive. Suddenly no one was listening to their dialogue because a complete nightmare was happening outside the window. Shirley and Icarus came closer to see what was happening there, and saw a huge explosion that covered everyone with an orange light that gradually ate out the eyes of everyone who looked at it. Meanwhile, Joshua was officially announced as the new ruler of Lionheart, in response to which he promised that he would work hard to turn Lionheart into a better city. Ryan could only add that he was honestly even a little sorry, because he really wanted to fight the guy. But he unexpectedly chose the Mercenary King as his opponent. Joshua continued to smile and repeat that you really don't need any special reasons to fight. And if both sides don't mind, then a duel can be arranged at any time, so he asked Ryan not to be upset. The man absolutely loved such audacity, because he remembered himself in his youth. The man liked Joshua so much that he decided to give him a gift as a sign of his promise. It was a small picture of a lion holding a sword tightly in its teeth. The man added that at the moment he had losses and draws on his account, and if you believe his words, they fought with one opponent for 2 days without rest, but were unable to identify the winner. His opponent is not one of the stars or supermen, just a master of Avalon, and he says this to the fact that the external is not everything, so you should not look exclusively upward. Sometimes, in his opinion, it is useful to look back and look around, without overloading yourself too much. Joshua actually thought about it after hearing these words and repeated the words around him several times in his head. Then he turned around and, before leaving, added to Ryan that he forgot to say hello to his colleagues, so he would go away for a while to fix this problem, although he did not fully understand what the man was saying, but he was still very grateful for his help. The man, as it turned out, was not finished yet, and before Joshua left, he asked him not to forget to carve his name on the tombstone of Nagashina, a royal grave on the outskirts of Lionheart, which is easy to find. Joshua didn't mind and told Ryan that he would try to fulfill his request as soon as possible. In the forest, meanwhile, 3 men stood and waited for Joshua Sanders. They believed that this would be their only chance to deal with him once and for all. Hasegi, that was the name of the man with the sideburns, suddenly started saying that he understood everything. But wasn't the Swallow Empire a much bigger problem than Joshua? Iodine did not understand how they could not guess, because Emperor Verona suddenly fell ill, which is why Duke Lucifer is now sitting on the throne of Swallow, and the man was interested in when warmongers are on the thrones. How long will it be before the world is mired in war? Their third companion, Windmill, completely agreed with them and was literally bursting with anger due to the fact that the situation was getting worse and worse every day. But still, he believed that now it was quite important to remain calm and do everything possible, when suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by another man, who had not even had time to approach them before he began to take out his sword and say that he would not just leave it like that. They immediately realized that they hid Joshua in Avalon and did not want to release him. But they did not understand that apparently the man came not to protect Joshua, but to fight him, because he had been waiting too long for this moment. For Iselin, this was a complete disappointment because she could not believe that Joshua still decided to challenge Bavarian. Axler asked her to be calmer. He believed that Joshua, that is King Joshua, most likely chose this particular opponent for a reason. Iselin understood that Bavarian was now at war with Fonty's home, and this challenge allowed him to gain time. But she still believed that this opponent was too strong, and it seemed reckless to challenge him. Therefore, she knew that the King of Mercenaries was a greater monster than it seemed at first glance, and she was actually so annoyed that a person dear to her, taking risks, was moving forward, and she could do nothing to help him. Axler tried his best to calm her down, so he told her that in fact everything had already happened, so there was no point in panicking. Now the best thing she could do was enjoy the moment. In addition, he asked her not to forget that not only bad things had happened, but also something good. And he was now saying that the bet on the dark horse had worked, and if he had only known about it, he would have bet all the money, which he has. In any case, he managed to earn 36,000 zlotys, and all this was his money. With such money, he believed that he could leave the mercenaries right now. He was literally shaking with pleasure, so he wanted to quickly take the money and leave. Suddenly, his joy was interrupted by a voice that turned to Axler and told him that they had not seen each other for quite a long time, and first of all congratulated him on receiving the title of Master. To say that the man was surprised when he saw Lilith is to say nothing, because he did not understand what she was doing here. But she believed that she did not need a special reason to appear here. Besides, she came to collect her winnings. This actually surprised him even more because he had always thought that she was too religious for betting, but it seems he was wrong. She answered him that she decided that religiosity should not prevent her from supporting her boyfriend. This provoked Axler to ask her who this lucky man was, but then it dawned on him, as well as on Aislinn, that she was talking about Joshua, whom she had just called her boyfriend. Aislinn was obviously upset by this because she didn't understand what right this woman had to call Joshua her boyfriend. Therefore, she decided to ask her who she even was to call Joshua her boyfriend, and whether she really knew him at all. This even made her laugh a little, because she believed that there was no one on the continent who knew Joshua better than her, and she believed that they should call themselves. The girl introduced herself that her name was Aislinn, and she was a very close friend of Joshua. Lilith decided that since the girl did not say her last name, then apparently she was from the common people. But before she had time to continue, Aislinn interrupted her and began to say that she knew nothing, because Joshua always protected her, and in return, she always supported him. And she did it stronger than anyone, unlike some women who have recently appeared. Lilith very much doubted this, and to prove that she was the most supportive of Joshua, she took out a silver ticket. Axler understood perfectly well what this meant, and in what case this ticket was issued. It was issued for a bet higher than 10,000 gold coins, and he could not believe that she could bet such a large amount on Baron Joshua. Lilith noticed that she bet 50,000 on her lover, because she believed that since they were dating him, how could she not be confident in him and his strength? Aislinn had a very subtle reaction to this and simply started giggling, which confused Mrs. Lilith a little. After which she reached into her pocket to pull out something that sparkled very much. But before that she wanted to ask Lilith, or does she evaluate people only by money? Aislinn did not wait for an answer to this question, after which she placed a golden ticket on the table, which was legendary because it is issued for a bet of 100,000 gold coins. As it turned out, Aislinn made a bet of 500,000 gold coins, but she thought that even that kind of money was ridiculous to bet on her best friend. Lilith really did not expect to see something like that. She generally thought that the golden ticket did not exist. In any case, she continued to smile and say that now she was really interested in the girl, because it was quite surprising to her to realize that a girl could have so much money. Aislinn replied that even if she wanted to talk about it, she still would not do it. She mentally recalled that she had received this money by pawning a family heirloom, a treasure that was protected even during the destruction of the house, a blue wing. This was the legacy of the most powerful wizard in the history of the Empire, Jairus Orbis, created by him personally. This artifact gave clarity of mind and increases concentration, increases the speed of using magic, but if she had not been so confident in Joshua's victory, she would not have given the blue wing as collateral. But in the end, her faith was justified, and now she had 6 million gold coins. With this money, she wanted to buy the blue wing back and restore the estate, where she and Joshua would be together. She would like to say live, but she was not alone there, so she had to keep silent about this moment. Although Axler was interested in another question, he wanted to know if she would take him with her to the estate, because unfortunately he does not have his own house. No one answered this request, but Lilith suddenly added that she always thought that she knew Joshua well. But looking at the girl, she understands that much is still hidden from her. Although on the other hand, she saw only one big plus in this, because now she will be able to get to know him much better. Suddenly she turned to Axler and wanted to notice something from him, and he didn't mind helping her. After which she began to say that she would like to return to their agreement, which was suspended. She understood that this was probably a big surprise for him. They communicated using message magic, so Aislinn could not hear what they were communicating about. And at that time, Lilith told him that the terms of the deal were beneficial for him too, so she asked him not to worry about it. Axler didn't quite understand what she was telling him and why should it even be beneficial for him. The girl knew that he didn't really hold on to titles, and even if Bavariant was removed, he would rather put someone else in his place, but she couldn't agree to that. Therefore, she would like to ask him, when Joshua destroys Bavarian, to take his place as the mercenary king, and then she will happily accept his terms of the deal. Arya, meanwhile, dealt with the 3 masters who were waiting for Joshua in the forest, and at that time Joshua himself was already in the forest, to whom Arya told that they could do without unnecessary words and have a good time. Joshua did not expect to see such a picture, because he was able to deal with 3 masters alone, and his skills are at the level of a Superman. The guy did not even think that Count Arya could be so strong. The man at that moment interrupted the guy's thoughts and asked him not to stand like a statue, but to finally start fighting, because right now they could finally enjoy this moment together. Joshua did not answer him, so Arya, without thinking for a long time, went into battle. So Joshua had to take out his spear and prepare for battle. The guy didn't expect that the man's speed would be so high, because he literally disappeared without a trace, and he understood that if he lost sight of him, there would be a blind spot, so Joshua urgently needed to catch him. But before he had time to think about it, the man dealt him several dozen blows to his body, and Joshua didn't even notice it. Arya was already behind him and said that he called this technique the butterfly dance, and also advised not to look for it with his eyes. It is useless. In this situation, it is better to use sensations and attack instinctively. Joshua at this moment was of little interest in what techniques he was using. He was no longer satisfied with the fact that Arya did similar things to the masters of other countries, because in his opinion, even the Wall County would not be able to easily cope with a situation that could lead to an international conflict. Arya didn't understand why he should worry about those who were destined to become a pile of ashes along with their countries. In any case, he asked Joshua to end this talk and start fighting. In addition, the man noticed that they didn't have much time left, so it was better to start as soon as possible. Joshua continued to stand, and Arya, in response to this, suggested that the guy was simply scared. In response to this, Joshua could only smile and mentally think that the man would have to wait a long time to wait for this moment. But still, the guy couldn't help but notice the fact that he was a little excited about the unexpected meeting with a strong opponent. Arya acted like a madman, although apparently he was, because he incredibly enjoyed their battle with Joshua. He literally enjoyed every movement. But at some point, he decided to add fuel to the fire, and told Joshua that if the guy beats him, he will tell him something interesting about the true relationship of his father, Agnes, and mother, Lucy. Joshua now wanted to win, but it would be incredibly difficult to do this, because Arya is really so far probably the strongest opponent the guy has had to fight. So far, he had only had to fend off all possible attacks from Arya, and was not quite able to attack back. At some point in the battle, he asked Arya to answer him. What does it mean to be destined to become a handful of ashes along with their countries? Is Avalon really going to start a continental war? But instead of answering, the man only asked the guy to focus on the fight that Arya had been waiting for 5 whole years. Joshua was still able to hit him with a blow that literally cut him in half, but it turned out to be an illusion that Arya created. The guy noticed that Arya was starting to circle around him, and it wasn't funny at all. Joshua understood that he was now in quite serious danger. Arya at this time flew high into the sky with the words that there were still many untried dishes left, so he advised Joshua to first study the menu, after which he was going to use the unique secret technique of the head of the House of Walls. Joshua realized that it was time for him to use his new crystal, which he took from Uravis, whom he defeated in the final battle, so he used magma. He also remembered to use the 5th level spear technique, which helped him create a huge flame, which prompted the fire dragon to come out. Arya at that moment had no intention of stopping and seemed to be just waiting for Joshua to show all his power. Ryan, after Joshua left, stood in front of his throne and thought out loud that he was now officially unemployed, and therefore had thoughts of what he should do. The first knight guarding the king, Axion, invited the man to stay here for a little while longer, if, of course, he had not yet decided what to do. Axion also added that their knightly order needed to say goodbye to him properly, when suddenly his words were interrupted by an earthquake, which began quite unexpectedly and for unknown reasons. Kinetu, who was also there, immediately realized that this was not an earthquake at all, and asked them to look towards the forest. It was clearly visible that someone was fighting in the Wilhelm forest. Arya, meanwhile, was already going completely crazy, because he was already at the stage that he was confessing his love to Joshua. He also said that he really wanted to try it slowly, but in the end he finished it too quickly. Joshua didn't like such statements too much, so he asked Arya to stop treating people like food and behaving pervertedly, although now the main thing for the guy was to hear the answer to the question he asked at the very beginning. What does all this mean? Arya gradually began to move away from the blow and get to his feet, and at the same time talk about the fact that since he had already promised, he would have to tell, after which he asked him a question that did not require an answer, whether Joshua knew that the Agnes family had no legitimate heir, and the matter was in the rich history of relations between Emperor Marcus and Duke Agnes. According to Arius, Joshua's father knew everything from the very beginning, but for some reason he did nothing about it, and has been doing this for 20 years. The man couldn't help but notice at that moment that the expression on Joshua's face at that moment was simply priceless. So he decided to continue talking, and the next fact he announced was that in the Empire there are at least 3 who are superior to Joshua in strength, but excluding the Duke Agnes, then there are 2 left. But their conversation was interrupted at one point because they heard a noise coming from behind, and, as it turned out, it was Joshua's new subjects who had arrived to protect the king. Arya had finally gotten to his feet and said that he was very sorry that they were interrupted, so he would have to tell the story about his parents next time. But before leaving, Arya asked him to remember one thing. He asked Joshua to beware of his father, who is called the Black Spirit of Avalon. He is more dangerous than the current emperor. Joshua also added that he doesn't have to worry about those masters whom Arya destroyed. He himself will deal with the consequences, after which he disappeared without a trace. Joshua now thought even more, because now he doesn't understand at all what happened between Agnes and Emperor Marcus, and whether the Continental War had already begun. All these questions were in Joshua's head at that moment. But the most important thing that seemed strange to him was that history was changing, and he understood that something was clearly wrong here. It seemed to him that it was because of him that the course of events had become different, and then an unforeseen big change could happen. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the knights, who decided to introduce himself and said that his name was Aksayon. According to him, he was the first knight who guards the king. He wanted to find out how the king was doing, but he was immediately interrupted by Kinaitu, who literally immediately jumped out of the crowd and wanted to know if Joshua was hurt. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness, because even though they were far away, they still had to think about the safety of the king. This behavior was incredibly unusual for Kinaitu, or so it seemed to Ryan, because he always knew Kinaitu as a person who cared exclusively about Lionheart, and now primarily worries about Joshua. Axion turned to Kinate and began to tell him that all these traces of the battle only mean that Mr. Joshua's opponent was at least a master level, and now he must understand that the very essence of the matter has changed. Kinaitu slowly got up from his knees and asked the knight if he had heard what the king said at the ceremony. Instead of explaining what he meant, he simply decided to repeat Joshua's phrase that actors who are busy portraying what is pleasant to the inhabitants of the continent are simply hypocrites who only care about other people's opinions, ignoramuses with no sense of belonging. He reinforced all these words by tearing off his pendant and necks and adding that this is exactly what they say on the continent about the inhabitants of Lionheart. And in the end, he wanted to ask them how much longer will they endure ridicule that they are actors without pedigree. His body at some point began to glow incredibly strongly, but this did not stop him from continuing to talk, and he wanted to ask them all if they didn't dream of making Lionheart an ideal independent state. Kinaitu believed that King Joshua had set their hearts on fire, and now they must answer him, and it would be better than simply disappearing and living their whole lives with an eye on other people's opinions. It seemed to him better to take a bold step towards change. While he was saying all these words, his appearance completely changed, and now he looked like a strong knight, and not like an old advisor. After which he added that the kingdom of Lionheart will take this path, and he says these words as the 0 Knight of the Order of William, whose name is Leodegrant. Aksayon was very surprised that Master Kinaitu revealed his true power for the first time in 20 years. Apparently, King Joshua touched his heart. After this long monologue, Kinaitu decided to ask Joshua if he could go with him and accompany him. Joshua liked the performance and what he said to Kinaitu, so he didn't mind. Without thinking for a long time, Kinaitu turned to his subordinates, and not as an assistant to the ruler Kinaitu, but as the true founder of the Order of William, the proud 0 Knight Leodegrant ordered them all to follow the king. After such words, everyone was ready to follow Joshua to the very end, so it was not surprising that they supported him. As a child, a little boy heard stories about knights who made a pact with the devil. These knights never part with their swords. Their immortal bodies are instantly restored, even if their limbs are cut off, but they cannot live in a human body. And Keith remembered all this for a reason, but because one of these knights was standing in front of him. Keith, of course, was incredibly grateful to his savior for helping him, but he still wanted to know why he helped him. The knight answered him that in fact, everything was simple. He was just acting on behalf of Bishop Joshua Sanders. Keith immediately grabbed his head because he thought that Joshua had to make a contract with the devil just to save them, because the guy had heard that this required giving up his soul, and he didn't want his owner to make such sacrifices because of him. The man, if you could call him that, asked Keith not to scream so much, because there was a big explosion on the side of the Aden Gorge, but because of the guy's screams, he didn't understand what happened next. Keith was shocked that he could hear so far away. The knight explained to him that using a certain method of accumulating mana by hardening the body, one can learn to read air movements, but at such a great distance it is difficult even for a master to perceive anything, which means the explosion was incredibly strong. Keith was sad to hear such words, because he was very worried about Lady Cheryl and Icarus, who without his help could be in danger. Although later he realized that in fact Icarus is a genius, he will definitely be able to come up with something. So there is no point in worrying. But now it seemed to him that the problem was that there was no way to stop the King of Mercenaries, especially in his current state. But suddenly he realized that the solution to this problem was right in front of him, so he decided to ask the knight to teach him how to read air movements. A few days later, Duke Fonti, lying in one of the carriages, rode through the Rocky Mountains. But at some point they stopped, and Count Arno told them that through this gorge they would now go out to the place where the horses were waiting for them. Cheryl was very grateful to him for such help. She believed that thanks to his decisive actions they managed to escape. Arno in response to this said that they should praise him later, and now it was more important for them to get out of here. Icarus was probably the only one in the group who thought that something was wrong here, because Arno, in his opinion, took action too quickly, as if he knew about the explosion in advance. The guy understood that if enemies were hiding here, they would inevitably lose. Baron Arno, who understands military affairs, should know about the danger of such passages, and all these thoughts led Icarus to think that perhaps Arno was also a spy. Therefore, Icarus decided to turn to Arno and immediately warned him that perhaps his question would sound rather strange, but he wanted to know if the man was sure that the sword of Knight Cain was discovered by their scouts, and not by the enemy. Arno did not understand why this was so important, but Icarus immediately raised his voice and began to tell him that no matter how fierce the fight was, they could not so quickly head down the path that only Icarus and Count Cox knew about, and thus more find the fragments of the sword of Knight Cain and bring them. The Count immediately got angry because he realized that Icarus began to suspect him of espionage, and immediately decided to take out his sword to teach him a lesson. And the man also began to say that if Icarus was trying to escape in this way, then Arno would not allow him do it. Icarus did not respond to these words, and continued to order Arno to answer the question, because the situation seemed suspicious to him, because Count Cox was allowed to meet with the Duke alone, but no one in this house found a trace of the crime. The guy did not deny the fact that this was undoubtedly a mistake by the guards, but he is also the head of the knightly order. Did he really not receive a word of reproach? In response to this, Arno only continued to threaten him. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted, and they were asked to stop trying to find out who is right and who is wrong, because now they need to get away from here. But Icarus interrupted the advisor and said that no one would pursue them anymore. After which he asked them all whether it seemed strange to them that they had come all the way here without suffering a single loss, although the Iden Gorge was captured by the enemy. Arno continued to shout at the guy and say that he actually knows these lands like the back of his hand, and it is he who knows about the paths that the enemy does not even suspect exist. Cheryl intervened in this dispute and said that it seemed to her that Mr. Icarus's words made sense, because a lot of time had passed, but it was too quiet around. It also seemed strange to her that they did not even see the shadow of Cromwell's persistent mercenaries, although it was time for the pursuers to show themselves. Arno repeated once again, only now in a calm tone, that they had taken the road that no one knew about, so he once again asked Miss and the others to stop worrying and follow him. Now Icarus was sure that Arno was lying, but even if so, the guy understood that now he had no way to get rid of him, so he would have to face the enemy and play for time while waiting for a miracle. Therefore, he decided to shout to everyone who is now in the ambush to come out, because they will not be able to escape from here anyway, but Icarus would like to look at them and make sure that he is really right. After these words, Arno still could not stand it and called Icarus a pathetic worm who ruined his whole performance, which raised questions from others. Count Arno is tired of enduring. He endured a lot in order to finally see the face of the lady, who will be in complete despair, but now apparently he will have to do it earlier, and he decided that he will show them the faces of the angels who protect him. After these words, the 3rd and 4th knightly detachments of Fonti, led by Baron Klent, emerged from all the cracks. The advisor immediately began to shout at them because it was too surprising for him to see how the Duke's own knights turned their backs to his house. Where was their knightly honor? Arno was too funny to listen to this, but still he added that Count Cox was right when he said that there would be no honor if you went to the bottom with a sinking ship. But now he didn't care about them, and he suggested they surrender, and then Cromwell will retain their titles and allocate money for resettlement. But they apparently weren't even going to listen to it, so she asked Arno to shut her mouth, because they believed that even if they had to say goodbye to their lives, they would still choose the path of honor, and therefore would fight to the end for the sake of their lady. Apparently Arno just wanted to hear this, so as soon as they started talking about it, the Count and the knights already ran into the attack to make sure that they disappeared forever from this continent along with the Fonti family. But they were suddenly stopped by a scream, and it was the scream of Cheryl, who asked them to do without bloodshed. She would go after them herself, but in exchange for this, she asked to let the others go. Arno apparently went completely crazy, because in response to this proposal, he told her that he would prefer not to leave any sprouts that could cause trouble. Especially the death of the boy Icarus brought him a lot of pleasure. But today Cheryl was especially persistent, and added that if he promises that his people will not touch anyone, then she will agree to any conditions that the Marquis Cromwell proposed. The knights who still remained on the girl's side literally shouted to her that they would rather die for her but not give her to this dirty Arno. Cheryl made it clear to them that everything was actually fine with her. Besides, she perfectly understood that everything had long been over, and they did a great job protecting the unreasonable deputy head of the Fonti family, for which she was very grateful to them, but still wants to finally show his best side. Count Arno still had the conscience to say that he expressed his respect for Cheryl's courage, but she didn't care about these words because at the moment she was only interested in guarantees that no one would touch her people. The man answered her that he would keep his promise and it would be an honor for him to be with her again. So he extended his hand to her and once again offered to go together. She had no other choice, so after thinking it over again, she still extended her hand. But at some point, this pitiful scene was interrupted by someone who shouted to Arno to take his dirty hands off Cheryl. And this someone was none other than Keith, who appeared in this place at the right time, and apparently did not even think about figuring out what was happening here, but immediately decided to go into battle. Icarus was so glad to see his old friend, who remained alive for him even after what was said in the meeting room. Keith at that moment incredibly liked his appearance, and he even said that this was the moment when the just knight Cain came out and saved the princess. Arno couldn't believe his eyes, because he was sure that Bavarion had destroyed the guy, but he never received an answer because Keith dealt him a rather strong blow. First of all, Keith approached Lady Cheryl and asked her not to worry anymore, because he would do everything to save her from this shameless Count Arno. Of course, it couldn't have happened without tears, and all Cheryl could say in response to this was that she had already begun to think about how she could ask him for forgiveness if they met in the next world. Like a true gentleman, he asked her not to cry because it didn't suit her, and while she calmed down, he was going to focus on digging out the roots of evil. Arno didn't think so, if only because Cain picked up some random sword and came here to declare such a thing. But the Count himself was now going to destroy them all, except for Cheryl and the Duke, with whom he would no longer have to deal. Although Icarus knew that Cain was a very strong knight, it still seemed to him that it would be quite difficult to cope here alone, because according to his calculations, there are at least 3 knights above Class A here. Cain, in response to this, joked about the fact that Icarus cries too often, and after this unsuccessful joke, he still added that he did not say that he would fight alone. And he spoke about the very knights who helped him, and for him this was quite reliable reinforcement. Even after such an enchanting appearance, Arno is still confident that their strength is not enough to escape with all these people. Keith didn't understand what he was talking about, because who said that he was going to hide somewhere? Keith's plan was to destroy Count Arno and with him his army, which had acted so vilely towards its duke. Arno, in response to these words, reminded the guy that he is a descendant of the Viscount of the Northern Lands, whom the Empire had forgotten, so he should not become arrogant. And in order to teach him to behave correctly, Arno wanted to show him the method of accumulating mana, passed on by his ancestor, who was one of the masters of the Empire. With this ability, he would show the difference between Keith, a non-entity, and Count Arno, who received an elite education. Keith, looking at how much energy the man was releasing from himself, thought that it was too dangerous for him, because the amount of mana in his body had increased sharply, and he did not fully understand what kind of method this was. Their dialogue at some point was interrupted by the Knight of Darkness, who too quickly finished off the entire army of Count Arno, after which he asked Keith to quickly finish with his enemy, because they didn't have much time for this. Arno did not expect that after a few minutes he would be left completely alone against 2 knights, but most of all he was surprised by the enormous strength of this Dark Knight, so he was interested to know who he even was. Cain told him that this was just the second knight of Joshua's owner, but still he would advise Arno to focus not on this knight, because the guy had already gone on the attack and was going to punish Arno for all his atrocities that he had done recently. But the Count was not going to tolerate such statements, and in response to this, he declared that he would finish off Cain and all his friends with his own hands. Cain was not going to stop and continued to say that apparently the man had made inquiries about him, since he knew about his origin. But still the guy could not help but notice the fact that he had missed something, namely, who taught him to wield sword. But the guy promised him that when the man finds out this, he will be shocked, after which he used one of his best techniques, which was called the Aura Blade, Cain's version. Agno recognized this technique and could not fully believe that the guy really owned it, but it was too late to think, and something had to be done. But apparently Mr. Arno had serious problems with this too. Cain only needed 1 blow, which Arno put down. After such a blow, the guy hoped that now it became clear to him which of them was actually stronger. For all the spectators of this fight, it was incredible to realize that such a young guy Joshua had 2 such skillful knights at his disposal. But Icarus reminded them that now was not the time to relax, because he believed that now they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, and it was unknown when the pursuers would chase after them again. Cheryl completely agreed with him, so she suggested going to the nearby Hazard Fortress. She offered this option for a reason, but only because it is ruled by her uncle, who will happily welcome them at home. Ryan was slightly shocked that Joshua ran faster than the horses on his feet, and also adapted to their speed. It seemed to him that in this way, he even showed a little concern. It seemed to the man that he was a rather attentive person, and the more you got to know her, the more outstanding he was, seems human. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Kenaitu, who wanted to know why he was following them, because he could have stayed in Lionheart. Ryan told him that he was now more concerned about how they would cross the border of Avalon, because for them they were foreigners, not like Joshua. Kenaitu did not know how to answer this question, because he really did not have time to think about this question because he was simply following his king. They continued to move in this manner until they met a small army, which, as soon as they saw Joshua, immediately began to congratulate him on his triumphant return to his homeland. According to them, the empire was proud of him, and therefore the emperor ordered to ensure that his nailed-down pass no problem. All these words were spoken by Baron Kalstar, who also added that they did not know that Joshua would have an escort, especially such a large knightly order. So he asked Joshua to send away those whose identities were unknown to them. Kenaitu expected such a turn of events. He was sorry, because he understood that now they would be forced to return and gather a diplomatic delegation. But he would so much like to be with the king to the end. But apparently nothing can be done about it. But as soon as they turned to leave, Kenaitu heard Joshua firmly tell them that these were his knights. And he sincerely did not understand what problems they had in order to let them pass with him? Baron Kalstar realized that he had apparently gone a little too far. So he replied to Joshua that if these were his knights and they obeyed him, then there should be no problems. Kenaitu was surprised that even in these words thrown seemingly indifferently, enormous power was felt. But now he had even more confidence that Joshua was the very king they had been waiting for so long. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the mercenary guild on the border of Lionheart, Axler opened the doors and immediately began screaming from the threshold, because he did not understand in what sense the king of the mercenaries had called the guild members to his place. They didn't understand why he was screaming so hard, because everything was as it was. The gathering place, as he was told, was the south of the Avalon Empire, Fonte's house. 1,000 mercenaries had already gone to him. Axler was still angry because he didn't understand why he wasn't told about this earlier, because he believed that he could have simply spoken out then. But the guy didn't let him finish, because he suddenly decided to ask the man if he knew what Mr. Bavariant was striving for, and without waiting for an answer, he himself began to say that everyone knew that Avalon had promised to grant titles and lands, and on this it was already possible to build genus. Darmian also did not forget to add that most mercenaries are commoners who rarely get the chance to raise their social status, and while Mr. Bavariant does not have close associates ready to serve him, but he believed that if you now show your abilities in front of him, it will not only guarantee a stable income, but will also give a unique chance to break into the aristocrats, so no one wants to miss him. That was the truth. Axler was sorry that not all mercenaries are like him. Islin suddenly turned to Axler with the words that now they know what needs to be done. But the man did not quite understand what she was talking about. She believed that they should stop the mercenary King Bavariant on their own, and for this, it was best to go to the Duchy of Fonte. The head of the house, Cromwell, was seething with anger because he simply did not understand how they could miss the Duke's daughter. He hit Count Agno in the face and continued to scream that everything was brought to him on a silver platter, and he couldn't even handle it. Arno tried with all his might to ask for his forgiveness, but he had little success. Therefore, he decided to start bowing and asking Cromwell for another chance, in which he would do everything to prevent this from happening again. He literally swore that the daughter of Duke Fonte had probably already taken refuge in the Hazard Fortress. He also added that she might consider this place an ideal refuge, but in reality she had fallen into a trap, and if the Duke would only give him another chance, he would bring Duke Fonte and his daughter to him. But the man believed that he was a pathetic worm who let the girl go when she was under his nose, so he believed that he could only talk, and he had already sent his son Gayhog on this task. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him, who literally ordered Cromwell to give Arno a chance. The man did not understand what this meant. The answer he received was that he ordered the mercenaries to get together, but they also needed time so that they could get here. Cromwell did not entirely agree with him because it seemed to him that Gayhog and his people were quite enough to take Hazard, but Bavarian believed that with such decisions he was simply underestimating the enemy. And in order for Roval to understand what he was talking about, he decided to list that on their side is Icarus, whose name is the Fox of the House Fonte, and 2 knights of rank A. And if the Black Knight of the Deniz River is who he thinks, then it will be quite difficult to defeat them. Cromwell still believed that the strength of A-rank knights was still not a reason to give this useless worm a chance. Bavariant still believed that it was possible that Cromwell thought he was stupid and useless, but in his opinion he was still a rank A knight, which was a very valuable resource, which Cromwell had little faith in. Agno was quite surprised that he had been hiding this all his life, but this man only needed one glance to figure out that he was not just a count, but a knight of a rank. Now it was clear that it was not for nothing that he was called a Superman. Arno was enough to be nearby to understand this. In any case, Bavarian believed that with A-rank knights and the knightly order of the Marquis, as well as 100 of the best mercenaries, it would not be difficult to capture the Hazard Fortress. He only asked for one thing, to find bait that would help delay the time until his people arrived, and this bait could be Arno. Cromwell could not disagree with him, and this was really a good backup option for him. Meanwhile, the Hazard Fortress was already under attack and all on fire. Gihog Cromwell was the culprit who staged this attack on this fortress, because he believed that there was no point in sharing the glory of conquering a small fortress with someone else, so he decided to sort it out before the arrival of the main forces. The head of the troops in this small fortress understood perfectly well that they now needed to stop the ram that was being dragged towards the fortress. Cheryl, who also took an active part in the defense, suggested that he entrust this to Icarus and Cain, because they should now focus on protecting the walls. Icarus meanwhile asked Cain where the Knight of the Black River Denise was, but Cain did not know the answer to this question, because he suddenly disappeared, and it was not known where he had gone. The guy was surprised that he just decided to leave, because now they need him more than ever. Suddenly, their dialogue was followed by an explosion, which only meant that Cromwell's troops were able to blow up the gates of the fortress and would be entering right now. And so it happened. They ran inside this fortress with the words that they most of all want to destroy Fonte. Icarus ordered them to drop the trap and they had to do it immediately. A huge slab fell on several dozen Cromwell soldiers and this helped stop the attack. Cain was surprised that this trap of Icarus actually worked, and now it was obvious to him that it would be difficult for them to break through further. But Icarus believed that they only gained time, and before the next attack, he believed that fortifications needed to be built. At least they thought so, until they heard the voice of Cheryl, who screamed that the invader had penetrated the wall and asked to stop him immediately. Cain was able to protect Cheryl at the last moment, but what worried him most now was the fact that he felt the blade of the aura, which had incredibly enormous power, and therefore would be very difficult for the knights to resist. Keith's thoughts changed to a dialogue with some man who told him that they had prepared a lot of funny toys, but he still believed that this place would become their grave for them. And Left, who was a knight of rank A and served the Marquis Cromwell, told them about this. And next to him stood his brother, whose name was Wright, who was also a knight of rank A. And he added on his own that they could surrender the fortress and become Cromwell's slaves, and then they would save their lives, otherwise only death awaits them. Keith was not going to give up, like all his people who went on the attack and shouted that they would never give up and the Fonte family would live forever. Thus they signed a death sentence for themselves, the result of which will be death. Keith was not going to give up, so he began to attack with all his might and asked each of them to return to where they came from. But suddenly he was interrupted by the words of one of the brothers, who had heard a lot about Keith and wanted to quickly test his strength in battle. Gihog was informed that the gates had been broken, and the capture of the fortress was only a matter of time. Now he wants to see the despair on Cheryl's face as soon as possible, and he also hoped that she would be brought in alive, as he ordered. His monologue was interrupted by a strong man, who brought urgent news, in which it was said that the 3rd Reserve Division had entered into battle with an unknown knightly detachment of 100 people, and they were asking for reinforcements. Gihog thought that this was some kind of joke, because he knew that there were more than 1,000 soldiers in the 3rd Division. Couldn't they defeat 100? So he refused help and decided that they themselves would deal with that pathetic order. The knight tried to take Lady Cheryl away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible, and asked her to go with her so that she could hide in the Duke's rooms. But she believed that this made no sense and they should unite and stop them. Wright, who had almost got her, completely agreed with her, because they would not be able to hide from them in the whole wide world. He struck and wanted to see the 2 bodies that he would present to Gekor. But Count Verdot managed to push Shirley away from the blow at the last moment, and thereby saved her life. Wright asked her not to despair, because Mr. Gihog told him to bring her alive so that she could become his new trophy. But Icarus considered his words to be complete nonsense, and asked Lady Cheryl to get up, after which he shot Wright with an arrow, which he was able to deflect with his hand and did it quite easily. Icarus still believed that they would not lose, but now she just needed to hold on until Mr. Joshua arrived. Strangely enough, this made Wright very funny, because he believed that such a stalemate as theirs simply could not be corrected. So he simply asked them to accept defeat and finally give up. But Cheryl made it clear to him with her attack that this definitely won't happen. They are not going to give up, because they will stand and will do everything for it. Wright immediately struck her, after which he said that he gave her the opportunity to live, but she still runs into him. After which he decided that he would tell Gehog that the girl unfortunately died during the battle, and therefore he could not bring her alive. He believed that she herself forced him to do this, so he asked her to finally accept the well-deserved punishment. Cheryl closed her eyes and was ready to accept her end with dignity, without even making a sound. But at some point she heard the sound of an explosion, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a stream of lightning strike the man. He himself was shocked because he didn't understand what was happening and who was capable of this. But after a few seconds it became clearly clear who was the culprit of such a powerful blow, and it was Joshua, who, in his style, appeared quite on time. Cheryl could not believe her happiness that she again saw Joshua, whom she had missed so much, in front of her. Paradise didn't care who appeared in front of him, so he went on the attack and didn't even think about who was standing in front of him. But quite expectedly, he received a strong blow to the face from Joshua, who was absolutely prepared for such a development of events. The blow was so strong that the guy left the imprint of Joshua's fist on his face. Icarus also didn't believe his eyes. He of course always believed in miracles, but in this situation, even he found it hard to believe that Joshua had appeared on time. But he apparently didn't appear for long, because as soon as he dealt with this bastard, he told them that they had behaved well, but they would see each other later and disappeared. Cain, meanwhile, continued to fight, but with every second it became more and more difficult for him, because his opponent apparently was not just an A-rank knight. Even the enemy himself said that he had been resisting for too long. But the more time passes, the worse it is for Cain himself, because they have reserve troops that are already quite close to this place. The guy at that moment was thinking that he couldn't just resist them alone, but he had nowhere to retreat, so he began to understand that if this continued, they would all simply die here. But apparently he had a third option, which he did not consider until he heard the voice of his master Joshua, who did not understand how much longer the guy would hesitate, and asked him to destroy this enemy as soon as possible and go with him. But he had no intention of interfering in the fight, so he immediately told Cain that he would wait until he got over it. This provoked the knight with whom Cain fought even more, and he decided that even if he did not understand where this kid came from, he would still destroy him. And as soon as he said this, he then heard the voice of Cain, who began to shout at him and tell him to shut his dirty mouth and not say anything like that about his master. Then he struck a blow that would be too difficult to block, and it was far from certain that he would be able to do it. Cromwell's knight did not understand where the guy suddenly got such strength, because he had just literally almost defeated him. Joshua, meanwhile, went to deal with the rest of the knights who continued to attack the fortress. He immediately gave them the opportunity to let go, and those who feel at least a little guilty for the brutal destruction committed on Cromwell's orders can leave, and he will not punish them for these crimes. But they just laughed at his words, because they thought that he was talking complete nonsense, so they continued to attack. Joshua gave them a chance, and the fact that they didn't take advantage of it was only their problem. By this time, he had already reached the 5th level of spear proficiency, and no one could resist him. But still he understood that without development he could be written off, which he would very much not want. At first he had only one source crystal, but by combining the power of destroying magma and the power of developing Bronto, he was able to combine fire and lightning, thereby increasing his level. And this gave him the opportunity to increase his level of magical spear technique and become the master of lightning and fire. And this in turn allowed him to cause a great heavenly fire, which literally wiped out all the knights from the face of the earth. Gegok could not believe his eyes that several lightning bolts erased his vanguard to shreds. Therefore, he decided that the Fonti were using some kind of trick to achieve this result. But he still believed that their military strength was great, so he ordered each of them to send all their troops to attack. But they asked him to first look in the other direction, because someone was clearly approaching them. Gehog at first was not going to believe him, because he was sure that they had cordoned off this area and no one could get here. But then he remembered that the 3rd Division asked for reinforcements, because they were fighting with some detachment that had only 100 soldiers. But he did not provide them with this help. Kinaitu at that moment ordered all his knights to destroy the enemies who stand in the way of their new king. Icarus couldn't believe that Mr. Joshua had brought help with him, and Cheryl was even a little jealous that Joshua had such a strong support. Keith, seeing this, immediately took off and went on the attack, because in his opinion it was he who should be near his king. Icarus did not support him, because he needed to figure this out first, but Cain no longer listened to him. Gavog began to understand that the initiative was gradually passing into the hands of Fonte, so he ordered everyone who was still ready to fight to shoot and destroy them all. But the archers tried to explain to him that their soldiers were there, and if they started shooting, they too could die. The Count turned to the one who said this and began to call him names, because he believed that they should immediately reduce the number of opponents, and they would always have time to recruit new soldiers. but if the archer did not carry out his order, he would die then and there. But his threats were interrupted at some point, after he heard the voice of Joshua, who at that moment was telling Gavog that his character had not changed at all. After which King Joshua added that his friend Veron was exactly the same, and he would do the same to him as he did to him, because he considered them two offspring from among the 12 families would turn into a bloody mess in his hands. Gavog's body began to shake, and he couldn't control it, so he could hardly ask Joshua what he was doing here, because he should be in Lionheart. Joshua answered him rather rudely, saying that his family had crossed the line and he came here to correct it. Hearing this, Gavog tried his best to come to an agreement with the guy. After all, he is still the only heir of the Cromwell family, and if Joshua destroys him now, then he will not be able to cope with the consequences. But the guy was not going to destroy him, because he actually remembered very well the fact that his father was quite rich. So he decided to save Gavog's life, but take everything else from them. The Count got tired of listening to this, so he started shouting at Joshua to stop talking nonsense, because even he couldn't defeat his entire army. But Cain, who was already running behind Joshua, shouted to them that no one said that Mr. Joshua was alone. Cain was always next to him, which according to the guy is his first knight and will destroy everyone who gets in the way of his master. Even the knights of Gawog have heard about him. They say he is the only knight of Baron Joshua, and throughout the continent they call him that. This annoyed the Count, and he didn't understand since when was an ordinary knight called first. Maybe they decided to leave the fortress and regret what happened. But Kinnaid apparently wanted to give the answer to this question, who immediately told him that those who opposed their king would be sorry. Cain had already begun to attack at that moment, and therefore asked the unknown order to stand aside while he sorted things out here. Gavog at that moment simply could not believe that his 5,000 warriors had just been destroyed with such ease. Apparently this was definitely not a dream. Joshua asked him to wake up and accept reality because soon a real nightmare would begin for him. And from that moment on, Joshua announced that the battle here was over, and now Gevo Cromwell was his hostage. And to make it a little more fun for him, he will be in prison, where the strength of his family, of which he was so proud, does not reach. In the forest of dark magical creatures, people forgot when they knelt before real power, and a promise that could not be broken was broken. After such a battle, everyone who could help began to clear away the rubble, which they thought needed to be finished as quickly as possible. Icarus and Cheryl also took part in this, and the guy assured the lady that they could handle it on their own, and asked her to go and check how Duke Fonte was doing. But the girl assured him that everything was fine there. Because he was behind him, they were looking after her, but she thought that she should stay here. Suddenly they announced that the knights were approaching, so they asked everyone to get ready, and in the center of this small army were none other than Joshua, who first of all went up to his friends who were so happy to see him. Joshua turned to Cheryl and told her that it was normal for them to say hello, but now it was finally calm and they could talk a little. But suddenly one of the knights who stood behind him took out his sword and began to walk towards Joshua. As it turned out, they didn't want to do anything bad. They just decided to welcome their new god of war, Joshua Sanders. They thanked him an insane number of times, and he was incredibly pleased to hear it. Ryan was on the sidelines at that moment, but he watched everything very carefully and thought only that he understood people quite well, and now he was sure that the people in this fortress could not do without him. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was informed that 1,500 soldiers died in this battle. Gahog, the heir of the Cromwell family, was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Hazard Fortress, and, according to their information, knights of rank A, aristocrats and left Sean were killed. Marcus, listening to all this, simply did not understand where the Fonte house got such powers and what was going on there. The advisor suddenly added that as far as they knew, Baron Joshua Sanders and William's knights under his leadership came to the aid of Fonte, and it was they who repelled the attack of Cromwell's army. Marquis Brory, who stood next to the advisor, immediately began to talk about how Sanders brought a foreign knightly order and destroyed the warriors, and therefore he believed that this was a real challenge to the Emperor himself, so he believed that he needed to immediately punish Baron Joshua. Marcus decided to turn to Aiden and find out what he thinks about all this. Without waiting for an answer, Marcus added that not only did his son cause harm to the masters of Avalon, although it would probably be more correct to say to the masters of his empire, but now he also began to destroy the existing foundations, and after all this, he would like to know what to do with this young man. Prius, who was one of the 5 Grand Dukes of Avalon, who stood next to Agnes, believed that violation of the laws of the Empire should be severely punished. He also added to the Emperor that at first it seemed to him that it was worth inviting Joshua to the palace and finding out the whole truth. Marcus actually thought after these words, because from the very beginning he believed that it would be right to punish him to the fullest extent of the law. However, now he does not hate him, and this seemed to him to be a problem. Besides, he allowed Cromwell too much from the very beginning. Because, as it seemed to him, Duke Fonte could well feel unfairly offended. The emperor also asked not to forget that thanks to Joshua's victory in Lionheart, for the first time in a long time, the glory of Avalon thundered across the entire continent. His achievement cannot be denied. Therefore, Marcus decided that in gratitude for this he was forced to grant him the title of Marquis and a large house in the south. Marquis Brory believed that this was too much of a reward, so he immediately decided to tell the emperor that it was too unfair, of course. He did not deny that the guy deserves praise. But there are families that have made a much greater contribution to the development of the country, so he literally asked Mr. Marcus to reconsider his decision. Marcus immediately ordered them to remain silent because he was free to manage his own resources, and at that moment he announced that the meeting was over. He also added that from now on, anyone who in any way interferes in the relationship between the houses of Fonty and Cromwell will be responsible to him for interfering with his entertainment. After which he asked everyone to leave the meeting room, everyone except Agnes, with whom he wanted to talk. Ryan, meanwhile, ate meat and enjoyed life, and he also did not forget to admit the fact that he always thought that the Fonty traitors were real misers. But they turned out to be sincere people who, even in such a really difficult time, were able to throw a real feast. The gentleman who brought him all this food could not help but tell Ryan that since he is one of the superhumans who helps Baron Joshua, for them he is like a light in the window, for which they are ready to do anything. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Joshua himself, who began to say that in fact there was a small misunderstanding, because in fact Ryan was not helping him in any way, but was only eating and having fun. Then he turned to Ryan himself and told him it was time to pay for lunch, because Joshua doesn't like it when someone shamelessly spends his money. Ryan was not entirely happy with these words. Besides, he believed that this was the money of Count Kiraz or Lady Cheryl, but definitely not Joshua's money. The guy partly agreed with him, so he suggested that the man at least pay for visiting the Hazard Fortress, because if it weren't for Joshua, he would hardly have gotten here. Ryan was already starting to get a little angry from these words, so he could only ask Joshua how much money he wanted from him. But in fact, Joshua started this conversation not for the sake of money, but so that Ryan would become a judge in his next fight, so that he would essentially become the person who would officially testify to the progress and result of the battle. The man did not expect such a proposal, so he could not immediately give an answer. Joshua continued to talk about how since he would fight Bavarian not in Lionheart, but here at Hazard Fortress, the problem was that there were no spectators who could pay dearly for tickets to this event. That's why Joshua is here. He wanted to ask Ryan if the Lion King, one of the 12 superhumans, can handle this. Ryan, after thinking a little, finally said that he agreed to this adventure. But before he started this work, he would have 2 conditions. Joshua was happy to listen to them, and the first condition was that in the future Joshua would have to fulfill one of his requests, and if it seemed unacceptable to him, he could refuse. Well, secondly, Ryan asked Joshua to become his successor after he agreed to become a judge on this show. In the Cromwell Fortress, meanwhile, Bavarian offered the man to transfer control into his hands. He believed that his mercenaries would soon arrive here, and the whole continent knew that he was helping the Marquis Cromwell, so losing in this war would be fatal for him. Bavarian believed that this would not only leave a stain on his biography, but would also become a big hindrance in the upcoming business. And if we sum it all up, then Bavarian clearly understood that at this moment in time his fate was being decided, which is why he so wanted to get full right to command this war. It is obvious that Cromwell was not happy with this proposal, but deep down he understood perfectly well that he had no other choice. Bavarian saw in his eyes that Cromwell understood that the man was unlikely to be capable of anything now. Or maybe he didn't care what would happen to his son. Cromwell literally immediately lost his temper, because in fact he did not care about the fate of this fool, but he does not like that everything went so far. Of course, he would have liked to make a different decision, but apparently at that moment he simply could not do this, so he still decided to transfer complete control of this war to Bavarian, as well as everything that concerned his son. But he had one condition. Bavarian must do everything to win this war, and he also needs the head of Joshua Sanders, with which he will decorate the gates of the fortress. This made Bavarian smile, and he was happy to do it, adding that it would make him feel despair that was deeper than the abyss. This madman was going to drag them all into hell with his own hands, and this boy, who, in his opinion, is not afraid of the wrath of heaven, and therefore dared to challenge him to a duel. Icarius realized that Joshua, on his advice, had finally found a judge for his fight, but finally he still can't understand what his ultimate goal is? Joshua's answer was very unobvious. He said that now his main goal is to become an emperor, and he wants to do this in order to protect his people. Cain was so shocked by this answer that he had to ask several times if he understood him correctly. Mr. Joshua wants to become Emperor of Avalon? But without waiting for an answer, he began to panic a little, because he thought that someone might be eavesdropping on them, and then this person would think that it was a conspiracy. Icarus, in response to this, added that there are not many ways for those who are not representatives of the Britain family to take the throne, So he wanted to clarify whether he intends to destroy other people in order to protect his supporters? After all, if this is really the case, then Icarus immediately made it clear to him that he would be disappointed in him. But Joshua calmed him down and said that in fact there was no point in clinging to the name of the Britons. Icarus perfectly understood what Joshua was trying to convey to him, so he added that now he had a new dream, to become not just a warrior, but a warrior of the Imperial family. While they were discussing all this, Cain managed to board up all the windows and doors and now asked them to explain everything to him. Joshua asked him to finish this and again turned to Icarus, whom he wanted to ask to manage this money correctly. Icarus continued to be surprised by everything that Joshua said and showed, and this time he simply did not understand where he got such a huge amount from. Cain generally saw checks from the continent and such big money for the first time. Joshua explained that legal bets were made in Lionheart, and the result was obvious, so he decided not to stand aside. Besides, in his opinion, Fonty was going through hard times now, so he asked Icarus to consult with Shirley before he made a decision. Icarus, of course, respected Joshua's opinion, but still asked him to explain to him why he should invest in someone else's war, especially when Fonty has enough money. The guy also added that after the end of the war it would be better to use these funds to found their own house, the Great House of Sanders, the best in the Empire. But Joshua believed that this was really not in a hurry, and first they needed to think about everything. But Icarus immediately interrupted him, because he believed that Joshua was thinking absolutely wrong and decided to ask him how long Joshua was going to live as a person who only has a title, because in the entire empire, he is the only one who does not have, let alone a family, not even at home. And first of all, Icarus believed that it was necessary to find a good mansion, hire people, buy furniture and other household items. But even if, after all these words, Joshua still wants to invest in the war, then Icarus asked him to write in this book detailed reasons why he wants to do this and what specific expenses he's going to make. After which, after Icarus's words, he will study his project and decide whether it's worth spending money on it or not. Joshua, opening this book, was a little shocked, because there were more than 100 points that needed to be described. As soon as Cain forgot the windows and doors with metal, he suddenly said that he knew how someone not from the Briton family could become emperor. And he meant an arranged marriage and wanted to hear in response that he was absolutely right, and that's exactly what they were going to do. Just as Joshua was about to answer him, they heard the soldiers shouting that the alarm had begun because the enemy had begun to attack them. Cheryl was the first to go down to the army and listened to one of the warriors telling her that after the previous assault, they did not have many warriors left capable of holding the defense, and perhaps it would be better to leave this fortress, but she reassured them, because she believed that as long as Joshua was here with them, they were safe. But she was informed that Joshua Sanders had left the fortress a few minutes ago, which scared the girl a little. Icarus tried to explain to Joshua that the difference in the strengths of Fonty and Cromwell was too great, and if he left the castle in such a situation, the morale of the warriors would clearly drop. Joshua, in turn, believed that defense alone could not win this war, so he decided that they would arrange a face-to-face battle with one action. Icarus understood what he was talking about and believed that this move was good, but only when the allied forces exceeded the enemy forces, and therefore asked Joshua not to forget that the advanced detachment of the main troops was moving towards them, and everything would not be the same as with Gehog. Joshua, as it turned out, still believed that his military strength was several times superior to theirs, so this, as Icarus himself said, was actually an excellent option. Icarus, standing in bewilderment, simply did not understand what Joshua was trying to tell him, because it seemed to him that the strength of his allied forces was several times worse and less. But at some point, he heard rather strange sounds that were similar to the stomping of a person. Cain, although he completely believed his master, still decided to ask Joshua again if he was sure that everything would be okay, because judging by the flag in the distance, this is a knightly detachment that specializes in battles with masters, and it would not be better to follow the advice Icarus and stay behind the fortress walls? Joshua in response asked him to listen carefully. If the owner of the Aura Blade increases the level of mana control, then he will be able to gain absolute power, and so that Cain could do it, Joshua decided to show him how it's done. And apparently he was going to show him this in practice, because as soon as he mentioned it, Cromwell's soldiers arrived at this place and immediately began to attack Joshua. But this apparently was their main mistake, because with this technique, he could literally destroy any of them with just one blow. Even after such attacks, no one was going to stop, and decided to continue attacking him, and this was only to Joshua's advantage. Joshua, of course, did not forget to notice the fact that they are deservedly called the vanguard of the Marquis. But this is still not enough to stop him, after which he decided to show them true power and use the power of Aura to do this. Its blow literally pierced the battlefield and destroyed every enemy, But for those who follow it, it will become the most reliable spear of glory. But for those who oppose him, it will become a fierce spear that will destroy him forever. Everyone around heard a voice that told them that this was a song that would tell about a lonely knight who chose a simple spear as his favorite weapon. One of the leaders of Cromwell's knights shouted at them not to succumb to the pathetic poems of wandering poets. Unfortunately for them, these were their last words because Joshua immediately struck with his spear. Cain, who at that moment was standing aside, having heard the owner's voice, was filled with energy inside. Did he really use mana, and in general it can be used like this? Now it seemed to him that Joshua was a real god. Kenite, who was standing next to Cain, suddenly said that this was his real king, whom he was ready to worship, which angered Cain, and he immediately began to say that Joshua was his master, and he was the first to serve him. But the man didn't care who started serving, and when, because now he is a worthy king of their lion heart. At one point, the main army began to leave the fortress, which was going to follow Joshua. Seeing this, Cain began to doubt a little that it was necessary to do this right now, because the main force of the enemy would soon arrive. And is it wise to leave the walls of the fortress at all? Icarus reassured him, because he knew that Lady Cheryl would control them and lead them to attack. At the same time, the advanced detachment reached the Hazard Fortress, the main troops of the Marquis of Cromwell, and 1,000 mercenaries of Bavarian, as well as Cromwell himself, who at first doubted the plan. But now he is even more worried, because here he did not see any shelter to set up an ambush. But on the other hand, he understood that the enemy would also not be able to arrange a trap for them. So now he was sure that the fall of the Hazard Fortress was only a matter of time, and Bavarian himself asked his ally to prepare for triumph. Today, in his opinion, the names Fonty and Sanders will be gone forever. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a messenger who was riding a horse and shouting that he was bringing bad news, as it turned out that all the warriors of the advanced detachment had died at the hands of Baron Joshua Sanders. The messenger also added that he, having gathered all his strength, went on the offensive. Joshua himself was really looking forward to this meeting, and was very glad that he would finally meet with the mercenary king Bavariant, and he himself introduced himself as Joshua Sanders, the very greatest lancer about whom there were rumors. In response to this, Bavariant said that he perfectly understands that Joshua is so confident that he hardly came to ask for a negotiation, so he wanted to know what he wants? Joshua, looking him straight in the eye, calmly stated that he would like to challenge him to a superhuman competition. The Bavarian didn't think for a second before refusing and argued all this by saying that he was too busy. But when this whole battle was over, he would find him himself. Their conversation was interrupted by Ryan, who simply appeared out of nowhere and shouted to the king of mercenaries that they had not seen him for a long time. Bavarian smiled and told him that he had heard that William's knights were following Joshua Sanders, and he himself supported the Fonty family, so Ryan's intervention could be considered as a position of the Union of Free Knights. The Union of Free Knights is an organization uniting knights who travel across the continent, not considering themselves subjects of any state, while they comply with the rules underlying knighthood. It also happens that a member of the Union, having received recognition of his abilities, joins a specific country. Ryan then turned to Joshua and asked him to understand correctly. He does not intend to interfere in this battle. He is only here to act as a judge and personally witness the progress of the competition. This made Bavarian laugh, because he couldn't believe that Ryan had come all this way just for this. Ryan became much more serious, and for now politely asked the king of mercenaries to watch what he said, because it was he who was still ignoring the challenge of the winner of the competition of masters, and added that if he wanted to remain one of the 12 superhumans, he must follow tradition. The Bavarian obviously didn't like to hear this, and besides, he didn't understand why the Lion King was stopping him. What benefit was there for him? Therefore, he decided that apparently he simply had no other choice, and he decided that he would use these traditions to his advantage. And he decided that now it doesn't matter to him, and since they want it that way, he invited them to hold the competition here. But on one condition: the one who wins will determine the fate of the feud, and he will get the right of ownership of both the Duchy of Fonty and the Marquis of Cromwell. Cromwell could not believe that he even decided to throw around such promises, but Bavariant immediately reminded him that he himself had left him the right to make decisions in this war, and also believed that even if Joshua, the main support of the Fonty family, is defeated, their defeat will be predetermined, or perhaps Cromwell wants to offer him a more effective method. Cromwell believed that Joshua did not have ownership rights to the Fonty Duchy, but the guy made him happy when he took out the Fonty sign, which allowed him to make decisions in this house, and this would actually be more than enough. The knights behind Cromwell's back immediately began to discuss that at the first prince's birthday, Lady Cheryl refused to dance with him and gave preference to Joshua, and apparently this is what this meant, and what their relationship is now. The Bavarian didn't care about this at all. because all the conditions were met, and therefore he ordered to immediately send a carrier pigeon with a message about the competition of superhumans, and this already boring war will end right here. After a short amount of time, absolutely everyone who was near this fortress gathered in this forest, and Cain, speaking to Icarus, told him that now he perfectly understands what they were talking about with the owner. Cain thought that if the mercenary king retreated in such a battle, then this war would end. This is a pretty reasonable decision, in fact. Before the official start of the superhuman battle between the mercenary King Bavarian and the winner of the master competition Joshua Sanders, Ryan decided that he would explain a few simple rules to them. The first thing he said was that everything that happens in this battle is everyone's responsibility. The competition lasts until one of the participants admits defeat or can no longer continue the fight. Joshua and Bavarian almost simultaneously said that they understood everything and knew the rules quite well. Well, since they understood everything and knew all the rules, Ryan decided to announce that their fight was beginning. Joshua immediately decided to show Bavarian who the favorite was in this fight, and decided to show his strength. Cain was surprised that Joshua decided to release so much aura from the very beginning. In any case, he thought that the owner was simply incredible. This only caused Bavarian to laugh when he saw Joshua's strength. Now, according to his words, it became clear to him why the advanced detachment suffered. But it still seemed to him that this was not enough to break him. The man believed that he should know that the level of mana is predetermined from birth, and the same applies to the aura that uses mana. And apparently Joshua's aura is applied. It is more aimed at maintaining rather than suppressing. This was purely his opinion. But his aura, according to him, is intensifying. It seemed to him capable of suppressing the enemy. It is exclusively attacking. Bavarian has the greatest aura of the amplification sphere, raised to the maximum level, which is why he is considered one of the superhumans. And when he saw what kind of aura Joshua was using, he was sure that he could not cope with him. Cain did not expect such an overwhelming aura that literally suppressed Joshua's aura, and now he even had doubts that Joshua would be able to defeat such an opponent. The Bavarian was tired of talking and finally decided to show everything he was capable of. So he began attacking actions. He immediately warned Joshua that there was simply no point in running away, so he advised him to do everything to at least repel his attack. But as soon as their weapons collided, Bavarian realized that it would not be as easy for him as it seemed before. The blast wave from their strikes was too strong that some had to hold on to everything they could see so as not to be simply blown away. Marquis Cromwell even needed protection, which his knights created for him from their shields. But it wouldn't have helped him if Bavarian's axe flew straight at him, which, for unknown reasons, flew out of the fog, in the center of which Joshua and the mercenary king were fighting. In any case, he immediately noticed the fact that the axe was broken, and this could only mean one thing. And the thought that Bavarian could lose put him in a state of panic, so he even began to shake with fear. When the fog cleared, Cromwell's thoughts and fears came true. Joshua stood with his spear, and opposite him was the headless body of Bavarian. The outcome of the battle became clear just a few minutes after it began, and now the fate of the two families was sealed. Everyone who was on Joshua's side had a smile on their faces, because they perfectly understood what this meant specifically for them. But on the other hand, they could not believe that Joshua was able to destroy the king of mercenaries with just one blow. Everyone was glad that now they had returned their land and the war would end there. At least not everyone thought so. Cromwell in turn began to shout to each of them that the struggle for the lands of Fonti had nothing to do with the competition of supermen. He believed that this war was being waged between Fonti and Cromwell, the houses of Avalon. So Joshua Sanders did not have the authority to dispose of the ownership of Fonti. This was a violation of the laws of the Empire. Therefore, he firmly decided that they would go into battle right now, and ordered each of his soldiers to take out their swords and immediately destroy the enemies. Moreover, there were no more than 100 opponents, and at this stage they outnumbered them. He asked them to fight for the honor of the house, for the prosperity of their family. The soldiers were motivated enough, so they were going to go into battle. But the mercenaries, who also stood in that crowd, did not quite understand why they should engage in battle at all if the king of the mercenaries was no longer there. Cromwell heard this, so he immediately decided to remind them that the reward that Bavarian promised them would be theirs if they helped him now. The man was sure that each of them dreamed of getting rid of their low status and getting a position that would give them the opportunity for a stable life. Such words obviously had an effect, because Cromwell put pressure on each of them, so they ran into battle for what they thought was a better life. Cain could not believe that they really moved towards them and decided to go to the end. Kinaitu, in turn, ordered William's knights to prepare for battle and destroy everyone who threatens the king. Joshua at that moment simply stood and carefully watched this whole show and could not help but notice that the Marquis Cromwell was actually acting incredibly dirty. He understood that at this rate, despite the feeling of guilt before Mr. Axler, he would have to deal with the mercenaries. Therefore, he created one of his most powerful mass attacks, which was called the Ice Spear, which dropped huge ice rocks on the entire army of mercenaries. But this offensive was interrupted not by Joshua, but by Axler, who appeared out of nowhere and ordered each of the mercenaries to listen to him carefully, after which he said that from that moment on, the contract between the mercenary King Bavarion and the Marquis Cromwell ceases to be valid, and now he is their new head. Therefore, he had every right to order each of them to retreat and stop attacking. Axler stated that the era of King Bavarion is over, and according to the rules of the guild, he is the only owner of the diamond token, so he will become their leader. He promised everyone to create new orders among the mercenaries and restore lost moral principles. But for this, they need to abandon this war and return to the guild. Cromwell immediately ordered this fool to shut his mouth, because he believed that the man at least appeared out of nowhere, and also demands to terminate the contract. Cromwell is more than sure that Axler does not even understand what he is asking for, because only the penalty will be 10 times the contract amount itself. Axler believed that the conclusion of the agreement was not agreed upon with the guild, and therefore he could make a claim to the deceased mercenary king, who single-handedly signed the document. This angered Cromwell even more, so he immediately ordered his knights to stand still and immediately destroy this insolent man so that he would never be able to open his mouth again. At this moment, Iselin intervened, and using magic tried to explain to each of them that the war was already over, and now they did not need to point swords at each other. Cromwell clearly didn't care about these words, so he continued to say that Axler would not make the head of the mercenaries, especially after he saw that the man was hiding behind an unknown girl. Iselin began to boil with anger after she realized that Cromwell did not even recognize her, although he was the one who took everything from her, and it was he who issued the decree for her capture and forced her into hiding. Therefore, she decided that she would share with him personally and would do it right now. But suddenly, Joshua appeared in front of her and prevented her from doing this. He turned to her and thanked her for helping stop all the mercenaries, but now he asked her to finish her help, because then he believed that he could handle it himself. The next words that came out of Joshua's mouth was advice that was addressed to Cromwell, to whom he said that the best thing for him would be to surrender now. But the man in response asked him not to make them laugh, because he believed that even without the king of mercenaries, they could ease of dealing with it. Joshua allocated a certain amount of aura, and after that decided to ask again if he was sure of this decision. But without waiting for an answer, using the magic of a message, Joshua turned to each warrior and told them that each of them felt that there was no chance of success. So he asked them not to sacrifice themselves just for the sake of the Marquis's pride. The knights, after thinking, realized that in fact Joshua was completely right and they should not give their lives for such a stupid person as the Marquis, so they began to throw away all their weapons. This obviously did not please Cromwell very much, so he began shouting that anyone who opposed his will would be punished to the fullest extent of military law. But his speech was at one point interrupted by Joshua, who began to tell him that if he could not find an excuse that would allow him to give up, then he decided to offer him one option in which he makes a deal with Joshua, as a result of which he will return it to his son. Joshua believed that his father's love was a sufficient reason to retreat, and this would at least allow him to save face. But Cromwell himself did not think so, who believed that in this way his family would still become a laughing stock. Then Joshua had to ask the man directly what was better for him, to die or to be a laughing stock. Joshua could easily take the man to Bavarian, where he would not be a laughing stock, and Cromwell understood this very well. So he had to think about the option that Joshua offered. And in the end, he found out directly from the guy what he wanted. Joshua was glad that the man had come to his senses, so he began to say directly that firstly, he wanted the man to return all the territories of the Fonte house that he had seized, and secondly, he wanted Cromwell to pay 100 million gold coins as compensation. But the conditions did not end there. Joshua also added that the man must swear in the name of His Majesty that he will fulfill all the conditions. Cromwell at that moment thought that 100 million gold was too huge an amount, and he would have to live literally like a slave who would spend the rest of his life giving this money. But on the other hand, he understood that if he did not want to die, then you have to agree. Therefore he made a decision and told Joshua that he, the 17th head of the House of Cromwell, swears in the name of His Imperial Majesty Marcus Britain that he accepts the said conditions and will fulfill them to the fullest. After which he shouted to his soldiers to immediately step back and start leaving. Cain and Icarus, standing with their mouths open, simply could not believe that they had agreed, and now they heard the sound of the army retreating. And from that moment it became clear to everyone that the war was finally over, and they were able to win it. So their joy knew no bounds. Although Cromwell himself mentally thought that his time had not yet come, and in general he was not going to fulfill any oath, because it seemed to him that with his capital and strength he could make it as if today's events had never happened. But most importantly, he wanted to make Joshua regret that he let him go today, and for this he gathers new forces and burns everyone to the ground. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Joshua, who asked Cromwell to wait a little. The man immediately thought that he wanted to add more conditions. Joshua reassured him. There would be no more conditions. He just wanted to say that their entire conversation was transmitted straight to the Imperial palace, and the highest layer of the aristocracy was watching him. So now Joshua hopes that Cromwell will remain true to his word. This made Mr. Cromwell angry and aggressive, and he immediately began calling Joshua names. Marcus, who listened to this entire conversation, was quite surprised at how Joshua was acting, and this prompted him to reward the guy when he arrived back in Avalon. After some time, a small celebration was created in the Hazard Fortress, in the center of which was Iselin. The knights could not take their eyes off her. But what is most surprising is that all the mercenaries could not oppose her strength. Another beauty, Cheryl, came out to the girl and turned to Iselin because she wanted to talk to her. The first thing the girl noticed was that she was very glad to see Iselin again. Iselin responded by thanking Lady Cheryl for inviting her to the fortress. Cain, meanwhile, was actively telling the story at the table, and in the end he decided that one day he would create a war song and then the whole continent would ask him to perform it. It was so funny for Kinnate to hear this, so he could not restrain himself and said that this, of course, is the goal of a real man. Although it sounds ridiculous, Cain did not hold back and immediately began to shout at Kinaita and say that he was his first knight, who began to serve him, and besides, Joshua's father himself recognized him as a genius, so now he asked Kinaita to shut his mouth. After these words, the smile on Kinaitu's face disappeared because he did not expect to hear that King Duke Agnes, the Black Spirit of Avalon, recognized Cain. Now he understood that he really should appreciate Cain's abilities. Cain was glad that they finally understood who they were dealing with, and also added that since they felt respect for him, then he decided that he would allow them to join, although the men did not quite understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, the guy told them about the Knights of the Golden Spirit according to Cain. This is the owner's personal knightly order, and their main goal is to surpass the 7 legendary Knights of Avalon. It was a wonderful toast to drink, so Kinitu and his friend would be only too happy if they could together become the strongest order on the continent. Icarus, who was also there, was so amazing to watch how they had just argued with each other and now got along. It couldn't help but make him happy. When suddenly their cheerful conversations were interrupted by Joshua, who appeared rather unexpectedly, they were surprised, because it seemed to them that he had gone to rest, and it was not clear where he was going for the night. But in any case, they immediately told him that they would follow him. Joshua smiled and said that this was not necessary. Besides, he had a special task for them. After which he turned to Cain and told him that he would like him to move to Aden Gorge. Cain didn't quite understand why he should go there if everything there burned to the ground. Before Joshua had time to answer this question, Icarus intervened in their dialogue, who explained to Cain that the owner wants to deal with the traitors led by Count Cox. They also know that there is a fire there, and therefore will decide that this is an ideal hiding place. What about Kinaitu and Oxeon? Joshua asked them to take William's knights and immediately return to Lionheart. Kinaitu was quite surprised when he learned that Joshua was not sending him to Aden Gorge, and would like to know the reason for this decision. Icarus decided to answer this question, telling Kinaite that the fact is that Lionheart is in danger, which surprised him very much. Therefore, the guy had to add that the news that William's knights, the defenders of Lionheart, had left the city, and were in Avalon, had already spread throughout the continent, and therefore they believed that there would certainly be those who would decide to take advantage of the situation and seize the defenseless territory. The man was slightly surprised, because since the Emperor knows that they are here now, will he really not do anything? And then it turns out that the rumors claiming that he is behind the King of Mercenaries and the Marquis Cromwell. Icarus could not give him an exact answer to this question, but he could assume that perhaps Emperor Marcus would decide to take advantage of the situation and appropriate Lionheart for himself. Besides, the Emperor probably believes that the hero of his country won the competition of masters, so this is the most opportune moment to take the city. Kinaitu immediately grabbed his head, because he understood perfectly well that if something happened to Lionheart, it would only be his fault. And then it turns out that he had made a huge mistake. Icarus immediately decided to calm him down and asked him not to worry so much, because perhaps what was described would never happen. In addition, the guy believed that depending on the owner's decision, the geography of the continent could completely change, and now they stand in the very center of a huge whirlpool of changes. Now, according to Icarus, the fate of the continent is in the hands of the owner, so the guy would like to know from Joshua what choice he will make. Joshua, looking at them, decided to give them the answer to this question since they wanted it so badly. After this conversation, Cain and Icarus discussed why Joshua made this particular choice, and for both it was quite strange. Although in any case, they both decided that they would follow him to the ends of the earth. And Icarus added to Cain that right now it's not that important, so it would be better if he focused on the task at hand. After this advice, they both entered Cheryl's office to discuss one very important issue. First of all, Icarus thanked Lady Cheryl for being able to devote time to them, despite their busy schedule. He didn't have time to finish when Cain suddenly added that Joshua ordered them to deal with the traitor Cox and the others. But first, he ordered to find out Lady Cheryl's opinion, because this matter primarily concerns the Fonte house. The girl couldn't answer them right away, so she was quite obviously lost in thought. After several minutes of thought, she replied that she did not have enough mercy to forgive traitors. Therefore, for the sake of the inhabitants of Fiode, who received a knife in the back, and for the sake of the reborn house of Fonte, she, forgetting about shame, asked the two of them to sort this out. Such words could not but please both of them, so with their hand on their hearts they answered her that she could easily trust them. When suddenly Cain remembered that he also wanted to ask Lady Cheryl a question, and it concerned the sign that she gave Joshua as a child. And the question itself was that he was interested to know if she really wanted him to become her husband. Icarus immediately turned on and, to put it mildly, reminded Cain that he shouldn't ask such questions. But Cain didn't understand what was wrong with that, and besides, he was sure that Icarus was also interested. Cheryl could only laugh at these two, and add that they were actually great for each other. Well, seriously, she could say that in fact. Then she gave this sign to Joshua out of pure stubbornness, in order to thus attract his attention. He was not looking in her direction at all. And now she is not entirely sure of her feelings and whether this stubbornness still affects her and whether she likes Joshua, or was it a temporary infatuation with his uniqueness. In addition, she considered him to be something of a divine creature who is not easy to approach, to which Cain responded with laughter and added that it was not for nothing that Joshua was glorified as the god of battles. Icarus immediately hit him and asked him to stop talking nonsense. In any case, Cheryl believed that now there were things that were much more important than love and dating, so she decided to leave these things for peacetime. At this point, she decided to close this topic. Besides, in her opinion, it was high time for them to deal with the traitors. Icarus did not understand her. Was she really going with them? Cheryl did not understand his surprise. Of course she would go with them, because she wants to see their end with her own eyes. Joshua, meanwhile, was near Bavariant's grave, and after standing nearby for a while, he finally began the ritual for which he had come here. He read a prayer that literally gave another chance for the mercenary king. Joshua decided to give him the right to roam this world, but for this, he needed to obey him. But it was no longer Bavarian, but Lord Dullahan, whom Joshua decided to summon to this world, but he did not even expect that the dead man would have such strong energy. Joshua understood perfectly well that now was not the time to think about it, and he confidently began a dialogue with him, saying that it was he who summoned Dullahan, the legend of the demon world. These words seemed to provoke him, and Dullahan began to approach him too quickly, and Joshua did not quite understand what to do next. The knight, whom Joshua had just tried to subdue, decided that first he wanted to test the strength of Joshua, one of the superhumans. Joshua understood perfectly well that Lord Dullahan was extremely proud, and he would never serve someone who was weaker than him. But if this was the only condition, then for Joshua it was not really a problem. Therefore he dealt him a rather strong blow, which would have destroyed any knight of this rank. But apparently Dullahan was not included in this list, because after such a strong blow, only a scratch remained on his armor. Although Joshua was surprised by this, but on the other hand, it only turned him on even more, because it is always really nice to fight seriously, so he began to think about using an aura blade or sacred power. His thoughts at one moment were interrupted by his spear, which started talking about how he was stupid, because neither the source crystal nor mana nor sacred power could be used, because Dullahan would not recognize him unless he showed the pure highest demonic energy that would surpass his own. But there was no time to think, because Dullahan had already begun to attack with the words that he would not obey someone who was weaker than him. Joshua now began to worry because he didn't understand why his spear didn't tell him about this much earlier. The spear could only wish Joshua good luck and add the story that about 300 years ago the devil himself failed to tame this guy. But still Joshua has one advantage. He uses Rugia, so he doesn't have to worry. These words actually did not calm Joshua down. Rugia realized this, and immediately advised him to use more demonic energy, because this way Dullahan would drive him away. Joshua was tired of listening to this and asked Rugia to shut up because it was already very difficult for him to pull out this energy. Without any force, he was already trying to get everything he could. The guy was so carried away by this process that at one moment horns appeared on his head, after which he released an incredibly huge amount of energy, which literally threw Dullahan away. But this was only the beginning, because what Dullahan saw next shocked him. Joshua looked like his old friend whom they had met more than 1,000 years ago. After Joshua turned into a demon, Dullahan immediately knelt down and agreed to serve him until the end of his days. Joshua was quite happy to hear such words, so he immediately ordered Rugia to use the seal of submission. After they performed this ritual, Rugia suddenly said that the power of domination originally belonged to the devil. But Joshua did not quite understand what she was talking about. But that was not all she wanted to say, after which she began to talk about how the sign on her chest depicts a red moon, which means the underworld, and the spear symbolizes it. He is an angel who was the highest archangel with 6 pairs of wings, who one day became fallen. He left heaven and the devil accepted him in the underworld, but he stole the power of domination and escaped. In the entire history of the world, he became the only one who was called a traitor in both heaven and hell. But at the same time, Rugia added that he was too strong for anyone to cope with. He alone could cope with 2 devils at once, and now his symbol, his pattern of dominance appeared on Joshua. Joshua, listening to all this, finally wanted to find out what his name was, to which Rugia replied that he was Lucifer, the first who stole the light, after which she moved into the stage of the second awakening. Cheryl, along with her companions and a small army of knights, arrived at the Aden Gorge, where the ruined Fonti fortress now stood, which no one was going to give up just like that, and the enemy archers immediately prepared for battle. Count Arno immediately began to panic, because he understood what would happen if they lost this battle, which could not be said about Cox, who was too calm. The man understood that they had changed their course and went not to the Hazard Fortress, but here, and now looking at the army led by Cheryl, he understood that most likely Cromwell lost. Cox jokingly noted that Arno could have escaped from here a long time ago, but this only angered him more, and he began to say that the Black Knight of the Denise River had blocked all escape routes and they were locked here. Then the answer from Cox was no longer so friendly, and he asked Count Arno to better keep quiet and think about how to stay alive. Looking at the top, Cain understood that the traitors were not just going to come out. Icarus noticed that this is because the defenders of the fortress have an advantage in battle, so he asked him to return to his place, because as soon as the attack weapons are ready, they will begin. But for now, you just need to watch. Cain categorically disagreed with him, so he asked them to watch from behind with comfort, because this time he will show what he is really capable of, although he will not be able to completely repeat the owner. But he is capable of doing something similar. Therefore, he concentrated on his aura, and was able to superimpose one aura on the second, which allowed him to concentrate a huge amount of power in himself, after which he went on the attack. Cox did not wait a second and immediately ordered the archers to shoot at him. This didn't even stop Cain, and at that moment he only thought that since you can add an aura to the sound and thus influence the perception of the enemy, then by applying aura to aura, you can cover your entire body with it, which gave him even more confidence, and for good reason, because a protective field was created around him that protected him from arrow attacks. Cox and Arno understood that their affairs were deteriorating more and more every second, because they were at least shocked that he had turned his aura into a protective sphere. Meanwhile, Cain continued to go on the attack with a request not to hide behind the walls of the fortress. Because he is only one here, why are they so afraid of him? They tried not to listen to him, and this was their main mistake, because literally within a few seconds the gates of the fortress were destroyed, and Cain was getting closer and closer to the traitors. Arno and Cox understood everything perfectly, and there was no point in explaining to them where they would soon find themselves. On the same day, a few hours later, they were already tied to 2 posts, and this is exactly what their finish looked like. Cheryl walked confidently towards them and along the way gave them the opportunity to say something final. Even in such conditions, Arno still tried to remind someone that he had rights, and the first thing he said was that behind these walls, she had no privileges, and he was Baron Arno, an aristocrat of the great Avalon Empire. And this, in his opinion, meant that she simply did not have the authority to arrest him, so he demanded that she immediately remove the handcuffs from him and let him go. Cheryl decided that she would not pay any attention to these words, and this made Arno start screaming even more, but no one heard him. And the lady herself turned to Cox, who asked if he wanted to say something final. Even in this situation, the man continued to smile and say that traitors have no right to ask or say anything. They can only regret that they could not carry out everything they planned. In response, she could only thank him for the truth, after which she turned around and began to leave. After she had moved to a safe distance, she ordered the archers to prepare to shoot. Arno was simply going crazy from such a picture and began to say everything that came into his head, about how they were going against the will of the Emperor and the like. But all these words were empty words for Cheryl, and she simply looked at him and chose to ignore all this, after which she waved her hand. And the arrows flew straight at the traitors, one of whom was silent, and the second spoke until the last second of his life. The immediate execution of the traitors who raised her instead of her parents was Cheryl's first step towards her future nickname of the Steel Empress, and this ended the war between the Marquis of Cromwell and the Duchy of Fonti. However, in order to counter the retaliatory actions of Cromwell, who would not give up so easily, Joshua's companions decided to remain in the Duchy of Fonty for a while. And everyone remained except the knights William and King Ryan, who returned to Lionheart to prevent possible threats. In exchange for the service of the Lion King, who acted as a judge in the duel, Joshua agreed to replace him as head of the Union of Free Knights. Axler, who became the new head of the mercenaries, recognized the relationship between Marquis Cromwell and the guild, but then wrote that they were recalling all mercenaries from the Avalon Empire. In addition, they promised to take only half the payment for all orders that the guild would receive. To regain the trust lost as a result of these events, he reduced the cost of all orders by half, showing an exceptional example of work, not in the name of enrichment. And 2 years later, in order to change attitudes towards mercenaries, he decided to change the cost of guild services. Thanks to his knowledge of his business and promptly taken measures, Axler strengthened his authority, and at the same time his popularity among the guild's mercenaries increased. In the Hazard Fortress, Cain could not allow Joshua to get rid of his subordinates so easily. This time he was sure that the owner would not be able to do it just like that. Until the very end, Cain wanted to find out why Joshua needed to go to Trifia. Did he really want to catch the very dragon about whom there were rumors? Joshua was already starting to get noticeably angry, so he had to say that he had a personal matter there that had nothing to do with the dragon at all, and besides, he believed that they should stay here and look after Lady Cheryl. But Cain was not the only one who unfortunately made a scene. Icarus and Iselin were also against him going on his own, and were in a hurry to remind him that he was their master, and not Lady Cheryl. And Icarus also asked him not to forget about the hidden Cromwell. They believed that he could say that he was leaving on personal matters, but a dragon was clearly involved, and now was not the right time for this. So they asked him to postpone everything until later. Cain decided to interrupt this scene a little, because he suddenly became very interested in finding out where such a beauty as Iselin came from next to him. It was strange for Joshua to hear such questions. Doesn't Cain really remember? Although he later realized that Iselin was just a child then, and it is not surprising that he does not remember her, but he never had any reason to talk about her. He told Cain that he promised her protection, so she is by his side and she will be with them for a while. So he asked Cain and Icarus to take care of her as well. Icarus thought at that moment he became interested in finding out what kind of relationship Iselin had with Joshua, since he promised to protect her. In any case, Joshua didn't have time for these childish games because he urgently needed to go to Trifia, and he didn't care if he met a dragon there or not. Cain shouted after him that he was taking this too lightly. The dragon could destroy any knight with one movement of its paw, so it seemed to him that there had been an evacuation order in Trifia for a long time, and he could not get there without permission from the Imperial Palace. Iselin added that as far as she knows, dragons do not just appear, they are called guardians of the middle world, because their emergence on the surface destroys the balance, so she assumed that he appeared because during the war people invaded his territory, and this is a kind of warning to them. And if she is really right, then most likely he will calm down soon, so she also thinks that she needs to wait a little longer to act. Joshua once again repeated that he was not particularly interested in the dragon, but still it seemed to him that this was not a warning as it seemed to Iselin. He believed that this was a danger approaching from the future, not a warning, but the threshold of a hurricane. Joshua mentally understood that the first act of the era of chaos of Crevus could begin. Meanwhile, in Arcadia, in the capital of the Avalon Empire, in the Palace of Shining Flowers, Lady Circerin Britain did not feel very well. Everyone who looked after her understood perfectly well that their efforts were not enough to cope with the princess's incurable illness, and no one knew how long she would last. But they decided that it was better to prepare for this day in advance. Meanwhile, Circerin could hardly breathe normally, but all she could think about was that same guy whose name was Joshua. She remembered the day when he told her that the medicine that would cure her was almost ready, and she should know that this was his gratitude for their relationship in a past life. Suddenly they heard the screams of a man who didn't understand how they dared to stop him. It was the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen, who literally burst into Circerin's room, and he did it only to find out how his sister was doing. He was immediately greeted by the chief maid of the Palace of Shining Flowers, Helen, but at the moment he did not need all these greetings. He first of all wanted to find out how his sister was doing. Helen sadly answered him that no medicine was working, and every day the princess was getting worse and worse. Circerin heard her brother's voice and decided to stand up to talk at least a little, although they tried to explain to her that it was better not to do this. Kazan was so sad to look at his sister, who had been used by her own father all her life, and now she was in this state. Circerin still continued to defend him, and said that if she could at least help the country in this way, then she was incredibly happy. Her brother immediately decided to support her a little, and said that everything was actually in order, and she didn't have to pretend that she was so loyal to her country, because he knew very well that she didn't want to own the Eye of Consciousness. It's a cursed ability. He also added that if he were in her place, he would have long dreamed of escaping from here, but he understood that she really didn't have much time left. But he decided that while the girl was still alive, he himself could use her Eye of Consciousness, so he asked her to go with him. Sir Siren tried to dissuade him and say something, but she was too weak to somehow resist him, so she had only one option, and that was to do as he said. The maids who were watching the princess tried with all their might to stop him, even blocking the exit with their bodies. But it is obvious that two girls cannot do anything against knights of such a high rank. Meanwhile, in the Trifia region, in one of the dense forests, a little boy was playing on the street and there were no signs of trouble. Suddenly Joshua came out of nowhere, who immediately recognized little Asha, although the boy did not understand who the man was. Joshua introduced himself and said his name, after which he added that he was the one who was saving him, and also that he missed him very much. Ashu didn't understand what this stranger was talking about, so he replied that he didn't know how he got here, but most likely he was mistaken, because at least his name is not Ashu. Joshua believed that this was not true, because in a past life he had decided so, and the boy liked this name, so he left it. But Ashu believed that this was all nonsense, and therefore asked Joshua to leave. But he was not going to do this, because he wanted little Ashu to get the so-called Sanders flower for him, after which Joshua applied force and used his skill, which was called an anti-magic field. This ability literally immediately destroyed the barrier behind which Ashu stood. This resulted in the appearance of huge orcs, which suddenly appeared behind Ashu. Now Joshua had a smile on his face because he finally saw his old friend, whose name was Elyunvos, who was the fifth of the High Elves, and Joshua really wanted to talk to him. So he came here. This only angered the elf even more, causing him to start calling Joshua an arrogant and greedy man, because he knows who he is and still does such things. But in any case, he believed that they had nothing to talk about and sent his monsters into battle, which were supposed to destroy Joshua. Joshua immediately warned him in response that his methods may seem rude, but he is doing this in order to free him from the Black Dragon crevice. Ashu didn't understand how he even knew about this and who this guy was after all. Joshua at that moment asked him a counter question, in which he wanted to find out how long, having forgotten the name of Elyunvos, he was going to remain his slave. Ashu couldn't believe that this guy was using the fear of the dragon. This skill is only available to the highest masters, and this skill worked perfectly on the huge orcs, who immediately turned around and began to run away. After which Joshua began to gradually approach Ash and asked him to calm down because he really just wanted to talk to him. Ashu still could not understand how such an ordinary person could use the fear of a dragon, and besides, he knew that the only black dragon who is not immersed in sleep is Krivas. Joshua explained to him that in fact it was just an illusion, which he could create quite easily, but Ashu did not completely believe him, and argued that he could perfectly distinguish truth from lies, and was sure that it was not an illusion, but real fear dragon. He realized that this was a great opportunity to make a deal with this kid, so Joshua told him that if he was so interested in knowing how he did it, then he could just make a deal with him, and he would tell everything. But Ashu continued anyway, scream and ask Joshua who he even is. Joshua asked him to calm down and listen a little, and as soon as Ashu calmed down a little, he asked him if he remembered the only friend of the elves among people. Ashu immediately realized that he was talking about Jarastic Orbis. It was an old friend of Ashu, who at one time sacrificed his life for the sake of the elves, and he could not even thank him. But he could not believe that he was alive. But it was worth admitting that this interested him quite a lot, so he decided to ask Joshua what he wanted from him. He assured him that Ashu would easily cope with this task, and began to talk about how he knew that the life of children born with the Eye of God was short. But Joshua also knew that Ashu was called a genius of alchemy, and he would easily create a cure for this curse. Ashu understood that for this medicine he would need the Sanders flower, which grows only in these parts, so he would agree to it, but only if Joshua told him how to use the fear of the dragon. Then Joshua suggested that they swear to each other to fulfill their promise, because he believed that trust was important in this matter. In response to this, Ashu said that he could prepare the medicine, but Joshua needed to get the ingredients himself, to which the guy agreed without any problems. Mentally, Ashu thought that a stupid person was standing opposite him, because people with the Eye of God are born once every 1,000 years. And does he really think that it is so easy to create a cure for this curse? Ashu believed that a whole life would not be enough even to find the ingredients, so he was sure that Joshua would not find them. Therefore, with such thoughts, he confidently vowed that he would create a cure for the curse of the Eye of God. And Joshua, in turn, promised to give information about the fate of Jarastic Orbis, and tell the truth about the fear of the dragon. Then Ashu decided to start by naming the ingredients, and he would bring them. but he immediately warned Joshua that the search would take a lot of time, so perhaps he would talk about the fear of the dragon first. But Joshua calmed him down, because as it turned out, he had brought all the necessary ingredients, except for the Sanders flower, which simply didn't fit into Ashu's head, who couldn't believe his words. Ashu knew very well that this was all on the verge of fantasy, because all these ingredients simply cannot be obtained by human effort, and this especially applies to the most important component. Joshua immediately realized that he was talking about a fragment of the dragon's heart, so he decided to show it by removing it from his ear. Also, the guy did not forget to note that this is actually the answer to his second question, how he actually created the illusion with the dragon. It seemed to Ash that today he would not get out of the state of shock, because he understood that this was in fact not a simple earring. It was made of obsidian stone, and it was this that helped create the real fear of the dragon. But he also knew that it, like the Eye of Consciousness, contained a curse, and not just any curse, but a dragon one, because the earring was made from the heart of a dragon. And if a creature below the dragon class uses it, then it will simply go crazy, unable to cope with the demonic energy, and he was sure that on this continent no one could cope with such power unless he was a demon king. But then it dawned on him that one obsidian earring was not enough to break Krivas's barrier, so now he doubts too much that Joshua, who stands opposite him, is even human. Joshua could only smile in response to this and asked Ashu in response if he really still considered him human. Ashu didn't have time to say a word when Joshua decided to answer his own question and said that he was God. Such words incredibly frightened Asha, who even fell to the floor from overexertion. Joshua was so funny to watch this, and he liked deceiving people in this way more and more. This time it worked out well too. Meanwhile, in the great palace of the Avalon Empire, Marcus listened that in the name of the Continental War and by order of His Majesty, Agnes, or the Black Spirit of Avalon, was acting in the vanguard. And Marcus liked it incredibly much because he believed that this was how it should be. In his opinion, Agnes could only follow his orders. His assistant suddenly interrupted his idleness and immediately decided to ask for forgiveness for his impudence. But he noticed an interesting fact that Marcus destroyed the Duchy of Fonti, the former source of money for Agnes, and his allied county of Rebrecca. And with this, he wanted to tell everyone that it was quite suspicious that Duke Agnes did not resist in any way, and still continues to follow Marcus's orders. But the Emperor did not see anything wrong with this, because he was at least confident that Agnes would never betray him, if only because his son Joshua had done a lot of things. Not only did he bring the Lionheart Knights to his land, but he also destroyed many of his people, the same Count Cox, whom Marcus actually valued very much. And therefore, the Emperor believed that Agnos understood perfectly well that his son's life was in danger. So he made a deal with him in exchange for turning a blind eye to what happened. And this could only mean one thing, that the heart of the continent, Lionheart, and one of the 12 superhumans, Joshua Sanders, are in his hands. Therefore, he ordered his assistant to convene all the aristocrats of the capital for a general council and asked him not to forget to call Joshua Sanders to the palace. In the ivory tower, which was given over to the needs of the court magicians of the empire, Kaizen sat at the table and talked about how he had transferred Sir Ciaran to his palace, and His Majesty did not even pay attention to it. But still, even in this case, one thing interested him. When he asked for help, he didn't even pretend to listen. But what changed since he now suddenly started helping him? His interlocutor answered him that because of the situation in which the Empire found itself, His Majesty wants to unite the continent by military means, and he does not even pay attention to everything else. This interlocutor turned out to be Evergrande, who believed that if Agnes invaded the Swallow Empire, the war would end very quickly. And if after the war the throne passes to them, then in his opinion, it is the second prince who will be able to quickly lead the country to stability. Kaizen was very pleased to hear this because finally they were talking about him, and not about the first prince, although many say that Kaizen is the same tyrant as his father, but he does not believe it. In any case, he told Evergrande that if he was thinking of continuing to flatter, then perhaps it would be better to leave it at that, because the guy understood perfectly well that the man wanted to feel him out, so they had nothing more to talk about. But Evergrande decided to stop the guy quite emotionally, because he actually had something else to add. As it turned out, he actually wants to become the Lord of the Magic Tower, which quite surprised Kaizen. He even stopped to listen to Evergrande. But then he realized that the man was going to betray them, those who accepted him, and go back to the magicians. Evergrande immediately began to explain to him that he wants to keep his place at the Imperial court, but at the same time, he strives to become the best magician of the Empire and the idol of all wizards, the Lord of their tower. Kaizen started laughing at him and asked Evergrande to thank him for not cutting off his head right there, because in the guy's opinion there were reasons for that. But still, he admitted the fact that his goal is laudable, which means that proud magicians of power are ready to go through fire and water in order to get what they want, and he actually likes such people. Now that they had resolved this issue, Kaizen asked Evergrande to tell him how he should end up on the Imperial throne, To which Evergrande was happy to give an answer, after which he began to say that he has an unknown recipe for a medicine that can give even the most critical patient 1 day of normal life. According to him, it burns all the time a person has left, and the disease's temporary retreats. And this medicine can cure Princess Cercerin for a whole day and restore her sight. But he immediately warned that as soon as the effect of the drug wore off, the person who drank it would die. Kazan almost immediately answered him that it seemed to him that Cercerin would like it, because as it seemed to him, she didn't have long to live anyway. But in this case, at least for a day, she would be able to feel like a person and look at this world, and she would also be able to fully use Eye of God. The guy believed that in this case, she would be incredibly happy to use him for his sake, and then die, knowing that she was useful, so he asked Evergrande to continue, because the guy was already quite curious. Evergrande was very glad that he was able to interest his interlocutor and that he was satisfied. After their dialogue, Kazan left the room with the words that he understood him perfectly, and therefore would leave this matter to him, to which Evergrande replied that he would hope for fruitful cooperation. As soon as the guy left, Evergrande immediately used his magic and said that it seemed to him that everything went well. And he spoke directly with the 4th prince of the Avalon Empire, whose name was Caesar, and he was incredibly interested in knowing whether Kazan would act as they thought or not. Indeed, in fact, in his opinion, among all his brothers, he thinks better than everyone else and is not so easy to deceive. Evergrande responded to this by telling him that those who are good at intrigue and slander can become Brutus, but not Kairos. And the man spoke about the first king of Asgard, a country similar to Avalon, whose name was Brutus, who with the help of tricks and slander ascended to the throne, but ultimately lost it due to the same intrigues. But Kairos was a merciful king who rallied people around him thanks to his leadership abilities. He literally became a ruler who was able to revive Asgard, turning half of the continent into his territory. Evergrande understood that Caesar was actually right, and so far they had nothing to earn the trust of the second prince, but he also really had no other options. The first Prince Kaiser is supported by the equally powerful duchies of Agnes and Tremblin, but the second Prince Kaizen cannot win the battle for power. But mentally, the man thought that everything was like this. But if Jairus Orbis entered the game, then the situation would change significantly, and now he believed that it would be more correct to call him Berber, a rich hillbilly who sold his soul to the devil. Therefore, Evergrande believed that if they, within reason, helped the second Prince Kaizen, then besides them, he would have no one left to rely on. In addition, he believed that under their leadership, Kaizen's influence would grow, and when the first prince felt threatened, then at that moment they will gather all their strength into a fist and destroy the second prince, for which they will receive Kisar's complete trust. Kaiser supported this idea, but most of all he wanted everything to happen without significant changes. Evergrande didn't quite understand what the guy was telling him, but the answer was quite simple. Caesar meant Joshua Sanders. After which he added that Lionheart treated Ryan, his previous king, one of the 12 superhumans, like nothing, but his knights suddenly sided with Joshua. The prince believed that there was some kind of secret in him, except for abilities that were not appropriate for such a young age, and until he tied their hands and feet, Kaiser believed that he needed to be eliminated, otherwise later it would be too late. Therefore he asked Evergrande for one more thing, namely to turn Joshua Sanders, like his brother Kazan, into a person dangerous to the Empire. Kaiser thought that in this case they would not be able to use their influence within the country. In response to this, Evergrande told him that everything would work out if Joshua appeared in the palace at the right time. This answer suited Kaiser completely, so he decided to end this meeting and at the end added that he trusts Evergrande more than anyone else, so he hopes that he will do everything right. But suddenly Evergrande mentioned that he never found out from the prince who he thinks Kaiser is closer to, Brutus or Kairos. Caesar turned to him with a smile and assured him that in fact he had never thought about it, but if you choose a role model. Then the prince would confidently name Heimdall. He wanted to be like him. Meanwhile, in the Trithia region, Ashu showed Joshua the Sanders flower that he had been looking for so long. But the problem was that it was located on a small mountain, from which it seemed to Joshua that it would be quite easy to reach him. Although Ashu suddenly began to get nervous and say that it was actually not too late to abandon this idea, because he believed that it was quite dangerous to be here, having an obsidian earring with him, and it would be a pity to break it for one medicine. Joshua continued to play the role of God, which he was quite good at, and this time he used it to calm down Asha, who, according to Joshua, could bring heavenly punishment upon himself if he behaved this way. But apparently it was too much, because Ashu began to shout at him because heavenly punishment was already some kind of nonsense, and it seemed to him that Joshua was deceiving him. Although on the other hand, he realized that he didn't really care, because he was only doing this because he wanted to see his old friend. That's why he was so worried, and given all this, he wanted to check with Joshua if he knew about that. knew, is it any side effect of this flower? To his surprise, Joshua had no problem telling him that when you want to gain something, you have to lose something in return. Mentally, he knew that after using the flower, Circeran would gain sight and life, but she would lose her memories, and in fact Joshua doesn't know how long, but it's even better, because she will forget the painful past. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a roar behind them, and it became clear from their faces that they should run. Ashu immediately began to panic and scream that from now on they were just corpses. The thing was that Krevis had returned and he was flying straight at them. It was quite surprising, but this dragon knew how to talk, and the first thing he asked Joshua was how a simple man dared to step onto his territory in broad daylight. But without waiting for an answer, he attacked Joshua. But to his surprise, the man was able to repulse his blow. So the dragon was going to do everything to make the guy regret it. But he didn't even know who he was facing, and Joshua also didn't stand still and was going to show who he was. And after a few seconds, he was still able to deliver a crushing blow to the dragon's head, which no one had done for hundreds of years. But Joshua won't be able to defeat that easily. And after his blow, he immediately received a counterattack that threw him back several hundred meters. The smile on Joshua's face never disappeared, and this could only mean that everything was under control. But he still noticed that he was not prepared for the dragon to be so strong. Although this was actually not surprising, because in front of him was the well-known Black Dragon, who walked away after the blow, wanted to know the name of the person who even dared to engage him in battle. Joshua thought that if he pretended to be God in front of him, he would only become more enraged, considering it a disgrace to the very idea of divinity, so he decided to immediately change the topic. But before he had time to say a word, Ashu suddenly intervened in their dialogue, who began to tell the dragon that this little man introduced himself as God, and also did not forget to ask the dragon to pay attention to his right ear, because he has an obsidian earring there. Joshua couldn't do anything about it except look at Asha and politely ask him to shut his mouth. The dragon actually didn't really believe that there was God in front of him, but he also doubted that there was a person in front of him. After all, he noticed the fact that Joshua was attacking using demonic energy, and now he was healing sacred energy from himself, and therefore he could not understand how it was possible to control these flows at the same time. Joshua at that moment thought that the dragon, even after these words, did not attack Ashu. Apparently he was not as impatient as Joshua thought, which means that it was possible to come to an agreement with him, which could not but please him. But again, before he had time to say a word, the dragon prepared to attack, simultaneously saying that he would bring down heavenly punishment on him because he had invaded his lands. Because he believed that no matter who Joshua was, he would still die here because he invaded his lands. Joshua realized that he was stupid when he decided that this creature could be negotiated, so it was time to join the battle and use the maximum of his strength to defeat this big guy. Rugia didn't even have time to mention why Joshua didn't want to show off his new power, when Joshua had already grown his horns again and added that he thought this was the perfect moment to use this power. First of all, he wanted to test one theory, which was that if he could destroy with one blow a black dragon whose demonic energy was woven into mana, then there would be no one on Earth who could fight him. And this was actually a little important for Joshua, because in his past life he was never able to defeat this lizard. But this time he promised himself that he would do everything to finally destroy this dragon, and for this he used the 6th stage of using a spear. Suddenly the battle was interrupted for Joshua because he turned into a spirit. He didn't understand a little what was happening because he had literally just fought with Krevis. And now where is he anyway? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by some creatures that were flying straight at him, and it was obvious that they were clearly not good. Seeing their faces, he realized that he had entered the world of demons, and there were too many of them here. And just as he was about to engage in a fight with them, he realized that they simply flew through him, as if he did not exist. As it turned out, they were flying far not towards him, but towards some man who was also going into battle with them. It was not entirely clear who he was and what was going on here. Suddenly the scene of action changed again, and now he watched as one angel with a spear told the second that he did not blame him, but would still take his wings from him in payment for betrayed trust. Suddenly one of them said the name Mikhail, and Joshua immediately began to scream, because he began to understand that he was now in the center of Rugia's memories. But no one heard him, and he continued to watch the memories, at one moment of which this very Mikhail was destroyed. After which Joshua again moved to another place. This time around him, it was as if everything was covered in blood. Ashu knew that this little man was not God, and now when he disappeared in the center of Krevis's fiery breath, he was finally convinced of this. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, until they saw Joshua in a different form. But Joshua still could not move away from the visions that he had just seen, because he sincerely did not understand what they could mean. But he knew for sure that they were not useless. He assumed that if the past was revealed depending on the level, Then by reaching the 8th level of spear proficiency, which is called the power of God, he could finally find out the whole truth. The Black Dragon at this moment was absolutely indifferent whether he was good or evil. For him, he was still too dangerous for the world that was under his protection, so he was not going to spare any effort to destroy him. But apparently he doesn't quite understand who he is fighting with, and Joshua decided to show him this, and for this he decided to use an ability called the Dance of Chaos, destroying the skies. With this ability, he literally broke through the stream of energy that the dragon spewed out. At one point, he managed to destroy his dragon's fire breath, and now it was his turn to attack. Creeves did not expect such a turn, because in his entire life almost no one managed to destroy his fiery breath. But this, as it turned out a little later, was not the worst problem, because Joshua, using his new abilities, caused him quite serious damage. Ashu, who watched this carefully, could not believe what was happening, because not every demon is even capable of piercing the body of a black dragon. Joshua essentially only needed one blow to cause the dragon to stop using its wings and simply fall into free flight. Creeves could barely speak. His strength simply left him at some point. So before he died, he still decided to ask him who he really was. Joshua, in response to this question, made it clear to him that in fact this is not so important. The main thing is that he knows very well that he is Mr. Creevis, not so much angry because he invaded his domain. There is a roar because of what happened in the castle, which is located on the border of Trafia. Creevis now finally understood everything. His opponent simply knew everything, but he didn't really hide the fact that people simply crossed a line that shouldn't have been crossed. He considered the creation of ghouls using demonic power to be simply unforgivable, and the dragon was confident that the emperor of this country would personally answer to him for this act. This only made Joshua smile because from that moment everything became clear to him. Even in his past life, he wanted to know when the Imperial family managed to make a deal with Crevis, and how they managed to come to an agreement with the guardian of the middle world. Joshua, thinking about the person who could pull this off, only one option comes to mind. Although in any case, he mentally asked for their forgiveness, because he would have to intercept this deal from them. Cain continued to train hard and practice the same technique a second 100 times. At some point, a guest came to him, who began to worry a little about Cain, because he had actually been training for 4 days. Icarus understands him that he wants to be stronger and all that, but still he decided to offer him a rest, since rest is also important. Cain immediately explained to him that he couldn't just leave training, because he needed to become stronger every day, because that's the only way he would be useful to his master. In response, he wanted to know why Icarus came here in the first place, to which the guy told him that the Lord had received a decree from the Emperor. Cain did not understand how he knew this without even opening the envelope. Although Icarus did not have the right to read, because it was written for him personally, they still participated in the territorial war between Pontier and Cromwell without the order of the Emperor. And they also brought knights of another nation to Avalon, so Icarus does not expect anything else from this envelope. Cain still believed that there was no point in guessing, and it would be best to open the envelope to find out what was written there. After that, they almost simultaneously started talking about the fact that maybe it makes sense to open it. This made Icarus laugh, and he even thought for a minute that apparently they thought alike. But in any case, he agreed with Cain, so he opened the envelope without much regret. At least he wanted to do it, until Cain snatched this envelope from his hand and said that only the Lord could open it. You never know what could happen. So he decided that he would take responsibility for it himself. After which he again joked that a knight's duty is to protect the lady and looked at Icarus again. Cain decided not to stop there and decided to find out from Icarus how long he would continue to pretend, because most already know that Lord Icarus is not such a lord anymore. Cain asked him to just admit it, and he will bear responsibility. In any case, he decided that this was not the main thing right now, and suggested that we discuss it a little later, because there were more important things right now. But Icarus was now not entirely sure that this was worth doing, but it was already too late, because Cain had already opened this envelope, and in any case he needed to look. But when he looked at what was said there, Cain's smile immediately disappeared from his face. It was written that Joshua and Agnes must arrive at the Imperial Palace within 5 days in order to suffer severe punishment. But the main problem was not this, but the fact that Joshua is now in Trophy, where there are no teleportation gates, and if you take into account the time to deliver the message to himself, he will not reach the castle earlier than in 2 weeks. Icarus reassured Cain because he believed that there was no point in worrying about it, because he was sure that Joshua had already finished his business and was heading back. So he decided that they would set course for the palace in the morning, but first he needed to do what Lord Joshua asked. Cain immediately told him that they could not just leave the Pontier family, but Icarus actually took care of this too, because he had already asked for someone's help. So he assured Cain that he could calmly pack his things. Axler, along with his mercenaries, confidently headed off to their next mission, and at some point one of the mercenaries asked him whether it was really worth accepting this task. He replied with a smile that of course it was worth it, because he believed that you need to be able to make amends. So they accepted the request to protect the Pontier family, the customer of which was Icarus from the Sanders family. In the meantime, Joshua got what he needed and the medicine was ready. But before he leaves for good, Ashu would like to ask him one question. After which he said that now Joshua got what he wanted so much, and therefore he is interested in knowing why he should go with him. The Black Dragon realized that he had lost that battle, so he told Joshua that they could actually reach an agreement. Joshua was just waiting for this option, so he immediately said that one of his conditions would be a blossoming Sanders flower. And while Joshua was technically a knight, but soon he will become an emperor, and he still has no servants. So secondly, he wished Ashu as a servant, and he will be for 10 years. Ashu begged him not to do this. He asked him to at least reduce the term because 10 years is too long, and he belongs to the sacred race, so he cannot be a servant. Joshua began to get angry with him because he was ready to serve the Black Dragon, but he was not, so now he will serve not 10 years, but 15. Ashu still didn't want to do this, so he asked him to make a deal with him. After all, he uses primordial stones. Ashu offered to tell him where the rest were. He was ready to do everything but not become a servant again because he had just received his freedom. But if Joshua still refused, then Ashu asked to reduce the sentence to at least 5 or even 3 years. Joshua agreed to these conditions and reduced his term of service to 5 years. But he wanted to know where the remaining primordial stones were. Ashu was so happy to hear this, and immediately told him that one piece of God with the powers of the wind was in Tempest. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a black dragon, which appeared as if it was about to attack again. But as it turned out, he healed his wounds and was ready to fly as Joshua promised. This could not but please him, so he was ready to fly out and also hoped that the black dragon would fulfill part of his deal. Meanwhile, in the great palace of the Avalon Empire, the emperor's assistant informed him that all the nobility had arrived at the gathering, with the exception of Agnes. Marcus had no doubt about it. He immediately remembered the proverb, "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree," but on the other hand, if Agnes or Joshua don't show up on time, then for every 10 minutes of delay, he will destroy one of their people, and thus the families supporting Joshua will pay for their mistakes. But then he decided that since Reinhard and Wilhelm's knights would become his property, they could be spared. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by screams, and it seemed people were shouting that they heard a dragon. Looking out the window, you could really see a dragon, and therefore they immediately sounded an alarm, which meant an emergency situation, and everyone immediately prepared for defense. The commander of the Imperial Knights, Rodhogue, immediately ordered the 1st and 2nd squads to concentrate on protecting the palace. The 3rd, 4th and 5th battalions went on his orders inside the palace. From the 7th to the 9th were to defend the palace gates. While he was distributing the army further, the 12th battalion ran to the training camp, which arrived as soon as it received the order. Rodhogue informed them that since their captain Joshua was not here, they would act as support. Katgies, who was second in command and acted as direct commander while Joshua was away, accepted this order. But as soon as he said this, he felt a push in his shoulder. The knights from other battalions decided to close his mouth in this way, but the guy immediately asked them to watch where they were going. And the only response he received was that he should be quiet while Joshua is not here, because it is so easy to run into problems that he cannot cope with. Katgaz lost his temper when he heard what these guys were talking about him, and he was eager to fight. But his colleagues stopped him in the middle because in fact now is not the time for this, and he was absolutely right. Ashu still couldn't believe that he was flying on a dragon, so his scream could actually be heard from anywhere in Avalon. Joshua didn't understand why he was screaming so much, because his former Lord Kravis himself allowed him to fly on it. In any case, they arrived, so he could already jump. But the fact was that Ashu was incredibly afraid of heights. Therefore Joshua had to tell him to jump. It would be something like training for him, which would teach him not to be afraid of heights in the future. But Ashu thought that all this was complete nonsense. Joshua asked him to train because this was the only way he could overcome his fears, and besides, he would soon have to climb Yggdrasil. Ashu suddenly calmed down because he didn't understand how he even knew about this. Joshua tactfully ignored this question. He could only say that although he did not know everything, he could say one thing for sure. A solution cannot be reached by ignoring and avoiding the problem. So he asked Asha not to run away and face her fear. So I asked him to jump. He only asked him to take one step that would allow him to deal with his fears once and for all. Even the Black Dragon at one point got tired of listening to them and endlessly watching them decide to jump, so he decided to push them. Joshua landed calmly, which could not be said about Asha, who flew and screamed so loudly that probably the whole of Avalon heard him. In one of the corridors of the castle, a member of one of the 5 ducal families, Gestalt asked Arya to calm down, because now only the safety of His Majesty is important. But Arya believed that His Majesty had a much better chance of surviving, because he is the strongest man in the Empire. Now he is more disappointed that the Imperial magician disappeared as soon as the dragon appeared. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they met Agnes on their way, who was far from in the best mood. Meanwhile, in Marcus's meeting room, a conversation took place with Evergrande, who told His Majesty that everything happened as expected. Now Evergrande believed that all that remained was to offer the Black Dragon conditions that he could not refuse. Marcus asked him if he was sure of this, because he understood that if they made a mistake, they would most likely just die. Evergrande asked him not to worry, because he knows exactly what the Black Dragon wants, and if he allows him to explain, then even though the Black Dragon appeared because the Liuli invaded his territory, the man still believed that his true interest lay in the experiments of people with the dead and the creation of ghouls. The Black Dragon became interested in his opinion as soon as he sensed the demonic energy. He had not been seen for quite some time, but he must have wanted to see the source of demonic energy in person, and so Evergrande was confident that he would not miss the chance to study living demons and satisfy his curiosity. And if Evergrande is not mistaken, then perhaps this is his only opportunity to see the demon in person. Despite his status as the protector of the Middle Kingdom, he is simply a giant lizard pursuing his own personal interests. And for the magician, this meant only one thing, that it would be easy for them to enlist his support, and they would do this with the help of concentrated demonic energy and a source of demons, namely the demonic horn. This horn of a mid-ranking demon should satisfy his greed, after which Evergrande wanted to use the information he received to control the Black Dragon and do whatever he could wish for with it. Marcus was slightly surprised that Evergrande was already able to obtain a horn that could satisfy him, but the magician assured him that there was nothing surprising here. Although Evergrande thought in his mind that he had almost violated his agreement with the demon, his thoughts were interrupted by Marcus, who did not understand why Evergrande suddenly stopped talking. What was the matter? But before he had time to answer this question, they both heard screams that the Black Dragon was retreating. This was the worst scenario for Evergrande, because then his plan would fail, and this could lead to bad consequences for him. Therefore, he decided to immediately ask Marcus to leave this room in order to carry out all his instructions. Marcus looked at him as if he clearly suspected something. From one such look, Evergrande sweated and thought that one wrong word and he was a dead man. But the Emperor did not say anything more to him, except to let him go, and the magician did not wait even a second, after which he immediately left the room. But as soon as he left the room, Marcus ordered his assistant, who, using his ability to hide in the room all this time, to pursue Evergrande. Marcus understood that this magician could have anything on his mind, and therefore he wants to know what Evergrande is up to, and if it doesn't suit him, then Marcus allowed him to be destroyed on the spot. Brory told Probelum that there were rumors that the breath of this dragon could burn the entire city to the ground, and if this was true, then he believed that it was better to remain on guard while he lived. Although then he added that first they need to get rid of the reason why this dragon flew here, and specifically from the person who sent troops to Trafia. Johor Cromwell immediately realized that Brory was talking about him, and understandably he got angry, because Brory told him to end the war as early as possible. In any case, he believed that now it was not important, and he should just forget about it, because he thought it was suspicious that on the day when they were having an important meeting, Joshua Sanders appeared. The man was almost sure that it was behind all this Joshua. Their dialogue was interrupted by the same Joshua, who entered the meeting room along with his new servant Ashu, who still could not recover from the jump from a great height. Suddenly there was incredible silence in the hall. Everyone was afraid to even say a word, because they had all heard very well about what Joshua had done and who he was now. Ashu was so pleased because, in fact, he shouted on purpose because Joshua himself asked him to, who didn't quite mean it. But that's not bad either. Brory at one point couldn't stand it, and started shouting that Joshua Sanders was being incredibly rude, because no one could have thought that he would create such a scene right in the meeting room. The man believed that he did not understand at all the current position of the Emperor, and since Joshua had returned to the palace at all, then he was obliged to behave like an Imperial knight and not forget about his duty. After this performance, Ashu Brory whispered in Joshua's ear that if he just wanted to shut them up, then he had an excellent spell. But suddenly their jokes were interrupted by a voice that informed everyone present that Marcus Britain, aka the Emperor, had arrived, and other influential people of the Empire followed him, for example Agnes. Everyone who was in that hall saluted the Emperor and greeted him. Joshua was also no exception, so he bowed his head and asked Asha to do the same, even though the kid believed that he was also a king. But when the Emperor himself came closer to him, Ashu suddenly changed his mind, because in 1,000 years he had never met a person with such a strong trail of blood. How obsessed he was with bloodshed. Suddenly the Emperor spoke, and he was surprised that Joshua was able to get to the castle so quickly, because he had heard that the guy was far to the south in the castle of the Pontier family. In response to this, Joshua said that he was in a hurry to arrive on time by order of the Emperor, in order to fulfill his important assignment. So he arrived as quickly as he could. Marcus didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about. What other important order? Joshua explained that it seemed like the Marquis of Brory was talking about his duty as an Imperial Knight. But in any case, he wanted to point out that they had all seen an angry dragon in the sky over Arcadia, and he believed that the cause of this anger should be punished. And it is Gihog Cromwell who must bear the same punishment, because it was under the pretext of a territorial war that he invaded the territory of the Black Dragon, which caused his anger. Now Joshua was just waiting for an order from the Emperor, and as soon as he gave the order, Joshua would immediately arrest him and make him pay for the mistakes he had made. In his mind, Marcus thought that Joshua had become an even more arrogant child. Did he really think that this would somehow help him? But in any case, the man understood that the games were over, because at least because of Joshua, Agnes is now on Marcus's hook, and that's quite enough for him. Therefore, he answered Joshua without any doubt that he could do whatever he wanted. It was his decision. The aristocrats did not expect such a turn of events. They simply could not believe that he just up and abandoned them, and what should they do now? Cromwell immediately tried to prove that this child was in fact lying, because even though they had invaded trophy territory, they still strictly followed his orders. The Emperor suddenly stopped and asked the man whose orders he was following, after which, without waiting for an answer, he asked another question. But this time this question was addressed to Agnes, from whom he would like to know what he would do if he were in his place. Gahog understood that Agnes was unlikely to be on his side, so he tremblingly tried to justify himself to him. The Duke did not say any of his opinions and how he would have acted. He decided to simply say that he was just following the orders of the Emperor. Marcus thought that this was too boring an answer, but still agreed that Cromwell should bear the punishment. Therefore Joshua, with great joy, was going to take Cromwell to a cell where he would realize his guilt. After Joshua carried out the Emperor's orders, he returned to report on it. In response to this, the Emperor said that every time he sees Joshua, he's even more surprised and the guy even begins to scare him a little. This is the only source of pleasure on this peaceful continent. But in any case, he wanted to go to the Knights of William, who are the military power of another nation. And this raises the question, why did Joshua allow them to enter the lands of the Emperor without asking Marcus? He understands that Joshua will be punished for this. Although he almost instantly changed his mind and added that he would not want to lose such a good knight. So there would still be no punishment for their invasion. But in return, Marcus would like him to become his sword. Joshua understood perfectly well that these words meant that Marcus would essentially give his daughter to the guy. One of the aristocrats immediately apologized for interfering, but he could not help but say that Lady Cercerin was now in poor condition and most likely. But without letting this man finish, Marcus said that it would be even better, because this way Joshua wouldn't have to worry about the dying princess, but the situation would remain the same. And the most important thing that Joshua will receive is the opportunity to claim the throne regardless of his title, according to Marcus. He had the chance to become the emperor of an entire nation, which even Agnes could not achieve. Isn't this what the bastard wants? Who can become the emperor of the greatest nation on the entire continent? And for this you just need to give consent. Therefore, he did not understand why there was doubt and why Joshua had not yet agreed to such conditions. Joshua at this moment was incredibly angry at the fact that Marcus had the same attitude towards Cercerin as before, but he is not that kind of guy, and he would never use her to become emperor. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he asked for forgiveness, but he could not fulfill this order. This caused incredible surprise to everyone in the hall, because the guy was wasting such an opportunity when he could have gotten married to the princess. Marcus became noticeably angrier due to the fact that the guy was refusing his offer, so he decided to say that the matter with the Wilhelm Knights could be regarded as betrayal if Joshua understood what he was telling him. After which he stood up from his throne and began to shout at him, saying that now this is not a proposal, but a direct order which is the last chance. Marcus's anger filled his entire body, which could not be said about Joshua, who reacted absolutely calmly to every cry of the crazy emperor. Joshua believed that the emperor compared him to a thing, equating him to a sword, and as he knows, all things have their own price, which directly depends on their significance. Marcus began to smile, because he understood perfectly well that the guy was trying to bargain with him in this way. But he was amused by the fact that apparently the guy simply did not understand that all of Avalon could become his property. Joshua explained to him that what he was trying to say was that he was not yet ready to become his sword, and if he just gave him time, he could guarantee that he would become an outstanding sword that had no equal. The guy also did not forget to add that when he turns 18, he will have to choose who to serve, so he simply asked the emperor to wait for this moment. Marcus completely forgot that the guy is not even 18 yet, so now he sees nothing wrong with following tradition and waiting for his 18th birthday. And once they resolved this issue, Marcus would like to know what Joshua wants then. But the guy didn't quite understand what he was talking about. According to Marcus, he is simply trying to gain favor in the fight for his support, which is why he asks the guy what he wants. In this case, Joshua decided to say that he would like to create a new order of knighthood from the 11th and 12th battalions under his command. Brory immediately began to shout and ask the emperor not to listen to Joshua, because one cannot even think that any order other than the Imperial one would occupy the castle. The man suspected that Joshua might have bad intentions towards the emperor. Marcus only raised one of his hands to cover Brory's mouth, who was actually talking too much today. After which, Joshua replied that he probably himself understood that his request was simply impossible to fulfill, but still he decided to ask the guy why he wanted the order of knighthood. Joshua told him that, as he already knows, he has faced prejudice all his life due to the fact that he was illegitimate, and his mother suffered as a result, so he understands how the 11th and 12th battalions feel. The guy believed that each of their knights dreams of becoming the greatest sword of the empire, and he would like to help them in their endeavors, and for this he needs to create the greatest knightly order of the entire continent. After these words, the emperor suddenly changed his mind and began to say that if he wanted to create the greatest knightly order of the continent, then why should he refuse his request? Therefore, from now on, Joshua Sanders can carry out this idea and bring it to life. He also asked maybe the guy would like something else. Joshua thanked him for his kindness and added that this was actually more than enough. Then the emperor decided to bow out, and before that he said that he was appointing Joshua as Count of the Empire. Moreover, the emperor decided that the territories of the traitor Marquis Cromwell would go to Count Joshua. And with this, he decided to end the meeting of the central nobility. Everyone could be free, and he also recommended that Joshua think about his middle name in his spare time. It was impossible not to say that Joshua was not surprised by this turn of events. But he was more surprised by the words of Agnes, who told him that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the center of power. Brory generally believed that the empire was gradually collapsing, and he did not understand why he should create another knightly order, or give it into the hands of petty Joshua, who does not understand anything in this life. The Baron believed that the Count should not worry, because the more he does, the more he attracts the attention of the nobles, and what can any family do in the whole empire? Suddenly their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Ashu, who addressed these old men with the words that he was sure that they had heard the emperor that he would support Count Joshua Sanders. Ashu believed that Joshua was giving them the last chance to change their miserable lives, but they did not understand at all what this little man was telling them. He continued to talk and asked them to just listen. Firstly, they will reward everyone who joined with special privileges, and those who join them later will not get anything. So he immediately recommended to them that if they want an easy life, then they better join them right away. Most of the aristocrats, although they saw a small boy in front of them, they still thought about his words. And this entailed that they literally began to fight over who would be the first to join them. In Brory's thoughts, everything was getting even worse, because now not only the independent order in the empire, but also other families support Joshua Sanders. He, like no one, understood that at this rate, the influence of this guy would soon surpass Emperor Marcus. Evergrande came to one of his hideouts to discuss the fact that the Black Dragon did not swallow their bait, and now he did not know what to do next. But his interlocutor immediately reassured him, saying that in fact nothing had changed, because in any case they were destined for a meeting with Crevice. He would never have even thought that Heimdall would be right. Joshua is really a big problem for them now. He certainly didn't know how Joshua was able to lure Crevice to his side, but they can't let him ruin their plans. Therefore, he decided that he would leave Joshua to another hunter. But Evergrande believed that now was not the best time for such decisions, because Emperor Marcus did not take his eyes off him. And besides, he needed time for the family of Duke Agnes. He needed to wait until the troops of the second Prince Kaizen will not become strong enough. Evergrande believed that now it would be best to get rid of Emperor Marcus in the Magic Tower. In addition, everything was already ready, and Heimdall gave information about Ashir Britain, and Evergrande was sure that soon the Black Wind would carry the news to Emperor Marcus. The man's interlocutor was very glad to hear this, so he decided that then they would start with his destruction, and then they would go step by step, and then they could only hope that after he died, this tyrant would retain his greed. Most of all, he wanted to get the Dark Knight from Emperor Marcus, and he was ready to do anything for this. When suddenly, Evergrande interrupted their dialogue with a cry that there was a shadow subspace in the wall. His interlocutor quickly reacted and pulled a man from the wall, and it seems it was one of the princes. This was funny on the part of Evergrande's interlocutor, because he was sure that such tricks were not even possible for some superhumans. And all because this interlocutor's name was Asmodeus, and she was a high-level demon of the 32nd rank. At the headquarters of the 11th and 12th battalions of the Order of the Imperial Knights of Avalon, knights gathered to congratulate Joshua on his victory in the Masters Tournament. It was so amazing for them. They would never have thought that he would dare to say something like that in the presence of all the nobles. But most of all, they were glad that they would have their own order, and they were sure that the rest of the knights would bite their elbows from envy. And since he had already started talking about it, they were very interested in asking Joshua what kind of order he would like. He immediately told them that there were actually few details, but he still had something to say: the legend of the Swallow Empire, the first heavenly knights of Avalon who surpassed the Wyvern Knights. All this was a list of those who will be members of this order, and this is far from the end. But this was more than enough to shock them. But Joshua was not going to stop there, because he most wanted to add that the horror of the Cold Lands, the Black Dragon Crevice, would be with them. They immediately began to think that each of them would have their own personal dragon, with which they would go down in history. These words only made Ashu smile, because he mentally understood that not everyone manages to ride a dragon, and especially Kravas. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some guy who burst into their headquarters and immediately asked for forgiveness. But there was a guest with an urgent message. It was a member of the Agnes family, Captain Armstrong, who immediately apologized for disturbing Joshua, but he had a conversation with him that could not be postponed. Joshua didn't mind talking, and first of all thanked Armstrong for coming such a long way just to talk to him, but he still wanted to find out as soon as possible what brought him to him. Armstrong told him that he was here to convey a message from Duke Agnes, after which he began to talk about how no one else had achieved such success, so he wanted to invite Joshua to the estate and celebrate it. But what interested Joshua most was that Armstrong said that Lady Lucia was waiting for him most of all. As much as Joshua would like to see his mother, he still has business in the capital, so he will head to the estate as soon as he is done with everything. Armstrong was very happy to hear this, but he also wanted to ask what business Joshua was being held here. He just needed to explain himself to the Duke, so he wouldn't ask this. The guy answered him without any problems that in fact it was nothing. He just wanted to visit the palace of the Diamond Flower. Armstrong immediately understood that Joshua wanted to visit Princess Cercerin, but Joshua interrupted him, saying that this had nothing to do with the order of the Emperor. In any case, Armstrong was incredibly sorry, because he hoped that he would be able to witness the spear skills of such a master as Joshua, although the guy did not even understand what he was talking about. Armstrong realized that the news had not yet reached him that His Highness was waging a bloody battle to find a husband for Princess Cercerin, and most importantly, that absolutely all residents of the Avalon Empire could take part. For Armstrong it was so surprising, because in fact the Emperor gives a chance to absolutely everyone, and all thanks to Sir Evergrande. It was he who finished the medicine for Princess Cercerin. Suddenly he stopped and finished speaking, because he saw how Joshua literally began to lose his temper, and this could be seen by the fact that he literally crushed a piece of metal near the place where he was sitting. After which he got up from his seat and was very angry, so he wanted to immediately hear, "Or is Evergrande now with the princess?" Meanwhile, Icarus would really like to know what Cain will do when he brings Iselin here. He immediately told him that he was told that she herself wanted to go with them. Icarus began to get incredibly angry, because Cain apparently forgot how expensive it is to use the portal to say such things. But the knight believed that the most important thing now was arriving in Arcadia. Icarus agreed with him, but still reminded him of what they have budget and they should not waste money. Suddenly their argument was interrupted when they heard Iselin talking to the old man about the fact that they needed a portal for 3. The old man looked at them carefully and assessed each one by one. Icarus seemed to him like some kind of young girl. Cain was an ordinary knight, and Iselin was an ordinary magician, and he didn't seem to see anything unusual. But still, since they are not nobles, he decided to first find out their identities, because in this way he believed that he could extract more money from them. Cain, in turn, immediately felt a bad feeling, but Icarus again tried to calm him down, saying that in fact it should be so, because he believed that if the gates could be used by criminals, it would be impossible to catch them. But this is precisely why the knight was angry, because they were not criminals, and he knew that it was better not to go here, so he offered to get there ourselves. Apparently Iselin didn't think so, and therefore took out some luminous object from her sleeve, which blinded the guy's eyes. As it turned out, it was an emblem that could make it clear to the old man that she was a mercenary, and she also added that her name was Celine. She was a mercenary magician, and mentally, she could not even think that Cromwell could be of any use. In response to this, the old man told her that how inept she was, because at such a young age she became a mercenary, although just one glance was enough for him to understand that she was weak. In any case, he wanted to know whether those two were mercenaries. Icarus entered this dialogue with the words that it was too rude, because they are people of the Sanders family and serve Lord Joshua Sanders, and he is sure that this will be enough to use the teleport, so he asked to stop this performance. The old man didn't understand why they started to get so angry, because he was actually just doing his job and not putting on a show. After which he added that he knew about the famous Joshua Sanders, and now it seemed to him that he should not have asked them so much about their destination. although then he turned to them and said that the cost of such a trip would be 3,000 gold coins for 3. The surprise of Cain and Icarus was not just that because it was a lot of money. Cain even told the old man that with that kind of money you could even travel around the entire continent. The knight even at one moment could not restrain himself and called the old man a fraudster whom he asked to stop immediately, which angered the old man. And then he generally began to talk about the fact that they may be from a famous family, but he believes that they belong as mercenaries. So he refuses to move them and advised them to get out of here as soon as possible before they get hurt. Cain was not going to tolerate such disrespect, and immediately began shouting that if he wanted a fight so badly, then they could arrange it. Icarus restrained him as best he could, and suggested that they still come back, because there was no point in arguing. But apparently the old man was no longer going to just let them go and created a huge fireball that could burn the guys to the ground. Icarus immediately realized that this was a rune flame, but the worst thing was that this was a 4th-class spell, and he didn't even understand how a magician of such a high class could control a gate in some hole. Suddenly their fight was interrupted by Iselin, who began to talk about what if the old man wanted 3,000 gold coins. Then she was ready to provide them to him, after which she began to pull out bag after bag. The old man didn't expect that this girl could have so much money, but it couldn't help but make him happy. Therefore, he decided to continue bargaining and said that now the price is different, because they wasted his precious time. So now there will be 1,500 coins for each, which means that in total, they need to pay 4,500. These words angered Cain even more, and he was not going to tolerate such treatment, so he decided that he would immediately give this impudent old man a lesson. But suddenly he noticed that he could not pull out his sword because he was frozen. It was the work of Iselin, who used her magic to completely cover the land with a field of ice. And in fact, she was quite good at it. With the help of her magic, she was able to stop the old man's fireball. Moreover, by adding a little energy, she could completely freeze his staff, and now he could do nothing more. The old man simply could not believe that the mercenary was capable of such a thing. Was he trying to find out from her directly how she managed to master 5th-level magic and defeat him? Iselin was already confidently walking towards him and saying that his only problem was that he simply underestimated her due to the fact that she was a mercenary and offered to pay him as an apology. But the old man almost immediately refused her this, because he believed that it was they who were obliged to pay him. Iselin pretended that she was very sorry to hear this, and added that then she would have to report this to the Magic Tower, and on behalf of Selin, the vice-head of the Mercenary Guild. The old man did not expect that the girl would occupy such a high position, and after a few seconds he realized that he had contacted the wrong people. After all, he actually knew very well that the head of the Magic Tower already revered the nobles of Avalon after the return of Evergrande. The main Imperial magician and the Magic Tower was already facing consequences after refusing to maintain neutrality. And this meant that if the vice-head of the Mercenary Guild reported such a thing to the Magic Tower, he would simply be kicked out of there. Therefore, he immediately decided to make the right decision and ask their forgiveness for not recognizing them. But Iselin thought that this was still not enough, so she reminded him of the fee. She wanted the old man to pay 100 each and free passage to the teleport, of course. Meanwhile, Joshua went straight to Princess Cercerine, and on the way he met the second Prince Kaizen, who pretended that he was incredibly glad that Count Joshua himself had visited him and would immediately like to know what he wants. Joshua at that moment was thinking that because of his actions, the future was slowly beginning to change, which is why new factors began to appear that he knew nothing about. But in any case, he understood that even taking these conditions into account, his ultimate goal did not change. And this time, only he will be responsible for his life. So he said that he was here to see Princess Cercerine, and now he asks him for a personal visit. His subordinate knights immediately began to shout at Joshua, and the reason for this was that he had no right to address the second Prince Kaizen like that. But Kaizen himself reassured his subordinates and asked them to relax, because he believed that Joshua had not said anything like that, although he still decided to ask him why he would give Joshua such an opportunity, because it seemed to him that he didn't even have the right to be here. Joshua assured him that he actually had the right, after which he said that he was sure that the second prince already knew that Princess Cercerine's husband would soon be determined in a bloody battle. And in this case, Joshua believed that in any case, victory would be his only, but there would be no point in his efforts if the princess was getting worse. So didn't they think that he was simply obliged to check on her condition? The knights of the second prince became even angrier, because they did not understand how he even dared to penetrate the second palace for such a reason. He must have a lot of pride. Kaizen was interested in asking Joshua if he really thought he could defeat all the Imperial Knights and even Captain Rod alone. Joshua didn't think long and answered that it seemed to him that this was more than possible in reality. After this, Kaizen added that he actually liked Joshua and rather unexpectedly invited the guy to make a bet. The essence of which was that if Joshua could win the bloody battle without anyone's help, then he would not stop him from taking Cercerine from the second palace. But if he lost, then he would have to swear allegiance to the second prince. Joshua actually didn't expect anything else from the second prince, so he was ready to accept this dispute. His response was immediate. He said that he liked this deal quite a lot, but in exchange, he would like to visit Princess Cercerine right now. And he also decided to repeat that he insists on a personal meeting, because he would not want anyone, including the prince, to be present. If the prince had not been there, then his knights would have gone into a fight long ago. But so far they could only restrain Joshua with words, and this time they called him the commander of the reserve battalions, and they are not going to allow him to see the princess. Joshua couldn't stand it, and this time he used a bit of his strength to calm them down and ask how long are they going to call him the commander of the reserve battalions. This aura literally put them in a state of fear, which was incredibly unpleasant to be in. With every second, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and at one point this pressure even forced them to bow to him. Now they understood that Joshua had long gone beyond human limits, and he was already a Superman or even higher. Their thoughts were interrupted by Joshua, who warned them that if they interrupted their conversation with the prince one more time, he would destroy them without a second thought. This made Kazan smile because that's why he told them to calm down, and he himself allowed Joshua a personal meeting with his sister. He also added that it seemed to him that it was thanks to Joshua that the bloody battle would finally be interesting, but he was still not sure that the guy would still be able to defeat all the Imperial Knights. But in any case, the prince will be in the black because if he loses, Joshua will have to become his sword, which was more than fine with him. In the garden, the first prince talked to his knight about how Cercerine still had not fully recovered, but her father was still trying to find her a husband, which was rather unclear to him. The commander of the Imperial Knights, Rod, completely agreed with Kaiser and also did not really understand the Emperor. Kaiser added that he had heard that the first contender for the bloody battle would be Commander Joshua Sanders. Rod realized that apparently Kaiser had not yet heard the news that Count Joshua was no longer a commander, and he was no longer his subordinate. This was great news for Kaiser, and he decided to ask Commander Rod to personally deal with him. Rod immediately noticed that after Joshua arrived at the palace, he immediately began to feel incredibly nervous, but could not think that he would ask for such a thing. Although, on the other hand, this is logical, because after all, he was the most influential person in the Avalon Empire after Emperor Marcus, and even if you put together the power of everyone else, including the second prince. However, now if Count Joshua marries Princess Cercerine, he will be able to lay claim to the throne, which means he will become a direct threat to the first prince. But Rod still believed that it would be better to make him not an enemy, but a so-called assistant, or even a friend. So he suggested to Kaiser to lure Count Joshua to his side. Kaiser did not know how to respond to this proposal, but it was clear from his face that he liked this idea. Although then he remembered that very ball where Joshua danced with Cheryl and he essentially stole his lover from him. Therefore, he simply could not put up with it and was not sure that this option was correct. Rod added that in this case it is unlikely that they have a choice. However, there is another knight who is capable of stopping Joshua. Kassir could not believe that the man wanted to tell him that there was still a Superman among the knights. And he was absolutely right, because if you believe Rod's words, then Galahad returned to the knights, which incredibly surprised Kaiser. Of course, this was nice to hear, because this knight is ready to provide any service to the first knight, and Rod himself is confident that he will be the winner of the bloody battle. Meanwhile, in the palace of the second prince, Joshua performed a ritual and said that those who connect people with heaven and give peace give energy to the living. Before this, Joshua was incredibly worried, since only bishops and above can use this spell, but it seems everything went quite well, and now the princess should feel better. And he was absolutely right, because after a few seconds she showed signs of life, and it seems she even woke up. So Joshua decided to ask her if she could hear him. The girl simply could not believe that she really heard the voice of Joshua, who continued to say that he had come to fulfill his long-standing promise, which concerned a cure for her illness. It was finally completed, and he was very grateful to her that she had waited so long. Cercerine realized that if Joshua really held the medicine in his hands, then Ser Evergrande probably brought it, and the guy himself finished her thoughts. Namely, that most likely the man brought her poison, so he asked her to better trust Joshua. After all, his medicine, according to him, will definitely cure her, although he could not help but warn that it has one side effect, namely that she will lose part of her memories. Perhaps she will even forget him. Mentally, he understood that even though he knew about the medicine, Cercerine could not give it, because he had no right to take away her memories. However, when she died in a past life, his whole body and mind were simply filled with despair and sadness. But having experienced such a picture, he actually doubts even now, because even if her illness is cured, the family will continue to use her to gain power. Suddenly she took him by the hand and asked him why he doubted so much. Although she didn't see him, she felt it perfectly. After which she added that he did not have to bear the burden alone. She asked him to just think about how she felt when he did this just for her sake. But still, she could not decide for him, so she told him that if he was so worried about the near future, then he could visit her later. But first, he must promise her. Joshua smiled again and grabbed her finger and promised without much trouble that he would visit her again. After that, she decided to remind him of the story of how they first met, and she told him that his name is like the name of her favorite flower. Joshua remembered this very well, and also remembered that this was incredibly upsetting for her, and all this was because of the meaning of the Sanders flower. The fact that he knew about this flower made her laugh, but he didn't understand why she was so surprised. Joshua once again asked her to remember him forever. In response, Sertzerin promised to do everything so as not to forget him. But before that, she asked for one more wish, which was that she would like Joshua to give her this medicine himself. According to the guy, it was a great honor for him, and he would do it without any problems. He was ready to do this 1,000 times, because she helped him so much in his past life that he simply could not ignore her, and this time he will take good care of her. Meanwhile, Iselin and her 2 companions were again in Arcadia, and Cain was the first to talk about how he had not been in this place for so long that he had forgotten a little what everything looked like here. Icarus believed that they needed to find the owner as soon as possible, when suddenly Iselin interrupted him and said that she needed to leave and would join him later. She told them that she just had a personal matter in the magic tower, and would return as soon as she finished with it. Icarus was sorry to hear this, but he could not prohibit it, so he could only wish her good luck in this matter. But not only Iselin had business, because as soon as she left, Cain also notified Icarus that he also had business, so he was leaving. At first, Icarus thought about letting Cain go, but then he realized that this was all his trick, so he grabbed him by the ear and brought him back, so to speak. Cain jokingly said that now Icarus does not hold back. In response, he heard Icarus tell him that if that's what he wants, then he will show him what it's like to truly not hold back. The knight immediately told him that he was not talking about this, but about the fact that the knights of Duke Agnes were also here and wanted to see old friends. But Icarus did not understand what this was all for. Cain explained to him that he was, after all, the commander of the knightly detachment of Count Joshua Sanders, and besides, it seemed to him that he should have started recruiting capable warriors for his detachment a long time ago. He began to say that the knightly troop, subordinate exclusively to the master, is a troop more outstanding than the 7 Knights of Avalon, and this order will be called the Knights of the Golden Spirit, and he will devote his whole life to bring this to life. In this, Icarus actually agreed with him. After all, there are William's Knights. But they are difficult to classify as their house, since they serve Lionheart, and they are finally becoming more like the family of an aristocrat. Therefore, he decided to let Knight Cain go and added that he would look forward to meeting the Golden Spirit Knights. Cain immediately assured him that he would not disappoint him and that this squad would become legendary. The head of the department of the Magic Tower in Arcadia, whose name was Ufa, read a letter in which it was said that the magician mercenary Iselin, about 16 years old, presumably 5th grade, had appeared on the territory of Fonti, and the essence of the letter was that when she arrived at the Magic Tower, no one made her nervous. Ufa simply could not believe what he was reading, because she was only 16 years old, and she was already at the same level of magic as he was. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who burst into his office to ask the man immediately come down to take a look for yourself. The assistant told him that there was a girl downstairs whose name was Iselin, and she came here to register as a 5th-level magician. The man immediately came down and immediately began addressing her quite politely. First of all, he asked how long she had been waiting for him. On the contrary, she was even surprised that the man came down to her so quickly, because she thought that he would come later. But he assured her that they have special procedures for which he does not appear. So in her case, he decided to meet her in person. Ufa immediately began to say that as far as he knows, she came here to register as a 5th-level mage, but since she's already a member of the Mercenary Guild, she cannot become a member of the Magic Tower. But she did not let him finish, and interrupted him to say that she had come only to testify to her class, and not to join the organization. He doesn't believe what she wants to say about how she herself has reached such a level. But in any case, he asked her, how about now going under the control of the Magic Tower and adopting their knowledge? After all, he believed that without special training, it was almost impossible to rise to the 5th grade, and young magicians like her received many advantages in the tower. But she had to repeat once again that she was here only to attest to the class, and not to gain knowledge of the tower. Of course, she understood that in the future she might need it as an organization, but while she did not intend to change her affiliation, Ufa did not understand at all what this meant. She was referring to the very official statement of its head, which, as far as she knows, acknowledged the death of one of the 7 magicians, the Place of Lightning, Jack Sterapos, and announced that he would choose a new one among those who witnessed their 5th grade in the tower. In response to this, Ufo suddenly became angry and told her that no matter how capable she was, it would be difficult for someone who had just risen to the 5th level to get into the selection. She was surprised that even the 5th grade would have a hard time, and the man confirmed this. So he added that the best option for her now is to join the tower to develop her abilities, and perhaps then she will have more chances in the selection. But Iselin didn't think so, after which she decided to show off her true skills a little. And first of all, she wanted to know the opinion of Ufo and his assistant. How could they have such a level of magic? This caused a reaction that even she did not expect, because the man began to literally scream with all his might from this. And in fact, it was not surprising that he reacted this way, because the girl had just used different types of magic. Therefore, he looked at her with his mouth open and mentally thought that her level was really the 5th, and moreover, she was far from a beginner at this level. Although later he realized that controlling 4 elements at the same time can already be classified as 6th grade, which means that she is at least on the same level as the Storm Seth. Cain, meanwhile, stood among the Knights of the Empire and thought that if he understood everything correctly, the owner would have to fight with all the Knights of the Empire, including members of the court order, in order to get the princess. And it seemed to him that something was too much because their house had just become a county and was already close to disappearing, and he didn't understand at all what Joshua was now proposing to do to his subordinates. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard what the local knights were saying. They were sorry for the command of the division, because they would first have to fight with the court knights, and since Sir Galahad, who was guarding the 3rd prince, had already returned, then even there won't be a chance. Sir Galahad himself walked ahead of them, and with a smile stated that he had come here in the first place to bring Joshua to his knees, but he did not want to take away the chance from his colleagues, so he wanted to ask for forgiveness for this. It is obvious that Cain immediately got angry, because he heard 2 offensive words towards his owner, and he believed that this puppy did not dare say such words in his direction. He simply had no forgiveness. Today he is simply not allowed to think normally, because as soon as he thought about Joshua, a hand appeared on his shoulder, which scared him incredibly. He didn't even feel how someone was behind him, and this frightening voice, along with the aura, made his body shake with fear. He was already thinking that this could be absolutely any master in the Empire, but when he turned his head, he saw Joshua there, and it was not surprising to him now. But in the future he asked the owner not to scare him so much, because his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Joshua in response asked him not to make a fuss, because he shouldn't forget where they were, but Cain simply couldn't calmly look at the bastards who were making fun of his master. Joshua, of course, was sorry to say this, but he thinks that with Cain's abilities, he has no chance of defeating a knight like Galahad, who he thought would become the commander of the court knights. The same knight Galahad quite brazenly intervened in their conversation, who stated that apparently the rumors did not lie and Joshua was really in the city. After which he noted that it was actually a great honor for him to meet him, and he was even looking forward to the meeting of his spear and his sword at the Bircher slaughterhouse. In response, Joshua could say that his words are actually a big absurdity. Galahad didn't quite understand Joshua why he said this, but instead of explaining anything, Joshua simply began asking the knight why he wasn't guarding the 3rd knight right now, and what was he even doing here. If you believe the words of this arrogant knight, then if he tells, he will have problems, because he left the Order of Court Knights and created a separate association. Although what struck him most of all was the fact that Joshua was not in the Empire for quite a long time, but he still knows who Galahad is. However, he further added that he had a lot to prepare, so he would have to limit himself to a greeting. He asked Joshua to understand him, and not to be offended. Cain was disgusted by the guy because he literally just acted arrogant, and now he's pretending to be friendly, but he was also surprised by the fact that Joshua even knew him. Although when he looked at Joshua, he realized that now it would be better to remain silent, because the owner looked very angry, and it seemed that he would tear this arrogant knight to pieces right there. But in fact the reason was not only this, because Joshua remembers very well that Galahad was one of those 5 traitors who destroyed him, and the fact that they met right now will only play into Joshua's hands. He was already mentally planning to tear him into pieces in front of the whole stage as he wanted, and this would be the first retribution accomplished. Cain interrupted this moment of aggression and suggested that Joshua should go quickly, because it was starting soon and the Count was surprised that Cain was also going with him. He didn't understand why Joshua was so surprised, because for him it was obvious that he was going to be with his owner everywhere and would do everything to prevent these scoundrels from even getting close to him. Joshua understood that he himself could handle it just fine, but he simply could not help but thank the guy, and he also added that only thanks to Cain, he would be incredibly comfortable, so they happily set off. After some time, the Emperor spoke in the large training palace of the palace, who stated that it was he who was currently the master of this country, and it was he who gave them the chance to become the princess's husband. The rules that he announced in his opinion were simple. You just need to fight until the last participant in the Berkshire massacre, and the competition will end when the last of them remains. It didn't matter to him how many days this battle would last. The main thing was that there was one winner, after which he announced the beginning of the bloody massacre. As soon as these words were spoken, Joshua was already attacked by Spar Huddles, a knight of the 4th Division and the second son of the Huddles family, who wanted to be the first to fight the great master Joshua Sanders. And behind him there was already a line of knights of the 3rd and 2nd Divisions. Joshua, in response to these words, told them that there was no need for queues here, and invited each of them to approach everyone at once, because there were no such restrictions here. So he invited them to forget about their pride and attack at the same time. They didn't want to do this, but since he wants it that way, then they don't need much convincing. Joshua decided not to spare any of them, so he immediately used the 6th level spear technique, Earth Spear, Great Peak Pressure. This skill stopped the knights at one moment, the confidence in their eyes disappeared somewhere, and now none of them was sure that they needed to attack Joshua. And so it happened. None of them could even reach Joshua. They simply ended up halfway without even touching him. But what interested Joshua most in this arena was Galahad, who stood opposite him. The arrogance of this knight never left him, and even on the battlefield he looked down on Joshua and thought that he would easily win. Moreover, he also managed to add that thanks to Joshua there were much fewer competitors, but this still would not help him. The guy was born into the family of Earl Brown, famous for its fencing skills, and his name was Valmont Dun Brown. As befits the son of such a family, he was talented in wielding a sword. Valmont rose to the position of deputy commander of the 9th Battalion of the Imperial Knightly Order before he was 20. But even with such merits, he was still a nobody in his family. Because when he came to talk about his achievements, his father always found a reason to scold him, and this case was no exception. He cited the example of the Duke's eldest son, Agnes, who at 14 years already was able to use mana. His father constantly told him that now he should show everything he is capable of, because in the future he will not be able to do it so easily. In such an environment, he eventually got tired of everything and stopped putting effort into what he was doing before, although one could say that he stopped doing anything at all. He believed that he had already achieved good success, and being a deputy commander was good. Even though he did not train, no one would judge him for this, and this is how he planned to live in the near future. Until one day the commander entered his office, who was already tired of Valmont again chilling here and not training with everyone. Rod at that time believed that if the guy had overcome his laziness and continued to train, he would have become the best warrior in the world. But now he is so shamefully wasting his talents. Valmont asked him to forgive him for his impudence, but it seems to him that the Lord Commander did not come here just to force the guy to train. As it turned out, His Imperial Majesty gave Valmont a direct order, and according to Radha, this is an ideal imperial decree for such a lazy person as Valmont. The task was to go to Duke Agnes and undergo mana identification. That day, Valmont began to change, the day he met Joshua, and despite the fact that this man was the child of a concubine, he showed the world his magnificence at the age of 10. Joshua apparently melted his frozen heart and made it beat again. After all, he was once a rising star too and wanted to shine again one day, even brighter than Joshua. From that moment on, he worked hard, and thanks to his work on himself, he can now surpass everyone else. But he was not sure if it was his own arrogance, and was Joshua the one who he failed to surpass through hard work. The Emperor incredibly enjoyed watching this competition, especially Joshua, who apparently uses the power of aura and confining mana in his voice to instantly suppress the enemy, seemed something impossible to the man. Joshua was quite an entertaining character for him, after which he added that the knightly order, the pride of the empire, collapsed so easily in all this against one count, who had just risen to the status of a superman, and if other countries saw this, wouldn't they humiliate Avalon? And this question was asked directly to the Lord Commander, who in response could only say that he would punish them after this battle. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a cry that literally begged for battle. And this was the second son of the Earl Brown family, Valmont Dun Brown, and he wants to cross swords with the Grandmaster Earl Joshua, and therefore asked him to fight with him first. Joshua told him that with his current level he would never defeat him, so the Count asked Monsieur Valmont to admit defeat and retreat. He did not expect such a turn of events. He wanted to fight, but as soon as he looked into Joshua's eyes, he realized that his body was filled with fear, which was literally destroying him from the inside. Thoughts simply flew through his head one after another. He could not understand what this incredible pressure was. His consciousness was literally fading away from him. Valmont, of course, understood that he was facing the greatest rival of his life, but still he decided to pull himself together, and in order to protect himself from the influence of Joshua's strong aura, he decided to wrap himself in mana. And he succeeded. He again stood on his own 2 feet and literally erupted the power that had always been inside him. Now he was ready to fight, and before that, he did not forget to add to Joshua that he would never give up just like that without raising his weapon. So now he repeats once again that he wants to fight Joshua with all his might in order to finally feel the gap between them. Joshua did not expect this from Valmont, but he pleasantly surprised him, so he still decided to give him a chance and asked him to show everything he was capable of. And to do this, he decided to carry out the attack first with the help of his demonic energy. Valmont, of course, was able to stop such a blow, which was actually a basic one, but to do this, he had to exert quite a lot of force. In his current state, he was unable to even use an aura blade, and would not be able to defend himself against the aura of the Count's spear, so he decided that his only chance was to strike from above and reflect his aura at the same time. And to do this, he understood that he needed to extract as much mana from his body as possible. And in order to change the properties of Joshua's mana, he would have to precisely control and change every part of it. His mana collided with Joshua's mana, and everything went according to plan. He was still able to wrap it around himself. Joshua never ceased to be surprised and think that Mr. Valmont really managed to independently study the casting of mana, even without ever seeing this spell before. Now Joshua saw that he was a genius that surpassed even Uravis. But what was most surprising for him was that the pieces of mana that Mr. Valmont threw into the air changed their shape. Joshua had never even seen this before, even in a past life. Valmont called this technique the last move of the Browns, and it was worth noting that this blow is really quite strong, and Joshua will have to devote his strength to cope with it. And for this he decided to use the magic of the spear, the 4th stage, which should be enough to protect against such a blow. All the small objects of Mr. Valmont's mana with which he was supposed to strike simply dispersed in the air from Joshua's strength. Valmont simply could not believe his eyes that he was seeing such a picture. But this was not the main problem, because he knelt down again and almost immediately realized that his body was simply not able to cope with the use of such an amount of intercepted aura. He even had a feeling as if life was leaving his body. Joshua slowly walked towards him and said that even for a second it seemed to him that he could use strength far beyond the limits of his class. Although on the other hand, Joshua was also sure that Mr. Valmont was indeed a very talented person and could increase his strength several times. There was a smile on Valmont's face, which was accompanied by the words that even after his words, he felt that he was able to reach the limit, and proudly admits his defeat. Joshua was very happy for him, so he decided to give him advice, in which he told him that if he wants to go beyond his limits, then it is important to find motivation, and he must constantly remember his goal. And if it comes to the position of the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knightly Order, then Valmont should fight for her. And Joshua told him all this for a reason, because in fact, he was sure that with such skills as Valmont's, this was more than possible. Their conversation was interrupted by Galahad, who was not particularly pleased to hear such words, because he considered it rather tactless of Joshua to tell him to become the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Order of Knighthood, especially if he proposes to appoint someone without the desire to make efforts, like Valmont, to the position of commander, because then there will be no motivation for the Knights of the Order. Joshua mentally understood that even despite Valmont's brilliant talent, he was never able to grow up and become someone higher than the deputy commander-in-chief. But on the other hand, Joshua believed that not only Valmont was to blame for this, but Galahad, who is standing in front of him right now. Therefore, the Count decided to answer Galahad and said that as you can see, he is still the same selfish, impatient, and evil, which Galahad really did not like. Therefore, he could not restrain himself and answer that Joshua has no right to evaluate him at the first meeting, and besides, he does not even know how much Galahad gives for the sake of this empire. But Joshua did not even listen to him and added that it was more likely for him that Monsieur Valmont was afraid of other talents of the empire. After all, at some point even the same Valmont will be able to surpass him in all aspects, and then no one will need Galahad. Also, Joshua did not forget to add that he was a little nervous, since there were small changes. But the fact that Galahad remains the same, they make Joshua happy. And he can say now that Mr. Galahad will never be able to defeat Mr. Valmont, much less Count Joshua. But all these words only brought a smile from Galahad and nothing more. But after this smile, no one dropped a word, and both knights flew up to begin the long-awaited fight. Because of this, Rod even ordered all the knights to disperse from the battlefield, because they should not be involved in the battle of superhumans. The fight was so intense that at times it was not even clear where they were even fighting. The energy around was too strong, so Rod repeated several more times for all the knights to immediately run away, because they could be hit, and then the consequences would be serious. Valmont could not move from his place because he was too passionate about the battle, but his eyes did not even have time to follow the development of events. He could not even think that the battle of superhumans could be so mesmerizing. Rod at this moment was thinking that while Count Joshua's mana management method was interesting, Galahad was still the leader in terms of combat power. He understood very well that in a superhuman class battle, the outcome of the battle depends on the way in which mana is used. And Galahad's ability is the Ignite Charge of God, and this is his secret technique where he instantly ignites every muscle to tear his enemies apart. His body, strengthened by a huge amount of mana, becomes stronger than steel and is very difficult to even scratch. However, the most frightening thing about this ability is the speed, and therefore, despite the genius of Count Joshua, if he does not notice Galahad's secret technique and misses at least one blow, then he will be in big trouble. But at some point, all the man's thoughts were interrupted and his gaze froze on the battle. The fact was that Joshua at one moment seized all the initiative and pointed his spear straight at Galahad's back. A little more, and there would simply be nothing left of his opponent. Galahad understood this better than anyone, so he also tried to ask Joshua to leave him alive, because this was just a competition. But all these words were just empty words for Count Joshua, because he initially had one goal that he pursued, and therefore he was not going to change it. Even though the battle was already over, drops of blood were still flying in the air, and everyone mentally heard the same words. There is no need to be angry because of this sudden death, and no need to be afraid of being forgotten in the pages of history. Thanks to a man who shone brighter than anyone else, this land is still protected, the ultimate sacrifice that will be remembered by everyone in the area. Now let Joshua let go of the resentment that he had been holding in his heart for so long, the Holy Spirit unable to fall asleep deeply in this chaos. These words were not in vain because Joshua had prepared this poem in advance especially for such an occasion. All the knights around simply could not believe what happened and why Joshua even did this, because he destroyed the knight Galahad, and did not even blink an eye when he did it. They all thought it was just a friendly competition. Why did he do it? When suddenly another knight descended into the arena, Rod walked very slowly towards Joshua at first, and wanted to first find out how he dared to destroy such a powerful knight of Avalon. According to Rod, he has long turned away from his actions, but he is simply unable to ignore such a vile act. So he, as the commander-in-chief of the knightly order, immediately executes him for this act. Joshua did not even expect that the commander would be so angry because of the death of Galahad, but he understood that in this state Rod would not listen to him. So Joshua decided that he would make him calm down. But when their blades collided, Joshua realized that everything would not be as simple as it seemed to him, and the power that Rod possessed simply pushed him away. Joshua was distracted for just 1 second, and Rod hit him with an incredibly strong blow that the guy could not have expected. Marcus had only a smile in his eyes with which he asked Agnes if he thought that that old man could hurt his spoiled son. Although without waiting for an answer, Marcus said that he thought it was incredibly funny. But still it seemed to him that it would be better if the one who taught this boy a lesson was the knight of Avalon Agnes. Then perhaps Joshua would begin to respect someone around him. But when Rod was in front of him, the Emperor did not think that this would somehow help. Joshua tried to stop Rod with words and said that he only needed 1 minute to explain everything. But Rod wasn't even going to listen to him, and as soon as the fog cleared after the blow, he immediately went on the attack with the words that Joshua would be punished for destroying the Imperial Knight in front of so many people. Given all this, Joshua knew full well that Rod would not listen to him, at least not for now. Joshua realized that if they had to fight like this further, then first of all he would need to protect himself from Rod's absorbing aura. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided to use the 6th stage of his spear, which was able to divide mountains with its strength. In Rod's opinion, this was all still expected and still ridiculous, but he still recognized the fact that the boy was really strong. And this meant only one thing. He had no choice and decided to use a secret technique that he had hidden before meeting one of the 9 stars. But apparently Joshua did not intend to bring the battle to such a stage, so he declared that Galahad was responsible for the death of the 3rd prince. Rod wasn't going to believe all this nonsense, because it even sounded funny. How could the 3rd prince's personal guard harm his master? Joshua continued to convince him that he was telling the truth and therefore he executed him in accordance with Imperial laws. Rod still didn't believe him, and believed that Joshua was saying all this only to avoid punishment for a crime. Besides, how can he say this when he doesn't even know who the 3rd prince is and what kind of person he is? Joshua, in response to this, stated that he was a great swordsman from a young age. He was called one of the greatest talents, and if the assumptions are correct, then now his abilities have already surpassed those of Galahad. So Galahad would never have done this alone and would never find out who is behind this. It's not clear why, but Rod also stated that the 3rd prince was not at all greedy for power, and no matter who hurt him, he would not gain any benefit from it. Joshua answered the commander-in-chief with a calm tone that he was in fact completely right. Rod believed that he was mocking him. But the guy immediately added that if you think about it, what would happen if the third prince had a reason to join the fight for the throne? If someone like him had strong political power that exceeded his overwhelming strength? The answer was obvious, and Rod knew it very well. Then no one would have been able to resist him. But still, the man believed that this was just an assumption. Joshua had already started shouting at him, because in this case the guy wanted to know where the third prince was, who returned with Galahad, because he was a knight who directly accompanies the prince, and he returned while the prince was no longer there. Is Radu really still? Isn't it clear yet? The man, in response to this, still said that Joshua's hypotheses were still not enough, because there was no hard evidence, and even if it was true, Rod was interested to know how Joshua could know this in advance. The guy understood that he couldn't tell him that he had already lived this life, so he simply said that he heard it by chance. These words once again infuriated Rod, because it turns out that Joshua, without any solid evidence, destroyed the Knight of the Empire. After which all the knights of the Empire gathered around Joshua, and Rod added that they were tired of listening to this nonsense, so he asked Joshua to finally admit his guilt and give up. But everything will not be as simple as it seemed to him, because he forgot to take into account the fact that Joshua is at least not alone here, and Cain decided to remind them all of this. Who was not going to stand by and watch how his master was threatened and he, like the first swordsman of Joshua Sanders, Cain Diarrhea, would destroy them all. This caused a mixed reaction because Joshua is not yet 20, and he already has such a strong knight under his command. Joshua did not forget to thank Cain for always coming when he smells fried. Cain responded by saying that his task is to protect his master at all costs. But Cain could not stand by alone, because the 11th and 12th squads were also going to help their commander. Now everyone was assembled, Cain and all the knights of the new detachment that Joshua created, who called Krivas. Now it is not clear who would be better off to surrender, but apparently Rod was still going to go into battle and warned all the knights of the former battalions that if they did not retreat, then the Empire would not forgive them, and they would die in this arena along with the rest. Joshua immediately stood up for them, who came out of the crowd and told Rod that he was missing one very important detail. And the guy said that while they were wasting time here, Galahad's accomplices were getting rid of evidence, so they needed to hurry. Joshua assured him that neither Galahad nor those behind him expected him to die, so it would be much wiser to search everything connected with him and not just the residences of the knights. And also his house, his family, the Lancelots, everything connected with his life, and also, if necessary, it is necessary to search his body. Joshua told him that he might not believe him, but the longer they hesitate, the more evidence will be destroyed. Also, the guy was not afraid to ask the man if he was afraid to reveal the truth about the people he trusted so much. In the end, he will find out who really destroyed the third prince and committed high treason against the Avalon Empire. Rod, after thinking for a while, said that if after searching the body he did not find any evidence, then Joshua would be held responsible for everything that happened today, and he would make sure that he took full responsibility. But as soon as he decided to order a medic to study Galahad's body, literally at the same moment, an unknown creature appeared above him and destroyed all the medics around. It didn't stop there and decided to steal Galahad's body, so a chase of 10 knights set off after her. Joshua at that moment mentally understood that it would also be here, because he was always on Galahad's side, even on the day of Joshua's death. As soon as he decided to help the knights in pursuit, Rod suddenly started shouting at him, who ordered the guy to stop immediately, after which he added that they themselves would pursue this man, because suspicions had not yet been removed from him, so he would remain here for now. But he was suddenly interrupted by another, more important voice of the Emperor, who ordered Captain Rod to release Count Joshua. After all, it seemed to him that now they should first of all check who this unknown mysterious person is, and besides, he believed that the current situation made Joshua's words more convincing, so he wanted to give him another chance to explain himself. Rod tried to tell him that they couldn't be sure, because there was always a chance that Count Joshua would escape if they let him go now. Marcus didn't see anything wrong with that, because if he escaped, then they could bring his father to justice for the crimes he committed. After all, the lack of proper upbringing is clearly the fault of the parents, according to Marcus. Agnes could not say anything in response, only that he would carry out any order of the Emperor. At this point, Marcus suggested ending the conversations and ordered Joshua to go and finally catch that mysterious man, and they would solve his question a little later, for which he would receive gratitude from Joshua. Joshua immediately disappeared from this place without leaving even a smell behind. Cain will have to run after him again, because the master, as usual, is not waiting for him. But the knight never held a grudge against him. Evergrande, meanwhile, got in touch with the fourth prince, because he incredibly wanted to talk to him. The prince began by saying that they were faced with big problems, and so he wanted to ask Evergrande what he thought. How long would it take to conquer the magic tower? The man told him that Ian, the master of the magic tower, had a surprising number of followers, so it might take some time. But he added that many of his people were also high-ranking magicians, so it wouldn't be too difficult. This was good news for the prince, so he added that the next time they met, he would be the master of the tower. Evergrande was incredibly grateful to him. But still he wanted to know first what happened. The fact was that Sir Galahad's assistant passed on the information to Count Joshua, and as a result, Joshua destroyed Galahad, and is now getting to the bottom of the real truth. Evergrande couldn't believe it. It's simply unimaginable. But he still added that this assistant could not leak information because he respects Heimdall as much as they do. In addition, Evergrande believed that he was connected with the Dark Monarch, one of the 9 stars, and perhaps he was erasing evidence faster than anyone else. So for now, he suggested that the prince wait and see a little more how things would develop further. The prince at that moment mentally believed that Joshua still could not move so freely. He definitely had something, and if so, then he had the understanding that he would definitely find evidence that the third prince was destroyed. And in this situation, all their plans will be destroyed even before the start of the war. Therefore he asked Evergrande to return as soon as the issue with the magic tower was resolved. The man understood him perfectly. And before ending the conversation, he asked the prince to remain safe at all costs until he arrived. But the prince had already decided what would happen. Act yourself before it's too late. Joshua, meanwhile, used all his strength to quickly catch up with the one who stole Galahad's body. And he didn't do this alone, because Cain didn't leave him for a second. And at some point it seemed to him that where Joshua was going to go was a trap, so he asked the gentleman to wait. Joshua didn't really care because he thought there was something he had to do. Therefore, he did not listen to Cain and simply walked forward, although in fact it was obvious that there was a trap ahead. But Cain was not going to give up and continued to ask the gentleman to wait for him. After some time, he still managed to catch up with him, and it seemed to him that my lord was torturing him too much when he was chasing him like that. He talked all the way about how he trained tirelessly, and he doesn't even get to use this sword often. Joshua suddenly stopped and decided to ask Cain why he spent so much time training with the sword. Was it really because of him, or was there another reason? Cain told him that at first he did this to succeed as a knight, but then serving Joshua he changed his mind. And now he believes that many of the things he showed were admirable. They were ideal, so he wanted his sword to be as similar as possible to his, and now he uses this sword exclusively for Joshua. But, as it turned out, this was not what Joshua wanted to hear. So his answer was quite unexpected. He told Cain to go his own way, which Cain did not understand at all. So Joshua had to explain that he was once the same as Cain now. He wanted to be sincerely useful to someone because he was confident in himself and because nothing in the world scared him if he had that spear in his hands. However, what was truly scary was something he didn't even think about. He recalled how in a previous life, in gratitude for his good deeds, Kaiser Britain, the ruler of Avalon, awarded him the title of Archduke. Then Joshua was confident that he would bear this honor and remain close to the emperor until the end of his days. Other more significant knights also did not stand aside then. For example, Galahad also sincerely congratulated Joshua and said that he deserved this award because his great deeds in the magical country of Terra will forever remain in the history of the Avalon Empire. And after such a speech, he invited him to become his friend with whom they would go through fire and water. Joshua didn't quite understand what he meant, because he and the captain of the Order of Imperial Knights are already very good friends for the past 20 years. In response to this, the man told Joshua that he was very pleased that he thought so. But still he again asked him not to be shy, and in the future to call him Galahad, Joshua's best friend. But as it turned out later, all these were just pathetic tricks that Joshua unfortunately fell for. That same best friend Galahad on the day of Joshua's death was most happy that this was happening, because he was haunted by a man who considers himself an invincible fighter when he has a spear in his hands. So now Joshua was trying to explain to Cain that it is not always right to live for someone else. So he asked Cain not to say anything like that. Joshua first asked him to live his life, and not live only to be Joshua Sanders' sword, unless he wanted to regret it in the future. But apparently Cain still didn't understand what Joshua was trying to convey to him, because he continued to say that he was almost sure that he would never regret it, because he believed that the day he met Joshua was the brightest moment in his life. And he thought it wouldn't be a big deal if Joshua didn't understand him. They only hoped that Joshua knew about his sincerity. But before he could finish speaking, Joshua had to save the life of Cain, at whom someone had successfully shot an arrow. After this, Joshua ordered him to get ready, because they were facing difficult enemies, and if they showed even the slightest hint of weakness, they would simply be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of enemies were circling around them, but Joshua understood perfectly well that since they did not appear, it meant that they were trying to gain time in this way. But Joshua expected such a strategy, so he could easily predict it, so that he would do everything to ensure that he died, even if the Dark Monarch hated him, because he will first of all crush anyone who gets in the way of his revenge. Joshua was able to deliver an accurate blow to the one who stole Galahad's body, and now everything fell into place. The Count was confident in his attack because he knew perfectly well the principles and plans of the one who stole the knight's body, and it was Evangeline, Galahad's mistress. Joshua was not going to stop there, and therefore called his Dark Knights, whom he ordered to destroy those who stood in his way, and at the same time bring him booty. The community that helped steal and hide Galahad's body changed plans, and since Evangeline was wounded, they decided to take the knight's body and hide. But everything will not be as simple as they imagined, because in order to escape they will have to hide from the Lord Durahan, which will be almost impossible to do, because they could not avoid at least his capture. And they began to understand this very well when this Dark Knight closed all escape routes for them, so they had little understanding of what they should do now. At some point, each of them had only fear inside, because they did not understand what was happening at all, because everything around them had changed too much, and now they were trapped. Joshua deliberately took this step, and now they were in the kingdom of 8 demons, or as people call it, Hell. He was incredibly pleased to realize the fact that he owned such a strong Dark Knight, and right now the Lord of Durahan is showing all his power. And they can only watch as he deals with Joshua's enemies and brings him the treasured loot. Cain was a little shocked that my lord could summon all this evil himself. Now Joshua wanted to ask Cain if he understood why he was worth his life with his life. Because if his goal was to summon the Demon King and turn the entire earth into a sea of blood, then Cain would have to follow this stupid idea. But still, he wanted to hear an answer from Cain himself, so he waited for the guy to say what he would do in this case. While he was thinking, the organization whose organization had to go to hell used all its strength to somehow resist the demons. They even decided to use poisonous poison that comes straight from the ground in order to somehow destroy these creatures. But it could affect not only demons, but also people. So Joshua recommended that Cain cover his mouth with his hand and not inhale these gases, because the consequences could be incredibly bad. These people did not stop there and began to attack Joshua himself, who until that moment was simply watching what was happening. It was logical for them that if they want to get out of this hell, then they need to destroy the one who summoned him from the very beginning. So the attack was concentrated on Joshua. Although he himself actually didn't mind fighting a little, so he used the magic of a 5th-level spear and was ready to engage in battle. But after just a few seconds, it became obvious that this fight would be a one-way battle, and the magicians simply had no chance of winning. After such a technique, the illusion of hell disappeared, and this meant only one thing. Joshua was still able to destroy his opponents, except for his long-awaited prey, which was carried by one of the Dark Knights. Evangeline could barely speak, but still, through the pain, she wanted to find out who he even was. Without waiting for an answer, she continued to call him a monster while he slowly approached her. But he, in turn, believed that she was the only monster here. After which he asked her what she thought it was like to die in the forest alone, without even knowing why. How suddenly he heard the voice of Rugia, who did not understand why the guy was babbling again. This girl needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. And Joshua once again could not understand why Rugia appears only at such moments. In response, Rugia began to say that he needed time to restore his memory, and now that he remembered everything, he asked Joshua to concentrate on revenge. In the end, he believed that after all these years, he would finally be able to truly take revenge, and all he had to do was raise his spear and plunge it straight into her heart. And if Joshua does this, he will ensure that her soul writhes in agony forever. After which he simply repeated Joshua 1,000 times and literally begged him to destroy this girl, and Joshua himself doubted this a little, but still raised his spear. And when he finally decided to do this, Cain stood in front of him and asked the gentleman not to do this. But until Joshua himself wants it, nothing will work out for him. And Cain felt it, because Joshua's spear was incredibly heavier, and it was incredibly difficult to hold back his blow. And another girl helped him quite in time, who together with Cain was still able to fend off Joshua's blow. It was Aisha Sestrophy, who also actually served Joshua, and she came here to tell him that this woman should not be destroyed because she has a lot of important information. But Joshua believed that all this did not matter. What was more important now was that if they even once again stood in his way, he would destroy them all. After these words, Cain threw his sword and said that, since Joshua wanted it that way, he would have to wound him again to get to this woman. Before doing this, Joshua decided to check with him whether this was the life he had chosen, to which Cain confidently replied, "Exactly this." He believed that perhaps he did not know what was happening here, but at least he was able to distinguish good from evil, and therefore was simply obliged to prevent him from mercilessly dealing with people. Joshua was apparently unable to understand Cain's words, so he decided that it would be expensive for them to disagree. Cain told him that this was not so, and added that he would always be on his side, even if he turned into a demon king and lost his memory. Joshua was interested to hear the reason for such loyalty. It seemed to the knight that the answer to this question was quite obvious because his first and last master was and always will be Joshua Sanders. But he also believed that it was his responsibility not to allow him to make mistakes. And now when he said this, he asked Joshua to put an end to this endless destruction of people. Aisha agreed with this knight, and also added that she believed that he should not destroy Evangeline, because only he knows where the body of the third prince is. In the palace, the second prince said that he had a bad feeling when Evergrande suddenly offered to take his side, but that now he was more interested in what his interlocutor was up to, because it seemed to him that he was the person with the darkest intentions in the entire palace. And he spoke with his younger brother, the fourth prince, who in response could only say that he himself knew perfectly well what he wanted. Kazan guessed that his brother was here about Cercerin, and so he immediately answered him that if he needed it so much, then he could take it. Although he did not know where he would use this power, but he was sure that he would most likely need it. Joy shone in the eyes of the fourth prince, and he was sincerely grateful for such a gift, or at least he tried to show it with all his appearance. Suddenly they heard a scream coming from the street and someone shouting that Caesar Van Britten must come out and humbly accept his punishment for harming the royal family. Caesar immediately recognized this voice, which continued to say that he was a traitor who was plotting against the empire. It was the voice of Joshua, who declared that the fourth prince Caesar Van Britten was the one who was to blame for the death of the third prince Caletian. So he demanded that the guy immediately come out and undergo the great judgment of the sun. Agnes entered Lucy's room and did it quite suddenly, which scared her a little. But still he decided to ask her why she was suddenly sighing. Did she really miss Joshua? She first greeted the Duke, but he continued to say that he did not know what she heard there. But he asked her not to even think about leaving the mansion without permission. It was not the time for this yet, and he asked her to be patient. Lucy tried to tell him something, but he repeated the same thing again. He tried to speak kindly so that she would understand him. Mentally, he understood that he could not pay attention to Lucia while he was under the supervision of the Black Wind, and therefore he could only protect her when she was in the fortress. So he asked her not to go anywhere, especially considering the sudden disappearance of Jacqueline. The Emperor was clearly doing something conceived. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Armstrong, who burst into this room without knocking and said that they were in trouble. According to him, the Emperor demanded an urgent summons to court, and apparently the Great Judgment of the Sun will take place after 2 whole decades. The Great Judgment of the Sun is a trial of the royal family that only happened a few times in the history of the Avalon Empire. Except for crimes above treason, members of the royal family are not held accountable for their offenses. Moreover, even for crimes that go beyond treason, a member of the Imperial family can only be punished by the son of the Empire, His Majesty the Emperor. Consequently, all citizens are required to report any suspicion of treason by a member of the royal family to the Imperial Palace. And today this trial will happen again, although Joshua, standing in this hall, first of all turned to Rod, who looked at him too hostilely, and he did not understand what was the matter, because he was definitely not the criminal here. The Emperor tried to calm him down, telling him not to pay attention to the little things, but suggested that it was better not to waste time and get straight to the point. Then he began to say that Joshua claims that the fourth Prince Caesar planned the destruction of the third Prince Caecilion, and given all this, the Emperor would like to hear direct evidence. Joshua began to say with a smile that he had caught one of those who supported Galahad, and she knew where the body of the third prince was, and, accordingly, the evidence of his destruction. Joshua, looking at her, advised her to tell her where the body of the third prince was, and she should do this at least for the sake of her and Galahad's son, Edvin. The woman immediately started screaming because she had no idea how Joshua could know about their son Edwin. She understood that in fact Joshua was right, and she needed to do everything to protect their child. Therefore now in the courtroom she told everyone that the fourth Prince Caesar hired them to destroy the third Prince Caecilion and then turn him into an undead. She also added that they did this, and then resurrected him in a secret room in the basement of the palace, where they could find the resurrected third prince. The Emperor, looking at his youngest son, said that destroying his brother and then turning him into an undead is worse than a crime, if this is of course true. However, he again turned to Count Joshua with the words that he simply could not believe that Caesar would have done such a thing, and if he asked him personally, he would most likely answer that he had not done anything like that. Therefore, the only option left was find a secret room in the basement of his palace. But Marcus also could not help but add that not a drop of demonic energy was felt inside the royal palace, and it seemed to him that this could mean either there was simply no secret basement, or the prince had someone strong enough to hide it. Then in this case, in order to find her, they will need experts in this field. In other words, the Emperor meant that they need to invite priests from the righteous empire of Hugh Balt to his palace to investigate, because he could not trust the word of this dishonorable sinner, and let in the likes fanatics to the palace. Joshua asked His Majesty not to worry, because he believed that there was a way to solve this problem without the help of other countries. After which he added that the Imperial archives contained the key to solving this matter, so you just need to use it. The Emperor got a little angry when he heard such words, because how can Joshua even know about something that even he doesn't know? And didn't Joshua visit the archive only as a battalion commander, and is now again asking permission to enter there? Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Kisser, who suddenly began to ask His Majesty not to allow Count Joshua to do this, because he believed that even if such an object exists, then allowing it to enter is the same as helping, and this is already contrary to the court, according to which everyone should be equal. That's why he thinks Count Joshua must find the secret chamber on his own. Some knights who were in the meeting room believed that the first prince was absolutely right and the trial should be fair. After all, testimony could be falsified. To whom everything else no one knew about what specifically connected her with Sir Galahad, there is only a witness who claims that the fourth prince destroyed the third, no essentially significant evidence. After which Emperor Marcus joined this dialogue, who could only say that this was the opinion of those present, therefore he could not allow him to use the Imperial archives for his own purposes, so now he would like to know what he will do next. Joshua at this moment was interested in only one thing. Prince Kisser is close to Caesar, or he helps him as brother to brother. Whatever the reason, the advantage is clearly not on his side, so he decided in this case he would only have to take risks. Marcus was already starting to get angry that Joshua was just keeping quiet, because he was starting to think that this was the only way to prove he was right. And should he really find Joshua guilty of neglecting the royal family? Now Joshua spoke up and said that if they want it, he will find this secret room himself. But for this, he would like to ask permission to search the palace of the fourth prince. Rod couldn't stand it, and immediately started shouting at Joshua. And the reason for this was that the guy started using an aura when he stands in front of His Majesty. But suddenly he stopped screaming because he saw that Joshua had cut his hand, and he did this for a reason, but in order to prove the fact that he is quite good at divine power. So he has no problems detecting demonic energy, and he can easily find the secret room even without a priest. However, if he refuses to give him permission again, he will do everything possible to protect himself. Roddy had to speak again, and this time he simply didn't understand how Joshua dared to say that he would bring his blade down on the Emperor. This was clear treason. At least that's what the commander-in-chief himself thought. Joshua himself actually understood that he was behaving extremely impolitely, but he asked a rhetorical question in which he wanted to know if that was why the swords were sharp on both sides, and he himself thought that from now on the fight would be head-on. Marcus, looking at this arrogant kid, thought that he simply couldn't stand to watch this guy go on a rampage. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if he lost Joshua in this battle, then he would no longer have any tricks to manipulate Agnes. Therefore, he decided that he had no choice but to abandon the army of the undead and choose Agnes, and let Joshua himself go, although he understood that this was only temporary, because the situation would soon change. As a result of these thoughts, he told Joshua that he was giving him his permission, and if Caesar was framed, then he wants him to conduct an investigation and clear his name. And for this, he appoints Count Joshua. And from that second, Joshua officially becomes the fourth prince's investigator, and he has 2 days to find everything he needs. But he immediately warned him that if he fails, he will definitely answer for it. Kisser was slightly surprised that such guests came to him, but he guessed that they were here to conclude an alliance with him. Kazan explained to him that in fact, this was a temporary measure until they destroyed Count Joshua together once and for all, because they all understood perfectly well that Joshua had become a burden, and the sooner they could get rid of him, the better it would be for them. Kisser answered him that in fact, he did not intend to conquer him. On the contrary, he expected that it would all work out that way. Kazan decided that this meant that he needed a reason to fight with Joshua. Then he believed that they all the more needed to help each other. The fourth prince at this moment was thinking about the words of the first prince, who said that he had no plans to capture Joshua at all, and this led him to believe that the information about Cheryl was correct. But suddenly he interrupted all their thoughts and words and started talking about how if they were going to become allies, then they needed to clarify something. And he wanted to find out the truth by asking the fourth prince if he destroyed the third prince and turned him into an undead, to which Caesar answered without any problems that it was he who did it, and also added that their brother had already been resurrected and was now in the basement of the palace. But he also considered it important to add that they already quickly realized that he could not do all this on his own, and even without anyone finding out. And he said this in order to find out what they think, who helped him. They both thought of only one person, and that person was the father. Kazan immediately wanted to know if he did this in order to take the throne for himself. Caesar answered them with a smile and said that he could throw it all on his father. However, according to him, the emperor was just an observer, and Caesar himself believed that if you want something, You need to take it yourself by any means possible. Moreover, unlike his brothers, he has no power because he is the fourth prince, and therefore the most desperate and ready to do anything. And at the moment, he is putting this into practice, as their father taught them. And yet he does not intend to become an emperor. His main goal is to be the second, the one whom no one dares to look down on. Doesn't excessive greed always end with a rope around the throat? Kazan couldn't believe that someone like him would take a huge risk to destroy Caecilian, because Caesar literally says that if he and his older brother don't become emperors, then I might end up like Caecilian. But before Caesar could answer, Kisser said that in fact, this is exactly what their father taught them, and he believes that he would have done the same if he had been last in line. Kisser also noted that if Joshua really finds the secret room, then most likely this alliance will not be needed at all. Caesar assured him that there was no need to worry about it, because there was no way he would be able to find it, because according to him, the magician who hid this room, as far as he knows, is the best in the history of his field, and Joshua will never feel the demonic emanation energy, and especially will not find the barrier. At least the next day in the palace, the fourth prince had to take back his words, because only one day was enough for Joshua to find the secret room in his palace. And now it was clear from the boy's face that all his plans had gone down the drain, and mentally he simply could not understand how Joshua managed to find her in the first place, because he knew perfectly well that the mana of knights and the mana of the magic circle are of different types, and a 6th grade barrier spell that even an experienced magician could not find. How did Joshua even manage to do it? Joshua noticed that Caesar began to become noticeably nervous, and asked His Highness not to be so surprised. After all, in fact, according to Joshua, he hasn't even begun to surprise them yet, so they should relax and just watch. Rod turned around to ask what was going on with the fourth prince, but before he could do so, he saw that the guy had stopped in place. And then he did not hesitate to say that since it had come to this, he ordered Baru to destroy them all. After these words, the barrier of this secret room began to decrease, and Joshua immediately realized that something was clearly wrong here. In the neutral city of Reinhardt, at the headquarters of the Lunar Path, a guy reported that the Obo Moon team conducting reconnaissance in Avalon had sent a message that the troops of Duke Arden von Agnes had already advanced. Lilith understood perfectly well that they were trying to start a continental war, and the wanton delivery of the first strike in such a peaceful time, and the opening of the meeting made everything completely clear. Therefore, she could assume that the Avalon Empire seemed to be in full-scale preparation for war. Zero believed that this seemed to be the case, and the appearance of the cemetery in the Reb's castle also seemed to be part of the Emperor's plan to create and use an army of the undead. And in this case, Zero believed that if the army of the undead joined them, they would go here. Therefore, it seemed to him that they in turn must find the Holy Grail as soon as possible to stop them. Lilith thought that Joshua told him that the Holy Grail was in the royal archives, so at the moment, there was nothing they could do about it. But even in this case, Zero told her that they could not just sit and wait for Joshua, because apparently he had begun the Great Court of the Sun against a member of the royal family, and in this case, Count Joshua's defeat in this court could push them even further away from Holy Grail. Listening to all this, Lilith could only say that apparently Zero still does not fully understand what kind of person Joshua is. He does not lose. The knights from the Order of Black Crevice could not understand what was happening at all, because they had a feeling as if something was leaving her body. They believed that this simply could not be. Was their soul really leaving the body? Apparently Rod was the only one of them who understood what was happening. He immediately said that they were simply being sucked into a secret underground room and they could be separated, so he asked them to stay alert. Caesar at this time said that Baru would be delighted, because he had brought him so much new material to create even more undead. Joshua, meanwhile, found himself alone in some huge basement, and of course he suspected that this was the same secret room. But suddenly Rugia spoke again and asked him to get ready, because he had a feeling that there was someone here, and this was far from just a creature. Before Joshua had time to look around, a whole army of ghouls and demons began to emerge behind him. This huge army was running straight towards Joshua, but he was more confused by the fact that Rugia told him that it was not here, because he sensed even more undead on the second floor. Joshua was surprised that they had created how huge the place was. Although in any case, Rugia believed that all this did not matter, because this huge army would soon become theirs anyway. Joshua didn't fully understand what Rugia was even talking about, so he had to explain that they would take away this kid's army, which he had worked so hard to create, and he wouldn't even be able to use what he had been doing for so long. And now Rugia turned to Joshua and asked him to behave quietly and now entrust the whole matter to him. Rugia literally began to spew out a bright light, as well as a prayer in which he forced these creatures to idolize them, and this literally incinerated their bodies to ashes. Joshua's soul left his body, and now his body is controlled by Rugia, who started talking about the fact that now he is their master and they should obey only him. Each of these demons had on their necks and other parts of their bodies the same signet that was on Joshua's possessions, after which each of them essentially began to worship their new king. But he was not going to stop there, and so he proposed to tame the undead on all floors. Radha and other knights, meanwhile, entered into battle with a magician unknown to them. The commander-in-chief tried to find out who he was, but this magician was silent. But at some point he spoke and asked the Lord of Knights if he wanted to know who he was. Radha was surprised that he knew him at all, but the magician told him that this was actually not surprising, because everyone knew that he was one of the 12 superhumans, and perhaps his future subordinate. And this magician himself was called Baru. The commander-in-chief also decided to tell him one interesting fact, in which he was not going to tolerate and listen to such nonsense. So now he will show him who will be the servant. He collected a lot of mana into this blow, and, with the words disappear, the undead launched a wave of blows that could destroy an entire army of knights. But in fact, the knights did not expect to see anything else from the commander-in-chief. But what they definitely didn't expect to see was that this magician would absorb Mr. Rod's entire attack. And this actually didn't seem to be the biggest problem, because Baru began to say that now he would return his blow to the knight, let him catch it. He also did not forget to add that it is possible, of course, that the commander-in-chief will survive this attack. But what can we say about his subordinates? Radha understood perfectly well that this attack was quite close to him, and it was already too late to retreat or block the blow. And then, just in time, his knights came to Rod's aid, who were not going to allow the magician to do this, and therefore strike several blows to his magical hologram. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief himself was going to behead this guy with one blow and was only worried that none of his knights would fall under the crossblow. But as it turned out, they couldn't even do this, because the magician got angry and used slightly more of his demonic energy, which threw them back several meters. Valmont simply didn't understand how he managed to parry Captain Rod's sword from such a distance and what makes him such a powerful magician in general. Captain Rod interrupted his thoughts and asked the guy not to let him deceive himself. This is just a circus show. At least that's what the commander-in-chief thinks. Baru had a different idea and said that before Mr. Rod was a famous and quite strong man, but not now. At the moment, the magician considered the captain a pathetic and incredible weakling, and he didn't want to talk about the others at all. It seemed to him that they were not worthy of his attention at all, although this was not surprising to him, because for him and Radha, he was nothing more than a piece of meat. When suddenly Radha started talking about how he now remembered that the only battle mage on the continent whom the knight could not defeat in close combat was Zareth Dick Orvis. The man immediately wanted to find out from him why he was here, because nothing had been heard about him for decades. They even talked about the fact that he simply died. But in response, Radha only heard that he had spent too much time on those who were destined to die. Therefore, he politely asked Rod to die, and then be reborn and become his servant. Some knight was flying towards them, and at that moment Radha ordered all his companions to raise their mana as high as possible. They need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. But the light from this knight was too strong that they could not even look at him. They were literally blinded. Today they were lucky that Radha was with them, who at the last moment managed to repel this attack and thereby protect his subjects. Although he himself was not in the best condition from this light, because of which a question crept into his mind. How did their enemy use the solar sword technique, which only Britons can learn? But then he realized that most likely this was the same third prince Caecilian, and Radha immediately wanted to find out what they did to him. Orbis was ready to give him an answer to this. Although, on the other hand, he believed that he was not obliged to do this, so without thinking for a long time he struck at all his opponents. After which he decided to do everything to get himself several new subjects. No matter how hard Radha tried, he could not break free from this magical grip. Orbis advised him to desire power in his next life. Otherwise, rage and hatred would become his goal. These words were the beginning of the end for Nightrod, whose body was gradually turning into a demon, and at that moment he felt incredibly strong pain. Valmont could barely breathe and still couldn't believe that he was so helpless, although he understood that he couldn't let the captain die like that. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a portal that quite unexpectedly opened, and Joshua could be seen there in the distance. As soon as Rugia saw Orbis, he almost fainted from pleasure, because he understood that if they could succeed here, then they could get another master of the minor demonic realm as a subordinate. It was surprising for Rugia to see how this demon hurt him, but Orbis himself did not understand what was happening. Was this strange guy with a spear also a demon, and how could he even open this portal? But he did not receive answers to these questions. Rugia only said that they had finally met with him, and he also decided to ask what he thought about the fact that he would take his body and that dark knight over there. Valmont actually couldn't even imagine what was going on here and where the hell did Joshua come from. Although then he began to be interested in another question. Where did they go now with this strange magician? He may never know the answer to this question, because they actually traveled to the 8th demon realm, where Orbis seemed to recognize Joshua's spear and named it Bangma. Joshua had no idea what the old man was talking about, So he asked him to explain. Orbis was not against doing this, and began to talk about how demons who have lost almost all their powers and are stuck in the middle are called bongs, and also many in the demonic world seal their defeated opponents into weapons in order to thus increase their strength. Indeed, in this case, the bongma does not lose all its strength, and the owner of the weapon can use it to some extent. Many more seal demons as a sign of their victory, and the man believed that his demon should be greatly humiliated. Its very existence is proof of defeat. It seemed to the old man that his demon had abilities related to spatial manipulation, and it was with their help that he opened the entrance to this place. But Orbis hastened to assure him that spatial manipulation is more of a secondary skill than a combat one, which is why he turned into Bongmu. Joshua held out his spear and immediately added that he actually misunderstood it because this endless hell is not the only ability of the spear. In any case, the old man noticed the fact that everything was taking a long time and they didn't have much time, so he suggested moving on to battle. The Dark Knight, before starting this battle, turned to Joshua and asked him to take care of the knight who was standing behind Orbis. The reason was that he always wanted to test the solar sword technique. After these words, Joshua thought that if he uses the sun sword technique, which only members of the royal family can learn, then is this knight really the third Prince Caecilian? His thoughts were at some point interrupted by Orbis, who decided to turn to the king of the night and tell him that he was an ungrateful fool, because he brought him back to life and allowed him to reach impossible heights. But he still betrayed him when he went over to Joshua's side. But today, according to him, everything will change, and he will finally be able to show them why he is considered the best magician of the entire continent. Joshua was not afraid to answer him and say that in this case he would show him why he is called the Knight of the Spear. The Knight of the Night was the first to break loose and went into battle against the third Prince Caecilian. And as soon as their swords collided, this battle officially began. Now everything depends only on them. Orbis did not wait long and began to use all the powers he had, so he believed that having 2 magical holograms was more than enough. Demons began to emerge from them, copying Joshua's behavior, and most importantly, his weapon with which they were going to attack him. The guy had to fight with 2 of his not entirely successful copies at once, but still their strength was quite serious. While Joshua tried to hold off their attack, they quietly tied his spear with chains and thus literally immobilized him. And this was done so that Orbis could finally show his special creation of black magic, which was called the Dark Hole. But to his surprise, Joshua threw down his spear and went on the attack without it, saying that he didn't have to look to know what it was. The guy immediately warned him that if he thinks that he can defeat him by sealing his spear, then he may not even dream about it. The man created a huge ball of demonic energy that literally attracted him, and so he asked Joshua to look at himself. Orbis believed that he was just an arrogant knight who thought that he could block his magic with his bare hands. But this will never happen, because now the man will do everything to reduce his soul and mana, and thus he will make them disappear forever. This only made Joshua laugh, because he thought exactly the opposite, and believed that only he would disappear today. As it turned out, Joshua is able to use the magic of the spear without the spear itself, which is why he used the magic art of the 6th level spear. Orbis obviously did not expect such a turn of events. He had no idea what was happening at all and why the black hole was unfolding and was it really now sucking him in. Joshua had no intention of stopping at this point and continued to use his skills, and this time it was a destroying black sphere, which literally copied the black hole of this dark wizard, but it was several times stronger. After Joshua dealt with him, mentally he could not believe that the famous Baru was broken by his own skills. How low it was for what seemed to be the best magician on the continent, but now he can remain with his soul, sealed there forever. The battle between the Night Knight and the third prince was still ongoing, and so far there was no favorite. At one point, it still seemed that the Night Knight had received a critical blow that would end this battle. But this was only at first glance, because he was literally able to grab his opponent's sword with one hand and thus stop the blow. And then there was a rather logical continuation. He struck back, which literally divided the third knight into 2 parts. He didn't understand what happened and why the third knight gave up so quickly. Did he really just not want to show what he was really capable of? Caecilian told him that he learned martial arts only for himself, and that he never wanted to be emperor and was not interested in raising his own troops. And only for this reason he left the royal family. But then his mother disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and he went in search of her. Joshua did not fully believe that the third prince Caecilian was in front of them. Rugia at that moment literally screamed at him and offered to lure the prince to their side before he completely disappeared. But Joshua was not entirely sure that this should be done. From this, Rugia began to get even more angry and ask him not to say stupid things like he was a prince, because it was obvious that he became like this solely by his own desire. But there was no meaning in his words until Rugia said that if he was really so important to him, then he asked Joshua not to let him disappear so easily. After these words, Joshua suddenly began to say that he cannot promise that he will get what he wants, because revealing the truth is not as simple as hitting someone to solve the problem. But still, Joshua believed that if they entered into a contract, then he could only guarantee one thing, and that was that he would do everything in his power to help him. Although the third prince himself still had the last word, would he make a deal with him? Cassilian, looking at Joshua at that moment, could only think that words actually have different powers depending on who says them, and if they are this person. All he can say is that he believes that even with his help, even the impossible will become possible. That's why he agreed to conclude a contract. But first he wanted to hear the name of the person with whom he was doing this. The guy introduced himself with a smile as Joshua Sanders, after which he added that in this case they could actually immediately begin to fulfill the contract. A few seconds later, first an image appeared in front of Joshua, and then the body of the third prince, who himself appeared a few seconds later with the words that his name was Cassilian, and he was the third prince who would serve his new master Joshua Sanders. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by someone's voice, which said that Joshua was really always getting in the way. Joshua immediately turned around, but didn't see anyone, and the voice continued to speak, or rather wonder, why the hell is the brightest star of the heavenly and demonic kingdoms united like this in the middle world? The guy didn't understand what was happening at all, because it seemed to him that he had imprisoned Baru in his destructive sphere, and he could still speak. It's simply impossible. But as Rugia told him, the voice he hears does not belong to Baru, and the criminal who entered into a contract with Zareth Orvis and created Baru, the 32nd among the highest demons Asmodeus, that's who Joshua had a dialogue with. Now he is just a rank 32 demon, but he was once one of the 7 demon kings with sinister abilities, Asmodeus. Long ago, his harmful influence spread beyond the demonic realm, into the middle ones, where people, elves, and other races lived. It spread so widely that it seemed that he ruled the entire world. But even that was not the end of his greed. In the end, he sought the kingdom of heaven only to have all his plans thwarted by one of the 7 Archangel Raphael. In that battle, which lasted for so long, Raphael and Asmodeus inflicted incredibly serious injuries on each other, which could have destroyed them both. And now, many, many years later, he has reappeared, and from that moment on, he is becoming more and more interesting. But Joshua was actually tired of enduring this, and asked to stop this nonsense, and finally show up. The answer he received was that it was difficult for Asmodeus to do this now, but he asked to take into account that in the end he would be able to see her, so he asked for a little patience. After which Asmodeus added that he actually worked hard trying to get this body, but since today was the honorable day of their meeting, he would gladly give this body to him as a gift. But this is where their meeting comes to an end, and he is forced to say goodbye to Joshua for now, but will look forward to meeting him again. Joshua tried to stop him, but apparently it was quite useless. They notice that after these words, a huge amount of divine power overcomes the barrier of endless hell. She strikes at what was holding their bodies together, the summoning apparently occurring through force. Suddenly this rift became huge, and Joshua saw Arya and Eri in front of him, who most likely helped him get out of this hell. They were both incredibly happy that they were able to find Joshua, and that the item they used actually worked. Joshua immediately decided to ask them what they were doing here, and where were Captain Rada and the rest of the knights. Count Eri asked him not to worry about it. The doctors would take care of them. Now it was more important for him to ask Count Joshua if he was familiar with this thing. Joshua didn't quite know how to answer this question, so Eri himself began to talk about how the 4th prince himself ordered to find a key in the royal archives that would resolve this question, but no one could have thought that the holy grail of the Hubalt Empire would be hidden in the royal archives, Avalon archives. And from what he heard, this item immediately reacts to demonic energy, and he said that the eternal holy grail next to them suddenly turned red. Joshua understood that the power of the holy grail was truly incredible, and even without knowing how to use divine power, the two actually destroyed the Lord of the Endless Hell Durahan and temporarily blocked his summoning. Now it was no wonder that Lunar Path wanted to find this item as soon as possible. Suddenly Arya interrupted his thoughts by saying that he didn't know how Joshua managed to do all this. But the use of black magic and demonic energy is prohibited throughout the continent, and Arya believed that he understood better than anyone what this meant. So he would like to tell Joshua to obediently accept this aura. But apparently the guy had a different opinion, and so he struck Arya without hesitation. Although Arya was not going to give up so easily. So dodging what seemed to him a pathetic blow, he went into battle again. He invited Joshua to arrange a proper date this time, because last time they unfortunately didn't manage to do it. Apparently Joshua didn't mind and therefore also actively continued to attack the man. It was so funny for Arya to watch Joshua desperately try to destroy him by poking him with this thing. But honestly, he could tell that he liked it. At some point, this useless battle was interrupted by Arya, who was already tired of listening to all these jokes. He then turned to Joshua and told him that this actually put them in an even more difficult position. Since this was a royal order, he had better follow them obediently. Joshua at this moment thought about the fact that he is a duke who rose to the highest position of the star thanks to the art of wielding a sword alone. And the realization that the stars are superior to supermen gives him the understanding that the difference between them is like between heaven and earth. And now fighting this duke will be much more difficult than fighting anyone else. After all, even among the other 9 stars recognized by the continent, Tremblin Eri is called the King of Swords. Joshua was so angry with Caesar, who all he could do in this situation was to bring Tremblin here, but still the 4th prince thinks that Josh will fall into his trap, but this will not happen. And for this, Joshua just used his skill and ran away, and it was actually a pretty good decision. Arya was the most upset, because the man had prepared such an exciting date for him, and he just ran away. It's so unfair. On the other hand, at the same time, in the magic tower, the storm mage Tatarpian spoke to Evergrande and called him every possible name, and he actually deserved it, because he did really terrible things. In response, he received only that Evergrande considered him a second-rate magician, whose end was obvious. The storm mage simply could not believe his eyes, because it seemed to him that Evergrande was calmly using magic even in an environment without mana. However, for this to become possible, he must reach the final level of using magic, and this is the 8th grade. His thoughts were interrupted by Evergrande, who declared that he would teleport him back and blame him for what happened in the magic tower today. Well, of course, he didn't forget that he would first destroy his magic circle to make sure that he would never be able to use mana again. Tatarpian began to shout at him and asked him to shut his mouth, because his grandfather gave him the opportunity to become the master of the tower, and he stuck a knife in his back. But now the storm mage doesn't care anymore. He can set him up as much as he wants, but he still will never to avoid the label of a traitor, and today he will also not be able to hide his actions. Evergrande began to smile even more because it seems the little storm mage even knows what the old man, to whom he is so loyal, did to become the master of the tower. He believed that in this world, if a person does not betray, then sooner or later he will be betrayed, and therefore he became interested in asking Tatarpian who he thinks taught him to live like this in this world. Without waiting for an answer, he himself said that this old man taught him that winners are always pure, and losers are sinners. And in this case, he will be remembered as the sinner who destroyed the magic tower. Suddenly his monologue was interrupted by Iselin, who used her ability, which was called Limiter Return. Evergrande didn't understand at all what was happening and who she was, and most importantly, how did she get here? But Tatarpian immediately recognized her, because he remembered that she was the mercenary who tried to become one of the 7 magicians. But again he was more surprised by the fact that she was able to use magic in this place. Iselin would of course happily talk to him, but it seemed to her that now was not the right moment for this, so she asked to discuss this later, and now it's time to get out, especially since she found a way out of here. Evergrande, meanwhile, could not believe that he had been teleported. He began to worry that the girl might ruin his whole plan, so he decided that he would immediately return and deal with her. Suddenly, one of the knights ran up to him and began to tell him that there was a letter for him, but Evergrande immediately answered him that he was very busy now and would read this letter a little later, although the knight insisted that it was urgent because he sent by the 4th Prince Caesar. Evergrande's face suddenly changed, and apparently his opinion too. He suddenly became interested in what Caesar wanted from him. He immediately contacted His Majesty, and the first thing Caesar decided to do was find out how things were going in the magic tower. Evergrande reported to him with a smile that during the day they would capture the tower, and they could announce the appointment of a new master of the magic tower tomorrow. Caesar was glad to hear this, so he ordered him not to return to Avalon, but to remain in the tower, and also warned that it would soon be difficult to contact him. Evergrande wanted to know what was wrong, to which the guy said that the hidden location of the 3rd Prince Cassilion had been revealed, and the Holy Grail divine object of Hubalt was found in the royal archives of Avalon, and Emperor Marcus must have already informed the Hubalt Empire about this. It seemed to Caesar that it looked like a full-scale civil war would soon break out there, and whoever received the Grail would have clear rules and power, so they would do everything to take possession of the Holy Grail. And if Emperor Marcus benefits from this, then soon war will begin on the continent, and if war breaks out now, it could last a whole decade. And one more important point is that after the start of the great judgment of the sun for Prince Cassilion, the Emperor may be brought to justice, and Caesar will not be able to do anything until the war is over. That is why he has decided to leave the Avalon Empire for now, and this way it will be easier for him to move around. But Evergrande didn't understand how, in this case, he would control Joshua if he left Avalon. Caesar assured him that there was no point in worrying about this because even without him, the 1st and 2nd princes would be wary of Joshua after his latest actions. Therefore, the guy asked Evergrande to continue in the same spirit so that there were no failures, and he himself would ask Heimdall for permission. Joshua teleported and immediately saw Cain in front of him, and this surprised him because he didn't understand what he was doing here. Instead of answering this question, Cain asked Joshua in response what happened to these knights. Cain also said that the Lord's knights were defeated, and Duke Tremblin went inside. He was afraid that something might happen to Joshua, so Cain followed him. But then the royal knights stopped him, and he had no other choice but to kill them all. In any case, Joshua believed that this was not so important now, and they needed to leave quickly. Cain couldn't believe that he had already dealt with the Duke of Tremblin and Count Airy, who got here just a second ago, because Cain wanted to point out the fact that showdowns with the nobles only bring trouble. And Joshua, listening to this, added that Cain was saying this after destroyed the Imperial Knights. And then he told Cain that unfortunately he was mistaken. Joshua simply ran away because he did not want to help them. The knight realized that the gentleman wanted to say that this was a setup by someone, and Joshua confirmed this. After which he said that this Caesar used the emperor to overthrow the Duke of Tremblin and Count Airy, and with their help, there was a reason to arrest Joshua. But Cain noticed that he could not forever running away. Joshua himself understood this very well, and he also understood that if they harmed the envoys who arrived on the orders of the emperor, this would instantly turn them into traitors, but giving up and trying to explain everything is also not an option. Now in fact, the Count is more worried about the words of Asmodeus, who said that in the end, one day, they will see each other again. But for this, Joshua needs to show a little patience. His memories were interrupted by Cain, who jokingly decided to find out if he and Caesar were sworn enemies in a past life. But he did not have time to answer this question, because as soon as they left the palace, they were met by a whole army of knights, who, according to the order of Emperor Marcus, were going to arrest Joshua because he was forbidden to leave this place, and if he disobeyed, he would be accused of treason. Cain couldn't help but say that it seemed to him that the situation was getting out of control. And the reason for this was at least that there were at least 10,000 knights in front of them. Joshua thought about it because he began to understand that apparently Emperor Marcus was disgusted by the revelation of the truth about the Imperial family, but in Joshua's opinion, such actions only discredit the dignity of the Britain family. Not only was there a huge army in front of them, but Duke Tremblin also appeared behind them, who asked them to surrender now or invited them to put their necks under his sword. It became difficult for Cain to be there because his presence alone is enough to create such strong pressure. Now he does not understand at all how Joshua managed to break through and escape from such a monster. Apparently Joshua decided to answer this question and show him what he is capable of. The Duke realized that the guy apparently chose the second option and wants his head to be on the floor. He also decided to offer his condolences to Duke Agnes in advance, because today he will lose his son. Joshua knew very well that eventually events would take an undesirable turn. Should he become a tyrant by breaking his promise to Icarus in order to take the throne of the emperor? These were the thoughts that were in Joshua's mind at that moment. Suddenly, this battle had not yet begun. One very familiar voice interrupted it, and it was Agnes, who put down an entire army of knights with just his aura. Cain was so glad to see his milord, who actually appeared quite on time. Duke Airy did not expect Agnes to appear here. Had he really come to punish his son? Agnes told him that he had arrived here on the orders of the emperor and asked to transfer the situation under his control. In response to this, Airy wanted to know if Agnes intended to accidentally ignore the will of the emperor. Agnes firmly stated that no normal father would act differently in such situations that concern his son. The knights just moved away from his aura and asked the gentleman to think about it again, because they admire him. And what will happen to his family if he decides to make this decision after all? Ari asked Agnes to immediately move out of the way and not to take this issue as personal because it doesn't concern him at all yet. Agnes, looking at him, firmly stated that he was not going to repeat it, and for now politely asked Duke Tremblin to put down his sword. Joshua himself didn't understand this decision, to be honest, because he considered himself the son of a concubine, trash who was kicked out of the family. And besides, Agnes didn't even try to find him in a past life, so what was all this for? And now that he has matured, Agnes suddenly began to feel some kind of unjustified resentment. Arya, who joined this scene, couldn't help but notice that this was actually such a wonderful family reunion. Only he was very sorry that now he would have to separate them again. After which he immediately took off in order to destroy the traitors. Agnes blocked his blow so easily that he didn't even have to move. But the problem was not only in Arya, because Duke Tremblin also launched an attack, and from this attack Joshua understood that only Magma would save him. Which at the last moment not only blocked the Duke's blow, she also launched a counterattack. Cain didn't even have time to understand what happened. He only heard an explosion next to him. But when he turned around to look, he saw Duke Tremblin standing in bewilderment, because he sincerely did not understand what had just happened. Joshua turned to the Duke with the words that he should not think that Joshua ran away from him just because he was scared. He also gave him advice in which he said that before thinking about what to do with Duke Agnes, he should first worry about how to catch him. His speech did not end there, but this time he turned to Agnes with the words that he no longer wanted to harm the Agnes family. He just wants to live as he lived before, after which he ordered Cain to create an escape route, because they urgently need to leave here. But apparently they won't be able to leave just like that, because the Duke of Tremblein again stood in front of them, who once again repeated that they would not leave here anywhere. After which he went on the attack again, but Agnes stood in front of him, who was not going to let them touch his son. Tremblein simply begged him to step aside, because they had an order from the Emperor, which they would carry out in any case. The Duke didn't understand. Isn't the Emperor's order the highest in Avalon? Agnes responded by telling him that according to the law, everyone should be equal, and that is why this country is not developing. Joshua listened to his words for a bit and began to leave again, simultaneously destroying the knights with his aura. Cain also did not just stand still and destroy one knight after another. But no matter how hard they tried, the warrior did not become less, and each of them asked Joshua to give up, because he still could not win. Cain understood that it seemed that the situation was really heating up, and now the royal knights were much stronger than they were in Cromwell. So he suggested that Joshua try to break through another place, because it was not necessary to go to the main gate. Joshua didn't think so, and said that if they ran away like that, then everything would look like they were guilty of something they didn't do. But for now, he asked Cain to step away for a second, after which he stood right in front of the knights and used a message skill in which he conveyed to each of them that from now on anyone who tries to block their path, regardless of status or rank, will be destroyed. And for example, he destroyed several knights who stood in front of him. But apparently Arya, who also heard these words, is not going to listen to Joshua and therefore went into battle again. He was already starting to irritate Joshua, especially after he threw a punch at Cain that the guy didn't have time to block. Arya also heated up the situation, and said that he was sure that Joshua knew how to stop this, and asked him not to hold back. How suddenly Joshua disappeared and appeared behind him, and Arya at that moment was interested in only one question: why didn't he cut off his head? Joshua calmly answered him that it was absolutely wrong to chop off everyone's heads, so he just carefully cut off the hand, so it was better for him to put it in place as soon as possible, and for this he needed to stop pursuing him. He still laughed at the guy and added that he would regret being so generous today. But in any case, he let him go, and besides, as it was noticeable, no one else was trying to stop the guy. Inside the duty room of the Imperial Palace, Rod was retreating from the battle, and at the same time decided to ask for forgiveness from the first Prince of Kisser. After all, it seemed to him that such a shameful incident had occurred on the territory of Avalon, especially here in the Imperial Palace, under his protection, which he did not even notice, so he deeply blames himself for this. The first prince suddenly answered him that there was no need to be so strict with himself, because in fact no one could have thought that this would happen to his younger brother, the third Prince Cassilian. Therefore he asked him not to feel guilty, but rather asked him to concentrate on a speedy recovery, because Avalon needs the main Lord of the Knights. After which he stood up and said that this would be the end of their conversation, because he still had some things to do, and asked him not to strain and to have a good rest. Valmont, who was also there, decided to check with the first prince what would happen to Joshua. In response, the first prince said that Joshua had been branded a traitor for disobeying the emperor's decree, and had also been stripped of his noble status, and was now nothing more than a fugitive with a bounty on his head. Valmont actually didn't expect any other answer, so he simply agreed with it. As soon as the first knight left, Rod suddenly asked him if he was really so curious to know this. But Valmont did not understand what the Lord was telling him, so Rod explained to him that the boy, who was not even 20, defeated Avalon, the greatest knightly empire of the continent. And if Rod spoke honestly, then he himself could not believe the rumors that Joshua was in single-handedly defeated the mercenary king. But this guy, in his opinion, surpassed him, withstanding the attacks of Duke Tremblein and Count Arya. And in fact, he ran away proudly. Perhaps Joshua Sanders will become the first person on the continent to achieve such fame before the age of 20. Rod believed that this boy was certainly an inspiration to many. Such luck for the Empire, because in his opinion there are many talented people here, but there are none like Joshua. And that's why Rod decided that he took full responsibility for what happened and resigned from his post, which simply shocked Valmont, because he didn't understand why he suddenly needed to resign. As Rod already said, for the sake of the young talents of the Empire, it is time for an old man like him to retire. And so he would like to say that he wanted Valmont to become the next leader. After which he added that even if he refuses, there is no need to reproach himself for this, because who else but Rod knows that he may not yet be ready for this. The guy at that moment remembered the words of Joshua, who told him then at the slaughterhouse that going beyond the limits of the possible requires motivation. So he advised the guy to set a goal for himself and reach at least the position of head of the Royal Knights. And these words gave him the very motivation that Joshua spoke about. So at one point he changed his mind and agreed to become the new head of the knightly order. Agnes, meanwhile, stood in front of the emperor and listened as he asked him another question, in which he would like to know if anything unusual had happened during his absence, because it was rather unclear why he decided to cause a real commotion. Duke Agnes could no longer control himself, so he decided to say directly that this time the emperor had gone too far. Marcus was angry at such words, because it seemed to him that he had let everything take its course 1,000 times, and no one even noticed. Agnes, in response to this, did not hold back and began to say that due to the fact that he let everything take its course, now the third prince is a walking ghost. Trembelin yelled at Agnes and demanded that he mind his manners when addressing his majesty. But Agnes was not going to remain silent, and he could say the same about Trembelin, because in the end he still acts as the devils told him. He went further and began to give examples, the first of which was the idea of using the Walking Dead to turn the Hubalt Empire into a battlefield, or, for example, concluding a secret alliance with the Swallow Empire and subjugating neighboring countries. For Agnes this was too low, because at a time when Hubalt was already torn between the factions of the Emperor and the Pope, and now the Holy Grail appeared, which could fan this flame. It seemed to him that the Emperor was already thinking about whether Joshua would become the overcomer who would stand in his way, and that's why he decided that it would be best to destroy Joshua before it really became a big problem for him. But Agnes was in a hurry to upset him. If Marcus thought that the Empire would shine all his life only under the name Britain, then this is not so. This is only possible in his selfish dreams. With such words, Agnes literally infuriated the Emperor, who noticed that the Duke had just also crossed the line. After which he got up from his seat and began shouting at him and simultaneously asking whether he really decided to betray him and his empire. Agnes, looking at him, did not say anything to him, although he understood that in this way the Emperor was trying to piss him off. But Marcus didn't even think about stopping, and came to the point that in this way, Agnes was risking his family very much. So he suggested that he calm down, because as long as everything goes according to Marcus's plan, he does not think of harming Joshua. Moreover, the Emperor believed that now Joshua shines brightest of all in such difficult times, because if he accomplishes another feat outside of Avalon, then Marcus is even ready to promise that he will personally call him back to the country. But Agnes was not satisfied with this at all now, and he decided to ask the Emperor a question that he would have to think about, the essence of which was, does Marcus think that Joshua can become the very sword that will be directed against the Empire and the current Emperor? In the forest of Avalon, meanwhile, a cart was rolling in which Ashu was, and he was not in the best mood, because Joshua asked him to follow him, as the best servant of the continent, and then simply throws him out of the palace, without even bothering to tell him where to go at all. When suddenly his speech was interrupted by an earthquake, due to which the cart stopped. Ashu immediately got out of the carriage to check what was going on here. But what he saw like that shocked him, because standing in front of him was a rather familiar man. And it was not just a man, but Lord Crevis in human form, which can be seen quite rarely in any case. He wanted to find out from Ashu who that human boy Joshua was chasing. Ashu could not stand normally due to extreme fear and could hardly answer this question, although he did not know the answer. But in fact, Crevis himself knew the answer. Joshua was directly chasing Asmodeus's contractor, who is also known as Jaristic Orbis, a traitor who ingratiated himself and made the elf race suffer. Ashu didn't quite understand what Crevis was telling him, because as far as he knows, Orbis, in order to protect their secrets, sacrificed not only his clan, but also his life. This was so sad for Crevis to hear, so he repeated once again that people are actually selfish and full of desires by nature. It was this man who betrayed them and took the root of the world tree. Now that Ashu knows the truth, he asked to stop pursuing Jaras and do what he must. And he also added that the origin stone is currently replacing the root of the world tree. But this will not last long. After these words, Ashu could not help but get angry, and now he most of all wanted to know where Jaras was now. Krivas, after thinking a little, finally decided to answer him that he was currently on the great plain of Aias, in a tower that people built after stealing their lands. Iselin and Tetarpian, meanwhile, were still able to get out of the magic tower, but in front of them there was a river, the current of which was too strong, and therefore he would not be able to take her with him, and she would have to go alone. But she thought that this was a bad plan and suggested a little wait, and then they will definitely be able to find a way out. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by people who were running from the forest, and apparently their main goal was Iselin and Tetarpion. They believed that they should not allow the Storm Mage and her accomplice to leave, and this was the order of the new master of the tower. And to do this, they decided first of all to use a rockfall, which was supposed to destroy them. Meanwhile, in the Avalon Empire, in the Palace of the Diamond Flower, Sir Siren, sitting at the table, thought about her life. Her thoughts were sometimes interrupted by a conversation with her assistant, who said that she still couldn't believe that she, being on the verge of life and death, stood up and also regained her sight, as if God's mercy had descended on her. The princess absolutely agreed with her. For her, this was truly a miracle. She also added that if only she could remember what exactly happened to her then. The assistant again decided to find out if her memories had returned, but Cerceren, sighing heavily, said that not yet, and she only remembers what happened to her before she was 10 years old. But she somehow knew that she only had to hear his name and then everything would return to normal.
At least her heart makes a noise every time she hears the name Joshua Sanders!
How did she suddenly decide to ask her assistant what the name of the captain of the Imperial Knights was? Was it not Joshua Sanders by chance? Meanwhile, in the center of the capital Avalon, Icarus, walking through the city at night, heard only the screams of the knights who were running throughout the city and looking for Joshua and his accomplices so that he could not leave the city. The guy understood that it seemed that the matter was starting to gain serious momentum, so he decided that he urgently needed to report all this to the captain. But he thought about it so much that he completely forgot about safety and did not notice the fact that one of the Imperial Knights saw him. Joshua, sitting in one of the huts in the city, said that judging by the way Emperor Marcus was acting, weakening the power of the Britons was not part of his plans. Cain absolutely agreed with him, and also added that carrying out any missions in the Imperial court was becoming more and more dangerous. He also believed that they would have to endure many more trials in the future. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Icarus, who suddenly burst into that hut, and first of all wanted to ask them if they had both gone crazy. Because there is simply no other explanation for the fact that he became the most wanted criminal in Arcadia after only being here for a few days. But what worried him most was that there were bounties on their heads, and they were quite large. So he could not resist, and took Cain by the ear to explain to him that since they were Joshua's subordinates, they should mentor him on the right path, and not do everything that is prohibited. In any case, he looked at Joshua and wanted to ask him what he would order them to do now. To begin with, Joshua decided that they would get out of Arcadia, and after that, he thought that it would be nice for them to head to Reinhardt. Cain jokingly added that he would prefer to live in luxury rather than play the role of a criminal. But Icarus was not in the mood for jokes now, and he again began to shout at him, saying that in fact they could choose a different route, not Reinhardt. And first of all, he thinks so only because the Emperor most likely has already prepared an ambush there, and now that the King of Reinhardt has become an enemy of Avalon, His Majesty can invade the lands of his master at any moment. Joshua actually agreed with Icarus. They cannot put Reinhardt in danger. And besides, if the magicians of the entire continent find out about what happened, then by setting foot on Reinhardt's land, he will essentially discredit his reputation. Icarus also believed that the political situation was unstable, and numerous troops were currently gathering at the borders of Avalon. And for him, this meant only one thing, that something truly terrible was coming. Even Cain understood what he was leading to. Could a continental war really start soon? And at the same time, Icarus did not consider the Empire of Three Rivers, but there are two more principalities whose actions seem suspicious. The first principality of these two is the Principality of Tran, whose king is Uravis. And before Icarus had time to name the second, Joshua decided to assume that this was the Principality of Terra, a country known for its magical power. Now Joshua understands that the time frame has shifted, but the line of fate has remained the same. Now he decided that their next target had been chosen, and they should not waste any time and move forward immediately. But before he had time to tell the guys about this, suddenly the doors of the hut opened and light from the street filled the room. It was the same knight who was watching Icarus, and as soon as he entered the hut, he said that he had finally found them. Cain didn't understand how they were able to figure out their hiding place so quickly, so he was already preparing to enter the battle. But he was stopped by Joshua, who asked the guy to lower his sword. Apparently he just knew who was standing in front of them, which surprised the guy very much. And Joshua was not mistaken. It was his close comrade, whom he was incredibly happy to see, and invited the new commander of the 12th Battalion of the Order of Imperial Knights, Cades, to enter. He immediately knelt down and began to apologize to Joshua for the fact that the knights of the 11th and 12th Battalions wanted to follow him to the last, but they were simply forbidden. In addition, he understood each knight, because they could not just abandon their families in Avalon, so he begged Joshua to understand them. Joshua asked him to stand up, because he believed that he should not ask for forgiveness for this. He understands everything. The knight immediately felt a weight fall from his soul, because in fact he was worried about this most of all. After which he added that he had a message from Mr. Joshua, which is why he was here. It was a message from the Queen of Destruction. She turned out to have contacted them and asked them to tell them that she was heading to Reinhardt to take care of everything that required her intervention. Joshua was glad to hear this, because this plus another ally who came to their aid. But that was not all. Cassier handed over another letter which was from Princess Cerceren, which incredibly surprised Joshua. Cain couldn't hold back his jokes about Joshua receiving a love letter from the princess. He also assumed that Her Highness, deep down, also wanted to run away with them, for which he received a blow from Icarus, after which he added that apparently their vacation had been delayed, and it was time for them to hit the road. Joshua agreed with him, and before leaving he said that he would hope that everything would be okay with Katya's and his knights. The knight, in response to this, saluted him, and added that he would wait for them alive and unharmed. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, Evergrande, standing in front of his interlocutor, could not believe that it did not affect the source of life. Therefore, he would like to find out as soon as possible what happened in the secret room of Prince Caesar. Baru could only answer him that an incredibly huge force was emanating there, which was simply impossible to resist. And now he is talking about the power that came from the demonic spear of Joshua Sanders. But Evergrande could not understand where the artifact of the demonic god would come from on this earth. Baru told him that in fact he shouldn't be so surprised, because this is just a vessel with the power of a demon sealed inside. But the demon itself most likely is nothing, and he was confident that he would easily resolve this issue. And now it was more important to determine the location of the black dragon Crevis. On this occasion, Evergrande reported that he had learned that Crevis had headed to the elf's magic tower. Bear didn't like this, because it seemed to him that they were faced with too many unforeseen factors that arise at the moment when the process of recruiting an army is nearing its end. Evergrande tried to tell him that there was no reason to worry, because they had finally found the key to finding the original Windstone. If so, then Baru ordered them, after the completion of the coronation ceremony of the tower, to immediately set off and take with them a legion of undead and leeches. Evergrande promised that this order would be carried out, and he also had something else that he would like to tell him. After permission, he said that recently they began to talk about Ashir von Britain at the Imperial court. In response to this, Baru told him that, as Heimdall predicted, this is how everything happens. But still, he was interested to know what the Emperor's facial expression would be when he learned that the Princess of Avalon, who was considered dead, was now in the Duchy of Agnes. Lucy had been riding in the carriage for quite a long time, and mentally she simply couldn't stand this ride anymore. But she was tired, not because the trip was difficult, but because she was tied by the knot of a political marriage. She felt as if she had just been bought at the market like some kind of thing. She even thought that it would be better if she died under some random circumstances. But as soon as she thought about it, very strange things began to happen around her carriage. And it didn't seem like it to her, because literally a few seconds later she saw how her knight, who accompanied her, literally began to fight with other knights. Her defender literally immediately realized that this was an ambush, so he got off his horse in order to try to repel them all. There were actually quite a few knights against him, and they were not going to stop until they achieved their goal. But their main mistake was that they simply underestimated who they were facing. After all, he literally destroyed each of them, despite the fact that the princess sees all this, much to her regret. At some point, she became so scared that she simply closed herself off and hoped only for the best. After some time, she finally opened her eyes and saw only her accompanying knight, who was covered in blood. Lucy woke up from such a terrible dream and at first did not even want to get out of her bed. She slowly got up and was tormented by the thought that she was again dreaming of this terrible nightmare, which was repeating itself not for the first night in a row. But still, some moments from this dream seemed to her like her past, which she simply could not fully remember and understand what they even meant. When suddenly there was a knock on her door, this obviously alerted her, because she was not expecting guests at such a late hour. Although then the thought ran through her head that perhaps this was Joshua, whom she had been waiting for so long, so she quickly ran to open the doors. But to her regret, Chiffon stood in front of her, to whom she asked with disappointment what he forgot here. He told her with a smile that her Grace Duchess Vanessa wanted to see Lady Lucia, although then he asked her what to call her correctly. Perhaps Princess Ashira von Britain would be more correct? Meanwhile, in the magic tower, all the magicians congratulated Sir Evergrande on his assumption of the position of Master of the Magic Tower. He was incredibly grateful to them all for their congratulations, and in return promised that he would serve them for a long time and do everything to make the magic tower prosper. Evergrande literally promised each of them that together they would create their own paradise, the splendor of which even the kingdom of Terra itself could not compare. I heard about the magical empire in all corners of the continent, and everyone will remember the name of the new titan of the 9 stars of Evergrande Khan Ashbalt. And now, after he had given his speech, he decided that it was time to elect a lich who would lead a horde of undead that no army could compare with. Suddenly his plan was interrupted by one of his assistants, who informed him that they had missed Tatarpian and his girlfriend. But he said this only so that he would give them one more chance and then they would definitely deal with them. These 2 guys were called Scorpino and his red-haired friend Zephyros. Meanwhile, on the IS plane, 2 teleport guards asked those who came to them to stop and show their ID first. Kane decided to make fun of them, saying that of course he would show it now, but he just couldn't remember where he had put it. although in his mind he perfectly understood that they didn't have it at all, and what's more, never had it. One of the magicians immediately warned them that the knights were strictly prohibited from entering the magic tower, and if this was their destination, he would ask them not to waste their time and leave immediately. This was the first time the guys had heard about such laws, and according to these two, this was an internal order of the head. But Icarus did not tolerate this, and immediately made it clear to them that this was simply an abuse of power, and there should be a limit to everything. Even such impudence, and Cain agreed with him. The magician did not tolerate such statements, and immediately told them that if they wanted it that way, then he would prohibit their passage, and from that second, no matter who they were, passage would be prohibited for them. Joshua came out from behind the guys with a smile and told them that he definitely wouldn't do that. After all, he at least came with the intention of becoming one of the magicians, and until he achieves this, he will not leave here anywhere, and they both must clearly understand this. The magician continued to repeat that he did not believe him, and moreover he generally doubted that a young man with such a strong physique practiced magic. In fact, Joshua was just waiting for these words, and since they don't believe it, he will happily show them all this now. And for this, Joshua decided to use nothing else but magma, and with the help of magma he was able to show them what the real power of fire is. They even asked him to stop, because at this rate he could burn everything here to the ground. Cain noticed that now they definitely look like scammers, and Icarus added to this that Joshua is especially similar. He always has a suspicious face. The magicians who were on guard could not believe their eyes, because by their standards, a wall of fire is at least the 5th class of magic, and perhaps even higher. But only one of them thought so, but the second magician immediately told his colleague that this was all a deception. And in fact he was an ordinary knight, who uses the element of fire with the help of his mana, and thereby pretends to be a magician. He himself knows one of these knights who often does this, and his name is King Uravis, who is the god of hellfire. Joshua continued to smile and couldn't believe that this wasn't enough for them. Would he really have to show a few more tricks to convince them? And during the second attempt, he decided to use lightning, which, in his opinion, should have shocked the guys. But perhaps this would have been the case if at some point it had not been announced over the loudspeaker that Tetharian's hideout had been discovered. So an urgent meeting was announced in the testing tower. Also at this moment they added that the issue of the execution of Tetharian and his assistant, the hired magician, was at stake. Joshua, listening to this, almost immediately realized that this hired magician was Aislinn. After this message, the magicians who guarded their portals suddenly began to tell Joshua that since he wanted to become a follower of the tower, then this was his ideal chance. They meant that if he brought these traitors, they would not only accept him into their ranks, but will also be generously rewarded. But at that moment he had no time for jokes, and for now he gently asked them to close their mouths and open the gates for him. And if they did not do this, then he could not vouch for himself. They did not listen to him and thus literally left him no choice, so Joshua immediately used his lightning and went to look for his friend Aislinn. Meanwhile, near the test tower of the Ias Plain, the magicians of the magic tower arrived, and their head was Zephyros, who ordered everyone to prepare and take their positions, and as soon as they see the enemy, they are immediately obliged to destroy him. They were full of motivation, and were willing to do whatever they were told to do. So as soon as this order came, they went to carry it out with the feeling that they would soon have a new empire. But as soon as they crossed the first portal, their fear began to go off scale, because they saw just huge monsters and stopped. Zephyros immediately followed them, who did not understand why they stopped, because this is just a training field for magicians, and everything they see is an ordinary illusion that will not harm them in any way. But how wrong he was! One of these giants crushed the magician, and they all realized that in fact they were real. The smile on Zephyros's face did not leave even after this, because mentally he understood that this was the work of Tetharian, who was still able to break through the ancient magical protection and found a way to subjugate them to his will. But in any case, he believed that this would not help him in any way, because he was using only one spell that would destroy every giant. Aislinn woke up after several hours of deep sleep and at first did not understand at all what was happening and where she was. Tetharian, who was also there, happily answered her that they were now on the 17th floor of the testing tower. But she also wanted to find out what happened. But as soon as he turned around, she had a lot more questions. For example, what happened to his face? He felt funny that she didn't remember anything, because they had been hiding from their pursuers for 4 days, and at one point they ran out of mana and they could only hide in the Tower of Trials. And he asked her not to pay attention to the face, because now it was more important to solve the problem with Destroyed Circle. And he advised her to focus on her healing, because he is far from sure whether there is a magical barrier on the tower, but teleportation and communication are definitely blocked. So they are essentially trapped here, and most likely they will have a battle in the near future. From this, Aislinn realized that things were not going well for them, and apparently they wouldn't be able to get out of this tower just like that. But he was in a hurry to reassure her, because in fact it is not so easy to get here, because this place is not called the Tower of Tests for nothing. According to Tetherian, it was built using ancient magical formations that are no longer used and was used to train magicians. When activated, a test appears on each floor, and the higher a person rises, the more cunning traps and monsters he will encounter, so they will simply avoid them, rising higher and higher until the magicians give up. But Iselin noticed the fact that she had heard that these were not real monsters, but only illusions. Tetherian assured her that there were no more, because he made them tangible. She was surprised, because how he was able to change the ancient magical formations himself. Theta, as it turned out, had learned something since he became the manager. Although he believed that as soon as it was activated, it would get out of control, and this was another task, and no one could cope with it. At least that's what he thought until they both heard a vibration that could only mean that they were probably already catching up to them, and so they should think of something to avoid falling into a trap. Theta didn't expect that they would be faster than he thought, and it seems that one of the 7 magicians was sent for them, so it's time for them to leave here immediately, and at the same time hope only that reinforcements will arrive on time. At that moment, Iselin decided that now was probably the most appropriate moment to tell Tetherian that in fact only one person was coming to reinforce them, which confused the guy, because how could one person cope with an entire detachment of the Magic Clan? But she asked him not to worry about it, because this one man, Joshua Sanders, who, according to her, could do anything because he was the greatest master of the continent. Theta was not too sure now that they would be able to survive, because according to him, Iselin was just a crazy fan of Joshua, and apparently they really didn't have long to live. Meanwhile, Zephyros and his partner were still trying to deal with all the illusions that had become reality, and given how easily they do it, it's probably not for nothing that they are called the 7 best magicians, because they are able to defeat any monsters. Their subordinates were so glad that 2 such strong masters were with them, and believed that a little more, and they would realize the dream of the Magic Tower, and after which the 7 magicians and Lord Evergrande would undoubtedly create a powerful empire. Zephyros was so happy to feel the feeling of victory, so he could say with great confidence that Tetherian was mistaken when he decided that he could defeat them with such cheap tricks. But at some point, his words were interrupted by a huge explosion from which people fled with the words that they were now dealing with the damn spearman of Avalon. The 2 magicians began to guess who they were talking about and what kind of spearman he was, but they could not fully believe that he was able to reach such a level in the training base of magicians, because he's still a knight. But looking at how he masterfully controls the lightning, it became clear how he did it, and Joshua meanwhile came close to them in order to find out which of them was in charge here. Although from their faces he realized that these 2 were the main ones of this gang, so he decided not to delay and immediately tell them that if they stop pursuing Iselin and Tetherian, then he will save their lives. Zephyros seemed not to hear him, or believe too much in his abilities, since he decided to ask Joshua not to interfere in the affairs of the Magic Tower, and to make it clearer to him, he decided to use the element of fire. And he aimed a fiery cannon at Joshua, which, according to his calculations, should have simply burned the knight to the ground. But no matter how much he wanted it, his plan failed, and Joshua parried the blow with incredible ease. Scorpino was very surprised by this technique, because it was actually the first time he had seen such a spell among pyrokinetics, and besides, he was using some kind of spear. All of this looked like an ancient magical artifact to him. In any case, now is not the time to think about it, because they have a serious enemy in front of them that needs to be destroyed immediately, or he will destroy them. So they decided to use a massive attack, and to do this, create a magic circle and thus stop him. Zephyros had not yet recovered from the previous attack when he began shouting to his friend to get ready to cast the spell with which they were going to destroy him. They both stood next to each other and began to read a spell, which summoned a huge hologram that really inspired fear, and seemed like Joshua was in big trouble. But it seemed so only at first glance, because Joshua was so fast that they didn't even notice that he was already standing behind them and was just waiting for them to finish reading their stupid spell. Then he looked at them and said that they should relax already, because their magic tricks would not work, because no enemy would wait for them to complete the spell. Although they could not believe that he managed to get close to them so quickly, they still did not give up, and were immediately going to strike him twice, but in close combat. But as Joshua said, no one will wait until they finish casting their spell, so with just one blow he scattered them in different directions. Then he added that it was time for them to come to terms with the fact that they would not be able to defeat a level 6 spearmaster. Tetherian and Iselin continued to move around the tower and at one point stopped to look at what was happening in the distance. The girl understood perfectly well that apparently they would soon catch up with them, and already began to doubt that they would be able to hold out until Joshua arrived. Tetherian asked her not to become limp, and assured her that they would definitely cope and everything would be fine. Besides, he believed that some of them had never even started climbing the tower. She agreed with him, because then this means that it would also not be easy for them to unravel the magic of the ancient people. But apparently she misunderstood him, and besides, according to Tetherian, the tower was not created by people. This great magical tower was created not by ancient peoples as most people think, but by dragons. And moreover, according to Tetherian, it is here that they set the rules. By clearing the floor, the hero receives a special reward. Iselin immediately noticed the fact that they did not receive anything at all, and there was nothing surprising for Tetherian. Because as he said, the tower simply recognized an object familiar to it, and those who have already completed the level once cannot receive the reward again. For 36 floors they were not given any prize, only because Tetherian once managed to get to the 37th. Iselin suddenly asked him what the person who clears the entire tower would get. Most likely it would be something unusual. Tetherian was far from sure on this issue. But if you believe the words of his grandfather, a former master, then the whole truth will be revealed to the winner, including the secrets that the magic tower hides. But the guy himself doesn't really believe in it. But the legend is passed down from generation to generation. In any case, they are now only on the 30th floor, and the level of difficulty is increasing, so he recommended that she be prepared. And as soon as they opened the doors to this level, it immediately became clear that it would not be one of the most enjoyable and exciting. All Iselin could say was that it was very creepy here and it all reminded her of hell. Tetherian suddenly became nervous, and the reason was that he noticed the fact that something was clearly wrong here. Because before this level looked completely different. Suddenly they heard a little boy screaming and shouting the name Zerath. On the other side of this magical forest stood Ashu, and opposite his not very good friend, whom he asked how he could destroy the entire race of elves, and why did he even do it. It was even scary to look at such Ashu because he was incredibly angry and asked Baru to answer his questions. But in response he received only one thing, that the truth would not really change anything, and Baru asked him to get out as soon as possible before he finished him off. A century ago, humans and elves lived side by side because their races were quite similar, so they easily found a common language. But time passed and gradually there was no place left for the elves in human society, and in order to save their home and their own lives, the elves hid from the eyes of people in the most remote areas of the continent. In a place that was known only to them, it served as a source of life not only for the elves, but also for all other living beings. And this place was so special because the sacred tree Yggdrasil grew there, to protect which the elves built a barrier, and they worked hard for the good of their race, until one day someone stole the source of life from Yggdrasil. Ashu only thought that at that time he borrowed strength from the black dragon Krevas in order to somehow maintain the strength of the tree, so he was at his beck and call for a long time, and of course filled the tree with energy. But still, it could not continue for so long, and the tree gradually faded away. And this Zerath Dick Orvis was to blame for everything. Ashu actually could not even think that he would be the very thief of the source of life of Yggdrasil. In any case, this is no longer important. Ashu wanted to know where is the source of Yggdrasil's life now. But in response he received only a smile and ridicule that it would be completely sad to reveal everything to him at once. These words began to anger Ashu even more, because it was because of Orbis that countless elves died, and he was simply funny about this. Ashu would not tolerate this, and promised him that he would finish him off with his own hands. But his words were cut off at the moment when Orbis used his power on him, and now it was not easy for Ash to even stand still. Orbis immediately told him that even if he surpassed the strength of the 7th level magicians, he still would not be able to defeat him, no matter how hard he tried. And he told him to run away, and he should have done it while he had the chance, but now it's too late. Because here he will only meet his end, and today the elves will lose their leader again, because the last high elf will fall. Orbis didn't even think about what he was saying. So he told Ash that after he finished him off, he would go to the sacred tree and finish off all the other elves, so that he wouldn't be so offended. And then he was going to turn them into an army of the walking dead, which would be led by a new leader. So they talked to him, and Orbis was happy to destroy the last leader of the elves, Asha. But at some point his last blow was interrupted, and apparently it was Iselin who used her spell, which was called an ice spear. Ash couldn't even believe what was happening because it seemed to him that they were alone in the magic tower. Where did people even come from here? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Iselin, who shouted to him that this was his chance, and he should run away. She tried to shout to him that they would try to buy him some time, but he needed to run urgently. Orbis became even angrier because he got the dirty work again, and this time he has to destroy Evergrande's pawns, who just can't calm down. But on the other hand, he decided that this was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate to them the strongest creature of the Middle Kingdom of the Monarch. This is a legendary creature, which was in the form of a huge dragon, which carried only permission, and this creature was called the Bone Dragon. Tetherian, looking at this, wanted to immediately find out who this guy was, since he managed to summon something so powerful. But now no one wanted to give him an answer to this question, because each of them understood that if this creature caught up with them, then they were screwed. The guy decided that they wouldn't just leave, so he stopped in order to gain some time for Iselin and Ashu. Teta was sure that they simply could not hide from this huge monster, so he decided to distract him, and they should run further. And for this, he used his storm skills. But looking at how this dragon passes through it, it seemed that he did not care at all. Theta was one step away from death, because this dragon literally came close to him, and his magic was too useless against him. The guy simply couldn't believe that this dragon broke through the 7th level defense so easily, but apparently this is not his main problem now. Joshua stood in front of this magician and ordered him to go to the magic tower and tell Evergrounded to wait for him there. But apparently Scorpio has not yet shown everything he can do. So after he admitted the fact that Joshua is a great master, he decided to add that sooner or later he will take revenge on him for all the humiliation. And he also did not forget to say that Joshua will also fall sooner or later. There is no need to think that he has no equal in this world. After this monologue, they raised the protective barrier, and he ordered them all to retreat to the magic tower. And after they disappeared, Joshua told himself that it was they who were defeated. Suddenly, a door appeared behind him, which apparently meant the transition to the next level. Joshua did not hesitate for a second and went straight to this door, because he was sure that upon entering it, he would meet Iselin. But as soon as he walked through that door, instead of his friends, he saw something more interesting. It was a new test. But not ordinary. It was something like a battle with himself, because a copy of him appeared in front of Joshua. Rugia noticed that this is a fight with a double, which is an ideal copy of the test subject, and you need to go beyond all your limits in order to defeat such a copy. Moreover, according to Rugia, this is a legendary monster that disappeared 1,000 years ago from the face of the earth. Rugia understood that Joshua was unlikely to feel the energy that was here, but in other words, one could say that in front of them was the king of doubles. For Joshua, it was still also exciting. Fighting a double was not bad. But fighting a king was doubly more enjoyable. At least he thought so, because Rugia immediately warned that he should be careful, because this is a dark creature from foreign lands. Then Joshua wondered what such a monster had forgotten here, wanted to preserve his family, so he remained in such a relatively safe place. His jokes were interrupted by his double, who announced that he would use the magical possession of a spear, the first stage. While Joshua couldn't believe his ears and eyes, this doppelganger successfully struck him with a lightning attack. The guy continued to fight, but he was still surprised, because his opponent was also able to copy the power of the magic spear. Rugia noticed that that's why he was called a king-level double. 2,000 years ago, this guy slammed a stupid lizard, and Rugia was telling all this while Joshua was trying to attack. But when it came to the lizard, it immediately became clear to him that he was now talking about dragons, and therefore Joshua simply could not believe that he could defeat the dragon. Although Rugia immediately said that there was nothing to be surprised about, because the doubles amaze with their strength and their endurance knows no boundaries. While Joshua was digesting this information, his opponent went into battle again and this time used the magical possession of the spear, but in the second stage. As one might have already noticed, he duplicates his opponent's abilities in their original form, but it was not clear when he even managed to copy them, although the answer was actually on the surface, because he did it when Joshua had just entered this floor. Amazingly, this double could even use Bronto, and to prove it, he created a huge wave of lightning. But Joshua still believed that no matter how much he imitated him, this double still could not defeat him, because he was still just a pathetic fake. And to prove this, Joshua was going to use the peak of his power, and for this he needed a little time. In his head, Joshua was saying what seemed to him to be quite important things, such as how the body gives birth to the earth and the soul to the sky. Meanwhile, the double continued to attack Joshua with all the techniques that Joshua himself possessed. But at some point he decided that it was time to finish here and move on. So he decided to use a skill that he had always avoided before. And now that his body and soul were ready, Joshua was finally able to use the 7th stage magical mastery of the spear. Ashu and Iselin, meanwhile, tried to use all their strength to the maximum in order to somehow stop this dragon. But they did not succeed very well. But they did not give up, and especially Tetherian, who until the end believed that they still had a chance to defeat this monster. Therefore, he gave it his all, using all the fire skills that he had. But at some point, the guy noticed how he was being attacked by Orbis, who told the guy that they had been doing this for too long, so they would never be able to defeat him. Ashu tried his best, but even his most powerful spells had no effect. At some point, Orbis got to him, grabbing him with the help of his magic. But he decided not to stop there and made it clear to Ash that they would go with him to the afterlife, in which Orbis only needs such a companion as a little guy. Orbis dreamed so much about this that he completely forgot that besides Ashu, there were other magicians there, such as Aislinn, who decided to use a spell called Supernova Ice Star, which literally froze everything around. But what was most important for her was to freeze Orbis, and then use an ice spear on him. Orbis was impressed by the strength of this young girl, but in any case, he still believed that this was not enough to defeat him. Then he used only his aura, which was enough to throw Aislinn away. But he didn't stop there. The man grabbed her with magic in the air and literally squeezed all her organs. Although it seemed to him that after this the girl would definitely not get up. But how very wrong he was. His surprise knew no bounds, because he had not seen such endurance in a magician for a long time. For this he promised to give her a special place as his subject. Ashu stood on his feet again and literally ordered Orbis to leave these people alone. Because this was their battle in the first place, he had already done enough. Before he could finish speaking, he was pinned to the ground by the dragon's paw. Orbis answered him that the lack of strength gave him no choice but to give up, and he believed that Ashu was obliged to understand this truth, because many thousands of years had already passed. He also added that in order to get what you want, you need to gain strength by any means and even sell your soul to the devil. Only then can you get everything you want. But suddenly his noble speech was interrupted by an explosion, and when he turned his head, he saw his large dragon scattered into small pieces. Well, in the center of this explosion there was a silhouette that was already quite familiar to Orbis. It was the same spearman with whom he fought in the secret room. Now Tetherian understands why Iselin praises Joshua so much, because he is becoming stronger every day. Even now he has passed so many floors of the magic tower that even the most powerful magician would hardly be able to do. The dragon decided not to think for a long time and launched a counterattack on Joshua, which turned out to be quite serious. Aislinn couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed to her that he was real, and she literally begged him to wake up. Orbis, meanwhile, did not miss a moment to notice the fact that Joshua, fleeing from the persecution of the Empire, ended up in this very place, where he again fell into a trap. In any case, he didn't have as much time as he would have liked, so he finally decided to add to Joshua that greed was not good for him, and he should have thought before climbing to the top floor without sparing energy. Insignificance is Joshua's middle name. But as soon as he said these words, another split appeared behind him from which another Joshua appeared, who did not like the fact that the old man called him insignificant. Now the real Joshua appeared in front of them, who, looking at Orbis, thought that the one in the basement was just a fake, and now he can watch the real thing. Aislinn simply didn't understand what was going on here at all, and where did this clone come from. But apparently Orbis was only glad to see them all together, because now he wouldn't have to run after each of them separately, and he could get rid of them in one go. And for this he decided to use a spell that was prohibited before being used many years ago, and it is called a Weapon of Darkness. But given the fact that Joshua had already mastered the 7th stage of spear-wielding, he didn't care what kind of spell it was, or how strong it was. Orbis still continued to say that Joshua was just a fool, because the Weapon of Darkness is the strongest of the dark magic spells. There is simply no point in trying to break it. Even if he made a pact with the demon, it still will not help him. But as expected from the 7th level of spear proficiency, Joshua was still able to dispel the top-class dark spell and surprise Orbis again. This was even enough to break through the upper boundary of the floor, thanks to which Joshua and his friends fell to the level below, where it was safer. But as for Orbis, things were not so good for him, although he understood that Joshua did not destroy, but simply change the environment. But in any case, divine power must be used for this. And this seemed simply impossible to him, especially for some knight. So he decided that he would move on to another method of fighting, so he began to call upon dark forces, which he endowed with his demonic energy. Joshua began to smile because he realized that in fact all these forces were nothing compared to his army, so he was ready to show Orbis what he was capable of. But this did not frighten the man, and he immediately ordered each demon to immediately attack Joshua and his ward dogs. The third prince, who was going to bring down the full power of the solar blade, was the first to go into battle from Joshua's team. And he did this so that everyone around him would kneel before his lord, Joshua Sanders. Orbis was not going to give up easily and ordered the bone dragon to use dragon breath. Joshua intervened at this moment and easily blocked this attack with his 6th level magic spear. With this, he was able not only to block the dragon's attack, but also to strike back, which hit the target. Iselin simply could not believe her eyes that he only needed one blow to destroy the bone dragon. Ashu told her that now he is no longer surprised by such things, because he once made a hole in crevice. Tetherian, suddenly looking at this, told them that if the residents had witnessed this moment, then a rebellion would have been inevitable, because the use of dark magic and the summoning of dark knights is prohibited by law. And here it's not just a few dead, there's a whole army of evil spirits led by a great spearman, whose name is praised in every corner of the continent. Tedda believed that the people would experience utter horror and betrayal upon seeing his true power, and then drive him out altogether. Iselin responded by telling him that there was really nothing to worry about, because once the people of the continent saw Joshua in action, they would immediately realize how great he was. Ashu interrupted their useless conversation for them to look there, because he personally could not determine the nature of this magic. They watched as the master continued to deal decisive blows to Zerath Orbis. But by what miracle he instantly heals his wounds? Is he really as immortal as his army? The third prince at that moment was actually thinking about the fact that he simply did not understand why his opponents simply did not get tired, and moreover, regenerated faster than him. At some point he realized the fact that there were too many of them, and they surrounded him. He had to spend too much energy in order to somehow repel the attacks. He understood that they were moving chaotically, while maintaining formation as if someone were controlling them. But on the other hand, he understood that Lord Joshua had nothing to do with it, because another lich had entered the game. And this led him to the understanding that by taking all these blows and trying to fight them off, he was only bringing his end closer. At some point, all his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that a huge ice wall appeared literally before his eyes, which blocked the attacks of all his opponents. Tentarian immediately said that the weak point of every lich is in his life vessel, and Orbis must have hidden it so that no one could find it. But in any case, until they get rid of the vessel, the strength of the commander and his army will never dry up. Then Iselin noticed that this simply immortal army will be invincible. At least they cannot harm them in the presence of Joshua. Theta suddenly thought that his mana, demonic energy and endurance are not infinite, and he will not be able to fight forever, which means that they must find a vital vessel as quickly as possible. Joshua dealt another blow to the body of Orbis, who did not even try to block. He only said that divine powers would not save his human body, mana and demonic energy would gradually deplete, and soon he would feel a lack of strength. But the smile did not leave Joshua's face, and all because Orbis, in his opinion, missed one very important detail, namely, that he thinks that Joshua does not know where the man hid his life vessel. After which he added that then, in the secret basement of the fourth prince, he had no other choice but to try to seal him with the help of a sphere. However, Orbis turned out to be stupid, and sent his troops, and at that moment Joshua learned his main weakness. Orbis simply could not believe that Joshua continued to attack him all this time, just to find his life vessel. Without thinking for a long time, the dark magician ordered Zealand to immediately run and save his life. But behind him stood the Knight of the Night, who said that it was rather naive to believe that the curtain would save him. Orbis was literally able to teleport at the last moment and save Zealand, who was that vital vessel. At least it seemed so to him, because it was just a bait that Joshua used to finally destroy Orbis's life vessel, and for this he used lightning. At this point, the life of the dark magician Orbis was coming to an end. Joshua was still able to unravel the location of his vital vessel, after which he dealt a crushing blow to it. He could not fully believe what had happened because he so wanted the Empire to fall at his hands. Joshua began to talk about how the generosity of trees knows no pity. People driven by selfishness are constantly destroying forests, and yet trees do not stop bearing fruit, serving as shelter and enriching the air with oxygen, not for the sake of someone else, but for the sake of those who hurt them. Orbis didn't understand at all why Joshua was telling him this and why did he need to know this. But as it turned out, in this way Joshua only wanted to convey what he now feels while he is taking away this hefty army that he created with such difficulty. Ashu, meanwhile, immediately ran up to Zelan and literally screamed in grief. After which he turned around and started shouting at Orbis, because he sincerely did not understand how he could use his own daughter in his experiments. He simply did not understand how it was possible to act so vilely with his own child, to destroy an innocent child twice. Orbis asked him not to be so naive, because his situation was actually no different. He believed that it was similar to how the dirty desires of humans led to the disappearance of the elven race. After which he sadly added that betrayal and death finally overtook him. But until the last minute he believed that he did not deserve it and the Empire had to fall. He believed that he was not strong enough. He never had any status, no power, nothing. So he was so eager to gain absolute power, which not a single living soul would oppose, he sought to create an army capable of destroying an entire empire. An army that would be loyal only to him, and not to people. And Zealand took his side. She also wanted to become part of their big family. Now Ashu understood perfectly well why he needed the life force of Yggdrasil. He was going to use it to create an immortal army. This was absolutely true. Orbis believed that this was the ideal way to become the owner of great power. And so he entered into a contract with the most powerful and evil demon in history. But when he gave him the soul of a brilliant magician, there was a risk that he still would not answer his call. So he had to make the desired sacrifice to him. Ashu could barely restrain himself because he perfectly understood that he was simply blinded by revenge, and therefore he betrayed those who cared about him, and then made his daughter suffer. Orbis reminded him that Ashu once told him that he dreamed of creating his own union of the elven race, And did he really think that they could coexist with people? This question was answered quite unexpectedly by Joshua, who believed that this was in fact quite possible, because there are those who repent of their deeds and restore the forests. Orbis still believed that this was complete nonsense, and his main argument was that people simply do not change. They are consumed by desire, and they destroy everything in their path. That's why there are so many who share his intentions, even this guy who stands next to Joshua. With these words, Orbis turned to dust and disappeared forever. Baru's long life came to an end. However, Joshua's hopes for the sweet thrill of successful revenge dissipated, and he was overcome by a feeling of anxiety. Theta was already just at the limit. It was already difficult for him to move, let alone fight. Iselin tried to bring him to his senses and shouted to him that now was not the time to relax, and that he needed to continue to attack. It was actually easier said than done because the bone dragon was reborn again, and until the life vessel of this lich was destroyed, they would have no chance on the battlefield. Suddenly, this endless battle was interrupted by Joshua, who emerged from the darkness and ordered his new army to stop immediately. And it worked. Everyone stopped for 1 second and seemed to be waiting for a new order from their new king. Next, Joshua, according to the good old tradition, ordered all the undead to submit to his will. All of them at one moment began to kneel in front of him, and this caused incredible surprise among his friends. But what was most surprising was that he called the bone dragon to him. Ted had just stood there with his mouth open and couldn't believe it. How did he even manage to tame the bone dragon? But Joshua really succeeded and had another dragon in his ranks. At this point, the guy finished all his rituals and ordered his new army to go to rest in another world. They were quite obedient, so immediately after these words they disappeared. Teta could not move away from the dragon, and now he also saw how Joshua literally absorbed an entire army of the undead, and now he is a walking empire. Suddenly they all heard a voice that said that no one would have thought that Zerath Orbis would face such an inglorious end. It was a shame to lose such a subordinate, because he was quite loyal. Iselin didn't understand what it was, a magical message, or is there someone else here? Joshua was apparently the only one who understood that it was the voice of Asmodeus. When Teta heard this name, he couldn't believe that he was talking about the same high-level demon with whom the Lich signed a contract. And Joshua turned out to be absolutely right. And a few seconds later they saw Asmodeus in the sky, who was so glad, according to him, to see Joshua again. He also added that he had a lot to show today. Now Tet had no doubts. It was definitely him. He looked exactly as he was described. But what the guy didn't understand was that he had completely forgotten in the middle world. Why did he suddenly appear? Asmodeus continued to say that since the demon lord suddenly disappeared, 8 demon kings with power have been fighting tirelessly for his throne, and he desperately believed that someone would upset the fragile balance created by them. Of course, this was very difficult to do. A force was needed that was at least equal to their total. Deep down, he hoped that he would be the one to defeat them and regain their lost greatness. Therefore, at the risk of being discovered, he rose to the middle world and suddenly Joshua appeared in front of him. Now he knows that he has an unknown power that can destroy the balance of the demon world and provoke a rebellion. It's a terrible shame that he can't do it himself. Ashu, listening to all this, thought about whether the master's power really reaches the level of 8 demonic kings, because for an ordinary person, such power is unbearable. Unless an archangel is reborn in his body. Joshua decided to answer and ask him, if he says that he wants to return to its former greatness, then why would they take the word of the demon of greed and he wanted Asmodeus to name the true reason for his appearance? Asmodeus began to laugh and answered Joshua that if he wants to hear the answer to this question, then he will wait for him on the mountain where the black moon rises, which previously illuminated everything with the brightest light, which was replaced by darkness. After these rather incomprehensible words, Asmodeus decided to give the guy his last gift, and this was the seal of the agreement. Theta knew that this was the same seal that demons use to enter into contracts with people. Now each of them had a question. What is Asmodeus up to? Is this really how he is trying to bind Joshua with obligations to another demon? Apparently, Joshua himself decided to agree to these conditions, because without any doubt he went to this seal, although Ashu and the others tried to dissuade him. Joshua, going for this, believed that no matter who appeared there, he would be the victim, not Joshua. Even if he was met by one of the 8 kings of the underworld, he would still sign this agreement. Ashu believed that at this rate the entire middle world would turn into hell. So before it was too late, he begged Joshua to stop. But Joshua did not listen to him and continued to walk straight into the center of this sinister agreement. Teta immediately noticed that the entire space was filled with demonic energy, but it was just unclear who was behind this energy. Iselin asked, just not to say that it was really the king of demons. Ashu believed that this particular option was more likely than all the others, because in terms of strength he was not inferior even to Asmodeus. But they were all wrong because the next thing they saw was a small demon. They all didn't understand a little what it was and what the catch was, because each of them was waiting for a demon king or something similar. Iselin actually decided that he was an incredibly cute little demon. After some time, Iselin walked between Joshua and his double, and thought that she was in some kind of heaven, because she was walking between two beautiful men, even though one of them was a double and not real at all. But he still made her heart tremble furiously. Tate didn't even know that the legendary double was in the testing tower. But his thoughts were interrupted all the way because of Ashu, who was literally already hanging on to Tarion and did not allow him to move normally. And all this was only for the reason that he found this little demon Q very strange, and he seemed to him to be too unusual a demon. Teta could not give any exact answer to this question, only that they would soon know everything. But first they needed to settle the remaining issues. And he said that they needed to understand how to deal with Evergrande. Therefore, he decided to ask Joshua if they would go up to the next floors, because it would be better to just get out of here. But in fact, Joshua would like to know what prize awaits them at the end. But before Ted had time to answer anything, Kravis suddenly stood in front of them and told them that the passage to the top floor was still closed to them. The magician decided to ask him how long he had been standing there, because he didn't even feel him come here. Ashu immediately closed his mouth and asked him to show respect, unless of course he wanted to run into trouble, because Black Kravis was standing right in front of him. Tate immediately closed his mouth. He couldn't believe that right in front of him now there was a black dragon, which he considered a higher demon. The guy simply didn't understand what was happening around him and where he had ended up. Joshua at that moment simply did not understand who could forbid them to enter there at all, who decided so. Kravis believed that now was not the time to be silly, because very soon the continent would be overwhelmed by a sea of blood, and then there would be no laughing matter. What he meant was that the elven forest and their hometowns are no exception. There will be blood everywhere. And now that he knows that Joshua is the Lord of Darkness, he would like to discuss some issues with Joshua. However, he immediately said that if they listened to him and continued to climb, it would be difficult for him to maintain a trusting relationship between them. So he asked Joshua to decide whether they climb to the top of the tower or return to unfinished business. Meanwhile, at a mansion outside of Arcadia, Vanessa was talking about how it was quite surprising that she and Lucia lived in the same house and had never met. And now that their conflict was over, she told Lucy that she was very glad to meet her normally, because she had never seen her sister before. After which she realized that it was better for her to call her by her real name, Ashira von Britten. Ashira still continued to pretend that she did not understand anything, because she was an ordinary maid. Vanessa made it clear to her that in fact there was no point in pretending anymore, because she already knew everything perfectly well, and now she was interested in whether she pretended to have lost her memory because she was afraid for the life of her beloved son. Without waiting for an answer, Vanessa told her that she would help her get out of this situation. But in exchange for this help, she would have to convince Duke Agnes to make Babylon heir. Then she will ask His Majesty to grant mercy to Joshua. Vanessa also did not forget to talk about the second option, in which Ashira may never see her only son again. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Chiffon, who said that a big problem had arisen and asked the lady for permission to enter. Whereupon he entered the room and stated that His Majesty had just announced that the 5 existing ducal families would henceforth be reduced to 3. Moreover, the changes directly affect Duke Agnes because he is part of the 2 families that no longer have a duke. Vanessa immediately started screaming, because she sincerely did not understand what he was saying at all, and where did he get this nonsense from? She immediately wanted to know what Agnes's next actions would be, because he wouldn't just watch this. Chiffon could only say that he had heard rumors that his lordship was too saddened by the expulsion of the young master Joshua from the Avalon Empire, and as far as he knew, he was lying low. Before the knight had time to finish saying that his current location was unknown, suddenly the windows of the palace broke, and some 3 criminals flew inside. As it turned out, it was the Black Wind intelligence organization subordinate to the Emperor that came to pick up Princess Ashira von Britten. Agnes, meanwhile, again stood before the Emperor and listened to his lectures. Marcus told him that it was truly painful for him to see a father suffer from the consequences of improperly raising his own child. This is, in fact, such a stain on the noble reputation of the Avalon Empire. In any case, he reassured Agnes, telling him that there was no point in worrying, because he would certainly give such a glorious knight as Arden Agnes the opportunity to atone for his sins. And according to him, it wasn't that difficult to do. You just had to prove your devotion. And to boot, Marcus will forgive him for what he did to his sister Ashira. After all, he hoped that Agnes knew perfectly well what happens when a member of the Imperial family is kidnapped and forced to become pregnant. In addition, Marcus was sure that Agnes had to go through a lot in order to protect his dukedom. So he now advised him to stop this rebellion and better prove his loyalty. Then the house of Duke Agnes would not suffer. He asked him to do this at least in memory of his parents. At this moment, I remembered the story of how 40 years ago, the middle daughter of Baron Peshros, Marion, caught attention from a guy who told her that they had not met her before. It was Douglas Britton, who is the father of the current Emperor Marcus, and he wanted to find out from the girl what family she was from. To which he received the answer that she was Marion, the daughter of Baron Peshros. He only knew about this family that they lived on the edge of the western border, and he could not even think that such a beautiful girl was hiding in such a wilderness. After which he suddenly added that if she became his wife, she would receive not only the opportunity to live in the palace, but in general everything she wanted. Marion did not know how to respond to such a proposal, because she actually just came to the ball and was not ready for someone to ask her to marry. In any case, at that moment she understood that no matter what answer she gave, it would not change her future, and if she married him, then having lost his interest, she would be left without protection, and then the other wives would not let her live in peace, although on the other hand, if she rejects him, he will most likely harm her family. She began to get nervous about this situation, because she literally did not know what to do. Suddenly Tobin appeared next to them. He was the eldest son of the Duchy of Agnes, and he asked His Majesty for forgiveness, and added that this girl was already unfortunately engaged to him. Douglas first thought about what he heard, so he decided to ask again whether it was true or not. As it turned out, the fact was that Tobin and Marion grew up together, and she understood him better than anyone else, and he could no longer miss such a beautiful girl and therefore proposed to her. So he asked Douglas to understand him. This only angered the Emperor's eldest son even more, but he could say nothing more. Several years have passed since that incident, and Tobin and Marion finally got married, and after some time they had a child, to which Tobin was incredibly happy because it was the boy he had been waiting for and therefore was incredibly grateful to her. Marion was the happiest woman on the planet, because the boy looked like Tobin, and when he grew up, he would become a ladies' man, just like his father. She wanted most of all for him to grow up true to his convictions, so that no one could break them, and that, like God, he had a generous heart. And so she would like to name this little miracle Arden Agnes. 13 years after Arden's birth, practice battles took place in the Avalon Empire, and in another battle, Marius Britain and Arden Agnes came together, the former of whom did not think that they would cross swords here. For Arden, it was a great honor to fight Prince Marius, and he will definitely learn a lesson from this battle. Although he remembered what his father told him before this battle, that when fighting the prince, he should restrain his strength and be defeated, because victory would not bring him any benefit. His thoughts at that moment were interrupted by Marius, who did not understand why Arden was constantly distracted. But even in this case, it was difficult for Marius to deliver accurate blows, which could not be said about Arden, who masterfully wielded his sword. Every time Marius received a precise blow from Arden, he shouted something like, "How such a mongrel has the audacity to perform tricks." These words made Arden incredibly angry, so at one moment he forgot about the words his father told him, and he was ready to literally destroy the prince. And Marius himself did not hesitate to repeat this again. And moreover, he believed that the mongrel's expression matched his mother, a dirty slave who sold herself to the head of a noble family in order to preserve the family. But he didn't stop there and continued to say that she forgot her place when she rejected His Majesty's proposal. All these words were obviously unnecessary because Arden was several times stronger than this arrogant prince. Therefore Arden did not restrain himself and decided to repay Marius for his words. Literally, at the last moment, his sword was stopped by another prince, who did not like where this fight was going. And this was done by Marcus Britain, the elder brother of Marius, who believed that Arden did not have enough strength to do such a thing, because no one would get away with harming the Imperial family. However, since he considered himself a good prince, he hinted to the guy that it was not too late to fall on his knees and beg for forgiveness. After a while, Tobin von Agnes had to ask for forgiveness from the Emperor for what his son had done. He also asked to be punished for the improper upbringing of his son, but only begged to have mercy on him. In response to this, the Emperor wanted to know whether Tobin thought too highly of himself. After all, if we admit that the statements of Prince Marius were indeed offensive, they still do not compare with the fact that his son almost deprived him of his hand, even taking into account the fact that he is just a prince. This is still a deliberate crime against a member of the Imperial family, and this amounts to high treason. And the most important question is, does Tobin really think that if he gives his life, that will be enough? Although, without waiting for an answer, Douglas noted that since he is one of the pillars of the Empire, it would perhaps be fair if the parent atones for the guilt of the ignorant boy. But the Emperor believed that after all his deeds for the good of the Empire, the boy's mother, Marion, should be responsible for this, and in order to atone for her guilt, she should become a servant in his palace. Arden asked his father for forgiveness, and despite his objections, he still promised him that he would bring his mother home. But Tobin believed that all this was useless, and they could not do anything about it. They simply did not have enough power for this. His father's words were deeply imprinted in Arden's mind, and at that moment he came up with a plan to become stronger and penetrate the palace to rescue his mother. Having reached adulthood, he received the title of Master, which many knights then wanted, and he became the youngest master not only in the territory of the Empire, but on the entire continent. However, by that time, before he could escape the clutches of the Imperial family and return to his son, his mother died. But his father felt no better, and his condition deteriorated more and more every day, and on top of everything else, a civil war was approaching, in which each of the princes would fight for the throne. And Arden's assistant Armstrong believed that all the subsequent chaos could play into their hands. And Arden completely agreed with him. The time had come, and the guy was going to finish off every member of this family with his own hands. So, at the grave of his mother, Arden vowed to settle scores with the Britons, and the first target was Princess Ashira, who later became known as Lucia, Joshua's mother. After the story when Arden essentially stole Ashira, several knights arrived at the scene and began to inspect the area, and one of them noticed that despite the fact that the flame destroyed almost everything, cuts that were clearly made by an experienced fighter were visible to the naked eye. They simply could not fully believe that someone dared to kidnap Her Highness, but in any case, now their main task is to find Her Highness no matter what the cost. Ashira screamed for a long time and tried to call everyone she could for help, but no one came to her. Suddenly Arden entered the room, who told her that she was truly an unusual girl who did not look like the Britons. He did not immediately recognize her because of her blue hair, but he believed that this still did not negate the fact that she we flow Imperial blood. Ashir didn't fully understand what he wanted to say by this, and where she was in general, because she had recently been home. Suddenly the realization came to her of what had happened and who was standing in front of her. But quite unexpectedly, she began to thank him and say that he essentially saved her from that monster and now she might be able to become free. Therefore, Arden called the doctor to examine her, and the doctor's opinion was ambiguous. He believed that perhaps she was experiencing the consequences of a strong shock. Apparently, the destruction of a person in front of her eyes was a traumatic event and led to memory loss. Armstrong was surprised by this turn of events, because this is a really serious problem, since she doesn't even know who she really is. Although Arden believed that this still does not change anything, because she still belongs to the Briton family, so she is obliged to pay. Therefore, he ordered Armstrong to return to the palace and continue to monitor the situation. The plan to strengthen the power of Prince Marius was supposed to fail, since his marriage did not take place, which means he did not receive the promised army, and now they can only wait for the struggle for the throne to unfold. Armstrong was ready for absolutely anything, so he immediately agreed. After which he mounted his horse and went to carry out the orders of Mr. Agnes, and while he was on the way he was noticed by the Imperial Knights. It was late evening and the princess still could not remember anything, not even her name. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by someone who gradually opened the doors to her room. It was one of the Imperial Knights who was so happy to see the princess, because he spent so much time trying to find her and finally managed to do it. She immediately began to move away from him and asked him not to come closer to her, although he tried to explain to her who he was, and that he came here in order to bring her home. But as soon as she saw the body of her guard lying behind the door, then in her head, this man was only an enemy. Therefore she immediately began screaming that she did not want to die and asked not to touch her. He immediately ran up to her and covered her mouth with his hand and politely asked her not to scream for now, because this could wake up the whole neighborhood. Although then he decided that it would be better if she disappeared for everyone forever. So he took out his knife to stab her. Literally, at the last moment Arden appeared, who managed to catch the hand of this vile prince, and first of all asked him a question in which he wanted to find out who sent him here, because he would never believe that the first prince did it. After all, it seemed to him that such an act was not typical of a public person. But while he was speaking, he did not notice how another prince ran out behind him, who decided to answer Arden that the princess was rejected, and they did not want to see her in the Empire. But they didn't know who they were dealing with, and Arden decided to show them this, and only one good blow was enough for him to put one of them to sleep forever. Another one would have to be dealt with separately, although it seemed to him that this should not last long. And he was absolutely right, and as far as he knows there were only two of them. Apparently the other princes joined forces to get rid of Prince Marius first, which Arden did not expect. He understood perfectly well that having destroyed him, they would not stop, but continued to send mercenaries after Princess Ashiro, who was born to become the wife of Prince Marius and the Empress of Avalon. So Arden could not take such a risk, leaving her with him. Arden knew very well that soon the end of the first prince would come, and it would be wise to direct all attention to them. At this moment, Arden was thinking that soon the end of the first prince would come and it would actually be wise to choose a new goal, which means that he no longer needs Ashira. But looking at her and seeing how she cries because of something incredible really wants to live. He remembered how, as a child, he told his mother that when he grew up, he would become strong and would definitely protect the weak. Marin was always proud of her son, so she was so glad to hear such things from him. She always knew that he would turn out to be a good and, most importantly, decent knight who would always be true to his convictions. These memories literally made him change his mind, which is why he was never able to harm Ashira. But in his head he still regretted who he had become, because Marin, in his opinion, wanted to see him far from being like that. Arden was right, because soon the first Prince Marius was destroyed, and this was done by the man who always supported him, and was last in line to the throne, and this was Emperor Marcus. It was this incident that marked the beginning of his bloody reign, which continues to this day. One by one, Marcus got rid of all his rivals, brothers, and other relatives. He hunted down and took the lives of everyone in whose veins the blood of the Britain family flowed. And when there was not a single contender for the throne, Marcus finally became emperor, forgetting forever about Ashira von Britain, who one day disappeared. But not only Marcus received power, but Arden finally received the coveted title of the youngest Superman on the continent. And the first thing he did after he returned was to go to his father to break the news. But when he came home, his father felt incredibly sad, but was still immensely grateful to his son. He also added that with his efforts, the House of Agnes is becoming stronger and stronger every day, and these were his last words before he fell from his throne. Standing in front of the body, Arden simply could not believe that now his parents would soon be gone, and the assistants around him tried to tell him that he must do everything possible not to give up, because now he is the only heir to the House of Agnes. Before leaving this world, his father managed to give him a letter from the Imperial family, which spoke of the new coronation of a new emperor. His father also told him that they wanted to enter into a marriage of convenience with Agnes. His father understood perfectly well what Arden was thinking now, but he still reminded him that his main goal was to preserve the Agnes family, and despite the weakening position of the Imperial family due to conflicts, they still did not have enough strength to defeat them. Tobin understood perfectly well that Arden intended to take revenge on the Britain family, even if the battle between the princes undermined the Imperial power. However, Duke Agnes was still unable to do so, and knowing this, Arden worked tirelessly, increasing his strength. But even having received the unofficial title of a superhuman titan thanks to his fighting abilities, his power could not be compared with that of Marcus. It would be too arrogant to think that the right moment for revenge had come. But Arden's father still told him that now was the time to show zeal and expand the influence of the Agnes family, and for this he advised him to gather reliable people, and together with them it would be possible to reach new heights. Let the people see him as a hero. After his father passed away, Arden could not get over this grief for a long time. Emperor Marcus was aware that the Duke was always looking for opportunities to take revenge on him, and in fact he could easily wipe out the entire Agnes family from the face of the earth. But over time, Arden accomplished many feats, thanks to which he became a role model among the knights. The entire people idolized him, and while the Imperial power was unstable, Marcus could not get rid of the hero of Avalon, risking incurring human hatred, so he decided to act carefully, through marriage, to seize the house of Duke Agnes. Resisting Marcus was an impossible task for Arden, so he could only agree to his terms. While Arden was waiting for the day when he could take full revenge on the Britons, Vanessa von Britain, Arden's wife, had a son, but his biological father was clearly another man. At that time, everyone was sure that the young master of Babylon had a brilliant future ahead of him, and that he would certainly become a brave knight to match Duke Agnes and the greatest master of Avalon. Vanessa, although she understood that this son was not from Agnes, still thanked everyone for such pleasant words towards her son. She also once said that when Babylon took the reins of the House of Agnes into her own hands, they would further strengthen ties with the Imperial family. But Arden wished to remain silent to her words. Using the authority of Marcus, Vanessa escorted the Emperor's supporters into the Agnes house. Thus Arden gradually lost all its allies, and Princess Asher was still incredibly close to her savior, who didn't understand what she was still doing here, because he let her go and she could have left long ago. But she still believed that she could not leave the man who had saved her life twice, and it was her turn to help him. Besides, she's grateful for the name he gave her. She really likes Lucia. Arden, without realizing it, almost always smiled when Lucia was next to him. Over time, the only person capable of comforting Arden was a blue-haired girl from the Britain family, but no one knew that she was of noble blood. Lucia became a support for him in the fight against the crown, but even so, unfortunately, Arden was not driven by love for Lucia, and anxiety and loneliness. And one fine day, Armstrong ran into Arden's office and told him that Lucia was pregnant. He didn't understand how this could happen, because all this time she was under his supervision. But Arden understood everything perfectly well. This was his child. This literally shocked Armstrong. For some time he could not believe his ears, so he asked the gentleman to repeat what he had just said. Arden asked him to stop being so surprised, and once again told him that Lucia was carrying his child. But now, He was more interested in what was heard from the family of Rebrec and Pontier. Armstrong barely recovered from the shock and said that they had given a positive answer. But he was still worried that their well-coordinated cooperation would not last long. Although it seemed to Arden that this was enough, and he really hoped that one day their union would become the strongest in history, and then he and Marcus would change roles, and he would no longer have to obey the Emperor. Arden mentally only asked Lucia and the baby to wait a little. He was sure that soon this torment would end. He would definitely avenge his mother, and then everything would work out. This whole story flashed before Arden's eyes in one moment, and now he again heard the voice of Marcus, who ordered him to choose. Either he would pay for the crime against Ashira von Britain or he would obey him. Arden realized that he had virtually no choice, so he decided that for now he would obey the will of Emperor Marcus, the son of Avalon. But this was not enough for Marcus, and he wanted Arden to prove his loyalty, and for this he decided to give him 200,000 soldiers. And this was necessary so that Arden, together with these soldiers, would capture the kingdom of Reinhard, which is ruled by his own son Joshua, and only then will he earn his trust. Arden could not say anything in response, only that he would definitely carry out this order and lay Reinhard at his feet. At that moment, Marcus was thinking that this non-entity had completely lost his shame over the years, but he really didn't care. He only needed Arden to pave the way for him to Reinhard. He also decided to notify Arden that Duke Tremblin would lead an army to Terra at that time, and when they capture these two kingdoms for him, he will finally direct all his forces to the Great Plains of Creighton, which is the border between the two states. Leaving the office, Arden understood perfectly well that the Emperor had let him go only because he had taken Lucia hostage, and if he suddenly did not carry out his order, he would put her in danger. However, he also understood perfectly well that by setting foot on Reinhard's lands, neutral territory, he could start a continental war. A pretty good reception from Marcus, it was worth admitting in fact. Arden's thoughts were interrupted by Armstrong, who was so glad to see his master, because he was already thinking that something terrible had happened. Arden immediately began with the fact that somehow information about Lucia must have fallen into the wrong hands, and she was kidnapped, and only Arden and Armstrong knew about it, but they did not have time to deal with it. Therefore, the Duke believed that the plan on which he and Armstrong had been working for so many years was worth putting into action, although Armstrong himself believed that it was worth waiting a little longer. Arden confidently repeated once again that he believed that now was the most opportune moment for his execution, so he ordered Armstrong to notify everyone that the gathering place would be the Great Plains of Creighton. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a woman's voice, which told Arden that they would most likely have to forget about this idea. It was Cercerin, who believed that their rebellion, which they had planned, was doomed to failure. As soon as he saw her, he immediately decided to ask how much the Eye of Truth had shown her. The girl immediately told him that unfortunately she could not say this, but she assured him that only death awaited them on the Great Plains of Creighton. She asked them to hold out a little longer, protecting Joshua until her memory was finally restored. Therefore, she believed that for now it would be better if they abandoned the uprising. Arden answered her that Her Highness apparently did not know at all who Emperor Marcus was. The Duke believed that neither he nor Marcus had a way back, and this was the meaning of their lives. Marcus, meanwhile, ordered Tremblin before striking Terra. He needed to go to the Magic Tower and execute Evergrande, who dared to betray the Empire while leading the tower. Even after Marcus allowed him to experiment with the undead, he still stabbed him in the back and destroyed Jachin. So Marcus asked Tremblin to show everyone what fate would befall traitors to the crown. Tremblin noted that as far as he knew, Evergrande had already become the first 8th grade mage on the continent, and now he was a much bigger problem. So reading the strategic and time frames, he believed that it would be wiser to capture the Magic Tower instead of Terra. Then perhaps the meeting with Duke Agnes on the plain would have to be postponed. But Marcus assured him that there was nothing to worry about, because Creighton would only serve as bait for Arden. Thus he only pushed him into decisive action. And when Arden directs all his forces to the Great Valleys, a big surprise will be waiting for him there. Tremblin responded by saying that with all due respect, he does not have the intelligence to understand the Emperor's train of thought. Marcus didn't explain this to him. He just started talking about the fact that even in politics, there are still a lot of scoundrels who don't do what is required of them, and he led this to ask Tremblin if he had heard anything about Retreat Rigveda. Without waiting for an answer, he himself began to say that Arden was trying to repeat his maneuver. Before the founding of the Avalon Empire, the kingdom of Asgard stood at the pinnacle of power. And what's most interesting is that its last ruler was King Kunir, and he had an old friend, the most skilled swordsman in the country named Rigveda. Like Arden, he was a nightmare to his enemies and revered as a hero by his allies. But Rigveda unexpectedly deviated from his intended path to write his history of conquest. After which he defeated the kingdoms of Asgard, destroyed Kunir, and built the Avalon Empire, which they now know. so the change of priorities successfully ended with a coup d'etat. Marcus did not hide the fact that Arden truly inspires fear, because his heart has always been filled only with revenge for his mother, and he has been keeping this dark secret for decades. And Marcus realized that if he chose a historical revolution as a method of revenge, he would be proclaimed a hero, and maybe even a new emperor, and he would do all this following in the footsteps of the Rig Veda. However, the emperor believed that times change and history does not like repetitions, and in the morning he would prove that the Agnes family would never surpass Britain. In the Magic Tower, meanwhile, Evergrande announced that the gates to a new world where the Magic Tower would become the ruler of the continent were finally open, and he was almost sure that victory in the Continental War would be theirs. Suddenly, his fiery speech was interrupted by Scorpino, who asked him to wait, and Evergrande immediately realized that something really bad had happened, since his magician was in such a state. Scorpino said that they were unable to get rid of Tarpion because that spearman from Avalon intervened in the matter. Evergrande could not believe that again this Joshua Sanders was preventing him from conducting normal business. Scorpino once again tried to ask Evergrande to give him a chance so that he could lead the army again, but Evergrande thought that was enough, because Joshua had crushed one of the 7 magicians, so Scorpino was definitely no match for him. 2602. Evergrande told him that their reliable comrade in arms was in the testing tower, and the man believed that he would be the one to take care of this problem, because they actually had more important things to do. After which, with the help of magic, he summoned a huge portal that led to some mountains. The point, as it turned out, was that Evergrande had found a forest of elves where he would go right now and take 3,000 magicians with him. And then they will all together return the primordial stone of the wind, which supports the life of the world tree Yggdrasil, and he ordered Scorpino to stay here in case something does not go according to plan and it is necessary to help the wounded. Scorpino did not argue, although he mentally thought that apparently what the elves call Tempest is the primordial stone. In any case, it was already too late to think about it, because Evergrande announced that the gates were open, and now was the best time to capture the legendary tree Yggdrasil, and then they could receive the blessing of mana, in order to begin a new era of magic. Meanwhile, in the forest of elves, in the very center of the Yggdrasil tree, the elves noticed that the Tempest was emitting a too alarming glow, and apparently there is a logical explanation for this, because as soon as they started talking about it, one of the elves came running to them to tell them that they had big problems. An unidentified gate had opened in the sky. Elrunbus's deputy Freya immediately realized that this was most likely an invasion, so she ordered everyone to be on alert. A few minutes later, one of the elves reported that the protective barrier had been destroyed, and the enemy was inside their state. The elves immediately tried to hide and run away, because when they saw who came to them, it became clear that now there would be a war. As soon as Evergrande landed on the territory of the elven forest, he immediately ordered every magician to raze this forest to the ground without leaving a single blade of grass. Cain, meanwhile, simply couldn't believe that he was awake now, because he couldn't quite believe that he was flying on a black dragon. It even seemed to him that he had become part of the legendary knightly order. Aislinn doubted that they would have reached such heights. It seemed to her that it was more like an order of magicians, but Cain didn't care. He just liked to fly. Icarus suddenly noticed that they looked rather disappointed, although this was not surprising, because their lord could no longer be called just a knight. Cain absolutely agreed with him. Now Joshua costs nothing to defeat someone with dark magic, so Cain became interested in knowing what they should call him now. Joshua, meanwhile, was reading a letter from the princess, who has the Eye of Truth, and for Rugia, it was so funny to watch how much she knew about his birth and life in general. Now Joshua understood perfectly well what Count Arya was talking about in Reinhard Canyon. The guy couldn't even believe that something like that had happened between Arden and the Emperor. Rugia quickly noticed the fact that at this rate his father would be in incredible danger if nothing was done. Joshua mentally understood perfectly well that his father would die much earlier than in his previous life, and this, it seemed to him, simply could not be avoided. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Tarpion, who did not understand why Joshua was so sad. As it turned out, he just wanted to talk to Joshua about the proposal that he made to him before the Battle of the Masters, that Joshua would stop Evergrande, and he would help him become emperor. And at the moment he would like to change the conditions a little, and so he asked Joshua to leave Evergrande to him. Tarpion understood that Joshua also had some grievances against Evergrande, but he would really like to put an end to it himself, to which Joshua rather unexpectedly agreed. But still, Joshua added that he also had a condition. He asked Tarpion to become part of the knightly order created by his subordinates, and he would even be paid for it. This was actually a rather unexpected proposal, and Tarpion at first did not know how to respond to it, but still agreed. After all, he understood perfectly well that with the death of Evergrande, there are no guarantees that the tower will become the same, so it wouldn't hurt to be on the safe side in any case. With that being the case, Joshua rose to his feet and introduced the new member of the Knight Golden Spirit to Cain and asked him to take care of him. Cain was pleased to welcome a 7th-class mage to the Order of the Golden Spirit. But at this point their conversation was interrupted by Crevis, who informed them that they should prepare to land because they were almost there. And he didn't lie, because a few minutes later they saw the Forest of Elves, which was distinguished by its incredible beauty. But the only one who didn't care about beauty was Ashu, who didn't understand what had happened and why did they all see Yggdrasil. Crevis noticed the fact that someone had destroyed the protective barrier, and this was so amazing to him, because how much human magic had advanced. Ashu always believed that they were elves, much more educated in matters of magic. How could they be so lazy and allow people to steal their knowledge? He believed that it was all his fault, and he was not worthy of being Elrunbus. But with his hand on Ash's shoulder, Joshua assured him that he was not to blame, after which he added that before they parted ways, he wanted to ask him one question, but he was turning to the dragon Crevis. The dragon did not expect Joshua to address him, but still Joshua wanted to know what the main reward of the test tower was because he was very curious. Crevis did not understand why Joshua was so impatient to find out this, but still, if he wanted it that way, the dragon told him that one of the rewards of the last level was a double, but he had already joined him. In other words, the main reward was at least not inferior to its double in importance. Moreover, it conceals the truth of the world and is beyond the reach of humanity. Tatarpian joined the dialogue and wanted to ask his question about why this reward was available to Joshua, because he is a knight. But as Joshua believed, they may not wait for an answer to this question, because Crevis is dodging answers as best he can. So he believed that the task now is to complete the ascent in the tower and be awarded the reward. And for this, he believed that they needed to go down immediately, and he decided that he would go first, after which he jumped down until they understood what he was even talking about. Cain was not going to wait a second and immediately ran after his lord, who, in his opinion, constantly abandons his subordinates. He didn't even care about the words of Icarus, who tried to warn him about how high they were. But then he noticed that absolutely everyone jumped after him, without even thinking that the height was too high. Crevis did not understand what Icarus was waiting for and why he still had not jumped. He tried to explain to the dragon that he was actually just a man, and this jump was unlikely to end in anything good for him. The tower's magicians, meanwhile, continued to destroy the elves one by one and promised to do this until they told them where the windstone was, which they so wanted to get. Freya tried with all her might to stop these non-humans, but it was too difficult for her. After all, she was alone, and there were several thousand magicians, so there was no chance of success. But she still did not give up, and fought to the last. Freya was a good fighter. Her skills were many times better than all the other elves in this settlement. But the magicians still continued their ritual and constantly insisted that the power of the sun was with them. Although Freya did not think so she was going to strike directly at the center of this sun to destroy it. She fired an arrow and put quite a lot of energy into it, which should have been enough to destroy this sphere. And so it happened. She was still able to destroy this sphere, and it seemed to the elves that now they only had to drive away all the invaders. But suddenly she heard a voice that told her that considering how easily she was able to deal with 5th-class magicians, one could say that she probably surpassed the rank of a master. True, Evergrande still believed that this was not enough to get rid of them, and he decided to give them one last chance to accept defeat and give them Tempest. Freya told him that people are wretched creatures who do not change at all, and still evaluate others by dividing them into ranks. But she believed that if Evergrande rated her so highly, then she could use this rank to destroy her enemies. And now she allowed herself to bring some clarity, based on their standards. She has superhuman abilities, and that is why she asked them to leave if they value their lives. Evergrande always knew that elves are too kind and naive creatures, but it seems that not everyone fits this description. Therefore, he decided to ask them a question. Who, in their opinion, was able to bring down the blessed barrier created by the High Elves? Evergrande did not play with them for long, and using his magic, tied each of them. Freya still managed to evade this spell, and she was already behind him. Evergrande could not help but praise her for such beautiful movements. But he still believed that his body-strengthening spell had nothing to cover her with. But he didn't even think that in addition to the usual blows, she also had other techniques in her arsenal. It seemed to him that these were ordinary magic arrows, but that was until he saw that the arrow was returning after he was able to dodge it. But even so, he didn't care at all about her arrows and spells, because his protective barrier was not so easy to break through. Although all this was still only in his head, because Freya showed him that nothing is impossible and still broke through his defense. But he still had a smile on his face, because according to him it was an ordinary shield spell, and apparently she was not lying about superhuman abilities. She asked him to close his mouth because she was disgusted to listen to him. Therefore she created a huge number of copies that simultaneously attacked Evergrande. But all he had to do was snap his fingers for these arrows to disintegrate like straw. This is the first time Freya has seen her attacks be repelled so easily, but what surprised her more was that it was a person doing it. Evergrande noticed her surprise and added that the 8th grade magic he wields is beyond comprehension. He believed that she demonstrated the difference between a Superman and one of the Titans of the 9 stars. And after another blow to Freya's face, he still advised her to give up. And to do this, she just needs to honestly answer where the original stone is hidden, and it will leave her alone. Freya believed that she would rather die than tell this secret to someone like him. Evergrande answered her that he would do it with joy. But after he searched her mind, and for this, he used an ability called mind control. And it didn't take him much time to find a tempest with which he believed he could easily overcome the barrier of the 8th grade and finally reach the 9th grade of magic. This will allow him to become the most powerful person in the entire empire, and this extraordinary magic will eclipse the power of any dragon. His fiery speech and moment of glory were interrupted by Joshua, who loved to do this so much. After which he added that Evergrande was having a bad day today, because he was unlikely to get what he wanted. At the head of the 9 stars, the most important one, called the Giant Star, shines brightly, the grandiose title of which has not yet been awarded to a single person. But Evergrande was ready to lay down his whole life to get the Windstone. But first he will have to deal with Joshua, from whom he always wanted to know why the guy hates him so much and why he interferes with him at every step. Joshua dodged his blow, and instead of answering this question, he could only say that he was incredibly pleased to see Evergrande so excited. The man immediately answered him that if this is funny for a guy, then he is clearly not the kind of person who strives for wealth or fame. Joshua never denied this and always said that he actually needed something else. After which she told Evergrande that he wanted him to understand one thing, that there are people in the world whose mere existence poses a great threat. And he said these words for a reason, because he repeated this phrase after Evergrande himself, who told him this in past life, when they all destroyed him together. And Joshua understood perfectly well that one of these people who poses a threat is Joshua himself. Evergrande didn't quite understand what Joshua was trying to convey to him. And what does it even mean? Joshua continued to say that in fact Evergrande is right. If he wished for fame and fortune, he would immediately get it, because he actually has enough power for this. But he does not care about them. The only thing that is always what was valuable to Joshua were his friends, or rather, the scum who pretended to be them. And now Joshua was going to show Evergrande his spear, which always terrified him. Joshua was going to use this invincible weapon which defeated all the enemies of the Empire to finish off Evergrande with one blow. In response to this, the man noted that apparently Joshua is only capable of talking nonsense, and he admits his mistake in not destroying the guy at their first meeting. But now everything will be different. So he turned to the followers of the Magic Tower and asked them to hear his call, using the same spell, sealing all the mana inside Yggdrasil. They immediately began to carry out his orders and actually did it with joy, because in their heads there was the thought that even this all-powerful spearman would be helpless when the mana disappeared and he would be finished. But they did not expect that Joshua would not come on his own, but would bring with him a whole team that was ready to do anything for the sake of their lord. Evergrande at this time simply could not understand why they could not seal the mana, as he asked them to. Joshua knew the answer to this question, and it was quite simple, all because his soldiers simply gave up. And Tatarian, who was already standing behind Evergrande and was ready to strike at him, could not agree with this, and he would do it with special pleasure, because he is a traitor who deserved it. Theta created a huge wind avalanche that was supposed to destroy Evergrande, but this turned out to be too little, and the man was able to destroy it in one fell swoop, adding that he already thought that Theta had died long ago, like his old man. But apparently since he was alive, Evergrande assumed that he would help him die. Theta quite unexpectedly crawled straight out of this wind avalanche, and while he was trying to strike at Evergrande, he simultaneously wanted to know what the man did to his grandfather. The man believed that there was no point in saving the life of someone who could cause him problems. But if Theta missed him so much, then he could arrange a meeting for them in the next world. After all, he believed that he could easily block all the insignificant attacks of Tet. But at some point he realized that he had underestimated the guy because he got too close to him. And this became his main mistake, after which Tatharian attacked him right in the face. The guy used all his strength, and all this was only to avenge his master and show Evergrande where his place really is. He began to make excuses after this blow, saying that if he had not been distracted, his blow would not have worked, because he had not yet reached the level of Evergrande, and that was probably why he brought the spearman. Joshua stood behind with a smile, and in response to this said that he promised to Trapian that he would not interfere. The man thought that this was some kind of kindergarten, but this only played into his hands, so he didn't mind. But Joshua did not promise this to Evergrande himself, and added that everything could still change, so he needed to be extremely careful. Theta asked Evergrande not to be distracted, because his opponent at the moment was him, and now he was going to make every effort to finally end this story. The man could only laugh at his words because he did not understand what such a pathetic magician could do to him. Theta thought that perhaps he did not have enough abilities to reach the 8th grade, but he thought that if he could concentrate the magic inside the heart, where the mana circle passes, and thus he could expand it, then he would have a little time when their strength will be equal. He decided to do so, but he had no idea how difficult it would be for him. His body was literally torn from the inside. Winds literally began to swirl around his body and a golden signet appeared behind him, which meant only one thing. Theta had crossed the line of his powers. Evergrande also did not stand still and concentrated mana within himself, simultaneously telling Theta that he was just a fool who would never be able to surpass an 8th grade magician. Or perhaps he simply does not know why the 8th grade magic is called the miraculous phase. But he never gave an answer to this question, saying only that Evergrande could praise him for such a good attempt. But now they would probably really finish this battle. And as soon as he said this, his fireball, which he had just held Evergrande in his hands, teleported and appeared right in front of Theta. This provoked an explosion, and it would be incredibly difficult to survive such an attack at all. After which the soldiers who had just defended Yggdrasil also came under attack. And all this was so that Evergrande would finally take possession of what he wanted so much. Now he had divine power in his hands. Joshua at this moment could only say that he would be cursed for destroying the home of the elves. But Evergrande didn't give a damn about whose house he destroyed, and Joshua's words, because he finally took possession of the power that he could only dream of, and now he wanted to test the strength of Joshua's body. The guy himself at that moment did not want to spoil Evergrande's moment, but still he had to say that he had 2 primordial stones. But Evergrande did not believe it because he considered it impossible, because 1 stone is enough to destroy a human life, and with 2 it simply would not exist. Joshua did not prove anything to him, but only suggested that he verify this himself, and then he would know for sure. Evergrande did not refuse and decided to punish Joshua, who considers himself omnipotent, for his impudence. Their forces collided with each other, and at first glance it seemed that they were equally strong, and this battle would be equal. But Joshua didn't think so he mockingly asked Evergrande what he thinks now. The man couldn't believe his eyes, and the last thing he wanted to know was who Joshua was. In response, Joshua simply repeated what he had already said before. He is a threat to the whole world. With this, their battle came to an end, and the result was obvious. Evergrande was destroyed, not allowing him to truly enjoy his new power that he had gained. Evergrande's body endured incredible pain, something he had never felt in his life. The man literally begged him to end his life at last, because he simply did not understand what was happening to him. And why was he still alive if he tore his body into pieces? Joshua, meanwhile, said that the powers of the primordial stone go beyond its general properties. Bronto has the power of growth, Magma the power of destruction, and Tempest has the power of symbiosis. It was thanks to her that Evergrande was still alive, and only thanks to her he could use the Windstone without restrictions. But the man simply didn't care anymore. He only wanted to know what Joshua did to him. In response to this, Joshua told him that he had actually thought about it for a long time, and came to the conclusion that he was not the kind of person who would be satisfied with a dog's life, because he is driven by ambition, just like Orbis. And according to the guy, he will do everything to achieve his goals, which is why he began to serve the 4th Prince Caesar. After all, having ascended to the throne, he could satisfy his ambition, and he would achieve the unification of the continent under the leadership of a new magical empire. This is Joshua's opinion. And in the end, there would be a rather tragic ending, because Evergrande would end with Caesar, due to the fact that sooner or later he would no longer need him. But what is most surprising is that Emperor Marcus was aware of his plans, and he knew that Evergrande was essentially using Prince Caesar to his advantage. But he didn't care at all, because so far Evergrande did not pose any threat to him personally. And while the Emperor's assistant Marcus Evergrande was useful and he benefited from the magician, Marcus did not touch him. Joshua assumed that they were both confident that they were both in control of the enemy, but Emperor Marcus was wrong. Because if their plan had worked, then in the end, Emperor Marcus would have died, and Caesar would have successfully taken his place. But a third force intervened in the scenario, which neither Joshua nor the Emperor could fully understand, because Joshua had no idea who owned the power that had long been rooted in the Imperial family, and used the magicians of the 8th Circle as pawns. And now Joshua was talking about a man whose name was Heimdall. As Joshua knew, soon his identity would gradually be revealed, and all of Evergrande's plans would simply collapse. To Joshua's surprise, Evergrande began to laugh incredibly hard because he was disappointed in Joshua, because all he knew was his name. The man added to the guy that he can please as much as he wants, but he will still remain the same small cog in the system of this world. Moreover, he will always be a backup option. Joshua realized that the man was now hinting to him that his connection with the Imperial family had something to do with this. To Evergrande, it sounded as if Joshua knew what he was talking about, and he actually knew what he was talking about, because Sir Serene had brought him up to date with the matter. One way or another, relations within the Imperial family are much more complicated than he can imagine. And even his persistent intervention will not change the fate of the Avalon Empire. That was Evergrande's opinion. And the most important thing that he would like to add is that he will never reach Caesar's level, and if that's all, then Evergrande asked to destroy him, because no matter how hard he tries, Joshua will not be able to get anything more out of him. This was funny for Joshua, because Evergrande would be ready to say goodbye to life so easily. Would he really not even pray to Asmodeus like Zareth Orbis did? Evergrande asked not to compare them. Of course he respected Orbis and his passion for magic, but they still have different values, because he would never become an undead. Now this was interesting for Joshua, because they both serve Asmodeus, but still have different views. But still he agreed with Evergrande. Enough of this chatter, especially since he prepared something special for him. And this was due to the fact that Joshua always thought about what kind of end would be worthy for a man, and for example now he still regrets that he did not make Orbis his subordinate. Rugia suddenly intervened in this dialogue and said that they really had no other choice, because Zirath Orbis reeked of Asmodeus a mile away. Evergrande couldn't believe that the spear could talk. What was going on here? Rugia himself could not believe that Evergrande could hear him. He always said that he had an eye for people. Therefore, now he is even more confident that his soul will suit them perfectly. Evergrande did not understand at all what was happening here and what the spear was carrying. But suddenly Knights of Darkness appeared behind him, who grabbed his hands, and now he began to guess what it was about. After which Joshua added to him that even if his body did not survive, his soul would definitely survive and become immortal, and also did not forget to say that this space was created in order to sacrifice his soul. The guy was sure that Evergrande was familiar with the power of Asmodeus, the so-called summoning of the soul. It was thanks to this ability that he created the Knights of Darkness and subjugated the Liches without receiving their consent. And as Evergrande could see, Joshua has the same power. The man finally understood what was going on, so he began to scream and beg Joshua not to do this, but rather to simply destroy him. All these requests and words were empty words for Joshua, and so he aimed his spear right at the center of Evergrande's body. His body was immediately overgrown with darkness, which filled all his internal organs and, most importantly, his soul. Rugia and Joshua were even a little surprised, because they both saw the soul of an 8th-level magician for the first time. The process of sacrifice was not similar to what they had done before, which means the summoning would be at a different level. And after a few minutes, Rugia could finally congratulate Joshua, because now this Lich King is under his control. Ashu at that moment looked at his elf brothers and sisters, and simply could not believe that it was all over, because they had lost the Tree of Life, and now they had no home again. Freya tried with all her might to calm him down, and therefore repeated to him that they were all waiting for him here, and she was personally immensely grateful to him, because he sacrificed so much for them, endured humiliation for decades so that his people could only live. Now that he was with them, she invited them all to make an effort and revive this place, for the sake of all the trials that they had to overcome. Kravis also supported Freya and said that it was simply hard for him to watch his old friends suffer and tried to convey to him that perhaps this was all for the better. He assumed that the time had come to get out of the shadow of the World Tree and come into the light. He asked Asha to make the right choice. While he listened to them all, tears naturally began to roll down, and he no longer really believed that there was a right choice, because how could they protect the family if they lost their home? Kravis saw how he was suffering, so he decided to go down to the ground and talk to him. He told Ash that he was actually right, because without Yggdrasil they had lost their protection. But he also believed that if they didn't do it now, the elves would never be able to leave this place, and as far as it seemed to him, they were simply tired of oppression. Kravis asked him, despite that pain, to find the strength to leave and become free, and most importantly, to fulfill what he dreams of most, to unite all the elves. And now is a great chance to make this dream come true, and this chance was given to him by the man who prevented the destruction of his race. Joshua also appeared at that moment and could only add that Kravis was right, and he completely agreed with him. In addition, he added that anyone who dares to desecrate the elven race will have to deal with him. And as for Ashu, Joshua believed that he had done a great job, and now all roads are open for him, and he is free. Ashu did not expect such a turn of events, because it seemed to him that he should serve him for at least another 5 years. The Freyas and other elf warriors were also grateful to Joshua for saving them from the hurricane spell, and also for the fact that he dealt with the magicians who invaded their land. Cain also could not help but notice that his lord, as always, was at his best, and believed that probably even the most powerful magician in the world would not matter to him. So he suggested that he return the magic tower, and then everything would fall into place. Although, for example, Iceland did not think so, because looking into this magical sphere, she understood that they had big problems. And all because today, in the year 725 according to the calendar, a continental war began. This is what everyone has been waiting for. Emperor Marcus will begin the Continental War. However, contrary to all expectations, the spark of war ignited due to the civil war in the Holy Empire of Hubalt. On one side of this conflict stood Lily Aphrodite, who was the head of the Moon Door and the silver-haired sword demon, and also the god's knight Chrysler Jean Sebastian, one of the 9 stars of Avalon. And they both told Jactor to hold back his troops, and immediately warned him that if they take even a step forward, they will only see each other's blood. Martial Arts King Jactor responded by saying that during the 3 years that he was gone, they were busy defending the established position. Even when other countries took away their national treasures, they obediently did nothing. So he asked them to leave, and he himself would go to Avalon, will take the Holy Grail. Lilia tried to explain to him that if he did this, it was quite obvious that a war would start, and then countless people would die. Jactor didn't care about this because he believed that Avalon had already crossed the line long ago when they started turning people into undead. Christina knew perfectly well what Jacknet was talking about, because his student became the victim of a lich in the castle of Reb of the Avalon Empire, and his life still hangs by a thread. However, he understood perfectly well that if he started a war between empires because of this, the losses on both sides would be simply unimaginable. Therefore, he decided to repeat to Jacknet once again that his army must retreat. These words only provoked the opposite actions, and Jacknet ordered his army to take out their swords. Christian also did not remain idle and ordered his army to also prepare. And a few minutes later, the knights began to fight one another. This marked the beginning of the Continental War. Christian's side fought as best they could, and their main advantage was the ability to heal warriors. And with proper use of this skill, they could fight for a very long time. But there was only one thing, and that was Jacknet, who was confident that divine power poses a threat only to the undead, and in war conditions it simply will not help them survive, because they are simply trying to force them to fight to the point of attrition. But on the other hand, he believed that this did not matter against his new aura. And he didn't lie, because after these words he destroyed several knights with just his aura. The man simply didn't understand what kind of power this was, but he definitely understood that if it went on like this, then at this rate, they would simply be ground into powder. Christian at that moment asked them not to worry and continue to fight, and for this he shared with them the blessing of God Hermes. And he certainly didn't lie, because after these words, each warrior began to have not only strength but also armor on their body. This didn't scare Jacknet for a second. He could only joke that they were all coming to life just like the undead. But still, his knights had no time for jokes, because they were gradually dying at the hands of Lilia and her army. Although it was not for long, because Jacknet decided to show them the full power of his new aura, which he had recently received. And she was really too powerful. She literally made it so that the warriors could not even stand on their feet. Christian was surprised that Jacknet used such a strong aura. Was it really the same aura that he received as a result of his long and painful training? Everything was exactly like this, according to Jacknet. He managed to do it while Christian was busy teaching small children. And his new aura was called True, because it was superimposed on one another. It was with these words that he launched a new attack on Christian. After a short amount of time, Lilia simply could not believe that everything was so bad, but she understood that they somehow needed to stop these 2 stars. But the battle between Christian and Jacknet continued, and all this time Christian tried to convey to him that if he didn't stop now, he would only cause even more damage. But Jacknet didn't care, because he believed that there are no great achievements without great sacrifices. Christian categorically disagreed with him, and could only say that an empire that was built on blood would also be destroyed by blood. So he asked him to forget about his false sense of justice. Jacknet believed that they were just hypocrites who shout about peace in the name of God, and who are they even to talk about justice? Lilia understood that in any case, if she did not stop these 2, then most likely the city would simply disappear. The cardinal, who miraculously remained alive, believed that they would not stop until one of them fell, and he advised her to immediately return to Reinhard. She didn't understand what he was saying and what he meant. Did he really want to tell her to run away alone now? He came closer to her and asked her to listen to him carefully. He believed that if something goes wrong, then someone will have to fix it, and that's why it is necessary to conquer kingdoms that will oppose the empire from the outside. 2933. And he believed that only she could do this, because she is the head of the Lunar Door. But there was not much time to discuss this, because Jacknet's knights had already advanced behind her, so her father was already literally ordering her to leave, but even so, she did not want to do this and asked him to go with her. He had to yell at her and tell her that he didn't have enough stamina, so he would leave the remnants of his strength here. While buying her some time, he tried to convey to her that she needed to run immediately, because if they caught her, then it will definitely be the end for everything. Through disappointment and tears, she finally made up her mind and began to run away. Marcus, meanwhile, listened to the information that had just arrived from Hubalt. The Emperor's faction had won the civil war, and he was also informed that soon the Hubalt Empire would take its army and invade the Avalon Empire. He thought that the civil war would drag on because of the rivalry between the God Knight and the Battle King. But it seems that he was wrong, and this means that the Pope's faction lost the civil war, and the Moon Door is also now a loser. Therefore, he decided that in this case, it would be best to immediately announce that all the forces of the Avalon Empire, led by the Black God, were moving towards the Great Plains of Kraden. On the border of the Swallow Empire and the Principality of Tran Lucifer, the Prince of the Swallow Empire looked at the birds flying high in the sky and wondered if anyone from the sky could see them. Amar, his interlocutor today, who was the Duke of the Swallow Empire, believed that people would continue to commit sins if angels were watching them from heaven. Lucifer didn't ask that, but the answer was correct, although he was thinking that now all the angels in heaven absolutely don't care about them. In any case, now was not the time for such talk, so he ordered Amar to remain here for now until further instructions were received. But the Duke could not help but wonder where His Majesty was going. In response, this crazy king said that now he wants to enjoy freedom. On the border of the Duchy of Tran, very bad news came to the fortress of Bern that the army of the Swallow Empire was in the border zone. But before the messenger had time to enter the fortress, someone destroyed him and did it from afar. And unfortunately, this concerned not only him. After a few seconds, all the guards that were in the fortress fell. The fault for this was none other than Lucifer, who sees freedom this way. One of the knights burst into Uravis's office, who informed him that they were being attacked by the army of the Swallow Empire, numbering 300,000 people, and at the moment they were heading straight to the palace. Uravis felt nothing but anger and disappointment at that moment. March 725, according to the continental calendar, the Pope's faction won the civil war of the Hubalt Empire. Soon after, secret information reached the Swallow Empire that Avalon was preparing for a continental war. Seeing this as an opportunity, Lucifer decided to ambush the Tran Duchy, which had long tormented him. The siege lasted only a month, and as a result, the Tran Duchy was defeated. Several months later, the Black God, Duke Agnes, led an invasion army into Reinhard and eventually captured it. Thus, the Avalon Empire took possession of Reinhard, the center of the continent, and gained the upper hand in the Continental War due to geographical advantage. But having the secret information of Avalon, the Swallow and Hubalt empires entered into a secret agreement. And when Duke Agnes occupied Reinhard, they sent armed forces to the Great Plains of Kraden. Based on the situation, Joshua was advised to go to Reinhard now, because he did everything possible to prevent the war from affecting Avalon or Reinhard. And Icarus told him about this, who believed that now he really simply had no other choice. The guy believed that Joshua should show who the true heir to the throne is, and then even if they lose Reinhard, they will be able to find allies, because now they especially need loyal people. Teta suggested that in this case they should look in the Magic Tower, because he believed that not all magicians were followers of Evergrande. And since he was finished, now it seemed to him that he would subjugate the tower. And besides, it was too risky to get involved in the struggle of 3 empires. As it was known at that time, 5 of the 9 stars of the continent were now on the battlefield, so Theta wondered how many of those present would survive after encountering the rank of Master or Superman. Joshua at that moment was all in memories. He recalled their conversation with his father when he asked Duke Agnes why he did not participate in his son's life. But instead of answering this question, he then gave Joshua the Ring of Dawn, which was intended for an heir, as far as Joshua knew then. So it was quite strange for him that Agnes gave it to him. But now he learned a lot more than in his previous life, and so he decided that now he was going to Reinhard. And he told his friends that their lives would be at stake, so he would not hold them if they suddenly wanted to refuse and not go with him. Cain and Aislinn didn't think for a second, and immediately said that they would go with Joshua and be with him until the very end, even if they had to give their lives for it. Kravis said that he would not go with them, since he simply could not interfere in the affairs of the middle world, but still added that if they needed advice from the Lord of Darkness, he would be waiting for them in the Tower of Trials. Joshua actually respected his choice and replied that they would definitely meet. As soon as the Continental War, which Emperor Marcus was eagerly awaiting, broke out not far from Reinhard on the territory of the Great Plains of Kraden, a fierce battle unfolded in which the fate of 3 empires was at stake. It left its mark on history, taking with it hundreds of thousands of lives. Then Duke Agnes fought 3 titans of 9 stars at once. But a huge shock for the entire continent was that the Black God of Avalon, the one whose name enjoyed enormous authority, died in the war. Marcus's plan was thus a success. The Emperor also intended to destroy all his loved ones, but his plans were not destined to come true. After all, a higher being, the true king of Reinhard, Joshua Sanders, appeared on the battlefield. The empires of Swallow and Hubalt lost Reinhard to their opponent, And on that day, Joshua ended the Continental War, and he became the greatest hero of all time, receiving the title of King of Heroes. Emperor Marcus disappeared, and then the place of ruler of the Avalon Empire was empty. The First War of Princes began for the right to the throne between Kaiser and Kaiser. As a result of the conflict, the power of the empire was weakened. Then the Hubalt Empire again started a war against Avalon. And naturally, the Swallow Empire terminated the agreement and invaded the territory of Hubalt. It seemed the crisis had passed, but it again led to a continental war. 3 years later, in the territory of the Swallow Empire, in the former territory of Reinhard, 2 guys walked down the street and carefully hid their faces. They said that over the past 3 years, this place has changed incredibly much, that now it is simply unrecognizable. One of them was Christian, who believed that if the King of Heroes had not been hiding, then all these people would have traded what they wanted and how they wanted, and Reinhard would never have been taken away. Cain was his interlocutor, who partly agreed with him, but still he could not even imagine where Joshua had disappeared, because everyone needed him so much. During this conversation, they did not notice how they approached the stage, where the man asked everyone's attention, because today he would present to them all a very valuable product. These were representatives of the most beautiful race in the world, elves, but he understood that perhaps you couldn't tell by their appearance. But in fact, they were almost 100 human years old. Moreover, they were fluent in the basics of spiritual arts, and according to him, they are more graceful than other slaves. All these words incredibly angered Cain, who was ready to simply destroy them all. At that moment, he remembered the words of Joshua, who said that anyone who dares to desecrate the elven race will have to deal with him. His thoughts were interrupted by Christian, who told him that she was waiting for them, and it was time for them to leave. But it was already too late, and Cain asked him to leave without him because he suddenly had an urgent matter. Christian couldn't help but notice that as soon as Cain sees the elves, it takes him a few minutes to rush into battle. And in this case, he simply cannot stay away. But they simply did not know how to quietly, peacefully resolve such issues. And having made a noise, Cain decided that they needed to immediately get out and take all the prisoners out of here. Knights had already advanced against them, protecting the citizens of this city, if you could call it that. All troops were told that they needed to immediately close the city gates and warn everyone about the danger by ringing the bell, because they saw the lone knight Cain in front of them. Leodgrance, working as the deputy of King Erheim, came to report to him that they had closed all the gates, so no one could enter the fortress. After he told about this information, the king allowed him to go. Sitting on the throne, Lucifer wanted to know the opinion of his interlocutor, as he thinks. Is it a coincidence that the lonely knight Cain appeared here at the same time as the blessed knight Christian? And as far as he heard, they are both quite strongly connected with him. Is this true? Aymer, who became the king of Erheim, did not quite understand who he was talking about, who he was. Lucifer at this time already held the position of emperor, and he had in mind the king of the hero, Joshua Sanders. He remembers that day as if it were yesterday, because when they took the Black God, Duke Agnes, Joshua appeared later than everyone else on the Great Plains of Creighton, and was still able to single-handedly destroy an army of 100,000 people. Aemon himself did not understand how he could forget about this, because this was such a great event, which he saw with his own eyes. Lucifer believed that in this case, Aemon should be aware that after the war on the Great Plains of Creighton, the Swallow Empire and the Kingdom of Hubalt were still afraid of Joshua, although more than 3 years had passed since he disappeared. Aemon believed that even if the King of Heroes appeared now, he did not really pose any danger to His Highness. But Lucifer believed that they would never know for sure until they met him one-on-one. Therefore, he ordered Aemon to immediately catch these knights and find out from them where Joshua is now. Meanwhile, an auction was held in the city center, and a new lot began to be brought onto the stage, which the presenter presented to the participants without further ado. In fact, this was the main auction item, and this is the last weapon made by the artisan Hurton, who was so wonderful that his weapon was used by the Knight of God. People were shocked when they saw not a sword but a spear. They simply could not believe that the artisan made it before his death. He was probably inspired by the King of Heroes Joshua. The presenter announced that as they know, now spears are no longer the weapons of lower soldiers and everything has changed thanks to the King of Heroes. And right now they will start an auction. The starting price is 3,000 gold coins, and the price can be raised by 500 gold coins at a time. After these words they immediately offered 4,000 and 5,000. Zero at this time held a position in the moon door, and could not believe that so many people would gather today. And his interlocutor, in turn, could not believe that he had dressed so openly today. But Zero himself believed that he was simply wearing something suitable for such an event. In any case, he would like to know first whether he has surrendered to chaos or not. Icarus was that interlocutor, and he answered Zero that he had not done this yet, but in reality it was becoming more and more difficult for him to hide. Zero added that looking at him up close, He wasn't sure that even he could outshine his beauty. So he decided to give him a card with which he could get the information he needed in certain places. The guy believed that with such a job, if a client appears, then he should serve him drinks. But he asked Icarus to think about the fact that if he doesn't notice anything, and therefore the guy thinks that he can walk around like that calmly, then he is deeply mistaken, and this quite risky. Icarus knew all these dangers perfectly well without him. But as Zero already understood, he himself learned this from him. And he also could not help but add that their lord was always confident in himself and never hid, no matter how dangerous the enemy was. Until this time, he had never hidden or allowed himself to do this. But this case is an exception. In any case, Icarus believed that his absence would not change anything, so he suggested taking a break from it and celebrating a little. And to do this, he decided to take his plate with the number and place a bid of hundreds of thousands of gold coins for that spear. It was quite obvious that with such a bid, Icarus would win. So as soon as he named this amount, the lot was sold, and the guy won the auction. Icarus himself believed that his lord's birthday was coming soon, and he, as a devoted servant, needed to be prepared for this day. Cain and Christian were still trying to escape from the local knights, but there were more and more of them. Although Cain now had thoughts in his head that Christian should have run away a long time ago, and delaying this was simply a waste of time. But he decided that now it would be best to hide and wait for Icarus, and then leave with him. Suddenly he heard a rather familiar voice, and it was Icarus, who was already standing behind him, and talking about how their problems were only getting bigger and bigger. But before they had time to talk, suddenly the building next to them literally exploded, and the reason for this was some kind of ice avalanche. Icarus did not have time to react to this, and suffered a little, because he did not have the same reaction as the knights. But Cain himself was actually not in the best condition. But apparently it was too late, because a man was already standing in front of them. And it was Aemon who did everything to find Cain. But he was incredibly happy, because along with his main goal, he also discovered Icarus, known in the Empire as the Celestial Brain. Today, the man is having a very good day. In any case, he was not interested in them, but in information that would help him understand where the King of Heroes was hiding, and they must immediately give him an answer to this question. Otherwise, he would destroy them. At that moment, Cain perfectly understood that if he now turned away from this attack, then most likely Icarus would take the damage, and this could not be allowed. So he decided that he needed to do everything possible to repel this blow. Cain couldn't find a better solution than to stand right in front of this ice ball and try to repel it with the aura of his sword. But to his great regret, this ice ball literally grabbed his sword and continued moving. This attack caused an incredible amount of damage to Cain, literally leaving a bunch of cuts on the knight's body. 3 years ago, the Continental War created countless heroes, thanks to which the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire became the strongest states on the continent. Lucifer, or as he was called the Bloody Monk, and Jactor, the king of martial arts. They tied together all the kingdoms that the Empire had destroyed, thereby putting an end to the Allied powers. As for Joshua Sanders, he was indeed recognized as the king of heroes and countless heroes with him. But although Joshua's path was full of victories and glory, they often ended too badly. After such a blow, Cain lost all hope that he could continue this fight. But at some point he heard a rather familiar voice that asked him to look up. When he raised his eyes, he saw only a flash of light, which literally healed his wounds and returned him to his previous form. Aemon realized his mistake, because he actually needed to immediately guess that this paladin had to be somewhere here. In any case, he believed that he needed to destroy both of them at the same time. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome with them later. Cain did not understand a little that the man decided to be distracted by something else when he decided to fight him. So the knight decided to remind him that he is still here. Now they were both in the same conditions, and Cain was ready to answer the man. Aemon understood that in fact he did not have much strength to defeat this knight, because Cain was really stronger. However, on the other hand, he never forgot that true strength is not only physical power, so he used his magic. At least it seemed so from the very beginning. But then Cain realized that the man had applied type mana, and that he changed it to ice. Aemon looked at him with a smile after these words, and still reminded Cain that this is called true aura, and in the Empire they call it materialization of aura. But in fact the difference is only in the name. In essence they are the same. The man spoke with trepidation about how this is a wonderful technique that not only transforms the aura, but materializes it the way the owner wants. But suddenly he was interrupted by an outside voice who asked the man not to pretend to be great and powerful just because that he owns this technique. And it was Christian, and he thought so because he also owns this technique, and now he will show the man what the true aura, of which he is so proud, means. Aemon understood perfectly well that this actually could not be divine power, because its matter is transformed. Most likely it is the true aura, with the help of which he was able to completely dispel his aura, It was even difficult for him to believe that the true aura could be used, and so it's amazing. There was a smile on his face, although looking at these guys, he understood that fighting with two super people was really too much. Cain did not understand why Christian came so late. To which Christian answered him that the old man had followed them all the way to Erheim, and he stayed a little longer to grumble at him. This shocked Cain even more, because he could not believe that the voice, which he heard, really belongs to the master. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Aemon, who did not understand what they were talking about. Was there really their master here who had been bringing him so much headache lately? In the end, he believed that he should have just left this matter to someone else. And if you believe the man's words, then His Majesty Emperor Lucifer happened to be here, and he should have just made some noise and called for help, which the man eventually did. Cain couldn't believe his ears. Did the man really want to tell them that the bloody monarch was really here in Erheim now? Aemon continued to smile, and at the end simply added that we are now talking about the devil, which was not entirely clear to the guys. But there was little time to figure it out, because suddenly Icarus became incredibly ill, and they could not help but turn their attention to it. Christian couldn't even think that the bloody monarch would be here. He understood that they would never have come here if they knew this in advance, because in this situation, they wouldn't even be able to escape, which means that most likely, it's theirs end. Aemon liked the expression on their faces most of all. It was a real spectacle for him. He assumed that the faces of the enemy countries would have the same faces when they began to capture them. But suddenly his words were interrupted by some incredibly strong aura, which, as it seemed to him, could not come out except from the body of his emperor. After which he had to dodge a wave of blows from a person who radiates such an aura, and it was almost impossible to do this, so he would most likely receive a large share of the damage. It was the legendary Ryan, who also randomly appeared in this city, and did not mind helping his old friends, whom he advised to leave as soon as possible, while he dealt with this duke. He also did not forget to add that while he was here to gain time, they must do what they came here for, and as soon as possible. Cain offered to help him finish off the duke together, and Christian completely agreed with him, who also believed that they should not miss the opportunity to finish off the general of the enemy side. Ryan believed that people who had reached the level of 9 stars were not easy opponents, and besides, they themselves said that if a bloody monarch appeared, they would have a hard time. And therefore, before the situation worsened, he asked them to find the answer to their question. Cain still continued to stand his ground and believed that they simply could not leave him here alone. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Aemon, who told them not to worry because none of them would leave this place alive. And in fact, his words were not difficult to believe, because he had just literally turned his aura into a dragon, which was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary knight. The Duke came out of the fog and first of all told them that their day of death had come, and he would do everything to make it special for them, after which he sent his dragon at them. But his main problem was that he simply underestimated his opponents, in particular Ryan, who also managed to summon his dragon, which he called Manticore. And Ryan himself did not say much, so he managed to carry out a successful attack on the Duke and his blue dragon. But the smile from the man's face did not disappear. He only said out loud that the Lion King is the very embodiment of justice. But when Ryan materializes the Manticore, a creature that symbolizes cruelty and ruthlessness, it only evokes a sense of irony in him. Through the message skill, Ryan asked Cain to listen to him carefully, after which he made it clear to him that in fact, they had not come to Erheim only for information. Their goal is actually more global, because he believed that this time they might finally be able to find Joshua. These words literally immediately made Cain change his mind about his decision. And taking Icarus, he told Christian that they should leave immediately and leave the Duke to Master Ryan. In his mind, Cain promised Ryan that they would return as soon as they found the Lord, and now the main thing for him was to stay alive. Ryan was not against this development of events, and said that he would look forward to their return. But Aemon wasn't going to let them escape so easily. But Ryan wasn't going to let him run after his friends either. And for this he went on the attack while saying that if Aemon thought that he would trap them, then he was mistaken, because he only dug himself into a hole. In response to this, Aemon immediately got personal, telling Ryan that he was just a coward who ran away as soon as the war started, and it would be better if he didn't come back, because he cut off his head. After some time of searching, they were still able to discover a secret passage, and each of them was ready to enter there, because they knew what might be hiding there. Christian couldn't help but notice that this notebook was undoubtedly wonderful, because without it they would have been stuck in the maze. But since they got it, it means the moon door is still working. But most of all, Christian now wanted to find out from Icarus what exactly did he hear from the lunar door. Icarus replied that he could not find out the details because there was a high risk of listening to communication channels. However, he was confident that they still managed to find the last trace of Lord Joshua. Christian, in response to this, believed that if this was really true, then they did the right thing by taking the risk of coming here, But he was more worried now about Ryan, because he did not think that the Lion King was superior to Duke Aemon in strength, and besides, if a bloody monarch appeared there, then most likely Ryan would end. Cain responded to this by saying that in fact everything would be fine and they shouldn't worry about it, because at least he and Christian traveled all over the continent to learn how to use a sword from the Lion King. So they know him very well, both as a teacher and as a fighter. He is simply phenomenal, so there is no need to worry about him. Christian absolutely agreed with him, because it was thanks to him that he and Cain learned to materialize an aura. Although Cain was a little ashamed to say that he actually doesn't know how to use it, and Christian is simply praising him, he is still sure that someday he will learn it. And mentally he was confident in himself that someday he would master the true aura, which would be able to crush even the materialization of the aura. And then he would finally surpass his limits, and do this only thanks to his strength. He was going to gain such power with which he could protect even his master. Rugia didn't understand how long he could sleep, because the world had already undergone serious changes, and there was no longer time to put off his return. He asked Joshua to finally wake up and remember his promise to Lucia. And besides, he didn't want the work that Rugia had been doing for centuries to just disappear. Joshua agreed with him, in fact. He believed that the time had come. He just needed time to sort out his thoughts, and he sort of did it. Joshua had too many thoughts in his head all this time. Duke Agnes, conspiracy, deception, betrayal, differences of opinion, slander. But now the time has come to return and end it all once and for all. Christian couldn't believe his eyes that they had fallen into a trap. Because they were trying to follow this map clearly, it was simply impossible. But suddenly his screams were interrupted when he heard and then saw Lily, who came out of the portal and told him that they didn't have to worry, because they had actually come to the right place. She understood his surprise, but still could not help but say that she was very glad to see him again. He had a lot of questions for her, such as what she was doing here, but instead of giving answers, she immediately told them that they had very little time, and she had come to convey to them important information, that Joshua's trail was found in the Tower of Trials. She immediately created a teleport that would help quickly move there and find Joshua. But she asked them to be extremely careful, because no one knows what could have happened to him over so many years. Christian didn't understand only one thing. If all this was true, then why didn't she immediately tell them to go to the Tower of Trials? The answer was actually on the surface. She simply cannot leave this place, moreover. If this information fell into the wrong hands, they would not even be able to get close to the tower. Therefore she called them here, because soon the empires of Hubalt and Swallow will again try to capture the empire of Airheim, and her task is to monitor their further actions. Now Icarus perfectly understood for what purpose the bloody monk actually came to Airheim, in order to prepare for the next invasion. Lilia also added that there was an assumption that there were differences between the empires, but they were probably going to form an alliance again. One way or another, she believed that the continent was in danger. That's why she wanted them to do everything to find Joshua as soon as possible, before the sea of blood overwhelmed them again. For the Avalon Empire, she believed that this would be a good opportunity to end the disputes between the princes. She also received information that an unforeseen event had occurred in the Avalon Empire. Due to a 3-year war, the empire was now on the verge of collapse, but Cain decided to stop the story there, and suggested that they skip unnecessary thoughts, and he would simply go to the Tower of Trials, where it seemed to him that he would be able to see his master again. Lily understood his desire to quickly find Joshua, but before letting him go, she believed that they had to know something else. According to her, a 4th prince had been spotted in Avalon, and he is said to have secured the support of an influential patron who can help him ascend to the throne. Icarus believed that the overall picture was clear, and for now he believed that he needed to focus on the task at hand. Therefore, they were ready to go on the road, and before that they invited Sir Christian to go with them, because he had helped them with the search for their lord, and had every right to go with them. He slightly did not expect such an offer, so he gladly agreed. Although he still had some questions for Mrs. Lilia, he still believed that they could talk about this later. She once again told them that she was very glad to meet them, and added that in a few seconds they would find themselves in the Tower of Trials, and luck would really not stop them. Aemon, meanwhile, lying on the ground, thought that his strength was really equal to 9 stars, but apparently he overestimated himself too much. It seemed to his interlocutor that his mind was simply clouded, because it seemed to him that he was simply hiding his abilities, because he had not even used spiritual arts. And so he hoped that he had come up with an excuse that would not disappoint him. Aemon began to talk about how he believed that his true power needed to be kept secret, and he also knew that he would destroy the Lion King anyway. Lucifer believed that with such words he only confirmed the fact that Aemon was simply using him. But in any case, he believed that this was far from their main problem now, because now it seemed to him that their enemies had gone too far, and most likely they had an ally who could help them with this. And for some reason, Lucifer had a proposal that this could be a lunar door, and their base is located in Erheim. He hoped that they had already been dealt with long ago, but they apparently just hid like rats in the corners. But this time, he definitely wiped them off the face of the earth. When they teleported to the testing tower, the first thing Christian told his comrades was that he actually imagined this tower to be completely different. But here it turned out to be so humid and hot, and also this ubiquitous ivy, which tests his patience. Cain, listening to him carefully, did not have time to answer him when he suddenly heard a familiar voice that was only in his head. And he told him that they needed to go the other way. So Cain immediately turned around and asked his friends to immediately follow him. At this moment, he thought that his master was actually right. It seems that this time they will finally be able to find the Lord. Cain literally felt that they were already so close to him. A little more and they would see him again. And he was absolutely right, because after a short run through the forest behind Cain, they actually met Joshua, who was already standing and listening to a large number of questions from Cain, who so wanted to know where he had been all this time. Christian, looking at Joshua, admitted that he imagined the King of Heroes a little differently. Apparently only Icarus understood that this was not really their lord, because he noticed a cold look that he had never seen from Joshua. Cain didn't understand what he was talking about. Who is this then if this is not their lord? The knight until the end wanted to believe that they were simply unusual to see him after so much time, and he also ran away from them because Joshua knew that they would come, so he came out to meet them. But when he once again asked Joshua to confirm this, the gentleman simply remained silent, as if he had not heard Cain, after which the knight began to understand what was happening here. Suddenly they heard the voice of Rugia, who this time spoke to everyone, and he told them that it was just a double, although Christian was more interested in the question of who is here and who is saying this. But a few seconds later, Rugia came out to them and began to tell Cain that he was his first comrade in arms, and therefore he did not think that Cain could be so easily deceived. Christian, out of a lack of understanding of what was happening, said that they were dealing with a high-ranking demon, and Icarus, in turn, assumed that this was just another test for them. Only Cain understood that they just needed to talk to Rugium, and so he told him that Mr. Joshua left them a message. That's why they are here. Rugia has already started to get angry because they are so stupid, because he has to repeat the same thing 100 times. Joshua is not here, but he came at his request to teach them a lesson that they will never forget in their lives. After which Rugia added that their fate would be the same tests that Joshua went through. And after these words, he began to release an incredibly huge amount of demonic energy, which enveloped Cain from head to toe and literally swallowed him up. Christian immediately went into battle and tried to do everything to bring Sir Cain back. But in front of him, he immediately saw a demon who clearly said that Cain would have to suffer. These are the rules. All 3 years were enough for the weakened states to decline. The Avalon Empire was also among them. But unlike the Hubalt Empire, where the conflict took place within the country, the fall of Avalon had several prerequisites at once. In particular, they talked about the death of Duke Agnes, one of the 9 stars of the continent, and the disappearance of not only Emperor Marcus, but also the King of Swords, Duke Tremblin, which, along with Agnes, was nicknamed the Great Mountain of the Avalon Empire, and as a result, the Empire had to close all borders. And inside this cage, a struggle for power broke out, in which there was only one winner and Kaiser, as one of the participants incredibly hoped that it would all end soon, because he was already incredibly tired of it all. Count Arya, who was his ally, believed that they really had no options left, and in order for this to end as soon as possible, they would have to destroy the same number of people, including the second Prince Kaizen. It sometimes seemed to Kaiser that this was a rather erroneous tactic, but Arya, according to him, believed that this was a kind of rite of passage that must be overcome in order to become an emperor, so to speak, going over their heads, leaving behind countless corpses. This seemed normal in this situation. But the prince is more I really didn't want to hear it. In addition, the prince has now called him on a completely different issue, and he would like Arya to greet their new guest. And this new guest was Caesar, who, quite unexpectedly for Arius, returned to the capital and immediately thanked them for their time, despite such a sudden visit. The first prince was tired of listening to this, and therefore asked Caesar to get closer to the point, because 3 years have passed since he disappeared, and therefore he would like to immediately find out why he suddenly honored them with his presence. But without waiting for an answer, he was still quite interested in finding out why he also brought Draxia here and brought Grace here, who is known to the entire continent as the god of war of the Swallow Empire. Caesar thought that Kisser would be glad to see them, and it was quite surprising for him to realize the fact that he suspected them of something. It was even a little offensive. It was obvious to the first prince that Draxia had abandoned his own people, and he was Caesar, the prince who created an army of the undead that plunged the entire continent into chaos. So after all this, the first prince did not understand why he should trust them. Caesar did not particularly argue with him and just wanted to know what he should do in order to regain his trust, perhaps bring him the head of Babylon von Agnes. The first prince already believed that there was nothing left of the Agnes family except the name, and he believed that he saw through Caesar, and Kisser believed that he was doing everything for his own benefit. In response to this, Caesar believed that even if the Agnes family did not pose a threat now, it would still probably be rather unpleasant for him to get his hands dirty on them. In addition, he had information that Kaizen felt that something could go wrong, and therefore was preparing to send all his troops against the first prince, and therefore Caesar believed that he could be incredibly useful, and his benefit will be manifested at least in the fact that Kaizen does not expect that he can stab him in the back, and then the first prince will clearly have an advantage. Kisser did not argue that his words sounded quite plausible, but he was also almost sure that he himself understood that she could not take his word for it. Caesar understood him perfectly, because he himself was the kind of person who treats other people with a certain suspicion, but for this, he always tries to predict his opponent's first step and takes the next one, rebuffing him. And he said all this for a reason. Caesar wanted to offer his older brother a plan of action that would definitely help take Kaizen by surprise, and it consists in concluding agreements. This angered Kisser, and he immediately told Caesar that he had simply wasted their time, because they had different goals and outlooks on life. Caesar answered him quite brazenly, saying that he absolutely did not care what he thought about it. He just wanted to know if his older brother was sure that he did not need his help in the future. Because according to his information, the Hubalt and Swallow empires will soon create an alliance again. This only caused a smile from the first prince, because he believed that this was simply impossible, if only because the Swallow Empire betrayed Hubalt, so he did not understand why they would repeat the same mistakes. Caesar decided to explain that this would not be exactly an alliance, but rather an agreement between the Bloody Monarch and the King of Martial Arts. Perhaps they will gather enemies and stage a fictitious battle against Erheim, simultaneously destroying the angry neighboring countries that rebelled against them. When he said the word them, he meant the United Nations and the King, and in the end it seemed to Caesar that they would take control of the entire continent. And most importantly, Avalon may be among those who need to be suppressed, or they will simply be so weak that they do not pose even the slightest threat. Arya intervened in this dialogue and added that in this case they could not be taken into account at all. And it seemed to him that Caesar was still right in this regard, because having lost its national power, Avalon no longer poses a danger, something like an insignificant stone that can be gotten rid of at any time. No matter how much he wanted to, the first prince still had to think about it, because listening to all this, he understood that their affairs were really not going well. But Caesar believed that he had one good idea on how to solve this issue, and for this he brought a rather important guest. After which Duke Tremblein appeared in the meeting room, whom everyone considered dead, because he disappeared exactly at the moment when Agnes died and Marcus disappeared. The first prince immediately wanted to know what happened to him and where he had been for so long. Tremblein immediately stated that he was really very sorry, and, according to him, he went in search of his majesty. But he did not even manage to come close to solving his disappearance. Caesar suddenly interrupted his story and allowed himself to give advice to Mr. Tremblein, telling him that quite a lot of time had actually passed since that day, and there was no need to despair so much. After which he invited everyone present to put forward an official announcement of the death of Emperor Marcus, and to convene all representatives of the nobility, including Kaizen. And he proposed to do all this in order to arrange a funeral. He understood that now the civil war was in full swing, but still it would become a national event. Although the first prince did not fully understand why Caesar even thought that they would recognize his death, Caesar agreed with him that perhaps earlier this would have been stupid. But now they are the Duke of Tremblein, and, as it seemed to him, the situation had completely changed. And the sooner the civil war ends, the larger the army will be recruited for the Continental War, what awaits them in the future. And Caesar believed that Kisser should finally ascend to the throne and lead Avalon to prosperity. The first prince understood perfectly well that Caesar was simply bluffing, and in fact he was up to something, because he knew very well that more than anything in the world he wanted to become an emperor. So the thought that he needed to be extremely careful with him did not leave him. After all, you never know what trump cards he hid up his sleeve. But suddenly Caesar interrupted his thoughts and added that he would really be grateful if Kisser would allow the bloody battle of the Birchers to take place during the funeral. The guy believed that this would be a good reason for all the knights to get together, to form an idea of each other's strength, because this is so important for the future emperor, who will be able to evaluate the knights of future rivals in the race for the throne. Caesar understood that perhaps his older brother needed a little more time to think about all this, so he suggested that he think about it, and if he still decided to agree to this proposal, then they could choose a day and discuss all the details of this plan. The first prince was incredibly angry at everything that had just happened here. He was literally torn by Caesar's excessive self-confidence, but he could not do anything about it. Joshua, standing in front of a huge army, listened as they shouted to him that his father, Duke Agnes, had died, and soon he would follow him. True, in Joshua's body there was now Cain, who, looking at this army, now understood what test Ruja was talking about. This was the very day when Lord Joshua disappeared, and apparently after passing this test he will understand where he can be found. These thoughts added motivation for him, and he was ready to do anything to pass this test. And at first it seemed that his confidence was not only in words, but that he could back it all up with deeds. But even delivering such powerful blows, the army seemed simply endless, and it would be necessary to try to destroy all the knights. Although this did not frighten Cain one bit, and he decided that it would be even more interesting, so he was ready to continue passing this test. Icarus, meanwhile, wanted to try to find out from Rugius what tests Sir Cain faced. In response, he received that in this world, you have to pay for everything. This is the main rule of equal exchange. And if Icarus wants to get information, then he needs to pay the appropriate price. Icarus was ready to pay any price for Rugia to simply return Joshua to them. Rugia noted that he immediately realized that he was a pretty smart guy, but he was only surprised by the fact that even with such intelligence he was quite naive, because he thinks that this is done with a snap of his fingers. But still, Rugia was not against making a deal with him, but he would have to give him everything so that he did not ask him, and Icarus was so glad to hear this. After which the spear calmed Icarus, telling him that there is no need to worry about Joshua. His mind is currently unstable, and he has lost a significant part of his strength. But no one in the middle world can harm him, because for him, 3 years ago, time stopped. Icarus did not quite understand what Rugia was telling him, and asked him to explain the same thing again, only in simple words. As it turned out, Joshua knew that they would look for him in the Tower of Trials, and he also knew about the endless continental war. But now there is nothing to worry about, except for Cain completing the test, because the faster he completes it, the faster they can meet with Joshua. Rugia promised to take them to him. Icarus now didn't understand a little why Rugia couldn't just tell them where he was, since he knew. Rugia could actually do this, but she would only tell them the final destination. And at that moment she asked Icarus to listen to him very carefully. This is a place where oblivion reigns, a place called the Fallen Empire, or as it is popularly known, the Avalon Empire. A short amount of time after this conversation, Cain appeared in front of them, whose condition was rather deplorable. But now he was far from interested in his well-being. But was it true that Lord Joshua had to go through this? Rugia didn't understand this question. Of course it's true. Why did they even gather here then? Spear's only regret was that he was not strong enough to show him the whole picture of that day, although he should already be glad that he returned safe and sound. Icarus understood that it might be hard for him now, but still he asked him to tell everyone here what happened to Lord Joshua. Cain began by reminding him of how 3 years ago today Joshua had left them before coming to Reinhardt. The knight remembers that day as if it were yesterday, because that was the last time he saw Joshua, and before leaving he said that he was going to change the future. Icarus also remembered that day very well. Joshua then behaved as if he knew the sequence of all events, and he understood that Joshua was acting recklessly, but they could not leave him. However, Cain stated that Joshua failed to change anything and prevent the death of Duke Agnes. And all because Emperor Marcus had a plan to eliminate Duke Agnes. And although Joshua foresaw the main events, the details were unknown to him. And besides, it was impossible to stop it alone. Cain confirmed Icarus's words and added that this is exactly what everyone thought. But it turned out that their assumptions were completely wrong. After all, as it turned out, the United Nations of the empires of Hubalt and Swallow were stopped not by Duke Agnes, and the target of 3 of the 9 stars, the King of Martial Arts, the Blood of Heaven, and the Dark Monarch from the very beginning was not Duke Agnes, but Joshua Sanders. And therefore we can assume that then the title of King of Heroes was given to him by the soldiers of the United Nations. Christian stated that now everything is clear. He must have suffered a crushing blow in the battle with these stars, and therefore was hiding all this time. Rugia intervened in the battle and advised the Holy Knight to first get rid of the demonic energy before saying anything. After all, 3 years ago, Joshua had already surpassed the human essence and became much stronger. Even if he entered into battle with the strongest of this world, he would no longer be defeated. Rather, such a fight will end with Joshua himself, turning them into ashes and scattering them to the wind. Thus, the disappearance of a significant figure in the person of Joshua gave rise to many rumors in the person of Joshua. Icarus now did not understand at all what was the main reason that Joshua disappeared after all. Rugia explained to them that the fact was that Joshua had ended up in the demonic kingdom, but this surprised them even more, because they simply did not understand why he had to hide there for 3 whole years. Rugia continued to talk about how 3 years in the average world are equivalent to a century in the demonic realm, and time flows differently there. Icarus began to understand that this meant that their master had simply not returned to them yet, because he was stuck in the demon realm. Rugia added that some circumstances did not allow him to do this, because Joshua was faced with unexpected variables, and in order to solve them, he went through the Tower of Tests. As it turned out, upon completing the Tower of Trials, a person received several rewards, but among them there was only one thing that Joshua needed most of all. Christian apparently understood that we were talking about a reward that is given for clearing the last floor, which is called the Absolute Truth. And this was confirmed by Rugia. But in fact, the greatest reward is a mirror that will show the winner the past, present, and future, and it is called the Mirror of the Full Moon. However, whoever uses it will have to pay the appropriate price, whatever it may be. With the help of the mirror, Joshua learned that Emperor Marcus had been destroyed. This was quite surprising to find out because everyone in the area considered him missing. But in any case, they all understood that the Lord went to the demonic realm to pay for this information. Rugia praised them for understanding everything so quickly, because that's how Joshua ended up there. Fulfilling his duties in the demon world, he was suddenly transported to the middle world, and no one knows when he will have to return from there. Icarus was more worried about the fact that while he was there, a whole 100 years had already passed for him, and this was too harsh a payment for information, and he did not understand why Joshua decided to torment himself like that. Meanwhile, in Caesar's palace, Draxia asked the guy why he didn't find a decent place to meet, and couldn't help but notice the fact that his hospitality left much to be desired. This could only make Caesar laugh. Besides, he noticed that during the last meeting, Draxia did not say anything, and if he had immediately finished with the Agnes family, then he would not have had to come to this disgusting place in his opinion. But now he has one more chance to get rid of her, yet. Draxia was starting to lose his temper a little because he didn't understand since when did the little guy order him around. Caesar was surprised that the man had already forgotten the orders of Heimdall, who ordered him to join forces with the first Prince Kaiser. That is the will of Heimdall, and Caesar believed that he simply did not dare to resist her, and Draxia agreed with him. So he replied that he would do everything to get rid of the Agnes family as soon as possible. Duke Tremblein, who was also in that hall, could not understand in any way who this Heimdall was, that even the god of war shudders at the mention of his name. How suddenly the man's thoughts were interrupted by Caesar, who turned to Tremblein to find out if he would be against taking part in the bloody battle of the Birchers at the funeral of Emperor Marcus. The man tried to tell him that if he participates, then people might think. But Caesar did not let him finish, and immediately said that he was not asking him to participate on his behalf, because since he does not trust the prince, then Tremblein himself will not receive his trust. Hearing this was quite unexpected for Tremblein, because it seemed to him that he did not deserve such words. But Caesar did not stop there, and simply continued to say that he viewed this battle as an excellent chance to get rid of those who could still pose a danger to the Imperial family. Duke Tremblein wanted to ask the prince if it was really necessary to eliminate His Majesty's knights, because as soon as Caesar gains power, they will immediately become his knights. In addition, as the Duke believed, rumors were already circulating throughout the continent about the death of their captain Joshua Sanders. Caesar interrupted him again and asked Tremblein if he saw Joshua's body, since he speaks so confidently about it. After which Caesar stood up from behind his chair and began to say that he, of course, did not know what the Duke of Tremblein could be hiding, but he must understand for himself that neither the first nor the second prince would be the legitimate heir to this throne, just because an heir had already been chosen before the emperor disappeared. And this rightful heir will be the fourth prince, Caesar von Britain, and as proof, the guy showed them the ring that Emperor Marcus gave them before he disappeared. Caesar also stated that he was the only one on the continent who knew the location of Emperor Marcus, so we can assume that everything has already been decided a long time ago, and he asks them only to follow his orders, and then no one will have problems. The man, looking at this ring, understood that it was undoubtedly the ring of Emperor Marcus, with whom he never parted. But Tremblein knew that His Majesty would not give it to anyone, not even one of his sons, and this led him to believe that Joshua was right. A few hours earlier, at the Tremblein estate, he was frightened by some man who suddenly appeared in the dark and declared that if he did not come out, he would face reprisals. And this man turned out to be Joshua Sanders, whom the man did not expect to see. But in any case, Joshua believed that this was not important now, because he came here so that Tremblein would listen to him, because it was primarily in his interests. After which, he immediately began to say that while he was helping Caesar, Joshua asked him to find out one thing, and in return, he would share any information with him. This, quite expectedly, only angered Tremblein, so he asked Joshua to shut his mouth. Besides, he and the traitor had nothing to talk about, and immediately after these words, he began to say that it would be best for Joshua to surrender. Joshua immediately asked him to leave all this knightly honor for later, because he didn't have time for it now. But the man was not going to listen to him, and immediately after that, he went to attack Joshua. And it was his mistake, because at some point he felt an extraneous energy that somehow made it so that he did not feel Joshua's presence. There was a feeling as if he was not here at all. It seemed to him that they were in the same place, but in different time streams, which prevented him from even getting closer to the guy. He understood that this could be a perfect form of non-existence, the power of the Almighty, but there was no understanding of how he achieved this. In any case, there was now a wall in front of him that he could not overcome. Therefore, he decided to lay down his sword and say that he swore allegiance to the Emperor and Joshua would not receive anything, so it was really better for him to leave. Then Joshua decided to allow himself to give the man advice, in which he told him that Caesar had a patron that even Emperor Marcus did not know about, and his name was Heimdall. And one day the man would have some suspicions, and Joshua's advice was that he recommended the man to find out who really is behind this name. But for now Trembelin did not dare to do this, and answered Caesar that he would honestly carry out his orders and prove his loyalty to the Imperial family. Although mentally he understood that he was saying all this only in order to find out the truth about what happened to the Emperor Marcus. Icarus thought that the puzzle was actually gradually coming together, and that soon they would find out what really happened to Joshua. But he was frightened by the fact that the more details were revealed to them, the angrier he became. After all, he didn't understand whether he really couldn't rely on them at least a little, and so they flew to the magic tower, where they were met by one of the magicians who didn't understand who they were and why they came here, because they were clearly not magicians. Rugia at that moment did not understand why he was so angry, because they destroyed only one insignificant spell. In any case, he told Icarus that he had fulfilled his part of the deal. Now he asked the guy not to forget about his. Icarus remembered this very well, so he once again promised him that he would definitely repay him for everything. And now he told his comrades that they needed to go forward and do what they came here for, and they came to the capital of the empire, Avalon. In the Avalon Empire, on the estate of Duke Agnes, Chiffon shouted that they needed to immediately close ranks and maintain formation. After all, they fought a battle against Cillian, the greatest spirit of the wind, but he turned out to be much stronger so far, although he had not yet met with the main knight of this house. And at this hour, it was Chiffon, who was already going on the attack to end this battle. But his attacks were too weak, so he could not hold out for long in this battle, and received a blow that killed him too. After which people appeared in the arena, whom Chiffon called monsters. But apparently it was a compliment, because the girl who was there said that she was so pleased to hear it again, because they called her that at school. Well, seriously, her name was Anna Velgrace. She was one of the 12 new superhumans and was the daughter of Draxia, and she couldn't add that they were lucky that it was they who came to take over their house, because in the Swallow Empire there are people and worse than her. Chiffon could not believe his eyes, because until that day he was almost sure that she had gone missing along with Viscount Vigo, and she turned out to be at one with the god of war. Anna explained to him that in fact it happened that she had to hide her identity, and she also decided to honestly admit that she was a little offended to destroy this place in which she had lived for so many years. But she was interrupted by a colleague who asked her to end these empty conversations, to which she asked for forgiveness from her father for making a mistake again. Chiffon could not simply believe his ears that Anna was indeed the daughter of Draxia Velgrace. Draxia, in turn, wanted to immediately find out what happened to Princess Ashira. Anna stated that he did not have to worry about this, because she hired an expert in her field, and for the man it was surprising that she agreed, knowing that this was not destruction, but an ordinary kidnapping. The girl stated that she did this immediately, and apparently the point was that for the Queen of Destruction the most important thing is decent payment. So Ashira von Britain, that is, Lucia, is in good hands. It was worth noting, of course, that her services are certainly not cheap, but it's worth it. In any case, it doesn't matter now. She thought it would be better to look at one of the most beautiful estates in the entire empire, where the glorious Duke Agnes used to live. But first, on the way, she wanted to remove the garbage that was bothering her so much. And as soon as she placed Chiffon in her grip, it became too difficult for him to breathe. And she mentioned this palace for a reason, because she wanted to rob it and thus cover all the costs. But at some point they were interrupted by some scream that came from the other side of the palace. And it was Babylon von Agnes, who now held the position of head of the Agnes family, and it was he who was going to destroy each of them right now. Draxia and his daughter could only laugh at this pitiful attempt, but still they understood that he would come. At the same time, in the secret residence of the Black Wind, Aisha Sestrophy, the Queen of Destruction, received a new task, and this time her task was quite simple. She just needed to kidnap Princess Ashira and deliver her to the right place. Her assistant informed her that due to the unstable situation in Avalon, there were a lot of guards here, so everything needed to be done as quickly as possible. But suddenly she crumpled this paper and threw it away with the words that in fact her mission was not to kidnap Lady Lucia, but to free her. And what's most interesting is that her client is the king of heroes. Her people couldn't believe that she even dared to betray them. But in any case, they promised her that she would now regret her choice. But before one of them had time to finish speaking, he literally cut off his head in 1 second. The guy who told her about the task ordered everyone to retreat immediately, because they need to immediately report to the Dark Monarch about the change in the Queen of Destruction. Therefore, by creating portals, they ran away, leaving their partner there. But Aisha believed that everything would not be so simple and immediately assured them that he would not be able to escape just like that. And concentrating a large amount of energy, she dealt an incredibly strong blow to these 2 portals, of which not a trace remained. Ashira, sitting at the table, at one moment was distracted from writing a letter because she thought that quite a lot of time had passed since she was stolen. Suddenly her thoughts and calm were interrupted by the screams of the guards, who said that they had heard a surge of energy, which most likely came from the Queen of Destruction. Even in this case, Ashira only hoped that Joshua was all right. After Aisha killed all her former colleagues and the last of them tried to tell her that she was finished anyway, because the Dark Monarch would come for her, to which she confidently replied that she would never become someone's prey, which cannot be said about them. Anna asked Babylon to give up, because there was simply no point in continuing this battle, because they would still destroy the Agnes family forever today. But he was not going to give up, and until the last moment he believed that they were no strangers to overcoming crisis situations and that one day the Empire of Avalon and the Duchy of Agnes would perk up again. Now Draxia had to turn to him and say that apparently the guy simply doesn't know what's going on in the world. The man believed that the inevitable union of the Swallow and Hubalt empires would lead to the destruction of all members of the Agnes family, and they would not be able to stop the coming storm. Babylon was not going to give up any further, and in response immediately told them that none of the people of Agnes would bend the knee to people like them. Draxia was quite amused to hear this from the mouth of a bastard who does not have the blood of Agnes in his veins, so he asked to finish with them. The spirit of Anna dealt a serious blow to the body of Babylon, and most likely this is where its story comes to an end, and with it the House of Agnes. At that moment he thought that he had always admitted that he did not belong to the Agnes family, but he also failed to inherit the Britain name. That is why he strived even more for recognition from his fathers, even though now they are no longer in this world. But in the end, he still could not hold out to the end. He also did not abandon the thought that perhaps everything would have been different if Joshua had been in his place. Suddenly, he felt that his wound was gradually beginning to revive, and when he turned his head, he simply could not believe his eyes. Joshua was there, who immediately asked for forgiveness for being late. There were unforeseen matters. Draxia was surprised that Joshua was still alive, but in any case, he didn't understand why the guy came here. Did he really want to die today? Joshua liked that he was so impudent, but he decided to immediately put an end to it and said that today he came here to please Draxia Velgrace. The man, in turn, believed that it was necessary to note the fact that Joshua was severely wounded, and most likely wounded his head, since he was talking such nonsense. Anna, in turn, noted that so many years have passed since their last meeting, and he's still incredibly handsome. And now she really wants to taste how the King of Heroes tastes, and this time she was going to grab a bigger piece of him. But Draxia was not going to give up this fight to Anna, and immediately told her that he was going to show this brat how the world had changed during the time that he was hiding his skin. The man really wanted Joshua to know the power that crushed the previous standards of the 9-star system, and for this he was going to use his true aura. Babylon had never seen such terrifying power, and he understood that he would never really be able to overcome it, because this is the power of the stars of the continent. Draxia continued to talk about his great power, which, according to him, is capable of subjugating an entire continent, and he spoke of his spirit, whose name was Herodias, who was the god of war and battles. Joshua at that moment turned to Babylon and said that his healing process was completed, so he should now take people from the Agnes clan and immediately save himself. Before he could finish speaking, this huge spirit Draxia dealt a crushing blow, which left only ashes behind. Anna was incredibly interested to see what would happen next, because she had not seen her father use his true form in battle for a long time. She was only sorry that he did not even leave her a chance to talk a little with Joshua, because after this, he was unlikely to survive. But how wrong she was. As soon as the fog began to pass a little, they saw the outline of a man. And it was Joshua, who, it seemed, wasn't even hit. And with such a blow, he didn't even leave the guy a scratch. Draxia did not expect that the guy would be able to dodge such a blow, but this only fueled his interest. Suddenly, her spirit Cillian spoke to Anna, who told her to be extremely careful with Joshua, because at least he was not a person. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Cillian didn't explain anything to her, but simply advised her to run away from here as quickly as possible. Draxia, meanwhile, continued to shout to Joshua that this time he would not be able to evade and that he would turn into ashes, as was the case with Duke Agnes, and after these words he swung his sword at Joshua, with the help of which he controlled his spirit. It seemed that this attack would definitely put an end to this battle, and Joshua would retire. But this was in Draxius's dreams, because Joshua continued to walk confidently towards the man, and at the same time all these blows did not even hit him. The man simply did not understand what was happening here, because he was literally sure that Joshua should have already died. He admitted that he was able to dodge the blow, but he avoided all the shockwaves, because such power could even blow up the planet. How did he suddenly hear the words of his daughter, who hinted that perhaps Joshua really was not a person? But she did not explain anything to him, but simply began to run away with the words that he was a creature from another world, and if they continued to fight with him, they could die, and she did not want that most of all. Joshua came as close as possible and began to talk about how war actually not only destroys, but also creates something new. And he said that the true aura, manifestation, all these are tricks that appeared in the midst of war. According to him, the history of the first one lasts a little more than 3 years, just the time of his absence. However, Joshua believed that it could not be compared with the real aura, which he had studied for hundreds of years. Draxia was annoyed by the fact that Joshua pretended to be all-powerful, just because he created a damn spear with her help. But what angered him more was the fact that the guy was trying to convince him that there was an aura that was superior to the real one. He thought that all this was complete nonsense, so he began to attack him again, using all his power. Draxia was able to pin Joshua in a vice with his aura, and was ready to deliver the final blow, which he was going to carry out with the help of his huge spirit, which, without hesitation, dealt an equally strong blow to the guy. The smile on the man's face appeared again, because it seemed to him that he had finally succeeded in destroying Joshua Sanders. At least that's what he thought until he saw Joshua stop the attack with just one movement. And then he added that a spear is not just a weapon with a long tip. It is a weapon that is capable of changing the degree of damage caused, and depending on which part it gives power, it will cause maximum damage, which means a small amount of power can be enough to win huge enemy. The man couldn't understand why Joshua was telling him all this. Therefore, he decided to close his mouth with his own hands if the spirit could not cope with it. This was the reason for Joshua to talk about how if his opponent tried to close the distance between them, he would only need one move to stop him from doing so. And Draxia felt it fully on his body after Joshua really struck him right in the body with just one movement. Now the guy hoped that the man understood that the strength of the aura depends on who controls it, like the strength of the spear, which he considered useless. Draxia simply couldn't believe it. How Joshua could do this to him, and what's more, he barely moved. This blow caused too much damage, and therefore the man began to gradually lose control over his body, and with it, his spirit left. But Joshua did not stop, and continued to say that, using someone else's power, he tried to regain the throne, which he lost to Lucifer. But in the end he failed to deceive fate, and he became an emperor, and died ingloriously in a foreign land. So Joshua believed that people would quickly forget about him. Draxia did not agree with this until the very end. He believed that he would remain in their memory as the god of war, who knew no defeat, and a guy who over the past 3 years had nothing to brag about except gossip could not compare with him. In response to this, Joshua told him that having suffered one failure, the hero will still leave a mark in history thanks to his countless exploits, and the one who borrows the forces of evil to ascend the throne is unlikely to be remembered by anyone. Even now the people of Swallow respect Lucifer more than the true members of the Swallow family. Draxia slowly rose to his feet and told Joshua that he was too self-confident, because the man believed that the guy did not even know who he had contacted, and he believed that Joshua would soon beg him to share this power with him. But it would be too late. Joshua understood that he meant Heimdall, but he didn't understand why Draxia was thinking about something he didn't know about him. The man then did not understand at all how Joshua dared to stand in their way, knowing who Heimdall was. But still, he was sure that one day he would realize how stupid he had been when he dared to cross their path. Joshua got tired of this stupid talk too quickly, so he decided to end things with Draxia and mentally said goodbye to him. And thus another traitor from his past life got what he deserved. At this moment, Joshua felt relieved, because it seemed to him that his revenge was finally coming to its logical conclusion. Even Galahad, the captain of the Imperial Order of Knighthood, died at his hands. And his beloved Evangeline went crazy from shock and also died. Evergrande, a magician who was part of the Imperial family and became immortal, will serve him for eternity. The soul of the dark magician Baru is so disfigured that even the gates of hell are closed to him. As a result, there was only one person left for whom Joshua would soon come, and this was the fourth Prince Caesar, who was currently at a meeting where all the aristocrats gathered today in order to finally resolve the conflict between the princes, which has been going on for a very long time, and finally choose who will become the next ruler of the Avalon Empire. Caesar was already tired of listening to all these lofty speeches, and he finally suggested listening to Duke Tremblin. At the end of the convo, the choice of the next emperor depended on his support. Kazan now understood why Caesar returned. Apparently, he simply bribed the Duke, but he immediately told him that something more was needed to convince his people and all representatives of the nobility. After all, as it seemed to the guy, the devotion of each of them was unique in its own way. The second prince did not stop and continued to say that Caesar would not be able to create a goal that would be followed by everyone at once. But in response to this speech, Caesar only laughed to himself, but it was so loud that absolutely everyone heard it, including the second prince. After which he added that in fact, no matter how much the balance was lost, by this moment the line of Duke Agnes should already be wiped off the face of the earth. This means that the situation has changed, and now his people are bound by one goal to survive, which amazed Kazan. So he stood up from his seat and wanted to immediately find out what kind of cheap trick he pulled. But before Caesar had time to answer anything, a knight suddenly entered the emperor's meeting room, bringing urgent news. Although he still had not moved away from what Caesar did to the Agnes family, and he was literally boiling with anger. And the smile on Caesar's face never left, because he liked that the world of Kaizen had finally become different from what it was before. The first prince interrupted their arguments and asked the knight to explain what happened and why such a rush. But instead of the knight, Icarus answered this question, who believed that they had made it clear that they had come to convey a message from their lord Joshua Sanders, who said that he would be waiting for them all in a week at the bloody Battle of the Birchers, so Icarus asked them to postpone the election process emperor. Kisser responded by stating that he was confident that Joshua was currently in no position to make demands on them. And besides, there was a rumor that he had contacted the enemy of people, namely dark magic. And for this they will be held accountable as accomplices, but he will take into account his past achievements and pretend that this conversation did not happen. Therefore, he asked them to tell Joshua not to interfere in the affairs of Avalon anymore, and perhaps then they would have mercy on him, and he would not suffer. Christian was annoyed by the fact that they had such difficulty getting here, and they didn't even listen, defending their position. Icarus replied that the first prince was absolutely right. Demonic energy is a taboo on the continent, regardless of the owner. And yet he wanted to add that as far as he knows, there is another person who not only broke it, but also summoned a demon. Or since he is a member of the Imperial family, they will also turn a blind eye to this. That's the question he would like to ask them. It was about the fourth Prince Caesar, to whom Icarus told that if he continued to abuse power and pretend that nothing had happened, then this would undermine the authority of the Avalon family even more. But if Icarus was wrong, then he asked the prince to prove it. And most importantly, his lord Joshua will also do this at the bloody Battle of the Birchers. Tremblin joined this dialogue and also added on his own that the princes really should not reject their proposal given the current situation of the empire. He believed that if the decision about who would become the future ruler had already been made, then the empires of Hubalt, Swallow, and other kingdoms would not sit idly by. They would nip in the bud their desire to be reborn, so the Duke believed that a strong ally in the person of the King of Heroes would not hurt them. Therefore now he earnestly asked them to give him a chance to prove his innocence. Caesar was very angry at Tremblin inside, although he didn't show it outwardly. He knew very well that this old man was hiding something, and now it is clear that this is information about Joshua. Now Caesar's plan to deal with everything today failed, but he decided that it was only temporary measure. Kazan agreed with Duke Tremblin and suggested delaying the succession decision and giving Joshua a chance to explain himself. And he proposed to his brothers to declare a truce until the Battle of the Birchers, where they would meet next time. In his mind, Kazan thought that Joshua had quite unexpectedly saved him, and now it seemed to him that it was his brother's turn to feel the ground disappearing from under their feet. Caesar also stood up and said that it was actually time for him to leave too, and he was quite curious to know what kind of deal Mr. Tremblin had made with Joshua. But he also did not forget to remind the Duke of who actually owns His Majesty's ring. Caesar was confident that he was confirming that only he was the legitimate heir to the throne. But in his mind, Tremblin thought that it was this ring that made him doubt that he was the next emperor. On the day when Joshua came to Tremblin, he told him that Heimdall was Caesar's patron, and he was aware of the emperor's last whereabouts. This shocked Mr. Tremblin, because he understood that this meant that it was this man who harmed His Majesty. Joshua didn't say anything else because it was time for him to leave, and he wanted to leave the man alone with these thoughts. But Tremblin stopped him and said that this was actually too little for him to help him because he still didn't trust him. Then Joshua decided to show the Duke something, but before that he added that Caesar would probably have the same one. And he showed the very ring of the emperor, which was a genuine original, unlike the ring that Caesar had. Now the man didn't understand at all what was happening, and where did Joshua even get this ring? Joshua told him that he would visit him to let him know when he and his companions would reunite. Until then, if he had any suspicions, he asked to try to find out who was hiding behind the name Heimdall. But now, standing in the Emperor's meeting room, Trembling understood that he had failed to find out anything. But knowing the true owner of the Imperial seal, he would not doubt who he needed to point his blade at. Meanwhile, in the secret estate of the Black Wind, Joshua's knights simply could not understand what this place was and why there were signs of struggle everywhere. But they had some guesses when they saw the masks that they thought the members of the Black Wind were wearing. Lenger noticed the fact that he heard that these guys disappeared along with Emperor Marcus, but he did not fully understand what they could need in this estate. Suddenly, he was answered by the rather familiar voice of Count Arius, who for unknown reasons also ended up in this place, and he believed that they had locked someone here to keep under surveillance. After which he decided to ask why they were here at all, and not in the palace. It was not clear to him that they were wandering around like stray dogs that had lost their owner. Cadiz immediately told him that this was not so, because they discovered this place during a patrol and went in to look around, that's all. And now they are trying to figure out what turned it into ruins. Arya asked them not to misunderstand him, but he felt the energy of a powerful destroyer. But when he arrived, the house was already in that state. He tried to find traces of escape in every way when suddenly he interrupted his speech and fell silent. He was enveloped in a feeling of fear. He did not understand what was happening and where such energy came from, after which he simply disappeared from this place, which alerted the guys. They did not fully understand what had just happened here and where had Arya gone. Cathias immediately ordered them to call all the soldiers. He believed that now they would have to hunt down the Marquis too. Viper, who had been standing silently all this time and carefully watching what was happening, suddenly heard a voice in his head that suddenly called him to him. He immediately turned around and started shouting that he had just heard a voice that seemed to call him to him. The man did not hold back and immediately ran to the call of this voice, which his comrades did not quite understand, who asked him to wait. Still, they ran after him, although they didn't see much point in it, because they simply didn't understand where they were running and how long it would continue. Suddenly they stopped when they saw the Dark Knight of the Night in front of them, who most likely called them. In response to their questions, he made it clear to them that Mr. Joshua Sanders would be here soon, and therefore he wanted to ask the knights if they were ready to go with them. They were shocked by this information, and it was not surprising, because none of them even suspected that their captain had returned. The Queen of Destruction was treating her wounds when she suddenly heard a noise on the street. She immediately decided to go out and inspect the territory. But as soon as she opened the doors, she saw a great brother there, who told her that he had come here to thank her for everything. And this same brother was Joshua, who was interested first of all to know if she had received his message, in which he said that he was no longer a dragon. She immediately answered him that in fact everything was fine, because he helped her out and she was in his debt, but he didn't quite understand what she was talking about now. The queen said that he once saved the elves, and they remembered this for the rest of their lives, so they are ready to help him at any moment. Now Joshua understood what she was talking about, but in fact he believed that he should thank her, because she was the one who saved his mother. A few days later in the Arcadia Coliseum, the well-known presenter announced that the bloody Battle of the Birchers, for which they had all gathered here, would soon begin in this place. But first he would like to ask for gratitude to the princes for making the competition available to the general public. Everyone was incredibly happy today, except Ziegler, who was the Duke and great military leader of the Avalon Empire, because he did not understand how the funeral of Emperor Marcus turned into this show. Kisser believed that this was normal because the people were simply rejoicing at the end of a tense internal conflict, and they made the competition open only in order to influence the mood in society. He asked Ziegler to better tell him who would participate in the first duel, to which he replied that they had given this right to traitors. The prince immediately realized that he was now talking to Prince Caesar and Joshua Sanders. The man noted that this is absolutely correct, since the bloody Battle of the Birchers is aimed at a wide audience for the first time. His colossal interest and passion actually play a special role. So he considered that now is the time to give people what they want most. Ziegler was confident that both Joshua and His Highness Prince Caesar wanted to prove their innocence, so they would approach the battle in good faith in order to gain the approval of the public. How could they call him a hero or a king? But no one had a chance to personally evaluate his abilities. Perhaps this was his chance to demonstrate them in all their glory. But the prince was not entirely sure that they were doing the right thing when they gave him this chance. The man believed that Joshua actually had every prospect of becoming an arena star. But to do this, he would need to prove that he did not possess demonic energy and dispel misunderstandings. However, the man asked not to forget that if he fails to do this, then the arena will essentially become his public place of execution. Kisa immediately answered him, saying that they would hope that it would be so. But now he was more interested in finding out who would become Joshua's opponent, because since he is called the King of Heroes, then there will probably be few people ready to challenge him. Ziegler answered him that they adhere to primordial traditions, so the first opponent will be Rod, now the current commander of the Imperial Knights. And the second, they decided, would be Marcus Arya Brunsten, who actually volunteered for this fight himself. After which Tremblin intervened in their dialogue, who said that if they were defeated, he himself would fight Joshua. The host of this show had already announced that they were starting the Battle of the Birchers, and Joshua's allies were no longer entirely sure that the King of Heroes would even come. Icarus also assured them that he was also not particularly calm, because Rugia simply disappeared and did not explain what they should do next. But before that, he took and spat out the gift for the gentleman that they took from the auction. Cain and Christian couldn't believe it, because now they have no idea what to do next. Icarus believed that in fact the answer was obvious. They needed to run away immediately. But suddenly the presenter asked to applaud the first participant, the greatest hero of the continent, whom they had all been waiting for. Cain immediately ran up to Icarus and wanted to snatch the spear from him, because he believed that they should stall for time until their lord appeared again. But he didn't want to do this himself, so he asked Christian, who didn't understand at all why he should do this, to which Cain confidently replied that they had a similar physique. Christian immediately tried to explain to him that he actually had no idea how to use a spear, and how should he then portray the King of Heroes. Cain tried to explain to him that now there is no time to think about such trifles, because he needs to enter the arena as soon as possible. But at some point they heard people chanting and shouting because they saw their King of Heroes. And it was really Joshua, who appeared in literally 1 split second in the arena. Kazan was so glad to see him because he actually thought until the end that Joshua would sneak away. But apparently he still had the conscience to show up, and the audience just exploded in any case. He believed that all this was only to his advantage. Suddenly Caesar appeared among the princes, who began to say that the presence of a hero is a necessary factor for victory, and Avalon needs this more than ever. And as far as he saw, the reaction of the audience only confirmed that a true hero had entered the arena. Mentally, of course, he couldn't wait to see what Joshua had in store this time. Rod suddenly spoke first and told him that Joshua was standing in front of him, and he couldn't believe that it was really him. So he decided to ask, or is he exactly the Joshua the man knows? After all, the guy has changed beyond recognition. Joshua did not answer this. He decided to talk about the fact that he had heard that he had resigned, and the post was transferred to Valmont. But apparently the rumors were false. Rod, in response to this, told him that Valmont refused to hold this post until Joshua returned. But Rod was proud of him because he set a goal for himself and finally pulled himself together and trained constantly, waiting for the day when Joshua Sanders would finally return. Suddenly, Arya appeared in the arena, who began to say that their sweet conversation had dragged on too much, and he did not have much time to settle scores with Joshua. Arya only hoped that Joshua had not forgotten about the favor he owed for his hand in marriage. The man had been waiting for this day for a long time, and the guy couldn't even imagine how happy the man was to see him. Of course, he knew that Joshua was no match for him, but he could not deny himself the pleasure of fighting him again, so he went on the attack. But before Arya could get close enough to the guy, he was prevented from entering into battle by Rod, who for now politely asked Arya to wait his turn. Arya was not going to give up his place to anyone, and immediately asked this old brat, who was playing at being the commander of the Imperial Knights, to get out of the way, unless of course he wants to hold a retirement ceremony right now. Rod warned him that he shouldn't overstep his bounds because this time he definitely wouldn't get away with it. Although apparently Arya didn't care about his words, and he continued to attack, they simultaneously tell Rod that every guard dog like him should know his place, and now he will cover his mouth. But he didn't even expect to see the true aura in Mr. Rada's performance. After this powerful blow, Rod wanted to know Joshua's opinion on how he liked his new strength, because it seemed to him that their first battle with him was like heaven and earth. And he said all this only to add at the end that this time victory would be his alone. During this attack, Cain ran into the arena and shouted at Joshua. Thus, he wanted to attract the Lord's attention in order to throw him his spear, which he successfully caught and even managed to joke to Cain that it was too strong a throw. He barely managed to catch it. Cain could hardly hold back his tears, because he had not seen Joshua for so long and already missed him incredibly much. Joshua couldn't help but reciprocate. He also missed them. Arya again intervened in the dialogue, who didn't have enough and wanted to get more, which is why he said that he also missed Joshua. But the guy was already tired of enduring all this, and he immediately told them both that he actually came here not to fight, but to fulfill his promise to his comrades. He asked everyone to listen carefully. He came to this battle of the Birchers in order to become the Emperor of Avalon. All the spectators did not understand what was going on here. Had he really come here to stage a coup instead of proving his non-involvement in demonic energy? The reaction of the audience and his opponents today was quite expected. Some laughed, and some were surprised, but then they also started laughing from this. Arya suddenly admitted that there was no one in this empire who could defeat Count Joshua, so with that he decided to leave. Rod didn't understand where Arya was going, because Joshua's statement amounts to high treason, and with all this, Arya still wants to leave him unpunished. Arya, in turn, did not understand why Rod was so angry with him, and suggested that he arrest Joshua himself, although he later added that knowing his ability to put up a shield, he was worried that he would not be able to do something with Joshua. Joshua intervened in this dialogue and told Arius that he had not forgotten his advice, which he gave him in that forest. The man could only say that he would hope that Joshua would make the right choice. Cain and the company could not believe that my lord had really returned, and that he was standing right now in front of them. Tears did not stop flowing from joy. Icarus calmed down a little and finally said that he apparently wants to start everything from scratch and will do it in his usual manner, causing trepidation inside everyone, and only this convinces him that this is their real master. Second Prince Kazan suddenly interrupted this idyll and began to scream because he simply did not understand why the guards were inactive. Would they really allow this traitor to commit treason in front of thousands of citizens? Personally, he had no intention of taking part in this, so he immediately ordered them to capture Joshua Sanders. But suddenly, they heard a voice. Everyone in their head heard Joshua telling them that they were actually mistaken, and now they must announce the death of Emperor Marcus von Britain. After which, for the sake of the stability of the country, Joshua believed that it was necessary to choose a new emperor, and those who would lead this country into the future. Kazan still couldn't calm down because he didn't fully understand how this even affected Joshua. He believed that when Joshua mastered dark magic, he became the enemy of the entire continent. And how can he now even dare to do arbitrariness when he should beg for forgiveness? Joshua got tired of these screams, and he rose closer to the princes and told them one very interesting thing, that he actually also has the right to the throne, because his mother's real name is Ashira von Britain. This means that the blood of the Imperial family also flows in his veins. As soon as Emperor Marcus disappeared, they hired the Black Wind to kidnap and imprison his mother. And he addressed first of all Prince Kisser, who was clearly involved in this. Kazan, even at that moment, was pushing his nose where he shouldn't have done it, and he said that this was another lie, for which, according to him, Joshua would be punished, so he once again ordered the knights to take him out of here. But the knights were stopped by Trembelin, who first wanted to know if what Joshua said was true. Kazan believed that this had nothing to do with the matter now, and his task was primarily to protect the Imperial family, and they themselves would judge who was right. The first prince suddenly interrupted this showdown, and turned to Joshua with the words that he learned about his mother only after Emperor Marcus disappeared. And as a member of the Imperial family, he is very sorry that this happened. He regrets what happened. Caesar, on the contrary, did not understand that even if he was a contender for the throne, it still did not change anything for him. Because he believed that from the very beginning the struggle of his stupid brothers was pointless, because Emperor Marcus had chosen an heir before his death. And he once again took out the Emperor's ring, which, according to him, was given to him by Marcus himself. His brothers could not believe their eyes, because they did not understand where he got the Imperial seal, and then why this ridiculous conflict at all if he had the ring all this time. And Caesar agreed with them. So he came closer to the arena and turned to the inhabitants of the empire, whom he asked to see the symbol of the will of His Majesty the Emperor. As Caesar said, Emperor Marcus gave him his seal, which means he has the right to inherit the throne. After which, without waiting for an answer, he independently declared himself the ruler of Avalon and the father of the empire. In fact, people were not against this development of events. The main thing for them was that the civil war ended and they finally chose a new emperor. But Joshua was not particularly happy with this development of events. Caesar looked at Joshua again and noticed that people no longer needed heroes like him, only a person who would give them what they had wanted for so long. And now, according to him, he has complete power to do so. Joshua told him with a smile that he actually did not take into account one point, that Joshua actually also has such a ring, and what will they do then? Caesar did not expect such a development of events, so he could not immediately answer Joshua. But the King of Heroes continued to say that in fact Caesar was right. People need someone who will give them what they want. But Joshua was interested in the question, what will happen if this person becomes a hero? After which Joshua, using the ability to transmit a message, told every resident of Avalon that by the will of Emperor Marcus, his successor should be he, Joshua Sanders. People simply didn't understand anything anymore. Why they both had a seal, and how can they now even choose an emperor? But then someone shouted that there was really nothing to think about, and they needed to choose the King of Heroes to replace the Emperor of Avalon, so they started chanting his name. Caesar at that moment simply did not understand what was happening. Where did this guy get the Imperial seal from? Did he really know his plan? Kazan interrupted Caesar's thoughts, saying that the little boy pretended to be powerful and until the end thought that he had a trump card. But in fact all this time he was just dancing to the tune of Joshua Sanders. But then he still added that they cannot say which of the seals is genuine, so they simply cannot take their word for it. But no one elects the emperor by popular vote. Kazan suggested that Joshua might want to quickly deal with them and seize this throne. He slowly landed to them and simultaneously said that he actually thought about this method, and it is actually quite effective, but not the only one, fortunately for them. And another option was a magic tower, which, according to Joshua, created an Imperial seal, and therefore it would be able to distinguish a fake from the original. Of course, there is only one drawback. It will take about 3 days, and information leakage can lead to problems. The first prince asked them to stop there and said that whoever becomes emperor will have to deal with the consequences himself. And if it takes 3 days to make a determination, then he believed that he should wait, after which he left. Kazan thought that Kisser was doing the right thing by running away because judging by how Duke Tremblin ardently adheres to Joshua's side, they have no other choice and now the best thing to do is to gain time. Therefore he also supported his older brother and added that in any case, someone will be defeated, but it is better to know who it will be for sure. Caesar was literally bursting with anger at that moment. It seemed that a little more and he would burst, because at that moment he was thinking that he had received this ring from Heimdall, and now it seemed to him that he had betrayed him. But on the other hand, he understood that if it had been so, he would have found out. Unless, of course, he was lying to him from the very beginning. 3,750. 3,000. Caesar remembered how they once spoke with Heimdall, and he told him that he had made a decision. Then he added that within a few days Caesar must destroy Agnes's house, which was a rather unexpected decision for the guy. But the man was persistent in his decision, saying that by leaving it untouched, he was only fueling his own greed, and that in any case they needed to weaken the prince. And for this, they needed to deal with his allies. In his opinion, the dukedom is of much greater importance to the nobility than it seems. So his fall will greatly shock them, and then Caesar, according to his plan, will take advantage of the situation to win the trust of the first prince. And after this whole story, he ordered him to put an end to it by showing the entire empire this emperor's signet. Caesar could not even imagine where Heimdall could have gotten this signet from. The man asked him not to ask stupid questions, because when the owner of a thing dies, its destroyer becomes the new owner, which is what happened with this signet. And so that Caesar would certainly understand what they were talking about, he added once again that it was he who destroyed Emperor Marcus. It was quite strange for Cain to observe that despite the fact that the issue of the Presto legacy remained open, the bloody battle of the Birchers still continued. Tremblin explained to him that the princes had come to an agreement, and if nothing interfered, the nightly tournament would take place as planned. Cain understood absolutely nothing from this explanation. Therefore, Tremblin had to explain that they were first going to choose the next emperor based on the results of the tournament, since the fourth Prince Caesar, who had sided with Kisser von Britten, was excluded from the contenders, leaving Kisser and Kaizen von Britten to fight for the title. However, today, quite unexpectedly, they were joined by both Caesar and a completely new challenger, Joshua Sanders. Then Cain invited them to also take part in the battle. But Duke Tremblin was not entirely sure that they would allow this, because he, like Lord Joshua, did not have the right to participate, because Joshua lost it when he lost the title of Count and Captain of the Order of Knighthood, being accused of high treason. Icarus suddenly noticed that in fact it would be nice to return this title to Joshua before the end of the Battle of the Birchers, with which Joshua himself completely agreed. However, first the Duke would like to hear an explanation from him. Namely, he asked to tell him about the death of the Emperor and how he got the second seal. Cain did not like what the man was saying, because it seemed to him that he was hinting that the master had destroyed his majesty and stole the Imperial ring, and the man was not really hiding the fact that he simply could not exclude such a possibility. Joshua was not against telling Mr. Tremblin about the death of Emperor Marcus if he wanted it so badly. But before he could begin to talk, Zigar suddenly entered the room, surprising everyone with his presence. According to him, he is here only to escort Mr. Joshua by order of the Emperor. Cain did not understand what order we were talking about if there was no current ruler at the moment. Kazan did not understand the logic in the actions of his older brother, who so suddenly left the Colosseum, and now invites Joshua to talk. But Kisser believed that he was the same person as them, especially since it turned out that he was their brother by blood, and he has all the rights to communicate with them. The second prince categorically disagreed with this, because he crawls out of nowhere and declares that he belongs to their family. So he believed that as long as the representatives of the nobility listened to them, there is every chance of throwing Joshua out of Avalon. But Kisser still didn't understand what this would do, because in his opinion, Joshua is such a young guy, and if they can't cope with him, then how are they going to manage the whole empire? This made Kazan think, but not for long, because literally 1 minute later, he again started shouting that he did not accept Kisser's arguments, and even asked him to honestly say why he couldn't get rid of Joshua. The first prince lowered his head and stated that, according to the information received, the situation actually leaves much to be desired. And he is now saying that Hubalt has taken possession of Erheim, formerly known as Reinhard, and now, according to his information, Swallow is gathering troops near the border of Avalon. And this is far from a joke, because their forces number 200,000 people, and they are commanded by the bloody monarch Lucifer, and this only confirms their worst fears. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Joshua, who entered this room and immediately asked them a question. Is this why they called him? Do they want him to stop the bloody monarch? But he did not expect that Kisser would bend his knee in front of him and tell it like it is. He asks for the good of the Empire to stop him. He asks to do this not for their sake, but for the sake of their country, for the sake of Avalon. Joshua turned to Kazan with a smile and said that the elder brother, as it turned out, was much wiser than the younger one. Because would the second prince continue to stand like that and look at the first prince in pain and asking him for a favor? Before he could shout something back, he was stopped by Kisser, who once again made it clear to him that if Joshua did not help them, then Avalon would collapse, and they too would come to an end. No matter how much he wanted, he also had to bow his head in front of Joshua and say that he also hoped for him. But for Joshua, this was not enough, and he stubbornly pretended that he could not hear him well. He assumed that the sound of the stands was preventing him from properly hearing what Kazan wanted to say. This only made him angrier, and in his mind he hated Joshua the most right now. But he still stepped over himself and asked Joshua Sanders much louder to stop the bloody monarch. Joshua told them that he would do it, go to the border and stop Lucifer, but he had one condition. Kazan could not stand it and started screaming again because he even bowed to him, but it was still not enough for him. But Kisser stopped his stupid brother in time and added that they would do everything in their power. Joshua directly stated that before leaving, he wants to inspect the chambers of Emperor Marcus von Britain, and also in the event of victory over Lucifer. Joshua wants the first prince to make an official statement, in which Kisser recognizes him as members of the Britain family, and perhaps under these conditions he will agree to help them. Kazan literally at the same moment declared that he was categorically against it, because this is how he would have the full right to inherit the throne. Joshua never ceased to be amazed at the stupidity of this guy and decided to ask him again if he realized what a deplorable situation they were in, because it seemed to him that he didn't. So he decided to repeat to him that if there was no empire, then there would simply be nothing to govern. Kazan stated that he understood everything perfectly, and his main condition was that Joshua must first stop the bloody monarch and deal with his 200,000 army. Joshua answered him quite confidently that if he thought it was impossible, he would not have accepted their offer. Kisser apparently was on Joshua's side. He again reassured his younger brother and told Joshua that he was sure that he could do it. And so he accepts his terms, and he also added to him that if he fulfills his part of the deal, then he will proclaim him members of the Imperial family. Joshua didn't want to hear any more, and so he went to fulfill his part of the deal, which was quite surprising for the princes. But Joshua upset them, because first he would go to gather all his associates, with whom he would solve the problem of greatest interest to them. Meanwhile, the teleportation gate suddenly worked, and Iselin and Teta arrived in the capital of Avalon, who were a little surprised by who was meeting them. After all, it was the fourth Prince Caesar, who was along with other aristocrats. All of them were glad to see the Seekers of Truth and the explorer of the magic tower in the Avalon Empire. Caesar decided to introduce himself because he understood that perhaps they did not know him, because he is the fourth prince of the Avalon Empire. Teta, in response to this, noted that he would never have thought that the fourth prince would greet them. But still, he did not forget about his manners, and introduced himself as the current master of the magic tower to Tarpian Whitsocks. Caesar said with a smile that it was an honor for him to meet the master, famous throughout the continent, and also offered to lead them to the reception hall. But his hospitality was suddenly interrupted by Iselin, who noticed that they would first like to check the authenticity of the Imperial seal, and as far as she was aware, it recently turned out that there were two of them. Caesar didn't quite understand who he was talking to, so he asked the girl to introduce herself. Before she did this, Theta noted that this was the highest expert in his field, who would be responsible for conducting the seal assessment, after which the girl introduced herself as Iselin Jean Rebecca, which caused incredible surprise among all the counts, because she is apparently the last surviving representative of the count's family. Caesar, in response, was so glad that she would be the one to evaluate the Imperial seal, because he would not want to trust this matter to just anyone, and in the hands of such a great magician of the Empire, he was sure that the seal would be completely safe. But she suddenly interrupted him, and earnestly asked him not to associate her name with the Empire, because she is a member of the Magic Tower and does not belong to any country. And she would immediately like to ask Mr. Caesar how he received this seal. After all, as far as she knew, the original copy was always with her close friend. Caesar mentally did not expect such an answer. Is there really anyone else who has a similar seal? And before he had time to say anything, she froze his legs and told him directly that until she heard the answer in a detailed form, he would not go anywhere. All the aristocrats who were there could not believe their eyes. This was incredible audacity, and immediately ordered the knights to save his majesty. Tedda also did not understand why Iselin used magic, because the prince had given them such an honor, so he also asked her to stop. But suddenly Caesar answered her that in fact she was the only one causing suspicion here. After all, it seemed to him that she was hiding behind honesty and objectivity, but at the same time she claims that the seal, to which only the emperor has access, is with her friend, and now he doubts that she came here for the sake of evaluation. Iselin did not fall for his tricks, and immediately answered him that her friend had always had the original seal, and she was ready to swear by Mana. Caesar liked such oaths, and he would like to know what Iselin will do if her friend turns out to have a fake. But this question was answered quite unexpectedly by Joshua, who appeared there and said that this question was already for him, because he was that very friend of Iselin. The knights of the 11th and 12th battalions greeted with joy their captain, who had finally returned to them. Cassier practically cried because he was so glad to see the captain, who, as it seemed to him, abandoned them, because after his disappearance the battalions began to disintegrate. It was a sad and unbearable time. Joshua in response asked them for forgiveness, and he was actually very sorry that this happened. But he immediately added that he was actually thinking about them all this time. They were so glad to hear these words, because they really had to go through a lot. But now they are together again, and therefore now they would not mind if he became their captain again. Tedda said with a smile that he doubted that the title of captain of the knightly order would be enough for him, because it seemed to him as soon as Joshua returned from the war, he would have the right to claim the throne, of course, if he did not run to fight alone against an entire army and again will disappear for a few days. But Joshua assured both Tarpean and the others that this would not happen again, because now that the empires have different goals, it will be much easier to deal with them separately. Cain was immediately surprised by Joshua's words, because he could not believe that they would send troops to different points, although Icarus did not understand why he should be surprised. Icarus was almost sure that while the Swallow Empire was heading towards Avalon, Hubalt would be occupied by the Allied forces. And although the coalition under the leadership of the king is still holding together, the weakly united Allied forces will be ambushed by Hubalt, and then they will collapse like dominoes. Tedda noticed that with the God of Flame they had more chances of winning. Joshua didn't really understand what the magician was talking about. Therefore he said that he was formerly known as a Knight of Eminence, and his name was Uravis, the last king of Tran. Now Joshua was even more surprised, because he always thought that Uravis died when his kingdom fell, and Tedda also thought so, but it turned out to be the opposite, and now what is more important is that if the Allied forces lure him to their side, then this will be a big plus for them. Then Icarus believed that they shouldn't waste time either, because who knows when Hubalt or Swallow will launch a preemptive strike. After which he spoke directly to Joshua with the words that he would leave them because he needed to visit the Pontier Trading Company. Joshua immediately understood that he was saying that he just needed to visit Cheryl. This noticeably lifted his spirits, because it was immediately clear that Icarus was not wasting any time while Joshua was away, and in fact Joshua was counting on Icarus very much. And then the Lord turned to Cain and told him that he had a separate task for him. He would need to go to the border, and Cain obviously did not like this, because he was essentially being abandoned again. Tedda also believed that it was better for them to go with Cain, and the issue with the seal would be resolved by Iselin. But according to Joshua, the matter was far from being about the seal. The guy still has unfinished business in the capital, so he can't just leave here. Caesar, after he learned that Joshua was Iselin's friend, and moreover, after he told him that the prince would have to wait, he was simply infuriated by this, because he simply did not understand how they dared to talk to him like that. The guy simply didn't understand why no one was helping him, and why didn't Heimdall tell him anything about this. When suddenly his thoughts and anger were interrupted by Kaizen, who entered his palace and immediately noticed the fact that he looked quite angry, and as far as he knew, his meeting with the magic tower was not entirely successful. Caesar asked him to leave, because he is not in the mood to talk to him about it. In response to this, the second prince asked him not to be so rude, because he actually came with a proposal. And he began with the fact that, as everyone knows, war is inevitable, and Joshua will head to the border to break the enemy. However, the most important point is that if he fails to do this, then they will all be deprived of a future. At the same time, Kaizen did not forget to say that as soon as Joshua returns with victory, Kaiser will proclaim him part of the Britain family, and then no one will be able to stop him from becoming emperor. And he said all this in order to point out that in any case they would face a significant risk, but Caesar still did not understand what Kaizen was getting at. And this was the very essence of his proposal, because he knew perfectly well that the only magical book of the Eighth Circle, the inheritance of Evergrande, is with Caesar, and if he lends it to him, then Kaizen will gladly share his power with him. Caesar first of all wanted to know how the second prince suddenly knew about this, Kazan assured him that he actually had good connections, and he could also learn a lot of things. One magician told him that a magic book of the 8th circle and above is a treasure for which they are ready to sell both their family and their soul. And the second prince was going to use it to lure the current master of the tower to their side, and then it seemed to him that it would not matter whether his seal was genuine or not. Caesar assured him that if this book could be used, he would have done it himself long ago, but if Kazan still really wants to see it, then he will show it to him. The first prince was not against fulfilling his promise, and so they still arrived at the chambers of Emperor Marcus. But still he believed that there were more important things to do now. But Joshua did not think so, because now he needs answers to his questions. And besides, he already sent reliable people to the border. And they, together with Duke Trembling, immediately understood what Joshua meant by answers to questions. Now he can find out about the location of Emperor Marcus. Joshua understood that this was actually difficult to believe. But upon reaching the last floor of the test tower, he received an award, and 3 years ago, thanks to it, he was able to reveal some details of Marcus's whereabouts. And the most interesting thing is that all these details pointed to his chambers. As Joshua said, the first prince did not immediately believe it, because the first thing they did was examine every corner of this room and never found anything. Joshua answered him that soon they would actually understand why they could not find anything, because in the Tower of Trials he was able not only to look into the past, but as it turned out, he received another reward. And this was the primordial stone, known as the Stone of Memory, which allows you to open the veil of memories of the entire planet. And to prove this to them, in literally a split second, he was able to summon the spirit of Emperor Marcus. The man didn't understand what was happening here and who they all were. The first prince did not understand why his father did not recognize him, and tried with all his might to explain to him who he was. Duke Trembling found it difficult to talk about this, but it seemed to him that his majesty was not addressing them, and asked the prince to take a closer look. Marcus immediately realized that this was subspace, but still it was a little surprising for him. After which he took out the sword of the mind, with which he was going to defeat the one who called him into this subspace. They carefully watched what was happening, and could not understand how his majesty's sword could not leave even a scratch on the body of his enemy. But for Joshua, this was not surprising, because most likely he was faced with a demon of the highest rank. But there was only one person on the entire continent achieved such mastery. Marcus, fighting with the void, suddenly heard a voice behind him, which told him that his skills were pretty rusty. And this was told to him by the Dark Monarch of the 9 stars, who believed that he was too accustomed to calm. But when he saw who this Dark Monarch was with, Marcus finally understood what it all really led to. Next to him stood Duke Agnes Arden, who, as it seemed to both the Emperor and other spectators, had long since died. Trembling simply did not understand what was happening because he thought that these two people died 3 years ago. Joshua explained to the man that in fact it was a trick of Duke Agnes, but Trembling still did not understand how he managed to pull it all off. The guy believed that they had made a deal with the Dark and Bloody Monarchs and the King of Martial Arts, although the terms of the deal were unknown to him. However, they ensured that almost all the warriors of Avalon gathered on the plain of Creighton, and around the same time, Duke Trembling left the Empire to invade another country. Then Duke Agnes took advantage of the weakening of the Imperial defenses to attack Emperor Marcus. And as a result, it was the Emperor who was the fool, because it was he who was taken by surprise and driven into a corner. Marcus himself simply could not believe that all this was planned only to avenge his mother. Duke Agnes believed that he expected such a banal conclusion from Marcus. But in any case, the man always believed that he was not destined to live under the same sky with the Britain family. Then they clashed in one-on-one battle, which Duke Agnes himself finally waited for. He assured that he would remember this moment for a very long time because it was beautiful. Marcus couldn't believe that he came all this way just to remember this meaningless story. But the Emperor did not take into account the fact that Duke Agnes would not be alone, and Arden himself was not so stupid, so he did not mind using the help of his friend. A few minutes later, Emperor Marcus realized that his feet were chained to the ground. But the most important thing that Arden wanted to add is that the last ruler of Asgard, whose life was taken by Rigveda, was Kunir, and he was the ancestor of the Agnes clan. Trembling simply couldn't believe his eyes that the aura of Duke Agnes's sword was covering the vault of heaven. It was simply incredible. Could this really be the true power of the Black God? However, on the other hand, he understood that his majesty had already mastered the mastery of the Sunblade to the fullest, and therefore Trembling did not understand how Duke Agnes managed to surpass him. Marcus believed that history did not repeat itself and that the fate of his ancestor would not overtake him, because these were just things of the past. In addition, he could not help but add that everyone has already forgotten about what happened to his mother, and those who remember simply do not show it. And all this is because Avalon obeys only him and is ruled by the Britain family. And in the end, he started talking about how he would not come up with excuses for him, because his unfounded victory was worth nothing and he would always rise above the others, just like the sun above the earth. But Arden believed that the heat of the sun turns everything into ashes, and this is another reason why it is better for Marcus to disappear from this world. And yet, in his mind, Duke Agnes understood that it was actually not so easy for him to cope with him. But we should not forget that he was not alone, and the Dark Monarch was always ready to help, and this case was no exception. Marcus was not ready to fight another enemy, because he too actually had a hard time dealing with Agnes. Therefore, he decided to gain a little time and ask the Dark Monarch directly why he was helping Duke Agnes. What benefit would he get from this? The man assumed that Arden had offered to give him the title when he ascended the throne. But this answer was wrong, because according to Duke Agnes, he does not seek to take the throne. He has a completely different goal. Marcus still believed that he was never suitable for this role, so it is right that he does not think about it. Arden believed that there were actually many other ways to run a country, and he was not afraid to tell Marcus that he was going to make a puppet out of his son and control the empire. Only now Duke Agnes believed that there was no need for this, because he would never have thought that he would know the joy of raising his own child. But at some point, Arden's sword began to crack, and it became clear that a little more and their battle would be over if Agnes did nothing. Marcus believed that all this was complete nonsense, and this was not at all suitable for the Black God Duke Agnes, so it was better for him to fall by his hand. But Arden himself did not think so, who decided to tell him that having disappeared from this world, he had finally reached the true light, and from that moment on, he was Heimdall, the White God. For the first time in his life, Marcus saw this kind of form of a human body, and wanted to find out what kind of power Agnes still received. According to Duke Agnes, it was the power of God that eclipsed the power of the sun, and he was going to prove it to him, and would do it by showing him the way to his destruction. Marcus asked to stop talking nonsense, because he was sure that there were no gods in their world. But when their swords collided again in battle, he realized that he was apparently mistaken, because his sword crumbled from just one blow. After which, Duke Agnes dealt him the final blow, which Marcus was unable to block. The first prince could not believe that they had just seen a true story, but Joshua assured him that the truth was cruel, unfortunately. But in response, he heard screams, because it seemed to Kisser that Joshua did not realize the seriousness of the situation, because the destruction of the emperor was a very serious crime for which all members of his family would be executed. Joshua didn't really know what happened next, so it seemed to him that it was too early to say that Duke Agnes had destroyed the emperor. But Kisser believed that he saw everything with his own eyes. So it seems to him that it is because of Duke Agnes that Avalon is in such a deplorable state, and having seen the whole truth, Joshua still continues to protect his father. Now the first prince does not understand at all how Joshua even dares to claim to belong to their family, when among his ancestors was Kunir, the sworn enemy of the Britain family, and the prince believed that it was Joshua's family that destroyed the empire. Joshua got tired of listening to this and decided to use a little force to close the mouth of this impudent puppy, because he believed that now only Joshua should be angry, and they only believe in what they want to believe. Tremblin immediately intervened, and immediately said that he would in no way allow his highness to be harmed, because Joshua, according to him, has no right to attack the first prince, unless he intends to betray the empire again. It was very strange for Joshua to watch how Tremblin still didn't understand anything, because in fact Joshua could destroy this country without blinking an eye, but he still hasn't done it because he wants to give them all a chance. Because he sees how the consequences of the deeds of their ancestors last to this day, and he doubts that all the brutal crimes committed over such a long period of time can be atoned for by death. When suddenly Zegan burst into the chambers of Emperor Marcus, who began shouting that they needed to leave immediately because they had been betrayed.